The young man sat in heavy silence before his comatose sister. It was finally time for Yang Si to confess the truth he had buried deep. The awakening of their family's bloodline wasn't limited to just Yang Feifei. The dormant power coursed through his veins as well. But Yang Zi's ability was far more terrifying than simple elemental control. He possessed the godlike power to strip abilities straight from a user's soul, tearing the ability bead right out of their core exactly as he was doing to her right now. A luminous orb drifted from Yang Feifei's chest, casting a pale glow across the room. The D-rank ability, Mental Shock, had been successfully extracted. Yang Shi stared at the floating essence, his voice barely a whisper. Only D-rank, a bitter smirk twisted his lips. It made painful sense. If she had possessed even a fraction more power, perhaps she wouldn't have fallen victim to that bastard. Li Sanyang's so-called collateral damage. Suddenly, a chaotic argument exploded from the hallway, shattering the quiet. He might be a killer, but think of the thousands he saved. The hypocritical platitudes floated through the door. Please, try to contain your grief. These events are force majeure. It is merely tragic bad luck that Yang Feifei was at that convenience store. Outside, the slick lawyer representing the hero Li Sanyang was spinning a web of lies to Yang Xi's devastated parents. Rage erupted in Yang Xi's father as he hurled the settlement papers across the room. I will never sign this trash. Take your blood money and get the hell out of my sight before I kill you myself. The atmosphere froze as Yang Xi stepped forward, stooping to retrieve the crumpled contract from the floor. His parents watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend their son's sudden intrusion. He placed a heavy hand on his father's trembling shoulder. Yang Feifei was a vegetable now. Keeping her heart beating required a mountain of cash. His father shook violently, looking at Yang Xi as if staring at a stranger, not his own son. Yang Xi turned his cold gaze toward the suit, offering a chilling counter-proposal. He demanded that the perpetrator of this tragedy stand before his family and beg for forgiveness. He wanted the man the nation worshipped as a god, the A-rank hero, Li Sanyang. The lawyer scoffed, smoothing his tie, insisting that the agency would handle the apology on behalf of their golden boy. But Yang Xi's eyes didn't waver. He wanted the bastard in the flesh. I am terribly sorry, the lawyer sneered, his tone dripping with condescension. But an A-rank hero's schedule is not something a civilian can dictate. Hero Li desperately wanted to visit, but duty calls on the battlefield. We will increase the compensation by another 100,000 Blue Star credits. Hearing the price tag put on his sister's life, Yang Xi let out a dark, mocking laugh. Without another word, the ink flowed across the paper as he signed away their dignity. On the drive back, the lawyer dialed a number, his voice light and victorious. It is handled. They folded. It only cost an extra 100 large. The voice on the other end boomed with carefree laughter. Chump change. 100,000 is nothing. Excellent work, Lawyer Wang. I'll have the assistant wire it over. Hanging up, Lawyer Wang clicked his tongue in envy. That hero really lived above the law, playing God with mortals. If only he had awakened a powerful ability, he wouldn't be cleaning up messes for a living. Back in the suffocating silence of the hospital room, Yang Shi sat by the bedside. He whispered a plea to his sleeping sister, begging her not to hate him for signing that cold-blooded pact with the devil. But his eyes burned with a vow of vengeance. He would tear apart the shadows to find the truth. There were heroes in this city who were nothing more than villains in capes, undeserving of their glory. Yang Si swore to rewrite this twisted reality and demand blood for blood. Though merely an intern reporter by day, he had moved out of his parents' home, needing the shadows of the city to execute his true plan. His new base of operations was the Moonbright community. The moment he crossed the threshold, two female roommates greeted him with forced cheerfulness. Hey there, I'm Ding Lan, and this is Xiao Ai. There is one more, but she is out. Yang Zi offered a polite, hollow introduction, his face carrying the dark circles of a man who hadn't slept in days. Ding Lan, ever the social butterfly, suggested a welcome party to break the ice. But Xiao Ai, a stressed third-year university student, looked ready to collapse. With a critical exam looming, Xiao Ai bowed out. Yang Si shut the idea down just as quickly. I just hauled my life across the city, he muttered. I need sleep, not a party. Safely behind his closed door, Yang Zi lay back, scrolling through his feed. The footage of the hero's battle was trending higher than thirst traps. To understand the chaos, one had to look back at the beginning. It started when the black rifts tore open the sky without warning. From those abyssal gates, nightmare beasts descended upon the blue star, hungry for destruction. Humanity's survival hung by a thread, relying entirely on professional awakened ones to hold back the tide. Society crowned these saviors with the title of hero. To prevent anarchy, the government slammed down the Ability Control Act. Only those with a professional hero certification were legally allowed to unleash their powers. Yang Si obsessed over the footage of Li Sanyang's battle the exact moment Yang Feifei's life was ruined. He replayed it until his eyes bled, but the pixelated chaos refused to yield its secrets. The clock mocked him at 2:30 in the morning. Resigning himself to sleep before work, he stepped into the hallway, only to collide with a black-haired girl reeking of alcohol. This had to be the missing roommate Ding Lan mentioned. Yang Si started to offer a greeting, but she bolted past him, diving into the bathroom to violently purge the night's mistakes. The retching finally ceased, replaced by silence. She had passed out cold right on the toilet. Yang Si shook her shoulder, trying to rouse the dead to the living. Debate raged in his mind, help or ignore. Opting for safety, he hammered on Ding Lan's door. She appeared, yawning like a cavern, clearly annoyed at the intrusion. Your friend is passed out on the porcelain throne, Yang Si explained. It is better if a woman handles this. But Ding Lan just waved a dismissive hand. Leave her. It's not her first rodeo. I have work in the morning. With that, she slammed the door, choosing her pillow over loyalty. Yang Si sighed heavily, trudging back to the unconscious drunkard. Calling her name yielded zero response. Resigned, he scooped her up in his arms. But the moment they made contact, his ability flared. She was an awakened one. Her stats flooded his mind. Ability: Super Frequency Brain. Rank F. It allowed the user to enter a state of godlike cognitive processing, skyrocketing calculation speed for a brief burst. The potential was insane, yet the owner seemed clueless. She probably just thought she had random galaxy brain moments, completely unaware of the dormant power within. If she actually tried, she could be a top scholar at Tsinghua University. What a waste. Well, Yang, she thought, activating his power, finders keepers. He borrowed the ability with absolutely no intention of returning it. A wicked curiosity took hold. What sort of chemical reaction would occur if he fused this super-frequency brain with Yang Feifei's mental shock? Alchemy of the soul began. He merged the two, birthing a new D-rank hybrid ability. With the active pulse of the shock and the passive boost of the brain, his processing power went through the roof. Let's see the truth now. He turned his upgraded mind toward the video of Yang Feifei's tragedy. Exhaustion eventually claimed him, and he slept like the dead, missing every alarm. He stumbled to the door, still half asleep, only to be jolted awake by a vision. The drunken mess from last night stood there, holding his coat. Thanks for saving me last night. I'm Lin Naishua. Sober, Lin Naishua was the picture of innocent first love beauty. Feeling a twinge of guilt for stealing a piece of her soul the night before, Yang Si tested the waters. You feeling all right? Oh, I'm fine, she chirped. I'm used to waking up with a hangover. Don't worry about it. She had no idea she was now just a normal human. Suddenly, the front door crashed open. A hulking blonde brute strode in. Old Yang. So this is your new hideout? He froze, eyes widening as he spotted Lin Naishu standing there in nothing but a silk nightgown. Yang Si panicked. He thought I was cheating behind his back. He scrambled to explain that Lin Naishu was just a housemate. But the damage was done. How could he face anyone now? That punk Fan Peng was stuttering like a fool. If there was a spare room in this house, he would have moved in yesterday. He slicked back his greasy hair. Preening like a peacock, he reached out a hand. Greetings, Miss Lin. I am Fan Peng, old Yang's best buddy and co-worker. Lin Naishu hesitated. She shook his hand, sensing the desperation of a guy who never gets the girl. And she wasn't wrong. Fan Peng immediately flexed his Esper ability, recording video with his bare hands. Seeing his idiot friend about to run his usual game, Yang Shi dragged him away. He had to save Lin Naishu from a total nightmare. Back at the Lu Gang editorial office, Yang Si studied the footage. The ice hero versus a terrifying beast. Suddenly, his superbrain ability kicked into overdrive. The fog of confusion vanished. His mind became a supercomputer of deduction. Yang Si spotted a pattern. The hero repeated one specific move twice. It was bizarre. Like the wind up for a secret technique. Just as the mystery deepened, Fan Peng elbowed him. Hey old Yang, you gotta be aggressive with girls. Especially a goddess like Lin Naishu. If you do not make a move, I will. Yang Si's expression darkened, though he kept his cool. He insisted they were just roommates, but Fan Peng started lecturing him. How to upgrade from housemate to bedmate in one easy step. Suddenly, screams tore through the air. Beast attack. Thunder crashed as a shadow fell over the city. A massive one-eyed hunter hovered in the sky. It looked like a demonic jellyfish from hell. Tentacles smashed the streets and snatched up civilians like snacks. A Class B disaster. Citizens scrambled for the shelters while the hero alert blared. Just then, golden boots slammed into the pavement. A hero wearing a shirt that said sour and spicy appeared like a boss. Fear not, citizens. Sour and spicy Superman has arrived. I will never let Lu Gang City fall to ruin. The crowd cheered for the Class B savior. He stood alone against the one-eyed hunter. But this beast boasted impenetrable defense. It was a master of close-quarters combat. Even 18 armored spiders combined could not match its ferocity. Could sour and spicy Superman handle this? Fan Peng turned to comment, but Yang Si had vanished into thin air. He chuckled and raised his hands. Time to record the action with his fingers. Heh, regular people are so useless. But for me, it is payday. Just then, the Class C hero Flame Butterfly rode in on a blaze of glory. The Superman signaled her to strike while he pinned the beast down. Earth was no stranger to these apocalypses. There was even an exclusive live stream for hero battles, hosted by Mao Huang and the legendary Guy Ji. Guy Ji immediately dropped some analysis. That hero is a brawler, but back in the day, he was notorious for kill stealing. Mao Huang asked for the juicy details. His power requires him to eat a bowl of instant sour and spicy noodles to activate, so he usually waits for others to weaken the monster. Then he jumps in to steal the glory. Mao Huang gave a thumbs up. Guy Ji really knew the dark secrets of the hero world. The expert coughed, shifting focus back to the carnage. Sour and spicy Superman was using every ounce of strength to crush the monster's skull into the asphalt. Once it was pinned, Flame Butterfly made her move. She ascended, unleashing her ultimate technique, Heavenly Butterfly Slaughter. Thousands of fiery butterflies rained down, incinerating the jellyfish beast. The crowd thought it was over. But Guy Gay knew better. Beasts possess intelligence, and that one-eyed hunter showed zero fear in the face of death. Something was wrong. As the flames died down, the truth was revealed. The monster was completely unscathed. Sour and spicy Superman was fuming. Damn it. The beast had a fire-resistant shell. Flame Butterfly begged him to hold the line while she called for backup. But the Superman remained silent. He remembered his director's warning. He could not afford a loss. His career was on the edge of a cliff. Failure meant losing everything. The company would give his resources to the rookies. As the OG hero, he refused to lose his throne. Hidden in the shadows, Yang Shi watched with hawk-like eyes. He saw sour and spicy Superman pop something into his mouth. A green pill. It felt disturbingly familiar to Yang Shi. Suddenly, Flame Butterfly let her guard down. A tentacle snapped around her, crushing her ribs. She screamed for help. The livestream chat exploded with pleas for the hero to save her. Death was closing in. Suddenly, a tentacle was sliced clean off. The beast recoiled in shock as sour and spicy Superman snatched Flame Butterfly from the jaws of death. Mao Huang slammed the table. Yes, magnificent. Usually, his burst form only lasts 15 minutes, but he was stronger than ever. The old veteran still had it. Even Guy Gay was stunned. He opened his mouth to analyze, but Mao Huang cut him off. Trouble. The one-eyed hunter was launching a counterattack on the Superman, and it was enraged. A storm of tentacles lashed out. Sour and spicy Superman raised a fist, grinning wildly. Is that the best you can do, you ugly freak? Time for a taste of my ultimate spicy critical hit. He launched himself like a missile, piercing straight through the monster's body from below. Tentacles rained down like severed ropes. Victory was his, but suddenly, the hero collapsed, coughing up a fountain of blood. Flame Butterfly rushed to help, but when he turned, he looked like a demon. Purple lips, eyes burning with pure, murderous bloodlust. She recoiled in terror. The Superman shook his head violently, fighting to regain control. A strange green mist evaporated from his body. His goofy expression returned. Just overexertion, he claimed. The danger passed, and citizens flocked to worship their saviors. Yang Si turned to leave, thinking the show was over. But as he passed the carcass of the one-eyed hunter, he heard a sound. It was still breathing. A pint-sized one-eyed hunter creeps out from the shadows. It locks onto Yang Si like a heat-seeking missile boasting defense stats that are absolutely broken. But our boy Yang Si already knows the cheat codes predicting its weakness is mental attack. This beast is just farming energy to take revenge on spicy Superman later. It decides Yang Shi looks like a 5-star meal and dives in to possess him. Big mistake, buddy. Yang Shi didn't expect the loot to deliver itself right to his doorstep. This saves him the hassle of hunting it down. Yang Si unleashes a mental blast, boom. The monster glitches out, freezes, and faceplants into the dirt. Total system failure. Suddenly, Flame Butterfly senses a mana spike nearby, scanning the area like a radar. Yang Si quickly snatches up the pocket-sized monster. Yoink! Lucky for him, it was just a nerfed clone. If it were the boss version, his D-rank mental shock wouldn't have scratched it. But now, it's looting time. Yang Si rips the ability straight out of it. He scores Fire Shell, a B-rank passive skill. Immunity to fire and a massive buff to physical defense. Yes, please. With the Fire Shell active, he feels an invisible armor wrap around him. They say every ability has a weakness, but does that rule apply to a protagonist? Definitely not for a main character like him. Flame Butterfly zooms in, so Yang Si ducks into the shadows. Can't let the normies spot his alter ego just yet. She lands, looking super sus. She definitely felt that massive mental energy spike and spots a silhouette lurking in the dark. "You looking for me?" She calls out, asking if he's the caster. The mysterious figure steps out of the alleyway, entering the scene like a boss fight intro. Black cloak, full face mask, maximum drip. "Yeah, that's our boy." Flame Butterfly tilts her head. "Are you a registered hero or what?" She's never seen this skin before. He tosses the unconscious mini-monster at her like it's trash. "Nah, just doing some volunteer janitorial work, cleaning up your mess." She catches it, and her eyes go wide. That's a one-eyed hunter clone. She can't believe this random guy soloed such a tricky mob so easily. But rules are rules. Vigilantism is illegal. The masked man turns to leave, but Flame Butterfly tries to play cop and blocks his path with zero hesitation. "You use an unauthorized ability. You're coming with me to the Hero Association for questioning." Ugh, what a buzzkill. He just chuckles, sending a chill down her spine. "You think you can stop me?" Triggered, she attacks immediately, using the name of justice to throw hands. He mocks her cold. "Is this how heroes treat civilians?" Then crunch. He crushes her Flame Butterfly with one hand, causing cold sweat to drip down her neck. He drops a dark line. "Is it my turn to attack now?" Flame Butterfly nopes out of there, instantly apologizing as she flies away. Smart girl. He doesn't bother chasing the weak. His mind is on something else that mysterious blue pill spicy Superman used. It's the same buff item the ice hero popped. Obviously, the mystery man is Yang Shi. He swears he's going to get to the bottom of this conspiracy. Later that night, on the way home, Yang Shi decides to pause the ability farming and max out his super brain skill first. That blue pill business is shady. He needs to stay sharp. Suddenly, a random guy bumps into him. A split second later, Yang Shi reaches for his bag and grabs nothing but air. Swiped. Crap. That bag had his Yang Shi suit disguised from the encounter with Flame Butterfly. It had to be that guy in the blue shirt who just walked past. But the guy is gone. The train hasn't even arrived yet. Unless he has invisibility, Yang Shi overclocks his super brain to heighten his senses to the max. Gotcha. He picks up the scent of his bag on a dude with purple hair nearby. But the vibe and outfit are totally different from the thief. Unless. It's not invisibility, but instant shape-shifting. Yang Shi smirks. He said he wasn't hunting for new skills, but hey, if Uber Eats delivers, you eat. Following him off the train, the thief is humming a tune, totally oblivious, checking over his shoulder every few seconds. He thinks he scored big today, but suddenly, his spidey senses tingle. He turns around and sees Yang Shi waving with that terrifying customer service smile. The thief gasps and bolts. Too bad he's got a demon named Yang Shi glued to his tail. There's no escaping the MC. The guy dives into a public restroom. Yang Shi kicks the door open like he's the FBI. "Come on out." Hiding in the toilet. "What are we? In kindergarten?" Silence. Yang Shi checks the stalls empty. He steps out and looks at the door next to it. "Did this perv run into the ladies' room?" "I know you're in there." A high-pitched female voice screams back, "Pervert, what do you want?" Yang Shi doesn't buy it. SMASH goes the door. A barrage of makeup and toilet paper flies at his face. Yang Shi is actually impressed this guy can even change his voice. That's top-tier trolling potential. Inside, Purple Hair is rocking a sexy fishnet outfit, but the face and body are still 100% dude. My eyes. The horror. The thief panics and transforms the handbag back into Yang Shi's backpack. Yang Shi checks his loot. The disguise is safe, but he glares at the thief with zero mercy. "You look inside?" The thief shakes his head frantically. "I swear on my life, bro." Yang Shi nods, telling him to get a real job. The thief bows, thanking him for the mercy. But Yang Shi's eyes go cold. "Did I say you could leave?" Freeze frame. Ability, stolen. It's only an F-rank skill, but it allows instant appearance swaps and acts as a dimensional storage space. That's actually god-tier utility. Yang Shi tests it out instantly. Blink, and he's wearing a sharp CEO suit. His thick glasses vanished. "Look at that glow-up." Right on cue, the cops show up looking for a bathroom pervert. Yang Shi points a thumb behind him. "Officer, there's a creep and drag hiding in there." Two cops drag the crying thief away. Just another low-level criminal, but Yang Shi is rewriting the rules of this city one skill at a time. Fast forward a week, Fan Peng drags Yang Shi out acting all mysterious like he's got a state secret. He wraps an arm around Yang Shi like they're best buds. "Guess who I saw while I was clubbing?" Fan Peng grins. "Lin Naishu. And get this, she's working as a hostess. Isn't she your girl?" Yang Shi shuts that down immediately. "Not my girl, not my problem." But Fan Peng drags him inside anyway. "Yo, old Yang, cut the act. Seeing is believing, right? Just look at the state of things." Inside that cage, Lin Naishu shaking it on a pole. Damn, that is physically painful to watch. She froze the second she spotted Yang Shi. Talk about awkward vibes. Why the hell did he show up here? Fan Peng saw his bro brooding in the corner and stepped in. Hey man, don't let it wreck your heart. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Tonight is on me. We are going all out. With a snap of his fingers, the cavalry arrived. 3 hotties, barely dressed and strutting over. Meet Cici, Tien Tien, and Bao Bao. My adorable little sisters, he claims. And this here is my main man, Yang Si. Handsome, right? The girls didn't hesitate. They swarmed Yang Shi instantly, leaving Fan Peng in the dust. Guess money can't buy swag like Yang Shi's. Meanwhile, in the VIP karaoke room next door, crash, a bottle shattered against the table. This day absolutely sucks. If my brother hadn't jacked my McLaren, I never would have lost to that punk Gao Zhen. Another guy in a sharp suit, La Yan, spoke up. Take the L like a man. Don't blame the car or the driver. The whiner was Liu Yuan. He just laughed, squeezing the girls in his arms tight. You are stuck guarding me instead of my dad. Is it because your mouth writes checks you can't cash? La Yan, the thug in a suit, just smirked. Spot on. Must be tough for a normie like you. Being leashed by a C-rank hero like me every day. Liu Yuan was fuming but too scared to hit him. So he turned his rage on the easy target, Lin Naishu pouring drinks. You useless trash. Can't even pour a drink? This garbage wine isn't fit for a king like me. He grabbed the bottle and drenched her from head to toe. Yang Si was ready to throw hands, but Fan Peng held him back. Stop, that is Liu Yuan, second son of the A-rank hero, Mecha Bear of Kunlun Company. And that bodyguard, a C-rank super. You are just a civilian, bro. Yang Si went cold. He nodded and walked away without a word. Got it. Just hitting the restroom. Back in the room, Lin Naishu was gritting her teeth in humiliation. Liu Yuan hugged his girls and barked an order. Down every bottle on this table, and maybe I'll let you go. She refused. So the goons grabbed her hair and forced it down her throat. Suddenly, boom, a shadow appeared and kicked the guard flying across the room. It was Yang Shi, rocking a ridiculous Yang Shi mask disguise. I heard the son of the Mecha Bear was in the house. La Yan stood up, tension snapping like a wire. Liu Yuan just kept chugging, ignoring the chaos entirely. Yang Si kept his cool. I am just here to make a deal with the young master. Liu Yuan rolled his eyes. What kind of deal? But La Yan cut in. Party is over. Get home, kid. That bruised the brat's ego big time. Smash! He chucked a bottle right at La Yan. Back off, you dog. Can't you see I'm doing business here? La Yan ground his teeth. As a bodyguard, he had to take the disrespect. But when Liu Yuan tried to talk to the Yang Shi, La Yan blocked the path again. You are wasted. Sit down. I will handle this freak in the mask. Yang Si picked up a glass, totally chill. If you want violence, bring it, though I prefer peace. But if you keep blocking my business with Liu Yuan, I will have to shut that mouth for you. Lai, Yan snapped. Aura exploded as he unwrapped his bandaged arms. Come and try it. Let's see who learns a lesson today. Flames erupted around his fists. He was ready to cook some Yang Shi BBQ. Yang Shi analyzed it instantly. C rank fire element, weak. My fire immunity protects against anything under B rank. This fight is already over. A server rushed in to drag Lin Naishu to safety. The extra stayed to watch the show. Lai Yan charged like a bull, but Yang Shi stood still as a statue. Lai Yan hesitated. Was it a trap? The fist stopped inches from Yang Shi's face. Yang Shi sneered. Is that all you got? Lai Yan laughed. You naive fool. Since I became a hero. No enemy has ever survived my flames. Whoosh! A massive torrent of fire blasted from his fist. The heat was intense. Bystanders scrambled back in fear. The fire swallowed Yang Shi whole like a tornado. But then, a hand pierced through the flames. He swatted the fire away like it was nothing. Not a scratch on him. Even his hair was perfect. Lai Yan's stomach dropped. I am totally screwed. Yang Shi hit him with a mental blast. Lai Yan froze, paralyzed. Chop, a swift strike to the neck, and the C-rank hero crumpled to the floor. Liu Yuan watched his elite bodyguard drop like a fly. He sobered up instantly. No more trash talk now. Yang Shi snagged the blazing fist skill right then and there. Great for combat, or for reheating pizza if he becomes a chef. Yang Si stalked toward Liu Yuan. The other tough guys had already vanished into thin air. Liu Yuan switched modes immediately. From arrogant brat to cowardly worm. Big bro, what was that deal again? Money? Name your price. I will transfer it right now. Yang Shi didn't say a word. He just grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Liu Yuan turned purple, gasping for air, but he still tried to flex. Do you know who my father is? Mecha Bear. Yeah, everyone knows. So what? If you kill me, my dad will hunt you down. But Yang Shi wasn't going to dirty his hands on this loser. He leaned in with a whisper. Liu Yuan, Do you want to awaken an ability? The brat's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe it. Abilities are born, not given. Was this guy crazy, or was he a god? Yang Si didn't explain. He tossed a crumpled note onto his chest. 7 days. Come to this address. Alone. He knew the kid wouldn't resist the temptation. Walking out of the bar, his phone buzzed. It was Fan Peng, panicking. Bro, pick up. I thought you got snatched. Relax, Yang Zi said. Just getting some fresh air. What happened back there? Fan Peng had seen the beatdown on Lai Yan. Get to the BBQ joint. I need the full story. On the way back, Yang Shi smirked. Phase 1 was a success. Now, he just had to wait for the fish to bite the hook. He would use Liu Yuan to infiltrate Kunlun Company, and finally uncover the truth about Yang Feifei. But he wasn't the only one watching. A camera had captured the whole fight. Mecha Bear watched the footage, stone-faced. He asked the room for thoughts. Li Sanyang narrowed his eyes. That hand chop, that was a killer's technique. Yan figured he was just a B-tier scrub, but the drifting swordsman saw the truth. Yang Shi didn't even lift a finger, and Lai Yan was already dead meat. Ma Long dropped the autopsy report like a bomb for the squad to see. The room went ice cold. Lai Yan's powers? Gone. Just deleted from existence. The Mecha Bear looked grim. They were in deep trouble now. Meanwhile, the drifting swordsman was obsessing over Yang Shi's mysterious background. Stealing abilities is legendary stuff. Ma Long knew only one guy who could pull that off. The S-rank monster, the ferryman. Naturally, everyone started pointing fingers at the old legend. But Li Sanyang wasn't buying it. He slammed the table, screaming, "No way! The ferryman is practically a corpse waiting for a coffin. Why would he show up here?" Ma Long realized this mess was way above Kunlun Company's pay grade. Time to snitch to the Hero Association before things got ugly. But let's be real. Anyone with that kind of power wouldn't be reported. They'd be hunted down and weaponized. The Mecha Bear felt a migraine coming on just thinking about the politics. They decided to bury the info in top-secret files. The next day, Liu Yuan was tossing and turning, obsessing over Yang Xi's crazy offer. He couldn't believe he might actually get superpowers. He stared at Yang Xi's note like it was a holy scripture, wondering what twisted price he'd have to pay. But screw the consequences. Liu Yuan wanted that power, no matter what. Meanwhile, Yang Shi dragged Fan Peng to the museum to study some beasts. Just in case we run into them, he claimed. Yeah, right. The real mission? To see if he could loot the ability of a dead level 9 beast. Time for a little grave robbing. On the way, Fan Peng spotted some hotties and immediately assumed Yang Shi was just there to pick up girls. Typical. Since when do you care about museums? It's just a selfie spot for influencers. But Yang Shi ignored him, pointing straight at the S-rank nightmare, the plasma tyrant. That monster's plasma breath had wiped out the entire East District of Luogang City. 5 A ranks, 13 B ranks, and countless civilians. All erased in a blink. Fan Peng's jaw dropped. Compared to the trash mobs appearing lately, this plasma tyrant was in a whole different league of destruction. Yang Shi reached out, trying to hack the corpse's ability. Immediately, a security guard rushed over, yelling, "Hey, what do you think you're doing, weirdo?" Yang Shi flashed a fake press pass, claiming he was researching a story. The guard wasn't impressed. "Look with your eyes, not your hands, buddy." Yang Shi shot Fan Peng a look. Fan Peng got the message and dragged the guard away. All right. Hey, officer, where are the, female beast exhibits?" With the coast clear, Yang Sai activated his ability. He could feel the power inside the bones, but dragging it out was like pulling teeth. Finally, he ripped the ability out, and a purple aura swirled around him, but his eyes went wide. No system notification? What the hell? After a moment, the stats popped up. E-rank plasma. Are you kidding me? This week's spark was only good for charging his phone. Yang Shi was speechless. How does an S-rank calamity drop an E-rank ability? Maybe because it's been dead so long, the power just rotted away. Or maybe he just got lucky with that jellyfish last time. He wandered around the museum, totally bummed out by the lack of loot. Since he was already there, he decided to grope every skeleton in sight. Result? 3 trash-tier orbs. 1 F-rank clone skill. A clone that lasts 1 minute? Useless. An F-rank charisma buff? Garbage. And that weak plasma. These trash skills were making his blood boil. Suddenly, a crazy thought hit him. If he could fuse abilities, could he also smash them apart? He grabbed the C-rank fire orb he stole from Lai Yan and tried to decompose it. Nothing happened. Yang Si gritted his teeth. "I'm not giving up that easily." He hammered at it mentally 100 times until, crack. The orb shattered into basic matter, dark energy, indestructible, perfect cubes. Yang Shi realized these cubes were the DNA of all superpowers. If he could break them down, He could rebuild anything. He held the raw energy in his hand. If he fed this dark energy to his current skills, would they evolve? He shoved a cube into the F-rank charisma skill. The orb devoured it instantly and dinged. It evolved into E-rank. Yang Shi stared at the result, then at the pile of dark energy. Who cares about finding S-rank skills? He was going to build his own god-tier arsenal from scratch. Suddenly, screaming shattered his focus. Get out! Don't touch me. It was Lin Naishu. Yang Xi rolled his eyes. Did that loser Liu Yuan come back for more? Outside, Lin Naishu was sobbing. An old man sat there, puffing smoke like a chimney. Turns out, it wasn't a stalker. It was her own toxic parents. We didn't want to lie, her mom whined. But would you have sent the money otherwise? Turns out, her precious brother needed a new car to get married. Over $1 million? How were two old peasants supposed to get that? So they heartlessly scammed their own daughter, claiming her dad was dying of cancer. Naishui choked on her tears, her voice trembling. Do you have any idea how broken I was when I thought dad was dying? She had worked 4 jobs, bleeding herself dry to save him, but her dad just sat there, acting like destroying her life was no big deal. We figured we'd take whatever cash you had, the old man grunted. I'll scrape together the rest somehow. The Lin family line must continue. Scrape together? He meant selling Naishu off to some stranger she'd never met. Absolute trash behavior. Her mom put on a fake smile. Oh, don't worry. He's not smart, but he's honest. He won't treat you badly. Naishu slapped her hand away. Treat me badly? You think I magically found 50,000 in a week? I was drinking with perverts to earn that cash. Did you know that? The parents froze, then their faces twisted into ugly rage. Instead of shame, they attacked her character. You shameless slut. I'll beat you to death. The old man raised his hand, but Yang Zi was faster. He stepped in and caught the blow midair. They say even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs, but this old man was a monster. The dad glared at Yang Xi, but Yang Xi stared back with eyes full of judgment. Who the hell do you think you are? The father barked, veins popping. I'm disciplining my own daughter. A stray dog like you has no right to bark here. Yang Xi realized this old man was a lost cause. But the mother, she looked like her conscience was finally waking up. He immediately activated his C-rank ability. Random control. Let's see if she could still be saved. The moment the skill took hold, smack. The mother's hand connected with the father's face in a glorious slap. Our daughter drank herself to death for your sake, she screamed, tears streaming down her face. Is your heart made of stone? She turned to Lin Naishui, pulling her into a desperate embrace, finally admitting her sins. Blood is thicker than water, after all. The slap seemed to knock the stupidity right out of the father. He sighed, defeated. Fine. Let your brother fend for himself, Yang Xi smirked. Good thing they woke up before it was too late. Who wouldn't bleed for the ones they love? Early the next morning, Yang Zi accompanied Lin Naishui to the train station. It was time to say goodbye to the parents. Take care of yourself, the mother sobbed. No more foolish sacrifices. As the train pulled away, Lin Naishu turned to Yang Xi, gratitude shining in her eyes. He handed her a milk tea, a small comfort. Hopefully, her useless brother would finally grow a spine. That would be worth more than any money she sent home. Suddenly, Lin Naishu winked, signaling him to lean in. She had a secret to whisper. Yang Xi blushed, leaning closer like an obedient puppy. But he didn't expect this. Soft lips pressed against his cheek in a sudden, heart-stopping attack. Thank you. For both times, she whispered. That night, Yang Zi headed to the Monster Corpse Disposal Center. The security, tighter than a drum. This place was a goldmine of high-level monster corpses for a skilled thief like him. He waited for the perfect opening. There, he slid under a truck, clinging to the chassis like a ninja spider. Surprise. He wasn't alone. A blonde beauty with glasses was already there, eyes wide with panic, signaling him to shut the hell up. What was this situation? Another thief? The space was cramped, fatally cramped. Her massive assets were practically crushing Yang Xi. Talk about a heavy burden. To break the suffocating awkwardness, he whispered, Hello. What a coincidence, she glared back. Coincidence, my ass. This is just bad luck. Jiang Hu rules then, she hissed. May the best thief win. She introduced herself as Qian Duo of the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce. Yang Xi improvised instantly. Call me, Yang Xi. They arrived at the drop zone. But Qian Duo realized something fatal in this position. She was stuck. Her face flushed. Hold on to me tight. Yang Xi let go. They flew from the undercarriage, rolling across the concrete in a tangled mess. When they finally stopped, Qian Duo was still clinging to him like an octopus. Hey, how long are you going to hug me? She sprang up, face red, walking stiffly like a malfunctioning robot. Like I wanted to hug you. It was an emergency. They sneaked into the processing zone. Seeing Yang Xi look around like a country bumpkin, Duo realized he was a rookie. Yang Si played along, putting on his best innocent face. Teach me, senpai. Flattered by his sincerity, she decided to let him tag along. They cracked open a room, revealing the corpse of a massive lycanthrope. Boss wants the white chest fur, she explained. Precision is key. She summoned a dimensional pouch, her ability, storage pocket, a looter's dream skill. Yang Zi drooled internally. If she wasn't technically an ally right now, he'd rob her blind. As she moved to the next room, Yang Shi made his move. Time to extract the lycanthrope's essence. Ding. Ability acquired, Metal Morph, D rank. He could now manipulate the shape of any metal at will. Not bad. With this, he could open the world's best auto repair shop. But the celebration was cut short. Bidu, Bidu. The alarm screamed, nearly stopping their hearts. A researcher in a white coat sprinted past, face twisted in terror. We're doomed. The monster revived. Help me. Whoosh. A black shadow lashed out, dragging him into the darkness. Duo's legs turned to jelly. She might have skills, but she had zero combat experience. Suddenly, something slimy and cold touched her shoulder. Wank! She was snatched away right in front of Yang Si. He instantly summoned raging fire, lighting up the corridor to give chase. But the tentacle was fast. Even with his 3-meter strides, he couldn't catch up. The narrow aisle was packed with metal shelves. He couldn't swing a weapon here. Wait, metal shelves? Metal. Yang Si's eyes lit up. Metal morph. Activate. The shelves instantly twisted into razor-sharp blades, slicing through the tentacle, holding Duo. Thud. She hit the floor hard. Her clothes were shredded by the thorns, a tragic loss for her wallet. But more importantly, how the hell did a dead monster come back to life? Yang Si's fireball illuminated the darkness, revealing the horror. A massive skull attached to a writhing mass of black tentacles. Victims were embedded in its flesh, screaming for help. Duo trembled, regretting every life choice that led her here today. The beast roared. Yang Si slammed his hands together. All surrounding metal flew to him, forming an impenetrable iron dome just as the tentacles rained down. Clang, clang. The metal groaned under the assault. The dome was shrinking. Duo huddled in the corner, sobbing. It's over. I'm gonna be Monster Chow. Yang Si clicked his tongue. This was bad. But then, his eyes landed on some oil drums in the corner. A crazy plan formed in his mind. A metal tentacle shot out from his dome, hurling the oil drums at the beast. As the oil soaked the monster, Yang Si grinned. Raging fire. Boom. The explosion severed the tentacles. The hostages scrambled for freedom, but one last tendril shot toward Duo. Suddenly, slash. A blade of pure water severed the limb in midair. Saved. Think again. An old man stood there, blade in hand, eyes burning with fury. You petty thieves. Did you revive this abomination to rob the place? Duo might be a thief, but she wasn't a villain. She snapped back. Who are you, old geezer? Spouting nonsense the moment you show up. The old man scoffed. Listen here, brat. When I, Duan Shuiliu, was shaking the heavens, you were still wetting your diapers. Duo put her hands on her hips. Bullying the young? Is that what adults do? But Yang Shi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Senior, if he wasn't mistaken, this was the legendary hero who fought the A-rank violent giant ape 10 years ago. Duan Shuiliu huffed. Stay back. I'll deal with you too after I trash this thing. Yang Shi watched his retreating back, puzzled. Why would a retired A-rank hero be guarding a corpse dump? Duan Shuiliu drew his blade, North Dipper style, first form Greed Wolf Slash. The strike was ferocious, like a wolf's fang, slicing the giant tentacle like butter. Yang Shi watched in awe. Amazing. The North Dipper blade art, every move is perfection. Even an S-rank skill couldn't match this mastery. The monster shrieked in frustration, launching 4 tentacles at once. Duan Shuiliu didn't flinch. Second form, Heavenly Secret. The blade didn't even seem to leave its sheath. Boom. Every heavy step shattered the earth beneath the beast. Master Duan launched himself skyward, executing the third form, Heavenly Spin. His blade descended like a catastrophic waterfall, triggering a geyser of beast blood. As Duan landed, the very ground quaked in fear of his power. Steel pointed straight at Yang Si's throat. That murderous intent, it froze him in place. The old master wasn't playing games. Senior Duan, we didn't revive this abomination. But the old master wasn't buying it. To him, they were just dirty suspects, waiting for the cuffs. Duo shouted, Can you take him? Obviously not, so she tossed him a game-changer to save his skin. Catch. Armor made from a B-rank beast. She threw the gear and bolted. Good luck, bro. Don't die on me. Her carefree vibe, it stung him with memories of his little sister. Distracted, Duan struck. Yang Xi threw his arms up, expecting death, but the impact never came. That armor was the real deal. It tanked the blow completely. But Duan Shuiliu didn't pause. He unleashed a storm of slashes. Yang Xi weaved through the steel rain, activating his super brain. Time slowed. His heightened senses locked onto every movement. He could see the path, but seeing it and stopping it were two different beasts. Duan sensed his hesitation and lunged for the kill. No escape. Desperate, Yang Xi fired a mental blast. Duan froze midair, his momentum shattered by an invisible force. You can suppress my will? The old master leaped back, eyes wide with shock. He realized this kid wasn't prey. Yang Xi smirked, hiding his fear. Had to, or I'd be hamburger meat. But Duan's pride ignited. He roared, rushing back in. Cheap parlor tricks. Is that all you've got, thief? Yang Xi didn't flinch. Metal metamorphosis, activate. Clang. Sparks flew as blade met living metal. The shockwave nearly leveled the room. On the outside, stone cold. On the inside, panic. He's too skilled. My mental jams are the only thing keeping my head attached to my neck. A spectator gasped from the shadows. He's matching Master Duan? Is that the A-rank hero, Divine Spear of Lujing City? Divine who? Yang Xi thought. But the name stopped Duan cold. He lowered his weapon instantly. Your technique. You're no common thief. He sheathed his blade and barked. Everyone out. I need a private word with this warrior. One idiot hesitated. All of us? Duan's glare could cut glass. Are you deaf? I am the director. Do I need to repeat myself? The guy nearly wet himself. Sir. Yes, sir. Gone. Qian Duoduo scrambled after him, yelling back, Big bro, I'll be your cheer squad outside. Silence fell. Yang Xi broke it first. Senior, what's this about? Duan grunted. I know you aren't Divine Spear. Your swordplay is trash compared to him. But that metal ability, it's a match. Duan analyzed him. Multiple abilities. You're a powerhouse. Someone with your strength wouldn't stoop to stealing beast scraps in a dump like this. He leaned in, eyes intense. Tell me, are you here for the truth of the world? Yang Xi's brain stalled. The what? Okay, play it cool. Just nod. He steeled his face, looking profound. Exactly. I seek the truth. Duan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, a bold ambition for a young wolf. Excellent. A talent like you deserves to know. His voice dropped to a grave rumble. Behold, the dark reality. This facility isn't for disposal. It's a key. A key to open the gateway to the beast dimension, the white void. What? Yang Xi's mask cracked. Duan continued. 15 years ago, the white void of Dung City was breached. The Hero Association sent the elite. Our mission? Infiltrate the beast world. Duan's eyes darkened with old ghosts. I was there. But inside that hell, everything went wrong. The S-rank legends, they all fell. They sacrificed everything to save us. Only 3 of us made it back to the Qinglan planet alive. He pointed to the roaring incinerator. These centers sit on the planet's spatial fractures. We aren't just burning bodies. Burning the beasts weakens the barrier. We're trying to reopen the door. Yang Xi frowned. And the revived beast? A lie for the public, Duan admitted. That was a mutation caused by the white void's energy leaking through. Duan looked weary. Humans on this planet. We're just cattle waiting for slaughter in a cosmic pen. Only absolute power can break the cage. He turned to leave, tossing one last piece of advice over his shoulder. Go. Whoever you work for, remember this. We are all humanity's last line of defense. Meanwhile, in a shadowy high-rise office, that old fool Duan, spilling secrets like cheap wine. A cold voice replied, Relax. The other factions already suspect. We can't hoard the dimension forever. The council is convening. Suddenly, screens flickered to life. The virtual meeting began. 25 members present. Quorum met for S-Class event authorization. The holographic chairman spoke. Based on the Lujing City report, let the voting begin. Tension suffocated the room as fate hung in the balance. I debated leaking the truth about White Hollow to the A-ranks. Nah, too risky. The scene cuts to the hospital, where a sweet voice broke the silence. Hey Fei Fei, guess what? Yang Xi sat by her bedside, voice dropping to a whisper. Last night, I uncovered a brutal truth. Flashback to yesterday. I walked out of that hellhole, leaving the crowd in absolute chaos. They stared at me like I was a glitch in the Matrix. What the hell happened inside? He soloed Duan Shuiliu. Just him. Then Qian Duoduo popped up, coughing awkwardly to grab my attention. Yang Xi, you absolute legend. You good? Looking at her, I knew the drill. Gatekeep the intel. No one can know my true stats. So I played it cool. I'm fine, Duoduo. Hey, look into my eyes for a sec. She's so trusting. A total noob. She leaned right in. Huh? What's up? Zero hesitation. Skill activated. Hypnosis. Yang Shi locked eyes with Qian Duo. She froze instantly, mind blank, completely under my control. Time to rewrite her hard drive. Delete all memories of me using fire and metal. Then, I planted a new narrative about that armor she lent me. Listen close. I bought that armor from you. I owe you 10 grand. Once the lie was rooted in her brain, I snapped my fingers. Snap. Hypnosis deactivated. Duo rebooted instantly. She panicked and bolted like she'd seen a ghost, but shouted back over her shoulder. Glad you're safe. But my curfew is killing me. Gotta run. See ya. Back in the present, Yang Zi smirked at Feifei. That Qian Duo, she's just like you. Loves cash, but kinda cute. He gently brushed his hand against Feifei's cheek. Feifei. Maybe, just maybe, I can wake you up before I finish my revenge tour. Later that night, at Yang Zi's crib, he was staring down a new item in his hand. Metal morph. Activate. He twisted the metal into a ring engraved with an infinity symbol. The energy absorption ring was born. Next, he whipped out a vial of glowing green goo. Ability potion, he dubbed it. He grinned at his crafted loot, muttering to himself. Can't let the world know my real build yet. Gotta scam Liu Yuan with these toys. But wait, there's more. He crafted a creepy mask and named it Evil. He slapped the mask on his face. System alert, transformation complete. A brand new set of armor materialized over his body. Time to name this skin. Let's call this loadout. The Yang Zi. Yang Zi tapped the emblem on his chest. Public stats? C rank plasma. Maybe some fire if things get spicy. This persona needs a crew. A secret guild connected to Yang Shi. He was building a legend from scratch. The organization. Let's call it Judgment. After all, the goal is to judge the fake heroes of this rotten world. But guilds need funding. He made a call. Young Master Liu can foot the bill for our operations. Next morning, a shadowy figure approached a dude passed out cold on the pavement. Thud. A foot slammed into Liu Yuan's ribs. Yo, wakey wakey. The rude alarm clock pissed him off. He groaned, eyes snapping open. You got a death wish? Do you know who I am? But the second he saw the mask, his face went pale. Attitude flip, complete. Boss Yang Si, my bad. I totally dozed off. I didn't bother arguing. Glad you showed up. Looks like you actually trust me. Suddenly, he hugged my leg like a desperate simp. Boss Yang Shi, please, give me powers. I'll give you anything cash, girls, clout. Name your price. Boring. I shut that down cold. I don't want your trash. I kicked him off me. He yelped like a puppy. Then, Yang Si dropped the command. Getting powers is easy. Look into my eyes. Boom. Skill activated. Hypnosis. Instantly, he glazed over, looking totally brain dead. I went straight for the intel. Tell me everything about the blue pill. Silence. Dead air. I frowned internally. What the hell? Did the skill glitch? Liu Yuan, slap yourself. He sat there like a stone statue. Seriously. Is it me? Is my game bugged? Wait. Hypnosis fails on awakened users. This guy already has powers, and C rank or higher. Fine. Skill upgrade. Mental assault. The attack fried him. Liu Yuan passed out cold. I stood there, mind racing. When I bullied him at the bar, he took it like a chump. Didn't seem awakened. Time to scan him. Skill. Ability separation. A green orb popped out of him. Holy crap, it's real. System notification. A rank ability regression. Effect. One-time use upon death. Rewinds time by 24 hours. Kinda mid. Honestly. You have to die to use it? I stared at the green orb in disbelief. Is this guy actually a hidden boss? A real A ranker? Whatever. Don't overthink it. I absorbed that cheat code instantly. Sorry not sorry, Liu Yuan. This ability is the ultimate ace up my sleeve. Liu Yuan, since I swiped your power, I'll take care of you. I swapped it out for a red beast core I had lying around. I shoved the monster core into his chest. Wake up. He jolted awake, screaming like a confused noob. Boss, give me the power. Wait, why did I black out? I flashed the ring I made yesterday. You were just overwhelmed. Look at this. See the bling? He nodded like a bobblehead. Aha. Time to feed him the lore. This is the absorption ring, organization tech. It steals ability particles from other users. His jaw hit the floor. No way, that's broken. Then what? I pulled out the green potion. The organization has a special method to refine those particles into this ability potion. Makes normies into heroes. I tossed the vial to him. Catch. He caught the vial with trembling hands, sweat beading on his forehead. Yo, big bro, this is unreal. You aren't playing me, right? Yang Si didn't even blink, his voice cold as ice. Down the potion, and you'll know if it's trash or treasure. Caught between doubt and desperation, the kid grit his teeth. Screw it. Is this poison? He thought frantically. Nah, if this guy wanted me dead, I'd be a corpse already. With a reckless roar, he drained the entire bottle in one go. Smash. The empty vial hit the concrete. Suddenly, his eyes glowed crimson. A guttural roar tore through his throat, sounding less like a man and more like a savage beast. Yang Si stood amidst the chaos, watching the agony with cold indifference. A sinister smirk played on his lips as he whispered, "Witness the miracle of true power." Liu Yuan writhed on the floor as his bones reshaped. He screamed, "It burns. My whole body is on fire." But Yang Si knew the truth. It wasn't the potion. He was manually manipulating the ability bead inside the fool. Wolf ears sprouted from his skull as fur exploded across his skin. His hands twisted into razor-sharp claws. A feral howl shook the abandoned factory. Panting heavily, the beast looked down at his own paws in sheer horror. What the hell have I become?" Seeing the transformation complete, Yang Si asked casually, "So, how does the werewolf bloodline feel?" The kid flexed his new muscles, confused. "Is this my power? My brother morphs into a Ma Long. Can I beat him?" Yang Si didn't sugarcoat it. "Your brother is an A-rank powerhouse. You're just a measly E-rank." The truth hit him like a truck. "E-rank? Are you kidding me? There's a massive gap of 3 levels between us. I'm still trash." Enjoying the despair on Liu Yuan's face, Yang Shi chuckled. "Chill out. Newbies usually get F-rank trash. You should be grateful I didn't give you the bottom of the barrel." Tears welled up in the wolf's eyes, touched by the fake kindness. Meanwhile, Yang Si sighed internally. Look at him. He doesn't look like a fearsome wolf. He looks like a derpy husky. But hey, I like your vibe. Yang Si lied smoothly. "So I bumped you up to E rank personally. Consider it a gift from fate." The gears turned in the kid's head. If this guy can hand out powers like candy, his organization must be stacked with high-tier elixirs. I could finally surpass my old man. Without a shred of dignity, he dropped to his knees and hugged Yang Si's leg. "Woof, Daddy, please give me the A-rank juice." "Woof, can I get the A-rank stuff?" Yang Si flinched, trying to shake him off. "Whoa, hey, quit it with the weird names, you creep." But the kid was shameless. "Then I'll call you Godfather. No one has ever been this good to me." Yang Shi was not having it. "Knock it off. The organization has rules," Yang Si stated firmly. "You want better drugs? You gotta earn them. Grind some merit points first." Hearing that, Liu Yuan finally sat like a good boy. "All right, Godfather. So, who are we anyway? What's the squad's name?" Yang Si put on his best acting face. "Listen close. We are Judgment. Founded by a supreme entity." He pointed a thumb at himself. "Under the boss, there are 12 Zodiac managers. I am the Yang Shi, one of the elites." He made it up on the spot, but it sounded legendary. The kid's jaw dropped. "If you're this strong, the boss must be a god." Yang Si cut him off mysteriously. "Don't speculate on the Supreme One. His power is beyond your comprehension." Liu Yuan nodded, eyes burning with greed. "Got it, Godfather. So, how do I speedrun this? I need merits now." Yang Shi smirked. The hook was set. The organization creates missions. And lucky for you, I have your first assignment right here. Use your cover as the young master of the Kunlun group, Yang Shi commanded. Investigate everything about the blue pill. Blue pill? What's that toy? Liu Yuan asked. Yang Shi replied, "It's a rumored enhancer. Boosts abilities artificially. We need to find the supplier hiding in Luguang City." Liu Yuan's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. "An item that boosts power? That sounds awesome." Seeing the greed, Yang Si smacked him upside the head. "Whack. Don't even think about it. That stuff is cursed. A so-called hero used it and lost his mind, slaughtering innocents." The slap knocked Liu Yuan back into his human form instantly. Rubbing his head, Liu Yuan asked, "Who was crazy enough to do that?" Yang Si dropped the bomb. "An A-rank hero from your own company." Liu Yuan gasped, rage boiling over. "Li Sanyang. That two-faced scumbag acts like a victim, but he's just a junkie." Ignoring the rant, Yang Si set the terms. "Bring me useful intel, and I'll upgrade you to a D-rank potion. Meet me here when it's done." D-rank? The kid saluted vigorously. "Consider it done, Godfather, easy peasy." Yang Si turned to leave, his cape swishing dramatically, then paused. "Oh, right. Small detail I forgot to mention. The potion's effect is temporary. You have exactly 1 week to complete the mission, or the power vanishes." The color drained from Liu Yuan's face. "Wait, what?" Leaving the screaming kid behind, Yang Si strolled down the busy street until something caught his eye. A missing person poster, plastered by Qian Duoduo. It described in perfectly black robes, platinum mask complete with her phone number. Pfft. He sprayed his coffee all over the wall in shock. The shop owner roared, "Hey, you little punk. What's wrong with you?" The owner raged. Sorry, Yang Shi mumbled, wiping his mouth. He walked away, sighing deeply. That girl really doesn't know when to quit. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette ahead. Huh? Is that Qian Duo? Something was wrong. The atmosphere around her was tense. Yang Xi slipped into the shadows, observing silently. In a dark alley, a group of thugs had her cornered. Yet, Qian Duo stood her ground. What do you creeps want? The leader stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Hand over the young master's saber, little girl. Now. I don't know what you're talking about, she snapped. I don't have a sword, and I don't have money. But the thugs just sneered. Stop playing dumb. Trade that fake orb for the Muramasa demon blade. Hand it over or die. Yang Shi lurked in the shadows, listening to the threat. Muramasa. He paused, eyebrows raised. Isn't that the legendary S-rank beast weapon? Why on earth would Qian Duo have a treasure like that? On the other side, Qian Duo realized the truth. The rusty scrap she scammed them for was actually a god-tier item. Playing it cool, she hid the artifact behind her back. Feigning innocence, she blinked. Young master who? Never heard of him. You guys got the wrong girl. Yang Xi rolled his eyes at her terrible acting. That excuse was thinner than paper. Everyone knew that greedy girl swiped the blade and was just playing dumb. The only woman in the enemy group lost patience. Enough talk. Kill her. The leader lunged forward, unleashing the military tri-blade arts. His minions followed suit, activating shadow arts and shadow clone jutsu. Yang Xi watched in shock. These guys were all inheritors with abilities at grade C or higher. But Qian Duo didn't flinch. She drew her weapon and screamed, "I'm not an easy target, you creeps." She proudly displayed her gear. Feast your eyes on the grade B beast weapon. The siren's fan. Without hesitation, she swung at the mob. Blow them away. A massive gust erupted, sending the goons flying. The leader struggled to stand, eyes wide. Impossible. Seeing her chance, Qian Duo bolted, laughing maniacally. What falls into this lady's hands stays in her hands. No refunds. The black-haired woman wasn't amused. She activated her grade A ability, Ling Nai, instantly transforming into a being of pure ice. Mid-sprint, Qian Duo shivered. Hey, why is it suddenly snowing? Yang Xi, watching the temperature drop, realized things were getting messy. This situation was spiraling. He quickly transformed into his alter ego, the Yang Xi. On the battlefield, the Ling Nai launched her assault. She unleashed the Frost Dragon Fist. A freezing blizzard roared toward Qian Duo. Seeing his friend in mortal danger, Yang Xi shouted, "Duo, incoming." A crowd had gathered to watch the showdown. Suddenly, a stylish purple-haired reporter jumped onto the scene, mic in hand, screaming in panic. Breaking news. A metahuman war has erupted on Changqing Road. We need heroes here. Stat. A kid standing nearby watched the reporter's theatrics with wide eyes. Back in the fight, Qian Duo was shocked by the frosty impact. She spun around, screamed "Arg," and flopped to the ground dramatically. Ouch! I'm dying. The pain. The Ling Nai, approached slowly. She looked down cold-heartedly at Qian Duo. Now, are you going to be a good girl and hand over what isn't yours? Qian Duo stopped faking. She pulled out two tiny, shiny blades and smirked. Fine, but let me ask you a question. Pretty lady, did you lose the golden blade or the silver blade? Her tone was pure mockery. Ling Nai's eyes narrowed in fury. Ice instantly encased Qian Duo's legs. Ow. Ling Nai threatened darkly. Stop playing games, or I'll shatter your legs into a million pieces. Qian Duo stood up, clutching the rusty katana. I don't do threats. Anything I win by skill belongs to me. Even if I trash it, you aren't getting it. She hurled the blade behind Ling Nai's back, yelling to the shadows. Brother Yang Xi, this rusty junk is a gift for you. Free of charge, Yang Xi caught the blade effortlessly. You spotted me ages ago, didn't you? Thanks, Duo. He unsheathed the weapon. To his surprise, it really was a piece of junk. The blade was chipped and ancient. He shouted back, "Are you kidding? Nobody would take this scrap even for free." Qian Duo put her hands on her hips. Exactly. That's why I didn't think they'd chase me for it. Seeing Yang Xi, Ling Nai screamed in rage. She has an accomplice. Kill them both. Black-clad ninjas surrounded Yang Xi, giant shurikens in hand. One charged forward, yelling, "Die, you brat." A strange sensation washed over Yang Xi. He thought, "This sword, it's draining my spirit energy." Suddenly, he gasped. My body is moving on its own. White steam rose from his skin. Slash. A ninja was cut in half before he could blink. His ally screamed, We're screwed. The assassins charged in waves. Another ninja threw a spear at Yang Si, roaring, "Go to hell." Yang Si leaped into the air, the rusty blade in hand. Suspended in the sky, the sword erupted with a blinding purple light. The snowy sky turned violet. Ling Nai looked up, trembling. That aura. It's the real Muramasa. The purple energy dominated the heavens. The ninja caught in the slash screamed as he disintegrated. "Master, save me." A golden orb appeared in Yang Si's hand. System notification. Skill acquired. The status window updated. Inheritor grade C. Skill name Sun and Moon Tri-Blade Arts. Description. Unleashes blade energy to decimate foes. Evaluation. Grade C. Honestly, it looks cool even if you just hold the sword in your mouth. But Yang Xi was in trouble. He shook violently. Not good. The sword drained too much spirit power. I can't hold on. Ling Nai watched silently from the back. Yang Xi panicked. Damn it. Do I have to use my regression ability today? Suddenly, a neon green light pierced the darkness. The crowd gasped, confused. What is that? Someone shouted. Ice shards shattered in midair. Yang Xi recognized the energy. That's the wall of size. Chan Duo realized who it was and screamed in shock. Ah, the Drifter Swordsman. Ling Nai flinched, staring at the newcomers. What? Ma Long stepped forward, clad in full black armor. Sakura Group. You act like kings in Sector 6, but you dare cause trouble here in Sector 1? Behind him, the Drifter Swordsman leaned against a wall, silent and deadly. Ling Nai shot back, voice stern. We only came to retrieve our property. You people are the ones bullying us. Qian Duo was absolutely fuming, pointing a shaking finger right at Ling Nai. Hey, that owner swapped the blade with me fair and square. Finders keepers, losers weepers. Ling Nai did the mental math instantly. 2 more A-rank freaks. I can't win this. She needed a meat shield, fast. She locked eyes on the guy in the mask, staring daggers at him. Qian Duo tilted her head, confused. The hell you looking at? Suddenly, boom. Razor-sharp ice shards rained down from every direction like precision missiles. Ling Nai spun around, turning the charm on for Ma Long. Look, you killed my crew, fine. But return my loot and I won't turn this little girl into a popsicle. I'll even leave Lugang City right now. Ma Long laughed like he just heard the world's worst joke. Leave? He smirked, his aura darkening instantly. Who gave you permission to walk away alive? His voice dropped, dripping with threat. District 1 isn't a public park. You don't just check in and out whenever you please. Ling Nai froze. She knew she was screwed. Ma Long didn't waste time. He pointed at Drifting Swordsman behind him. You handle the chick. I'm going to test that Yang Si guy's mettle. Drifting Swordsman sighed, giving a warning. The company wants to recruit him. Ma Long. Don't break our new toy. Ma Long ignored him, lunging straight at Yang Si. Relax. Just collecting a debt for my little brother first. Ma Long's fist became a blur of violence, slamming into Yang Si's rusted scrap metal of a blade. The impact was insane. Yang Si got launched backward like a rag doll. Yang Si hit the wall hard. Qian Duo shrieked in panic. Brother Yang Si. Get up, Ma Long sneered, looking totally unimpressed. Seriously? That's all you got? On the other side, Ling Nai saw her opening. She raised 2 fingers to the sky. Fine then. Everyone dies. She unleashed a banshee scream. Absolute zero. Instantly, a blizzard of lethal ice shards blasted toward Ma Long. Even Qian Duo's jaw dropped. The sheer power level of that attack was terrifying. Drifting Swordsman moved in a flash. Sword intent, gale force. A neon blue arc slashed through the air, cutting right through the incoming ice storm. Ling Nai's eyes widened in horror. The blade. It grazed her cheek. 1 inch closer and her pretty face would have been history. But the sword only shattered the ice. Drifting Swordsman frowned, disappointed in himself. Missed the vitals. Qian Duo couldn't believe it either. Wait, didn't she just shatter? Everyone thought that Slash had deleted her from existence. Just an ice clone. Drifting Swordsman noted coolly. She's hiding nearby. Suddenly, Qian Duo panicked. Hold up. Where the hell is brother Yang Ji? While everyone played detective, Yang Si was slumped in the shadows, deep in thought. Damn rusty blade, he cursed. It drained me dry. How do I flip this script? Then, a light bulb went off. Wait, if this is a beast weapon, can I rip the ability right out of it? Ding. The system flashed. Deconstructibility. Weird, ghostly smoke began to coil around the rusted blade in his hands. System alert, received 2,500 dark energy units. Pixelated black cubes exploded from the steel. Yangzi leaned back, chill as ice, whispering to himself. No ability orb, whatever. These dark energy cubes are stacked though. This scrap metal must have been forged from an S-rank beast to drop this much loot. He looked at the pixelated cubes scattered at his feet. Time to strategize. What power do I juice up to crush Ma Long? A blue orb materialized in his hand. System. Rank 0 ability. Metal morph. Yang Si grinned. He fed the dark energy cubes into the orb. Let's roll the dice on this one. As the cubes vanished, the orb pulsed with electric blue light. System update. Evolution complete. Rank A ability. Metal control. Control radius 1,000 meters. Max weight 1,000 tons. Congratulations, you are basically Iron Man. The orb hummed with alien energy in Yang Zi's hand. Ling Nai felt the shift immediately. She whipped around, confused. What the hell is that energy signature? A jet roared overhead. Yang Si looked up, his eyes glowing behind the chicken mask. I can feel it all. The concrete bones of the city, the steel veins, the cars, that plane. He clenched his fist, power surging through him. Finally, I'm not just fodder anymore. I'm a player. Whoosh. A lethal ice spike shot at his back from the shadows. Yang Si didn't even turn around. Total disrespect. He just raised a hand. Orange energy flared, twisting into a massive 4-point shuriken. It shredded the ice attack like it was paper. Ling Nai hit the dirt hard, screaming in pain. Arg! She slammed the ground, furious. Damn it, you piece of trash. The giant shuriken spun like a buzzsaw, chewing up everything in its path. Ling Nai gasped. Impossible. The weapon locked onto her and Dove. It morphed midair, turning into steel cables that wrapped her tight. Get off me, she shrieked. Yang Zai strolled over calmly. Chill out. I try to be gentle with the ladies. He opened his palm. Ling Nai's eyes widened in terror. Wait, what are you doing? The orb hovered, sucking the energy right out of her. She screamed as her power was ripped away. The sphere glowed with a pure, icy blue light. System. Acquired rank A ability, Lin Naishu. Options. Summon spirit to assist in battle or fuse. Bonus effect. Best portable AC for summer. Yang Si smirked. Thought I snagged an elemental type, but a summoner class, jackpot. Every man's dream. Ling Nai's transformation broke. She reverted to her black hair and white uniform, collapsing right into Yang Si's arms. Ma Long and Drifting Swordsman walked up, blades resting on their shoulders. Ma Long grilled him. Yo, you just pick up a random chick on the street, or what? Drifting Swordsman narrowed his eyes. His vibe. It's completely different from a minute ago. Yang Shi gently laid the unconscious girl on the concrete. She's no random, Yang Shi said, his voice flat. That's the Lin Nai Shu, and she's been neutralized. Ma Long's jaw hit the floor. You gotta be kidding me. A weakling like you took down the Lin Nai Shu? Bull. Ma Long scoffed. Prove it. Drifting Swordsman tightened his grip. Yang Shi stood tall. You want a demo? So, who's the first victim? Yang Shi cracked his neck, staring them down. You? Him? Or should I crush both of you at once? The tension was suffocating as Yang Shi stared down the deadly duo. Ma Long and Drifting Sword. The big screens flashed with breaking news of the standoff. Are we hearing this right? His opponents are two A-class heroes? The internet was already exploding with comments and wild theories. My boy Ma Long could crush him with one hand. Stop posing. I don't know. That aura looks real. I think I'm simping for the guy in black. The fanbase was divided instantly. So dominating. The reporter screamed into the mic. Hype levels off the charts. Are we about to witness a legendary 1 versus 2 showdown? But the heroes had their pride. Ma Long scoffed. Let the chat spam all they want. I'm not teaming up with Sword to beat a nobody. A-class heroes have an image to maintain. Yang Si actually looked disappointed. Bummer. A 2-on-1 would have been way more fun. Ma Long turned his back to strategize with Drifting Sword. To crush an enemy, you gotta know his tricks. Drifting Sword smirked, gripping his weapon. We've got enough chemistry to handle this. He scanned Yang Si like a predator, eyes locking onto his hand. That ring. It's sketchy. The missing abilities? I bet it's all linked to that jewelry. Watch out for it. Drifting Sword spun his blade, slicing the air itself. He told Ma Long, chill. I'll go test how he handled the Lin Nai Shu first. He stepped up to the front line, calling out. You want the dragon? You gotta go through me first, kid. Zero fear in his voice. Yang Si didn't even speak. He just beckoned with his hand. Come and get it. Drifting Sword lunged. Yang Si countered instantly, raising his hand to strike. Fire met water in a chaotic clash. Yang Si's flames against the sword's fluid strikes. Yang Si swiped his hand, unleashing a move that made the swordsman's jaw drop. He leaped high, fingers brushing dangerously close to the blade. Drifting Sword was confused what was happening to his weapon. Suddenly, Yang Si's energy manifested. A steel-hard coil wrapped tight around the blade, binding it fast. Drifting Sword gripped the hilt until his knuckles turned white. Trying to control my sword? In your dreams. Yang Shi cranked the pressure, forcing a pained grunt from his enemy. Yang Shi slammed his palm into the ground. A transparent orange barrier erupted between them. Behind the cover, his mind was racing with calculations. Damn, that sword is made of beast bone, not metal. My magnetism is useless, and he's not wearing any other metal gear either. I can't beat him in a straight-up brawl like this. He needed an edge. Time to awaken another A-class power. I need to drop. Drifting Sword fast before Ma Long jumps in. He checked his inventory. 2 orbs ready to go. 1 blue orb from the Lin Nai Shu, and 1 purple E-class orb, puppet control. Yang Xi crushed the blue one in his palm. But the purple orb, it began sucking in energy like a black hole. System alert, A-class ability unlocked Puppet Master. Effect, cast illusions on A-class targets to scramble their brains. Brainwash anyone under B-class. Including total loyalty for 10 years, that's insane power. Plus, he could possess 3 puppet avatars for 2 hours a day. Even the system called this skill shameless. Yang Shi tossed the orb, grinning. I promise I won't use it for anything too shady, he lied to himself. Drifting Sword screamed from outside. Hey, you taking a nap in there? Fight me. What kind of cheap trick is this? Yang Xi stepped out from the wall, cool as ice. Relax. His glasses suddenly flashed with a weird, ripple-like energy. Boom. Drifting Sword's vision blurred instantly. A gentle woman stood before him, looking heartbroken. Drifting Swordsman, would you really hurt your big sister? Drifting Sword froze, tears welling up in his eyes. Sis. Her delicate hand reached out to caress his face. But he snapped out of it. Fake. Rage exploded. He slashed down, shattering the illusion and Yang Shi's weapon into 3 pieces. Cold sweat dripped down Drifting Sword's face. Mental attacks? You're a dual-element user. Yang Zi just swung his broken hilt, unfazed. Figured it out too late, pal. I didn't think the legendary Drifting Sword would crumble over a little emotional baggage. Drifting Sword parried, shouting back, You know nothing. But Yang Zi's dirty tactic had clearly crushed his fighting spirit. He dropped to one knee, face twisted in pain. That was my dead sister. I couldn't do it. The crowd went wild with disapproval. You call that a hero? Get up. Sword. Stop being soft. It's over. The sword has fallen. Is Ma Long gonna step in? The chat was spamming Fs for the fallen hero. No way. He actually dropped Drifting Sword. That mental attack would have fried my brain too. The reporters were losing their minds. Drifting Sword is on the ground. Is the mysterious Dark Horse a psychic type? Everyone knew Sword's defense was legendary. But now, his hands were shaking like leaves. It was game over. Nearby, Tian Duo watched with greedy eyes. She cheered like a maniac. Yes, go Yang Xi. I thought I lost my investment. If you die, who pays me my 10 grand? Yang Xi twitched, distracted. Who the hell is cursing me right now? Meanwhile, Ma Long finally made his move. He walked up to his fallen comrade. Good effort. You forced his hand. I'll take it from here. Drifting Sword grabbed his arm, desperate. Don't look in his eyes, he warned. One look, and he'll make you see your worst nightmare. Ma Long just adjusted his black armor, radiating confidence. He stepped up to Yang Sai, finally showing your true colors. Huh, Ma Long. Ma Long's eyes burned with an intense orange glow. This fight just got interesting. Ma Long grinned. How about a little wager? Yang Shi shrugged. I'm listening. What are the stakes? Ma Long pointed a finger at Yang Shi's chest. If I win, you tell me the secret of that ring. Yang Shi flashed the ring, grinning. Deal. If you think you're strong enough to take it, come try. Internally, he cheered. Hook, line, and sinker. I stood out here just to bait you into noticing the absorbed ring. All according to plan. Ma Long didn't waste another second. He launched himself at Yang Shi like a missile. Yang Zai's assessment speed is insane. He's even faster than the Drifting Swordsman. Ma Long tried to drive a knee into him, but he couldn't even touch a single hair on Yang Zai's head. Whoosh! Yang Xi sidestepped like a ghost, dodging the lethal blow effortlessly. But Ma Long isn't a pushover. He switched combos instantly, aiming a vicious elbow right at Yang Xi's spine. Yang Xi sensed the danger and launched himself sky high in a split second. The battle is hitting its peak, and the reporters are screaming into their mics like the world is ending. How is this masked guy controlling metal without even using super speed? Even Qian Duo is watching from the sidelines, sweating bullets. Back to the death match. Ma Long stared at the explosion, grinning like a total maniac. He didn't flinch one bit, barking out dual abilities. That's all you got? Lame. Bam. Yang Shi took a heavy hit and went flying backward into a cloud of smoke. That impact was nasty. He hit the ground hard, barely holding it together. Coughing his lungs out, pain surged through his body like electricity. Every cough felt like his chest was ripping apart. But Yang Xi's eyes were laser-focused on Ma Long, analyzing every stat of this monster. This dude is broken. Insane speed, massive damage, full body dragon armor, and that fire breath. That's not just powerful, that's straight-up cheating. Ma Long saw Yang Xi still standing and actually gave him props. Not bad, kid. Your bones are tougher than I thought. Yang Xi didn't waste a second. He reached out and triggered his mental control skill. It hit Ma Long out of nowhere, making him gasp. What the hell is this? Suddenly, Ma Long's mind was flooded with a nightmare, his little brother, being choked out, begging him. Brother, it hurts. Save me. Ma Long clutched his head and roared in agony. You scumbag. You dare look like my precious little brother? That makes me sick. Boom! Dark energy exploded from his body. Ma Long dropped to all fours like a beast, scrambling toward Yang Xi, desperate to trigger another transformation. Yang Xi watched the freak out, totally stunned. Holy crap. Even with his illusion shattered, this guy is still raging hard. Outside the arena, the commentators were losing their minds. I can't believe it. Ma Long is transforming twice in one match. This is legendary. The masked man actually forced Ma Long into his second form. Ma Long launched himself into the air like a rocket, aiming straight for the kill. Yang Xi slammed the ground, summoning a wall of razor-sharp metal spikes. But Ma Long didn't care. He turned into a massive human drill, diving from the sky. As he spun, he shouted down with pure contempt, You think these toothpicks can stop me? Get real. Yang Xi wasn't backing down an inch. He smirked and shouted back, Ha! If you think you're tough enough, come and get me. Yang Xi jumped onto a floating metal sheet and zoomed into the sky to dodge. Ma Long steered his drill form right after him. You can't run from me. Ma Long closed the distance instantly. But Yang Xi whipped out metal cables and screamed, Get lost, you freak. Snap. The metal cables wrapped tight around Ma Long's body, but he didn't panic. Instead, a terrifying, psycho smile spread across his face. Did you forget about my black flame? In a split second, Ma Long's entire body erupted into a giant inferno of purple fire. The flames melted the bindings like butter. The crowd held their breath, hearts pounding. The host was frantically trying to keep up with the chaos. Ma Long's black flame is eating through the metal. There's no way those defenses can hold out much longer. Suddenly, his co-host smacked him upside the head. Shut up. Yang Xi is a beast with god-tier tactics. He wouldn't use a useless move like that. The host yelped in pain, ouch. Anyway, back to the action. Ma Long thought his black flame would melt the metal instantly, but it wasn't doing squat. He started freaking out. What the heck? Why isn't it burning? Yang Xi smirked. He had played him perfectly. That's high-grade heat-resistant casing. Genius. It only needs to hold you for 1 second. While Ma Long struggled, Yang Xi made his move. A car parked below suddenly lifted off the ground, dragged by an invisible magnetic force. Then streetlights, trash cans, everything flew into the sky. Ma Long stared up, his jaw hitting the floor. What is happening? A massive boulder hovered ominously over his head. Ma Long realized too late. He's a metal monarch. Yang Xi pointed down like a judge delivering a death sentence. Fall, Titan's fist. The giant rock slammed down toward the trapped Ma Long. The crowd screamed, scattering like ants. Run for your lives. Ma Long stood frozen, watching his doom approach. Is this where I die? K-boom. The impact shook the earth, sending a mushroom cloud of dust and debris everywhere. Everyone covered their faces, choking on the dust. The MC coughed into his mic. The dust is clearing. Let's see the aftermath. Is Ma Long still in one piece? The audience whispered nervously. No way he survived that. He's toast for sure. Wait, isn't that the flame butterfly? She fluttered down, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at the destruction. Ma Long, where are you? She tried to rush in, but a deep voice stopped her cold. Stand back, flame butterfly. She turned around. Senior Mecha Bear, the armored giant stood on a skyscraper, silent and imposing. Zap. 2 blue lasers shot from the mecha's eyes, slicing through the massive boulder instantly. The crowd went wild. It's the A-rank hero, Mecha Bear. We're saved. The rock split apart, revealing the truth. Inside the rubble, the drifting swordsman was kneeling, missing an arm but still holding his blade like a boss. Ma Long was knocked out cold beside him. The swordsman looked up, shame in his voice. I had to use the wall of size to save our lives. I'm sorry. I've disgraced the company. Mecha Bear just looked down coldly. You're alive. That's enough. Flame Butterfly hovered closer, voice trembling. Do you guys need a hand? The drifting swordsman stared down at Ma Long's wrecked, unconscious body and scoffed. Looks like he really messed with you. Huh. Hours later, Yang Xi was back at the crib, nursing his battle scars. He sprayed the meds on his wound, gritted his teeth, and hissed, "Gah, this stings like hell." That bastard Ma Long didn't hold back. Yang Si tossed the spray aside, sinking into the sofa to sort through his thoughts. Running into Lin Naishui and Ma Long was just a glitch in the matrix. My real mission hasn't changed. Get the blue serum. I've got 2 leads. Target 1, Warrior Li Sanyan. I already handed him off to Liu Yuan. The image of the warrior flashed through Yang Si's mind. Target 2, the S-class hero, Sour Spicy. Weird name, big rep. He's got a fan meet coming up. Guess who's crashing the party? Yang Si stared at the medicine bottles on the table, the vibe turning heavy. Things are only going to get crazier from here. I can't keep living with roommates. I'll just drag them into my mess. He was deep in his emo phase when Lin Naishua's voice cut through the air behind him. Phew, finally home. She startled him so bad he practically shrieked. Holy crap. Naishue blinked, confused. Yang Shi, it reeks of medicine. What are you doing out here? He tried to play it cool, fake smile and all. Nothing. Just, fought a table. The table won. That excuse was total trash, and Lin Naishua's skeptical face said she knew it. Seeing she wasn't buying the act, Yang Shi dropped the bomb. Actually, perfect timing. I need to tell you guys something. I'm moving out. The room went dead silent. Naishu was the first to snap. Say what? You're bailing on us? He rubbed his knees, trying to sound chill. Look, a guy living with 3 girls? It's awkward. Plus, I got promoted. Got that bag now, so I'm getting my own place. Xiao Ai wasn't having it. She pointed straight at Naishu. Hold up, what about Naishu then? Yang Shi awkwardly smoothed his hair, dodging the question. Huh? What about her? It's not like we're a thing or anything. Naishu didn't say a word. She just turned and walked into her room. The vibe was icy, and even Xiao Ai stopped arguing. Xiao Ai sighed. Fine. If that's how it is, we won't stop you. Don't be a stranger, okay? Text us. Yang Shi felt a pang of guilt watching Naishu's door. Yeah, dinner's on me tonight. A farewell feast. Slam! A noise from Naishue's room shook the walls. Yang Si broke into a cold sweat, closing his eyes. Crap, did I say the wrong thing? He tried to save the mood. Maybe we should wait until everyone's calm to eat. Xiao Ai exploded, pointing a finger right in his face. Naishu is gorgeous, and she treats you like a king. How is she not good enough for you? And you treat her like dirt? You total scumbag. Yang Si was speechless. He knew he looked like the villain here. After roasting him, Xiao Ai and Ding Lan stormed off. Humph, we're taking a nap. You better fix things with Naishu before dinner, or else. Once the coast was clear, Yang Shi muttered the truth, saying, I don't feel anything for Lin Naishue. That's a lie. But I can't drag an innocent girl into my dangerous life. He walked to her door and raised his hand. Before he could even knock, Naishu's voice came through. It's unlocked. Just come in. He pushed the door open to find her lying on her stomach, looking totally miserable. Yang Si saw she was ignoring him and whispered, I'm sorry. That just triggered her. Sorry for what? Didn't you say we're nothing? He panicked. Come on. You know I didn't mean it like that. Tears streamed down her face as she turned to accuse him. Yang Shi, is it my past? Do you look down on me? What? No way. You've got it all wrong. She sniffled, her eyes red. Then why? Why won't you like me back? Is it because I'm ugly? Yang Shi couldn't take it. He grabbed her shoulders. No, stop thinking that. Just chill for a sec. Can't we just be close friends? Naishu laughed bitterly. Friends? Ask yourself honestly. Yang sighed. Do you have absolutely zero feelings for me? Yang Si looked at her, his mind racing. Lin Naishu really likes me, but it's mostly because she feels unsafe. She's projecting her need for a family onto me. He remembered her past as a dancer in that sketchy club. Because I didn't answer her clearly, she's assuming the worst. She thinks her history makes her unworthy. Seeing her tears, he realized something. She's fragile. One wrong move and she shatters. I can't be the one to break her. He looked her in the eye, ready to be real. Actually, but she turned away, her voice sounding defeated. Maybe you're right. She looked back at him, eyes intense. I moved too fast. After that hug, I thought we were on the same page. Naishu. She cut him off, determined. But even if we can't be together right now, I don't want to be strangers.
So, can you be my boyfriend? Seeing the fire in her eyes, Yang Zi sighed. All right, I'm in. Time skip.
In a lit-up luxury villa, the glacier warrior was wasted, sprawled on a chair with wine in hand. Chug. Chug. Keep it coming. Outside, Liu Yuan watched from the shadows, fuming. Damn it. If this wasn't for my foster father's mission, I wouldn't drop a fortune on this drunk idiot. He waited for the glacier warrior to finally pass out. Liu Yuan moved with lightning speed, patting down every inch of the guy's clothes, phone, communicator, wallet, the works. Jackpot. He pulled a glittering little box right out of the hero Li Sangyang's pocket. Just as he was wondering, what the heck is this? Li Sangyang suddenly woke up. Liu Yuan, what do you think you're doing? The question hung in the air, making Liu Yuan sweat bullets in pure terror. But Liu Yuan was a pro at playing it cool. He whipped around, magically producing a cigarette from thin air, desperately scrambling for an excuse. Oh, brother Li. Just looking for a light, man. Mine vanished into the void. Li Sanyang didn't seem suspicious and tossed him a lighter. Here, now. Where are the girls? Why is the room so empty? Seeing his chance, Liu Yuan put on his best sleazy grin. The ladies are waiting, boss. Whoever catches your eye tonight, I'll make sure she serves you like a king. The hero's face lit up with pure lust. That one. The one in the heels. Fast forward to the dead of night, after the so-called glacial hero had been set up for his good time. Sounds of debauchery echoed from the room. Hee hee. Ha ha. Don't touch that. Creepy vibes were off the charts. While the hero was distracted, Liu Yuan slipped outside and tore through the stolen loot like a madman. Where is it? Where'd I put it? After rummaging like a rat, he finally found that glittering box again. Bingo. Found you. He plucked a pill from the case, bringing it close to his eye. Is this candy? Smells like gum, but way punchier. Weirdly fragrant. Holding the blue box, he mused, just one whiff makes you want to devour it. But then, a sudden realization hit him like a truck. Wait a second, inside this thing is. Crack. The coating split open, revealing a glowing blue core. Liu Yuan gasped in shock. A blue pill? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from inside the room. It sent shivers straight down Liu Yuan's spine. He whipped his head around, heart pounding. But when silence returned, he let out a breath. Damn, scared the soul out of me. Is Li Sanyan really that much of a beast in bed? Wasting no time, he swiped one of the pills and shoved it deep into his pocket. Finders keepers. Gotta stash this quick. Once the goods were secured, he walked back to the door, knocked, and put on his fake concerned voice. Brother Li, everything good in there? Suddenly, the door flew open. Li Sangyang stood there, covered in gross sweat, glaring daggers at Liu Yuan. The intensity made Liu Yuan stumble back, but curiosity got the better of him. He peeked inside and froze. The girl was sprawled on the floor, motionless. Cold sweat drenched Liu Yuan as he stammered. Brother Li, is she dead? The hero didn't even blink. He walked calmly over to his clothes, cold as ice. She's dead. Seeing the guy dressed like he just stepped on a bug, Liu Yuan switched to full cleanup mode. Damn. No worries, Brother Li. You head out first. I'll call the company cleaners to handle the mess. The hero just grunted, threw on his coat, and walked away without a backward glance. As Li Sanyang left, Liu Yuan waved enthusiastically. Take care, Brother Li. Safe travels. But the moment the guy was out of sight, Liu Yuan collapsed to the floor, legs turning to jelly. Holy crap, that scared me to death. One wrong move and my head would have been rolling on the floor. Meanwhile, down in the parking garage, Li Sanyang was raging. He hurled the pill box across the room. Smash. Pills scattered everywhere as he roared, damn it all to hell. Veins popped all over his face as he ground his teeth. How many times is this? Ever since I took that stuff, I can't control my own strength. He stared at his trembling hand, trying to fight the surge of power. It took a solid minute before he finally remembered to breathe. No, gotta chill. Stay cool. His eyes drifted to the scattered pills on the ground. He started picking them up but paused. He patted himself down, confused. Huh? Why is one missing? But his patience was already fried. Ard, forget it. The next deal is in a few days anyway. One pill more or less doesn't matter. He slammed the gas pedal and vanished into the night. Hours later, we cut to Yang Si and Fan Peng, heading home and arguing about the move. Bro, is your brain flooded with water? No sane guy moves out of that dorm. Yang Shi just shot him a frosty look. You're delusional. Do you have any idea how inconvenient it is living with a bunch of girls? Fan Peng's face twisted into a perverted grin. Inconvenient? That place is paradise for the soul. Yang Shi looked at him like he was looking at garbage. Old Fan, you really are a massive creep sometimes. Fan Peng just hummed a happy tune, ignoring the insult. Yeah. A while later, they arrived at Yang Xi's new dig. The luxury building made Fan Peng's jaw drop. Whoa, Comrade Yang, did you rob a bank? How can you afford a crib like this? Yang Si shrugged coolly. My adopted son is honoring his father. Fan Peng looked at Yang Si carrying boxes and snorted. Bullcrap. Where did you get an adopted son? You definitely hit the lottery jackpot. You are absolutely buying me dinner tonight. Yang Shi ignored the rambling and carried his stuff inside. Believe what you want. Later that evening, after a feast, Yang Shi sprawled out on his soft bed, groaning in satisfaction. I am so full. Ah, finally living alone. It's weird, but man, is it peaceful. He sat up, leaning back against the headboard. Come to think of it, ever since the battle with the Ma Long, I haven't tested the summoning skill. He opened his hand, staring at the energy core. I used a chunk of it to upgrade my puppet control last time, but the leftover energy is only C rank. Let's see what kind of royal sister I can pull. Yang Xi extended his hand. Come forth, Lin Naishu. Manifest. A massive golden circle of light erupted in the room. Out stepped a figure with pointy ears, blue hair, and shimmering eyes. But when the light faded, Yang Shi looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Wait, hold up. Pause. He screamed internally. Why is it a lolly? Standing in front of him was a cute little girl, bashfully poking her fingers together. She looked up with big eyes and whispered, Master. Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. The windows frosted over instantly, and Yang Xi started shivering uncontrollably. Holy, why is it so cold? The Lin Naishui, seeing her master shaking like a leaf, rushed forward, totally panicked. Master, are you okay? You look terrible. But Yang Xi wasn't having it. He scrambled backward, throwing his hand out like a barrier. Whoa, chill out. Don't come any closer. Seeing his pure terror, Lin Naishui just smiled like an innocent angel. Don't worry, master. Lin Naishu would never hurt you. It's just a tiny bit chilly, that's all. Meanwhile, Yang Xi felt his blood literally turning to slush. He snapped back, Lin Naishu, you call this a tiny bit. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. He sat up straight, remembering his training, and channeled his mana. Boom. Ability activated. Scorching Fist. Instantly, a comforting flame danced in his palm, thawing his frozen bones. Seeing the glow, Lin Naishu's eyes went wide. She leaned in, totally mesmerized. Fire. Master, can Lin Naishu get a closer look? She didn't wait for an answer, reaching her hands straight toward the heat. Yang Xi stared at her, completely baffled. Wait, aren't you terrified of fire? Her face lit up with pure joy. Nope. Lin Naishu loves warm things. She was so hyped she literally wouldn't let go of his scorching fist, basking in the heat. She beamed at him, eyes sparkling. It's so toasty. Master, you're the best. Yang Xi sighed, realizing how hopeless this was. Thank God that freezing aura was just her passive skill. If she was actually trying, his C-rank scorching fist would have been snuffed out instantly. But the warmth was doing its job. Lin Naishu's eyelids started drooping heavy. Master feels so warm too. Next thing he knew, she slumped over, using his knee as a pillow, out like a light. Yang Xi jumped, heart skipping a beat. Ugh, this little brat. Even in her sleep, she was smiling and calling his name. He sighed, defeated by the cuteness. Fine, I'll let it slide. Just because you're adorable. He grabbed the blanket from below and pulled it up, wrapping them both in a cozy cocoon. His face said, suffering, but he muttered, only this time, okay, don't get used to it. Achoo. Fast forward to the next morning. The sun blazed over the city skyline. Down at the convention center, it was total chaos. A massive crowd had gathered for the Spicy Powder's Superman fan signing. Fanboys and fangirls were losing their minds. Spicy Superman, I love you. Ah, Spicy Powder. Hidden in the mob was Yang Xi, looking ridiculous in a merch headband. He held a sign high, I love you most. But underneath the fanboy disguise, a wicked smirk played on his lips. Hey, playing the die-hard fan is the perfect cover to get close to this guy. But karma struck fast before he could even gloat. Some clumsy fan stomped right on his foot. Yang Xi shrieked in pain. Ouch! Hey, watch the kicks. And get your paws off my hair. Suddenly, the MC's voice boomed over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, Spicy Powder Superman is ready. Are you guys ready? The crowd roared back in unison, shaking the building. We are ready. The MC pumped the hype levels even higher. I can't hear you. Let me hear you scream. The fans went feral, hands in the air. Spicy Powder Superman. I love you. Spicy Powder Superman. Marry me. Boom. Confetti cannons blasted a rainbow storm. And there he was striking a cool pose. Spicy Powder Superman. He dropped his signature catchphrase, kneeling dramatically. Citizens, you are safe now. The crowd hung on his every word as he stared down the barrel of the camera. He stood up, raising a fist to the heavens. Because I have crushed all danger in the palm of my hand. As he posed, the energy in the room spiked. The fans went nuclear. Whoa. But down in the mosh pit where Yang Xi stood, someone beside him got too excited. They shoved hard, trying to get to the front. Yang Xi grunted, hey. Quit shoving. Shove. Too late. The crowd surged, and Yang Shi went flying, tripping right onto the stage, face-planting in front of his target. Before Yang Shi could even process the embarrassment, whoosh, Spicy Powder Superman scooped him up at light speed. Yang Shi's eyes went wide. The hero flashed a perfect, practiced smile, but his whisper was sharp. "Careful there, citizen. I caught you." Yang Zi switched to Oscar-winning acting mode instantly. His eyes sparkled with fake admiration. "Oh, it was my own clumsiness." He stood up, dusting himself off, and offered a respectful handshake. "Thank you so much. My name is Yang Si." The hero nodded benevolently. "Greetings." The crowd melted into a puddle of adoration. Spicy Superman is so noble, such a hero. He really loves his fans. I'm so jealous of that kid. But that handshake? It wasn't just a greeting. Yang Shi extended his hand with purpose. A subtle pulse of power transferred from his palm. Suddenly, Yang Si's expression shifted from fanboy to predator. "Hello, Spicy Powder Superman. I'm a huge fan." Later, in the empty hall, the facade dropped. The woman in purple scoffed. "Finally, that damn fan meet is over. Good work, boss." They headed to a waiting van. Spicy Superman shoved his hands in his pockets, grimacing. Good work? It was torture. Shaking all those sweaty hands. Disgusting. "Sanitize me, now. And wipe this suit down." He climbed into the van, snapping orders. "You go get food. I need a nap before the variety show taping tonight." "Yes, sir," she replied dutifully. "Can your body handle the strain?" He slammed the door shut, cutting her off. "Doesn't matter if I can handle it. Just make sure my schedule is clear next week. I'm spending my daughter's birthday with her. No exceptions." "You got it, boss," she waved, heading off. Alone in the dark van, the hero's face twisted in stress. The loan sharks. "I can't pay back the principal, let alone the interest. I need a massive payout." His eyes darted around nervously. Should I bet just one more time?" He scratched his head frantically. No. I swore I was done with gambling." Suddenly, a voice drifted from the back seat. "Isn't it exhausting? Living like a fake." Spicy Powder Superman spun around, sweat pouring down his face. There sat Yang Si, wearing the Yang Si mask. You're Yang Si, the guy who fought them all along. How did you get in here?" Yang Si smirked under the mask. "Simple. The energy bead I planted during the handshake let me track you right to your seat." Out loud, he kept it chill. "Relax. I just have a few questions." The hero's mind raced. This guy went toe-to-toe with A-rank monsters like Ma Long and the Drifting Swordsman. "I'm dead meat." He threw his hands up defensively. "Look, just because Ma Long and I are in the same agency doesn't mean we're allies. Don't kill me." Yang Si leaned forward from the shadows. "You're overthinking it, dude. This conversation stays between us. Now, look into my eyes." Skill activated, puppet control. Instantly, the hero's gaze went blank as the hypnosis took hold. Deep within the pitch-black void of Spicy Superman's mind palace, Yang Si floated in confusion. Is this really the mental world of a hero? He scanned the floating windows, displaying scattered memories. Yang Si scoffed. These are just useless flashbacks of his pathetic past. Where the hell is the memory about the blue pill? He needed the main event, not the filler episodes. Suddenly, a figure with a blurred face stepped out of the shadows in one frame, holding a glowing blue pill. Yang Si's eyes narrowed sharply. "Gotcha. That is the blue pill. Who is this shady character?" In the memory, the blurred man offered the drug to Spicy Superman, his voice dripping with temptation. "Eat this, and your powers will skyrocket instantly. You will reach the peak of the hero rankings, clear your debts, and go home a legend." Spicy Superman lunged forward like a starving beast, his eyes wide with greed. "Really? Give it to me." But the mysterious man pulled the pill back, holding it high out of reach. "Not so fast. I need information in exchange. Nothing in this world is free." Spicy Superman sweated nervously. "What kind of intel?" The dealer smirked beneath the blur. "Secrets about other heroes. Dirty little secrets." In the clip, Spicy Superman started talking. "Hero spy dog has a messy love life, and mad husband is secretly raising a kid." Yang Shi stood there, utterly speechless, staring at the screen. "Seriously, hero scandals are the intelligence he needs. You can trade cheap gossip for a power-boosting blue pill? Is there any other deal?" Yang Si reached out toward another memory fragment. Touching the flowing images, he muttered to himself. They didn't just meet once. There was a second time, a third, and even a fourth. This was a regular transaction. In another clip, the mysterious dealer asked, "Rumor has it a new esper named Yang Shi has appeared recently." Spicy Superman shouted immediately, "Yes, that is the guy. He bullied our chairman's son and beat up both Ma Long and the Drifting Swordsman." The dealer pressed on, cold and calculating. "Do you know the secret of his ability? Tell me everything." The scene shifted to a dark underground parking lot near a blue car. The mysterious man demanded, "Tell me every single detail you have on Yang Si." Spicy Superman panicked, his voice shaking. "I only know he can seemingly strip powers from others, but he never shows his face in public. I have no idea what he looks like." The mysterious man stroked his chin, intrigued. Even without seeing his face, he can steal abilities? How fascinating. He tossed a bag of blue pills to Spicy Superman like he was feeding a dog. Then, hands in his pockets, the mysterious dealer turned to walk away, barking one last order. "Gather more intel and come find me." Spicy Superman bowed. "Understood." Yang Shi stood with his arms crossed, watching the memory fade, his mind racing. It seems the organization behind the blue pills targets the weaknesses of espers, using the drug to corrode their minds and control them like puppets. His expression darkened as he analyzed the situation, controlling so many heroes from the shadows. What exactly is their endgame here? Suddenly, in the real world, Spicy Superman jolted awake, screaming, "Hero, spare my life." He whipped his head around to the back seat, confused. Huh, where did he go? Sometime later, in a pitch-black safe house without a single light, a voice complained, "Why isn't Godfather back yet?" Liu Yuan swatted the air furiously. "I am getting eaten alive by mosquitoes here." Suddenly, a figure floated in the air behind him. "What are you whining about?" Liu Yuan jumped out of his skin, terrified. Seeing his mentor, he ran over like an excited puppy. "Godfather, you were finally here. I have been waiting forever." He popped open a box to reveal 3 purple-blue pills. "Godfather, I wasted so much energy, but I finally snatched these from Li Sanyang's hands." Yang Si stared at the round pills. The color and texture matched the ones in Spicy Superman's memory perfectly. It had to be the same drug. Suddenly, Liu Yuan asked a question. "Li Sanyang actually killed someone for this stuff. Does this pill really have such terrifying side effects?" Yang Si raised a hand to explain. "To chase power and fame, those so-called heroes will do anything. You think they care about a few side effects?" Liu Yuan clenched his fists and shouted, "You are right, Godfather. Those scum don't deserve to be called heroes." Yang Shi asked calmly, "Then what do you think a true hero should do?" Liu Yuan frowned, deep in thought. "Wait, is this a test? Is he checking if I am worthy of inheriting the organization's will?" He placed a hand on his chest and declared dramatically, "I believe that with great power comes great responsibility. A hero should save humanity, not betray their beliefs for power or fame." Yang Shi's sweat dropped, thinking, "Yeah, right. The guy who said that died, you know. Stop copying movie lines." He tossed a test tube filled with red liquid to the boy. "Good job on the mission. Combined with your organization credits, you have earned a D rank ability potion." Catching it, Liu Yuan looked disappointed. "Only rank D." Yang Shi scolded him, "You have to level up gradually. Don't be greedy. If you don't want it, give it back." Liu Yuan instantly turned away, guarding the bottle. "I want it. Thank you, Godfather. It looks delicious." He downed it in one gulp, wiping his mouth. Why does it taste like ketchup?" Yang Shi thought to himself, "Well, I just crushed 2 ranky orbs together, so." Out loud, he bluffed, "That is just your imagination." He opened his palm, using magic to check the status of the 2 fused purple orbs inside the boy. System report, rank D ability. Name, Power of the Werewolf. Initial force uncontrolled by moonlight. Allows free transformation into a werewolf with rank D strength. Liu Yuan touched his head, confused. Weird. Why am I not transforming? Yang Shi realized. Without activating the energy orbs, of course, nothing is happening. Yang Si clenched his fist, a sadistic grin forming. Maybe it just needs a little jumpstart. Liu Yuan backed away. Alert. Godfather, what are you trying to do? Pow. Yang Shi smashed a fist right into his face. Just endure it. To become stronger, your godfather has to be cruel. Liu Yuan couldn't dodge in time and took the full hit, blood spraying from his nose. It hurts. Silence was broken by screams in the night. "Ah, mercy. Godfather." Not the face. Suddenly, a tail wagged happily in the air. "Godfather, my ability really leveled up. I feel way stronger than before." Yang Shi watched him closely. "Good. Absorb the power properly." Liu Yuan, now standing as a werewolf under the moonlight, turned to listen. "Isn't it tiring to maintain that form?" He transformed back into a human. "Back to normal, Godfather." Yang Shi gave his orders. "Keep tracking the blue pills. But be careful. Users are unstable. Don't get yourself killed." Liu Yuan threw his shirt back on, acting all goody two-shoes. "Okay, thanks for the concern, Pops." But Yang Zi wasn't done dishing out orders just yet. Mission number 2. Go spy on those so-called heroes with trash personalities. Liu Yuan raised an eyebrow, totally confused. Seriously, what for? Are we recruiting or something? Yang Shi scoffed hard. Ha, as if. Not just anyone can join our squad, kid. Those posers are just raw materials. Liu Yuan's jaw hit the floor. Ingredients. Wait, are we harvesting their superpowers or what? Yang Xi floated up, dropping truth bombs. Where do you think ability serums come from? Now get to work. Gather data if you want that C rank upgrade. Left alone, Liu Yuan slumped over, throwing a mini tantrum. Man, I busted my butt all day, and I'm still stuck at C rank. This sucks. He snapped a salute anyway. You got it, Dad. Mission accepted. Fast forward to the beach, waves crashing, and Yang Xi riding a surfboard across the ocean like a boss. He ripped off his mask, soaking in the vibes. Empty beach at midnight. Perfect spot to level up Lin Naixue. A gold magic circle lit up the sky. Lin Naixue. Boom. She appeared, lunging at him like a guided missile. Master, Lin Naixue missed you so much. Whoa, too close. Hey, chill out. He took a knee, pointing a finger. Listen, Lin Naixue, this is training time. You need to spar with me. Got it? Her eyes went wide, totally hesitant. But Lin Naixue doesn't want to hurt Master. Yang Xi just looked at her blankly. You're just a C-rank summon, okay? You couldn't scratch me if you tried. She hopped onto a rock, pumped up. Okay then, here I come, he smirked. Come at me with everything you got. Ice formed under her feet, but suddenly space literally cracked open behind her. Yang Xi's eyes narrowed. Yo, what the heck is that? A purple, three-fingered hand clawed its way out of the dimensional tier. A grotesque frogman leaped out, grinning like a creep. System alert. Training beast, frogman. Likes bodybuilding. Strong fighter. Rating, D rank. Yang Xi sighed. Just a stray beast. Lucky it's weak. But before he could relax, a white Kirin burst through the rift too. System update. Wave-treading dragon horse. Water type. Loves running on water. Another D-rank scrub. Yang Xi screamed, Lin Naixue. Behind you. Too late. The monsters ganged up. She stood there stunned before the frog slapped her into next week. You dead meat. Yang Xi raged, surfing forward. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded, stopping him in his tracks. Gah, my eyes. What is this? The sea froze into crystal shards. Lin Naixue was gone. In her place stood a fully grown, gorgeous woman. She looked down at the filth with pure disgust. You want to die? Trash. The moonlight hit the desolate wasteland perfectly. The frog crawled out of a crater, laughing creepily at her. Hey. She clicked her tongue. Ch. Perverted frog. Yang Xi stared, impressed. Lin Naixue, you grew up, she explained. This is my battle mode. His eyes, drifted to her dangerous curves. He coughed, face heating up. Ahem. Yeah. Strong. Very strong. She launched a barrage of ice spikes straight ahead. The frog, still hard eyes for her, got frozen solid. Is it dead? Yang Xi asked. Nope, she replied coolly. Missed the vitals. Boom. The frog shattered the ice. Yang Xi pointed a finger, unleashing his plasma skill. Take this. But the frog ducked just in time. It bounced around in a zigzag pattern. Yang Xi shouted, Lin Naixue, lock him down. She fired an ice arrow. You got it, master. 4 ice spears slammed into the frog's limbs, pinning it to the ground. It screeched in pain. Yang Xi pointed again. Void General, you're up. Beams of light rained down, obliterating the area in a massive explosion. Yang Xi landed, touching the frog to use his extract skill. System ping, ability acquired. Name, training. It lets your physical body break limits through sheer workout grinding. You can exceed normal species limits by 5 times. Rating, force unlock. You get strong, but you won't last long. Lin Naixue landed next to him. Master. But he was looking around, confused. Wait, something's wrong. He scanned the empty beach. Where the heck did that horse go? Lin Naixue pointed toward the city lights. I sense it over there. Right, let's hunt. Yang Xi turned. Lin Naixue, let's. Suddenly, she grabbed her head, screaming. I just got out. Stop trying to take control. It's not fair. Yang Xi panicked. Whoa, Lin Naixue, you okay? She was sweating bullets. Master. I'm Lin Nai. I'm not that country bumpkin Lin Naixue. She grabbed Yang Xi by the collar. Damn it, don't you dare. I'm the one standing in front of him. She puckered her lips, leaning in aggressively. Hey, poof. She shrank back into the little girl. Yang Xi blinked. What? He picked her up. You are Lin Naixue, right? She looked up innocently. Master, I think I got hit really hard just now. He patted her head. Do you remember anything? Her eyes went big. Nope. Weren't we sparring? Yang Shi put the pieces together. So, battle mode and normal mode are two different personalities, and they don't share memories. Suddenly, she cheered. Yay! Head pats from Master. Lin Nishu always wanted a hug. Yang Shi sighed, realizing the truth. Great. The one thing they have in common is they're both thirsty for me. She tilted her head. Huh? Lin Nishu is sleepy. He held her up. Tired? Go rest. She yawned, opening a gold portal. Bye-bye, Master. I'll dream of you. Yang Shi watched her fade away into the light. He sneered at the city skyline. Animals. I knew this place was crawling with them. Meanwhile, on the coastal highway, Liu Yuan drifted his cherry-red convertible, singing at the top of his lungs. I'm a lone wolf running wild on the prairie. Suddenly, a disturbance on the horizon caught his sharp gaze. His brow furrowed in confusion. Huh? What the hell is that thing? A white keelin charged across the water's surface, its eyes glowing with crimson bloodlust. Liu Yuan slammed the brakes, tires screeching. Damn it. Nearby, a group of clueless teens were busy grilling meat, oblivious to the coming doom. They were standing right in the monster's warpath. Liu Yuan waved frantically, his voice cracking with urgency. You morons! A dimensional beast is incoming. Do you really want that burger to be your last meal? Down below, a girl squinted at the road. Guys, look, someone's waving at us. But the blonde punk just scowled, his ego bruising instantly. Chi, think you're cool just because you can drive fast? He spat. Just another attention seeker. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl cupped her ear, sensing the atmosphere shift. Wait, hold on. He's trying to warn us. There's a monster right behind you. Run for your lives. The realization hit them like a truck. All three spun around, their faces twisting in pure horror. What the? Ah. The keelin crashed onto the shore, sand exploding everywhere. Liu Yuan gripped his hair, sweat pouring down his face. Crap, what do I do? Do I play hero? Below, the peaceful beach scene erupted into a chaotic nightmare of screams. Adrenaline took over. Liu Yuan didn't hesitate a second longer. He launched himself toward the danger. I used to mind my own business, but not today. In the churning water, the blue-haired girl flailed helplessly. Hua hua. Ah woo. Help me. Suddenly, a chubby hand gripped her wrist with iron strength. Fatty. He shoved a large piece of driftwood toward her. Grab this. Don't let go. She clung to the wood, screaming over the waves. Fatty, come with me. Hurry. But he shook his head, a tragic smile on his face. Lulu, as long as you're safe, that's enough. I'll just... He never finished that sentence. The keelin's jaws clamped around his arm, hoisting him into the air like a rag doll. Lulu's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face. Fatty. No. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Then, silence. He was gone beneath the surface. Liu Yuan reached Lulu, who was clinging to the log for dear life. Get off that thing. I'm getting you to shore. She was sobbing hysterically, barely coherent. Fatty. He was dragged down. Please, you have to save him. Liu Yuan extended his arms, desperate to grab her. I can't save him if you die first. I'll go back for him after I get you out. Now move. The beast is looping back. She finally let go, leaping into his arms with a terrified shriek. No. Liu Yuan scooped her up and sprinted for the beach, his mind racing. What the hell? She looks skinny, so why does she weigh a ton? Suddenly, the roar of rotors filled the sky. A news helicopter hovered above, a reporter and cameraman leaning precariously out the door. The blonde reporter adjusted her headset, her face grim. Breaking news. We've received reports of a high-level beast sighting and abnormal tides at the coast. Let's assess the damage. Hopefully, the casualty count is low. Her eyes locked onto the beach below. She spotted Liu Yuan carrying Lulu through the sand and gasped. It looks like 2 survivors have managed to escape the jaws of death. But then, recognition dawned on her face, and her professional composure cracked. Look, that's Liu Yuan, the viral rich kid. He's literally risking his life just to pick up girls. That's insane. Meanwhile, sometime later in a luxury high-rise apartment, Ma Long lay on a yoga mat, his expression sour. That guy, the Glacier Brave. I heard he's been cozying up to my old man at the Hero Association lately. Next to him, the swordsman sprinted on a treadmill, a teasing smirk on his face. Do I detect the scent of jealousy? Worried that Li Sanyang has already taken your spot as the favorite son. Ma Long shot him a glare sharp enough to cut glass. Me? Jealous of that hack? As if. Cut the chatter and help me train. I need to increase my power level immediately. I refuse to be. Suddenly, the swordsman shouted, panic edging his voice. Ma Long, look at the live stream. Now. There's a beast attack at the beach, and your brother is right in the middle of it. Their eyes glued to the screen. Ma Long scoffed, disbelief written all over his face. You're seeing things. That brat? If he saw a beast, he'd wet his pants instantly. He'd be halfway to the next city by now. But the footage didn't lie. There was Liu Yuan, clutching a girl to his chest, sprinting for his life while the dragon horse snapped at his heels. Ma Long's jaw dropped. How? How is this possible? On screen, the reporter screamed into her mic. The beast is closing in. We need a class-ass hero immediately, or they're done for. Back at the penthouse, Ma Long gripped the TV frame, knuckles turning white. Since when did Liu Yuan decide to play the hero? You idiot. Drop the girl and save yourself. You're not going to make it. But on the sand, Liu Yuan refused to let go, the beast's hot breath practically on his neck. Liu Yuan glanced back, calculating the distance. The swordsman closed his eyes. It's over. Ma Long gritted his teeth, veins popping. Liu Yuan, you stupid, lovable idiot. Suddenly, the swordsman's eyes snapped open. Wait, Ma Long. Since when did your brother possess a transformation ability? In a burst of energy, Liu Yuan shifted into a wolf hybrid form, his speed doubling instantly. Ma Long froze, his brain short-circuiting. My brother is a shifter. Boom. Liu Yuan landed with enough force to crack the pavement, safe at last. Lulu looked up at him, face flushing red. My hero. You have powers? Liu Yuan struck a bodybuilder pose, grinning like a maniac. Don't fall in love, babe. I'm just a living legend passing through. Then, his expression darkened. He spun around, facing the monster. Real men don't run. Real men hunt. Meanwhile, on a cliff overlooking the chaos, Yang Si stood over Fatty's unconscious body. Lucky I pulled you out in time, kid. Otherwise, this would have been a tragedy genre. He turned his gaze to the beach below. Now for the main event. He removed his mask, stone spikes levitating around him like jagged halos. Let's see what you've got. Show me your strength, my adopted son. Down on the sand, Liu Yuan charged the dragon horse, roaring a warning. Watch your six. The beast lashed out with a devastating back kick, but Liu Yuan was ready. He caught the massive hoof in midair. Gotcha. I was waiting for that move. Eat this. With a primal roar, he slammed the monster into the surf. He didn't stop there. He spun the beast around like a toy. With the form of an Olympic hammer thrower, he launched the massive creature into the horizon. Splash. The dragon horse hit the water miles offshore. Liu Yuan dusted his hands off, a smug grin plastered on his face. Finally, I'm not the useless civilian anymore. No more running, no more waiting to be saved. He raised his fists to the heavens, screaming his ambition. I will surpass my brother. I will surpass my father. I will become the ultimate S-class hero. Up on the cliff, Yang Si smirked. Not bad, kid. You're finally showing some potential. Sometime later, the adrenaline faded. Lulu's friends swarmed her, frantic. Lulu, are you hurt? Talk to us. We thought we lost you. Then, Hua Hua looked around. Wait, where's Fatty? Tears welled up in Lulu's eyes again. Fatty. He sacrificed himself so I could escape. Their faces went pale. What? No. Lulu pointed frantically at the ocean. But that hero, he promised. He said he'd go back for him. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan stood by the water, scratching his head in confusion. Yo, what the hell is going on here? A massive water tornado just spawned right under his feet. Liu Yuan was totally shook, cursing up a storm like, damn it, I can't move a muscle. Suddenly, that freakish dragon horse beast charged in from nowhere. It let out a savage roar and rammed its horns straight into Liu Yuan's back. The dude screamed in pure agony. The beast didn't stop there. It flung Liu Yuan across the beach like a rag doll. He crashed right next to some bystanders, causing a massive explosion. Boom. The news chopper circled above, zooming in on the carnage. The reporter lady was losing her mind, shouting, Look at Liu Yuan's back. He's critically injured. He took a direct hit from that monster's ultimate attack. This fight was a total disaster from the start. Meanwhile, at Ma Long's crib, the guy strapped a heavy-duty jetpack to his back, ready for war. His buddy, the drifting swordsman, looked at him and asked, You heading out? I'm worried about the kid. Handle the company business for me. With a tense face, Ma Long blasted off into the sky. Back at the beach, Liu Yuan glared at the enemy with savage eyes, gritting his teeth. Motherf, that hurt like hell. Suddenly, the dragon horse's eyes glowed an ominous blue as it charged again. Liu Yuan saw it coming and yelled, You want round two? Let's go. He spread his arms wide, bracing himself to tank the incoming water tornado head-on. Watching the chaos, the reporter screamed from the chopper, This is bad. The beast is going berserk, and Liu Yuan just got swallowed by the vortex. His screams echoed through the wind. Inside the whirlwind, Liu Yuan was grimacing, thinking, I can't breathe. Seriously, I'm gonna get ripped in half this time. But then, he spotted a silhouette on a distant mountain peak. Wait, is that? Desperately dodging the wind blades, he swallowed his pride and screamed at the top of his lungs, Daddy, glug glug, save me. Adoptive father, save your son. The crowd below was freaking out, gossiping like, Yo, young Master Liu got sucked in. He's not actually gonna die, right? Lulu squeezed her eyes shut, praying hard, Mr. Hero, please don't let anything bad happen. Suddenly, Yang Shi zoomed past them like a fighter jet, leaving everyone stunned. That's. The backup has arrived. Someone recognized the aura and shouted, It's the boss, Yang Shi. The news crew in the chopper went wild. Oh my god, that mysterious powerhouse, Yang Shi. The guy who went viral on TV is back in action? Meanwhile, Yang Shi looked at Liu Yuan floating in the tornado and sighed. You exposing your powers to the public actually helps me out. He raised his hand, gathering emerald green mana into a terrifying construct. Now, let's see if that blue pill organization makes a move on you. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. Suddenly, steel beams from a nearby construction site started vibrating violently. Yang Shi lifted his hand, telekinetically controlling the sharp steel bars. The dragon horse beast looked up in confusion, while Yang Shi just smirked. Ridiculous little beast. Yang Shi slammed his hand down. Instantly, 3 steel spears pierced straight through the monster's body. It screeched in agony. The tornado around Liu Yuan vanished instantly. The reporter nearly dropped her mic, yelling, Oh my god. The mysterious rookie knocked out the beast with a single hit. Yang Shi used a floating board to catch Liu Yuan as he fell. The kid reverted back to his human form. Yang Shi landed smoothly on the water next to the beast's corpse. Who told you to be evil? Hand over the core. He activated his plunder skill, and the dragon horse's ability orb floated right out. The system pinged. Ability acquired. D. Rank. Surf Master. Description. Allows free movement and control over water surfaces. Water Strike. Yang Shi's review. This would be really convenient for washing my butt. He looked at the unconscious Liu Yuan and muttered, Since you acted as bait for the organization, I'll let you take the credit for this one, my son. A while later, Lulu looked up at the sky, spotting Yang Shi flying away. She looked down at Liu Yuan and Fatty, who were patched up on the sand. Great. The wounds are bandaged. Looks like their lives aren't in danger. Suddenly, Liu Yuan sat up like a zombie, groaning, Ow, that kills. Where am I? Lulu immediately tackled him with a hug. Hero. Thank God. You and Fatty made it back safe. Boo-hoo. Liu Yuan blushed, squinting his eyes coolly. Ch. I'm no hero. It was nothing. Really. Whoa. Easy there, babe. Don't squeeze so hard. You're pressing on my wounds. The bystanders swarmed around him, totally curious. Liu Yuan, since when were you this cool? Didn't the internet say you were a useless rich kid? Liu Yuan pointed a thumb at himself, looking smug as hell. Humph. That was all fake news. I, Liu Yuan, will be the hero of justice. I'll protect humanity as the great rookie. Internally, he thanked the figure, flying away. Thanks for saving my life, Daddy. I'll make sure to be a filial son from now on. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up. Actually, that Yang Shi guy was the real powerhouse. He left right after killing the monster. Before he could finish, a man walked up behind him and shoved him aside. Hey, who are you? Liu Yuan turned around, sensing trouble. The guy had a face like stone. Liu Yuan, you have violated the awakened law. Please accompany me to the Hero Association. The crowd started sweating bullets. Who is that? Do you see the Hero Association emblem on his gear? They stared at the weirdo known as Crab Freak, facing down Liu Yuan. It's the Hero Association. Those guys love meddling, but they strictly follow the rules. Tell me about it. That guy is Crab Freak. He loves using justice as an excuse to be a total jerk. Liu Yuan tried to defend himself. I only did it to save people. The guy raised a hand to shut him up. Regardless of the reason, you have no right to use abilities in public. Unauthorized usage is a criminal offense. You're coming with me, right now. Suddenly, a deep voice cut through the tension, startling Crab Freak. The Kunlun agency will handle this matter. I'd like to see who dares to take my little brother away for a chat. A figure in purple armor hovered above them. The crowd went wild. It's Ma Long, the A-rank hero, Ma Long. Liu Yuan started sweating. Bro, why are you here? Ma Long looked angry but relieved. Looks like your werewolf regeneration is strong. The wounds are mostly healed. Liu Yuan, don't ever be this reckless again. Liu Yuan turned his head away, pouting like a brat. I know. You're so annoying. Crab Freak, seeing he was outmatched, turned to leave with a threat. Fine. I hope your company can give the Hero Association a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, this won't end here. Humph. As Ma Long watched his brother laughing and acting cocky, he thought, Liu Yuan never showed any talent before. How did he suddenly become an awakened? Time waits for no one. On a killer bright morning, outside Yang Sai's crib, the sun was blazing. He was shirtless, towel low on his hips, drying his hair with another one, just vibing and thinking. Then, Yang Si whipped out an ability orb, muttering to himself, Water element ability. I've already stacked a few of these elemental types. He thought back to his stash, raging fire, plasma, and metal control. The gears in his head were turning. If I can snag every single elemental ability and fuse them into one, man, that's gonna be sick. Yang Shi leaned back, analyzing the play. Humph. I only get how insane these powers are when I actually spam the skills. Maybe I should hunt for a healer type. Might actually be able to fix him up. But where the hell do you find intel on a healer in this city? He stared at the ceiling, plotting his next move. Right now, the only play is to hack into Spicy Superman's body and scope out some info. No time to waste. Yang Shi closed his eyes and triggered Puppet Mastery. Meanwhile, somewhere else on a tree-lined street, Spicy Superman was strutting with his hands in his pockets, humming a tune. La la la. Suddenly, his body jerked, head snapping back with a yelp. Gah. A second later, Yang Shi was live streaming straight through Spicy Superman's eyes. He lifted a hand, checking the specs. Limbs are responsive. 5 senses are sharp. The spiritual possession of Puppet Mastery is working like a charm. Then, Spicy Superman slashed his hand at a roadside railing, shouting, Metal control, activate. He frowned, running the diagnostics. Looks like the ability orb stayed back in my main body. It didn't transfer with the spirit's soul. Suddenly, the sound of an argument hit his radar. Senior, I'm not going anywhere with you. If you try anything shady, don't blame me for getting rough. Spicy Superman tilted his head. Huh. He ducked behind a massive tree, peeking out to spectate the drama. He spotted a blue-haired scumbag gripping a crying girl's wrist, barking threats. Getting rough? Don't get it twisted, girl. You signed up with the Hero Management Agency. As a trainee under Yang Si, you follow the company rules. The guy's face flushed red, a sleazy smirk plastering his face. You think any girl climbs the ranks without using her body and face? Either you service me, or you go service the big boss. He's an A-rank hero, the leader of the Apostles organization. The creep reached out, lifting her skirt, getting handsy. He knows how to use healing abilities. He'll help you. Loosen up those stiff muscles. Hearing that, Spicy Superman jolted. A healing ability? The universe is literally handing this to me on a silver platter. Suddenly, the blue-haired trash ripped the girl's shirt. She squeezed her eyes shut, screaming in terror. I don't want this. Get away from me. Bam. Out of nowhere, the blue-haired guy got launched into the sky, screaming, Arg. The girl collapsed on the ground, totally stunned. The creep face planted straight into a nearby bush. He popped his head up, raging. Ouch. Who the hell just punted me like that? On the other side, Spicy Superman cracked his knuckles, radiating pure murderous intent. He stood tall, growling, I am the embodiment of justice. A god sent down to punish scum like you. The blue-haired man pointed his shaking finger, cursing, Spicy Superman, who do you think you are? Since when is this any of your business? Spicy Superman helped the girl up, dropping facts. If someone used these rules on your sister or daughter, how would you feel? Huh. But the blue-haired dirtbag just sneered, putting on a fake nice guy act. She's been a shadow trainee at the company for years. Don't let the struggling act fool you. Deep down, she's been dying for this opportunity. Hearing that, the girl turned, tears streaming down her face, shouting, You're lying. I never wanted this. Spicy Superman cut in, voice serious. Listen to me. Think this through. Once you start this kind of transaction, there's no hitting the brakes. Don't forget your original wish. Why did you want to become a hero? Don't get it twisted. His words hit home. She looked up, eyes shining with newfound resolve. I get it now. Thank you for saving me. Spicy Superman, you're a real one. The blue-haired guy just stood there, frowning like a sour loser. She turned to him, pouting, and spat. You absolute trash. The guy roared in anger as she walked away, leaving the two men to face off. The blue-haired villain glared at Spicy Superman, calculating. Rumor has it this guy needs to eat spicy powder to transform. His timer is only 15 minutes. In this situation, where's he going to find a hit of powder? Thinking he had the upper hand, the guy clenched his fist, mocking him. You meddling hillbilly. My prize just flew away. Do you know the price for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? But Spicy Superman didn't even flinch. He crossed his arms. And what price is that? Suddenly, the blue-haired guy lunged, sneering, getting beaten to death by me. Cool as a cucumber, Spicy Superman popped an orange pill into his mouth, grinning like a demon. Oh, really? Then he bellowed, transform. Spicy powder mode. The blue-haired guy's eyes popped out. Say what? Before he could blink, Spicy Superman buried a fist deep into his gut. The guy's face turned ghost white. Gah! The impact sent him spinning through the air like a ragdoll, slamming him straight into the roadside hedge. Suddenly, Spicy Superman paused. Huh? The guy had vanished. A voice drifted from the shadows, mocking him. Himph, almost forgot you can transform like a bug. But I know your limit. You can only keep that up for 15 minutes. Once your clock runs out, I'm coming out to beat you until you call me daddy. Spicy Superman tilted his head. 15 minutes? Meanwhile, back at his base, Yang Shi was breaking it down. Even though the ability orb can't travel with my spirit, it drastically boosts the mental power linked to it. After farming so many ability orbs, his mental strength had grown to a terrifying level. Abilities are governed by the strength of mental control. That's why the spicy powder form usually caps at 15 minutes. Feeling the golden energy blazing off the hero's body, Yang Shi calculated the variables. It's because he can't micromanage the power output. He just leaks energy constantly until he runs dry. But me? I can use my mental dominance to throttle the ability, unleashing full power only for the split second I throw a punch. He thought about the blue-haired coward hiding in the bushes. With this method, I can double the transformation time and keep going. Spicy Superman stared ahead, a dark, predatory grin spreading across his face. Heh. He could use a radar-like skill to ping the blue-haired guy's exact location. Suddenly, Spicy Superman leaped into the air, shouting, "Filthy rats really do love to hide in the dark." A second later, he dragged the guy out of the bushes by the scruff of his neck. The creep gasped in shock. How? What kind of cheat code did you use to find me? Damn it, are you seriously just a B-rank hero? Spicy Superman side-eyed him, dropping a lie with zero hesitation. Maybe you didn't know. I've actually been suppressing my true power this whole time. Seeing the gap in strength, the blue-haired guy turned pale, trembling. Okay, I lose today. Let me go, and I'll get the Yang Shi to cut you a sweet deal. Hoisting the guy high into the air, Spicy Superman scoffed. You say that like you'd actually stop being a nuisance if I let you go. Then, a chilling smile crept onto his face. But actually, you just reminded me of something important. The punk with the blue hair broke into a cold sweat, terror flooding his veins. Wait, what the hell are you planning? He clutched his backside, voice cracking. Don't tell me you swing that way, you sicko. Spicy Superman stroked his chin, a devilish grin spreading across his face like a predator playing with its food. Heh. He hoisted the terrified thug into the air by his collar, dangling him like a ragdoll. Bro, no, boss, big boss. Let's talk this out. Mercy. Inside Spicy Superman's body, Yang Shi's mind raced with wicked delight. He had just the perfect plan to teach this trash a lesson. A plan that would keep the heat off his alter ego while delivering maximum emotional damage. Without wasting a second, he grabbed the punk's leg and dragged him toward the roadside bushes. Come here, sweetheart. Let's have some fun. The air was filled with pathetic screams. Please, anything but my clothes. Have mercy. Moments later, Spicy Superman strolled down the street, eyes glued to his phone, cackling like a maniac. Hey. With this blackmail material, that scumbag won't dare harass any girls or me ever again. On the screen was a masterpiece of humiliation. The blue-haired punk, shirtless and sobbing, striking a patriotic salute while blushing crimson. Yang Shi typed out a system note. New photos in gallery. Locked. Cannot be deleted. Just to make sure the forest ranger doesn't start any beef. He muttered to himself. He'll get the message. Mission accomplished. Information secured. It was time to vacate this vessel. Spicy Superman's head slumped forward. In the void, Yang Shi commanded, puppet control, deactivate. Suddenly, the hero's eyes snapped open, a wave of confusion washing over him. Huh? What the? He scanned the garden, bewildered. Did I pass out standing up? Frowning, he checked his phone notifications. System alert. New undeletable photos added to prevent forest ranger conflict. What kind of? He tapped the gallery. His face exploded into a shade of beet red. Shock turned to horror. What in the blazing hells is this? Time passed quickly. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association's Lugang Blanche, a heavy atmosphere hung over the office as three powerful figures gathered in the shadows. Blanche President Wu Ziji sat with fingers interlaced, his gaze sharp and unyielding, staring into the middle distance as if calculating the future of the city itself. Mecha Bear remained stoic, a silent fortress of steel and muscle. Vice President Ouyang betrayed no emotion. Finally, Wu Ziji broke the silence, his voice commanding. The defensive grid for the first quarter requires your absolute strength. This is critical. Failure is not an option. Yang chimed in smoothly from the side. This operation will cement our image as the vanguard against the Beast World invasion. The declaration ignited a fire in the room. The heroes roared, "We pledge our full support to the association. We will grind our bones to dust for humanity. Defeating the beasts is our calling, we shall never retreat." Wu Ziji frowned slightly, his inner thoughts much darker. The Council's true goal? Sending A-class heroes as glorified janitors to harvest beast corpses and lock down the airspace. The risks are high, but the profits? Astronomical. As long as we play the part of the noble pioneers, the funding will flow like a river. Watching the fervor of his subordinates, Wu Ziji knew the real bait. There was intelligence that could change everything. Rumors of artifacts in the beast world, items capable of upgrading abilities. That was the true prize. Even Glacial Warrior, standing silently in the back, visibly stiffened. Seeing that reaction confirmed it for Wu Ziji. In this world, raw power was the only currency that mattered to an Esper. An organization's foundation rested on the might of its members. And right now, Glacial Warrior was already fantasizing about those upgrade materials. Hey. Later that night, in the shadows of Yang Xi's apartment. Skill activation, doppelganger. He stood with hands on his hips, staring at his exact duplicate. So this is how it works. Staring at my own face. Definitely creepy. He shook off the feeling. In one hand, he held the metal control ability orb. In the other, the plasma orb. Now, how to optimize the build. Yang Xi visualized the energy as data cubes. First, strip down metal control. Boost plasma to A rank using a B rank sacrifice. Merging sequence initiated. An emerald light erupted, encasing his hands as he began the synthesis. System alert ability acquired. B rank, shadow escape. Summary, shadow clone generation. Allows instantaneous position swapping between host and clone during combat. Can manipulate weapons for autonomous attacks. System note, just one member short of a full basketball team. Yang Xi fired the ability orbs directly into his clone's chest. He placed a hand over the clone's face. If Yang Xi is the arrogant overlord, then you. You will be the cold, unfeeling executioner. Skill, metamorphosis. A white mask materialized on the clone, marked with an intricate blue sigil over the left eye. Yang Xi narrowed his eyes. Your mission, harvest the ability of the Apostles' leader. Tonight, you become one of them. Shaju City. Sector 2. The jet engines whined as the flight touched down. Yang Xi stepped out of the arrival gate, the heat hitting him instantly. Dragging his luggage through the scorching streets, he wiped sweat from his brow. I knew it was a desert city, but this heat is hellish. Suddenly, a taxi screeched to a halt in front of him. A blonde driver leaned out, grinning. Heading to Sector 1, boss, hop in. The car peeled away before the door was fully closed. Inside the speeding cab, Yang Xi's phone buzzed. A message from Liu Yuan. Father, I've secured the dossier on the Apostles. Sent to your secure mail. Happy hunting. The driver caught his eye in the rearview mirror. You know Shaju is the gambling capital of the world. You should hit the big casinos. Samba, Alabes. Even a rookie can win big and get back to their hotel safely. He twisted around in his seat, eyes gleaming. But for a handsome young buck like you, I know a spot with special services. Yang Xi raised an eyebrow. Oh, do tell. The driver flashed a photo of a woman in a bikini. Dreams of Paris. The girls there, wild, and the prices? Dirt cheap. Yang Xi sighed internally. Even the solicitations are aggressive here. Shaju really is a lawless wasteland. The taxi pulled up to a massive, gilded building. Here we are. The Sheraton Hotel. That'll be 500 Xinglan credits. Yang Xi blinked, glancing at the meter. 500? That's a 500% markup. His gaze turned icy. I think you misread the meter, pal. The driver smirked, not backing down. No mistake. Consider it a consultation fee. Call it your first lesson on surviving Sector 2, kid. Click. The driver produced a pistol, aiming it directly at Yang Xi's head. 500 credits or your life. Easy choice, right? Yang Xi's expression didn't flicker. You're right. No hesitation needed. But I think you're the one who needs schooling. Skill activation, puppet control. Minutes later, the dangerous driver was meekly carrying Yang Xi's bags into the lobby like a loyal servant, while the receptionist greeted them with a polite smile. Sir, here is your access card. If you need anything at all, just buzz the front desk. Taking the plastic key, he muttered a cool thanks. Meanwhile, the driver behind him stood frozen like a glitched NPC. Watching them walk away, the two receptionists started gossiping. Seriously, I can't believe a high-class guy like that would let some savage local brute handle his luggage. Talk about a power move. The redhead reapplied her lipstick, lost in fantasy land. Right? Wonder if he'd be down to grab dinner with me? Her coworker just sweated, totally speechless at the thirst. Time skip forward. Inside the elevator, Yang Zi turned to the driver. I've got business to handle. Drop the gear in my room and scram. And remember, show some respect to the folks from District 1 next time. The man responded robotically, as you command, master. Ding. Floor 37 reached. Yang Zi checked his phone, eyeing the target on the screen before stepping into the hallway. Target profile, Saints Guild member. C-rank Esper, the masked grappler. Currently camping out in room 441 at the seating hotel. Yang Shi popped his disguise skill, morphing into the driver's appearance. Standing at the door, he dissolved into a shadow, slipping through the crack like a phantom. Once inside, he solidified back to human form. Laughter echoed from the bedroom. Hey, hey, ha, ha, come here, baby. Inside, the masked grappler was shirtless, rocking just a towel. He reached out, trying to grab a girl in a pink bikini crawling on the bed. Come to Papa. Let me get a taste of my little dessert. Suddenly, her jaw dropped in pure horror. Huh? Then she shrieked, ah. Behind the grappler, pitch-black tentacles were rising like nightmares. The grappler spun around, seeing the shadow spikes launching at him. Who's there? Yang Zi didn't chat. He attacked. The scumbag instantly grabbed dessert to block the hit. Useless trash, block this for me. At the same moment, the tentacles snatched both girls by the neck, lifting them high. They screamed in terror. Ugh, damn men. Cough, cough. Both girls rolled their eyes back and passed out cold. Suddenly, the masked grappler flexed his muscles like a pro wrestler and roared. Humph! Whoever you are, thanks for the fear juice. Now that I'm powered up, you're dead meat. He leaped into the air, throwing a massive haymaker at Yang Shi. Go to hell. But his fist only smashed through Yang Xi's afterimage. The real body had already dashed backward to dodge. Seeing this, he hesitated. Shadow manipulation ability, so that's how you sneaked in here like a rat. Yang Xi stood by the door, his dark tentacles gently lowering the unconscious girls to the floor. He stared dead ahead, thinking, man, keeping up this cool, mysterious villain act is exhausting. But hey, gotta commit to the role. The grappler frowned, sweating bullets. If those chicks hadn't fed me some fear energy, I wouldn't even have the stamina to run away right now. So cruel. Boom. Black tentacles shot out like spears. The grappler ducked just in time, and the shadows impaled the bed behind him. Gritting his teeth, the grappler shouted, Who the hell are you? Don't you know who the Saints Guild is? I'll report this to the higher-ups and have you skinned alive. Yang Shi just stared at him, dead silent. Enraged, the grappler jumped again, aiming a punch at his face. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute or something? You piece of trash. But Yang Shi didn't flinch, watching the fist come closer. The grappler was stunned. He's not dodging. Finally, a direct hit. But his fist passed straight through Yang Xi's head like smoke. What the? The head morphed into a shadow clamp, locking onto the grappler's arm. He panicked. Arg! The grappler ground his teeth, trying to yank his arm free, but it was stuck fast. Suddenly, Yang Xi raised his palm right in front of the guy's face. Terror set in. Don't kill me. The high priest will never let you get away with this. Sweat poured down his face as he sobbed. Yang Xi ripped the mask off his face. Boo-hoo. Please, I beg you, spare me. Yang Xi looked down with a sneer. What a total noob. He placed his hand on the guy's head. Gah! Golden light exploded from Yang Xi's palm. The system chimed, ability extraction complete. A glowing yellow orb of energy floated up from the grappler's face. System info, C-rank ability, Dread Mask. Absorbs fear to boost physical stats. Duration of Dread Power, 30 minutes. Evaluation, best used in a horror movie setting. Seeing this, the grappler collapsed, wailing, What did you do to me? Where's my ability? Give it back. The high priest will kill you for this. Yang Xi replied calmly, Then let's see who this high priest of yours really is. Activate Puppet Control. He blasted the Puppet Control skill directly into the grappler's brain. Yang Xi found himself standing in a mental dimension filled with glowing memory windows. He focused on a memory. A man lying on the floor, impaled by 2 steel rods through his chest and gut. Yang Xi scoffed. Rough day. The memory played out. Looks like this guy got wrecked in a chaotic Esper brawl. Dying, huh? Suddenly, a figure approached the dying man. I can bring you back from the brink of hell, but you must swear eternal loyalty to the Saints Guild. The dying man gasped, I swear. A transparent spiritual aura began to wrap around the grappler's body. He sat up, jaw hitting the floor. My wounds. They're gone? Am I actually alive? Immediately, the grappler bowed his head to the figure in the white cloak, shouting, I pledge my life to the saints. I pledge my loyalty to you, High Priest of Light. Back in reality, the grappler stood blankly by the bedroom door, now fully under Yang Xi's puppet control. Sometime later, under a blue sky, at a busy shipping port. The grappler, now a puppet, moved toward the shipping containers. He scanned the area, locking onto a red container marked FS4396. Hiding inside the puppet's consciousness, Yang Si muttered, "That's the red container mentioned in his memories." He recalled another scene, a lavish hall. The Blood Rose sat on a throne. Rumor has it that a brat named Sealing Sword has figured out where you idiots hid the goods. The grappler knelt on one knee. "She's just a minor bug. Lady Rose, just give the order, and I'll go delete her immediately." Suddenly, Abyssal Warlord, a stern middle-aged man, interrupted. "Delete her? She's an A-rank hero. You think a scrub like you can handle her?" Meanwhile, the Earth Archmage, an old geezer stroking his white beard under a round hat, scoffed. "A-rank? So what? We are the mighty saints. Why should we fear a mere class A hero?" The High Priest, a blond man in a white fur hat, sneered with arrogance. Just an ignorant little girl who doesn't know her place."
You lot, drag her back here. Let her taste what it means to serve the elite.
Immediately, the three commanders, Bloody Rose, Deep Sea General, and Earth Magus, stepped forward, their voices booming in unison. "Your will is our command, High Priest." Hearing this, the masked grappler, standing behind the Deep Sea General, bowed his head low. "In that case, this subordinate shall take his leave first." Suddenly, the general turned, his eyes cold. "Masked grappler, get over here." Confused but obedient, the grappler bowed 90 degrees. "Lord Deep Sea, what are your orders?" The general commanded. "A fresh shipment from District 1 just arrived at the port. Look for the red container." He lit a cigarette, his brow furrowing as the smoke curled around him. "Go check it out for me tomorrow. If there is any news about the sealed sword, notify me immediately." He placed a heavy hand on the masked grappler's shoulder, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Oh, and remember, every shipment has some breakage. That's normal." His grin was sinister. "Handle it however you like. Don't waste the opportunity I'm giving you." The grappler trembled, voicing his obedience. Suddenly, the memory stream cut off, fading into white static. Back in reality, Yang Si, now possessing the grappler's body, stood before the red container, hand on his hip. "Let's see if this disguise actually holds up," Yang Si thought. "What the hell is inside this thing anyway?" The masked grappler reached out, touching the lock with suspicion. A fingerprint lock. Child's play. The screen instantly glitched with static interference. The system chimed. "Host Yang Si has activated skill, plasma manipulation." The heavy doors groaned open. Yang Si stepped inside, only to find a staircase descending into darkness. "Chi. I knew it. The container is just a front for something nastier." The real cargo was underground. The air was thick with the metallic stench of old blood. Moments later, the masked grappler reached the final step of the dungeon. Inside the massive basement, a figure sat at a desk. "Guard duty? Huh." The guard glanced up, eyes widening before snapping into a crisp military salute. "Lord Mask, welcome." Yang Si played it cool, clearing his throat. "Ahem. Yeah. Anything happened today?" The guard reported enthusiastically. "Sir, you might not know, but a huge deal is going down soon. These little brats just won't shut up for a single minute." The words made Yang Si pause, his mind racing. "Little brats? Don't tell me." He ordered sharply, "Take me inside. I want to see." Following the guard, they entered a corridor of iron bars. Yang Si scanned the area, his curiosity turning into dread. Suddenly, the guard shouted at a weeping child. "Quit your crying. You're disturbing Lord Mask. You want the whip again?" In the same cell, a blue-haired boy glared out in silence, his eyes burning with hate. Yang Si's expression darkened under the mask. "Those damn saints, hiding living people down here like cattle." Rage began to simmer in his gut. As he walked deeper, he analyzed the situation. "Looks like they've been kidnapping kids from other districts. They're so young. The oldest one here can't be more than 15 or 16. Yang Si recalled the Deep Sea General's words about handling the breakage. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Inside the grappler's body, Yang Si's soul roared in fury. "These scumbags treat human life like garbage. I swear, I'll make everyone involved pay in blood." Suddenly, a curse rang out from a nearby cell. "I'll kill you, you bastard." A blonde guard stood there, clutching a bleeding ear while holding a whip. In front of him, a bound prisoner slumped forward. The guard screamed, completely losing his mind. "You dare bite me?" He raised the whip high, veins bulging. "I'll beat you to death." But before the strike could land, Yang Si barked, "Stop." He pointed at the prisoner. "Is this the troublemaker?" The blonde guard immediately snitched. "Yes, Lord Mask. This punk ambushed me. He bit my ear off. Chitch." The prisoner raised his head, revealing eyes that shone with unbreakable determination. Yang Si looked down, impressed, despite the situation. Not a bad look in his eyes, he thought. Aloud, he asked. What caused this? The blonde guard stammered, guilt written all over his face. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the shadows. What else could it be? Obviously, he was up to no good. A man in green armor, twin-blade mantis of the Saints, stepped forward with a sneer. He tried to get handsy with this kid's little sister. The words struck like lightning. What? Yang Shi gasped, his composure cracking. For the first time, he noticed a little girl in pink, curled up and trembling in the corner of the cell. Twin-blade mantis laughed cruelly. Too bad he failed. The girl passed out from sheer terror. Yang Xi's face went cold as stone. These animals, he thought, the killing intent rising. The mantis leaned in, acting familiar. Hey brother, aren't you on vacation? What brings you to this dump? By the way, those two girls I introduced you to, pretty top tier, right? Yang Shi gave him a side eye. If you introduced them, of course, they were excellent. But today, I'm here on behalf of Lord Deep Sea General. I'm here to inspect the condition of the merchandise. He pointed at the tied-up boy. Put him down. As long as he has all his limbs, he can still be sold for a profit. Twin-blade mantis grabbed the boy's cheeks, squeezing hard. You want to keep this one alive? Whatever. Even without teeth, these District 1 brats sell for a high price. The boy screamed, struggling against the ropes. I will kill you all. Yang Shi glared at him, his voice dripping with hidden meaning. Try a little harder, kid. You just might get your wish. Twin-blade mantis turned, confused. You understand that dialect. Instantly, Yang Shi dropped the act. Energy crackled around his hand as he smirked beneath the mask. Not only do I understand, I'm going to grant his wish. Otherwise, my trip here would be a waste, don't you agree? Before the mantis could react, Yang Xi's hand pierced straight through his stomach. The villain's face went pale, blood gurgling as he stammered. Why? Yang Xi stood over him like a god of death. Maybe it's because that kid and I come from the same district. Twin-blade mantis's eyes widened in realization. You aren't the masked grappler. But the realization came too late. With a sickening crunch, his head went flying. The two guards standing behind Yang Xi froze, their brains failing to process the scene. Lord Mask, what is happening? Yang Xi turned, massive black tentacles erupting from his back like demonic wings. You all die today. The blonde guard jumped back, cursing. Holy sheesh, but he was too slow. The dark tentacles wrapped around him instantly, crushing his bones. Lightning crackled along the appendages, frying him from the inside out. The blonde guard convulsed, letting out a wretched scream as the voltage peaked. Arghhhh. The other guard watched, sweat pouring down his face, jaw hanging open in sheer terror. He turned to run, but there was no escape. The tentacles hunted him down like a predator. A flash of lightning, a scream, and then silence, leaving only a pool of blood spreading on the floor. The system chimed. Ability plunder. Complete. Witnessing the massacre, the bound boy looked up, too stunned to speak. He stared at the imposing back of the man who had just saved him. Yang Xi held up 3 glowing ability orbs, the spoils of war. Suddenly, the boy spoke up. My name is Yi Fan. He stared intensely at the masked figure. Who exactly are you? He spun around, eyes cold as ice. I am your savior. Yi Fan choked out a cough, his voice shaking. Bullshit. I saw you. I saw you tormenting the kids in this hellhole. Energy surged in his palm, crackling with raw power. Shut up and watch. The truth is coming. With a casual flick of his wrist, the steel chains snapped like twigs. Freedom at last. He didn't even look back. Yi Fan, give me a minute. I have some trash to take out. Yi Fan, looking like a walking corpse, stumbled toward a little girl huddled in the corner. He grabbed her, sobbing his heart out. Her back. It was a map of torture, scars upon scars. The masked wrestler watched in silence. Tesk. What a drag. Get him. Don't let him escape. Screams echoed from outside. The masked wrestler roared back. Die, you filth. Suddenly, massive tentacles erupted from the shadows. Panic, screams, blood everywhere. One goon got sliced in half. Another lost his head. The symphony of death had begun, echoing through the halls. He stood amidst the carnage, fists clenched, bathing in the aftermath. But then, a voice rang out from behind, sharp and mocking. Not bad. Not bad at all. It was the radio hero. That red-haired punk. He smirked at his partner. He's making a mess. Let's jump him together. See where he runs then. A wicked grin spread across his face. Deal. That was the spear wielder, gripping a weapon blazing with hellfire. You take point. Radio hero narrowed his eyes. Sonic blast. He tossed a vinyl record into the air and unleashed a scream. Instantly, the kids clutched their heads, shrieking in agony. The melody was poison, drilling straight into their minds. Even the masked wrestler had to bow his head, covering his ears against the assault. This music, It hacks the nervous system directly. If my mental fortitude wasn't god tier, my brain would be soup by now. But the brats can't take it. I need to end this now. Time for a little acting. His arms went limp, dangling by his sides. He slumped over, letting out a pathetic groan. Arg, Radio Hero scoffed, looking down on him. Ha! No one survives my playlist. He launched into the air, hurling the disc like a guillotine. Go to hell. The disc slashed right through the masked wrestler, hitting absolutely nothing. What the? Before he could blink, the masked wrestler teleported behind him. Too slow. A brutal kick slammed into his spine. Snap! His back folded like a cheap lawn chair. He coughed up a fountain of blood, screaming in terror. Help me! Save me! The spear wielder didn't hesitate. Eat this! He hurled his flaming lance. It tore through the air like a meteor. Thwack! It pierced right through his chest. He froze. Silence. The spear was lodged deep, burning, but he didn't fall. Instead, he smashed a fist down, crushing the radio hero into the dirt. The spear wielder panicked. You actually killed him. Traitor. Why turn against the organization? He hunched over, coughing up blood. Why? He looked up, eyes burning with righteous fury. For these kids, for justice. Obviously. The spear wielder laughed like he'd heard the world's best joke. Justice? You? Masked grappler. Have you forgotten the mountains of corpses in your closet? You're trapped. Lord Deep Sea is already en route. You're a dead man walking. He turned, aura flaring up like an inferno. A twisted smile appeared. He's coming? Good. I'll send him to hell personally. They stared each other down in the gloom. The spear wielder was sweating buckets. He watched in horror as the hole in the masked wrestler's chest closed up. Not even a scratch left. Panic took over. He unloaded every spear he had, screaming like a lunatic. Damn you, just die. Die already, you freak. He tanked the fire with his bare hands. Flesh burned, skin tore. He roared, throwing his arms wide open to embrace the pain. Return to sender. The spears reversed course, piercing their master. The spear wielder shrieked as he was turned into a pincushion. The masked wrestler dropped to one knee. Damn, that actually stung. A little boy gripped the iron bars. Big brother, you're bleeding. He managed a weak smile. To save you guys, this is nothing but a scratch. Click. The massive cage swung open. The prisoners flooded out. Easy now. Don't push. Single file line. Move it. Yi Fan carried the girl, face grim. The masked wrestler called out to him. Yi Fan stopped, frowning. This powerlessness. I never want to feel it again. I want your strength. Make me your disciple. The masked wrestler looked down at the boy, measuring his worth. Fine. But the price is your soul. Absolute loyalty. Forever. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Done. I'll be the sharpest blade in your arsenal. System alert, puppet control activated. He tossed a glowing golden orb to the boy. Then catch. Your wish is granted. Yi Fan stared at the object, eyes wide. Master. Is this? It was the legendary Mantis Blade Core, a D-rank ability orb. It'll turn your arm into a living blade. Use it to survive. Thank you, Master. Yi Fan hoisted the girl up and ran toward the light. The masked wrestler watched him go. Silence, returning to the dungeon. Alone at last, he turned to the corpses. Now. Time to harvest the loot. He raised his hand. Blinding light filled the room. System. Plunder initiated. Thick yellow energy oozed from the spear wielder's corpse. Blue essence drifted from the radio hero. It swirled together, condensing into glowing pills in his palm. A greedy smirk played on his lips. Last time, I nearly died for 2 lousy D-rank orbs from the frog and horse freaks. Now, I'm swimming in loot. Turns out, hunting humans pays better than hunting beasts. He popped a green pill. First order of business. Upgrade Shadow Escape to A rank. Energy flooded the skill core. Fusion successful. Stability increased. System notification. Skill upgraded to rank A. Skill. Shadow Escape. Effect. Summon 5 shadow clones. User can swap positions instantly. Shadows can manifest weapons for combat. Perfect. Mission complete. He stepped out of the dungeon, ready for fresh air. Suddenly cold steel pressed against his throat. Blanche screamed, Who the hell are you? Where are you dragging these runts? Speak up. He spun around, sneering. And who's asking? She furrowed her brows. Ugh, serious. Suddenly, the kids went wild seeing her. Whoa, it's big sis Blanche. She's here. One kid rushed over, eyes shining. Sis, chill. This guy saved our lives. The crowd chimed in, desperate to explain. Yeah, for real. He's a total hero. This bro took a hit for us. Don't get it twisted, sis. Blanche choked, face burning red. She looked away, awkward. Oh, is that how it is? My bad. He smirked, playing it cool. No sweat. You're that B-class hero, aren't you? The Sealing Sword, Blanche. She nodded, regaining composure. That's me. I tracked the traffickers here. Didn't think you beat me to the punch and save them from this hellhole. She touched Yifan's face, voice soft. Sorry I'm late. But suddenly, the kids froze. Terror in their eyes, they stared at their feet, trembling. What the hell is going on? He asked. Massive thorny vines shot up from the ground. The kids were yanked into the air by their ankles. Help! Big bro! Big sis! Save us! Thunder crashed. The sky turned apocalyptic. Sharp thorns caged them in like a prison. Screams echoed everywhere. Mommy! Help me! Anyone! Yifan panicked. Master. The masked grappler blocked him. Don't rush. I'll save them. The masked grappler and Yifan stood side by side, facing the darkness. A massive flower bloomed in the shadows behind the enemy. Blood Rose sat there in white, looking down on them. Save them? Don't make me laugh till my jaw drops. You think playing hero makes you special? Deep Sea Warlord glared. The Earth Mage stood silent as stone, watching. The priest waved his staff from his floral throne, rose. Deep Sea. Earth Mage. Show these bugs the true horror of the Saint Disciples. Mana restore. Energy surged from the wand into Blood Rose. She let out a soft cry as power flooded her veins. Immediately, she puffed out her chest. Using my ultimate drains me, you know. But thanks to the High Priest, my mana is back to 100%. The priest stroked his chin, arrogant. Sealing Sword. Saint Disciple property isn't for you to touch. Surrender now, and I might let you crawl away alive. As for the trash who betrayed the disciples, they die here. The masked grappler narrowed his eyes beneath the mask. Who stays here forever? Hasn't been decided yet. Blanche angled her blade, calculating. If it's just 3 B-class espers, I can take them. But with that light priest buffering them, this just got hard, she shouted, bluffing hard. The Hero Association backup is on the way. You guys are finished. Just drop your weapons. The priest scoffed, eyes sharp as daggers. He looked at Blood Rose and the others. Deep Sea and Earth Mage charged. End this fast. Before the pros show up, capture her. Blanche pointed her sword forward, screaming. Sealing power. Release. Crimson flames exploded from her blade. The masked grappler gasped. Whoa. That energy output is insane. That's a real A-class for you. Blanche launched herself into the air. Earth Mage slammed his staff. Earth Prison. A massive boulder materialized, blocking her path. Slash. She turned the rock into dust instantly. She dove straight for Deep Sea Warlord, sword raised. Seal him, he countered immediately. Raging torrent. Water spiraled around Deep Sea Warlord like massive hydro dragons. Blanche swung down. Blade breaker. But suddenly she froze midair. Her eyes went wide with absolute horror. Below them, Blood Rose held a kid hostage. She laughed like a maniac. Be my meat shield, you little brat. Blanche's shockwave grazed the boy. He screamed in agony. Blanche roared, you coward, using a child as a shield. You're disgusting, Rose smirked, twisting the knife. Kindness is your biggest weakness, hero. Let's see you fight while I have these toys. Deep Sea Warlord grinned from the water, filthy and cruel. He had teleported right behind her. While she was staring at the kid, he raised his blade to execute her. The steel fell toward her. Blanche didn't even see it coming. Darkness. Then, a sharp crack echoed softly. What the hell? Deep Sea gasped. A figure stood between them, shielding Blanche. The masked grappler's mask shattered into 2 pieces on the floor. Yang Shi touched the Yang Shi mask revealed beneath the broken one. Damn. You almost wrecked my second face. Yang Shi gripped his dagger and countered instantly. His blade buried itself in Deep Sea's throat. He screamed in pain as Yang Shi ripped the knife out. Blood splattered onto the ground. Deep Sea clutched his neck, gurgling. Blanche stepped forward, but Yang Shi stopped her. Hold up. The priest raised his scepter high. Blinding light erupted from the tip. Holy light. Restoration. The gaping wound on Deep Sea's neck knitted shut instantly. He spread his arms, laughing wildly at Yang Shi. See, with the High Priest, we are immortal gods. The priest tapped the air. Amplification. A massive surge of power rushed into the 3 villains. Yang Shi muttered, things just got messy. That priest just buffed their stats. They're hitting A-rank levels now. The Earth Mage knelt, channeling mana into his staff. Blanche saw the signs. Panic hit her hard. Crap, he's charging a nuke. With that buff, if he fires that off, the damage will be way beyond A-rank. Yang Shi calculated rapidly. An AoE attack will wipe out the kids. I have to save everyone before he pulls the trigger. He glanced back at Blanche. Sealing Sword. Stall those 2 freaks for a minute. Leave the rest to me. She looked at him, confused. Can you really tank that mage's attack? What about the kids? A purple ring glowed in his hand. Just trust me. Who is this guy? Blanche wondered. He's mysterious. But he feels solid as a rock. I'll bet on him. She tightened her grip. Spirit energy exploded from her blade. Fine. I'll pave the road for you. She blitzed Deep Sea Warlord. Seal of Agility. Release. Deep Sea barely blocked the strike. He dragged her across the dirt like a rag doll, sweat stinging his eyes as he spat out curses. Damn it, you useless witch. Are you gonna help me or just stand there? Blood Rose threw her hands up, totally pissed off. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't call me that, she screamed, her ultimate move. City of Roses. Crimson hearts rained down, hiding deadly thorns within. Blanche's eyes went wide with shock. What the hell is this? My powers. Did they just vanish? The witch smirked, loving every second of it. My burning desire skill drags your dirtiest secrets to the surface. Bet you were feeling hot and bothered all over right now, aren't you? The Deep Sea Warlord split into multiple clones, surrounding her. He wrapped his arms around her, whispering creepily, "How about it, little girl? Want Big Brother to show you some love?" Blanche snapped. She screamed, "Spirit Seal, release." A massive pillar of light erupted behind her, blasting him away from her. Blood Rose gasped, "No way. Since when does the sealing sword have mental attributes?" Blanche vanished into the blinding light before they could even blink. The villains were stunned as she sliced Blood Rose in half with godlike speed. She skid to a halt behind the witch, gripping her blade tight. Just unlock this little trick while staring death in the face. Thanks for triggering those desires, made for great fuel. Blood gushed from the witch's face as she stuttered. How could you? Meanwhile, the Earth Mage was panicking, sweat pouring down his face as he screamed, "Come out." A massive, jagged-toothed beast burst from the smoke, screeching like a nightmare. The kids trapped in the vines screamed in terror. "Help us." The dragon roared and lunged straight for Blanche. She froze, eyes wide with fear as death approached. Out of nowhere, Yang Shi flashed in front of her. He jammed a bolt of lightning straight down the monster's throat, freezing it instantly. Electricity crackled wildly inside the beast. As he pulled his hand back, the air itself shattered. Boom! Smoke and debris filled the sky. A chopper hovered near the smoke. The Earth Mage coughed, shaken. "Thank you, High Priest. If not for your barrier, I would be toast." The High Priest glared at him, disgust written all over his face. "You, useless trash. Taking down the sealing sword should have been a walk in the park. Instead, some mystery fighter kicked your butt, and we lost 2 B-rank agents." The mage bowed his head in shame. "My lord, we lost the base and took a heavy hit, but the organization will survive." The priest replied coldly, "True. As long as I am breathing, the apostles' reign in Sand City is absolute." From the smoke, Yang Si walked out, supporting Blanche. He thought, that guy on the chopper blocked a level 3 boosted attack. His power level is way above mine. Tactical retreat is the smart play. He noticed the enemies had already teleported away. They ran? Ha! Consider it a temporary reprieve. He stood over the Deep Sea Warlord's corpse. "Your power belongs to me now." He reached out his hand. System alert. Ability plunder initiated. B-rank ability, Deep Sea Phantom. Effect, Hydro Enhancement. Increases speed, creates waves and clones from any water source. Rating, Versatile Liquid. He turned his gaze forward. Next up, Blood Rose. As he drained the energy from her corpse, he smirked. That sealing sword girl really did not hold back. System alert, plunder complete. The ability orb floated in his palm. System alert, B, rank ability acquired. Name, Blood Rose. Uses blood to summon vines, release aphrodisiacs, and detonate vines. Rating, every rose has its thorns. He weighed the 2 orbs in his hand. If I break these down to F rank and combine them with my stash, I can finally craft an A rank ability. No time to waste. Yang Si crushed the orbs, fusing the energy. A massive surge of power condensed into a single, radiating sphere. System alert, A rank ability generated. Super Brain. Effect, extreme enhancement of sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and the 6th sense. Allows for mental shockwaves. Rating, bro, you want some cheats. He absorbed the orb. Sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. Everything is HE quality now. Nearby, Blanche stirred. He glanced over. Finally awake, Sleeping Beauty. She looked around at the devastation and gasped. "What the hell kind of level is your power? You caused an explosion that huge? Who are you?" He adjusted his mask, cool as ice. "Call me Yang Si." She blinked. Yang Si? Never heard of that group in the Hero Association. Suddenly, she looked at the empty vines. Panic hit her. "Wait, the children. Where are they?" He pointed casually. "Right behind you." The kids rushed her, sobbing. "Sister Blanche, we were so scared." She hugged them tight. Thank God. How did you escape? A boy wiped his tears. The Master's shadows saved us. There were so many of them. Masters. Shadows? The kid waved his hands, trying to explain the epic rescue. He controlled the shadows to cut the vines and lower us down safely. A dark circle rippled around the kid's memory, and right before the big boom, he made a shadow dome to protect us. Blanche started to piece it together. So the Master is. She whipped around, smiling. Yang Shi, you are actually a softie. Thank why. But the space behind her was empty. Huh? Where did he go? A loudspeaker blared from above. This is the Hero Association. We are locking down the sector. All unauthorized vigilante activity is prohibited. The chopper touched down, kicking up dust. A team disembarked, led by Lin Naishu holding a mic, followed by an old geezer with a briefcase. She spun around, beaming at the camera. This is my very first live stream as an intern reporter. What should I do next? The old man sighed, tired of her energy. Just go interview the ceiling sword over there. She skipped over to Blanche, shoving the mic in her face. Hi there, I am Lin Naishu from the Hero Association. Can I get a quick interview? Yo, check it, the lady speaks up. You bet. I'm Blanche, the ceiling sword, A-rank elite of the Hero Association. The live chat, totally exploding with hype for our girl. Streams live and the simps are already losing it, my goddess. But hold up, is she bleeding? The chat is freaking out, wondering if she's gonna make it. Lin Naishue cuts the fluff and gets straight to the point. The harbor is a total disaster zone. What the hell went down here? Blanche keeps her cool, though. Sorry for stressing you guys out. I had to smash the Saint organization to save those trafficked kids in Sand City. Boom. Mic drop. The viewers go nuts in the comments. For real? Are the kids safe? My bro is missing. Absolute panic. Lin keeps rolling. I've heard rumors about these dirtbags running wild outside the law. They think they own Sand City. The government better wake up and wipe them out. Blanche hears that, and the vibe gets heavy. She shakes her head, looking totally wrecked. Who knows how long this nightmare lasted? I barely got the intel in time. Thank God we got them out. Her face is plastered on every giant screen in the city. The crowd below, they're screaming their lungs out. Poor girl. She's a saint. The association needs to drop the hammer on those creeps. But then Blanche drops a bomb. Honestly, if I went solo against their boss, those kids would be dead. I only won because a mysterious badass stepped in. Lin's jaw hits the floor. A mysterious who now? Blanche gets this starry-eyed look. He's on a whole other level. Dude literally shattered an A-rank ability with a single strike. Just one. Chat goes wild again. Stronger than an A-rank. Is it that monster Yang Z from before? Spill the tea. Who is he? She points at a pillar of smoke rising nearby. You guys see that crater still burning over there? He wore this creepy snake mask. Said he's Yang Shi from the Judgment Organization. The camera pans to the smoking wreckage. Dramatic much? Some nerds in the chat spot the details. Wait, that's not metal power. That's pure lightning energy. Holy crap. That energy output. Are we talking S-rank base level? Lin scans the area like a hawk, but looks like our mystery man already bounced. Blanche points towards the highway. The light priest tried to bail. Yang Shi went hunting after him in that direction. Cut to the parking lot. The priest is sweating buckets, talking to his old geezer minion. I gave you the last of my juice, old man. Can your earth magic actually stop this freak? The old guy is terrified but gives a nasty grin. Should work. I rigged the ground. If he tries that lightning trick again, he's toast. The priest lowers his voice. Grab a car. We need to lay low. They start walking, totally clueless that Yang Shi is lurking right behind the wall, watching them like prey. He heard every word. You think you can run? This parking lot is your graveyard. He's ready to strike when Angi. Beep, beep, beep. Yang Shi freezes. Talk about a buzzkill. The two villains spin around, eyes wide with panic. Who's there? The priest barks. Under his mask, Yang Shi is sweating bullets. Are you kidding me? Who calls at a time like this? The phone keeps screaming. Beep, beep. The bad guys are closing in. Yang Shi checks the screen and his brain short circuits. Lin Naishue? Why is she calling me now? The ringing won't stop. He presses himself flat against the wall, praying they don't see him. Show yourself, the old man growls. Yang Sai taps his system menu. Equipment change. Glowing cubes swarm his body instantly. Poof. He's back to civilian mode. He strolls out casually, answering the phone. Yo, Lin Naishu. What's good? The old villain scans him. Just a civilian, the old man grunts. But the priest isn't buying it yet. Stay sharp. Keep watching him. Meanwhile, Lin's voice chirps in his ear. Hey boyfriend, guess where I am? Yang Shi plays dumb. Home? Cut to Lin in a chopper. Nope, I'm in Sand City, baby. Babe? She laughs. Yang Xi's internal monologue is screaming. Sand City, why is she here? He keeps walking, acting cool. It's a war zone there. Why'd you come? Chill. I'm fine. I just wanted to tell you I landed a killer job. The two villains are still staring daggers at his back. Yang Xi blinks. A job? Lin sounds so proud. I'm officially an intern reporter for the Hero Association. I just interviewed Blanche, and now I'm hunting down the mysterious Yang Xi for a scoop. Yang Xi almost trips. You're doing what? His eyes go cold. If she's with the association, she'll track me down in seconds. I need to wrap this trash up. Now, he picks up the pace. That's awesome, babe. I'll get you a huge gift to celebrate. Gotta go. Click. You spoil me. See ya. She hangs up. The priest watches him walk away, totally dumbfounded. The old man scoffs. Just some lovebirds. How annoying. But then, the system flashes equipment change. The priest screams, no, it's a trick. He's right there. Too late. Yang Zi explodes forward with terrifying aura, leaving the two villains staring in horror. The old man panics and summons two earth wolves. Kill him. Rip him apart. The beasts charge, aiming to skewer Yang Zi. The priest gets cocky. Those earth beasts will sense his every move. He can't handle two at once. The old man grins. Each one rivals an A-rank hero. He won't even have time to blink. But as the energy blades fly, Yang Xi is already 10 steps ahead. While the wolves are distracted, Yang Xi moves like a glitch in the system. Flash, he's already behind them. They didn't even see it coming. Slash. Energy blades skewer them both. The priest coughs blood, staring at the hole in his chest. Possible, aren't you? An electric user? Yang Xi stands over him, cold as ice. Who told you lightning was my only trick? The old geezer's mouth was already dripping blood. Shock written all over his face. You're a rare dual attribute user? No way. I refuse to accept this. Cold sweat poured down the priest's forehead like rain. Wiping the grime from his lips, he realized he was outmatched. Time to beg. Look, give me a way out, kid. I swear, I'll repay you with everything I've got. Just let me live. Yang Xi just raised a finger to his lips, cold as ice. Shh. Listen, old man. People don't just live for profit. Sometimes it's about straight-up justice. The energy tendrils tighten around their necks, choking off their screams. Ack. Desperate, the priest suddenly shoved a handful of glowing green pills down his throat. Seeing the priest break free from the energy bind, Yang Xi charged forward, his mind racing. Did that freak just pop a stimulant? The priest leaped back, creating distance. Gold light exploded from his body. Veins popped out on his face like worms. He grinned, looking absolutely deranged. You forced my hand. I'm not just a support class healer. I've got one final trump card. He shoved his hand deep into his own throat and slowly pulled out a long, golden staff. Yang Xi narrowed his eyes. That vibe. It felt exactly like the sword Blanche used. A spear with a razor-sharp tip emerged, bathed in blinding golden aura. The priest laughed like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Bet you didn't see this coming. Did you really think I didn't have the judgment spear? A massive shockwave blasted out. Divine assault. The priest hoisted the spear high, and raw orange power surged toward the sky. The energy swirled into oppressive vortexes. The priest roared, gather now. Infinite raid. At his command, countless energy spears shot through the center of the halos. Time to judge the sinner, he screamed. A barrage of light chased after Yang Xi. But our boy was too quick, dodging every single strike with god-tier reflexes. But the halos of light kept tracking him, locking on like heat-seeking missiles. Slash. A beam cut his thigh. Yang Xi grunted, ugh. The priest cackled with glee. Ha ha ha. Keep dancing, you annoying pest. I'm gonna put a hole right through your skull. Yang Xi skid to a halt, checking the bleeding wound on his leg. This is a hassle, he thought. One wrong move and that destructive force will blow my limbs off. He glanced up at the shifting circles of light. Finding a target was going to be tough. The glowing dots covered the entire ceiling. Calculating his landing spots instantly, there was nowhere to hide. All the lights aimed straight at him. Yang Xi leaped into the air, smirking. So, you want to see who's faster? Let's go. The priest sneered, full of mockery. Ahaha. You think anything is faster than my light speed? The priest laughed wildly as his system window flashed. Hyperbrain mode activated. But Yang Xi's eyes, they were full of pure arrogance. Light speed, Yang Xi scoffed. Please. The spears rained down. The priest was still laughing, totally missing the blur that had already vanished from his sight. Yang Xi triggered instant teleportation. His silhouette flickered across the ceiling, looking down at his prey. Beams of light slashed through empty air where he used to be. Yang Xi's voice dropped an octave. Shadow flash kill. In a split second, he gripped his sword and dove. His eyes focused, sharp as a hawk, and he let out a battle cry. The priest's smile froze. A split second later, a blood-curdling scream echoed. R. Beams of light backfired, and a spear tip pierced right through the priest's chest in a spray of crimson. The staff was still stuck through the priest's body. He gasped, choking on blood. Psychic. Ability 2. You're a triple attribute user. Cough. Cough. Stubborn to the end, the priest raised a trembling hand to cast a heal. Yang Si appeared behind him like the Grim Reaper. Don't bother. Try to heal, and I'll just kill you twice. Tears of pain welled up in the old man's eyes. Yang Shi surrounded him with green energy and activated extraction. The priest's eyes went wide. The system window popped up. Ability grade. A. Name, Heart of Light. Intro. Mana recovery can restore stamina for users under grade B. Growth amplitude included. It could buff abilities for anyone under grade B. Concealment hides the presence of users under grade A. Holy Light Therapy heals wounds for targets under grade A. And the Judgment Spear condenses holy light to purify enemies. System evaluation. Good for blocking, good for fighting. A solid kit. A rare inheritance type ability. Yang Si held a glowing green orb in his hand. He brought it to his chest, and the screen flashed. Healing. Light flooded his body. Yang Si smirked. Didn't expect this guy to have a recovery pill too. That was a close call. He walked over to the other old man lying dead on the floor. System alert, ability plunder. Yang Shi reached out and snatched the power. Earth attribute. Huh? I guess this could be useful. Screen shows. Earth Mage. Intro. Uses earth elements to alter terrain and summon elemental creatures for attacks. Evaluation. You could basically open a zoo with this. Yang Shi looked up, sensing the arrival of the Hero Association. A helicopter roared overhead, the loudspeaker blaring. Entering restricted area. Secure the perimeter. He morphed back to his civilian appearance and slipped away. I'll let the pros handle the cleanup. Moments later, the chopper touched down. Lin Naishu rushed out with a microphone, looking panicked, reporting live. Loud explosions were heard earlier. The scene is chaos. The ground is cracked everywhere. It looks like a brutal battle took place. The camera panned to a corpse pinned by 2 spears, blood splattered all over the ruins. She froze, staring at the body. Is that? She realized it was the leader, the high priest of the Sandbar Saints. The crowd started whispering. Why is there such a huge hole in his chest? Damn, that guy did so much evil stuff. Hey, weren't you supposed to interview the mystery hero, Gold Coin? Who killed this guy? Someone shouted. Look over there. Another body. A crew member pointed at the old man with a massive hole in his chest. That's the high priest's subordinate. Lin Naishue turned pale, cold sweat dripping down her neck. She covered her mouth, fighting the urge to hurl. Excuse me. Her colleague noticed she was about to pass out. Go take a break, little Lin. She nodded weakly. Mime. She ran to a corner, leaned against a wall, and retched. Cough, cough. A water bottle appeared in front of her. A gentle voice asked, Lin Naishu, you okay? It was a familiar face. She looked up in surprise. Yang Si, why are you here? He shrugged, playing it cool. I was in the neighborhood when you called. Saw the Hero Association making a scene. Figured you'd be here covering the scoop. Her cheeks flushed bright red. Remembering how sick she just looked, she whined, oh, so annoying. Why couldn't you see me looking professional? Why did you have to catch me looking like a mess? She buried her face in his chest, mumbling, I'm dying of embarrassment. My first big field report, and I totally blew it. Yang Shi held her close. Don't worry. You look beautiful no matter what. But inside, he was thinking, oops, my bad. If I knew she was coming, I would have cleaned up the crime scene a little better. Meanwhile, her colleague called out, Little Lin, you feeling any better? Awkward much? The guy froze mid-hug, caught red-handed. His face turned beet red as he looked at me. Oh, what was I saying? He stammered. Totally cringe. Hey, rescue squad got the hostage back from that psycho, the saint. Want to do a quick interview? She hesitated. Seriously, she thought. There's a dude literally hauling kids out of a pit right here. Lin Naishu bolted, shouting over her shoulder. I'll handle it. Yang Si, don't you dare move. Wait right there for me. The bag-carrying dude wept anime tears, glaring at him with pure jealousy. Damn it. I never stood a chance with her, did I? Meanwhile, Yang Si was vibing, looking totally hyped. Yeah. Over here, Lin Naishu was all smiles, comforting the kid. Yang Si leaned in the corner, grinning like he won the lottery. He stared at the heart of light in his hand, eyes burning with resolve. I'm coming for you, Fei Fei. Just a little longer. He did the math in his head. Wind, earth, fire, water, plus light, darkness, wood, lightning, and metal. The set is complete. It's showtime. he smirked. Time to unleash the organization's third mysterious figure. He could already picture the drip he was going to wear. A crimson mask, demonic horns, razor-sharp teeth. Let's call this persona Yang Si. Early morning, Shaju Central Hospital. The chaos at the gates was real. Ambulances everywhere, doctors shouting directions. All right, everyone off, single file. Follow me for your checkups. Move it, people. Inside, the mood was heavy. Yi Fan cradled his sister's hand, anxiety written all over his face. Sigh. Still no sign of the master, he muttered. Where are you? A noise broke his trance. Huh? He looked up. It was Yang Si, but right now, he was wearing the face of the Yang Si. Master. Yi Fan gasped. Yang Zi raised a finger. Shh. In a flash, he cast his puppet control, freezing the doctors and patients nearby. He slid into the seat next to Yi Fan, eyeing the kid. Your sister. Before he could finish, Yi Fan cut him off, voice trembling. I know she's gone. I wanted to take her home, not leave her in a place like this. But Yang Si wasn't asking out of pity. He raised his hand. A white pearl glowed in his palm, radiating pure energy. Wrong. You should thank your lucky stars you kept her close. She's not dead, Ye Fan. Just hanging by a thread. Ye Fan's eyes went wide. What? Really? Yang Si didn't waste a second. Holy like heal. Activate. Moments later, her eyes fluttered open. Brother? Yi Fan choked back tears, seeing the life return to her cheeks. Yi Yang, he sobbed. Yi Yang. Yang Zi flicked the white pearl toward Yi Fan. You're a mess too. Heal up. We don't have all day. Get out of here fast. And keep your mouth shut about her miraculous recovery. Yi Fan wiped his happy tears, nodding furiously. Yes, thank you, master. Then, thud. A suitcase full of cash hit the floor. Call me leader, Yang Si said coolly. This is from the organization. She's young. Give her a normal life. I ask only one thing in return. Get into Yanjing University's hero department. Yi Fan looked at the cash, then at Yang Si. Doubt crept in. But, leader, my ability. It's not strong enough for Yanjing. Yang Si cut him off. Chill, I've got you covered. He tossed another item. Take this cultivation pearl. Combine that with your mantis blades, and you're a shoo-in. A golden pearl hovered in the air, pulsing with power. C-rank stat booster. Senses, strength, speed, it buffs everything. Grind hard, and you can break your limits. We're talking 10 times your natural cap. Most people call 3 times genius level. You can do better. Yi Fan snatched the pearl, his fist trembling with resolve. Don't worry, leader. His eyes burned with fire. I won't let you down. Yang Si turned to leave, throwing one last order over his shoulder. Live a good life. Don't look for me. I'll call you. Time skip. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. Another day, another drama. Yang Si, back in Sibi's, leaned against the ambulance. Suddenly, Yang Si. Lin Naishua stomped over, hands on her hips, looking murderous. Whoa, Naishu? She got right in his face. Where the hell have you been? She wasn't playing games. I've been searching for you all day. Yang Si averted his eyes, sweating bullets. Just helping the docs with the kids. Hero stuff. That did the trick. Her expression softened instantly. Oh, she sighed. Well, at least the kids are safe now. That's what matters. The association is tracking down their parents. They stood by the entrance, watching the chaos of the hospital turn into order. What about the ones with nowhere to go? Yang Si asked quietly. The Welfare Institute will take them in, she replied. It's a big family. They'll grow up strong. Then, while his guard was down, smack. She planted a kiss right on his lips. Yang Si froze. His eyes practically popped out from behind his glasses. Lin Naishua pulled back, face burning red. You worked hard these past few days, she stammered. Yang Si. Suddenly, the roar of helicopter blades killed the moment. Lin Naishua. Move it. Briefing starts in 5. She took off running, waving back at him. Gotta fly. See you in Lugan. Bye, boyfriend. She winked. Yang Si stood there, touching his lips, face still on fire. Damn it, he kicked the ground. She beat me to the punch again. Later. Shaju Airport. The sun dipped below the horizon. Night fell. Back in the VIP ward, Yang Si stared at the figure on the bed, hooked up to a ventilator. Fei, please let this work. He raised his hand. Holy light heal. Blinding white rays erupted from his palm, banishing the shadows in the room. But nothing. Yang Fei lay still. No movement, no reaction. The light faded, and cold panic gripped his heart. What the? He cut the flow of energy. She hadn't changed at all. Fei. This wasn't supposed to happen. He gripped the bed rail, knuckles white. She's not waking up. The healing failed, his voice cracked. Why isn't it working? Suddenly, a glitch in the matrix caught his eye. Qinglan particles drifted from Yang Feifei's forehead like her very soul was leaking out into the air. Yang Shi frowned, totally confused. What the hell is this? He swiped his hand through the glowing dust, but then reality hit him hard. Wait, these lights weren't just fading. They were evolving, preparing to devour her spiritual energy whole. Yang Xi's gaze turned icy as he crunched the data in his mind. Damn it, my Heart of Light ability is useless against this parasitic drain. If I let this fester, Feifei is never waking up from this coma. The image of that shady bastard flashed in his mind. I'm out of time. To save her, I have to go straight to the source, that fedora-wearing dealer peddling the blue pills. But first, I need an arsenal upgrade. 3 skill orbs hovered before him, red for disguise, blue for clones, and green for metal control. I'm not walking into the lion's den empty-handed. Yang Xi smirked, calculating his next move. Time to pump these skills with some serious EXP and evolve them. Golden energy surged through the hospital room, gathering at his core. He funneled the raw power into the orbs, fusing them into a radiant sphere of golden dominance hovering in his palm. Boom. Disguise and clone hit C rank instantly. Disguise now allowed a full transformation in 0.01 seconds, complete with voice modulation and acting assist. As for the clone skill, it could now spawn a shadow with 18% of his main body's stats, lasting a solid 30 minutes. Not bad for a decoy. But the main event was the green orb metal control. Yang Xi stared it down, sweat beading on his brow. I'm not stopping at C rank for this one. I've hoarded my power for this moment. I'm breaking the limit. S rank or bust. The strain crushed him to the floor, his body screaming in protest. Gasping for air, he looked up. The green glow had mutated into a divine silver blue. Jackpot. S rank achieved. Range, 10,000 meters. Max weight, 10 tons. Yang Shi gripped the silver orb, power coursing through his veins. So this is the power of a god? Hey, Fedora man, I'm coming for you. Midnight struck. Yang Shi possessed the spicy Superman like a puppet master. Above, reality tore open a black void, crack oozing mysterious purple energy. A polished leather shoe stepped out of the abyss. The Fedora man stood casually on the wall, hands in pockets. Long time no see. Spicy Superman. Got any juicy gossip for me lately? Inside his human puppet, Yang Shi focused his control. He crossed the puppet's arms. You bet. Remember you asked about Yang Shi? I found a lead. The question is, can you afford it? The mysterious figure tipped his hat, intrigued. If it's the real deal, I'll pay double digits. Don't disappoint me. Yang Shi took the bait. You heard about the apostle getting smoked in Exaju, right? The Fedora man looked down from his high ground. Obviously. Blanche, the sealing sword from the Hero Association, took the credit. Yang Xi pressed on. But the report mentions an accomplice, a guy named Yang Xi. The man shrugged, unimpressed. Old news. Yang Xi and Yang Xi are from the Judgment Organization. Everyone knows that. Yang Xi narrowed his eyes, dropping the bomb. Yeah, but did you know? Both of them are dual-element awakeners. Dual element? The man paused, actually surprised. Perhaps that's the entry requirement for their little secret club. Yang Xi scoffed, channeling his inner rebel. Get real. Dual users are 1 in a billion. You think they just stumbled upon a whole team of them? What's your point? The man asked. Yang Xi whipped out a sealed vial of glowing blue liquid. Recognize this bad boy? An awakening potion? The dealer reached out greedily, but Yang Xi snatched it back. Bingo. Liquid power in a bottle. Drink this, and a normie becomes a hero. Already a hero. You get a second power. Simple as that. Bullshit, the man barked. Prove it's not snake oil. Yang Xi popped the cap, fearless. You know my base stat is just physical enhancement, right? Watch closely. He downed the concoction in one gulp and smashed the empty vial on the concrete. Showtime. Whoosh! A torrent of crimson flames erupted from his left hand. The dealer's eyes popped. A fire element awakening. Yang Xi launched a blazing uppercut into the night sky, painting the clouds red. I got this from Yang Xi himself. That's how I got the inside scoop. Since your blue pills are real, I figured this stuff had to be too. The Fedora man was shook. That changes everything. Do you have the formula? He demanded. Yang Xi shrugged. No clue, but that's enough intel. Pay up. The dealer tossed a heavy bottle over. Fair trade. 15 blue pills. Don't spend them all in one place. Yang Xi caught it but held up a hand. Hold up. One question. The man stopped. Shoot. Yang Xi's expression darkened. I'm seeing blue glowing spots on my skin lately. Is that a side effect of your product? What's going to happen to me? The man turned his back, waving dismissively. Just a minor glitch. Nothing to worry your pretty little head about. Standing before the void, he glanced back. See you around, spicy Superman. The dimension sealed shut, leaving Yang Si alone in the cold wind. The disguise melted away. Yang Si stood there, clutching the 15 pills, glaring at the empty space where the dealer vanished. Minor glitch. It devours the user's soul. His grip tightened. What kind of sick game are you people playing? He walked over to the unconscious spicy Superman. Dad, Dad. A voice echoed. Yang Si tossed the pill bottle onto the sleeping man's lap. Hey, old man. Yang Si whispered to the comatose hero. If you love your daughter, stop taking this poison. Get your act together. A small head peeked onto the roof. Daddy, why are you sleeping out here? Diandian sprinted over just as her father groggily opened his eyes. Sorry, Diandian, he mumbled, rubbing his head. Accidentally took a nap. She stomped her foot, tears welling up. Liar, you promised we'd celebrate my birthday. What is this junk? The little girl pointed at the bottle of 15 pills on the floor. The man snatched it up like he was hiding a bomb. Cough. Give that to Daddy. That's definitely not a toy. Kiddo. He stared at his daughter, sweat dripping, terrified she'd throw a tantrum for it. His mind was racing. I swear I went to the roof to swap the blue meds with that fedora-wearing dude. But when exactly did the switch happen? Why is my memory totally blank? Freaking weird. Under the eerie moonlight, the father and daughter wrapped up their rooftop chat, ready to bounce. Let's roll. Diandian. Gotta stash the birthday cake. She let out a howl like a little wolf. Meanwhile, over at Liu Yuan's crib, the guy was yawning his jaw off. He stretched his arms, pacing around the house like a caged animal. I can't take this bogus recovery time anymore. Can't do this. Can't do that. When are they gonna let me off the leash? Suddenly, a light spilling from the study caught his eye. Huh? It's mad late. What is the old man cooking up in there? He crept up to the door, faking concern. Yo, Dad, you should get some sleep. Silence. He stepped inside, scanning the room. Ghost town. Nobody's home. A piece of paper on the desk screamed for attention. He snatched it up, brows furrowed. What the hell is this thing that's got him grinding day and night? When the headline White Wilderness Point Plan in Deer Harbor hit his eyes, Liu Yuan totally lost it. Deer Harbor? A wicked grin spread across his face as he cursed in excitement. Damn. Never saw this coming. Isn't this the perfect stage for me to become the savior of the world? Early next morning, Yang Si was chilling at the copy machine. Suddenly, a snarky voice crept up from behind, dripping with sarcasm. Yo, Yang Si. You actually remembered how to work? What you doing? It was Liu Yuan, acting all buddy-buddy like they were best friends just to mooch a favor. He continued, Listen, lil bro, you're tight with Fan Pang, right? Hook me up. Ignoring the cringe, Yang Si finally answered the first question. Some lunatic stormed the newsroom wanting to post a missing person ad. The paper had literally 5 words, finding cousin, Li Chie. Fan Pang read the paper, looking totally lost. Cousin Li Chie? Who the heck is that? Never heard of him. Yang Shi waved his hand like he was swatting a fly. Obviously a secret code. Genius. Now move. Don't block the machine. Fan Pang huffed. Suddenly, beep. The siren screamed, Alert! Level A beast invasion detected. Citizens, get to the shelters immediately. Heroes above B rank are en route to Moon Street. The office exploded into pure chaos, people scrambling like headless chickens. Fan Pang hit the deck, screaming, Holy crap, what is happening? Yang Si stayed ice cold, but his brain was racing with worry. Moon Street, isn't that right next to Lin Neishu's old apartment? Heart pounding, he whipped out his phone and dialed her number. Pick up. Lin Neishue, where are you? Her voice trembled on the line. My apartment. The beast is crash. Static. Then, the terrifying sound of a dead line. Fan Pang saw the color drain from Yang Si's face. Yo, Lin Neishu is gonna be okay, right? Yang Shi didn't answer, he just bolted. Fan Pang shouted after him, Where are you going? You ain't a hero, man. Going out there is suicide. Off the roof he went, midair. Yang Shi morphed into his alter ego Yang Shi. Dark determination flooded his eyes. I am not losing you again. He soared toward the nightmare, a level a soul-devouring rat. Sharp screams, spiky skin, and a taste for human flesh. A straight-up horror show. Yang Sai analyzed the beast, a level A monster. You'd need at least 3 A-rank squads to take this thing down. But right now, we've only got Qing Lan, a B rank, and Flame Butterfly, a C rank. We are totally screwed. The soul-devouring rat locked eyes on fresh meat. Its eyes glowed with bloodlust. ROR. A sonic blast ripped toward Flame Butterfly. Qing Lan grabbed her, dodging by a hair's breadth. Flame Butterfly barely made it out. Boom! The building behind them vanished into a massive crater. 1 second later, and Flame Butterfly would have been toast. Lan snapped. Flame Butterfly. Why the hell are you here? A C rank is just meat shield material here. Flame Butterfly stuttered. I saw you alone, senpai. I just wanted to back you up. Lan face palmed, totally helpless. Suddenly, desperate screams echoed through the chaos. In the shattered building ruins, someone was trapped. It was Lin Neishu and her friend. The friend was dangling over the abyss, with only Lin Neishue's grip saving her. The girl only knew how to scream. Lin Neishu yelled, Yuan Yuan, hold tight, don't let go. Yuan Yuan was a mess of tears. Save me. Sister Neishu, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Lin Neishu was panicking too, but shouted back, Yuan Yuan, calm down. I'm pulling you up right now. Yuan Yuan kept wailing, boo-hoo, hurry up, I don't want to die, but fate is cruel. A jagged rock above them snapped loose, plummeting like a guillotine. Crack, it smashed right into Lin Neishu's arm. The pain was blinding. Her grip failed. She couldn't hold on anymore. Both girls plummeted into the void. Yuan Yuan screamed her lungs out until whoosh, warm arms caught her. It was Flame Butterfly. Teary-eyed, Yuan Yuan looked up at the red-haired savior. Am I alive? Flame Butterfly shot her a confident wink. Battlefields are scary places. Huh, but don't worry. Cherry Blossom Company's C-rank hero, Flame Butterfly, has got your back. A reporter on the ground rushed over. Wait, where's the other girl? Someone pointed up. Over there. Lin Neishu was still falling, totally out cold. Suddenly, zoom. A black shadow blurred across the screen. The live stream chat exploded with question marks. Even the cameraman missed it. Folks, I don't know what just happened. Something just flew past and snatched the victim out of thin air. Back at the fight, Lan screamed, dodge. The beast fired a sonic cannon right at the news chopper. Lan didn't hesitate. Secret art, rending wind. A blade of emerald wind collided with a sonic blast. K-boom. The shockwave sent the helicopter spinning away like a toy. Flame Butterfly shielded Yuan Yuan from the crushing pressure. Meanwhile, far from the explosion, Yang Shi stuck the landing, cradling Lin Neishu safely in his arms. She was totally out of it. Yang Shi carefully propped her grime-covered body onto a park bench, his voice dropping to a guilt-ridden whisper. My bad, Lin Neishu. With a touch as light as a feather, Yang Zi lifted her chin. I came too late. Green energy flared from his hands as he healed the nasty gash on her arm where the debris had pierced her skin. Just like that, the dirt vanished, leaving her pristine. Yang Si draped his jacket over her shivering shoulders, all patched up. The pain is history now. Her eyes fluttered open right on cue. She looked at the guy in front of her, totally dazed. Am I dead? Yang Si immediately stood up, putting some necessary distance between them. Lin Naishu snagged his wrist before he could bail. Hold up. Aren't you Yang Zi? That morally gray anti-hero from the internet? Did you seriously save me? He pulled his hand back, keeping his cool, just passing through. But inside, his gut twisted with regret. Sorry, Lin Naishue. I can't drag you into my messy world. It's way too dangerous for you. He hopped onto his hover disc, looking like a total boss. Before blasting off, he dropped one last warning. Catch your breath, then get to the refugee shelter. Fast. Before she could even roast him for leaving, he was already a speck in the sky. Hey, wait up. She stared at the clouds, her mind racing with a million unanswered questions. So weird. It was clearly their first meeting. But why did his vibe feel so familiar? Meanwhile, high above on his triangular gear, Yang Si activated his secret clone technique. Yang Zi slammed two glowing blue orbs into the clone's chest, the Heart of Light and the Lin Naishu abilities. They belong to you now. He watched the clones soak up the energy. Since the ice system is all about support and healing, he decided to tweak the settings. Let's make this avatar a girl. The transformation was instant long blue hair, a bunny mask, total mystery vibe. Yang Shi's voice turned icy. The third member of the tribunal is born. Your name is Yang Feifei. He gave his new creation her first mission. Go save those civilians. I don't want to see the death count rise any higher. Roger that. She vanished. Yang Si spun around, locking eyes with the soul-devouring rat. All right, you stinky rodent. Time to put you down. But something else caught his attention. Hold up. Who's that? A silhouette stood perched on a skyscraper's edge, looking down at the chaos without an ounce of fear. It was a woman with long black hair, the Violent Fist. She rocked a blazing red outfit with bandages wrapped tight like a pro martial artist, cracking her knuckles like she meant business. Her eyes burned with battle spirit. I literally just got back from vacation. Seriously. The security in Greenport City is absolute trash. Under the blinding morning sun, a blonde reporter grabbed her mic and started screaming, totally losing her cool. Wait, is that her? Is that the greatest genius A-rank hero of the last 10 years? Every eye in the city was glued to the big screens as the camera zoomed in on the main event. The giant screens lit up with her image, fiery red combat suit, hair up in a sleek bun, and a gaze sharp enough to cut glass. She oozed pure, unadulterated confidence. She flashed a dazzling smile at the drone camera and gave a cute wave. "Hello there. Did you guys miss your favorite violent fist?" The crowd went wild. Whispers turned into roars. Everyone was obsessing over her unique style and insanely lethal combination of raw power and killer looks. High above the hype, the boss Yang Si stood watching. Black cloak, beak mask, he looked like a grim reaper observing the show. He waved it off with a smirk. "Oh, if a pro hero wants to handle this mess, I'll sit back. Let's see if she's actually got the skills to back up that sass." Down below, Violent Fist stared down the roaring behemoth without flinching. She tapped her chin, sizing up the monster like she was shopping for groceries. Her lips curled up. "A rat this big must be begging for a beating. Don't worry, I'll make it hurt." The golden-furred monster tilted its head back and let out 3 ear-splitting roars. A beam of golden destruction blasted from its maw. Watching from the sidelines, Qinglan freaked out. "Senior, dodge it. That sonic blast has insane damage output," but Violent Fist just grinned like a Cheshire cat, totally ignoring the danger. "How will I know if I can tank it if I don't try?" Boom! The world shook. The giant rat thought it scored a direct hit, but she was already gone. The blast slammed into the skyscraper behind her, tearing a massive hole through the structure. Dust and debris swallowed the sky instantly. The blonde reporter was losing her mind. Oh my god, Violent Fist could have easily sidestepped that soul-devouring rat's attack, but she chose to face it head-on. That is classic Violent Fist behavior. The building behind her looked like Swiss cheese. Floors collapsed, debris raining down. The smoke was still thick enough to choke on. The soul-devouring rat paced around, eyes glowing with malice, making these super annoying squeaks. It acted like it didn't even care that Violent Fist was literally hovering in midair. That attitude ticked her off. Her eyes narrowed, and she clenched her fist until her knuckles turned white. Pure rage ignited. Pow! A thunderous punch slammed into the rat's face. The beast didn't even see it coming before it was launched into the air, disappearing into the smog. After eating that knuckle sandwich, the giant rat scrambled back, eyes wide with terror. Violent Fist saw it cower and let out a cold laugh. "Come on, big boy. Why did you stop screaming?" The rat looked genuinely offended, its ego bruised more than its face as it glared back with pure hate. Channeling the explosive energy of a 17-year-old, she rushed in like a human hurricane. She ignored the horns and snatched its massive, long brown tail. Smash! She whipped it into the pavement. The rat squealed in agony, but she wasn't done. She started spinning it around in circles, like she was swinging a lasso. "This is so fun. Ha ha ha," she giggled like a maniac. Once she got bored, she yeeted the massive beast into a corner without a second thought. The impact was seismic. The crash site turned upside down, sending another mushroom cloud of dust into the atmosphere. Qinglan watched the devastation from a safe distance and sighed, face-palming. She's a total lunatic. Her property damage is worse than the monster's. Meanwhile, Yang Feifei was scanning the area from high ground. Her eyes snapped open. A civilian was frozen below, seconds away from being flattened by a falling boulder. "No time to think. Look out," she screamed, diving down like a comet to scoop him up just before the rock crushed him into paste. The dude she just saved is totally crushing, face beat red and stuttering like a glitchy NPC. "Thanks." He manages to spit out. Then he tries to act cool and asks, "Yo, which hero agency do you rep, anyway? Like, I've never seen a high-tier player like you before." But Lin Naishue, she doesn't do small talk. She drops him like a sack of potatoes and walks off, tossing back a cold adjudicator. Lin Naishue. She struts into the distance, leaving the crowd of fanboys whispering in her wake. One guy mutters, "For real though, who is that queen?" Another dude replies, "Straight up 10 out of 10 visuals." A bald guy grins like he just won the lottery. Another goddess descends. The Adjudicator Guild is seriously stacked with monsters. The Yang Feifei masked girl keeps moving until she spots a clique of girls gossiping ahead. Chi. She rolls her eyes but recognizes them instantly. It's Flame Butterfly and that friend of Lin Naishu from her squad. The moment that girl spots Lin Naishue, her face lights up like a Christmas tree. She knows the carry has finally arrived to save the game. Even though she's sweating buckets, she starts begging immediately. "Please." They fell from the sky and took massive damage. "Can you work your magic and fix them?" Zero hesitation. Lin Naishu flips the switch to Saintess mode. She starts spamming healing spells on the 2 injured girls instantly. In seconds, their health bars are refilling like crazy. The crowd goes wild, totally losing their minds over her skills. Some guy gasps, "Whoa, they're fully healed? What kind of broken ability is that? She's a total smoke show and has OP healing powers? Nerf her. But Lin Naishu keeps it frosty, barely acknowledging the praise. Get out of the shelter before you get wrecked again. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms behind the building like a final boss spawn. A deafening roar rips through the air, sending the noobs screaming in terror. Qinglan clamps her hands over her ears, looking absolutely miserable. Make it stop. My brain is gonna crash, she wails. Even Violent Fist is losing her cool over the noise pollution. She rages. Damn it. This freak beast is about to self-destruct. Big Shot Yang Si finally clues in. Panic mode activated. Game over, man. We're all gonna die. He watches the giant rat stand up, eyes wide with dread. It's farming souls from the fallen. Violent Fist stares down the oversized capybara-looking nightmare standing in front of her. The beast starts sucking in massive green energy orbs. Its fat health bar is regenerating with every second as the power floods in. It drags its massive body upright. Slow movement, but radiating pure violence. Its face starts glitching out, mutating into something straight-up demonic with glowing red eyes. Razor-sharp fangs snap open, threatening to chomp everyone in sight. Qinglan freezes, eyes glued to the horror show unfolding before her. Senpai, what is that glitch? She stammers, totally confused. Violent Fist spits coldly. That trash rat is devouring the spirit energy of the dead. The beast stomps forward with zero chill, eyes locked on kill mode. The whole map shakes with every step it takes. Observers on the chopper are freaking out. One screams, "Did that monster just hit full HP again? You gotta be kidding me. Can Violent Fist even solo a soul eater like that? Where the heck is the backup? We need a carry right now." Violent Fist ignores the haters and turns to Qinglan with a serious look. "Lil sis, log out now. This rat is gonna blow the whole server." Qinglan lags behind, hesitating. But, too late. The giant rat rears up before she can even finish her sentence. It blasts a blinding gold beam straight at them. Violent Fist snaps. "Okay, now you're just being extra." She launches into the air, screaming, "Shut your trap, you stinky rodent." Boom! She drops a thunderous hammer blow right on its dome. The explosion is massive, turning the sky into a dusty mess of smoke and debris. Violent Fist lands, panting. Did I clear the level? Classic mistake. Never celebrate early. A massive tail whips out of the smoke. Smack. It catches her off guard, slamming into her spine. Blood dribbles down her chin. Critical hit taken. She grits her teeth, fury burning in her eyes like wildfire. Camping and sneak attacks? You absolute garbage. The tail swings again, home run. Her small body goes flying and crashes hard into the concrete. A pained cry escapes her lips as she hits the ground. The giant rat thinks it's won the match. It starts squeaking like a toxic player taunting in the chat. Violent Fist forces herself up through the lag of pain. I can't disconnect here. I gotta end this raid boss no matter what. But she's trembling like a broken NPC, barely holding it together. Qinglan rushes over, panicking. "Senpai, you good?" Violent Fist is shook to see her. "Why are you still on the map? You got a death wish or something?" Qinglan stands tall, eyes blazing. "I'm a pro hero too. There are civilians behind me. I don't abandon the party just because the boss is hard." That determination hits different. Violent Fist smirks, feeling the vibes despite the pain. Meanwhile, the blonde MC reporter is hyping it up from the chopper. "Chat, look at this. True heroes of Deer Harbor City. This is what legends look like." The rat attacks again. No cooldowns. Violent Fist dashes in to tank the hit for Qinglan. She's muttering curses, eyes colder than an Everest blizzard. Suddenly, clutch item equip. A glowing white staff materializes in her hands, lighting up the sky. The staff radiates heat like a supernova. One hit and the rat jumps, squealing like it just stepped on Lego. It's screaming in despair. Just when the tension hits max capacity, a new player enters the lobby. It's the masked legend, Yang Shi, surfing on a hoverboard like a boss. And right beside him, the Ice Queen herself, Lin Naishu. The heli reporter goes ballistic. "Triple AHH," she screams into the mic, totally fangirling. "You are not going to believe who just showed up. Just in the nick of time. It's the rank A carry, Yang Si. And he brought a gorgeous support with him. Look at that duo. Cameras lock on for the cinematic shot. Violent Fist watches them pose and thinks, wow, could they be any more dramatic?" Her eyes narrowed, sharp with suspicion, and she couldn't choke back the question, what the hell is their game? Qinglan had been shadowing her the whole time, but the intel she had was trash. She just stared blankly at Wu Ji and shrugged, "Beats me." Then Qinglan threw out a wild guess. Maybe they're actually here to save our sorry skins? Suddenly, Boss Yang Si stepped onto the scene like a total king, stealing the spotlight. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a storm of razor-sharp blades, screaming through the air like a flock of psycho woodpeckers. The tips of the blades flashed with blinding light, electric energy crackling, leaving trails of scorching fire in their wake. It was straight-up cinema. Then, his deep voice dropped a single, cold command to his metal swarm. Go. Instantly, the blades accelerated, tearing towards the giant rat with god-tier speed, moving so fast they blurred like actual light beams. That hairy monstrosity just looked up, spreading its arms wide like, "Come at me, bro." It let out a series of screeching squeaks, mocking them with pure disrespect. Violent Fist watched from the sidelines, eyes popping out as the realization hit her like a truck. She shouted, "I get it now. That freak has a devouring regeneration skill. It's not going to go down easy unless we shatter its self-healing ability first." Xinglan frowned, looking totally lost. "Break it how? What? Are we supposed to tape its mouth shut or something?" Violent Fist immediately smacked her upside the head, growling in frustration. "Who said anything about a gag, you idiot?" But right then, the masked guy didn't say a word. He just lifted 2 fingers, cool as ice. Boom! An explosion rocked the ground, launching the fat rat straight into the sky. Violent Fist's brain clicked. He's using range, floating helplessly in midair. The giant rat became a pincushion for those flying blades. It shrieked in agony, totally helpless. The blades didn't just shut its mouth. They nailed its limbs, piercing through bone and muscle without mercy. It looked like a giant, gruesome rat kebab. The masked dude kept controlling his massive hoverboard, smooth but deadly serious. He slammed the rat onto the board, pinning it on a spike. Then he turned to Yang Feifei, his voice freezing the air. "Yang Feifei, keep its mouth shut." "Got it," she replied instantly. She stepped forward, her movements slow but hypnotic, gliding like she was walking on the surface of a calm lake. She raised her hands, unleashing the legendary art, Lin Nai Shu Flake Dragon Fist. In a split second, a wave of deep ocean blue energy exploded from her, painting the sky in a dazzling display. The energy swirled around, wrapping the giant rat in a suffocating embrace. It clamped down on the beast, freezing its movements until it was moving in slow motion. The rookies watching from afar were losing their minds, their eyes glued to the spectacle. Their jaws hit the floor as they screamed, "Check that out. They actually froze that monster. That's a massive beast. Just how high tier is their power?" The guilty rat was trapped in a solid block of ice by Yang Feifei, totally paralyzed. Its body was crushed under the pressure, looking absolutely pathetic. With those spikes still impaling its limbs, it was game over. But then, something freaky happened. That green aura from before flared up again. The ice prison Yang Feifei created started to crack, spider webs of fractures spreading across the surface. Violent Fist's face went pale with stress. She shouted a warning, "Watch out. It's regenerating again." Right on cue, a black-gloved hand shot up. Boss Yang Zi's voice thundered with absolute authority. "Don't even dream of absorbing any more energy." The masked man mocked the arrogant rat. "At these scorching temperatures, you can't touch a single corpse, which means no crystal energy absorption for you, pal." Yang Shi finished his sentence and clenched his fist tight. "It ends here." He unleashed the metal storm technique. The rat was completely outclassed, falling into a desperate disadvantage. Suppressed by the pressure, it couldn't fight back, forced to eat the full force of his chaotic storm. Weak, pathetic squeaks escaped its throat as the attack shredded it. It was a miserable, hopeless sight. Nearby, a guy with green hair was watching the whole thing, staring intently at the floating orbs. He couldn't help but drop a comment, "Damn," sliced into snowflakes. Boss Yang Zi coldly spun the green orb in his hand, activating his skill plunder ability. Suddenly, a holographic system window popped up in front of him, scrolling with text. It was the stat block for Soul Devour, the skill he just looted from the giant rat. Yang Xi scanned the data, his eyes narrowing. He muttered to himself, "So, it's different from the Heart of Light. Soul Devour's healing factor drains the spirit power of others, but it's still classified as a healing skill." Overhead, the organization's chopper swooped down for a closer look. The blonde reporter yelled into her mic, totally pumped, "Listen up, viewers. Don't go anywhere. I'm taking us up to the clouds to get the real scoop on this live stream." Just then, she glanced up and froze. She spotted the masked man standing on a platform high above the clouds. "Ha!" She blinked, then shouted, "Hey, Boss Yang Xi, can we get a quick interview?" Hearing the shout, Yang Xi slowly turned around. The camera caught his broad, stoic back, and the live stream chat instantly exploded with fanboy comments and worship. Violent Fist stared at him, awestruck, but a chill ran down her spine. She whispered, "The pressure coming off this guy. It's heavier than anyone else I've ever met. He's definitely an S-rank monster." She was lost in thought until bam! Yang Feifei appeared out of thin air right behind Violent Fist and Qing Lan. Sensing the killer intent, Violent Fist whipped around, glaring daggers at Yang Feifei. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Yang Feifei didn't say a word. She just gave a cold stare and blasted a wave of pale blue energy straight at Violent Fist. Qinglan freaked out, screaming, "Senior, watch out." In a panic, she threw herself into the line of fire. Qinglan barely sidestepped the path of destruction. That punch from Violent Fist was lethal. She braced for pain, eyes shut tight, but the devastating impact never came. Alive and confused, she slowly looked up, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and suspicion. A huge question mark hung over her head. "Senior, my wounds. They're completely gone." Even Violent Fist's battered body was enveloped in the same glow. Flesh knit together in seconds, and her vitality returned with a vengeance. Violent Fist turned, confused and aggressive. "Who the hell are you?" "A rare healing ability." Yang Feifei answered with 4 heavy words. "Yang Si, Yang Feifei." Up in the sky, the news chopper circled like a vulture. Breaking news. This mysterious healer is with the legendary Yang Shi. She possesses a high-tier healing quirk, saving our fallen heroes right on the battlefield. The screen split, showing Yang Feifei and the Grand Boss Yang Si side by side. Violent Fist scratched her head, totally lost. "Yang Si? Is that some new hero agency I missed?" "Whatever, thanks for the save." Yang Feifei smiled. "No need for thanks. Heroes deserve respect." The reporter kept hyping them up. "Another victory for Liu City. Thanks to the Yang Sis. The biggest credit goes to their organization. Spam the chat with thank yous right now." The stream comments were scrolling at light speed. Qinglan stared, totally mesmerized. "She's gorgeous." But Violent Fist puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "Ugh, she's stealing all my spotlight." Meanwhile, the big boss Yang Shi turned away. His clone, Yang Feifei, relayed a message. The adopted son wants a meeting. Is it bad news or just more drama? Before he could spiral, the clone startled him. "Time's up." Yang Shi felt the connection snap as the clone vanished. The essence orb returned to his main body. Convenient? Yes. But the memories? Oh god. He felt the disgusting gazes of those creeps. Having a female clone is a nightmare for a guy's mental health. Note to self, never make a cross-dressing clone again. It's a magnet for perverts. Absolute trash. Just then, a long-haired dude named Liu Yuan pulled up, leaning on a red supercar. While picking his nose, trying to look cool with that superstar smile, Yang Si face-palmed. "This kid has 0 class." He scanned the perimeter. "You idiot. You were followed all the way here." Liu Yuan rushed over like a puppy. "Got fresh intel for you, Pops." "Fast work, huh?" Liu Yuan grinned. "Who do you think I am?" Click, click. The sound of a camera shutter froze the air. Liu Yuan paused. "Someone's here?" Yang Si coughed. "Ignore the rats. Show me the goods." So, the Hero Association is cracking open the Void Zone. Liu City is about to get chaotic. I thought that was years away. Liu Yuan's eyes lit up. Legendary loot drops incoming. Ability-grade gear. We gotta secure it first. Yang Si smirked. "Good job, kid. This info is worth a Class C Awakening potion." Liu Yuan downed the green vial in one gulp. "Hee hee. Thanks for the power-up, Godfather." But then, the aftertaste hit him like a truck. "Pops, did you spike this with wasabi? And dark chocolate? Gross." Yang Shi patted his back. "Bitter medicine cures the sickness. Deal with it." Suddenly, Liu Yuan screamed, "Arg." Bones cracked and shifted. In seconds, he morphed into a massive Class C werewolf. He threw his head back and howled. "The power. It's surging through my veins, Pops." Yang Si nodded. "At this rate, S-Class isn't just a dream, it's inevitable. You are becoming the ultimate weapon, the hero's war machine." "War machine?" Liu Yuan tilted his wolf head. "What are you talking about, Pops? My real old man is probably out chasing skirts. He doesn't care about me." Suddenly, a shadow loomed large. "Speak of the devil." And he appears. A deep voice grumbled. "Is that so?" The old man's eyes were burning with murderous rage. "Before we chat, I need to skin this unfilial brat alive." Whimpers echoed from the room. The big bad wolf was crying like a baby. "I didn't expect you to show up in the flesh, old man. I only made a deal with him because I want an ability. Don't blame him." Liu Yuan pushed himself up, wiping blood from his lip as he whined to his father. "You already beat the crap out of me. Fine. I won't steal intel from home anymore. Just stay out of my business and stop messing with my boss." The mecha bear was already seething, and his rebellious son's backtalk was the final straw. "Shut your mouth, you unfilthy brat. Face the wall and kneel. Don't you dare come down until I say so." Dismissing the boy, he turned his cold gaze to Boss Yang Si. "This trash of a son. He was born with 0 aptitude. Are you telling me you can simply grant him an ability?" Boss Yang Si kept his face impassive, but his mind was racing. 0 aptitude? You've no idea. Your son is sitting on a dormant S-rank power, you old fool. The boy possesses the S-rank ability regression. I've kept it hidden until the perfect moment. Aloud, Yang Shi replied with casual arrogance, a trivial matter. Giving him one ability is child's play. 2, or even 3, easy as flipping my hand. Li Yuan's eyes popped out of his skull. Wait, seriously? I can get more than one? Even the stoic mecha bear couldn't hide his greed. Does this offer apply to anyone? Even an A-rank hero like myself? Seeing the hunger in the warlord's eyes, the disguised Yang Xi smirked internally. Got him. Even the old fox can't resist the temptation of absolute power. It's human nature. Anyone who tastes power eventually becomes a slave to the desire for more. Boss Yang Xi spread his arms wide, issuing a warning. Of course. But to upgrade an A-ranker, the price is steep. The father narrowed his eyes, demanding every detail about this forbidden power-up. Boss Yang Shi produced a glowing blue orb, holding it up like a trophy. Do you recognize this? The warlord inspected the pill between his fingers. Never seen it before. Yang Xi let out a mocking scoff. Your own subordinates pop these like candy, yet the boss is clueless. Pathetic. This little pill triples a user's strength instantly. The warlord looked at him with suspicion. Is this your organization's product? No, Yang Xi waved his hand dismissively. This belongs to a rival faction. I only approached your son to get intel on them. He gestured for Liu Yuan to return. Get down here, kid. Tell your father everything you know. It was time to drop the bomb. Liu Yuan scrambled forward, desperate to prove himself. It's Li Sanyang, the glacial hero. He used those drugs to turn people into mindless monsters. I saw it with my own eyes. The warlord stared at the blue pill, horror dawning on his face. Impossible. Just one tiny pill caused all that devastation? The Yangtze shrugged. I told you. A hero like the Glacial One wouldn't go rogue without a catalyst. Now we know the cause. The warlord's expression darkened. You're telling me all this because you want me to help you hunt down the supplier? More than that, Yang Si grinned. I want you to join Project White Hollow. Do this, and I'll give you the gene factor to become a dual-element A-ranker. The warlord stiffened aggressively. Project White Hollow? Don't say I didn't warn you, kid. That place is a one-way ticket to hell. Unfazed, Boss Yang Shi flashed the ring on his finger with absolute confidence. You don't need to worry about my safety. I'm using this artifact to harvest ability factors. The warlord paused. Ability factors? Yang Shi began his lecture. The core ingredient for creating ability serums. We can harvest them from criminal awakeners, or strip them from the corpses of aberrant beasts. And the White Hollow is crawling with beasts. An endless supply. The warlord remained skeptical. How can you prove your serum actually works? I am the proof, Yang Si declared, his aura flaring. If you don't trust me, walk away. I don't beg. Liu Yuan panicked, flailing his arms. Dad. Whoa, hold on. If you don't do it, don't ruin my chance to level up. You're gonna mess up my stats. The mecha bear had enough of his son's yapping and smacked him upside the head. Shut up. You have no shame, do you? You think I'd eat the meat and not leave you any soup? He turned back to Yang Si, decision made. Fine, I'm in. The glacial hero goes down today. Satisfied, Yang Shi began to fade into the shadows. A wise choice. Our partnership will be legendary. Until we meet again. The scene shifts. We find ourselves under the bright lights of a Red Cross hospital room. The lovely brunette, Lin Nai Shu, rubbed her sleepy eyes and stumbled out of bed. Ugh, my apartment complex collapsed. Guess I'm homeless now. Suddenly, she froze. A familiar figure appeared Yang Si, back in his civilian disguise. Panic washed over her. Yang Si, what are you doing here? Seeing she was awake, Yang Si rushed forward, grabbing her shoulders with intense worry. I've been searching for you all day. I heard the refugees were brought here. I had to make sure you were safe. His overwhelming concern made Naishu's heart skip a beat, her face flushing pink. She stammered, looking away. Yeah, just a few scratches, but my home is gone. I have nowhere to go. Yang Si's eyes lit up with a brilliant idea. Problem solved. You can just move into my place. Naishue nearly choked on air. What? You mean? Cohabitation. That's way too fast. Yang Si realized how that sounded and waved his hands frantically. No, I didn't mean it like that. Naishue turned beet red, pouting angrily. If you didn't mean it, then forget it. Humph, like I'd want to live with a pervert. She spun around and bolted down the hall. Yang Si chased after her, desperate to clear his name. Wait, Naishue, listen. But she leaned against the window, cutting him off with a dreamy sigh. Ha, I should just focus on Boss Yang's sigh anyway. Yang Shi froze, cold sweat dripping down his face. Excuse me. You said who? Boss Yang Shi. At the mention of the name, Naixu's face lit up with flowers and sparkles. You don't know? He saved my life today. It was like destiny. That mysterious Yang Shi mask. He was so cool. She clasped her hands together, lost in fantasy. I'm definitely going to land an exclusive interview with him. This is going to be huge news. She continued fantasizing about her hero, completely obvious that the cool hero was standing right next to her, dying of embarrassment. But suddenly, the tables turned. A shadow loomed behind her, and that feeling of helplessness. It morphed instantly into bold, reckless adrenaline. Yang Shi swooped in, scooping Lin Naishu up in a classic princess carry. She froze, then let out a startled scream. Hey, Yang Shi. What's the game plan here? Thud. He tossed her onto the pristine white bed like a sack of feathers. She rolled over, wincing in pain. Ouch. Lin Naishu scrambled up, glaring daggers at him. Hold up. What are you trying to do? She demanded, panic rising as she realized they were on a hospital bed with those sterile white sheets. Lin Naishu tried to look fierce, but she was posing in a way that was accidentally way too seductive. Her face burned red as a tomato as she stammered the boy's name. Hearing his name spoken so softly by his crush, Bullseye, Yang Shi felt like Cupid just shot him point blank in the chest. His heart did a little flip as he called back to her. Lin Naishui. Yang Shi stepped closer, closing the gap. He thought this was the moment, the smooth landing, but he only took one step too many. Lin Naishui freaked out. She scrambled back like a frightened cat, waving her hands and yelling, "Warning, you can't do that kind of stuff in a hospital." Boom. Next thing you know, they're under the covers. This position was way too spicy for a public place. Yang Shi and Lin Naishu were living dangerously, face to face, wrapped in a cocoon of blushing heat. Lin Naishu was trying to be a good girl, but looking into his eyes, her rationality was fading fast, getting blurry around the edges. She whispered his name again, Yang Shi. Lying there, eyes locked, emotions overflowing. But Yang Shi, total Chad move. He wasn't going to take advantage of the situation. He acted like a true gentleman. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a tight, safe hug, and whispered into her ear, "Just sleep. I'll help you move tomorrow. You're staying at my place from now on." Lin Naixu agreed on the outside, but inside, she was screaming. Is that it? She lay there wondering if that was really the end of the scene. Talk about a cliffhanger. The scene cuts to the next morning, high in the sky on a Star Airlines flight. Yang Shi was chilling, phone to his ear with a bright smile. Then his face dropped. Say what? A frying pan? Check the bottom cabinet, babe. On the other end, Lin Naishu was raging at his lack of domestic skills. I checked. There's nothing. This kitchen is emptier than your head. Not even a grain of rice. Oh my god, Yang Shi, how do you even survive? She scolded. Yang Shi just shrugged it off, stowing his backpack overhead while handling the roast session like a pro. Okay, I'm a mess. Just use the card I gave you last night and buy whatever you want. Lin Naishu's mood flipped instantly. Deal. Wait till you get back. I got a surprise. Mwah. Hearing that cute kiss through the phone, Yang Shi couldn't help himself. He grinned and let out a soft meow back, then immediately choked on his own spit from excitement. Cough, cough. He wrapped up the call. I'll text you when I land. Bye-bye. But the dude next to him, wrapped in a white scarf, had been watching the whole cringe fest. The stranger smirked. Yo, did you just meow? Seriously. Yang Shi couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing at his own embarrassment. Hee hee, yeah. The plane soared through the endless blue sky, putting miles between them. Suddenly, Yang Shi's eyes widened. Humph. A flash of orange hair across the aisle caught his radar. He recognized her instantly. That was Qian Duodo. He was heading to Shaju for the Burning Sea Trade Fair. What are the odds? Same flight as Qian Duo. But looking at his own casual normie clothes, he figured she wouldn't recognize the legendary figure he really was. Meanwhile, Qian Duo was not having a good time. Her face was twisted in annoyance because some thirsty dudes in the next row kept staring at her. Their eyes were practically devouring her. One of the creeps was thinking, jackpot. Two beauties on one flight, referencing the pink-haired girl next to her. The pink-haired girl? You wrong, politely flagged down a flight attendant. Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but could I get a wool blanket? The attendant smiled, no problem, just a second. But just as she returned to hand the blanket to Yu Rong, saying, here you go, miss. Qian Duo, already triggered by the creeps, caught Yang Shi looking her way. She snapped. Her attitude went from 0 to 100 real quick. What are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before. You pervert. Yang Shi was just spacing out, but now he had a headache and a false accusation to deal with. He puffed out his cheeks, annoyed but silent. If this girl knew I was the Yang Shi deity she worships, she wouldn't dare catch an attitude with me. Slap. Suddenly, a brown cloth dropped to the floor right by the flight attendant's red heels. In a split second, the vibe changed from awkward to deadly. A cold gun barrel pressed against the attendant's spine. She threw her hands up, screaming for help. Yang Shi glanced up, his eyes narrowing. Hijackers? Seriously? The hijacker was a guy with a wild wolf-cut hairstyle, handsome, but with eyes like a rabid animal. He snarled at the attendant, "Don't move a muscle. Hands on your head." Suddenly, his crew popped out of nowhere, weapons drawn, threatening everyone. The passengers were terrified, begging for their lives. "Please don't hurt us." Staring at the gun pointed near him, Yang Shi analyzed the weapon. Are those beast core weapons? He was so busy nerding out he forgot to put his hands up. That ticked off a bald thug nearby. The guy got up in Yang Shi's face, cursing. "What the hell are you staring at, punk? Hands up, now." Yang Shi scanned the group. Every single one of them holding a gun was at least a B-rank Esper. What kind of terrorist organization pulls a stunt like this in broad daylight? Fine. Yang Shi couldn't transform into the Yang Shi here too many witnesses. He needed a strategy, but first, he had to play the part. He slowly raised his hands to blend in. The wolf-cut leader pressed his gun into the flight attendant's back. "Open the cockpit door. Now." The attendant was shaking like a leaf. "I'm doing it. Please, just don't shoot." Yang Shi watched closely, his expression turning serious. Something wasn't right. The wolf-cut psycho turned to his blue-haired partner. "Stick to the plan." The partner nodded, loyal as a dog. "Roger that, boss." The flight attendant watched them execute their plan, tears streaming down her face. She was terrified but managed to ask, "Where? Where are you taking us?" We switched to manual control. The wolf-cut guy grinned like a maniac, pointing the gun right at her face. Destination? The tallest tower in Shazoo. "We're going out in a blaze of glory, taking the District 2 Council down with us." This guy wasn't just a criminal. He was a total lunatic on a suicide mission. The murderous intent rolling off this guy? Absolutely off the charts. His eyes are practically dead inside. But the real stars of this freak show are the two scammers mixed in with the hijackers. You got spike head and purple hair over there. For some reason, they're both rocking the same salty expression. Like someone just pranked them hard. Their glares are sharp enough to cut glass. Totally creepy vibes. Meanwhile, check out the weird uncle sitting next to Yang Shi. Why is he grinning like a teenage virgin? Seriously. His face is turning beet red from blushing. Dude is about to die, and he's looking like he just fell in love. He actually turns to Ogle Cheon Duodu, then starts spilling his guts to Yang Shi with some tragic backstory. Talking about my final journey and regrets. Saying how dying next to a hottie makes it all worth it. Big yikes. Yang Shi is sitting there, life hanging by a thread, listening to this cringe fest. He is literally speechless. Doesn't even bother clapping back. Yang Zi is just roasting the guy in his internal monologue. This old geezer is knocking on death's door and still thinking about girls. Ignoring the creep, Yang Zi switches to detective mode. Where exactly did these terrorists crawl out from? Qian Duo catches his mumble from across the aisle. And boom, she scratches that itch immediately, dropping the answer like she was waiting for it. He mentioned crashing into the White Tower. That screams hatred for District 2. They have to be from District 35. Yang Shi locks in on her logic. But he's not just going to take her word for it. District 35? What makes you so sure? He probes for the receipts. She looks at him like he's an alien. "Bro, did you sleep through history class?" And just like that, Professor Duo starts dropping the lore. Back before the blue planet formed the peace zone, District 50. District 2 totally invaded District 35. Like, full-on aggression. When the government set up District 50, the victims asked for an apology in cash. But the District 2 elites? They just laughed in their faces. Total arrogance. The pieces finally click into place. Yang Shi gets the full picture now. He finally understands the motive driving these maniacs. No wonder they're acting like rabid dogs. But seriously, this isn't the Dark Ages. Blowing stuff up isn't gonna fix your daddy issues. Duo nods, totally on the same wavelength. Straight up. The only ones getting hurt are innocent people. They were vibing on the politics, until Baldy crashes the chat. He stomps over, looking suspicious. "What are you rats whispering about?" Duo is sharp though, she knows how to play the game. She switches to helpless girl mode instantly, trying to de-escalate the psycho with a soft voice. "Nothing, sir. We said nothing. Sorry, big brother. I wouldn't dare." But this brute, zero chill. He grabs her arm like a caveman. No respect for the ladies at all. "Wouldn't dare? Looks like you dare plenty." He hoists her onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, stomps toward the airlock and drops the ultimate threat. "You got a death wish? I'll throw you out right now." Duo loses her cool completely. "Ah, don't drop me. Help me." That did it. Yang Shi is sick of this show. "You absolute trash." He stands up, fist clenching, ready to deliver a knuckle sandwich. He charges up a thunder punch. But wait, someone beat him to it. Baldy gets decked so hard, his fake teeth go into orbit. A mystery man catches Duo midair. Total smooth operator move. He pulls her close. Chill, girl. I got you. It's the blonde bombshell. A-rank hero. Starwind. Dude enters, looking like he's on a runway. Waves to the crowd like a celebrity. Hello everyone, sorry I'm late to the party. Meanwhile, the guy holding Duo is flexing hard, feeling like a total tank. Turns out, Muscle Uncle is also an A-rank hero. His name is Captain Lin Nai Shu. The passengers go wild, from despair to hype in 1 second. It's Captain Lin Nai Shu and Starwind. A-rank heroes are here. We're actually gonna live. Yang Shi finally exhales. Looks like I don't have to carry this squad. But the villains? Purple hair and orange head are triggered. You annoying pests. They rush in for a suicide run, but they instantly regret it. A red blur flashes past at godlike speed. Yang Shi analyzes the gear with his sharp eyes. That cloak. It's a legendary soul weapon. Definitely top-tier combat power right there. The orange-haired dude gives off major feral wolf energy. Oh, it's you? Bring it on. Starwind just rolls his eyes, totally unimpressed. He looks at them like they're bugs. It's 2 against a legend. Just drop the weapons and quit embarrassing yourselves. But Yang Zi spots something sketchy. District 2 guys are sneaky snakes. You think they didn't plan for this? Don't get cocky. Suddenly, the skinny goons hulked out, from stick figures to gym bros in a split second. What is happening? It's the forbidden technique, meat bomb. Starwind and Captain Lin Naishu freeze up. Oh snap, this is bad. Boom, the fuselage blows wide open. The plane spins out of control. It's a chaotic freefall nightmare. People are flying everywhere, screaming for their lives. Captain Lin Naishu barks orders, oxygen masks, now. Then he turns to his partner. Little Wind, use that cloak of yours. Can you fly us out of here, or what? Starwind snaps back, annoyed. Bro, you think I'm S-rank? I can carry a couple of people, max. The rest are on their own. The crowd hears that and loses their minds. Please, take me. It's absolute pandemonium. A purple-haired guy screams, desperate, take me. I'll pay you. Name your price. Just get me off this thing. Another guy joins the pity party. Me too. Yang Shi watches the madness unfolds. They're swarming like angry hornets. Even Duo gets desperate. Save me, please. But before anyone answers, a voice roars from the back. Get lost. I'm getting saved first. Beside them, the uncle just lights a cigarette, cool as ice. Yo, little miss, get your butt back in that seat. Strap in tight. Realizing this random uncle actually cared, Dada smirked and walked back, chirping. You're actually a pretty chill guy, uncle. Suddenly, a terrified little girl walked up, eyes wide and watery. Dada, I'm scared. Dada crouched down with a comforting grin. Chill out, kiddo. Aren't I right here with you? Meanwhile, the guy in the back was cooking up a scheme. His eyes lit up like he just unlocked a cheat code. With a smug smile, he turned to the captain beside him, voice dripping with unearned confidence. Captain, I figured it out. Let's head outside. The captain looked at him like he was crazy, asking suspiciously, What exactly are you planning? We can't just leave these NPCs to die. He saw the doubt in the captain's eyes but didn't flinch, acting totally cool and collected. Just trust me, bro. We gotta move fast. They hopped onto the flying carpet, and boom, they shot into the sky in seconds. Yang Shi's face turned serious. He stared into the distance, brain working overtime. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. That's it. I can create a shadow clone inside the cabin. It only had a fraction of his power, but it might be enough to save this flying coffin. The second he thought it, the system pinged, shadow clone activated. His expression darkened, no jokes, no smiles. Eyes deep as the ocean, the clone transformed into Yang Shi, checking his reflection. He could feel the new power surging through his veins. The plane was nosediving like a meteor, tearing through the clouds. The young guy barked at the captain, panic in his voice. Captain, use your ability to make a massive parachute. We need to slow this thing down now. The captain froze, then realized, damn. Why didn't I think of that? You're a genius, kid. Without wasting a second, he activated his A-rank skill. Cigar mist. Thick smoke erupted from his mouth like a volcano, blanketing the sky. The swirling gray clouds began to shift and change shape. They weren't just clouds anymore. They morphed into gigantic parachutes, grabbing the plane and dragging against gravity. Sweat poured down the captain's face like rain. The tension broke as he let out a heavy sigh. Holy cow, that nearly killed me. I'm totally tapped out. 0 mana left. Suddenly, the young guy's face twisted into something sinister. His eyes went cold, calculating. He stepped behind the exhausted captain, hands glowing with energy. Tough break, Captain. Being a hero really sucks, doesn't it? The captain turned around, confused by the sudden vibe shift. Huh? What do you mean? This is just what heroes do. Yang Si arrived just in time to see the drama from above. Did something just hit the plane? It was the two A-rank heroes sent as backup. Without warning, the kid threw a weapon from behind, his voice dripping with venom. It's because you're so smart that I despise you. The captain screamed in agony as the blow landed. You. Arg. Yang Si watched, completely stunned. He could only mutter. What the hell is this? The kid glared at the bleeding captain with pure hate. I'm just as strong as you, but every time we team up, you steal the spotlight. You ruin my clout. I lose sponsors because of you. The captain collapsed, writhing in pain. He gasped out, You're betraying me. The kid turned his cold shoulder. If you love being a hero so much, go die with these peasants. I'll tell the media Captain Sigurd died a hero's death, saving the plane. Convenient, right? The scumbag flew off, leaving the captain to bleed out. Yang Shi rushed over, shouting, Hey, stay with me. I've got healing skills, don't die on me. Yang Si frantically cast holy light to save him. But the captain was already fading, sweat drenching his pale face. He struggled to speak. It's useless, kid. That was his sole weapon. It can't be healed. Yang Si froze. Say what? The captain used his last breath to speak. I got careless. Never thought he hated me that much. My poor son is still waiting for me to come home for soccer practice. Yang Shi felt a lump in his throat. No. How can it end like this? The plane was stable for now, but still descending. The immediate danger was gone, but the clock was ticking. The traitor flew back into the cabin. The passengers cheered. It's Star Cloak. We're saved. But where's the other hero? He put on a fake sad face, looking like he was about to cry. Oscar-worthy acting. Captain Sigurd used all his life force to slow the plane. But it wasn't enough. I'm sorry. I can only save a few people. His cloak stretched out like tentacles, grabbing only the pretty girls. One girl reached out to Dada, screaming, No, I want to stay with Dada. Dada reached for her, yelling, Wrong. The plane continued its death spiral. The passengers went into full meltdown mode. Despair washed over them. He's just leaving us? We're gonna be meat paste. We're dead. Yang Zi activated Skill Plunder. He looked at the fallen hero solemnly. Captain Sigurd, I'll take your power and your revenge. System alert, A-rank skill acquired. Sigurd mist. You can turn into mist and control smoke anywhere there's air. Side note, smoking kills, maybe cut back a bit. Suddenly, the passengers spotted something outside. Look, is that Yang Si, the legendary god of war? Did he come to save us? Yang Shi flew alongside the falling plane. He unleashed metal control and roared, Stop right there. The ground was rushing up fast. The plane skidded, tearing up the earth and kicking up a dust storm. But it touched down safely. Not a single scratch on anyone. Cheers of pure ecstasy erupted from the crowd. We're alive. Hell yeah, we actually survived. But as the dust settled on the desert floor, a question hung in the air. Where was Captain Shui Jia, the Class A hero? And where did the legendary boss Yang Si go? Dada let out a long, shaky breath, clutching her chest. Man, that terrified me. I seriously thought it was game over. Coming back from the brink of death. Feels insane. Listening to the chatter of the other survivors, Dada frowned, confusion clouding her eyes. Everyone keeps saying Boss Yang Si is here, so why can't I see him anywhere? Look, up ahead, 4 ambulances were tearing across the sand, sirens wailing. The blonde boy flying above them shouted down, faking panic in his voice, Hurry it up. The hijacked plane just crashed. Move. There are injured people waiting for rescue. A rescue helicopter buzzed overhead, its loudspeaker crackling to life with a status report. Reporting from the crash site, the plane is down. But, wait. It appears there are 0 casualties on the ground. Hearing the pilot's report, the girl paused. The flying boy froze, his mask of concern slipping. What do you mean, no casualties? I saw that thing go down with my own eyes. How is everyone totally fine? Dada heard his whining and snapped, rage flaring up. Hey, Goldilocks hero, what's with the attitude? And where the hell did you take Sister Rong Su and the others? A passenger's voice cut through the noise during a live interview. We don't know the details, but the plane landed safely. Someone saw Yang Si right before impact. You know, the metal-controlling Esper, he must have saved us. They turned to the cameras, eyes shining with gratitude. Captain Xu Jiao was there too, but they both vanished. Hearing the captain's name, the flying boy's face darkened instantly. He stepped into the spotlight to twist the narrative. Captain Xu Jia. He and I were handling the rescue mission together. A reporter shoved a microphone in his face. Starcape, can you tell us exactly what happened up there? Starcape faced the media, his expression morphing into fake grief. When the plane started nosediving, The captain used every ounce of his power to slow the descent. He drained his life force completely and died a hero. I only managed to save a handful of people. In that situation, I thought the crash was inevitable, so I called the ambulances to prepare for the worst. I never expected a miracle. Fate must be smiling on us today. Suddenly, a cold voice sliced through his performance. Save your crocodile tears. You know exactly whose fate is at play here. Yang Zi descended from the sky, cradling the captain's lifeless body in his arms. Take a good look at your best friend, Starcape. The crowd gasped, all eyes locking onto the new arrival. Dada's jaw dropped. Boss Yang Shi, it really is you. The rumors were true. You saved the plane, right? Yang Si turned to answer her. Dada, I just gave a little push. The real savior was Captain Xue Jia. Dada stared in shock, her heart sinking. Captain Xue Jia. He really died from mana exhaustion? She squinted, horror dawning on her. Wait, why is there a massive hole in his chest? Cold sweat broke out among the onlookers as they stared at the corpse. She's right. Look at that wound. That doesn't look like exhaustion, death. That looks like murder, like someone stabbed him. What the hell happened up there? Starcape stood frozen, sweat beading on his forehead, his limbs heavy with dread. Yang Si pointed an accusing finger straight at the fraud. So, care to tell us the truth, Starcape? The blonde boy panicked, screaming back. Don't ask me. How should I know why he did that to himself? Yang Shi's voice turned into a growl, exposing the crime. Then let me spell it out. I watched you drag Captain Xue Jia out of the plane. You used the rescue as a cover to drain his stamina. And when he was at his weakest, you struck him down from behind. Yang Si gestured to the undeniable proof. The evidence is painted all over you. The blood on your suit matches the captain's perfectly. A simple DNA test will end your little charade right now. Starcape stared blankly at the crimson stain on his uniform. He hadn't realized the proof was clinging to him the whole time. The crowd's shock turned to fury. It's real. That's blood. Did he seriously kill his own teammate? What kind of monster is he? The whispers grew into a roar. If Yang Shi is lying, explain the wound. There is no other explanation for that injury. The reporters turned on Starcape like sharks smelling blood. Answer the question. Is the great Yang Shi telling the truth? Will you submit your coat for testing? Starcape's expression crumbled. He spat on the ground. His brow furrowed in pure malice. My plan was flawless. I just didn't expect some gutter trash like you to ruin everything. Flashbacks of the captain basking in glory while he stood in the shadows flooded his mind. I don't get it, he hissed, bitterness dripping from every word. My looks, my body, my wealth, I crush him in every category. So why? Why did everyone worship him and ignore me? Yang Shi scoffed. Those hijackers from Zone 35 looked betrayed when they saw you. Let me guess, you cut a deal with them to stage this whole thing, didn't you? Starcape floated up, an evil grin stretching across his face. So you figured that out too, huh? Ha ha ha. Bingo. I'm a refugee from Zone 35 too. He threw his cape back, hovering menacingly above the crowd. I sacrificed so many of my brothers for this, and it still failed. A massive tornado began to swirl around him, the wind howling with his rage. You Zone 2 hypocrites. You all deserve to die. The tornado descended, sucking people into its vortex. Amidst the screams, Starcape revealed his origin. When I was a kid, I loved this coat. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died. She said heroes who save the world wear capes. The scene shifted to a desolate wasteland. I was born in Zone 35. The water was always brown. Flowers, those were sacred myths to us. It was a world without sunlight. We were so hungry we had to dig through trash just to survive. He remembered the hunger, the filth. Even living off garbage, we were happy. I thought that was just how the world worked, until I accidentally crossed into Zone 2. The memory of stepping into the rich zone hit him like a physical blow. It was an alien planet compared to his hellhole. That was the first time I realized water could be sweet, that flowers could bloom on every corner, that the sky was actually blue and the clouds were white. I didn't do squat, yet they still beat me to a pulp. His voice cracked, choking on the injustice of it all. Those Sector 2 freaks are straight-up nightmares. The second they clocked me as a Sector 35 rat, they treated me like total trash, even threw hands for no reason. I actually thought I was the problem. But when the truth hit, boom, his cape fluttered, and his dormant powers finally snapped awake. He spat out the words with venom. I dug up the truth step by bloody step. It wasn't my fault. It was those resource-hogging invaders, bullying the weak just because they could. That realization, it ignited my soul weapon. He didn't hold back, describing how he pummeled the Sector 2 scum. I stole a fake identity, pretended to be one of them, leaking intel to my crew in Sector 35 on the down low. And when they attacked, I'd swoop in at the last second, saving everyone like a freaking messiah. From a bullied nobody to a legend, he recounted his twisted rise to glory. Just like that, I went from zero to hero, a Class A icon worshipped by thousands. Those brain-dead Sector 2 pigs actually thanked me. He relived the high. Until that moment. The moment the captain stole his thunder and broadcasted his identity. I lived for their praise. It was my drug. But then Captain Shuijia showed up on the scene. And suddenly, nobody gave a damn about me. Pure hatred dripped from his voice. I couldn't take it. I just couldn't take it. I busted my ass killing people, while he tried so hard to save them. Back to the brutal present, he laughed manically. What a sick joke. Standing in a hurricane of death, he roared. Damn Sector 2. Damn those pigs. Captain Shuijia, the laws. All of you can go to hell. Dada, terrified he was about to snap and do something catastrophic, screamed back. You psycho. You sick freak. Look at you now. How are you any different from the invaders you hate so much? Fear paralyzed her face. She turned to Yang Sai, voice trembling. God, Yang Sai, this guy's lost it. He's gonna wipe out everyone here. A terrifying black hole ripped open the sky above them. Yang Shi stared into the abyss, his mind racing. That soul weapon is feeding off its master's madness. After all that killing and leveling up, it's hit Class S. Hearing this, Dada's face went pale. She stuttered, Class S? I mean, I'd love to loot it, but my pockets are empty. I got nothing that can stand up to a Class S monster. What do we do? She panicked. Hey, big shot. Can you actually beat him? She glanced down and froze. Wait, your hands. They're shaking. If even you're scared, I'm totally dead meat. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Yang Si smirked. Dada, do I look like a coward to you? I'm not scared. His grin widened. I'm pumped. Dada could only gasp. God, Yang Si. Yang Si stepped up, calling out to the villain. Hey, Starwind. Enough with the monologue. You killed a bunch of innocent civilians in Sector 2 just to vent your anger, didn't you? The guy's face twisted into a vile, cocky grin. Oh, yeah. Loads of them. Let me think. He tapped his chin. Some admiring fans came to see me. A random pedestrian I saved, even my old university professor. I saved their lives, so their lives belong to me to do whatever I want. Yangshi sighed, disgusted. A Class A hero with millions of fans. Turns out to be a total psycho obsessed with a destroy and rescue script. His expression hardened, voice cutting like steel. But listen up. The moment a victim becomes the abuser, all your sad little excuses don't mean jack. No mercy. Starwind didn't care. He cackled loudly. Ha! You sound just like Captain Shuijia. How adorable. Here's a reward for you. I'll give you a 100-second head start to run for your life. He looked up at the sky, arrogance radiating off him. After that, you're dead. Yang Si stayed silent. Click. Metal mastery activated. Sharp projectiles materialized from thin air, surrounding him like a deadly halo. He flexed his skills, completely ignoring Starwind's countdown. 67. Seeing Yang Si just standing there made the villain snap. I'm fresh out of patience. Let's see how fast you can run. But suddenly, the target vanished into thin air. Yang Shi left zero trace behind, Starwind raged, scanning frantically. Where are you? Where the hell did you go, you rat? Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed from above. Ha ha! Who's the coward now? A shadow dove straight into the mysterious black hole Starwind had created. Crack! The black hole shattered. Everything it had sucked in came crashing down at terminal velocity. People screamed, squeezing their eyes shut in terror. Ag! Starwind stood there, jaw on the floor, completely flabbergasted. What just happened? Why did it stop? And where's my coat? His cape was floating in midair, with Yang Shi standing on it like a surfer. Yang Shi gritted his teeth, first time clashing an S-rank power against an S-rank soul weapon. Damn, this thing is fighting me every inch of the way. Yang Shi bellowed down, Dada, catch them. Don't let them hit the ground. Dada moved like lightning, digging into her stash. Chill out, God Yang Shi. I got this. She grabbed a handful of eggs and chucked them into the air. But tears welled up in her eyes as she watched them fly. Boo-hoo, my precious beast eggs. That's 30,000 credits a pop. I'm going broke. Pop, pop. The eggs exploded in midair. Thick, gooey slime erupted from the shells, cascading down like a safety net. The falling victims landed softly into the gross but life-saving sludge. Starwind stared, eyes twitching. No, no, they're supposed to die. Give me back my cape, you thief. He unleashed a hail of gunfire at Yang Si. Rat-a-tat-tat. Yang Shi weaved through the storm of lead. Sheesh. Talk about a warm welcome. But the bullets swerved, locking onto him like angry hornets. He paused, realizing the trap. Great. Homing bullets. Of course, realizing he couldn't outrun them, Yang Shi stopped to face the fire. Meanwhile, Starwind snatched his cape back from the air. My bad for being careless. Won't happen again. The cape settled onto his shoulders, pulsating with dark energy. Reunited with his gear, Starwind's power surged to terrifying new heights. He lunged forward, screaming. Yang Shi spun around, unfazed. Humph. A golden glow enveloped his hand, holy light healing, erasing his wounds in an instant. But as the blood kept flowing, the realization hit him. Just as Captain Shu had warned, wounds inflicted by this soul weapon were cursed. No ordinary healing ability could fix his spirit that had been slashed open. Starwind, seeing Yang Shi struggling to patch himself up, threw his head back in manic laughter. Ha, I bet your little brain is short-circuiting, trying to figure it out, huh? You can't heal because my soul weapon is a spiritual type anomaly. It bypasses the flesh and strikes your very mind and soul directly. You're done for. Yang Shi just smirked, his eyes gleaming with greed rather than fear. Humph. That means it's a top-tier item. It would be a total waste if I didn't loot it for myself, wouldn't it? Suddenly, Starwind froze. Panic shattered his arrogant mask as he looked down. 4 glowing blue pills had materialized out of nowhere, sticking to his cape like parasites. Yang Shi's eyes narrowed as he connected the dots. The corrupted hero phenomenon was definitely linked to those pills. An S-class soul weapon combined with those drugs, that power level was actually insane. Without warning, the cape moved on its own, shoving the pills down Starwind's throat. He clawed at his own neck, choking and screaming, "Get off. I won't eat it. I won't." Cough. Cough. Yang Shi analyzed the horror show with cold detachment. It seemed the weapon had evolved too far. The owner had become the puppet, and the item was now calling the shots. The moment those pills dissolved, Starwind's sanity snapped. He began to howl like a rabid beast, completely losing his mind. "This is all your fault. You made me eat this cursed trash. Die. Die." His cape erupted, expanding into a colossal nightmare that swallowed the entire battlefield. Yang Shi realized things were going south fast. This is bad. The soul weapon is too massive. It's blocked off every exit. Suddenly, the cape curled inward, sealing them in darkness. Yang Shi gritted his teeth. "We're trapped." Starwind's distorted voice echoed from the walls of the cocoon. "Just your rotten luck. I can't control my weapon anymore, so we're all going down." From the ceiling of the cape, beams of light began to rain down like Judgment Day. The voice cackled in his ear, screaming that his only option was to die in despair. As the lights drew closer, they took the shape of glowing stars. Yang Shi looked around, completely baffled by the absurdity of it all. "What the hell is this? Why are these sparkly stickers attaching to my body?" He plucked one of the stars off his arm, and it let out an ominous hum. In seconds, thousands of these stars had swarmed him, covering him from head to toe. He could feel the temperature spiking rapidly. "It's getting hotter by the second. Don't tell me all of these things are high-grade explosives." The stars grew brighter and denser. Yang Shi disappeared completely beneath the glowing pile, his voice the only thing remaining. Outside, Duo saw the catastrophe unfolding and screamed, "God, Yang Shi." Starwind grinned, his face twisted. "Save your breath. He's already been blasted into cosmic dust." A massive explosion rocked the area, sending smoke billowing everywhere. Duo's eyes filled with tears, refusing to believe the legend had fallen. She whispered, heartbroken, "No way. God, Yang Shi?" But then, her jaw dropped. Standing in the crater was a peculiar, human-shaped boulder. Cracks began to form on the stone surface. Starwind's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. "You have got to be kidding me. How are you not dead after that?" Yang Shi broke free, dusting himself off with a heavy sigh. "Phew. That was close. I almost fell for that trap." The survivors erupted into cheers. "Yes. God Yang Shi is alive. He's truly invincible. Yang Shi is my god." Duo jumped up and down, wiping her tears. "I knew it. I knew a legend like you wouldn't game over that easily." Yang Shi looked at her energetic display and shook his head. This girl really knows how to talk her way into safety. But playtime was over. He turned his deadly gaze back to Starwind. "This is the Lin Naishu cigar I looted from the captain." He held up the item, channeling its energy. Instantly, a phantom image of Captain Sue materialized in front of the killer. Starwind's pupils dilated in shock. Captain Sue, he completely lost it, launching himself at the illusion with blinding speed, screaming the name of the man he betrayed. "Ah!" Yang Shi raised his hand, cold judgment in his eyes. "Consider your debt paid, Captain Sue." He activated his skill, Metal Absorption Execution. Starwind let out a final, choked gasp. "Oh!" Blood sprayed from his mouth as his face froze in shock. His body began to disintegrate into nothingness. Yang Shi whispered, "Return to dust. I've extracted every trace of metal from your body. As the villain crumbled away, his final, pathetic thought echoed in the air. I just want to go home. Yangtze grabbed the loot. The system window popped up. Star-Spangled Cloak. Self-aware soul weapon. Attacks the spirit or soul directly. Immune to A-class abilities. Skill. Starfall accumulates energy to detonate sticky stars on the enemy. Weapon rating. Thirst for power. Yang Shi looked at the cape floating obediently in front of him. You're a practical little traitor, aren't you? Your old master is dead, so you instantly find a new one and even change your style to match my aesthetic. He scoffed, wearing the cloak. To tame a weapon like you, I have to stay stronger forever. The moment I show weakness, I know you'll try to devour me too. A voice called out from the side. God Yang Sai, can you help us out? We're kinda stuck here and can't move. Duo laughed awkwardly. Heh, yeah, the adhesive liquid is my ability, but I don't actually know how to dissolve it yet. Yang Si gave a cold, uninterested glance. Oh, and then he flew off. He shouted back over his shoulder. Just sit tight. The rescue team is on their way. I'm out of here, Duo wailed, reaching out. Boo-hoo, don't leave us, God Yang Si. Later, in the backyard of Captain Shua's home, his young son was kicking a soccer ball alone, waiting for a father who would never return. Yang Shi stepped in, stopping the ball with his foot. The boy beamed, looking up with innocent eyes. Ha ha, big brother, do you want to play soccer with me? Yang Shi shook his head gently. Not me. But look over there. Someone else wants to play. The kid spun around, his face lighting up with pure joy. Wow, he looks just like Daddy. I'm gonna go play with him. As the boy ran towards the figure, Yang Si quietly placed an item called Misty Lin Ne Shu on the boy's back. Go ahead, he will always be with you. The boy happily kicked the ball with the smoke illusion Yang Si had created. Yurong's voice broke the silence. Oh my god, Duo. I can't believe Starwind murdered Captain Shui. But in the end, were we really saved by Yang Shi? Duo, walking beside her, nodded enthusiastically. It's a tragedy you missed the live show. The battle between God Yang Si and Starwind was cinematic masterpiece level. She started shadowboxing, mimicking the moves. God Yang Shi was like, swish, dodging the tracking missiles. And then bam, he blasted Starwind into oblivion. Yurong sighed, a shadow crossing her face. It is a pity, though. All the people Starwind kidnapped. He just dumped them into the desert. She shuddered, remembering the helicopter abandoning them. If the rescue team hadn't found us, we would have died of thirst in that wasteland even if the crash didn't kill us. Duo placed a comforting hand on Yurong's shoulder. Sister Yurong, the fact that we too are still breathing is the biggest jackpot of all. We just gotta cherish the now, you know? Yurong stated. Straight facts. Today we represent the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce dealing with the adjudicators. We need to show them some serious aura. Chien Duo flashed the invitation and said, this came from headquarters a few days ago. The adjudicators are Boss Yang Sai's crew. I can't believe the guild actually sent me for this mission. Talk about luck being on my side. Yurong asked with stars in her eyes. Does this mean I finally get to see the legendary Yang Shi? You know, the handsome god of war you never shut up about. Chien Duo suddenly pointed and gasped. Sister Yurong, watch your six. Yang Si materialized behind her like a ghost. She jumped out of her skin, screaming, Who the hell are you? Yang Si grinned, surprise. Chien Duo eyed him and analyzed. That gear and outfit, giving me major deja vu. Is he with the adjudicators? You, Wrong whispered to Chien Duo. Ah him. Duo, I heard a rumor from a B-rank hero. They said the adjudicators have an operative named Yang Si. His signature is a serpent pattern mask. Chien Duo stepped up and asked, You are Yang Si, right? I am a ride-or-die friend of Lord Yang Si. Yang Si gave a cold grunt. Chien Duo sensed the icy attitude and thought, why is everyone in the adjudicators like this? This guy is an iceberg. I better tone it down. She turned around and said, We received an invite to help process the spoils of war. So tell me, sir, where is the loot? Yang Si suddenly grabbed Yurong's wrist. She gasped, Lord Yang Si, what are you doing? Chien Duo was confused. Hey, why are you guys backing away like that? Yang Si gripped a chain mechanism and replied, Didn't you ask where the treasure was? With that, he yanked the lever. The floor beneath Chien Duo vanished. She screamed, No, Yang Si chuckled to himself. Little gold digger, time for a prank. Yurong rushed to the edge where her friend fell. She shouted frantically, Duo, are you hurt? Where are you? The pit was silent. Yang Si counted down. 3, 2, 1. Chien Duo's voice exploded from below. Oh my god, I am filthy rich. Yurong nearly fainted from relief. Chien Duo shouted, Sister Yurong, get down here now. In front of her lay a literal mountain of gold. she gasped. Holy cow! I have never seen this much bling in my entire life. Qian Duo dove into the gold pile and squealed. Hee hee, I am living here forever. Yang Si explained, these are the spoils of war from the adjudicators. Due to special circumstances, full rights are being transferred to your Fanhai Chamber of Commerce. Qian Duo's magical bag vacuumed the gold inside. She winked and said, you got it. We will definitely handle this fortune with extreme care. Don't you worry. Qian Duo whispered to Yu Rong, sister, why would the adjudicators just hand over such a massive fortune to us? Yu Rong replied, the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce is top tier, no matter how you look at it. This transaction builds a foundation of trust. It ensures smooth cooperation down the line. Qian Duo tilted her head. Cooperation? Yu Rong explained. Even powerful espers can't rely on themselves alone. They need high-grade weapons. Qian Duo stared at a diamond in her hand. She asked, you mean our Grandmaster Crafters can forge beast weapons? Yu Rong nodded. Exactly. When the time comes that he needs equipment, that is when our chamber shines. The scene shifts. Somewhere else, a figure lay in a hospital bed, breathing through an oxygen mask. He gripped the sheets, his face twisted in agony as he mumbled, it hurts. Brother. Meanwhile, at Lugang City Airport, passengers were disembarking when a voice rang out. Yang Si. Lin Neishui sprinted toward him, shouting, Yang Shi. I saw the news about the hijacking and the crash. I thought I'd never see you again. Two bystanders watched the stunning beauty run past and dropped their jaws. Whoa. Lin Naishu threw herself into Yang Zai's arms. Yang Zai tried to calm her. Lin Naishu, chill out. It wasn't that bad. She sobbed loudly. Boo-hoo. You scared me to death. Yang Si noticed the jealous glares from the crowd. He patted her head gently. It's okay. Lin Naishu. Look at me. I'm standing right here, aren't I? She pouted. Next time something happens, you have to tell me you're safe first. Yang Shi slung his arm around her shoulder, steering her away. All right. I'll take you home first. Then I have to go visit my adopted son. Lin Naishu blinked. Your adopted son? Yang Shi laughed it off. Ha. It's just an inside joke between bros. Back to the chaos. Liu Yuan sat with a girl on each arm, but his face was sour. He grumbled. That damn old man. Ever since he met my foster father, he's been acting shady and vanishing all the time. He downed his drink in frustration. I don't know what kind of game he is playing. Sigh. Looks like I was just a tool for foster father to get close to that old guy. Now that they are tight, I'm yesterday's news. Suddenly, the system flashed. Mental wave. The two girls dizzied and collapsed instantly. Liu Yuan jumped up in panic. What the hell? Hey, wake up. What's wrong with you? Splash. Water dumped directly onto Liu Yuan's head. He raged, Arg. Who the hell dares to soak this young master? I'll beat you to death. Yang Shi's voice dripped with challenge. Oh really? You want to beat me up? Liu Yuan saw Yang Shi and broke into a cold sweat. He stammered, foster father, no. How can I dare? If anyone's doing the beating, it should be you beating me. Yang Shi patted Liu Yuan's wet hair and asked, Liu Yuan, did I just hear you say I was using you? Liu Yuan looked away, sulking. Well, isn't it true? Yang Shi replied, you really sell yourself short. In my eyes, you have the highest potential. You're my most trusted confidant. Liu Yuan was struck by the words. Tears streamed down his face. Is that true, foster father? No one has ever believed in me like that before. Yang Shi placed his hand on Liu Yuan's forehead. Absolutely. To prove it and erase your doubts, I am granting you a privilege only official members get. Yang Shi commanded, soul contract. A magic circle ignited, and Liu Yuan was blasted backward. The scene shifted. Darkness surrounded Liu Yuan as he stood before a glowing seal. He reached out, confused. This is. The magic circle flared to life. As he floated above it, he whispered. Contract formed. Reality snapped back. His eyes flew open. Liu Yuan found himself standing on a sea of clouds. He looked around. Where am I? Why does it feel like I've crossed a massive distance? Yang Shi's voice echoed from everywhere. Liu Yuan, you have formed a soul contract with me. You have transcended the limits of flesh and spirit. Liu Yuan was so shocked he stuttered. Foster father. Where? Where are the bottom halves of our bodies? Yang Zi explained. Don't trip out. This is the soul space. It's a dimension where your imagination manifests into reality. I recently farmed a ton of soul skills and artifacts, which unlock the server for this place. If you sign a spirit contract with someone, you can share the same lobby. Suddenly, a glowing gem smacked Liu Yuan right between the eyes. He rubbed his forehead. This rock is the contract? Yang Si nodded. Yup. Try to sync with the gem. Liu Yuan closed his eyes, focusing hard. All right, loading it up. Concentrating. The gem on Liu Yuan's forehead blazed with light. Boom! A massive fortress materialized behind him. Yang Si sat high above on one of the 12 zodiac thrones. Liu Yuan's jaw hit the floor. Yang Zi looked down from his throne. Yo, idiot, stop lagging and get over here. Liu Yuan screamed, holy shit, judgment is insane. This place wipes the floor with my old man's company. This is God tier cool. Yang Shi scoffed, didn't I tell you the perks of being a full member? This is the Cloud Summit Palace. It's where Judgment members trade top secret intel. From now on, this is our secure chat room. Liu Yuan pumped his fist, eyes burning with determination. Okay, Godfather, what's the play? Which throne do I take? Yang Sai pointed to his seat in the distance. Like I said, full member perks. The Zodiac Rat seat is currently open. You could. Liu Yuan cut him off, hyped, sick. That means the Rat King title is mine. Thwack. Yang Zai flicked his forehead. Ow. Liu Yuan rubbed his head, looking betrayed. Godfather, Yang Sai lectured, slow your roll. I can't just hand you the title. The rat rank is equal to my own in the organization. You think you're ready to stand on my level? Liu Yuan panicked. Nah. I thought you meant I was already in. Yang Shi cleared his throat loudly. Ahem, let me finish. The rat seat is empty, meaning you were just a candidate for the position. Liu Yuan blinked. Just a candidate? Who else is running? Everyone knows I'm your boy. Yang Zi smirked. True, but the mechanical hero, your dad, is also a candidate. The final decision lies with the leader of judgment. Liu Yuan gasped, realizing the setup. Wait, Godfather, are you making me throw hands with my own old man for a promotion? Yang Si thought to himself. Not bad. The kid's CPU is faster than I thought. He replied, my hands are tied. Judgment rules by absolute power. If you want the high seat, you gotta prove you have the stats and the merit to back it up. Liu Yuan slumped, wiping fake tears. I get it, Godfather. I won't fold. I'm taking this opportunity. Just give me the quest details. Boo-hoo. Yang Shi gave the order. Your dad refuses to hand over the glacial brave suit. Trick him into coming to the ambush point. I'll handle the beatdown. Liu Yuan saluted. Easy money. Consider it done. But, Godfather, I got one question. Yang Shi raised a brow. Spit it out. Liu Yuan's eyes sparkled. If I become the rat, can you hook me up with Sister Fei-Fei? Yang Xi froze. Huh? Liu Yuan continued. I'm down bad since the first time I saw her shadow. She's engraved in my heart, man. If I can put a ring on Sister Fei-Fei, my life will be 100% complete. Yang Xi forced a smile. Ha. Sweat poured down his face. This little creep. He's trying to hit on my female clone. Yang Zi punted Liu Yuan into the stratosphere. Keep dreaming. Log out. Liu Yuan's scream faded into the distance. Scene change. Night fell over the city as lights flickered on in Yang Zi's villa. Yang Zi sat waiting for dinner, scrolling through the news feed. Breaking news, the Round Table Night Economy has posted a new bounty on an A-class hero. Target, Blanche, the Sealing Sword. 500,000 credits for valid intel. 5 million credits if captured alive. Yang's size widened. What the... Suddenly, Lin Naishu called out, Chicken's ready, Yang-Si. She walked in wearing nothing but a tantalizing apron and holding a roast chicken. Yang-Si's face went nuclear red. Naishue, she placed the plate down, tilting her head innocently. What's wrong? Is it too pretty? Yang-Si stammered. No. I mean, why are you? Naishue sat down, grinning. I told you it was a surprise. And not just the food. There's also... She got shy and shoved a drumstick into his mouth to shut him up. Anyway, eat up. Were you watching the news about Blanche? Yang Si choked on the rice. Cough. Yeah, cough. What about her? Nakshu explained. Rumor is she went rogue. Colluded with a dark organization and crushed a bunch of heroes in Sector 2 before vanishing. Yang Si frowned. Why though? Isn't she known as a symbol of justice? She's beautiful and an A-class hero. Naishue narrowed her eyes. I don't know. You seem awfully worried about her. Yang Shi thought back. I fought her. She risked her life to save civilians. That's not the move of a villain. He replied to Naishue. A hero with that kind of charisma usually has a reason. Maybe there's a conspiracy. I'll investigate tomorrow. Naishu scowled. You. Yang Si quickly pivoted. Naishu, your cooking is god tier. Everything tastes amazing. Naishu slammed her chopsticks down and stood up. You're right. I'm nothing compared to her. If I still have my powers to help people, maybe you'd actually look at me. Yang Shi grabbed her shoulders instantly. Naishue. He silenced her doubts with a kiss. I'm investigating for a scoop, that's it. They pulled apart. Naishu blushed, whispering, okay. Yang sighed. He pulled her into a hug. His voice softened. She doesn't even compare to you. In my world, you are the only perfection. Naishu leaned against him. You really meant what you said. Yang Si nodded. I'm just interested in her as a reporter. I just want the truth. But my heart, that belongs to you. I only have eyes for you. Naishu giggled, hugging him tight. Hee, you're the best. Yang Zi's expression darkened internally. I'm sorry, Naishu. One day, I'll return your powers and beg for forgiveness properly. Later, in his office, Yang Shi stared at his monitor and gasped. Already? That was fast. A notification pinged on the screen. The sender? Qian Duoduo. The message read, Great God Yang Shi. To think the day would come when you'd reach out to me first. It's a miracle. Didn't you need intel on the fan high chamber from the dark web? Sending it over now, boss. Yang Zi clicked the mouse. Instantly, the screen flooded with cascades of crimson code. Yang Si smirked, clearly impressed. Damn, the dark web doesn't mess around. Clean, fast, brutal. Unlike those sluggish amateur streamers out there. First things first, let's see what they have on Spicy Superman. He clicked the link. A QR code materialized, blocking his access like a digital gatekeeper. The system demanded, pay 100,000 Qinglan coins to unlock classified data. Yang's eyes widened. Only 100,000. That's a total steal. The data stream unlocked. Event. The hunt for the one-eyed beast invading Deer Harbor. Variety show appearances include Run, Hero. Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Yang Si mused. It looks like he's even plotting a transition into the movie industry. According to reliable sources, the hit show Dad, Where Are We Going? Is inviting Spicy Superman and his daughter as guest analysts. Big moves. He's a reserve A-class hero. During his duel with Ranger in the research forest, he awakened a new power. Ability. Size manipulation control. Specific techniques and destructive output currently unknown. High probability of a breakthrough. He's on track to ascend to A-class in the upcoming hero rankings. Yang Shi nodded in approval. This dark web. It's terrifyingly accurate. It even has records of that time I possessed Spicy Superman and taught that Punk Ranger a lesson in the forest. It even pinpointed the exact moment he developed the new skill. A chill ran down his spine. Just who is watching us? Who is recording all this? He shifted gears. What about the hero? Glacier. The screen flashed. No intelligence available. Yang Si narrowed his eyes. Someone is deliberately scrubbing his tracks. Then, what about Blanche? He scanned the database. Bingo. We have a hit. Price, 700,000 Qinglan coins. Payment complete. The secrets of the sealing sword unravel before him. The betrayal within the Knights of the Round Table Agency. It's been under investigation from the start. Confirmed. Blanche conspired with the rising syndicate known as Judgment. Her mission, assassinate the masked wrestler. To capture her, the Knights allied with the Hero Association special agents, but the sealing sword, she slipped through their fingers. Sighting locations, Deer Harbor, Sand Province. And here's the kicker. Rumor has it Blanche is lovers with Yang Si, a high-ranking executive of Judgment. Yang Zi gasped, the pieces falling into place. The masked wrestler? Wait, is he still listed as a hero under the Knights of the Round Table? Suspicion clouded his mind. Does the agency not know he pledged loyalty to the saint, or is there something darker rotting within the company itself? Yang Si scratched his head, confused. And what's this drama about lovers? If Lin Naishu sees this gossip, she's going to flip a table. He scrolled down. Let's see what else is on the menu. The hierarchy of Judgment appeared. Members, Yang Shi, and Yang Feifei. Unlock the secrets of these powerhouses. Price, 30 million. Yang Shi's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Holy shit, my intel is worth 30 million. He pushed up his glasses, a cocky smirk forming on his lips. So Blanche is being hunted. Basically because of me? Scene transition. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Ma Long slammed his fist on the table, rage exploding. Why? I am your flesh and blood. Why did you give the White Void appointment to Li Kan Yang instead of me? Armored War Bear furrowed his brow, his voice a low growl. Are you questioning my authority, boy? Ma Long unleashed a torrent of frustration. You promised me that spot was mine. Both Violent Fist and I were supposed to be appointed to the Hero Association. Going to the White Void is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for power. Armored War Bear shouted back. I said it before, yes, but I have changed my mind. You are not the right choice for this mission. Ma Long's face twisted in bitterness. Why? Is it because I lost to Yang Shi that one time? Bam. Armored War Bear crushed the table. Do not speak that name. This has nothing to do with him. Ma Long froze, stunned by the outburst. His father sighed, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. Son, I have my reasons. You have no idea how terrifying the white void truly is. Keeping you away. I am doing this to save you. Ma Long slapped his father's hand away. Humph. Excuses. You just think your own son is weak. Scene transition. Ma Long took his grievances to his sworn brother, seething with resentment. Venom dripped from Ma Long's voice. It makes my blood boil just thinking about it. My old man is sending Li Kanyang to join the White Void recruitment. Liu Yuan gasped. What? Doesn't he know that the White Void is a gold mine? The exotic beast materials alone are worth a fortune. Ma Long stormed off, his anger unquenched. He threw one last insult over his shoulder. Exactly. If I didn't know better. I'd think Li Kanyang was his biological son, not me. Inside the men's washroom, Liu Yuan's mind raced. He wants to send Li Kanyang to the White Void. What is that old fox planning? He touched the gemstone embedded in his forehead. I need to access the Cloud Top Palace. Foster father must know about this. Liu Yuan entered the mental realm and immediately face-planted onto the floor. Yang Shi was already there, looking down at him. Graceful as always. Liu Yuan scrambled to his feet. Foster father. I have urgent news. My father intends to send Li Kanyang into the White Void project. Yang Shi raised an eyebrow. Oh? And what is his endgame? I don't know. My brother even fought him over it, but my gut tells me he's trying to keep Li Kanyang out of your hands. Yang Shi mused thoughtfully. If I take out Li Kanyang now, it might startle the snake in the grass. After all, Li Kanyang has deep ties with that fedora-wearing man. A cold smile played on his lips. No need to rush. Let them enter the White Void. In that chaotic dimension, accidents happen all the time. Liu Yuan's eyes lit up. If foster father says so, then the old man must have his reasons. Yang Shi issued his command. Your next mission is critical. Ensure your father's plan proceeds without a hitch. Once your father and Li Kanyang step into the White Void, the rest will be child's play. Liu Yuan saluted. Your wish is my command. Back in reality, Yang Shi sat on his bed. Lin Naishu is at work. Perfect. Time to grind some levels. I need to be ready for the White Void. First priority. Upgrade disguise and clone to B rank. He extended his hand. Energy coalesced into shimmering data cubes. He triggered the evolution for both abilities simultaneously. System alert, ability, disguise upgrading. 0.01 seconds. Complete. Instant outfit changes. Self-styling enabled. Physical manipulation of body shape and vocal cords. It even comes with personality presets and acting assist protocols. Finally, the perfect infiltration tool. Seriously, is he trying to win an Oscar or something? That B-rank clone ability is totally broken and copies his full power stats. 6 whole hours of playtime, his flight rating is skyrocketing. Yang Shi didn't stop there. He fused Deep Sea Ghost and Raging Fire to evolve his Divine Dragon skill straight to A-rank. The system screen flashed with a new A-rank Hydromaster ability. Skills unlocked: Slaughter Rain, River God's Guard, and Aqua Spear. Description: if God says let it rain, the sky better freaking cry. Next up, A-rank Flame Monarch. Skill unlocked: Phoenix Summon. He literally controls the entire domain like a boss. The description read, you are the fire that consumes me. Yang Shi smirked. Sounds edgy as hell. Is this ability trying to act like some overpowered protagonist or what? Cut to the docks. Blanche's voice cut through the noise. Here, thanks for the save. The smuggler grabbed the cash bag, grinning. Sweet, thanks, beautiful. But I gotta ask, why is a loaded girl like you smuggling yourself across the border? Blanche frowned, her vibe turning ice cold. Curiosity kills the cat, dude. The less you know, the longer you live. If anyone asks about me, you know nothing. Got it? The guy shivered, totally spooked. Okay. No questions asked. Darkness began to swallow the sky. Blanche walked alone, her thoughts racing. I can't stay in Exazhu. In just a few days, I went from hero star to wanted criminal number 1. The hunters on my tail are all A-rank pros. I've been running for my life non-stop. She pulled her cloak tighter. That masked boxer guy, he's a hero on paper, but secretly, he's a loyal dog to the Saint organization. He'd die for them. She stopped in front of a villa, frustration boiling over. Why the hell is the company hunting me instead of the bad guys? She slumped onto a bench, exhausted. Her mind drifted back to Yang Sai specifically, his masked boxer disguise. I couldn't find a trace of him in Exazhu, so Lugang is my last bet. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh echoed from the shadows behind her. Hee hee. Blanche. Did you really think you could escape my grasp? Blanche leaped into the air, landing in a combat stance. The assassin tossed the smuggler's corpse at her feet. What? He's already dead? Blanche screamed, fury in her eyes. Your beef is with me. Why kill innocent people, you psycho? The assassin circled her like a predator. Oh, don't worry. You're the main course. But anyone helping you gets deleted too. Remember when you hunted me? Now the tables have turned, haven't they? Blanche swung her sword. Shut up and fight. Her blade slashed the air, but the assassin dodged, laughing like a maniac. Haha, you mad, bro? Watch me end you with these dirty needles. He launched a volley of poison needles. Blanche took the hit, wincing in pain. Ugh, you dirty cheat. The assassin stepped closer, savoring the moment. Blanche, today is your expiration date. She clutched her chest, agony washing over her. Suddenly, Lin Naishu appeared out of nowhere. She looked panicked. Hey, are you okay over there? Lin Naishu stared at the wound on Blanche's chest. Oh my god, what happened to you? Blanche gritted her teeth. Get out of here. Run. The assassin threw his poison needles straight at Lin Naishu. She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, Help me. Boom. A wave of energy blasted the needles into dust. Yang Si stood like a wall between the girls and the killer. Blanche's eyes went wide. Yang Si glanced back, cool as ice. Chill. I got this. The assassin paused. Yang Zi? Wait, the Yang Zi of Judgment who wiped out the Saint organization? Yang Zi scoffed. If you know who I am, why haven't you run away yet, loser? The assassin cackled. Big talk. I never thought I'd find you here. Let's see if you can back up that attitude. He unleashed his ultimate move at Yang Shi. Sunflower Key Blast. Yang Shi fired back instantly. But wait, Yang Shi's attack was getting pushed back. His eyes widened in shock. Yang Shi used his body to tank the hit. The two girls behind him screamed as the shockwave hit them. Blanche recognized the technique instantly. Sunflower Key. Wait, you're Wang Shuxian. Wang Shuxian stepped into the light, smirking. Oh? You still remember little old me? Blanche was confused. I personally threw you in jail for life 2 years ago. How are you free? Wang Shuxian laughed. I had friends in high places. Obviously. I'm not the weakling I was back then. I've ascended to S rank, baby. Blanche was sweating buckets, barely holding her sword. An S rank criminal. Even if it kills me, I'm putting you back in that cage. Yang Shi analyzed the enemy. This guy isn't lying. His power level is definitely above A rank. If we go all out, Lin Naishu is gonna get caught in the crossfire. I can't fight properly here. I have to scare him off. Yang Zi decided to bluff. You're strong, sure, but it's 2 against 1. Plus, the real S-rank Yang Shi from the Judgment Organization is on his way right now. You really like those odds. Wang Shuxian sneered. What if I just kill you all before he gets here? Yang Zi charged up a magic orb, eyes glowing. Go ahead and try it, tough guy. Blanche panicked. No, you guys run. I'll hold him off. Lin Naishu whipped out her phone. We aren't leaving you behind. Just hang on. I'm calling the Hero Association right now. Wang Shuxian flinched, stepping back. He leaped onto a street lamp, glaring down at them. You got lucky with the numbers game today. I'll come back for your heads later. He vanished into the night. Lin Naishu sighed. Did we actually scare him off? Yang Si raised an eyebrow. You didn't actually call the Hero Association, did you? Lin Naishu grinned. Nope, just bluffing. Same as you. With Blanche's current status, calling the cops would just bring more trouble. Blanche spoke up, voice trembling. Yang Sai. I need to ask you about the Judgment Organization. Yang Sai raised a hand, cutting her off. Heal up first. I'll find you when you're not half dead. He turned and walked away into the shadows. Lin Naishu watched him go, totally starstruck. Do all you high-level ability users disappear like ghosts? So dramatic. Blanche sighed. It's just an ego thing. Normal people don't act like that. Lin Naishu looked at Blanche's wound. You're poisoned. I'm taking you to the hospital. Blanche shook her head frantically. No. Too many eyes at the hospital. I need a quiet place to purge the toxins with my energy. Lin Naishu lit up. Then come crash at my place. Blanche blinked. Huh. Meanwhile, Yang Si had already deactivated his transformation. He jogged back, acting clueless. Babe, what took you so long in the bathroom? He looked at Blanche, feigning shock. Whoa, isn't that the famous hero, Blanche? What are you doing here? Blanche stared at him. Who is this guy? Lin Naishu grabbed his arm. My boyfriend. We were jogging when I needed a bathroom break. She turned to Yang Shi. Then we got ambushed. Crazy, right? She's messed up pretty bad, but with her high-profile status, we can't just dump her at a hospital. You cool if we stash her at our place for a bit? Yang Si didn't hesitate. Yeah, I got her. He hoisted Blanche onto his back, leading the way home while Lin Naishu covered the rear. Breaking the silence, Yang Shi asked, "You barely stepped foot in Liu Kang's city and assassins are already on your tail. Serious bad luck." Blanche gritted out, "Yeah." Yang Shi pressed on. "So, why were you guys hanging out at the docks?" Lin Naishu pointed a finger right at him. "You're gonna laugh. We were just on a night run to burn some calories. Total coincidence we saw you getting jumped." Blanche's expression softened. "Thanks, seriously. But I'm a wanted fugitive now. The whole world thinks I'm a villain. Why stick your necks out?" Lin Naishu smiled, "Because the Blanche I know risks her life for others. Back in Shaiju, you led the charge into hell just to save those kids. Yang Shi and I know you're not the monster they're painting you to be." Frustration leaked into Blanche's voice. "I didn't kill that masked boxer, and I'm definitely not in bed with the mysterious Judgment Organization." Yang Shi cut in. "I heard that boxer guy was just a lapdog for the Saint of Shaiju anyway. Even if you did zero him out, trash like that isn't worth dying over." Blanche frowned, her gaze darkening. "How he died doesn't matter. The point is, someone is weaponizing his corpse just to take me off the board." Yang Shi finished her thought. "Or maybe they're trying to drag the entire Judgment Organization into the crosshairs." Blanche blinked, surprised. "You really think that's the play?" Yang Zi nodded. "The smear campaign isn't just about you. It's linking you to Judgment on purpose to dirty their name." Lin Naishui chimed in. "But Judgment's reputation is actually really solid. That mystery hero, Yang Si, saved Liu Kang City multiple times. He just saved us, too." Blanche shook her head. "There's stuff you, civilians, don't know. Lately, espers from every district are terrified of Judgment. Rumor has it they're planning to conquer District 53 and rule the entire blue planet." Yang Sai's jaw dropped mentally. "Say what now? World domination?" Blanche continued. "That's why I'm here. The hit squad after me. There was a coalition of espers from all over. The bounty money isn't enough to trigger a war like this. They're hunting me because they think I'm their key to exposing a connection to Judgment." Blanche explained, "District 53 of the blue planet relies on a delicate balance of esper power levels across the zones. It's the only way to prevent one region from dominating the others. That's the core rule of the peace treaty." Lin Naishu gasped. "That's intense." Blanche added, "That is exactly why the Hero Association deploys espers to specific regions for long-term garrison duty. They call it vacation to keep the public calm." Lin Naishu sighed. "So that's the truth. Regular people like us are totally in the dark about these power plays." Yang Si pieced it together mentally. "So that's why the violent princess wasn't in Lukang for long. She didn't just come back from vacation during the beast invasion. She was redeployed." Blanche went on. "Judgment just has too many monsters in their ranks, including that S-class freak, the Yang Si. They appeared out of nowhere, completely unchecked. Their existence is suffocating the other factions. Someone sees an opening to use this fear. They want to rally an army to crusade against Judgment." Yang Ji frowned. "Who the hell has the influence to manipulate a mob that size with just rumors? Are they building a private Esper army under the guise of justice?" Lin Naishu covered her mouth. "Oh my god, this threatens the peace of the whole planet." Yang Si narrowed his eyes. "The Blue Pill organization loves manipulating human nature. Is this their handiwork too? Or something worse?" He analyzed the board. "It's only been a century since the awakening on the blue planet. We've got white mist beasts clawing at our walls outside, and internal conspiracies rotting us from the inside. Plus, I still can't fix this damn blue tracking marker on me. What a headache." Yang Si looked at her. "Blanche, did you come to Lukang to hunt down Judgment?" Blanche shook her head. "Opposite. I'm here to clear their name and help them." Yang Si blinked, stunned. "Help them?" Blanche looked away, a bit flustered. I know the Yang Si of Judgment. We've been through hell together. He saved me just now, appearing like a ghost. I trust him with my life. I need to ask him what Judgment is really fighting for." Yang Shi mentally face-palmed. "Wait, I just swapped gear and rushed in because I heard fighting." Lin Naishu smirked. "Hero Blanche, do you have a crush on Yang Si?" Blanche panicked. "Huh? No way. Totally not." Cut to the Fanhai Commerce Guild HQ. Walls lined with lethal, high-tier weaponry. Qian Duo was massaging the shoulders of a man on a throne, Qian Buhui. "I never expected a powerhouse like Judgment to rise outside the four great seas. Filthy rich, too. Duo. If you can infiltrate their ranks, the Qian family's status in the guild will skyrocket." Qian Duo nodded. "That's the plan, Grandpa. I'm tight with that Yang Sai legend, but he hasn't dropped an invite yet. Maybe we should grease the wheels? Send some top-tier artifacts as a hint?" The butler bowed. "Brilliant, young master." Qian Buhui roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha. Done. We'll host a weapon expo and invite him as the guest of honor. We'll gift him that S-class weapon. Let Judgment see the Qian family's wealth and sincerity." Duo hugged the old man. You're the best, Grandpa. I knew you'd get it. Behind them, the butler clenched his fist, eyes narrowing. Judgment. Back at home, Lin Naishu set breakfast on the table. Yang Shi wrapped his arms around Lin Naishu from behind. Morning. She checked her phone. Work just texted. Emergency meeting. I can't stay for breakfast. He planted a kiss on her cheek. I'll drive you. No time, she said. Go wash up and eat. Don't let my hard work go to waste. Nothing like a face full of public display of affection in the morning. Lin Naishue tossed her apron aside. I'm off. Blanche, you get some rest to heal up, okay? Yang Shi and Blanche sat down to eat. The air grew heavy. Thank you for everything last night, Blanche said. But I have to bounce. Yang Shi raised an eyebrow. Are you crazy? Every hitman in the city is looking for you. Blanche's eyes hardened. I have a mission. Danger doesn't matter. My wounds are healing fast. Fate will bring us together again. Yang Shi chewed slowly. I didn't sneak heal you last night just so you could go out and get yourself killed. He looked up, she was already gone. Fast. Wait, where'd she go? The scene shifted to the vast, endless ocean. Yang Shi stood on the jagged reef, gazing out at the endless horizon. Time to take these skills for a test drive. The ocean surged as he equipped the legendary divine dragon suit. Perched atop a cresting wave, something caught his eye. Huh? Those two silhouettes look familiar. From a distance, he locked onto a luxury yacht drifting aimlessly. On deck, the party was popping off. Chen Duo and Ji Erong were there, looking absolutely stunning in their swimwear. But the vibe was off. Chen Duo was screaming at someone. Get lost. You aren't welcome here. Ji decked out in a flashy suit, just smirked with pure arrogance. You sure about that? He scoffed. If the Luofu chamber wasn't backing your pathetic family, you wouldn't even touch a single S-rank weapon. Flanking him were the fire dragon's staff and the dark swordsman. Duo scowled. Years ago, you were just a dog following behind me. And now you think you have the right to step on my head? Ji twirled a lock of hair, his eyes filled with disdain. Blame your family for falling off so hard. Even a dog like me can stomp on you now. Yurong stepped in. Don't be shameless. Ji snapped his fingers at his lackeys. Watch me be shameless then. Strip Ji Yurong. Let's see what the second beauty of the four great seas is hiding under there. The fire and darkness minions marched toward the girls with wicked grins. But suddenly, Yang Shi crashed the party. He surfed in on a massive water pillar, looking cool as ice. Yo, ladies. Quick question, how do I get to Lugang City? Duo blinked. Wait, that fit. Are you with Lord Yang Shi? Yang Shi, playing his new role perfectly, replied. With him. Sounds weird. I am Divine Dragon, of the Judgment Organization. The crowd went wild, phones out, snapping pics. Judgment has another Zodiac member. This is going to break the internet. He sounds like a teenager, though. Is he actually strong? Yoron cried out, Hello, Divine Dragon. We're friends with Yang Shi. Please get us out of here. Yang Shi shook his head. Afraid not. He pointed a finger at JR's squad. Because the ones leaving are them. JR exploded. You little punk. You dare mess with the Luofu chamber? Get him. The minions leaped into action. The Dark Swordsman unleashed his ultimate immediately. Yang Shi didn't even flinch. The crowd looked up in terror as Duo gasped. What is that? A colossal water titan rose behind Yang Shi. The river god guardian had awakened. Yang Shi mocked them. Ha! Is that all you've got? My turn. The river god guardian caught the enemy's blade with its bare hands. The swordsman gritted his teeth. Damn it, I can't move. Suddenly, a water droplet shot forward like a sniper bullet. It pierced right through the swordsman's shoulder. He collapsed, thinking. A single drop of water became a blade. This kid is a monster. With this power gap, I have zero chance. The fire mage raised his staff, yelling, I knew it, you're a water elementalist. Your power is buffed by the ocean, he smirked evilly. But there are some things mere terrain advantage can't fix. He summoned roaring fire dragons, feeling confident. Let my fire dragon staff teach you a lesson in pain. Yang Shi looked at him like he was trash, weak and chatty. Who told you I was only a water user? The fire dragons screamed toward him. Yang Shi calculated quickly. Lord's consciousness activated. I can hijack any flame that doesn't exceed my level. The system flashed, skill active. Standing on his water throne, Yang Shi pointed at the mage. Here, have a taste of your own medicine. The fire dragons pulled a U-turn, roaring back toward their master. The mage's eyes popped out. Say what? He scrambled away like a rat. He's a dual elementalist. Run for your lives. The bystanders filmed the chaos, totally shook. So young, yet he wields both ice and fire? That's insane. The Judgment Organization is terrifying. Where are they finding these elites? Is something huge about to go down? Yang Si hopped onto the deck, roasting the retreating enemies. That GR guy runs fast for someone who talks so much trash. Yurong bowed. Thank you so much. Duo looked at him with sparkles in her eyes. Brother Divine Dragon, since you're with Judgment, can you help us find Uncle Yang Si? We want to invite him to the Fan High Chamber's Beast Weapon auction. Yang Si nodded. Oh, I can help you contact Big Brother Yang Zi, but you'll have to tell him yourselves. Duodo asked, how? Yang Zi pulled out 2 gems. Sign his soul contract. Become external members of Judgment. Duo's jaw dropped, grinning ear to ear. It's that easy? We can join Judgment just like that, Yang Si added. Actually, Yang Si sent me. He wants you as external members to help handle our loot. He thought to himself, the world is bigger than I thought. If I want to conquer the 4 seas, the Qian family is my best wallet. Duo didn't hesitate. I'm in. Yurong nodded too. As long as it doesn't hurt the chamber, I'm down. They pressed the gems to their foreheads. Meanwhile, on Ma Long TV, the news about Yang Si broke. Ma Long watched in shock. He dropped his weights and stormed off. Later, at the Fan High auction, the crowd buzzed. Gee, isn't that Yang Si? He's the hottest topic right now. Rumor has it his organization is stacked with S-rank monsters. I thought the Qian family was washed up. How did they connect with these guys? Elder Qian greeted him warmly. Lord Yang Shi, I've heard so much about you. Yang Shi played the part. Likewise, finally good to meet you, Elder Qian. The old man gestured. Please, sit. The auction is starting. Suddenly, a voice cut through. Hold up. GR strutted in, servants carrying a mysterious box behind him. He glared at Yang Si. Important guests just arrived. Why the rush? Yang Si narrowed his eyes. This clown came prepared. He's gonna try to wreck the auction. GR flashed his invite. What? Not happy to see me? I have a ticket. Duo put her hands on her hips, shouting, Don't act like I don't know you're plotting something dirty. No one brings their own beast gear to an auction unless they're looking for trouble. Gale sneered, his voice dripping with venom. Looks like the Qian family is down bad. Desperate for a savior? Huh. He didn't let up. Sure, Qian gear is top tier, but that price tag? A total ripoff. Especially with the rumors flying around lately. So I brought my own toys to test the merchandise. That's fair game, right? You, Wrong snapped, fury burning in her eyes. He's openly trashing our reputation in our own house. Qian Bukui raised a hand, ice cold. Chill. Let him talk. Yang Si stepped into Gale's personal space. You. The Euroclam brat, right? Gale blinked. What's it to you? Yang Si clamped a hand on Gale's shoulder, heavy as lead. Your folks and I, we go way back. Gale shook it off, eyes narrowing. Oh, yeah? So, which Uruk elder is the Yang Shi buddies with exactly? Yang Shi panicked internally. Crap, how should I know? Just gotta bluff my way through this. If I lie, he'll catch me instantly. Time for plan B. Yang Si smirked, the classic reverse card. He waved it off like it was nothing. Ask your elders when you get home. I'm not here to give history lessons. Yang Si yanked the black cloth aside. He gripped the azure blade. Gale pressed on. Wait, Uncle Yang Zi, do you know my aunt? Yang Shi dodged the question smoothly. Damn, kid, you brought some serious heat today. Yang Si shut him down before he could dig deeper. Sit. Gale froze, awkward. Uncle Yang Si. Yang Si took his seat next to Qian Bukui, ready to start the show. He pointed to the emerald armor, voice booming. Ladies and gents, welcome to the Fan High Chamber's Beast Weapon auction. Let's get this party started. First up, the Z-style jade armor. Blocks a full force blow from a B-rank Esper, starting at 3 million. The crowd went wild. 360, 400, 6 million. Gale sipped his tea, smirking like a villain. Morons, anything over 500 is a scam. He glanced at the stage. Is the Qian family trying to scare us with this junk? Or are they out of actual good gear? The auctioneer cut through the noise. You all know this masterpiece. One of Elder Qian's signature works. The Gauntlets of Light, starting bid. 200 million. Gale's jaw hit the floor. That old man is selling his trump card already? Fire Dragon Scepter's eyes widened. 2-star gear made from an S-rank beast. The Dark Swordsman gasped in awe. An A-rank body enhancer wearing those, they'd be an S-rank monster. You wrong, shouted. 300 million. Qian Duo bit her lip, heartbroken. That was Grandpa's favorite collection. Qian Bukui leaned in, whispering, Lord Yang Si, if you like it, why not toss a bit in? Yang Si sweated internally. The Judgment Organization's total budget is 200 million. How am I supposed to top that? As if reading his mind, Qian Bukui grabbed his hand. Consider it a gift. Yang Si nodded, cool as ice. If you insist, I won't say no. Bukui beamed. Bid away, Lord Yangtze. The Qian Vault is open for you. Suddenly, Gale shouted, 310 million. The auctioneer yelled, any takers? Going once, twice. Sold. Yangtze cut in. 315 million. Gale stared at him, stunned. Fire Dragon asked, do we push higher? Nah. Gale grinned darkly. The real show is just starting. The gavel banged. Sold to Mr. Yangtze. Congratulations. Item number 3. S-rank beast weapon, the Black Jade Shield. Gale stormed the stage, his blade drawn. Hold it right there. He swung his massive sword. I'm testing the goods before anyone buys. Yangtze narrowed his eyes. Finally showing your true colors, huh? You wrong frowned, panic rising. The Black Jade Shield resists elements, but physical attacks? Against that Qing Lan greatsword, it'll shatter. Qian Duo spun around, screaming, Uncle Yangtze, lend me the gauntlets of light. I'm gonna snap that sword in half. Yangtze reached out, gently patting her head. She froze, totally caught off guard. His voice was soft but firm. Chill, kid. Just watch the show. Clang. The azure blade slammed into the shield. The Uruk heir gasped. No way. The crowd held its breath. Unwilling to accept defeat, he roared, putting every ounce of strength into his second strike. Crack. The sound echoed like a gunshot. The legendary azure sword exploded into shards. The audience erupted into whispers. You seeing this? The Uruk heir using a knockoff, totally fake, bringing trash to a real auction, talk about cringe. Qian Duo didn't turn around, whispering, Uncle Yangtze, you knew that big sword was garbage, didn't you? Yangtze smirked, remembering the plunder skill he'd secretly used. On stage, the Uruk heir clutched his head, mental breakdown in progress. Impossible, he screamed. His lackey stepped up, whispering frantically, Young master, Yangtze touched our gear earlier. He touched it, and the spirit died. That's why it snapped. Qian Duo exploded with rage, defending Yangtze. Liar, stop spitting poison. If your junk breaks from a single touch, it was never S-rank to begin with. The lackey sneered. He's an S-rank Esper. He probably rearranged the molecular structure. The mob started nodding. Makes sense. Yeah, Yangtze did handle it. If anyone could pull that off, it's a master alchemist like Elder Qian. The Uruk heir glared. Fine. Let's test the other two weapons. Then we'll see. Yangtze crossed his arms, unfazed. Music to my ears. The air slapped on a mask and blew into a mystical horn. A golden light erupted, blinding and eerie. The light swept over the crowd. People fell to their knees, screaming. My head. Stop it. The air lowered the horn, triumphant. See. Attack and defense are flawless. Qian Duo charged forward, finger pointed at his nose. Are you done throwing a tantrum? You trashed our venue and attacked our guests. Do you have no shame left? The Uruk heir choked, unable to find a comeback. But his shadow whispered in his ear, Young master, something smells fishy. I bet my life there's a rat in the family. The Uruk heir barked his orders and stomped off, flanked by his two lackeys. Watching them retreat, Yangtze suppressed a wicked grin. Close call. I almost drained his beast weapon dry before he cut me off. Yangtze replayed the conversation in his mind. The brat had asked, Uncle Yang, you wouldn't happen to know my aunt, would you? That question was the only reason Yangtze hadn't bricked the guy's gear right there. You wrong caught on instantly, so you played him. Just to get Qian Buhui's attention? Right on cue, the old man stepped up, gesturing politely. Master Yangtze, this old man is dying to know what you did to that blue greatsword. Let's chat in the VIP room. Meanwhile, in the shadowed streets of Luogang City, a mysterious figure in a black cloak stalked through the night alone. Blanche suddenly froze, her brow furrowing as she sensed a disturbance. Rats were hiding in the trees and on the rooftops ahead. It was the Elemental 5. A girl twirled a lock of hair, looking down with a sneer. Her voice dripped with mockery. Hey, little sister, didn't anyone tell you good girls don't play outside after dark? Blanche's temper flared instantly. She grit her teeth, glaring at them with pure killing intent. Nobody talks down to Blanche. You're the first to try, and you'll be the last. A bald thug cracked his metal-plated knuckles and laughed. The ceiling soared versus the Elemental 5. Tough break, kid. Today is your funeral. Back in the meeting room, Yu Rong stood by Qian Buhui, facing down Yangtze. The old master locked eyes with him. Lord Yangtze, he began solemnly. No outsiders here. Spill it. How did that blue sword swallow the ability core? Yangtze didn't hesitate. Beasts. Espers. They all have cores. I just discovered that beast weapons harbor them too. Yu Rong leaned in. These ability cores. Are they like the activity concept in alchemy? Qian Buhui looked skeptical. But we smiths can only sense activity with spiritual power. We have no way to refine or extract it. How does your organization pull it off? Yang Si flashed the blue ring on his hand. Simple. We harvest it. This absorption ring is the tool we use to collect the cores. Qian Duojuo's eyes went wide. Just that ring? It can harvest ability cores? That's insane. Qian Buhui closed his eyes, deep in thought. I've been in the alchemy game a long time. I've seen it all. But harvesting cores? That's unheard of. He handed Yang Shi a brush. This wolf brush is D-rank beast gear. It speeds up healing. If you don't mind, prove it. Show me a simulation. Yang Shi weighed the brush in his hand. Only 30 dark energy? This thing is barely worth the effort. Still, he activated his power. Extraction. He tossed the brush back to the old man. Check it yourself. See if I'm bluffing. Qian Buhui gasped in shock. The activity. It's gone. It can be harvested. This is a legendary breakthrough for alchemy. Yuron asked the million-dollar question. But what do we do with the energy once we have it? Yang Shi smirked internally. Took you long enough. Tell the Qian family about ability potions. If they get stronger, they'll be useful allies. When the War of the Four Seas hits, I won't be fighting solo. Out loud, he kept it cool. We make ability potions. That's how the Zodiac Council guarantees double awakenings for our agents. Qian Duoduo practically shrieked. Wait, if cores can be put into weapons, does that mean we can mass-produce S-rank gear? She was already swimming in a pool of imaginary money. But Yang Si popped her bubble immediately. Sorry to burst your dream, but no, can't be done. He turned back to the elder. Actually, Master Qian, I have a question for you. Qian Buhui looked eager. Ask away. Yang Zi frowned. A beast weapon uses a tiny organ from the monster. Why does that small part hold a third of the beast's total power? He pictured a rhino with a glowing horn. Activity aggregation, Qian explained. When a beast dies, its power rushes to specific organs by instinct, like a final survival mechanism. Once the energy pools in the rhino's horn, we craft it into a war horn, he continued. We take that charged organ and bind it with alchemy arrays. That's how ability weapons are born. Qian Buhui turned to leave, dropping a final offer. If you're interested in the craft, this old man would be honored to share his lifetime of research. Yang Shi watched him go, smiling. Music to my ears. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black. High above Luogang City, a massive drone broadcasted to the streets below. It hovered over a group of tiny figures. Chang'an Street was crawling with espers, at least 10 of them. One guy glanced at the drone and scoffed. What's that thing yapping about? Why the commotion? Suddenly, his eyes bugged out. 3 powerful figures marched toward him. The leader stared with hungry eyes. My prey. You trash think you're worthy of snatching it? The Esper started sweating bullets. Lord Ma Long, the Elemental 5 found the sealing sword first. Isn't it bad form to steal our kill? Ma Long flared his dark purple aura. Blanche is a traitor, sure. But the Elemental 5, you guys are just mascots for the Hero Association. Did you really think I'd let you slide? Whoosh. Ma Long vanished, leaving Red Eye stunned. Before he could blink, Ma Long reappeared, landing a devastating blow. The commentator screamed, instant KO. Ma Long just folded Red Eye like laundry. Can the Elemental 5 survive this monster? The livestream chat exploded with comments. Ma Long is a beast. That's a pentakill waiting to happen. Okay, but Red Lotus is kind of bad though. Look at those curves. Do you guys have no morals? She's a villain. Who asked you? I simp who I want. Back on the street, Ma Long was surrounded. Ice Fang, Earth Bear, and the Treant all rushed him at once. Ma Long stood over his fallen victim, cold as ice. That makes 4. Yu Rong took one look at the power gap and scrambled backward in terror. He spun around and ran for his life. His mind was racing as fast as his feet. The difference in our levels is insane. I don't want to die here. Just gotta escape. If I live, I can make a comeback later. Suddenly, a spray of hot red blood splattered across his face. Malone had materialized right behind him like a ghost. A cruel smirk twisted Malone's lips. You can't outrun death, scrub. He glared over at Blanche. Your turn, sweetheart. Blanche stared him down, ice cold and silent. Meanwhile, Flame tried to chill out a frantic Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan was glued to the screen, brows furrowed tight. Relax, bro. Blanche is in bad shape. Beating your big brother right now. Impossible, Liu Yuan sneered, turning back with a dark look. I ain't worried about my brother. He stared at the monitor, sweating bullets. I'm worried about her. If that Blanche girl is actually with the Judgment Organization, and my thick-skulled brother kills her, how am I supposed to explain that to my godfather? Flame didn't catch the vibe and kept teasing. You say you don't care, but you look stressed out. You brothers are tighter than you admit. Liu Yuan forced a laugh to cover his tracks. You keep watching. I gotta hit the head. He bailed immediately. No way. I gotta warn Godfather Yang Qi, like, right now. Flame watched him go, totally confused. Morning light broke through the horizon. Yang Qi looked up calmly. What's the rush? Liu Yuan was shouting, panic mode engaged. That jerk Malone killed Red Eye and now he's gunning for Blanche. He leaned in close to Yang Qi. He whispered with a smug, knowing grin. Godfather, is Blanche actually one of us? The internet is saying she's, like, the Yangtze Empress's lover or something. Yang Qi shut him down immediately. Don't believe the hype. Yangtze Empress is ancient. Liu Yuan rubbed his chin, brain working overtime. Old guy, young girl. I get it. Wait, is Blanche actually Godfather's secret illegitimate daughter? He shook his head violently to clear the thought. Nah, better to play dumb about the boss's private life. Can't cause trouble for Godfather. Yang Qi cut through his delusions. I know the situation. I'm sending backup. Liu Yuan beamed, backing away happily. You're the best, Godfather. I'll keep watching. Any drama, I'll ping you. Yang Qi nodded. Go. He pulled out 2 mysterious green orbs. Time to loot. 2 new elemental skills for me. The system window popped up immediately. First orb, False Earth ability. It sensed vibrations on a massive scale. It controlled Earth elements for attacks. Skill 1, Heavy Rock Boost. Skill 2, Earth Force. Rated A rank. The second green orb, Divine Fall ability. Wind Mastery with a personal spirit. Skill 1, Compressed Storm. Skill 2, Wind Flight. Skill 3, Kamaitachi. Rated A rank. Meanwhile, a figure leaped toward Malone's location. Malone stalked toward Blanche. I'll give you a sec to call Yang Qi. You know I don't want to hurt you, babe. We go way back to school days, right? Blanche shot him a deadly side-eye. She spoke flatly. Cut the crap. You want to fight? Come get it. Malone roared, rage exploding. Then die. Blanche dodged his strike with supernatural reflexes. Malone grabbed at empty air. From behind, Blanche drew a golden sword. She pivoted gracefully. Malone's eyes bulged in shock. The blade came at him like a lightning bolt. Shkacked. It pierced right through Malone. He howled in agony. Blanche gripped the glowing blade, driving it down hard. Malone struggled underneath her, desperate. Suddenly, Blanche frowned and coughed up blood. High above, the drone got caught in the shockwave. Director G panicked in the booth. Crap, the live feed is frying. We're losing signal. Visuals are down. Don't panic. People, our reporter is on the ground. Switching feeds now. Malone loomed over Blanche, menacingly. Call him out, or you're dead meat. Blanche clutched her chest, stubborn as hell. Shut up. Malone leaped for the kill. Blanche sat grounded, pointing her sword. A golden barrier flared to life around her. Malone's eyes burned with murder. That was just the warm-up. Crack. The barrier shattered. Blanche gritted her teeth against the impact. The reporter shouted into her mic. They're at Changxing Road. It's total chaos. Malone and Blanche are in a deadlock. Malone grabbed Blanche by the throat, hoisting her up. Last chance. Do you call him, or do you die? Blood dripped from her lips. She glared, defiant to the end. Never. Malone lost it. He slammed her into the wall. Dust exploded everywhere. The dust settled. Blanche lay motionless in the rubble. Director G kept narrating grimly. After a hit like that, I don't think she's getting up. The chat went wild. What a waste. She's too weak. Malone is a psycho. This feels wrong. I can't breathe. She's a traitor. She deserves it. Do you guys have no hearts? She risked her life for us before. You all forgot so fast. Malone walked toward her broken body. His teammates saw the look in his eyes and jumped in. Malone, chill. That's enough. She's already wrecked. Don't kill her. Malone glared back at them. You defending a traitor now? A weak voice called out. Hey. She stumbled out of the debris, shaking. Blanche held her arm, battered but standing. Are you done yapping? She smirked at them, blood on her teeth. If you're done talking, let's keep dancing. The reporter gasped. She's standing. Blanche has risked it all for humanity before. Her willpower is god tier. Respect. Malone charged again, screaming. Did you hear that? Blanche asked for this. Boom. Malone stopped cold. A massive wall of water blocked his path. A terrifying giant made of water towered over him. Blanche was gently cradled in the giant's hand. A masked figure spoke. Sorry, Blanche. The organization is late. The internet exploded. She is a traitor. Confirmed. Whoa. Blanche screamed in confusion. Why are you saying I'm with you guys? He stared her down with cold, dead eyes. You want to keep breathing? Then tell me, do you really have another choice? Bai shut his mouth, realizing he was beat. Then, a footstep echoed. Yang Si stepped up to Malone, getting right in his face. All right, tough guy. Time to spill the beans. Why pick on our adorable little bai? Huh. Malone didn't answer. Instead, he sneered back. Why didn't Yang Shi come himself? Yang Shi cracked his knuckles. What's wrong? Looking down on me? Beat me first. Then maybe the big boss will show up. Suddenly, the giant water avatar behind Yang Shi moved. Its massive palms slammed together, trapping Malone in a watery cage. Malone roared. He pushed back against the crushing pressure with brute strength. Yang Shi smirked at the struggle. Oh, you think you can muscle your way out of this? Try tasting this. He clenched his fist tight. Instantly, the water hands vanished. Malone blinked, confused by the sudden release. But when he looked up, a tsunami of water crashed down on his head. Boom. Dust and debris exploded everywhere. Under the night sky, the ancient tower glowed with a warm, mysterious light. Yang Xi dipped after a quick chat with Elder Qian, but he wasn't careless. He scanned his surroundings like a hawk. Coast is clear. He slid behind a massive tree, blending into the shadows. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out a tattered brown notebook. Flashback time. He remembered Elder Qian's sly smile when handing it over. This is the good stuff, kid. Alchemist Dong's personal notes on alchemy, and a page from his diary. The old man watched him flip through it. Treat it well. That is a priceless treasure. While reading, one page shimmered with magical energy. Yang Sai slammed the book shut. The old man blinked. Master Yang Si, if you like it, borrow it for a while. Yang Shi gave a cool nod. My bad. The content was so intense I got lost in the sauce. Thanks, old man. Back to the present, Yang Shi muttered to himself. This notebook hides a secret code. Only those with high spiritual power can see it. Elder Qian probably had no clue. Found it. His finger tapped the page. Right here. Instantly, glowing text materialized from the paper. I hail from the fey continent of the Odyssey Plain. A member of the noble Alfonso family. I accidentally drifted to this primitive magic world. A memory orb triggered in his mind. The diary's voice echoed in his head. I have discovered the legendary Philosopher's Stone. It pulses with mystic energy. The Philosopher's Stone. Even a trash-tier mage like me could use it. I can become a legend. I just need to unlock its secrets. The text scrolled on. I absorbed half the stone. I surpassed every ancestor of the Alfonso bloodline. I broke through to the 4th stage. I became a small heaven-ranked powerhouse. Everyone bowed to me, but it was time to go home. Those lights in the sky, that was me, helping a human faction open the gate to the White Frost dimension. A little parting gift before I left. I hid the rest of the stone, waiting for a lucky soul to find this note. Search for it on the blue planet. It is my legacy to save humanity from slavery. The message vanished. Zap! A beam of light shot straight into Yang Zai's brain. He closed his eyes, savoring the rush. This white light. It is the key to tracking the stone. He summoned an ice board and hopped on. Surfer style. The beast world is ancient. Way older than our blue planet. So many secrets waiting for me to loot. With a smirk, he flew off, leaving the Qian estate behind. Time flew by. Stars began to pop out in the night sky. Meanwhile, Neishu was live streaming through the dust cloud. Malone is still buried under there. Is he dead or alive? No one knows. But this new guy in the organization, he looks like a total good boy. But his power is terrifying. This organization is no joke. Suddenly, warp. Yang Shi appeared right in front of her. She jumped out of her skin. He smiled, acting all innocent. Chill, big sis. He looked up at the drone camera. Hey everyone, I am Yang Si, the dog zodiac of the Adjudicator organization. We adjudicators handle business. The camera zoomed in on his handsome face. He gave a charming smile. So, no need to panic, citizens. Boom. An explosion erupted behind him. Yang Si's eyes widened. Malone rose from the rubble, eyes glowing red. He tossed a massive ice chunk aside like a pebble. Roar. Transformation. Stage 3. Yang Shi frowned. This is bad. Stage 3 means he has lost his mind. He's just a beast now. Back up, sis. Stay safe. He leaped into the air, charging the monster. Nagshu watched his back, totally mesmerized. Changqing rode. Yang Shi conjured an ice statue decoy. He stood on a pillar, waiting for Malone to take the bait. He summoned a giant stone hand to slap the beast, but Malone was savage. He bit the stone hand. He dragged it into the sky and smashed his tail into a building. Over at the Kunlun agency, Yan Da and Liu Yuan were watching the show. The guy shouted in hype. That dragon guy is my age. How is he so OP? Our adjudicators are built different. Suddenly, Yan Da shivered. Is it getting cold in here? They looked up. The roof was gone, and a massive black dragon tail was clinging to their wall. She sweated nervously. Truly, the boss's son. He almost wiped out our whole squad. Back on the street, Malone carried the stone hand in his mouth. He jumped, shattering the wall with pure pressure. A massive rock plummeted straight toward Nice Shu. She froze, too late to run. She closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Nothing happened. She peeked one eye open. The stone statue caught the falling rock. Yang Shi saved her. She let out a breath. Thank you. Yang Shi waved it off. No biggie, but inside he was calculating. This guy hits like a truck. I need to end this fast. Suddenly, shink. A sharp blade pierced his chest. The drifting swordsman appeared from nowhere. Penetration skill activated. I have been waiting for this opening. His final wish granted. He let the sword drop, falling freely. That is enough. Back in the live stream room, Gaiji was shocked. He typed furiously. To break Yang Zai's defense, the drifting swordsman sacrificed himself. He took the backlash of the Gale sword intent. That was an S-rank suicide move. The old man's face twisted into a deep scowl. Yang Zi's defense was looking straight up garbage right now. One critical hit and his shield would shatter like glass. But hold up, he only left himself open to save some random reporter. The tension in the room spiked as he leaned on the table, making everyone's feelings super complicated. The livestream chat was blowing up with reactions. Meanwhile, on Chengqing Street, Lin channeled every ounce of her strength into her fist. Boom! 1,000-pound strike smashed into the target. Yang Xi's ice barrier cracked under the impact. Exhausted, she panted and muttered, Ma Long, you are up. Finish him. Na Shui and the bystanders got soaked by the aftermath. She wiped herself off, totally annoyed. Great. Now this place is basically a disgusting swamp. Yang Xi did not have time to chill. He triggered his ability, unleashing a sickle rain that swarmed toward Ma Long like a deadly flock of birds. The spinning blades sliced through the snake armor and pierced his gut. Red mist sprayed out, and Ma Long dropped from the sky like a bird with clipped wings. No mercy. Before the enemy could reboot, Yang Shi coated his arm in rock and dashed forward like a bullet train. In Ma Long's bloodshot eyes, all he saw was a glowing stone fist rushing at his face. Yang Xi closed the gap and delivered a savage beatdown. He activated the Earth Crusher skill and roared. Quit twitching. This game ends right now. Suddenly, a giant stone hand spawned behind Ma Long. Grabbing him tight, it slammed him down, leaving him zero chance to counter as he screamed in terror. The impact was insane. The ground detonated, sending debris flying everywhere while a thick cloud of dust swallowed the battlefield. When the dust settled, Ma Long was out cold in his human form. The divine dragon wasted no time, binding him and the drifting swordsman with water vines. Cough, cough. Hey, Mecha Bear, I think you know what the right move is. Yeah? Back in the conference room, the old guy watched the screen, shaking with rage until he crushed the cup in his hand. Back on the street, Nash Shua is trying to decode Yang Xi's words. Make a choice? Is he making him pick between Ma Long and the swordsman? Or is he trading two class A heroes for something epic? She looked up at the sky and froze. Wait a sec. The Mecha Bear actually showed up in person. He flew down, dangling Li Sanyang in his grip. Flashback time. He remembered his chat with Yang Shi when he was undercover as Yang Shi. So, you are yapping a lot. Basically, you want me to dig up dirt on the shadowy group behind the pills? They stared each other down. The warlord continued, and you want me in on the White Frost plan. In exchange, I get the Class A gene serum to become a dual awakener. Sweet deal. Back to reality. Mecha Bear dropped the guy right in front of Yang Xi. Here are the goods, just like we agreed. Li Sanyang turned around, totally clueless. Boss, what deal? Why are we talking to the enemy? The warlord's face went dark. I am cashing in an old favor. To get back Ma Long and the swordsman, sacrificing one pawn is a no-brainer. Hearing that, Li Sanyang's face went pale as a ghost. Two Class A heroes for one of you? Worth it. He patted the guy's shoulder with a twisted grin. I am glad you understand your purpose. The guy screamed and tried to bolt, but slash. The warlord sliced off his limbs instantly. Everyone, Nasue, Blade, Flame Butterfly was shook. Over at Kunlun headquarters, Liu Yuan watched through binoculars, looking smug. Already? That was faster than a speedrun. Why stall? That sweet new super serum is practically waving at me. He threw his head back and laughed like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Ignoring Li Sanyang's questions, the warlord tossed the crippled man to the divine dragon. Transaction complete. Li Sanyang ground his teeth. I never messed with you. Why clip me? Yang Xi clenched his fist, ready to drop the truth bomb. Do not act dumb. You peddled those drugs and slaughtered innocent people. This is just karma coming to collect. Yang Xi tossed Ma Long and the swordsman over like trash bags. The warlord extended a robot arm and snatched them out of the air. I cleaned up my mess. The rest is on you. Suddenly, the glacier warrior started cackling like a psycho, making everyone jump. Heh heh. His eyes bulged, and weird green slime dripped from his mouth. Boom! He self-detonated in a flash of blue light, forcing them to dodge the freezing blast. Ice reconstructed his missing limbs. Floating in the air, he glared down with pure hate. Now, how should I thank you for all the pain? Fully equipped with ice prosthetics, the Glacier Warrior stared at Yang Si. Today is the day you all get deleted. Mecha Bear turned to Yang Si. Let us jump him together. Yang Si nodded, music to my ears. He instantly summoned the immortal Phoenix. Raging flames took the shape of a legendary bird, but the enemy sneered, my ice is god tier. Even your fire beast will make a pretty frozen statue. He launched a barrage of ice shards, screaming, freeze. The attack hit so hard, it actually froze the Phoenix's flames in midair. He sliced the fire bird in half like butter, then locked onto the warlord. He raised a hand and muttered, air bullet. He fired a compressed blast at the warlord, but the old pro did not panic. He just unleashed twin shoulder missiles to counter. The collision shook the heavens. A massive explosion rocked the sky, but the warlord stared through the smoke with a scowl. Drugs might boost your mana pool, kid, but your skill level is still trash. Beams of green laser light shot from his eyes. Bullseye. The lasers fried Li Sanyang's eyes, sending him crashing to the earth. Yang Si watched the body drop. Is he wasted already? Better double-check the kill. They landed, but the warlord scoffed. Waste of time. It is game over. But suddenly, that creepy green slime started oozing out of him again. And this time, it was moving like it had a mind of its own. Something felt wrong. His instincts screamed danger. Grabbing the old man, he leaped backward just as the liquid mutated, exploding into grotesque, tooth-filled tentacles. The abomination snatched Warbear, crushing his armor. What the hell is this thing? Yang Si wasn't spared either, coils wrapped around him. He roared, don't just stand there. Blast some ammo into its core. Glancing down, his eyes widened in disbelief. Li Sanyang wasn't dead. He was standing right there, embedded in the center of that monstrous bloom. Sanyang threw his head back, laughing maniacally. This sensation. Is this the legendary resurrection? Warbear watched in horror. Just what kind of monster have you become? Yang Si narrowed his eyes. Is this Li Sanyang's true secret? Meanwhile, a shadowy figure watched the chaos unfold from a distance. Blue Pill gazed at the expanding beast, muttering, such a pity. We were so close to perfection. Subject 52 is a failure. Yet, its destructive power exceeds all predecessors. Perhaps it's due to sheer willpower, he smirked, adjusting his hat. The soul is truly fascinating. The deeper I dig, the more I realize my own ignorance. Soon, I'll break through to level 3 spiritual power and reach the commander realm. Lost in his delusions, he failed to notice eyes fixed on him. The hunter waited in the shadows, ready to harvest the deep blue essence from his corpse. Let these humans wear him down, the watcher thought. Saves me the effort. Yang Si shook his head at the fool, blinded by greed, ignoring the predator at his back. Time ticked away. Lin Naishui, draped in a protective cloth, continued her broadcast. No aircraft can approach the battlefield. We've retreated to the safe zone. Based on current data, the tentacle's regeneration is off the charts. It's already broken the containment. But this might be temporary. She shifted her gaze. Li Sanyang's body was undergoing a grotesque transformation. This defies science. It's not a transformation. It looks like a parasitic takeover. Yang Si unleashed his winged sickle, sending blades slicing toward the beast. Damn it! Yang Si gritted his teeth. The tentacles are multiplying. His blades danced, slicing every appendage they touched in two. Warbear, caught by the legs, erupted with blue energy. As he struggled free, the monster cackled. Boss, why so distant? Didn't you want me to inherit Kunlun? Once I devour you, the company is mine. He paused, confused. Strange. Why don't I feel any guilt about eating a human? It feels like you were always just livestock for us, Deep Blue Clan. He froze. Wait, what the hell is a Deep Blue Clan? The alien words slipped out, terrifying him. His skull began to throb violently. Ard, my head. It feels like it's going to explode. He glared at Warbear with bloodshot eyes. Pain? This is your fault, old man. You fried my brain. Insanity took over. Fine. I'll just let the tentacles eat my damaged head. Crunch. Ah, much better. The pain is gone. Seeing the monster cannibalize itself, Yang Si analyzed the situation. His main body isn't the glacial warrior corpse, Yang Si realized. He doesn't even know it yet. We need to find his core and land a fatal strike. Warbear nodded grimly. I have a Gauss bomb that can wipe this idiot out, but you need to cut me loose first. On it, Yang Si summoned the immortal bird. Flames roared, incinerating the binding tentacles. Seizing the moment, Warbear launched himself into the sky and released the payload. The pitch-black sphere plummeted straight into the monster's heart. Hovering above, Warbear looked down. Oops, forgot to mention something. Blast radius is 500 meters. Better run, kid. Yang Shi looked up, eyes widening. You son of a. The bomb pulsed, blinding rays of light piercing every inch of the beast. Then boom. A thunderous explosion shattered the silence, shaking the earth to its core. Raw energy ripped the monster into confetti. As the blinding light faded, a thick, suffocating smoke blanketed the ruins. When the dust finally settled, nothing remained but twitching fragments of flesh, crawling on the ground like maggots. Yang Si perched on an ice block, looking down at his severed legs. That old fox war bear is ruthless, he thought. Thank God this is just a clone body. The livestream chat exploded. Did you see that? Yang Si lost his legs. Is he really from Judgment? He got wrecked. Warbearer seemed to be sending a message. Kid, time to stop playing solo and unite with humanity. Suddenly, the camera panned to the debris. The flesh chunks weren't dead, they were merging and growing larger. Panic flooded the comments. It's still alive. Someone kill it properly. I'm in Lugung City. I can't escape in time. Even the Gauss bomb failed. We're doomed. The dust cleared, revealing the nightmare reborn tentacles writhing with renewed vigor. Through the haze, a pair of yellow boots stepped forward. Spicy Superman arrived on the scene. He grinned. Fighting a monster like this? You can't start the party without Spicy Superman. Linner stepped up beside him. Count me in, too. One by one, heroes emerged. I'm here. Me too. Lin Nexu's voice trembled with emotion as she broadcast the moment. This is the longest night in Lugang's history. A power beyond comprehension has invaded our home, causing devastating losses. Should we surrender? Tears streamed down her face, but her voice was iron. No, we have never given up hope. Countless heroes are standing up. I believe dawn will come. Watching from the studio, Director G felt a lump in his throat. This looks like a suicide mission. But she's right. As long as hope burns, we will survive until sunrise. The screen filled with prayers. Suddenly, Yang Si's voice cut through from above. Hey, you idiots planning to feed the monster with your own bodies? Linner frowned, looking up. You got a better idea? Yang Shi stared coldly at the beast. Obviously, so back off. Unless you want to get caught in the blast. A system notification flashed. Compressed storm ring. A gray sphere of pure, chaotic energy swirled in his hand. Thank the stars, this was just a clone body. If it were my main self, no way I would play the righteous hero card that hard. She looked up at him, confusion written all over her face. What exactly is he planning to do? Spicy Superman spoke his mind, analyzing the battlefield. Judging by that last clash, simple area of effect damage isn't gonna cut it. That monster's defense is too thick. Its core is hidden way too deep. Someone has to get up close and personal to deal a fatal blow. Hearing this, realization dawned on her face. She finally understood the play. Close range. That was his plan all along. Yang Shi focused, absorbing spiritual energy like a vortex, his eyes locked on the target. A split second later, a massive explosion tore through the sky. The boom shook the very air itself. Dust and debris shot out like bullets, forcing Lin and Spicy Superman to cover their heads and scream. The shockwave was insane. Ah. As the smoke began to clear, the monster was gone. Vaporized. Commentator G lost his mind on the mic. The twist nobody saw coming. The organization Judgment actually stepped up, that Judgment member. The explosion took his legs. Yang Shi could have retreated. He could have run. Instead, he charged the beast and chose mutual destruction. Back at the scene, Nai Shui couldn't hold back the heartbreak. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered to herself, Yang Shi, thank you for bringing light back to our world. The grief was tearing her apart. Tears rolled down her cheeks in silence, dripping onto the ruins. It wasn't just the pain of loss, it was the weight of overwhelming gratitude. Meanwhile, the real Yang Si, disguised as the Yang Si Zodiac, watched the white particle in his palm. He stood in silence for a moment, deep in thought. Then, he spoke. From now on, you are the new Yang Zai. Your ability loadout remains A-rank Mist, Flame Lord, Earthsinger, and Divine Music. The new clone, wearing a fresh mask and appearance, nodded. Understood. The two of them stood atop the skyscraper, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Not a word was spoken, just a silent passing of the torch. The smoke fully cleared, revealing the deep blue gem floating in midair. Warbearer saw the loot and immediately reached out to grab it. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. You ignorant human. That is not something a nuisance like you can touch. At that exact moment, a green blade pierced right through him. He didn't even sense it coming. He turned his head, mind racing. How is this possible? My battle armor doesn't have a scratch on it, but I'm definitely wounded. He's standing so far away. Why didn't my armor's warning system go off? The apothecary retracted his weapon and walked forward. Just as I thought, the majority of human ability users rely on dumb luck and brute force. No technique at all. Commentator G was freaking out on the broadcast. What is happening? That green light. Does this mean he belongs to the same faction as the monster? Warbear immediately leaped back, putting distance between them before shouting, "Who are you? Why did you sucker punch me?" The apothecary bent down to pick up the stone, scoffing, "I did not sneak attack. It is simply that you are too weak to detect my open assault. Since you can only stare helplessly, I will shatter your spirit directly." But before he could touch it, the stone vanished right before his eyes. Yangtze stood there, tossing the gem in his hand. He turned around, casually addressing the room. "Sorry to interrupt the party, gentlemen, but this deep blue essence? It is now the property of judgment." Commentator G lit up with joy the moment he saw him. It's the Yangtze of judgment. He's finally here. If anyone can settle this mess, it's him. The livestream chat exploded with comments the second his image hit the screen. The apothecary gripped his weapon, his arrogance not fading one bit. "Lord Yangtze, our organization, Origin, has no desire to make an enemy of judgment. Return the deep blue essence, and I will pretend this never happened." Meanwhile, the cameraman was panicking. "Why can't I get a clear shot? Is the equipment broken?" Naishue looked down at the drone lying on the ground, worried. "It's not a malfunction. All the electronics are being jammed by some kind of psychic interference. Report this to the station immediately." Yangtze analyzed the situation. "So, the group backing this blue apothecary is called Origin, and he's deliberately jamming the cameras. Looks like they don't want to be exposed yet. There must be a bigger conspiracy lurking in the shadows." He snapped back to reality and smirked. "And what if I insist on being your enemy?" Negotiation failed. The apothecary leaped into the air, slashing down in a rage. "If you want to die, this lord will grant your wish." Yangtze didn't flinch. He instantly deployed Spirit Shockwave. Golden ripples exploded outward, blocking the attack effortlessly. The weapon in the apothecary's hand shattered upon impact. He screamed in pure panic. Tier 3 Spirit Power? He stared at Yangtze's power, trembling in disbelief. Even our commander only broke through to Tier 3 15 years ago. And that was considered a miracle for the Deep Blue race. For our race to break through humanity's defense line, I never expected a human could actually reach Tier 3. Yangtze's mind flashed to 5Fi, lying in a hospital bed. That blue dot on 5Fi's soul. It's definitely connected to this Deep Blue race. I cannot let this alien trash escape. After muttering to himself, the apothecary changed his tune. "Oh my, look at the time. I wanted to play. But the organization has an urgent mission." As he spoke, he turned and started sprinting away. "You can keep that deep blue essence for safekeeping. Next time we meet, I'll be taking it back with interest." Seeing him scramble away like a coward, Yangtze called out, "Trying to run? Be a good boy and stay right there." The apothecary realized too late. Yangtze fired a spirit shockwave straight at his back. The villain spun around, summoning a six-winged shield in a panic. His heart was pounding. This guy's psychic attack is way too strong. Even my black shield won't survive more than a few hits of that. But Yangtze gave him zero chances. He manifested a sharp spear and drove it straight through the enemy's chest. "Oh," the apothecary spat blood, shaking with rage. "You sinister brat." Totally drained of combat power, he lost his balance and plummeted to the ground. Yangtze looked down from the sky. His voice was ice cold. "My friend from the Deep Blue race, congratulations. You are now a prisoner of judgment." The apothecary lay paralyzed, screaming, "Just kill me. I surrender." Yangtze landed, seeing the guy still had an attitude. "How was that sensation just now? Want to go for round 2? He leaned in close, his presence menacing. "As long as you answer my questions honestly, I might let you keep your life." He stared him down, voice dropping to a growl. "Tell me about the Ice Warrior and that blue medicine. Now." The villain clutched his chest, coughing violently. "Cough. Fine. Telling you about the origin seeds won't hurt." He began to explain, visualizing a body infected by green particles. The origin seed exists within the soul of every Deep Blue clan member. During the initial transformation phase, these tiny blue lights gradually alter the host's soul structure. He described roots digging in like tentacles. The root system of the seedling uses that light to lock onto a reserve soul. The stronger the original soul, the higher the concentration of the origin seed, and the stronger the roots grow. Then, he started explaining what it actually does. Check it out. The stronger the roots, the more power they suck from the host. Secret arts, combat skills. It drains everything from books, training, and weapons mastery. Then his clan started pumping out those blue pills everywhere. The Deep Blue clan pushing these drugs on a massive scale, just a shady way to find the perfect suckers to transform. Suddenly, a frozen hand, dripping with mist, materialized. Yao Huan dropped the truth bomb about the side effects. Obviously, not every weakling can handle the shock of the roots digging in. Fail the test, you turn into a low-level trash mob. He remembered the glacial brave. Body frozen solid, head twisted into a deep blue alien freak. Hearing that, Yang Si snapped. He grabbed the guy's collar, rage burning in his eyes. After being infected by the primal seed, is there a way to cure it or not? Yao Huan saw him losing it and smirked. Why the sudden interest? Don't tell me one of your precious friends is a test subject? Yang Shi didn't chat. He blasted the guy's brain with a mental spike. Are you gonna talk or what? The creep jumped back and laughed like a maniac. Ha ha ha. A blinding blue light shot right out of his face. He turned into pure energy and ghosted them, flying off like the wind. Yang Si watched him go, screaming in frustration. He got away again. The body left behind started smoking like a chimney. Yang Si and Mecha Bear stared in total shock. The smoke cleared, and the body Yao Huan left behind wasn't a dude anymore. It was a girl. The old man took a closer look and yelled, "That's Manager Ouyang. She runs the Lukang branch of the Hero Association." Yang Shi let out a heavy sigh. Looks like the primal organization has already infiltrated the big leagues. Mecha Bear frowned, looking at him. Regarding the murder of a Hero Association manager, I'll testify for the adjudicator. Consider it payment for the debt I owe you. Yang Shi wasn't impressed. Do you have any clue what a wielder of 4 elements is worth? You think a few words settles the score? The old man looked annoyed. So, what exactly do you want from me? Yang Si was waiting for that question. He answered instantly. Let Liu Yuan replace Ma Long as the heir to the Kunlun company. Mecha Bear scoffed. You talk big. Liu Yuan can inherit the company, sure, but he needs to hit A-rank strength first. Otherwise, nobody's gonna listen to him. Yang Shi jumped onto his floating metal plate. The bet was on. Deal. The day Liu Yuan becomes an A-rank hero is the day he takes the throne at Kunlun. With that, he zoomed off into the distance. Mid-flight, he summoned his shadow clone behind him. Yang Shi barked out orders. You handle the Blanche situation. I gotta get to the hospital now. The clone nodded instantly. On it. As he flew, his mind was racing. When the glacial brave died, it released a weird energy wave. Something feels totally off. I need to check on Yang Feifei. Fast. He shot through the city like an arrow, weaving through skyscrapers. Back inside the room, Mecha Bear crossed his arms, deadly serious. I guess you all know who the stiff is by now. Manager Ouyang from the Hero Association. He looked up, his eyes cold. Turns out, she was a spy for some mystery cult. She was the mastermind behind the mutated glacial brave. He laid down the law. When the Hero Association starts asking questions, I expect everyone to spill the truth. Spicy Superman nodded. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. Linner stood to the side, looking totally wrecked. If that's it, we're dipping. They barely took 3 steps before Mecha Bear called out. Liu Yuan, get over here. Liu Yuan turned around, groaning like a brat. What is it now? The old man looked weirdly happy. Liu Yuan, your dad and Yang Si made a deal. He put a hand on his son's shoulder. His voice dropped low. I'm making you the heir to Kunlun, and he's supplying you with an A-rank power potion. He ruffled the kid's hair. You little punk, don't waste this chance. Liu Yuan rolled his eyes, making a face. I thought Ma Long was the golden boy taking over. Changing your mind like that. You're gonna hurt our brotherhood, old man. He looked away, hiding his face. Inside, he was thinking, my real dream is leading the adjudicator's squad, inheriting Yang Si's will. Liu Yuan pouted, keeping up the act. Foster dad plans my bright future. And you stick me with running the school canteen? He clenched his fist, shouting dramatically. Aren't you just holding me back? Mecha Bear stared at his son silently, thinking deep thoughts. The grand plan. You're the key to everything. Yet, I underestimated our bond. Breaking his train of thought, Mecha Bear pulled his son into a gentle hug. You little punk, you've really grown up. Liu Yuan got goosebumps instantly. Let go. I'm not a kid anymore. This is Cringe City. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, Blanche was slumped against the wall, exhausted. A hand reached out to her. Yang Shi asked softly, Can you stand? Blanche tried to push herself up. I can do it myself. But her legs gave out instantly. Yang Si caught her. Chill. Don't push it. That kindness broke her. She covered her face and started sobbing. I'm sorry. It's my fault Yang Shi died in battle. Yang Shi patted her head gently. It's not on you. Let's go. The organization sent me to get you out. Blanche grabbed his hand, standing up. Okay, I'll follow orders. A moment later, they were outside the hospital. Yang Shi scanned the building from the air, just as I thought. The energy here is going crazy. A blue force field covered the entire building. Inside the hallway, Yang Shi stepped in. It was a ghost town, not a soul in sight. Suddenly, a flash of blue light popped right in front of him. A frantic zombie lunged out of nowhere, screaming, Die. Yang Xi sidestepped smoothly. Crap. That energy wave mutated the convenience store victims. They've turned into deep blue monsters. Before he could think, a hand grabbed his shoulder. He spun around in a panic. Another zombie was diving straight for him. Trying to eat me? Huh. The hospital was a nightmare. Everyone inside had turned into blue freaks. One slammed into Yang Zi's shoulder. He flipped the monster effortlessly. Yang Zi pulled back his fist and smashed its chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. The others dropped like flies. Yang Zi counted them off coolly. 1, 2, 3. A moment later, the hallway was clear. He let out a breath. Lucky. Yang Feifei isn't among the trash mobs. Maybe she hasn't turned yet. He tossed a paper plane drone into the vents. Finally, found her room. Yang Shi stepped in and whoa, she was literally floating in midair. His vision cut right through her skin, spotting those nasty mutant cells wreaking havoc inside. Man, Yang Xi was stressing out hard. Feifei had mutated, but the raw particles were only clumping on one side. And check her eyes, they were turning that creepy electric blue, just like those other freaks. Feifei's willpower was fighting a brutal war to keep half her humanity. Suddenly, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Bam. She crashed onto the bed, shivering and curling up like a frightened animal. Yang Xi rushed over like a shot, panic in his voice. Feifei. Hey. Her eyes snapped open in a flash. One pupil was totally the wrong color. She didn't hesitate, blade straight to his throat. Who the hell are you? Yang Xi tried to chill her out. Feifei, it's me, your big bro. But that just made her even madder. She snapped back. Bullcrap, my brother doesn't sound like that. Yang Xi realized he messed up, he was still in disguise. He quickly morphed back. Forgot the face. How about now? Huh. Feifei wasn't buying it. She screamed even louder. My brother is a normie. He can't shapeshift. Talk. Who are you? Yang Xi was out of options. Time for the nuclear weapon, embarrassing secrets. 7th birthday. You wet the bed because you tricked me into sleeping there, then blamed it on me to mom and dad. Instantly, Feifei flipped the switch total puppy dog eyes. She sat up all happy like, bro, since when do you have superpowers? Yang Xi grabbed her hand. We gotta bounce now. I'll spill the tea on the way. Moments later, they were safe back at Yang Xi's crib. While Feifei hit the shower, Naishu was in the kitchen whipping up a storm. Yang Xi hugged her from behind, grinning. Whoa, are we feeding an army? Naishu spun around and wrapped her arms around his neck. Feifei waking up is basically a miracle, babe. We have to celebrate big time. Then her vibe got heavy. You know, being out there on the job. I realize how tiny we are compared to these unknown powers. She looked down, voice trembling. Even a powerhouse like you could just. She stopped herself and forced a smile. That's why we gotta cherish the people we love. Naishu leaned in for a kiss. Total romantic tension. But Yang Xi ruined the moment. So, is the rice ready? Go take a shower, you jerk. Naishu shoved him away, pouting. It'll be ready in a sec. Soon, the table was loaded with a feast worthy of kings. Feifei rushed out, cheering. All my faves. Naishu, you're the MVP. She grabbed a drumstick and took a massive bite. I'm digging in. The whole squad was vibing at the table. Seeing this, Yang Xi's resolve turned to steel. I just want my fam to live without worry. I'll pay any price to keep this peace. Later, Feifei knelt on the bed, looking anxious. Bro, are we really keeping mom and dad in the dark? Yang Xi shut that down fast. No way. The Hero Association is sniffing around that hospital mess. Right now, you officially need to be dead to the world. He crossed his arms, serious mode on. The more they know, the bigger the target on their backs. And keep my secret from Naishua too, got it? She smiled, gotcha. But don't carry the world alone. Let me help you. Yang Xi felt the guilt crushing him. It's my fault. I didn't protect you. And now you're half monster. Feifei saw his pain and cut in. Chill, bro. It's actually cool. Plus, I got some wicked new info downloaded into my brain. She reached out. You okay? Yang Xi, sweating bullets, grabbed her hand. The control puppet is complete. I got a major mission for you. Suddenly, Nangshu walked in with fruit. Snack time. The dark atmosphere evaporated instantly. Yang Xi put on his happy face. Nice. He sat across from Naishu. What's up with the screen? She was glued to it. Last gig went well, so the station gave me a new show. Yang Xi frowned. Is it going to be dangerous like the last one? Naishu flashed a reassuring smile. Nope, just commentary duty. Yang Xi walked behind her and spotted something glowing. A green gem had manifested on the back of Naishu's hand. A system panel popped up. Ability: Scarlet Qing Lan Yang Side Chain. Description: an auto-defense chain that triggers when the owner is in trouble. Manifests a giant green serpent to wreck enemies. Rank B power. But why a chain? Couldn't it be a cute necklace? Meanwhile, somewhere else, under a cloudy sky, Blanche was chilling in a hot spring. You wrong, chimed in Miss Blanche. This water has healing buffs. It'll fix you up fast. Blanche splashed some water, looking bored. Is that so? She stood up. I'm out. The org needs me for something. You guys enjoy the soak. But as she walked away, her mind was racing. Another mission already? The grunts nearby were fanboying hard. She's a legend. Cleared that ambush mission like a boss. Later, at the Cloud Top Palace, Blanche stood before the High Council. Yang Shi, disguised as Yang Shi, spoke up. Ever heard of the Four Great Sea Realms? We're sending you there to investigate the Deep Blue Clan. He dropped the bait. Pull this off, and you might just become one of the 28 constellations of the Adjudicator. Blanche kneeled instantly. I accept the trial. To the Four Great Sea Realms. Under his mask, Yang Shi was sweating buckets. Yes, I totally scammed her. Finally, the Adjudicator's scout team has a heavy hitter. He waved her off. All right, go get cleaned up and prepped. She bowed and vanished. Yang Feifei watched her go. Can I speak now? It was Feifei. Big bro, what's the master plan? Board is set, Yang Shi said. It's about the link between the Round Table Hero Agency and the Deep Blue Clan. I've got Superman, Spicy Powder, and Liu Yuan checking out the red suit guy and ponytail dude. Blanche is covering the four great regions. Blanche listened intently. And Yi Fan? He's infiltrating the upper ranks of the Hero Association. He's going to be our sleeper agent inside. Yi Fan looked dead serious in the vision. Yang Xi paused the strategy meeting. Speaking of which, I gotta go check on an old homie. Cut to a rusty fence under the trees. Yi Fan was sitting there, popping a bottle, looking moody. Yang Xi teleported in. You look beat, man. Take a break if you need it. He scared the living daylights out of Yi Fan. Yi Fan spun around. Boss, long time no see. Yang Xi clapped a hand on his shoulder. So, how's your power level looking? Yi Fan dodged his gaze, guilt written all over his face. Damn it. I still can't unleash the full potential of my ability training. Right now, my physical stats are barely 7 times that of a normal civilian. Yang Zi's jaw dropped in disbelief and he shouted 7 times already. A normal person's stats at 10 times is the standard for an A-rank powerhouse. He turned around, hyping Yi Fan up like a proud mentor. You killed it, kid. You're definitely going to be the highest-rated rookie at this year's Global Ability Conference. Yi Fan shouted, totally fired up with determination. I'll give everything for the organization. But Yang Xi threw up a hand to cut the cringe short, warning him to stay sharp. Danger is lurking nearby. I'm activating the puppet control skill on you now. If things go south, I'm hijacking your body. Yi Fan nodded obediently. Got it. System alert. Puppet control active. Yi Fan grimaced at the sensation. Suddenly, SKRRRT. Huang Ju drifted in, slamming the brakes right in front of 2 angry thugs, Ah Yi and Ma Niu. You nosy little brat. Ruining the Fire Cloud gang's business? You're dead meat. But she wasn't having any of it and snapped back. Robbing civilians is business now. Your little club is just breaking the law. Suddenly, a black weapon zoomed straight at her face from nowhere. Reflexes on point. Wang Jiu dodged just in time. Her face went pale as a ghost. Then she launched herself into the air, sword drawn and ready to slice those goons. Boom! Ma Niu's horn got chipped. He panicked, sweating buckets. You used poison? Nope, just bad luck. She stepped on a mine, and an explosion ripped through the forest. Ah Yi coughed through the dust and smoke. Ugh, seriously. But he froze as the sharp tip of a sword came flying straight for his skull. He leaned back, dodging death by a millimeter and landing on his butt. He screamed in confusion. What the hell is your ability? Why do you have so many weird gadgets? Huang Jiu shouldered her cannon, smirking like a boss. Guess correctly, and maybe I'll tell you before I destroy you. Ah Yi exploded with dark aura, completely losing his cool. I'm taking you down with me. But before he could move, wham! A sneaker smashed into his face. It was Yi Fan delivering a legendary kick, leaving Huang Jiu stunned. He turned to her, trying to look cool. Hey, beautiful. Lay off the explosions or you'll wreck the whole place. The Yenqing University selection match is in 5 days, remember? She sized him up impressed. He crushed a C rank like a bug. His power level is at least B rank. She took off her helmet to introduce herself. I'm Huang Jiu. Maybe we'll bump into each other at the selection match and team up to wreck the competition. Yi Fan shook her hand. Sure, if we end up in the same group. Suddenly, he froze. Why is Huang Jiu squeezing his hand with such insane strength? She beamed like an angel, pretending nothing was happening. Hey, handsome little brother, want to grab a late-night snack? Yi Fan stood there, glitching out and panicking. He mentally screamed, Boss, how do I talk to girls? Yang Shi sighed, don't freak out. Watch a pro. Yang Shi possessed Yi Fan's body instantly to handle the situation. Cough, cough, I left the stove on. Family business. Gotta go. He yanked his hand away like she was radioactive. Before she could process the rejection, he ghosted her, walking away fast. Yang Shi lectured him mentally. See that? Never let a girl cling to you. Little sisters are annoying enough. Who has energy for other girls? Yi Fan mentally noted, understood. Boss Huang Jiu just giggled. This match just got interesting. Yunhai Road's sunlight hit the skyscrapers, illuminating the parking lot below where the crowd was buzzing with anticipation. Suddenly, Nabi's voice boomed. What's up, everyone? It's your girl, Nabi. She gestured to her partner, and meet my new co-host, Naixue, currently trending #1 online. Naixue smiled at the camera. Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Naixue. Nabi continued to hype up the crowd. Time to break down the Yenching University Hero Course selection match. Naixue took over. The rules are super simple. Reach the finish line within the time limit. Anything goes. No restrictions on methods. Nabi winked playfully. Think it's really that easy? The answer is a hard no. Let's see what insane traps the school set up. Meanwhile, under a cloudy sky on the other side, Ming Kui threw an arm around Yifan's shoulder. Bro, no vehicle. You a body enhancement type too. Why no protective goggles for the wind? Yifan shrugged it off. I'm not exactly an enhancement type. My speed is mid, but I don't need goggles for this. Ming Kui grinned. Heh, no worries. Miracles happen even without gear. Suddenly, heads turned. Someone big was approaching. Did you hear the rumors? The sole weapon user with the purple gold dragon staff, A-rank Luo Kuang, and the purple wing hero are here. Someone shouted, hey, stopping them in their tracks. It was Huang Jiu coming to say hi. She smirked. Fate brings us together again. Looks like we're in the same group. She leaned in close to Ye Fan. You promised to help me out last time. Don't bail on me now. Ye Fan looked away, blushing awkwardly. Yeah, sure. Suddenly, Ming Kui jumped in, winking aggressively. Hey, classmate. I'm a speed type. I can carry you to the finish line. Easy peasy. Huang Jiu gave him a disgusted look. A street-level body enhancer wants to pick me up? Get lost. Ming Kui's soul left his body in shock. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. Runners, on your marks. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone tensed up, ready to sprint. Yi Fan's eyes went sharp as the announcer shouted, 1. Bang. The gun fired. Some rich kids launched jetpacks, soaring into the sky while others watched. Liu Fei looked down at the ground runners with a sneer. Trying to fly with your legs? How cute and naive. Suddenly, a duck appeared behind him midair. Peck, peck. Liu Fei screamed in pain. Ouch! What the hell? 2 more high-energy ducks appeared out of nowhere. One had tattoos, the other wore sunglasses. Quack, quack. Nabi laughed. If flying was that easy, everyone would just buy a plane. She looked over at her partner Naixue. Do you recognize this flock? Naixue nodded. That's probably the Black Gang Duck Messenger, a B-rank summoner hero. Nabi continued, the play-by-play. Ah. The squad that crashed is now leading the race. A red car drifted past at high speed, spewing smoke everywhere. She cheered. So cool. If only every exam was a death race. Ahead, 2 cars smashed together right in front of a police blockade. The guy in the black sedan rolls down the window. Yo, you got the pass? The red car signals back. Yeah, only the top 100 made the cut. But clearly, nobody taught these idiots basic traffic laws. The black car tears down the street, leaving a trail of exhaust smoke. Traffic cops blow their whistles, trying to stop the madness. Suddenly, a shadow flickers, blocking the car's path instantly. Look who it is. A lecturer from the police academy and his squad. A hero's duty is to save lives, right? Or so they claim. But causing a pileup while trying to be the good guy, that's messy. Realizing their mistake, the squad bows their heads in unison. We apologize. Meanwhile, Ming Kai is sprinting past them, laughing his head off. I knew it. Letting you guys use vehicles freely? Obviously a trap set by the organizers. Just then, an old man walks by, but Kai realizes it too late. Bam! A nasty collision sends them both flying backward. The old man hits the pavement hard, blood trickling from his mouth. Ming Kai wipes a bloody nose, totally freaked out. Whoa, hold up. How did he get hurt that bad? A candidate in orange zooms past, cold as ice. That kid hit him. Not our problem. Let's bounce. The guy in blue actually has a conscience, but the old man looks critically injured. We should get him to a hospital. Ming Kai struggles to his feet, staring at the old victim. The old man snaps, eyes blazing with fury. You hit an elder and try to run? Is this the kind of hero you want to be? Running from responsibility? Cut to the skyline. Yi Fan is parkouring across skyscrapers like a pro. Something catches his eye. It's Huang Jiu, literally hitching a ride on a flying drone. She waves cheekily. Hello there. Yi Fan looks away, shaking his head. Yenching University really went all out for this selection exam. Impressive. They even use high-level illusions. Huang Jiu grins. Oh, you saw through the old man's illusion technique too? Not bad. Yi Fan shifts into a combat stance. Get ready to fight. We've got two tails coming in hot. Huang Jiu glances back, brimming with confidence. This is the final test the school left for us. I was born ready. Behind them, a skinny guy and a chubby guy are watching from the rooftop. Chen Naixiwi speaks up. Those two look familiar. Which heroes are disguised as them? Nabi covers her mouth, whispering. Ahem. Intel says those two espers aren't arranged by Yenching University. They're crashers. She continues her report. However, the school sent instructors to the scene. They'll intervene if things get deadly. Until then, it's just another test for the students. Inside a high-rise office, a man stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back. He speaks to the young man behind him. Sorry to make you run this errand. Instructor Luo Chen. Luo Chen replies smoothly. Don't worry, director. I'll protect these kids. Consider it my duty as a head teacher. Back to the action. Yi Fan and Huang Jiu are facing off against Ah Miao. Ah Miao roars. Time to show you brats the terror of a B-rank hero. Transformation sequence start. Fangs erupt. Fur explodes from his cheeks. A tail whips out, and he drops to all fours, letting out a screeching meow. Huang Jiu isn't scared at all. Her eyes go wide and sparkly. She squeals with pure joy. Oh my gosh, it's a kitty. So cute. Yi Fan is speechless, totally done with her. He glares at Ah Miao. I'll handle the cat man. You take the other one. No time to waste. Yi Fan launches his assault. Yang Shi's voice echoes in his mind. See it? When you control the power, you can feel every muscle fiber, every bone shifting. Yi Fan replies telepathically. Got it. Ah, Miao lunges, claws out. What are you muttering about, brat? But Yi Fan doesn't give him a second to breathe. Before the cat can react, boom, a devastating punch lands square in his gut. Ah, Miao's eyes bug out. Gah. The force literally shatters his ribcage. Pain racks his body. He thinks, Black Arrow. Bullhead. My brother's in the Fire Cloud sect. Did you guys fight monsters like this back in the day? Yi Fan stands over his fallen opponent, looking totally confused. Huh? This guy is a speed type, right? His defense shouldn't be this trash. Maybe I hit him too hard? Ah, Miao collapses, coughing up blood. Yi Fan reaches out a hand, looking genuinely concerned. Yo, you good? My bad. I think I went a little overboard. The humiliation burns worse than the punch. Ah, Miao screams. You bully. You beat me. And now you want to insult me too. Meanwhile, miles away, a stream of water surges toward a desolate island. It slithers into a dark cave. Deep inside, a figure in a black cloak stands on a podium. The figure looks up, red eyes glowing in the dark. You're still alive? Instantly, thousands of water worms erupt from the ground. No faces, just mouths full of razor teeth and writhing tentacles. The creature reports. Commander, I have critical intel. It towers over the cloaked figure, a massive, slippery nightmare. The Yang-Si of the Judgment has broken through to Spirit Level 3. The commander frowns, stunned. Another Level 3, born in this dimension? How is that possible? Back at Yang-Si's place. Yang Feifei clutches a pillow, looking confused. Brother, I don't know. The deep blue roots just woke up for a few seconds. Yang Shi tenses up immediately. Did you link with someone's vision again? She nods. Yeah. I saw 3 scenes, probably memories from another Deep Blue clan member. Yang Si flips open his laptop. Where? Give me details. She closes her eyes. First, the White Tower in Rose City, District 2. Second, a club. Third, inside a villa. Yang Si types furiously with one hand. He's cross-referencing everything Yang Feifei says. Searching, hacking. Suddenly, he gasps. Found it. You saw the Rat Club, didn't you? Yang Feifei looks at the screen, shocked. That's it. I saw a Deep Blue clan member getting their hair and nails done there. Yang Si connects the dots. The daughter of a high-level exec at the Round Table Knights Management Company. She holds 50% of the shares, but she has no abilities. Yang Feifei adds, in the third vision, I only saw a lawn, a fountain, some antique decorations, nothing else. She flops back onto the bed, exhausted. No use, bro. I can't remember the details. She spreads her arms. Just read my memories directly. It's faster. Cut to a massive conference room. 3 powerful figures are in a tense meeting. The mecha bear interlocks his fingers, lost in thought. Finally, he sighs, defeated. Listen, I called you two here to make an announcement. He looks at Ma Long. Ah, Hang. I've decided to hand the company management to Liu Yuan, but the spot for the League of Legends, that belongs to you. He couldn't believe his ears. Liu Yuan broke into a cold sweat, squinting as he forced a smile. Finally, the old man actually recognized his potential. She's cut out to run the empire, not you. Ma Long's expression darkened instantly. As for you, all you've ever cared about is becoming the ultimate hero. Zhang Xiang didn't let up. His voice dropped to a grave whisper. Son, I know it eats you alive. Losing to those freaks from the Kai organization still haunts you, doesn't it? But there is one truth you need to hear. He lowered his voice, staring Ma Long down. Do you have any idea why the Kai agents are absolute monsters? Confused but confident, he shot back an answer. Obviously, because they grind harder than anyone else. Plus, they're freaks of nature with talent. Wrong. The denial cut through the air. It's because they possess the technology to craft ability-enhancing elixirs. The revelation hit him like a truck. And backing them? I fear it's a force from the dark dimension itself. Suddenly, reality fractured. A rift tore open. Memories flashed. Yang Zi saw Yang Feifei riding her bike in the distance. She smiled, waving at her big brother. But his eyes snapped into focus. Found you. A Venus statue and a red-eyed rabbit appeared in the courtyard of the Blazing Bullet Villa. High above the sprawling estate, Yang Shi and Yang Feifei hovered like predators. He commanded, stay close and watch. Do not engage. She fumed, eyes blazing. So you agreed to bring me along just to use me as a hood ornament? Yang Xi dropped a heavy hand on her head, silencing her complaint. Brother Yang. He transformed instantly, donning the persona of the Yang Xi Zodiac. What is it? The Yang Feifei Zodiac punched his shoulder. Bro, your strongest power isn't your ability. It's your Oscar-worthy acting skills. Below, Ah Lin sat by the Venus statue, savoring steaming coffee. He glanced sideways, cool as ice. Uninvited guests crashing the party. To what do I owe the pleasure? Shadowy serpents erupted from Yang Shi, shattering the statue into dust. He uttered a single word, die. The force flipped the table right into Ah Lin's face. Ah Lin vaulted over, landing in a crouch before Yang Xi. I've been itching to take you out. Rumor has it you're backed by the undead Bernadotte family. Yang Xi thought, where do these wild rumors even come from? Ah Lin turned serious. So, tell me, can you return a soul that's been dead for years to her original body? Behind the Yang Shi mask, his eyes narrowed. The Deep Blue clan are masters of soul manipulation. Why are you asking me? Ah Lin's face fell, hope draining away. Looks like it's a dead end then. In a split second, he drew his gun and opened fire. Then you have no more use to me. Rot in hell. Suddenly, 5 clones of the Yang Xi Zodiac materialized. Bang! A bullet tore straight through the chest of one clone. Mmph. The bullet exited the body. Even under fire, he analyzed calmly. Lead bullets with auto-locking capabilities. Nasty. Luckily, the velocity is trash. I can stall. Ah! Lin fired 2 more rounds at the clones, smirking. I'm attacking your shadows simultaneously. Nowhere to run now? Right. Flash. Yang Xi materialized instantly behind him, a long blade resting coldly on Ah Lin's shoulder. Wrong answer. Ah Lin didn't flinch. He grinned maniacally. 3, 2, 1. Boom! An explosion rocked the courtyard. As the white smoke cleared, only 2 clones remained standing. Suddenly, blue smoke coiled around Ah Lin's arm like a viper. He flinched. The mist burrowed into his skin, making him scream in terror. No, not this. The Yang Feifei Zodiac lounged on a floating feather chair, looking down like a queen. Ah Lin stared at the duo, shouting, such honor. Sending both the Yang Shi and the Yang Feifei to deal with little old me. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He barked at the shadow behind him. If that's how it is, kill them. Helen. A woman charged, wielding a blade that glowed with lethal light. Yang Shi shouted, Yang Feifei, watch out. She braced herself with a hiltless cyan blade. Clang. The Yang Feifei struggled, blocking the massive impact of Helen's heavy sword. Helen leaped back, eyes narrowing. Are you from the Deep Blue clan too? Yang Feifei floated back up, casually resting on her air chair. Yup. Bang. Ah Lin fired again. Die, Yang Xi. Yang Shi closed his eyes, mind racing. Yang Feifei is safe. Now, I need to crack the code of this auto-lock bullet. Behind the mask, the world slowed. He visualized the bullet's trajectory. As the projectile screamed towards him, a blazing rune ignited on his shoe. He crouched low. Gotcha. The fire rune dissolved into red mist. With a simple tilt of his head, death whistled past his ear. The bullet slammed into a tree, erupting into a pillar of flame. Ah Lin's face went pale with dread. Impossible. You broke my technique? Yang Xi launched himself forward, a crackling purple orb of lightning in his hand. The Yang Feifei dove from her chair, sword ready. Helen sprinted to intercept, but the purple sphere was already flying at her. She twisted away, but the lightning grazed her arm. Crack boom. It detonated behind her. Before she could recover, Yang Feifei struck. Helen barely raised her shield in time. Ah, Lin roared, veins popping. Damn you. How dare you damage my wife's body? Desperate, he grabbed a handful of ominous green pills. He downed them all. Green light erupted from his eyes and skin, mutating his very aura. Helen spun around, terror in her voice. Master, don't do it. She vaulted towards him with a massive needle, driving it straight between his eyebrows to stop the transformation. Your spirit can't handle that many primal particles. You'll turn into a deep blue abomination. Yang Shi hovered above, watching as Helen desperately sucked the toxic green mist from his mouth. No mercy. Yang Xi conjured another purple lightning sphere and hurled it straight at the two figures locked in that desperate embrace. Ah Lin's eyes widened. He spun Helen around using his own back as a shield. Boom! The purple death slammed into him. He screamed, "Stop." Helen held him, heart-shattering. Master, please, wake up. The arrogance was gone, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion. Am I finally dying? His eyes held a profound, tragic sadness. The day has finally come. Thank you for setting me free. He slumped onto Helen's lap, eyes closing. Since my wife passed, every breath has been a living hell. He clasped his hands weakly. Vila, change your hair back. Just one last time. I want to see the real Helen. He brushed the hair from her face. The Deep Blue clan promised to resurrect her. The price was betraying humanity. A tear fell. But to save her, betraying the world meant nothing to me. Helen gripped his fading hand, her devotion absolute. I volunteered to become a Deep Blue hybrid. Just to become a vessel for her soul. Just to give you hope. Ah Lin coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Regret washed over him. In the end, it was all just a lie he told himself to keep living. Helen was already gone. His gaze shifted up to Yang Xi and Yang Feifei. Yang Xi wasn't the villain here. Her only crime was falling for a trash teacher who never gave a damn about her. With his dying breath, he leaked a classified secret to Yang Xi. Those guys were tied to the Poseidon Chamber of Commerce. Then, his eyes shut forever, leaving Helen sobbing beside his cooling corpse. No, teacher. Don't leave me alone in this hell. Yang Feifei, perched high above, watched the drama unfold. She glanced at Yang Xi, testing the waters. Boss, should we dispose of this Deep Blue trash? He waved her off. Hold on. Helen, heartbroken, clung to Ah Lin's body. She lay on top of him, a twisted look of satisfaction on her face. Her words were enough. A blue orb hovered over her, then clattered to the ground. A hand snatched it up. Yang Feifei and Yang Xi stared at the tragic tableau of Ah Lin and Helen. She sighed, boss, they were truly loyal. Will I ever find a love that rides or dies like that? Yang Xi turned his back. Let's go. The two hopped onto a triangular flight disc and zoomed toward the school district. Yang Feifei crossed her arms, puzzled. Boss, where are we heading now? She realized he was shifting gears again. Yang Zai shed the persona of Yang Zai and morphed into Yang Zai. She gasped, damn, boss. Your transformation skills are getting insane. Meanwhile, at the Yenching University sports field, a massive crowd was queuing up. Yi Fan looked awkward as hell, while Huanju flashed a peace sign on the podium. Yang Xi smirked. Looks like Yi Fan is adapting fast. He even made a friend. Cut to Yi Fan's dorm room. He held a green orb, sweating bullets as it floated closer. Yang Xi's voice cut in. Yi Fan, your training has been solid. Yang Xi continued. I'm pushing your ability to A rank. A system window popped up. Training ability. Description. Senses, strength, and speed scale infinitely with training. Cap is 64 times the racial limit. A rank evaluation. No one has ever maxed this out. He gripped Yi Fan's shoulder. Keep grinding for the next selection exam. I've got business elsewhere. Yi Fan asked anxiously. Where are you going? Yang Xi turned, his silhouette cold. The four great Cs. Meanwhile, in the Malong office at the Hero Kun agency, Liu Yuan was pacing around his safe. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. No way the password is my birthday again, right? He punched in the numbers. Click. The steel door swung open, revealing a thick notebook. Liu Yuan wiped sweat from his brow, muttering, What is wrong with my brother? Why is every password my birthday? He whistled happily, grabbing the book and walking out. Unbeknownst to him, Mao Long watched with a gentle gaze. I don't know why Yuan needs intel on the four great Cs, he mused. His eyes were full of brotherly love as he added, but if he got it, hopefully, he's happy. High above in the Sky Palace, Yang Shi flipped through Liu Yuan's stolen notebook. So, this is the layout of the four great Cs. On the map, the south and north continents were split by a massive strait. Planet Blue originally had two plates, but after the Otherworld War, the south continent was colonized by alien forces, humanity enslaved. Two blue lines slashed the ocean into four quadrants. Yang Shi scanned the list of powerhouses holding the line. Another map showed the zones. Iron Blood Sea, controlled by the Iron Blood Army. Hero Sea, held by the Hero Association. Freedom Alliance Sea, run by the Chamber of Commerce. And the Gray Zone, the Chaos Sea, was a mess of warlords. However, under the coordination of the three major powers, a defense line was established. A red flag marked a spot. Whether it was the Poseidon Chamber linked to the Deep Blue Clan or the Philosopher's Stone, everything pointed to the Freedom Sea. Disguised, Yang Xi decided the Freedom Alliance Sea was his first move. He clapped a hand on Liu Yuan's shoulder. You did excellent work gathering intel this time. I see how much you've grown. Liu Yuan rubbed his hands together, eyes sparkling. Then, Godfather. Yang Xi raised a hand. Relax. You passed my test. The organization won't skimp on your enhancement serum. Liu Yuan downed the green vial, grimacing. Godfather, what rank is this? He slumped to the floor as the power hit. Yang Xi answered, B rank. He held up two fingers. Dual system B rank abilities. System window, werewolf ability. Description, grants werewolf bloodline. Transformation boosts healing and physique. Skill, berserk. Trade sanity for triple regen and speed. Evaluation, B rank. Evolved from husky. Another window popped, fear mask. Description, absorb enemy fear to boost strength. Max 9 stacks. Duration 45 minutes. Evaluation, B rank. Making people afraid isn't the scary part. Liu Yuan tackled Yang Shi in a bear hug. Thank you, Godfather. Glory to the organization. I'll dedicate my life to the cause. Later, at Yang Zi's apartment, 2 glasses of red wine clinked. Nai Shui sat across from him by candlelight. Look, getting sent abroad for a year is a huge opportunity, no matter how you slice it. Yang Zi's eyes held a trace of sorrow. But I can't be by your side for a whole year. Nai Shui smiled softly. I'll take care of myself. You just focus on building our future. Yang Shi nodded solemnly. Yeah. He took a sip. He resolved internally. When the world is at peace, I'll never leave you again. Nai Shu blushed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Bring me a souvenir, okay? Yang Xi blushed, pulling her close as her dress hit the floor. He kissed her deeply. I'm going to miss you so much. Me too. Smooth jazz played from the vinyl record player. At the Qian Manor's grand entrance, a knock echoed. The butler opened the door, beaming. You must be from Judgment. Please, come in. Yang Shi nodded. Thanks. Inside the study, Old Man Qian sat on his throne, flanked by Yu Rong and Qian Duo. The old man spoke up. Welcome. Judgment already sent word ahead. Duo grinned. I remember you. We were on that flight with the Gale Star Eagle. Yang Ji replied, embarrassing to admit, but Lord Yang Ji saw my performance during the accident. He continued. Lord Yang Si gave me an A-rank serum and invited me to join Judgment. Duo's jaw dropped. You got an A-rank serum just like that? What ability did you awaken? Old Man Qian frowned, cutting him off. Yo, Duo, chill out. You can't just spy on people's stats like that. Yang Si waved his hand, completely unbothered. It's cool. We're squad mates now. No secrets. The power I unlocked? It's called the Navy Plum Blossom style. Yu Rong tilted her head, confused. Navy Plum Blossom? Never heard of that skill tree before. He smirked. Of course you haven't. It's a custom fusion. I combined the Navy combat arts with the 6 Plum Blossom styles. Suddenly, a system window popped up. System. Navy Plum Blossom style acquired. It was the perfect offense and defense. Think of it as hitting like a truck, but moving like a ghost. Dragon subduing, grasp to lock him down. Stormleg to split the ocean in half. He scoffed at the screen. TH. Only an A rank rating. The system has no taste. Duo pointed at Yang Feifei, eyes wide. Wait, is she in on this too? Yang Shi nodded. Meet Han Yue, disciple of the legendary Lady Yang Feifei. Another A-rank heavy hitter. Yang Feifei stepped up, voice cool as ice. My specialty is absolute frost control. Yang Si added, boss's orders. We're infiltrating the Free Sea Alliance under the Qian family banner. Elder Qian, you good with that? The old man stroked his beard, eyes gleaming. Absolutely. It's high time the Qian family made its return to the big leagues. Night fell, a crescent moon hanging like a blade in the sky. Yang Feifei sat alone at the docks. A hand gently landed on her shoulder. Penny for your thoughts? Aye. She hesitated, then shook her head. It's nothing. Just leaving Luogang City tomorrow. Feels weird. Yang Si sat beside her. Hey, it's not like we're exiled forever. She gave a bitter smile. I know. I just realized. The people back there will live their whole lives without knowing the 4 great seas exist. Ignorance is bliss, Yang Si replied, looking at the stars. The three great powers and the feds keep it a secret for a reason. His expression darkened. If this secret leaks, if the normies found out we're at war with another dimension, it wouldn't be panic. It would be total chaos. She sighed, gazing into the dark abyss of the ocean. I guess being clueless is a blessing. Yang Si patted her head. The Free Sea Alliance is a snake pit, kid. Trust no one. Protect yourself first. She smirked, determination returning. Don't worry, big brother. I got this. The next morning arrived. The docks were dominated by a beast, a massive 6-star alchemy ship. Elder Tien stood with a crew. Yang Zi, my boy, feast your eyes. The hull is forged from beast bones and 3 massive alchemy arrays. The old man grinned like a kid. Pump some spiritual energy in, and this bad boy flies. Heavy cannons, energy shields, turbo boost, it's got the works. He snapped his fingers. The butler stepped forward with 3 items. The starter pack for the 4 Cs. Water-walking boots, light armor, and air bubble charms. Elder Qian explained, walk on waves, breathe underwater, and customize your look. Essential gear. Give it a try. Yang Feifei giggled. Okay, now this is fun. Yang Shi looked around. Where's the rest of the mob? 3 figures approached. Duo, Helen, and Yu Rong. Duo shouted, we are here. Yu Rong looked sharp but blushed, clearly embarrassed by the attention. Suddenly, Elder Qian looked away, annoyed. Who's making all that noise over there? The butler whispered. It's the Brazil Chamber of Commerce. Second son of the Green family. Asher Green. Yang Si froze. The Green family? He spun around, eyes narrowing. Talk about bad luck. The enemy delivered himself to my doorstep. Elder Qian frowned. A second son? Why is he barking so loud? The butler sighed. He was on a 4-star ship, sir. But he heard we booked a 6-star ride, so he came over to upgrade. Elder Qian waved dismissively. Just give him a room and shut him up, sir. Asher insists on the platinum suite. Room 608, Yang Si's room. Asher strutted toward Yu Rong, eyes scanning her up and down. Well, hello, a top-tier beauty in the wild. Elder Qian cleared his throat loudly. Asher switched to a fake smile. Ah, Elder Qian, respects. Master Asher is a guest, the elder said, voice tight. He turned to the butler. Ah Fu, accommodate him. Within reason. Take good care of him. The butler bowed to the brat. Master Asher, per the elder's orders. The platinum suite is yours. Asher's face twisted as he turned to his goons. Investigate who booked 608 originally. He sneered. A tiny Qian family dares to make me wait. Do they have a death wish? Meanwhile, inside room 608, Yang Si was chilling, snacking, and enjoying the view. Bang! 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 Someone was pounding on the door. He wiped his mouth and opened it slowly. Asher stood there with 2 thugs. Yang Si smirked. So, you finally showed up. Asher jumped back. What? You knew I was coming, punk? Well, chop chop. Are you moving your trash? Or do my boys need to throw it out? Yang Si leaned in close, whispering something that made Asher's face explode in red. Master Asher, wouldn't you happen to be interested in some private photos of Miss Yu Rong? Asher's face went from angry to total pervert mode instantly. Drool practically hit the floor. You have the goods? Yang Si kept his poker face. Would I lie to the illustrious second young master of the Green family? Asher lowered his voice. Name your price. Yang's eye chuckled darkly. How about a free sample first? Step inside. Asher turned to his guards, barking. Stay here. Don't disturb me. The door clicked shut. Asher rubbed his hands together. Hurry up. Show me the zap. His eyes glazed over. Hypnosis active. Yang Zi scrolled through the guy's memories like a movie. He paused at an image. A blond man with a beard, holding a wine glass. Byron, Yang Si muttered. A side branch nobody who suddenly became a boss overnight. Interesting. He went from 0 to hero way too fast. Yang Si's eyes narrowed. Byron, even if he's careful, dealing with an idiot nephew like Asher will leave an opening. Asher suddenly stood at attention, eyes dead. Master. Yang Shi commanded, act like your usual scumbag self. Get close to Byron. He's likely with the primordial organization. Asher bowed. I will monitor the family from within and report back, Master. Asher walked out, face twisting back into arrogance. His thug asked, Sir, shall we toss his luggage? Whack. Asher smacked the guy upside the head. Toss your own head, idiot. This room is trash, unworthy of me. I'm taking Elder Qian's room instead. The thugs sweated nervously. Yes, sir. Another lackey piped up. Sir, the free customs is ahead. Maybe some fun will cheer you up? Asher screamed. I don't need you to tell me how to party. The massive ship sliced through the waves, approaching the island. Yang Feifei stood on the deck, pointing at a colossal structure. Whoa, look at that. What is it? Yang Zi looked at the towering stone gate. That, he said, is the free customs. Free customs? Suddenly, a tall, lanky silhouette emerged from the shadows. This geezer looked like a total nobody, hollow cheeks, scrubby beard, and basic brown rags. You wouldn't even look twice at him, and that's exactly what he wants. He strolled up with zero cares in the world. Welcome to the free customs, kid. I run this joint. So, you're number 97, the legendary soul-chasing spear. Yang Xi stared, shook by how chill this deadly old man was. This guy is a monster. He appeared right behind me, and my senses didn't pick up a thing. Old Master Qian spun around the second he heard Soul Chaser approach. The old man was grinning like a fool, but the air around him felt heavy enough to crush bones. He laughed. Soul Chaser? My bro. It's been ages. Soul Chaser played it cool, gripping the old man's hand. Back when you passed through here, Brother Qian, I knew our paths would cross again in this lifetime. He gestured with a sly smile. And looks like you brought some fresh meat from the mainland. Head to the main hall, everyone. Tonight, we feast like kings. The banquet hall was decked out fancy ceiling lights, classy pale walls. It gave off cozy vibes but screamed money. Tables were loaded with grub, and the place was packed. Suddenly, a swarm of fangirls mobbed Yang Shi. Hey, pretty boy. Digits now. Is it your first time here? I can be your private tour guide. You look exactly like my future boyfriend. Let's hook up. Surrounded by these thirsty hotties, Yang Shi's face turned tomato red. The dude was sweating bullets, totally clueless. Qian Duo stuffed her face and whispered loud enough for Yurong to hear. Where do these ugly skanks get the audacity? With big sis Yurong right here, they actually think they have a shot at Brother Yang. Yurong turned beet red and snapped. Shut up. You know Yang Si and I are just friends. Totally innocent. Stop spreading your fake news right now. Out of nowhere, Lin Naishu crashed the party like a wrecking ball. Move it, losers. Out of the way. Big brother, I'm here to rescue you. She grabbed Yang Si and dragged him out of that hellhole. On the way, she glared at the useless duo. Don't just stand there watching the drama like NPCs. We gotta ditch these creeps, fast. Yurong flashed a sweet smile. Hey, how about we hit up the Shell Bar? It's the hottest spot in town. Duo pumped her fist, totally hyped. Yes, the special event at the Shell Bar is legendary across the 4 seas. We have to go. Yang Si, looking dazed from the kidnapping, asked, what kind of special event? He didn't even notice the giant lipstick kiss on his face until a random finger pointed it out. Duo smirked. You'll see when we get there, and marched off. Yang Shi frantically wiped the evidence off his cheek as the squad rolled up to the Shell Bar. The place was insane, surrounded by massive glass tanks filled with sea monsters. It was like partying inside an aquarium. A red-headed mermaid bombshell with a killer rack swam over to greet them. Welcome to the Shell Bar, darlings. The show's about to start. Yang Si frowned, checking her out. Is she a transformation type Esper or what? He looked at Yurong for answers, but she just gave him a cryptic grin. Don't ruin the surprise, Yang Si. You're about to find out the hard way. Duo dashed off, shouting, Brother Yang, sit tight. We're gonna go change. While the guests were chilling, watching the fish, random holes suddenly blasted open in the glass walls. Water came crashing out like a tsunami, but instead of panicking like normal people, the crowd went absolutely feral with excitement, screaming their heads off. Let's go. As a wall of water slammed toward him, Yang Shi yelled, What the hell is going on? Is the building collapsing? On stage, Li Shuyi grabbed the mic to hype the crowd. Ladies and gents, welcome to the Extreme Mermaid Party. Are you ready to unleash your inner fish? Yang Shi was swallowed by the flood, totally confused. He stared at a dumb-looking fish floating by. Suddenly, Duo swam up, blowing bubbles. Glub, Brother Yang, why haven't you transformed yet? Yang Shi ignored her question, his jaw dropping when he saw her green fishtail. He whipped his head around Lin Naishui. Yurong, everyone in his squad had turned into merfolk. When his eyes landed on Yurong, his face heated up. In a flash of light, his legs fused into a sleek black tail, and his shirt shredded to reveal rock-hard abs. He glanced back at Yurong, finally getting why she was acting all mysterious earlier. With a kick of his new tail, he shot forward into the deep. Suddenly, Yang Si's pupils constricted in pure danger. Out of nowhere, a massive, jagged rockfish with razor-sharp teeth burst onto the scene. The other mermaids panicked and scattered like frightened minnows. The colossal whale accelerated, jaws wide open, looking to turn the party guests into a snack. Yang Shi gritted his teeth, a sweat drop floating in the water. Is this a monster or a shifter? He coiled his body like a spring and slammed his tail down hard. Boom! He blocked the beast's charge. But the whale wasn't impressed. It let out a sonic roar that felt like it was tearing reality apart. The shockwave blasted him backward, blood leaking from his lips. That's when it clicked. This wasn't a random attack. This monster was testing him and Lin Naishui's power levels. He locked eyes with the Leviathan. I can't reveal my full strength here, but I gotta take this thing down. I need a plan to crack its defense. Blanche sliced through the water, bringing her blade down on the whale's skull. But her strike, sharp enough to cut steel, bounced off like it was nothing. The beast caught her blade right between its teeth. Yu Rong watched in horror, screaming. It caught Blanche's sword with its mouth. The power gap is insane. That thing is peak A rank, maybe even S rank. The whale thrashed, launching Blanche across the tank. She clenched her jaw, ignoring the blood clouding the water. Blanche! Yu Rong cried out, but Duo grabbed her arm, pointing wildly. Sis, look, Lin Naishu is doing something crazy. A piercing blue light exploded from Lin Naishu. Swirling currents distracted the whale for a split second before snap. The rampaging beast was instantly encased in a massive block of solid ice. Gravity took over, dragging the frozen Leviathan down into the crushing darkness of the abyss. A random mermaid dude watched it sink, trembling. Is it finally over? I think we're good, his buddy replied. But fate had other plans. The ice shattered as the whale rocketed back up, catching everyone off guard. It locked onto Yang Si and charged. He triggered his plum blossom arts. His body turned into a torpedo, leaving a trail of crystal-clear water flowers as he dodged the deadly jaws. Damn it! My Sea King Iron Plum technique isn't scratching this thing's armor. I have no choice, I gotta use that. Yang Si clenched his fist. A mystical white gauntlet materialized, pulsing with golden threads that traced power lines from his wrist to his fingertips. Boom! He delivered a devastating uppercut. The water exploded around the impact. The whale shrieked in terror before going limp. Yang Si blinked, staring at the unconscious beast. Is it finally dead? Yang Si stared down at the sinking corpse. This was bad. If anyone found out he one-shot this beast, his cover would be blown instantly. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He had to make this look convincing. Bam. Bam. He rained down a few more heavy blows on the stomach, making sure to land the killing strike before anyone arrived. Dada and Yu Rong watched the chaotic scene, stunned. Dada blinked, confused. I thought Big Brother Yang had already won. Blanche's voice was grim. That is an A-rank monster. It is not an opponent you can underestimate. Yu Rong bit her lip. Should we go down there and help him? But silence fell over the group. As they watched Yang Si sinking into the depths, completely stark naked. Thankfully, Yang Si regained his composure quickly. He grabbed a pair of tattered pants from out of nowhere to cover his dignity. It was time to harvest the loot. System. Extractability. The energy swirled in his palm, condensing into a perfect round orb. It glowed with a brilliant emerald light. The system window popped up. Ability acquired, Killer Whale. Description. Allows transformation into a killer whale. Grants immense physical and mental strength. The ultimate apex predator of the ocean. Passive skill, Slick Skin. Most external attacks will simply slide right off. Evaluation. Rank A. Plus, the black and white color scheme is undeniably cute. Feifei's voice trembled with worry. Brother, are you okay? Yang Si wiped a fake trail of blood from his lip and grinned. I am fine. But the waters of the four seas run deeper than I thought. Yu Rong looked at him with concern. Let us get back to shore first. We need to treat your injuries immediately. That looks serious. Before he could protest, Dada scooped him up in a princess carry. She scolded him gently. You did not have to risk your life like that back there. If you had just waited for us to attack together, you would not be hurt this badly. Her words stung his guilty conscience. Blushing, he turned his head away. Looks like he had to commit to this heavily injured act a little longer. Later, Yang Si was settled into a private suite to recover. Elder Qian arrived for a visit. Seeing the old man's grave expression, Yang Si started to speak. Actually, about my injuries. The elder raised a hand, cutting him off. Save your breath, kid. You do not need to explain. I know exactly what you are thinking. If outsiders come sniffing around for the truth about you, we cannot let them find what they are looking for. Yang Si relaxed against the pillows. The old man understood the game. Elder Qian, that whale assassin. Do you have any leads on who sent it? The elder took a slow drag from his pipe, one hand clasped behind his back. Too many vultures are circling the Qian family right now. Anyone could have infiltrated Laifu Island, he sighed. The Laifu Merchant Guild controls this place, and the Uruk family pulls the strings behind them. He stared out the massive glass window, his expression unreadable. Yang Zi's brow furrowed. The Uruk family. That brat causing trouble at the auction last time. He was an Uruk. Elder Chien did not turn around. The Chien family will release an official statement. We will claim you were critically injured. I am afraid you will have to play the invalid for a few days. Yang Si nodded. Thank you. Time passed. The sun began to dip below the horizon. Yang Si was relaxing on a lounge chair with his sister, Fei Fei. Just as he was drifting off, Fei Fei bolted upright. I saw it again. The vision from the Deep Blue clan. Yang Si sat up instantly, whipping off his sunglasses. You saw it again? That was the second time. He had to find the great sage soon. Her mismatched eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, it was much clearer this time. If I get a little better at this, I bet I can lead you straight to their hideout. Yang Shi shook his head firmly. I do not want you involved in this mess. I just want you healthy and safe. Fei Fei pouted and latched onto his arm, hugging it tight. Fine, fine. Why don't you read my memory again? Maybe you'll spot something new. Yang Xi sighed. He activated his mental dive skill to enter her consciousness. Fei Fei's eyes fluttered, her mind drifting into a haze. Meanwhile, Yang Xi stood within her mindscape. It was like standing in front of a massive cinema screen, replaying her memories. Yang Xi scanned the footage, looking for clues. First image, a dense green forest in the distance, and a tower rising up like a lighthouse. Scene 2, a man being brutally strangled with a towel. Then, a close-up. A hand wearing a distinctive thumb ring. The hand tilted a black vial, pouring a strange green liquid into a basin of water. Finally, a group of ragged teenagers appeared. Their faces were pale, drenched in sweat, paralyzed by fear. The connection ended. Fei Fei was still out cold. Yang Si turned away, his mind racing. The vision Fei Fei linked to belongs to an older male of the Deep Blue clan. That powder he was spreading, he intends to cause a mass infection. And those terrified kids, they are the test subjects he is raising. Yang Si walked toward the setting sun, determination burning in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a lavish suite elsewhere, a man soaked in a massive tub filled with rose petals. A woman in a crimson dress approached, Jima Uruk, one of the top 10 beauties of the 4 seas. She stepped into the water, gliding toward Jack. Her voice was dripping with honey. Did you miss me? I missed you, baby. Baby. Shall we play a little game? She held up a cherry, teasing his lips with it. Just as she was about to feed him, a voice shattered the mood. Madam, young Master Jane is here to see you. She stood up instantly, water cascading off her body. She didn't even look back. Wait for me, baby. When I get back, we will play something even more exciting. She threw a seductive glance toward the living room. Jane spread his arms wide as she entered. My lovely auntie. Tell me, do you happen to know a metal-type esper named Yang Si? Jima lounged on the sofa, crossing her legs. Maybe I do. Did he drop my name? She smirked. Tell me, is he handsome? Jane's face went rigid. Auntie, you should know that yourself. He leaned in. If you know him, could you help me recruit the adjudicator organization backing him? It would make things much simpler. Jima pushed herself up from the chair, bored. She turned her back on him. Perhaps. Let me think about it. I make so many friends when I travel. You know. She returned to the bathroom, but the water had turned a dark, ominous crimson, and Jack was gone. Jima's expression darkened instantly. A furious man stood there, gripping a bloodied sword. You cheap slut. You are betrothed to me, yet you dare flirt with other men. It was Rosen, the Chiang Wei, and he was consumed by jealousy. He raised his blade, killing intent exploding from him. I will kill you today. Rosen swung the sword violently. What? Cat got your tongue. Jima didn't even flinch. She pointed a manicured finger right at his face. You only know how to bully women. If you have any balls, go find that man and kill him. Let's see if you are actually capable of anything. Rosen lowered his sword and burst into manic laughter. Ha! Your little boyfriend is already dead. Jima crossed her arms, sneering. He was just a snack. My true lover. Do you even dare to touch him? That snapped the last string of his sanity. He lunged forward, strangling her. You wench, tell me. Who is this bastard? Jima was shaking in his boots, terrified. He yanked his hand away and wheezed out. You are Yang Shi of the Verdict Organization. Every time you call, I have to listen to this idiot babble. The injustice hit him so hard he slammed his sword down, coughing up blood in pure rage. This is straight-up bullying. Yang Si, I swear I am gonna end you. Meanwhile, our boy Yang Si was bored out of his mind on the deck, sighing at the ocean. But then, wait, what in the world is that? He spotted something in the distance. Looking closer, it was a submarine rising from the depths. A voice boomed, Yang Shi, get to the captain's quarters. Now. The dolphin has been intercepted by awakened pirates. Dua Dua waved him over frantically from afar. Inside, the captain's face was grim as he broke the bad news. We are up against the Fallen Star pirates. Their leader is an S-rank necromancer, Fan Pei. He has got 3 A-rank generals, the Charm Fox, the Algae Beast, and the Deep Sea Overlord. Anxiety filled the captain's eyes. It will take 3 minutes to activate the defensive barrier to protect the passengers. Until then, I am counting on you all. The captain bowed deeply. Old man Qian stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing. This ambush is likely a test from other factions to gauge the strength of the verdict and my Qian family. We must be cautious. Hearing this, Yang Xi's blood started to boil with excitement. He smirked. I have never seen anyone deliver experience points directly to my door like this. He immediately took command. Han Yue and I will handle the leader of the Fallen Star pirates. Everyone else, hold the line and protect the ship. Hearing this, Yu Rong stepped in to block his path. No way, the wounds on your body haven't even healed yet. Seeing his granddaughter's concern, Old Man Qian hid a smile behind his hand. Relax, Yu Rong. Brother Yang Xi is basically healed already. It is not an issue. Her face flushed red as she argued back. How could such heavy injuries heal that fast? Yang Xi just scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Anyway, you guys should get moving. Time was ticking. The emergency alarm blared, and chaos erupted in the hallway. All the passengers slammed their doors shut, locking themselves inside in terror. Outside, the pirate ship pulled alongside the Qian family vessel. The boss finally stepped onto the deck. It was the necromancer, Lonely Star 97, clutching a staff topped with a sinister skull. He addressed his twisted crew. Children of the vast ocean. Right in front of us lies the dolphin of the Qian family. He raised his staff high and bellowed. Tell me, what do you crave the most? The minions waved their blades and roared. We want shining jewels. We want women. We want slaughter. With that, the horde leaped into the sea, but miraculously, they did not sink. They stood firm on the waves as if walking on solid ground. Yang Xi launched himself off the ship. He stomped right on their heads, using them as stepping stones. The impact left them completely concussed and confused. Closing in on the enemy ship, he spotted the Charm Fox waiting for him. She had a massive clawed hand and a long white tail. She smiled seductively. Hey there, handsome. Only good at bullying the small fry. Without hesitation, she swiped at him with her razor-sharp claws. Yang Xi triggered his ability, creating a snowflake platform on the water's surface. He kicked off it and soared into the air, effortlessly dodging the fox demon's strike. She snarled in annoyance. Is running away the only thing you know how to do? She fired a sharp beam of energy at him, but Yang Xi saw it coming a mile away. He smirked, judging her pathetic attempt. You are trying mental attacks on someone with level 3 spiritual power? He shattered her technique instantly. In a blur of motion, he dashed forward and clamped his hand around her throat. Her eyes went wide with shock, but the charmed fox recovered quickly, glaring daggers at him. So you blocked my mental attack. That is impressive, but terribly unfortunate for you. Yang Feifei screamed from the distance. Watch your back. A skeleton warrior had materialized behind him out of thin air. It raised a rusted blade, ready to cleave Yang Xi in two. Yang Xi glimpsed the skeleton aiming for his neck, but he didn't even flinch. In fact, the corner of his mouth curled up. He had a crazy idea. He spun around effortlessly, thrusting the charmed fox forward as a meat shield. She took the full force of the blade and perished instantly. Her energy condensed into a glowing blue orb. Yang Xi snatched the ability orb. Rest in peace. I know your hands are stained with the blood of innocence, but I hope in your next life, you can be a decent human being. System notification. Charmed fox ability acquired. Transform into a fox girl and use mental force to make enemies dizzy. Passive effect. Absorb yang energy from men to strengthen your own body and spirit. Active skill. Charm. Use voice and gestures to mesmerize enemies into a stupor. Rating. A rank. A solid mental type bloodline with plenty of creative uses. Meanwhile, Yurong was facing off against the Deep Sea Overlord, a bald giant in black armor swinging a massive mace. Suddenly, her instincts screamed. In a flash, she vanished and reappeared right behind him. The Overlord panicked, shouting to his ally. She is too fast. Algae head, where is that trap you promised? The giant algae beast, with purple seaweed hair dancing wildly, cackled. It is ready. Countless purple vines shot out towards Yurong, catching her off guard. Before she could react, the vines bound her tight. She was hoisted helplessly into the air. From a distance, Han Yue saw her friend in danger. She charged in, blade flashing, trying to sever the vines. The algae beast laughed mockingly. Ha! You can't cut through my seaweed that easily. More vines lashed out at the two girls, but Yang Feifei stepped up. She unleashed a freezing spell, turning the algae beast's hair into brittle ice that shattered instantly. Far away, someone was observing the chaos through binoculars. Inside the bridge, the captain announced the update. Little brother Yang Xi has already eliminated one of their generals. Miss Yurong and Miss Han Yue are handling the other two. He gripped his binoculars tightly, watching the battle unfold. I really wish I could be out there fighting alongside them, but with my power level, I'd just be in the way. Duo lamented his weakness. Finally, the ship's defense system roared to life. A massive golden barrier enveloped the dolphin. The protective formation separated them from the pirate vessel. Back on the pirate ship, a staff slammed furiously onto the deck. The necromancer was trembling with rage. Yang Shi, is it? I am going to turn your skull into my personal chamber pot. He raised his staff, and the skull atop it shrieked, firing black lightning and white smoke. The dark energy and spectral smoke converged on a pile of bones. A thick, ominous mist began to rise. As the white smoke cleared, that skinny skeleton just got a massive steroid injection. It was now bulked up, dual-wielding massive clubs on its shoulders. The mage looked way too confident in his new toy. His voice dripping with arrogance, he taunted. This is a Quasi-S-class giant ape skeleton. How long can you last? 1 minute? Maybe 30 seconds? But Yang Si didn't even blink at this piece of trash. He just shrugged and replied, guess we'll find out. Instantly, the S-class monster charged. It raised those god-slaying clubs high into the air and smashed them down right where Yang Si stood. Boom! Water exploded everywhere, but our boy easily dodged, flashing right behind that bonehead. While the monster was still confused, Yang Si stomped hard on its back. Suddenly, a brown tail shot out from its spine. It whipped around, forcing him to fly back. Yang Si stuck the landing, positioning himself right behind it again. He equipped his white gauntlet, the one embedded with crimson gems. His expression turned serious. Looks like I can't snap its neck until I deal with that annoying tail. The tail whipped at him again. Yang Si casually blocked it with his gauntlet. Sizzle. The tail smoked and recoiled like it touched burning magma. He used the momentum to launch himself forward. A devastating kick slammed right into its spine. No chance to counter. The giant skeleton collapsed forward, a massive dent crushed into its back. Yang Shi dusted off his hands like it was nothing. What were you saying earlier? I couldn't hear you over the sound of you losing. The mage's face turned black with pure rage. If you have a death wish, fine. I'll show you the true terror of S-class power. The mage's face twisted into a cocky sneer. He mocked, actually, I changed my mind. I'm going to rip your bones out and turn you into a skull warrior to hunt down your old friends. Dark energy blasted from the skull on his staff. A massive blue magic circle lit up the surface of the ocean. Terrified tourists on the boat pointed and screamed. What is that? A dragon's skull rose from the depths. It looked like the skeletal remains of a winged beast. Its jaws opened, spewing thick, suffocating white smoke. The small fry pirates got caught in the cloud, screaming in terror. It's the breath of death. Ah, I don't want to die. Agonized cries echoed everywhere. It burns. Yang Si looked at the flying bone dragon and grinned. Now, that's a scary skill. He clenched his gauntlet, getting more hype by the second. Is this a summoned beast? Perfect. Let's see what it feels like to punch above my weight class. A passenger on the boat noticed the crazy atmosphere. He whispered, that necromancer is S-class. Is Yang Shi really trying to fight him? Only the freaks from the Four Seas leaderboard would dare try that. High above, the bone dragon's eyes glowed with ghostly blue fire. It unleashed a torrent of death breath straight at Yang Si. He sprinted out of the kill zone just in time, using his skill to create a flower platform. He launched himself into the sky, going face to face with the dragon. His gauntlet glowed with golden energy as he aimed for the dragon's skull. Far away, the mage smirked. Ha! There's nowhere to run, kid. But before he could land the hit, the dragon reacted. It craned its neck around and blasted another wave of death breath right in his face. Crisis mode. Yang Zi channeled everything into his raised hand. A golden shield materialized. It barely held back the onslaught of the death breath. The energy poured over him like a waterfall. Yang Zi pushed forward, trying to reach the dragon's maw. But the closer he got, the more crushing the pressure became. He gambled it all and surged forward. Closing the distance, he grabbed the dragon's jawbone with his gauntlet. Seeing this, the mage panicked and jumped off his ship, but he still talked trash. Catching it won't save you. Hovering in midair, he gripped his staff with both hands. 2 streaks of blue lightning shot from the skull. Let's see you survive this. Yang Si just gave a silent, creepy smile, then turned and pointed right at the mage. He shouted, who knows what other weird freaks you'll summon next? I'd rather just delete the user account directly. The mage's face turned gray. He finally realized. Wait, was your target me the whole time? Before he could even scream, a shadow appeared behind him. A white gauntlet with red gems punched straight through his chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Even as he died, his eyes bulged in disbelief. Impossible. Even the judges couldn't pin me down. How did I lose here? He plummeted into the ocean, taking the bone dragon down with him. The pirate minions turned pale as ghosts. The boss is dead. Stop fighting. Run for your lives. They scattered like cockroaches. Yang Si hovered above, arms crossed, watching the chaos. But then, his eyes widened. Someone was swimming through the water with unnatural speed. Yang Si thought, that guy is moving way too fast. He's definitely guilty of something. Time to send a shadow. He created a clone of himself to tail the suspect. Received the order. The clone dove into the sea instantly. It swam silently, tracking the target from behind. He guessed. He's not just running away. He's heading to a secret location. The target finally reached a secluded shore and climbed out. Yang Si stayed submerged to avoid detection. He watched the guy enter a hidden cave. Once the coast was clear, he surfaced. Is this the secret hideout of the Starfall pirates? Inside the cave, Luo Qi was raging. He grabbed a pirate by the collar, shaking him. What did you say? Stepfather is an S-class Esper. How could he lose to some A-class nobody? The pirate was sweating buckets in fear. It's not just the leader. The seductress, the deep-sea Hulk, the algae beast, they're all dead. A buzz-cut pirate started trembling. The entire combat force of Starfall wiped out. Another bald guy clutched his head and wailed. Oh God. Why did the boss have to mess with that monster? Luo Qi threw the pirate to the ground and roared. Shut up. If stepfather is dead, we go underground. We will wait, and we will get revenge. The pirate on the floor sat up, rubbing his bruised neck. He clearly had a death wish. Well, since it's come to this, I suggest we split the loot among the survivors. The buzz-cut guy jumped in. Yeah, let's split it up and scatter. The bald guy's face lit up with greed. We've slaved away for Starfall for years. This stuff should be ours. Hearing this, Luo Qi's eyes bulged with fury. He clenched his fist. He declared, Stepfather's legacy belongs to me. That includes you idiots. You want to split the treasure? Are you tired of living? Luo Qi just decked the guy who started it, making him cough up blood. Then, snap. He broke the dude's neck like a twig. With a twisted look on his face, Luo Qi stared down at the corpse in his hands. Listen up, scrubs. Unless you want to end up like this piece of trash, you better fall in line. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll be swimming in cash. Since most of the crew is dead, all the luxury loot and the beauties belonging to that B-rank powerhouse are yours for the taking. Silence. He frowned, raising his hand to threaten them again. What are you idiots waiting for? The rest of the mob immediately erupted in cheers. Spikehead threw his hands up, dancing like a maniac. Hell yeah, boss. We're in. Baldy clapped his hands, his eyes disappearing into a lecherous grin. Then I'm gonna drag one of the chicks over here for a test drive. Inside a cell, two girls in flimsy clothes were shivering in terror. Looking like a starving wolf about to devour a lamb, Baldy lunged and dragged one of the girls out. She screamed, pleading, no, please, someone save me. Pinned to the ground, she struggled and cried out in total despair. Let me go. Help. Watching from the shadows, Yang Si let out a heavy sigh. A stone materialized in his hand out of nowhere. Flick. One shot. One kill. The pirate dropped instantly. Dead? The girl, face splattered with blood, looked on in shock. She stared at Baldy's corpse slumping over her, blood still gushing from his head. Luo Qi walked in, eyes widening as he saw his minions dropping like flies. What the hell is going on? A pirate barely clinging to life heard his voice and laugh. It's the guy from the Dolphin faction. He came onto the island with us. The lackey glared with pure spite. Luo Qi, didn't see that coming. Did ya? At least I get to be buried with you. Luo Qi rushed over and crushed the guy's throat to shut him up. Damn it, you useless trash. Why didn't you just die in battle? After dealing with him, Luo Qi dropped to his knees, slamming into the ground hard. He bowed toward the cave entrance, acting all humble. I offer my deepest respects to you, sir. If you don't mind, this lowly one is willing to take you as my godfather. I pledge my loyalty. I'd jump into a sea of fire for you. But even as he spoke, his eyes were scheming. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and blood trickled from his mouth. A blade pierced right through Luo Qi's chest. It was Yang Si. He sent the villain straight to hell with a single strike, leaning in to whisper a cold truth. Sorry, pal. I already have an adopted son, so you can go ahead and die. Luo Qi refused to accept it. Damn it. I worked so hard. I was about to become a big shot in the 4 seas. Before he could finish his villain monologue, he collapsed and died. Yang Shi reached out, and a blue energy orb began to coalesce in his palm. The system immediately pinged, ability extracted. He focused on the text for the Red Copper War ability. It was crafted by Red Copper. Equipping it gives massive strength, speed, 14 Mach, high physical resistance, and B-rank elemental immunity. But if the intensity isn't enough, Everything else is just average. He poured power into the orb to level it up, and it erupted with blinding light. Intensity, not enough? Then let's see what happens when I upgrade you. The status board updated, Liquid Gold Divine Flame Battle Suit. It's based on ancient divine armor concepts. Wear this, and you gain power that transcends the mortal realm. It breaks the max speed barrier and offers insane defense. Plus, it comes with 2 killer skills: Void Flight and Liquid Gold Gaze, rated S rank. Simply badass. After the upgrade, he checked the surroundings and found a group of young girls locked behind bars. He coolly announced, "You're all being rescued." He even offered to give them a little head start on their future. "I'm leaving half the pirates' loot for you. Use it to survive." Hearing this, the 2 girls hugged each other, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Thank God, we're finally saved. Later, outside on a high cliff, Yang Shi stood silently under the crescent moon, gazing out at the dark ocean. He looked down at the object in his hand, lost in thought. After reaching the 4 Cs, S-rank power feels kinda weak. Might as well try upgrading an ability to SS rank. A pitch-black aura radiated from the ink-dark orb. The system flashed a new set of data: Liquid Gold God Demon Armor. Rank, SS. Ancient God Demon Armor. The user's physical body breaks through to Tier 3. Max speed hits 20 Mach. Material quality, extraordinary. Elemental attacks and void flight at max speed. Skill 2, Destruction, Golden Eye. It can shatter illusions. It spots microscopic weak points and triggers destructive force on enemies. Double damage against soul-type creatures. Skill 3, Weapon Manifestation. The armor absorbs attacks to manifest a weapon matching the attribute. Weapon type, undetermined. Rating. Tier 3. The only downside is mental defense. Driven by curiosity, he decided to test it right away. Not bad. Now, let's decompose it and try upgrading another ability. The system popped up, Plunder. But the upgrade process failed, surprising him. He quickly guessed. Why didn't it work? Is my Plunder ability actually SS rank? He immediately shook his head. No, that's not it. It can upgrade an S rank to SS rank. That proves its potential is way beyond just SS. He looked back at the interface to scan the ability details one more time. One line stood out. Manifests weapon matching attribute. Type undetermined. Rating SS rank Tier 3. He rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Maybe it has to do with Tier 3. That might be the other world's way of balancing power levels. He stared at the black orb pulsing with dark energy. Guess once it hits Tier 3, the ability orb can't be decomposed. Action time. He instantly created a clone of himself. Looks like I need to study this Liquid Gold God Demon Armor. I'm going to be relying on it for a while. He turned to his clone. I'll coordinate with you. With that, he leaped high into the air. First, let's test this third skill. Weapon Manifestation. System. Liquid Gold God Demon Armor. Let's try the God Demon Staff. He transformed into the Monkey King aspect, holding a staff that looked just like Sun Wukong's Ru Yi Jiangu Bang. He frowned, focusing his intent. Physical, mental, elemental attacks hit me with everything you've got. The clone, in its Yang Shi Zodiac form, charged in and landed a punch right on his chest. The clone's fist stopped dead on impact. Yang Shi smirked, satisfied. Physical force absorbed by the God Demon Armor. Do it again. This time, the clone unleashed an elemental blast. The wave of power slammed into him, making him grunt as he braced himself against the impact. Yeah, but the result was the same old story. Every ounce of energy just got sucked right into his staff. Even S-rank elemental attacks were totally absorbed. He swung that staff with zero hesitation, activating the third skill, Weapon Mastery. Then, he cranked up the power for a devastating downward strike to show them exactly what a Tier 3 powerhouse looks like. The ocean in front of him exploded, shaking violently like a tsunami and forming a massive, terrifying dome of water. Meanwhile, on the beach, some drunk guy clutching a bottle was passed out cold. Suddenly, the ground shook so hard it jolted him right out of his dream. What the heck is going on? He grabbed his binoculars and spotted something glowing ominously on the distant sea. The shockwaves were so intense that fish were literally flopping on the dry sand after the tide receded. Yang Zi was hyped after that little test run. So, this is the power of a Tier 3, huh? He smirked with confidence. I've been dying to test this out and see who's really the strongest. Leaning back, Yang Shi muttered, let's see if I can fly again. In a split second, he dive-bombed into the ocean like a human arrow, sending water spraying everywhere. He plunged deep toward the seafloor, bubbles trailing behind him. Just then, a system alert popped up. Golden Eyes of Breaching activated. 2 beams of golden light shot from his eyes, frying a school of fish into instant mush. Through the binoculars, it looked like a golden nuke had gone off underwater. The guy in the sailor hat lowered his binoculars, totally freaking out. What is that thing? Did I drink too much, or is the ocean glowing? Fast forward to the next morning, Yang Shi and Elder Qian stood at the bow of the ship surrounded by other guests. Elder Qian stared into the distance destination locked, the first island, White Deer Island. Yang Shi stood beside him and asked, "Who runs this place anyway?" The old man replied, "The White Deer Alliance, led by Li Yu, rank 39 of the embroidered spring sabers." Elder Qian's eyes narrowed. Don't underestimate them. Ever since the Qian family took a hit, the White Deer Alliance has been itching to take our spot. At the port, the welcoming committee was waiting a middle-aged man and a stunning young woman, Li Yu and Li Kaiwei. Li Yu spoke up with a formal tone. "Heard a lot about you." He shook Elder Qian's hand with a fake smile. "It's an honor for the White Deer Alliance to host the 10,000 Seas Chamber of Commerce." On the side, Kaiwei was staring daggers at Yang Shi, her face turning bright red. Yang Shi noticed and thought, "Why is this girl staring at me? Weirdo." Li Yu turned his attention to Yang Shi and started buttering him up. A young hero rising up these past few years. "Elder Qian, introduce me to this prodigy." Elder Qian smirked slightly. "Just some junior, hardly worth the title of young hero." But Li Yu kept piling on the praise. "You can tell just by looking at him that he's talented. There's definitely a spot for you among the future rulers of the four seas." Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp, and he casually introduced the shy girl hiding behind him. "This is my daughter, Li Kaiwei, ranked 43 on the Four Seas leaderboard. You young people should vibe together." He grabbed their hands and forced them together, making both of them blush like crazy. Kaiwei whispered a polite, "Hello." Then Li Yu announced that the White Deer Alliance had prepared a huge feast in a fancy hotel for everyone. "Please, come this way." He turned and walked off, laughing like he just won the lottery, leaving the awkward couple alone. But it wasn't long before Yang Si got dragged into the party chaos. The crowd swarmed him instantly. "Congrats, little brother Yang, on jumping from rank 99 to 30. Take a shot. Drink up." Yang Si tried to dodge it. "Thanks for the love, guys, but I really can't handle alcohol." A purple-haired dude wasn't having it. "Come on, you gotta drink at least 3 cups, or you're disrespecting us." "All right, fine." In the end, Yang Si got drowned in booze. Later, he collapsed on the clean white sheets, totally wasted. That wine kicked like a mule. So hot. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. He tried to shake off the dizziness and sat up. Standing there was the beautiful Kaiwei. She looked shy, avoiding eye contact. "Hey, the scenery here is pretty nice. Do you want to go check it out with me?" Yang Si's jaw dropped at the sudden invite. "You want to go with me?" She nodded. He laughed awkwardly. "Sorry, I'm totally beat." "Rain check?" He tried to close the door to escape the awkwardness, but she quickly reached out to block it. "Wait a second." Meanwhile, a woman named Yi Jishu was yelling at Li Yu in his office. "Boss, I watched Kaiwei grow up." Her face was full of worry. "I can't stand to see this happen." But Li Yu shut her down cold. "Nothing to feel bad about. The Qian family used Ji Yirong, right? We aren't letting Kaiwei suffer for nothing, so why can't we snatch Yang Zi?" His next words shut Yi Jishu up completely. "That person promised me if the Qian family loses the tribunal's support, we can become the White Deer Merchant Association." He put on a serious face. For all of this, Kaiwei's sacrifice is totally worth it. Back in the room, Kaiwei was passed out on Yang Xi's bed, sweating buckets. Yang Xi was sweating just as hard, his mind racing. I swear she barely drank anything, so why is she wasted? His breathing was getting heavier by the second. What is going on? My body is on fire. The sound of the shower running filled the room. He tried to cool down with cold water, but it wasn't working. Even soaking wet, the heat wouldn't leave. This is super sketchy. Something is definitely wrong here. Suddenly, a hand pulled the bathroom door open. Yang Si whipped around, looking panicked. The person opening the door was Li Kaiwei, looking half awake and totally out of it. "It's so hot." Seeing this, Yang Shi grabbed a towel to cover her up. "Hey, calm down. Stop touching me." She leaned in close with a seductive look. "Your skin feels so cold." Yang Shi frowned. "All right, you leave me no choice." Bam. He chopped the back of her neck, knocking her out cold. After getting dressed properly, he sat in a chair, deep in thought. "Looks like we were drugged." Kaiwei too. Lucky for me, my tier 3 spirit power burned through it. But poor Kaiwei was now tied up like a burrito on the bed. Yang Zi rubbed his temples, annoyed. The person who drugged us definitely isn't from the Dolphins. Unlike the cutthroat nature of the Beilu Alliance, Li Kaiwei was still Li Yu's own flesh and blood. But speak of the devil and he shall appear. The door slammed open, revealing the mastermind himself, Li Yu. However, the scene that greeted them froze Li Yu and Auntie Ye in their tracks. Yang Xi whipped around, staring at the intruders with a face full of genuine confusion, like a deer caught in headlights. Auntie Yi scrambled to untie the poor girl. As consciousness slowly returned to K-Wei, the dark reality dawned on Yang Xi. This was a setup. Those old geezers had drugged her and camped outside like vultures. Thank the heavens this main character is a gentleman of unmatched integrity. Otherwise, things would have gone south fast. Gradually shaking off the drug's effects, Kai-Wei clung to Auntie Ye, sobbing her heart out. Auntie Ye, I almost. Her voice cracked with trauma. But then, realization struck like a lightning bolt. She shoved her aunt away, her teary eyes turning into daggers of suspicion and a massive question mark. What the hell? Why are you two lurking right outside? Auntie Ye averted her gaze, guilt written all over her face. Seeing his plan crumbling, Li Yu decided to go on the offensive, barking loudly. Is this how I raised you to speak to your elders? But Kai-Wei wasn't having any of it. Her rebellious spirit flared up. Oh, so it's okay for elders to roofie their own family members now? She pointed a trembling finger straight at Yang Xi. I told you I'd give him a chance. I never agreed to you drugging me just to force a shotgun wedding. You wanted to cook the rice before I even bought the pot. With his dirty scheme exposed, the clan leader lost his cool. Silence. Li Kai-Wei, don't you forget who puts food on your table. But her retort was sharper than any blade. What kind of father serves his own daughter up on a silver platter to a stranger? Auntie Yi pulled the devastated girl into a hug. That's enough, brother. We crossed the line. This is on us. Kai-Wei, listen to me. If anyone tries to use you as a political pawn again, they'll have to step over my cold, dead body first. Hearing that vow, the ice around Kai-Wei's heart began to melt. Auntie Ye. The two women embraced, wailing in a symphony of sorrow. Meanwhile, Yang Xi stood there awkwardly, the silent spectator in this melodramatic soap opera. Defeated and shamed, Li Yu stormed out without another word, rage radiating from his back. Yang Xi scratched his cheek, reading the room. Ladies, why don't you keep the room? I'll just go crash on the boat. Peace out. Auntie Ye shot him a look of profound gratitude, but she quickly signaled for him to wait. No, hold on. Brother Yang, could you give us a moment in the restroom? Once I get Kai-Wei decent, we need to talk. Moments later, she bowed so low, her head nearly touched the floor. Brother Yang, on behalf of the entire Bailu Alliance, I offer my deepest apologies for tonight's disgrace. Not used to such reverence from a senior, Yang Xi panic waved his hands. Senior, please. No harm done, really. Let's just call it a draw and move on. But she grabbed his hand with an iron grip, eyes intense. Brother Yang, please. You must take this secret to your grave. Kai-Wei's reputation depends on your silence. She's the real victim here. Yang's eyes expression hardened into one of resolve. You have my word. My lips are sealed. Miss Kai-Wei's honor is safe with me. Relief washed over Auntie Yi's face, replacing her worry with a radiant smile. Since you've already seen that side of each other, I hope you might still consider dating. Yang Xi's internal alarm bells rang. Nope. I value my life too much to get involved with this crazy family. I'm out. Kai-Wei turned beet red, dragging her aunt toward the door. Auntie, stop embarrassing me. Let's go. Finally alone, Yang Xi let out a long breath. What a chaotic, legendary night that was. But peace is a luxury for a protagonist. Barely a moment later, a tentative knock echoed from the door. He smirked wryly. Seriously, round two? But when he opened the door, he found Kai-Wei standing there, looking shy. I just came back to say thank you for protecting me tonight. Before he could respond, she dashed away like a frightened rabbit. Yang Xi chuckled. Heh, actually kinda cute. The next morning, the sun rose over the busy harbor. Li Yu slapped a hand on Yang Xi's shoulder, his smile faker than a $3 bill. Little friend Yang, I can't bear to see you go. Why not stay and become my son-in-law? Yang Xi marveled at the man's thick skin. This guy deserves an Oscar for shamelessness, a true role model for the wicked. But two can play at that game. He fired back with sharp wit. Surely you jest, Alliance leader. I don't see your daughter here. Is she avoiding me because of last night? Li, you quickly changed the subject. Look at the time. The stars say we must depart immediately. Just as Li Yu's crew began boarding, a thunderous roar tore through the air, freezing everyone. Yang Xi, if you're a man, get your ass out here right now. Floating in mid-air like an avenging deity was the Qiang Wei, a massive blade strapped to his back. The crowd below erupted into whispers. Holy crap, isn't that the legendary Qiang Wei? What's he doing with Yang Xi from the Judgment Hall? I heard there's bad blood. Yang Xi squeezed his eyes shut, racking his brain. Do I know this clown? Seriously, who is he? Old man Qian, the money-loving opportunist, leaned in. That's Xiang Wei, rank 72. Did you steal his lunch money or something, brother Yang? Yang Si gave a hollow laugh. I haven't been Yang Si for very long, so your guess is as good as mine. Old man Qian looked up, addressing the hovering warrior. Oh, mighty Qiang Wei, I'm an old friend of Yang Si. What brings you here with such killing intent? Seeing the wealthy tycoon intervene, the swordsman faltered slightly. I have no quarrel with the judgment hall. But that scumbag Yang Si seduced my fiancée. Today, I'm here to take back my dignity in blood. The crowd nodded in collective realization. Oof, so Yang Si cucked the poor guy. No wonder he's out for blood. That's a violation of the bro code. Wait, isn't Yang Si rumored to be with the top 10 beauties? Why go for this guy's girl? Is he trying to ruin his own reputation? The accusations flew, dragging his name through the mud. Yang Si felt a migraine coming on. I am so confused right now. Why are you hiding, Yang Si? Emboldened by the crowd's support, the Qiang Wei sneered. Unless the great judgment hall is full of cowards who wet their pants at the sight of me. Though he acted tough, sweat beaded on the swordsman's forehead. I've made my scene, the boss said, just scare him. I need to get out of here before this gets real. Suddenly, Li Yu stepped forward, radiating intense aura. You dare bully a junior on my watch? You'll have to answer to my embroidered spring blade. The swordsman panicked. Hey, this is between me and him. Li Yu ignored the protest entirely. Seizing the opportunity to play the hero, he drew his blade and launched himself into the sky like a cannonball. The Qiang Wei barely parried the strike, his arms shaking. Li Yu, stay out of this. But the clan leader's eyes were burning with a terrifying battle lust. With the Beilu alliance here, you don't stand a chance. Get lost. Old Man Qian, step in. Even Old Man Qian looked ready to throw hands. The Qiang Wei analyzed the grim situation. Fine, if that's how you want it. His body trembled, not from rage, but from the memory of the terrifying orders he had received earlier. Force Yang Si to reveal his power. No matter who interferes, fail and you die. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, what kind of world is this? I'm a supreme warrior. How did I end up as a disposable pawn for these monsters? He prepared to strike, but suddenly a small dragon manifested, wrapping tight around Li Yu's leg, halting the attack instantly. Chi! The duel is back on. Qiang Wei leaps into the air, aiming straight for Yang Si, but our boy is ready, clenching his fist to unleash some serious heat. Boom! Fist meets sword in a screeching clash of metal. Yang Si frowns, thinking, oh, this disguise has a power cap? Lame. Time to let the real beast out to play. Suddenly, his Yang Si avatar glitches into existence right behind Qiang Wei. Creepy, right? Yang Si smirks. You clowns have been making noise for way too long. I'm taking the gloves off. Someone's definitely gonna get wrecked. Qiang Wei freezes. He didn't sign up for a death match. Talk about a major buzzkill. The adjudicators actually showed up. Sketchy. Qiang Wei swings his blade, forcing Yang Si to backflip away. The swordsman glances behind him, totally paranoid. Whatever, I just need to bait these adjudicator freaks to the Qinglan Dragon envoy. Sweat is literally pouring down Qiang Wei's face as he tries to act cool. Qiang Wei stammers. That mask. You're the Yang Si from the adjudicators, right? Name's Qiang Wei. But inside the monkey suit, Yang Si snaps, losing his chill. Shut your trap. I haven't stretched my muscles in ages. Today, you're my punching bag. Qiang Wei panics, waving his hands like a total loser. Wait, this isn't your beef. Can you just call Yang Si out here? Our MC just digs in his ear, totally ignoring the guy. You trash my boss's reputation and then demand to see him? Yeah, right. You gotta go through me first. Qiang Wei clicks his tongue, annoyed by the total disrespect. Before he can even blink, Yang Si teleports behind him. Bam! One kick sends Qiang Wei flying sideways. How is he this fast? Splash. He hits the water hard. Damn it, this guy's speed and power are totally broken. But Yang Si isn't done yet. Oh, you want some more? Another massive kick incoming. Qiang Wei isn't trying to die today, so he panic casts his ultimate move, Rose Sword Aura, but it's useless. Yang Si crashes down from above like a meteor. Crunch. A kick to the chest makes Qiang Wei cough up a gallon of blood, and they both plunge into the depths. Get this, Yang Si literally uses the guy's face as a stepping stone. He launches himself out of the water with a perfect superhero landing while the crowd goes wild. Arms crossed, looking down like a king. You call this a top-tier fighter? Looks like a comedy act to me. The spectators are dropping their jaws in disbelief. That power is insane. He's treating a master swordsman like a hacky sack. Are we sure that's the real Qiang Wei? He looks like a total noob. On the sidelines, Li Yu is sweating bullets. Is this the power of the adjudicators? Note to self, never, ever mess with those guys. But wait, nobody notices the massive dragon head peeking out in the distance. It's Qinglan Dragon Envoy number 25, and guess what? This monster has a brain. If the adjudicators are all this cracked, I need to watch my back, the dragon thinks. Its eyes glow with a creepy purple aura that screams danger. It decides to spectate, sacrificing a so-called expert to set the stage. Worth it. Can't let a good tragedy go to waste, right? Back in the ring, Yang Shi is still roasting his opponent. Come on, give me your best shot. If you can actually land a hit, I might consider not ending you. Xiang Wei grips his hilt until his knuckles turn white, channeling all his energy. All right, Yang Shi, time to open your eyes and see true power. Hope you like surprises because this one's gonna hurt. He raises his blade and boom, a massive pillar of light erupts. The energy swells, blasting a hole straight through the clouds. Suddenly, a long-haired old geezer pops out of nowhere, barely dodging the blast. Whoa, close call. Xiang Wei glares up at him. You old snake. You want me to die fighting while you sit back and collect the loot? Not happening, Grandpa. Busted. The old man gracefully lands on the water surface. He clasps his hands and bows to Yang Xi with fake politeness. Greetings. I am Yang, just passing by, honestly. I saw this bully picking on the weak and was about to step in. But you beat me to it, brother. Yang Xi's inner monologue screams. Does he think I'm stupid? Yang then shoots a glare at Xiang Wei, making the swordsman flinch. Then the old man shouts, Qinglan Dragon number 2, assassination mode. A magic circle lights up, and a ferocious dragon slithers out, roaring right above his head. Talk about a plot twist. But Yang Xi reacts instantly. Hey, that's my kill. Since when did I say you could touch my leftovers? Yang's body starts to fade like a ghost. Brother monkey, why so hostile? I'm just doing the world a favor by taking out the trash. Yang Xi stares at his hand, then at the giant dragon bearing its fangs at him. Most people would scream, but our boy just smirks. Interesting. Xiang Wei points his trembling sword at Yang. You senile old bat, you're seriously trying to kill me? The old man sneers. So what if I am? Xiang Wei realizes he's outmatched. Fine, I forfeit. I did my job luring the adjudicator out anyway. I'm out of here. But suddenly, Gak. He starts choking on thin air. His hands claw at his throat, struggling against an invisible grip. Can't. Breathe. Don't. Kill me. The pressure is immense. Blood bursts from his mouth. Something long, invisible, and deadly is crushing his windpipe. In a blind panic, he tries to stab the invisible monster. Big mistake. He misses and drives his own sword straight through his neck. Blood fountain go. And just like that, game over. From the sidelines, Ram and Blanche are watching the horror show. Blanche asks, trembling. What even was that? His third summon, Ram whispers. The hidden dragon. Yang Xi points an accusing finger at Yang. You just murdered a ranked expert. That's a one-way ticket to Punishment City. The old man grins like a cheater. I didn't do it. He stabbed himself, remember? Yang Xi analyzes the situation. That ring on the old man's finger. It's just like the Deep Blue clan's jewelry. Another Deep Blue rat, Yang Xi realizes, his eyes flashing with danger. I sure hope you put up a better fight than that loser Xiang Wei. Yang laughs, full of scorn. Keep talking, kid. Let's see if you're this cocky when I'm grinding your face into the dirt. Yang Xi senses a disturbance behind him. He glances left, another sneak attack. The Qinglan dragon is diving straight for him. Zap. Twin golden lasers blast from Yang Xi's eyes, golden eyes of destruction. The dragon gets vaporized instantly, dissolving into mist. But wait, it didn't die. It just shrank into a mini version. Old man Yang tried to play the comforting grandpa. Don't worry, kiddo. I've got your back. But his eyes, they were burning with pure, unadulterated rage. Boom. In a split second, the dragon hulked out, growing massive under the void avatar possession skill. Then, whoosh, something nasty possessed its mind straight up. It was a stare down intense enough to crack the air itself. Elder Qian started sweating bullets, whispering, that's the Qinglan Dragon Envoy. Rank 25 on the leaderboards. Isn't the Yang Xi getting a little too cocky? Yang sneered. But Yang Xi just smirked, overflowing with confidence. Chill out, old-timer. My battle instincts are tingling. He's not some noob who loses focus mid-fight. Suddenly, Yang Xi unleashed a drum solo of attacks all over that poor dragon's body. He was hunting for a glitch in its defense. The dragon shuddered and roared, mouth wide open, big mistake. Yang Xi blasted a skill right down its throat. Yang's jaw hit the floor. He could only watch as his precious dragon nosedived into the ocean, screaming like a banshee. Yang Xi, you wasted my second dragon. You're dead meat. Suddenly, a massive, glowing green magic circle lit up the ocean surface. A completely different beast rose from the depths, confusing the heck out of everyone on the boat. It was Stark, wheezing like a broken engine. Wu Yang, it's been 10 years since you summoned me. Where's my payment? The old man looked absolutely terrified at the dragon's demand. Give me 10 days. I'll get you a sacrifice. Stark held up 2 razor-sharp claws. 7 days. And I want double the snacks this time. The old man folded instantly. Fine, just kill him, and you get double. Deal sealed. Stark shot into the sky, his massive bulk overshadowing Yang Si. Hey bug, wanna off yourself to keep your corpse pretty, or become a toothpick. You wrong instantly clocked the monster's identity. This is bad. The Qing land dragon envoy summoned Stark. Yang Feifei tilted her head, confused. What's the deal with Stark? Elder Qian dropped the lore bomb. He helped humans fight beasts before, but he accidentally ate a few dozen espers too. The mood on the deck turned heavy instantly. If Yang Si loses, we're all dragon chow. She clasped her hands, shaking with anxiety. Please, big bro, you gotta wreck him. Yang Si spun his staff like a pro, taunting the beast. We'll see who eats who today. He charged straight at Stark without an ounce of fear. Bonk. The long staff smashed into Stark's skull. The impact was so hard the scales cracked open. The dragon screeched in pain and flew higher to escape. Lightning crackled in the dragon's angry eyes. You annoying little pest. I'm gonna show you the consequences of hurting the great me. Those razor claws were inches away from shredding him. But Yang Si didn't flinch. He flipped the script and used the momentum. Perfect timing. He swung the Ruyi staff again to block the strike. Clang. The shockwave was deafening, blasting power in every direction. Stark wheezed, I'm gonna squash you like a bug. He tried a two-handed grab, but Yang Si just held the staff horizontal, cool as ice. Another massive clash. White smoke exploded everywhere, but Stark quickly realized something was seriously wrong. He thought he crushed him, but nope. Yang Si used the Ruyi staff as a wedge. He stared the dragon down, grinning. My turn to beat you up. Yang Si zipped up to face level. Stark didn't hesitate. He spewed a stream of blue hellfire right where Yang Si was standing. Quick thinking. Yang Si spun the Ruyi staff like a helicopter blade, blowing the flames away. The tip of the staff even caught some of that blue fire. Back on the offensive, done puking, my turn. Instantly, the Ruyi staff expanded to gigantic proportions. Wham! That hard head took another massive hit. Yang Si didn't stop there. He went to town, thrashing the dragon's long body until it howled in agony. Then he smashed the hand that tried to kill him earlier. Too painful. Feeling the L, Stark immediately started barking orders. Wu Yang, forget the sacrifice, unsummon me now. But Yang Si wasn't about to let this XP walk away. Too late to run. Lizard, stay right there. I want to see what dragon steak tastes like. The giant Ruyi staff shot forward like a railgun. Bullseye. It thrust straight into Stark's mouth. Arg. A split second later, the dragon didn't even leave a corpse, just dissolve into nothingness. Deleted. Yang Si turned back to the main boss. Got any other cheap tricks, old man? He was secretly waiting for him to use the Deep Blue clan's arts. Suddenly, Wu Yang's body shattered into a bunch of mini-dragons. Yang Si realized he got played. Seriously? Shadow clones? Snatch. He grabbed one tiny dragon right out of the air. It was the real Qing land dragon envoy. Beg nicely and I might not squish you. How? The old man growled. How did you know this was my real body? His eyes were practically bleeding hate. What is your deal? Yang Shi's answer was savage. I don't just know your body. I know your dirty little secret identity too. How does it feel to be a traitor to humanity? Busted. Knowing he couldn't escape, the old man helplessly shifted back to human form. Yang started gaslighting immediately. Stop spitting lies. I've fought for humanity my whole life. How could I be a traitor? He tried to flip the script. You're just making up excuses so you can murder me in cold blood, aren't you? Yang Si, you really are a schemer. Ignoring the noise, Yang Si grabbed him by the throat. Let's see if you crack under the threat of death. Can you really hold back your deep blue powers while dying? Wu Yang screamed like a pig. You're a psycho. You'll do anything to kill me. Still acting, Yang Si squeezed tighter. The old man started shaking like a leaf, suffocating, sweat pouring down his wrinkled face. I'm from the Ouyang family. If you do this, my grandson will hunt you down. Yang Feifei rolled her eyes hard at the scene. This guy is a top-tier expert, crying for his grandkid when he loses. You wrong explained. His grandson is the wind god, Ouyang, rank 5. Check out this absolute unit. Current head of the Free Alliance Coastal Defense, commander-in-chief of the Navy, and the big boss of the Merchant Guild. Yang Feifei scrambled to cover her tracks, coughing awkwardly like, pretend I never spoke. Meanwhile, Ouyang was clawing at the iron grip, crushing his windpipe, his vision fading into the black abyss. Just then, a blur materialized in midair. It was the rank 5 heavyweight, Oh Yang. His gaze was razor-sharp, radiating an aura so dangerous it could kill. "You planning to off him?" the old man asked. Our MC just scoffed. "What are you, a beggar asking for change?" My hands crushing his throat. "Does it look like we're playing patty cake?" Old man Chien and the bystander were floored. Lord Monkey's attitude wasn't just bold, it was savage. Yeah, straight up zero filter. Seeing a lifeline, Shanglu desperately reached out, wheezing, "Good nephew, save me. I'll owe you big time, just get him off me." But Ouyang just stared at him with eyes like ice. "Save you? Yeah, right. Uncle, when you ditched Tiani Island, didn't you swear you'd never beg me for anything ever again? Besides, you've got plenty of body doubles. A rank 20 powerhouse should be able to risk his neck a little, don't you think?" The old man choked out, "Nephew, quit messing around. I already used the body swap. He already killed my spare life." Ouyang finally looked at Yang Si. "Hey, monkey mask, interested in being my subordinate?" As if our boy wasn't about to bow down to anyone. "Hard pass," the MC shot back. "When I became a Zodiac of the Yang Si, I swore eternal loyalty to the boss. So if we're done chatting, step aside, old man." Guane kept his cool, but his eyes promised murder. "Fine. But just so you know, I'm going to hunt you down." In a blink, he closed the distance, unleashing a crushing wave of pressure. "Think you can take me?" he taunted. The MC played it smart. Right now, maybe not. But the future, that's a whole different game. Guanhe burst into laughter. "Interesting. Then come kill me in the future. For now, let him go." But the MC? He didn't flinch. Instead, he tightened his grip, making Shanglu shriek in pure agony. "Please, make it stop." "No can do," the MC replied coldly. "I've got a reason to end him." Suddenly, Shanglu's hair turned electric blue, and his power level spiked off the charts. With a single swipe, he blasted the MC into the ocean. "Monkey, I'm taking you down with me." That's when Guanhe realized the truth. He's from the Deep Blue clan. Guanhe snarled, "Shanglu, you've disgraced the family." But the old man was gone, his eyes rolled back white, his true monstrous nature clawing its way out. "The Ouyang family is under your thumb. Is there even a place for me?" Guanhe frowned as the traitor ranted. "You used the family name for years to do your dirty work, and now you want to cut ties?" The traitor roared, "The Ouyang clan is useless to me now. I'm done with you all." Boom! A golden streak shot up from the waves like a lightning bolt. The traitor's eyes widened in shock. "What the?" The MC swung his staff with the force of a mountain. Smash! It connected squarely with the traitor's jaw, sending him plummeting into the sea like a broken doll. Turning to Guanhe, the MC shrugged. "Told you I had a reason to kill him. Does being a traitorous monster count as valid enough for you?" Guanhe didn't hesitate. "Fine, let's make a deal. I'll overlook today's mess. In exchange, you take over defense line B5 on the 7th island chain." Seeing no reason to refuse, he agreed. Back on the ship, the monkey clone tossed a mask over to Yang Si. "Your performance today passed the constellation trial," the clone announced. "The seat of the Netcrow constellation is officially yours." It was a sleek mask, jet black with a spreading bird wing design. Yang Shi, now back in his monkey form, silently watched the ship sail into the horizon. Old Man Chien and Yang Feifei waved goodbye from the deck. Floating cross-legged on a cloud, the MC started strategizing, talking to himself. "The organization needs to grow. That's the only way to handle the chaos in the four seas. Time to recruit some outer circle members." At the peak of the heavenly palace, golden roofs stretched endlessly before him. "My Yangtze organization isn't like those stuffy old families. If the families are brick-and-mortar stores, then we're Amazon. We're e-commerce." He smirked, plotting. "And the key product? Awakening potions. They work for me, and I pay them in power." A ball of turquoise energy began to swirl in his palm, crackling with potential. "Let's upgrade the control ability to S rank." Ping! A holographic system panel popped up. Ability, Soul Contract. Uses mental force to disrupt enemies. And communicates telepathically. Skill 1, Spirit Brand. Imprints an item. Anyone holding it gets subconsciously linked to the contractor. Skill 2, Mind Palace. Creates a virtual space where spirits can exist indefinitely. S rank rating. Now we're cooking with gas. He picked up a blank white mask. "I just need to brand this." Once they put it on, they get login access to the Heavenly Palace server. Breaking it down, I've got the 12 zodiacs and 28 constellations. Next tier up, the 36 heavenly stars. 9 masks floated around him in a perfect circle, each carved with a different beast. Time to scatter these bad boys across the 4 seas. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Those greedy factions want my power potions. They'll have to hunt down these heavenly star masks first." He checked his reserves. I've got enough dark energy to hit SS rank. Choices. Choices. Let's see what the SS rank Superbrain can do. The energy orb in his hand flared up, radiating chaotic power. A new system window flashed open, making even him flinch. Ability. Superbrain. Unlocks dormant cerebral zones. Maximizes 5 senses. Awakens 6th sense and 7th sense, the mana's consciousness. Skill 1. Mind Heist. Instantly steals memories upon eye contact. Can rewrite memories of any target 2 ranks lower. Skill 2. Psionic Blast. Launches a soul-crushing mental strike anywhere within a 2,000-mile radius. Inflicts continuous spiritual damage. Skill 3. Psychic Lockdown. Jams all spiritual energy within 1,000 meters. No spirit gets in, and nothing gets out. Skill number 4 is the Judge. Once I learn the target's true name, I can pass judgment on their crimes. The system rated it as an SSS rank ability. I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It really lives up to the reputation of a Tier 3 superpower. Just the passive buffs alone provide 4 different skills, plus this insane rush of adrenaline. I get the 6th sense, sure, but what the hell is a 7th sense? I shut my eyes to maintain peak focus. Time to test the awakening mask. A vivid image of a brain was sculpted inside my mind, but it felt like my thoughts were being materialized, creating a whole new entity. I just prayed, please do not let an ugly monster spawn from my head. I held that hope while massive energy gathered at a single point. A moment later, a girl with a killer body manifested out of thin air. I stared blankly, my face turning bright red. Is this really the ideal lover my subconscious desires? The vermilion bird bowed respectfully to me. Big brother, master. I freaked out and shouted, cough, cough, cough. Cut it out with the weird titles. My subconsciousness must be glitching. I quickly corrected her. From now on, just call me leader. We're going to have more people coming here, so we need to expand the base. 4 skyscrapers rose up, representing the legendary beasts, Qinglan Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. My voice echoed as I explained the layout. The Qinglan Dragon Hall controls the Iron Blood Sea. The Vermilion Bird Hall manages the Hero Sea. The White Tiger Hall takes the Alliance Sea, and the Chaotic Zones belong to the Black Tortoise. The Vermilion Bird listened to every word. Each of the 4 halls is guarded by 7 constellations, and I am temporarily assigning 9 Sky Realm experts. I asked her, which seat do you want? Dragon, bird, tiger, or tortoise? She didn't waste a second deciding. I am a part of you, and I want to stay by your side forever. I will take charge of the Vermilion Bird judgment. I scratched my cheek, feeling awkward. Fine, the Vermilion Bird avatar is yours. Go get changed. She hummed in agreement, instantly donning the perfect outfit and a mask symbolizing the fiery bird. Watching her float in the air, I felt a pang of regret. It sucks that she is just a mental projection of my own psyche. I guess a perfect girl like that does not exist in the real world. I turned to leave, dropping orders. Someone is looking for me. I am leaving this place to you to handle. She obeyed like a good subordinate. Yes, leader. Back in reality, Feifei knocked on my door to call Yang Si. Brother, the dolphin is about to depart. Elder Qian wants you for the sea offering ceremony. I asked, sea offering ceremony? Before I could process it, she grabbed my hand and dragged me out. Yeah, it sounds pretty interesting. Let's go. Everyone was already gathered on the deck. Little brother Yang, we were just waiting for you. The captain immediately shouted the order. Commence the offering. People were lighting incense, and smoke filled the sky. Yang Shi joined in, but suddenly I noticed something weird. Why the hell are they here again? Li Yu and Li Kaiwei were actually on this ship. Everyone, we came specifically to see you off for a while. Elder Qian bowed politely to him. Alliance leader Li, this old man thanks you for your act of righteousness. Li Yu replied with a fake humble act. Not at all. The White Deer Alliance stands against the beasts. He introduced his daughter. This is my only daughter. She wishes to go out and train with you all. Elder Qian and Yang Si stood there, sweating bullets. This is awkward. I thought to myself, why is she staring at me? Wasn't she beefing with her dad a second ago? Now she is acting like a dutiful tool. Kaiwei spoke up politely. Please look after me. My eyes went wide in surprise. She actually looks willing. I reached out a hand, skeptical. Welcome aboard the ship. She shook my hand with a friendly smile. Thank you. 1 week later, Elder Qian and I were on a different ship, staring at Fenhai Island ahead. I gazed forward, smirking internally. Finally, the 4 Seas will witness the grand scheme of the Adjudicator organization. The ship finally docked, and everyone exploded with happiness. We finally waited for this day. The Qian clan is going to rise again. The old patriarch is still the boss, finding a way out of any mess. Elder Qian rallied the troops. You have all worked hard. As long as we cooperate with the adjudicator organization, we can definitely restore our family. Yurong and Dada were so moved they started crying. Boo-hoo-hoo. Later, inside the Qian manor, Yang Shi and Elder Qian sat in a room talking. I dropped the intel, Elder. A high-ranking official from the organization will visit Fenhai Island. The adjudicator will announce the first phase of the plan. He poured tea and replied, I do not know who this great lord is. Does the Qian family need to prepare anything? I have been waiting for that. My eyes sharpened like a blade. I continued, this lord's status is even higher than the zodiac seats. He is a judge, and his awakening potions are the most valuable assets he has. The old man could not believe his ears. I laid it out. We need the Qian family to call the media and hold a press conference. The organization will give the people of the Four Seas a chance to become stronger. I put on my most confident face. We will call it Project Tiangang. He carefully handed me a cup of hot tea. Thank you for the message, little brother Yang. We will make sure this press conference is legendary. Back in the White Tiger Hall, a voice rang out. Nice setup. How is the mechanic working? The Vermilion Bird reported dutifully. Missions are divided into 3 tiers: intelligence, normal, and classified. She explained, normal missions involve gathering resources daily, like collecting essence from dead beasts or dueling a wild boar. A scoreboard popped up, showing gems of different colors. We take the looted ability orbs and dark energy, convert a fraction of it into points, and give that back to the tool users as a reward. I hesitated. That sounds a lot like slavery with extra steps. She replied calmly. All my thoughts are just a projection of your own consciousness. I coughed to hide the embarrassment. Ahem, continue. She went on. Intelligence missions exchange info for points. And finally, the classified ones, like assassination or ambushing humans. She held up a mask with bird-like markings around the eyes. On the mission board, these only show time and place. The specific details are transmitted mentally once the mission actually starts. I asked, how is the mask situation? It is the best advertisement for the awakening potions. A clock ticked down, signaling it was only a matter of time. The first tool user was about to spawn. Meanwhile, under a torrential downpour on Tangguo Island, a boy lay curled up in a livestock pen, his face drenched in tears. His lips moved in a feverish haze, muttering a desperate vow. Sister, just wait for me. I swear I'll become a legend and drag you out of that hellhole. Thunder crashed across the sky, ripping the black clouds apart and jolting him awake. His heart hammered against his ribs, but his eyes instantly locked onto something that hadn't been there before. A mask? Humph. The object pulsed with an eerie, blinding light that forced him to shield his eyes. A mask appearing out of thin air. What kind of twisted joke is this? In a blink, reality warped. The boy was ripped from his bed and thrown into a void. Where am I? Is this the afterlife? Yang Si stepped through a portal, mask already in place. So, you are the first member to arrive. He patted the trembling boy's head with surprising gentleness. Listen, you little brat. You've been chosen as the Heavenly Speed Star. If you keep crying like a loser, you're going to get yourself killed. Then, the mysterious man asked, what's your name, kid? The boy wiped his tears and answered obediently. I'm Zhu Jia. Yang Xi's voice turned serious. Listen closely. Never forget the mask you're wearing. If anyone asks about your identity, keep your mouth shut. Zhou Jia didn't fully get it, but he nodded anyway. Thank you, boss. Yang Xi gestured forward. Go on. Let me show you how this world works. 1 hour later, Zhou Jia let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the mask pressing on his face. Yang Xi couldn't help but call him out. Hey, kid. You just joined the legendary judgment organization. Could you stop looking so depressed? It's killing the vibe. The boy hesitated, his voice trembling. Mr. Masked Boss, I haven't even awakened an ability yet. I can't even kill a grade D monster. How am I supposed to survive? Yang Shi rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Yeah, that is a bit of a problem. Vermilion Bird, you got any ideas? Instantly, the Vermilion Bird avatar materialized from thin air. She offered a cold, calculated solution. We can provide a loan of points to exchange for a grade C awakening potion. Yang Si frowned. That works, but they have to pay back all the points within 1 month. A rookie with a grade C ability can only handle grade D missions at first. If we calculate based on standard market prices, he'd have to hunt at least 1 mutant beast every single day just to meet the quota. Yang Si pointed a finger at the holographic girl. Isn't that a bit brutal for a newbie? You're throwing him into the meat grinder on day 1. She grabbed his finger with a mischievous grin. I'm just a reflection of your own consciousness, aren't I? Besides, they don't necessarily have to fight beasts. They can trade resources too. Yang Si sighed, defeated. Fine, approve the loan. Suddenly, a massive golden roulette wheel appeared before Zhou Jia. You're the first lucky winner. Step up and spin for your destiny. Zhou Jia pulled the lever with trembling hands. The wheel slowed down and landed on gray mist. A grade B ability. Yang Shi crossed his arms, impressed. Not bad, kid. Your luck is solid. Go back to reality and wait. Your reward will be delivered shortly. Don't forget to sign for the package. Zhu Jia snapped back to the real world just as the rooster crowed at dawn. Suddenly, a bucket of ice-cold water splashed over him. He gasped, shivering violently. What the hell? A fat, greasy man stood over him, cracking a leather whip. I already sold your sister, Tian Yi, and you still have the guts to sleep in. Looks like you need a lesson in obedience. Zhou Jia raised his arms to block, but the whip struck his skin like fire. Please, stop hitting me. The man didn't stop. If anything, his strikes got harder and more vicious. You're just thick-skinned trash, exactly like your sister. You only learn through pain. After venting his rage, the fat man turned to leave. He left Zhou Jia writhing in the dirt. Get up and get to work, you lazy mutt. Zhou Jia clutched the invisible mask in his mind, humiliation burning in his chest. The Judgment Organization, the Grade B potion, was it all just a hallucination? A desperate dream? But right then, the mask in his hand began to glow. Vermilion Bird appeared like a goddess of salvation. Heavenly Speed Star, your delivery is here. Drink up. Zhou Jia stared at the glass vial in her hand, half doubting his own eyes. Is this actually real? I want it. Without hesitation, he downed the potion in one gulp. Meanwhile, the fat tyrant was cornering a poor woman in a nearby shack. The girl screamed in terror. Please, let me go. A loud crash from outside interrupted the assault. Huh? The fat man kicked the door open, furious to see Zhou Jia standing there. Great, you again? You think wearing a toy mask makes you tough. Do you want to stay in bed for another month? He launched a heavy kick straight at Zhou Jia's face. But this time, Zhou Jia's hand shot up and caught his leg midair like it was nothing. Where did you sell my sister? The fat man's eyes bulged in shock. What the? But he still had the audacity to sneer. The Starlight Club. I told you, so what are you going to do about it? Zhou Jia buried his foot deep into the fat man's gut. It's garbage, like you running wild. That turned the 4 C's into a living nightmare. You make me sick. With cold resolve, Zhou Jia lit a match and set the entire farm ablaze. Not long after, he tracked down his sister. She panicked when she saw him. Zhou Jia, forget about me, run. But he stood his ground, a wall of determination. No, I'm here to save you. Blocking their path was a thug with the morphing features of a jaguar. You little punk. Your sister belongs to me now. Are you tired of living? His massive clawed hand lunged forward to crush Zhou Jia's throat. I'm going to rip you into little pieces. But then, something impossible happened. Before the thug could even blink, Zhou Jia landed a devastating blow to his chest. The villain collapsed instantly, foaming at the mouth. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Did that kid just one-shot a grade B user? Who the hell is he? That mask? That style? It reminds me of those rumors about the mysterious Judgment Organization. Are they connected? Meanwhile, in the White Deer Hall, Yang Xi watched the live feed on a monitor. He smirked. Looks like the promotional effect of our first member is better than expected. Deep in a hidden cave within the forest, the commander gazed at a patch of strange, glowing blue flowers. Every petal radiated a dark, demonic energy. His eyes glowed crimson as he spoke to the plants. O Yang, your death caused a massive failure in our Liberty Alliance sea operations. You have truly disappointed me. One of the flowers moved, a face forming in its petals. Commander, please. It wasn't my fault. The Judgment Organization set me up. The commander fired a laser of red energy from his eye, scorching the flower. You dare make excuses? The flower trembled in terror. Mercy. I beg for mercy. The commander's face darkened. Since Ouyang failed the plan, we've lost our foothold. We need a new manager for the Moonlight Island operation immediately. The plan must move forward. The world needs to witness the terror of the Deep Blue Clan. The flower eagerly nodded. The deployment is proceeding as scheduled. We will bring them a surprise they'll never forget. The commander narrowed his eyes. Judgment is holding a press conference soon. Keep your eyes peeled, guys. I've got a gut feeling these clowns from the Primordial Organization are going to be major trouble later. Meanwhile, Yang Xi was chilling hard at the White Deer Palace, sipping water like a boss. His brain was ticking, thinking that creepy old castle Yang Feifei saw might be linked to that tool, Arthur. Time to work some magic. Eyes closed, he triggered his puppet mastery skill to hijack Arthur's body. Over on P-Isle, Arthur was checking his suit in the mirror when bam, he froze like a glitch. Boss? Yang Xi's voice echoed straight inside his skull. Give me the citrep, now. Arthur's body moved robotically. Yes. I'm about to hit up a boring family dinner. Yang Xi pressed, who's on the guest list? Arthur's eyes went dead empty. My big bro, Chris Green. ranked 27 on the 4Cs leaderboard. And my sister Victoria, B rank, Esper, and basically a top-tier beauty. Yang Shi commanded. Got it. Stand down for a sec. Check the fortress pic I sent. Yes, sir. Cut to the dinner party, long table. 8 people. Yang Zi, now piloting Arthur, pulled out a chair. Arthur reported internally, Boss, never seen that fortress, but with some muscle, we can dig it up. Suddenly, Victoria spotted her brother, acting weird. She had a fancy noble curtsy, brother. Arthur panicked internally, Yo boss, that's my sis. Protocol says you gotta kiss her forehead or it's suspicious. Hearing that, Yang Si freaked out. Excuse me? What? He started sweating bullets, eyes closed, total panic mode. Victoria leaned in, blushing, brother. With no choice, he turned beet red and planted a stiff kiss on her forehead. Cringe overload. He immediately tossed the controls back to Arthur. You handle this. Just distract your brother. I'm going to use my mental radar to scan these guys for power levels. Arthur mentally nodded. On it, boss. Yang Si spread his spiritual energy like an invisible fog across the table. It pooled around Galen, but the guy flinched. He sensed the intrusion. Yang Si wondered, is this Chris guy actually hiding S-rank power? Sus. Galen sat there, deep in thought, knowing someone was snooping on his mind. Yang Si ordered, keep an eye on your bro. I'm out. Arthur bowed his head, sipping wine. Understood. Back at base, Yang Si woke up and stretched his limbs. Vermilion Bird handed him a tablet. You're awake. Here's the data on the new recruits. He flipped through the files, dropping a question. Who showed up for the press conference? She started listing off big media corps, video streaming giants, and reps from the major trade guilds. She smirked. Only the Ouyang clan ghosted us. Guess they think they're too far away or maybe just too god-tier to care. She added, showtime is in 5. Need a moment? Yang, she grinned. Nah, it's time for my legendary performance. Standing in the hallway, disguised as the Zodiac Monkey, he paused before the doors. Ready to rock? He whispered, starting today. Nobody in the 4Cs can stop the rise of judgment. Together, they pushed the doors open, light flooding in like a heavenly entrance. At the venue, they literally floated above the crowd, total flex before Yang Si touched down. He stood center stage, ready to drop some knowledge. Welcome, everyone. The press conference officially starts. Now, behind him, massive screens lit up with his masked face. In the crowd, Jane was sweating buckets, frozen in fear. Jima poked him. What's wrong? Uncomfortable sitting next to your dear auntie? The madam glared daggers at him. Or maybe you want to end up like one. That name dropped the temperature to 0. The Uruk family manager, an S-rank elemental monster. One turned, eyes blazing. Jane forced a crooked, terrified smile. Why? You're joking. Sitting next to you is the honor of a lifetime. Suddenly, Vermilion Bird descended from the sky, stealing the spotlight. The crowd went wild. White Shirt gasped, who is that queen? Blue Shirt analyzed, that aura. She rivals the top beauties of the 4Cs. Brown Shirt chimed in, check the drip. She's definitely with judgment. Dean stared at her, muttering, that spiritual signature. I know it. Seeing her, Yang Si bowed with mock respect. Welcome, Lady Vermilion Bird. Jima's jaw dropped. Wait, she outranks the Zodiac Monkey? Why wasn't this in the intel? Vermilion Bird held up a glowing vial, smiling. Bai Fang, you've been killing it lately. Here's your promotion reward from the organization. Yang Si took the vial with a knowing smirk. He thought, potions aren't like tech specs. You can't just read numbers. You gotta give them a live demo to blow their minds. He chugged the whole thing. All right then, watch closely. The crowd murmured. Is that the legendary awakening potion? Looks expensive, someone whispered. I wonder what it tastes like. Looks like fancy fruit juice from here. Suddenly, white bubbles of power erupted from Yang Si. A system panel flashed. Marine 6 Arts, infinite potential. First, the sharpness of naval combat. Plum Blossom steps light as a feather, drifting like petals, nullifying impact forces. Dragon subduing claw, absolute dominance over size and weight. Wrestling a dragon, easy mode. Cloud parting kick faster than a blade. The kick was so sharp it could split the ocean. Evaluation, S-rank damage. Yang Zi addressed the stunned room. Listen up. Judgment knows humanity is on the brink. Can we survive the purge? He smiled, voice booming with charisma. That is why I'm here to unveil. Project Tiangang. Greedy eyes lit up all over the room. The organization will open up exactly 36 slots for the heavenly stars in the 4C sector. He wrapped up. That is the entirety of the plan. The live stream comments exploded. Judgment is actually sharing the goods. So generous. Most wholesome villain org ever. They got my vote. Keywords rocketed to the top of the search charts. 1 ability potion. 2 Project Tiangang. 3 0 to Hero. 4 the press conference. Yang Si then pulled out a dull gray mask. The leader star mask. It's the last one left. The other 35 are already out there. He smirked, issuing the ultimate challenge. Yo, feast your eyes on the loot. Whoever holds this ring down gets the mask. At the Qinghua Guild, Island 4, Rank 20 heavyweight Ji Ning is barking orders like he owns the place. Yang Si isn't buying the tough guy act though. He plays the innocent card. Hold up, how are us rookies supposed to beat you ancient legends? That's hardly fair. Chill out, kids, we brought toys for everyone. Boom. The giant screen lights up behind him. Yang Si drops the playful act and gets down to business. Beat the guy ranked below you, and this grade B awakening potion is yours. Hearing that, Ji Ning smirks at his buddy like they just won the lottery. Enter Tantai Zhao, rank 16 on the 4Cs list. She steps up with zero hesitation. So, who's catching these hands first? Ladies first, right? She flashes a cocky grin. Just stay down there and watch the queen work. She draws her blade, sliding into a lethal stance. First move, incoming. Feather sword art. 6 spectral blades scream toward Yang Si. But my guy is slick. He triggers the plum blossom step, literally using flower petals as his staircase to dodge. Dragon claw style. He snaps 2 fingers and catches the steel tip midair. The crowd loses their minds, seeing him balance on a flower while catching a blade barehanded. Dude looks insane. That upgrade potion is no joke. But the haters are muttering. Shut up and watch. The Ice Queen hasn't even popped her ult yet. Tantai Zhao smirks as her sword starts smoking. Surprise. The blade extends instantly. Yang Si flinches, but his reflexes are god tier. He barely slips past the steel. Bam! A foot appears right in her face out of nowhere. She shook. This guy was rank 30 trash yesterday. How is he this busted after 1 potion? She has to burn her own energy just to block his kill shot. Desperate times. She squeezes her eyes shut and raises her sword for a final clash. Yang Si stomps the blade. The impact is nuclear. A massive shockwave blasts the arena, making everyone in the stands grab their bleeding ears. Total domination. He's standing on her sword, looking down like a king. Good game, Miss Tantai. I think we know who owns this stage now. Next, victim steps up. His voice scrapes like nails on a chalkboard. Yo Yang Si, beating up girls doesn't make you a man. He tilts his chin up, radiating pure arrogance. Let a real 4Cs legend handle this. Tantai walks off, totally salty. Ji Ning takes the stage, looking like he's already won the championship. Taste my flying thunder god strike. He launches like a missile straight at Yang Si. The crowd immediately starts analyzing the play-by-play. That's his signature heart-ripping thunder claw. He fused an S-rank beast heart for that. How is his lightning aura that intense? The light is blinding. But Yang Si? He just catches the lightning punch with one hand like it's a mosquito bite. Chill level. 100. Inside, Yang Si is calculating. Guy's got power. Perfect time to siphon some dark energy and upgrade my orb. Ji Ning thinks he's winning, though. Ha. Can't handle the heat. Ji Ning sneers, overflowing with trash talk. I've got thousands of dark energy units. You're just a ticking clock, pal. Psych. Yang Si's power level spikes instantly. Ji Ning panics hard. What? You were hiding your true level. You snake. You set me up. Snap. Yang Si breaks his arm without mercy. Ji Ning hits the floor, screaming. Gay. Game over for the loudmouth. Yang Si turns to the VIP section. Yo, Glenn, you want a piece of this? Glenn doesn't back down. He flashes a smooth, confident smile. Victoria wants to fly, so Big Bro has to win this for her. Match on. But the vibe is different now. Unlike Yang Si's intensity, Glenn looks way too relaxed. Yang Si studies him, plotting. This dude's spirit power is over. Level 3. Something's fishy. I need to plant a tracker seal inside him while we trade blows. Across the ring, Glenn drops into his battle stance. Yang Si switches loadouts, copying Chris's ability. Blood lineage, Demon Duke mode. Weakness, garlic and holy light. Classic vampire stuff. He dives in, throwing a haymaker to hide the payload. Eat this S-rank bead right now. Glenn weaves past it. They clash midair, destroying the stage. But Yang Si notices something. He's dodging everything but refusing to strike back. He's hiding something. Guilty conscience. Much? Yang Si pushes the offense. Ocean-splitting kick. His foot connects, but it feels weird. And then, a 2P floats gently to the ground. The bald truth revealed. Glenn's face goes dark as his hair vanishes. Distraction successful. Yang Si lands a gut punch. Bam. The tracking beat is in. Yang Si glares. This guy took the hit just to hide his power? Nah, I ain't letting you look cool after that. Oscar-winning performance time. Yangtze throws a punch at Glenn's guard, then flings himself backward like he got hit by a truck. He clutches his chest, coughing up drama. Cough, Glenn, you beast. You're way stronger than those other scrubs. I yield. He tosses the bottle. Fair play, bro. You won the game. Take the prize. Drink up. Glenn catches it, looking confused as hell. He panics. Victoria, you try it. Yangtze watches like a hawk, arms crossed. The Judgment Organization loves their experiments. She's definitely not the first guinea pig for these power-ups. Victoria downs the whole bottle without blinking. Boom! Aura explodes. She levitates off the ground, screaming, "Oh my god, I can actually fly." The crowd drops their jaws. No way, she actually awakened? That's the real deal. A B-rank spirit soul awakening. Which potion should I buy? I need that right now. Panic buying ensues. Yangtze grins. Marketing genius at work. You saw the miracle with your own eyes. Yangtze shouts. Now for the main event, the Heavenly Mask Battle. I think Senior Ni from the Campbell clan wants his shot. Mi Xiaoguan doesn't hesitate, he leaps straight onto the stage. He laughs maniacally. This mask belongs to Daddy today. But before he can flex, a voice cuts through the hype. Hold up. The king of the Lufu Guild is about to wreck this clown with his cloud palm. The peanut gallery started buzzing with excitement. Yo, didn't they say even the 72nd ranked Chiang Wei had to beg on his knees? Where did this guy get the guts to flex on Ni Xiaoguan like that? A basic S rank is nothing but a noob in front of a real monster, right? Yang Shi eyed the challenger nervously. That guy was acting weird. Totally stone-faced. Juma analyzed the dude and got serious. The soul imprint is glitchy. That stiff expression. It's definitely a puppet, no cap. The madam smirked, ready for the drama. Whatever, he's about to fight and die anyway. Jane sat there shivering, terrified of her, while Xiaoguan launched his attack. Taste my cloud palm, punk. The puppet didn't even try to dodge. Bam! He got sent flying. Jane's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He thought, damn, that's brutal. His skull is probably dust. Xiaoguan dusted off his hands, bragging, I went easy on ya. But a second later, his jaw dropped. What the hell? The puppet took 0 damage. Suddenly, dual blades appeared in its hands. It muttered soullessly, is it over yet? Then zoomed straight into the old man's face. He barely dodged in panic. Whoa. Xiaoguan leaped back to create space, touching the spot he almost got sliced. You little rat. He jumped high and unleashed a combo on the puppet. Bam, bam, bam. He stuck the landing like a pro. The puppet crashed down too. Suddenly, it started screaming like a banshee. RAAA, its back split open and its head mutated into some gross green monstrosity. Then poof, it vanished instantly. It teleported right in front of him. A gut punch so hard, Xiaoguan couldn't even block. He coughed up a fountain of blood. Realizing the horror, he screamed, it's a deep blue xenomorph. Panic mode engaged. Run for it. Quit pushing me. The beast scurried rapidly toward Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird stayed chill, not even flinching. But before she could flex her power, Yangtze popped out of nowhere and tanked the hit for her. With just one hand, he slapped that monster hundreds of meters away. Yeet. Then he grabbed his long staff and hurled it like a javelin. Skewered, right through the chest. Juma materialized behind Yangtze, cackling. Ha ha ha. The Zodiac Guardian from the Adjudicator Organization. Your power is legit, she smirked. Too bad for you. Suddenly, the alien's green goo scattered and reformed into a massive hand. It snatched him up and dragged him into the slime. The alien's body started glowing dangerously. Juma gave a wicked smile. Hey, Vermilion Bird. Don't just stand there watching. Come taste my Nightcrow dreamscape. Darkness blasted out of her eyes. The shadows swallowed Vermilion Bird whole. The madam's voice echoed in the void. Drown in the mental prison I built just for you. A giant skull floated towards her. But suddenly, Vermilion Bird's eyes snapped open. Blinding light exploded from her body. Outside, Jima's eyes bugged out. Pfff. Even a Tier 3 master is helpless in my dreamscape. Vermilion Bird plunged into another illusion layer. This world was psychedelic and colorful, but then 3 mutant flower monsters spawned. Snapping their jagged teeth, they lunged at her. They swarmed her instantly. Jima gloated, called it, no one escapes my trap. Finally, Vermilion Bird stopped playing. Whoosh. One blast of fire incinerated the weeds. The madam panicked, screaming, impossible. Keep falling, damn you. Vermilion Bird dropped through even more nightmare layers. Level 3, Ocean. Level 4, Inferno. Level 5, Frozen Wasteland. Vermilion Bird just chilled inside a block of ice. Jima thought she'd won. Finally broke her. But the moment she said that, crack. Vermilion Bird woke up and shattered the ice like glass. Now the madam was terrified. No way. I pushed the limit of tier 3. Vermilion Bird didn't say a word. She just waved her hand. Bam! The sky shattered and so did Juma's face. The madam shrieked. What kind of monster are you? The Night Crow dreamscape was totally obliterated. Juma fell to her knees, completely defeated. Vermilion Bird asked softly, Little lost lamb, what is your true name? Trembling, she answered, Juma Uruk. Vermilion Bird flared her aura. All right, Juma Uruk. Judgment time. Your sin is pride. She pointed a finger. Sentence, death by fire. A massive inferno swallowed Juma whole. She screamed in agony, it burns. Meanwhile, the aliens saw things going south. Time to dip. The commander is here anyway, so this failure isn't on me. Yang Shi spotted the creature trying to bolt. Trying to run? Nice try. Luckily, the area was mentally sealed, but Chris yelled from afar, don't let it escape. A crimson wave of power exploded from Chris's back. It formed a barrier, trapping the alien instantly. Scree. Chris lunged to grab the alien's core, but right before he touched it, swiped. Someone else grabbed it first. He froze. It was Yang Si. Chris gave him a dark look, but had to back off. Brother Yang, you've got some serious moves. Catching the runner that fast, respect. The alien's heart pulsed within the red energy. Yang Si thought, this guy is definitely acting sus. He was totally using vampire energy to silence the witness. Could have gotten intel out of it. He held the heart up high. What happens if I try to loot this deep blue ability? Without hesitation, Yang Si triggered the looting system. Processing complete. A glowing green gem materialized in his hand. System alert ability acquired. Deep blue bloodline. Origin, deep blue world tree. Skill 1, initiate. Skill 2, void shield. Skill 3, soul devourer. Effect, turns the target into a soulless puppet. Skill 4, origin seed burst mass produces aliens instantly. Skill 5, spirit aegis wraps the soul and teleports back to the sapling. Skill 6, Night Crow Dreamscape level 5. Overall rating, S rank. Yang Shi grinned. Not bad. That's a fat loot drop. Vermilion Bird turned to leave. My work here is done. Catch you later. Yang Shi broke free and hovered up. He flicked the goo off his hand, grossed out. Ugh, this slime is nasty. Then he grinned and slapped his arm around Yang Shi's shoulder. Nice work, kiddo. I'll handle the rest. Little Guan was clutching his stomach in agony when bam, the Heavenly Leader mask floated right in front of him. Senior Knee, this bad boy is all yours. Make it count. All right. The old man just stared at the mask, totally shook. He couldn't believe his eyes. Back at the main hall, Yang Shi got straight to business. So, how many people snagged a Tiangang mask? Vermilion Bird was right behind him, ready with the stats. 6 in the Freedom Alliance, 3 in the Hero Sea, 2 in Iron Sea, and 2 in the Chaos Sea. She didn't stop there. But get this, one of the Tiangang members in the Hero Sea is actually Ma Long. Yang Si whipped around, confused. Since when did that guy roam the 4 great seas? She asked. Dead serious. Want me to kick him out? Yang Shi waved it off, walking away like he didn't care. Nah, leave him. As long as he's grinding for me and bringing in value for the organization, we're good. I can be generous like that. He tossed a small round bead into the air. Besides, this haul is enough to evolve the S-rank Void Cube straight to double S rank. The system panel popped up with the sweet new specs. Ability, Void Cube. Description, store and transport stuff through the void. Basic inventory hacks. Skill 1, transport gate. You can warp to anyone via the void vortex if you sense their location. But here's the catch, living things, totally forbidden. Skill 2, teleport living beings but only with a spatial anchor. Rank, double S. Evaluation, the ultimate express delivery service across the multiverse. Yang Si frowned. The limitations were sketchy. Living things can't pass, meaning only the dead are welcome in the void. So if something alive enters, it's game over. To test it, he grabbed a fish, opened a gate, and tossed it in. A second later, the fish was stone cold dead in his hand. Yang Shi stared at the carcass. I can feel it. The void isn't just a tunnel. It's sucking the life force out of everything. No wonder living things can't survive the trip. He grabbed another live fish. But wait, what if I use this as a weapon? He opened a transport gate directly on the fish's body. Boom. Conclusion reached. The void vortex isn't just for travel. It's a spatial attack that shreds enemies. It can probably swallow incoming attacks too. Sick. Yang Zi started plotting. The Boar Zodiac avatar uses this double as void cube. That actually gives it some serious combat potential. Time to configure the Boar Zodiac. A foot stepped out of the portal. and Yang Xi's clone appeared instantly. Then, Vermilion Bird chimed in from behind. Boss, new intel. The Hero Association is hunting otherworlders. They're after the relics inside them. Yang Xi flinched. That was news to him. He turned to her. Wait, the Deep Blue Clan are otherworlders too, right? But they don't seem to care about relics. He looked down, mind racing. Unless, are the Deep Blue Clan and the guys from the Osai Plain different factions? They definitely handle power inheritance differently. Vermilion Bird interrupted his thoughts. One more thing. Yang Feifi, Ji Yirong, Qian Duo, and Blanche are at Kirin Hall. Yang Xi snapped. Why didn't you say so earlier? Meanwhile, at Kirin Hall, the girls were chatting. Blanche looked at the board. So many missions, and a catalog to swap for powers. Dudu aside, yeah, but the prices? Just one upgrade potion costs 4,500 points. She did the math with a naive look. Based on Sister Yirong's current points, she'd have to slaughter 18 same-level beasts just to get one S-rank potion. Blanche and Yirong slumped. That grind was insane. Fei stepped in. Maybe not. Look, there are missions for intel, rescue, and assassination. The pay is decent, and it's way easier than hunting monsters. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and a blue figure materialized. Yang Xi announced, I called you here to discuss a little deal with the Zodiacs. We're offering point loans. Consider it a staff perk. Hearing that, Blanche and Yurong's eyes went wide. Blanche gasped. Wait, does that mean we can get the power potions right now? Yang Xi nodded calmly, pulling up the menu. Yup. Pick your favorite powers. Hurry up. He smirked internally. The stronger my core team gets, the faster they farm resources for me. And our odds of crushing the otherworlders go way up. Cut to Banana Island Harbor. A ship was docked in the sparkling blue water. Yang Xi stood by the river with Uncle Fu. The old butler introduced the place. Young Master Yang, this is Banana Island. The last rest stop before Defense Line 4. Yang Xi crouched down, staring at the shimmering water. Not gonna lie, this river is gorgeous. Uncle Fu nodded. This is Moon River, the island's biggest freshwater source. Legend has it, drinking from here brings good luck. For real, Yang Xi scooped some water into his hands, looking curious. Guess I'll give it a shot. He was about to take a sip when he froze. There were tiny particles in the water visible to the naked eye. He analyzed it instantly. No way. These are primordial particles. Is this the place from the third scene in Feifi's dream? Why would the Deep Blue Clan dump blue powder in the river? What's the play? He stood up abruptly and turned to the butler. Uncle Fu, where does this river start? Uncle Fu pointed towards the peaks, up on Jikong Mountain, right in the center of the island. That skyscraper of a mountain piercing the clouds? That's the spot. Yang Xi wasted no time and flashed straight to the source. He analyzed the water again. At this concentration, a normal human could drink this for 6 months and still wouldn't mutate or evolve. I can't figure out the Deep Blue Clan's game yet. He smirked. Guess I'll just build a secret base right here on Jikong Mountain. Easier to keep an eye on them that way. He crossed his arms. Yang Xi Zodiac, come out. This spot is yours to watch. The Yang Xi avatar appeared behind him. Understood. Meanwhile, at the 7th island chain of Defense Line 4, everyone was hustling. Suddenly, Li Bang spoke up. So, which Zodiac is gracing us with their presence? Is it Lord Monkey? Or maybe Flame Fighter and the Gem Monk? Yang Xi replied coolly. For now, the organization just sent me a star-level operative. Li Bang looked stunned. No Zodiac powerhouse, just you? Cold sweat trickled down his spine. He couldn't exactly blow his cover and admit he was the Monkey King. Yang Xi and Mao Tu all at once. He pointed to the girls Blanche, Fei, and Yurong. Listen up. Aside from me, these 3 beauties standing back here, they're all legitimate S-rankers. Li Bang's face went stone cold. Brother Yang, claiming S-rank is easy. Proving it is another story. The Flame Brawler chimed in with a sneer. Is it real or fake? Just test them and find out. We're going to be bleeding together on the battlefield, so we better know what our allies can do. The Gem Collector waved it off. I'm not fighting a bunch of chicks. Their limbs look like twigs. If I break one, I can't afford the compensation. Yang Xi smirked, radiating pure confidence. Pick any of the 3. Defeat just one of them, and I'll hand over the light gloves as a trophy. That reward was too sweet to ignore. The Flame Brawler stepped up immediately. He pointed a finger straight at Blanche. Fine then. You're my prey. Blanche looked totally unbothered. He scoffed, his arrogance overflowing. If I were you, sweetheart, I'd surrender now. Getting ugly scars won't look good on you. Next second, diamonds materialized, forming a deadly ring. Relax, I'm a gentleman. I'll keep that pretty face intact. Gentleman. Yeah, right. The diamond ring spun like a buzzsaw, tearing through the air straight at her. But Blanche didn't flinch. She gripped her blade. Her voice was ice. If you survive the hell I've walked through, you'd know your trash talk means nothing. Her gaze sharpened into a killing intent. She lunged. With one swing, she shattered his crystal ring into dust. The flame brawler's eyes nearly popped out. He was completely outclassed. Panicking, he conjured a massive diamond shield to block her fatal strike. But the moment her blade connected, that indestructible defense crumbled like cheap glass. Cold steel hovered millimeters from the flame brawler's nose. He was terrified. Seeing Blanche's true power, Li Bang's attitude did a complete 180. That's enough for today. Let's, go inspect the commander's villa instead. He bowed, politely inviting Yang Shi to lead the way. Yang Zi chuckled internally. In this dog-eat-dog world, fists are the only language people understand. Meanwhile, a different battle raged against a massive beast. Ma Long dove deep into the abyss. If the intel was right, the otherworlder was hiding down here. Capturing an alien alive, that would rake in crazy points. Deep on the ocean floor, Anasta sat inside a giant shell. She scoffed. These mutated beasts are brainless trash. They have raw power, yet they let these weak natives run circles around them. She fell into deep thought. If the city-states hadn't sent explorers like us to command them, humanity would have wiped these beasts out ages ago. The shell agreed. Yes, yes. Just think of the magic crystals. Anasta nodded. True. With high-purity magic crystals, I could finally break through to the second stage. If we mined this vein and sold it back in Odyssey, we'd be filthy rich. Suddenly, she sensed a presence. Ma Long was closing in fast. Her eyes widened in terror. An intruder. Damn it. Retreat. She tried to seal the shell and flee, but Ma Long was already there. Trying to run? Too late. He unleashed a devastating strike, but the shell clamped shut, absorbing the blow. She burst from the shell, bow drawn, ready to kill. Filthy native. A green energy arrow screamed through the water at breakneck speed, but Ma Long's reflexes were god tier. He dodged the shot effortlessly, his expression stone cold. Suddenly, the arrow pulled a U-turn. It slammed into Ma Long's back before he could react. What the? Seeing him wounded, Anasta smirked. Did you really think a variable speed arrow was that simple? She whispered a single word, growth. Vines exploded from the arrow, binding Ma Long tight. With her enemy trapped, Anasta hopped back into her shell, tossing one last insult. You brainless native. You don't understand magic, yet you dare fight me on equal footing? Know your place. The shell sealed shut and vanished into the deep. In a blink, she was gone. But Yang Xi had watched every second on the big screen. Vermilion birds stood behind him. That's the footage Ma Long transmitted. Yang Xi's voice was grim. Seems humanity has a long, hard road ahead if we want to drive out the Odyssey colonists. It's not just energy usage. Their development of abilities. They're leagues ahead of us. He frowned, feeling the weight of the situation. Vermilion Bird replied, Luckily, with our massive population, freakish geniuses will always rise up. Yang Xi turned to her. How's the Tiangang plan progressing? Have all the candidates secured their masks? She reported. The three major powers have acquired their Tiangang masks. But Ni Xiaoguan's mask, the Ouyang family snatched it. Meanwhile, at the Ouyang estate, the family head held a scorpion motif mask. At his feet lay the dismembered corpse of a monster. He tossed the task to the girl beside him. Jing Zhu, this mask is your responsibility. But remember, do not cross the judiciary's bottom line. Jiang Zhu stared at the mask. But they control the awakening potions. Even if we sit back, the other two families will make a move. Relax. The judiciary won't be easily crushed by the Iron Blood Army or the Hero Association, Ouyang said softly. She asked, Once we get the potion, should I bring it to you? He turned, a confident smile playing on his lips. No need. At my level, my desires are different. In another room, Ouyang, ranked third on the 4C's list, was deep in meditation. Hearing footsteps, his eyes snapped open. It was Jing Zhu. She held up the mask. Hey, big nephew. Your dad says this is yours to handle. Go find someone to verify the awakening potion. But don't you dare test it yourself. You're the heir to the Merchant Alliance. Your body is too expensive to break. Ouyang stared silently at the mask on the floor. Back at the Iron Blood Army HQ, the commander convened a meeting. The situation regarding the judiciary organization. Tian Yang, you handle it. Understood, Commander, Tian Yang replied sharply. The scene shifts to a realm of endless blue skies. High above at the Hero Association headquarters, Tong Tian sat across from a bald man, Si Guang, locked in a silent game of chess. But the peace was broken by a heavy sigh. The number of otherworlders is skyrocketing. While awakened humans are dwindling every single year, the situation is looking grim. Perhaps he was right. Meditation really is the only path to salvation for humanity. Si Guang frowned, his mind racing with possibilities. It is a tragedy. We possess the secret of meditation, yet we are powerless to teach it to the masses. How in the world do the otherworlders manage it? Tong Tian moved a chess piece, his eyes gleaming with a hidden plan. Have you heard of ability potions? I believe they could be the key to replacing traditional meditation. Si Guang raised an eyebrow in skepticism. I have heard the rumors. But can they truly create powerhouses on the same level as us? Tong Tian burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the hall. I hope so. If someone can beat me effortlessly, my burden would finally be lifted. Si Guang made his decision. Then let us leave the judgment matter to that brat, Yu Bei. You have no objections? Tong Tian waved his hand dismissively. Fine by me. He is your disciple, after all. But they were not alone. Every move they made was being watched by Yang Si through a hidden screen. Interesting. Besides the Philosopher's Stone, I need to get my hands on that otherworlder meditation technique. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lang crept up behind Ouyang. Even deep in meditation, Xuan sensed the presence instantly. Have you finished the ability exchange? Ouyang Lang grinned like a maniac. You bet. I picked the Qinglan Dragon Envoy ability from my old man's stash. He scratched his head, suddenly looking sheepish. I still can't believe you gave up such a god-tier chance for me. Their conversation was cut short as Vermilion Bird approached. Her footsteps were silent, yet they carried the weight of a mountain. Yang Xuan froze, cold sweat trickling down his back. How did she get this close without me sensing her aura? She ignored his shock, turning her cold gaze to Lang. Tian Kui, prepare to consume the ability potion. She tossed him a vial, glowing with ominous energy. Lang caught it, his heart pounding. Bottoms up, then. He shut his eyes and drained the liquid in one gulp. Power surged through his veins. Now, let's see the Qinglan Dragon. A massive blue magic circle erupted beneath his feet. From the seal, a majestic dragon roared into existence. Tears welled in Lang's eyes as he screamed in pure ecstasy. It's real. The dragon split from my father's power. I actually summoned it. As Vermilion Bird turned to leave, Yang Xuan called out desperately. Wait, I have to ask you something. He hesitated, his mind racing. The Tianjiang's mission is hunting exotic beasts, and their corpses are the main ingredient for ability potions. Shock was written all over his face. Is this the activity mentioned in ancient alchemy texts? She looked back, her eyes like ice. You call it activity? Within judgment, we call it the ability factor. Yang Xuan gasped. Ability factor? But the twist was real. It wasn't Vermilion Bird, but Yang Shi in disguise all along. This kid is sharp. I definitely need to recruit him. Deep in a hidden cave at Mount Jikong, a clone of Yang Si, transformed into Yang Si, lay lounging with a book. The real Yang Shi walked in with a smirk. You're living the good life, aren't you? Here, take this double S rank plasma ability. He tossed a glowing orb that pulsed with teal light. This is offensive plasma power. First skill, Plasma Rain. Second, Plasma Bug Explosion. It creates intelligent energy insects that self-destruct for massive damage. And finally, the Plasma Annihilation Cannon, a complete set of Tier 3 double S-rank skills. Suddenly, his senses screamed. He closed his eyes, extending his perception. S-rank particles in Chris's body are flaring up near Banana Island. I need to investigate. He shifted consciousness to his puppet at the Green family meeting. The atmosphere was tense. Arthur, controlled by Yang Shi, sat among them. Even children were present in this dark gathering. Chris stood tall, his presence dominating the room. Since we destroyed the high combatant Tyra, the time has come to create a Tier 3 powerhouse. His voice boomed with fanaticism. As the Green family, you must evolve into the Deep Blue clan. He placed a hand over his heart, feigning righteousness. Only through sacrifice can we pass on the fire of human civilization. Yang Si, listening through Arthur, scoffed internally. Traitor. Just admit you're selling out humanity. No need to dress it up in noble lies. Suddenly, a child next to Arthur jumped up. I won't become a monster. Let me go home. Chris's face darkened instantly. Who did you call a monster? The boy trembled, but stood his ground. Cousin Chris. I'm not afraid of you. Chris grabbed him roughly, dragging him away. I knew it, Chris muttered coldly. Not everyone has the vision for my ambition. The child kicked and screamed in panic. Are you going to hit me in front of everyone? Chris crouched down, forcing the boy's chin up. To keep the fire of civilization burning, any sacrifice is worth it. His hand crushed the boy's throat. Blood gushed from the child's mouth. The life faded from his eyes instantly. Chris tossed the corpse aside like trash. Hands in his pockets, he turned to the room with a twisted smile. So, Arthur, what do you think? Arthur broke into a cold sweat, forcing the words out. I will follow your lead to preserve civilization. The others murmured their agreement in terror. Me too. Hearing their submission, Chris spread his arms wide in triumph. Excellent. Now, let us head to Banana Island and harvest our rewards. Scene shift. A luxury suite on Banana Island. Yang Shi stood in the shadows as Arthur. I have less than 3 hours of control left. What is the Deep Blue Clan planning? Bound before them was the 8-armed master, Naipong Pelin, ranked 68 on the Four Seas list. He glared up at Chris with pure hatred. You scum! Why did you kidnap me? Chris sat calmly, toying with a sharp blade. Relax, he whispered. I only brought you here to make sure you don't screw things up. With a cocky smirk, he stood up and clasped his hands behind his back. He stared out the window, ready to enjoy the twisted show he had orchestrated. Naipong felt a chill run down his spine at those words. Panic set in as he looked outside. What the hell? A massive truck had just slammed into a black sedan, absolutely wrecking it. The car door flew open, and a furious man stumbled out, screaming his lungs out. Hey, you swerved right into us. You better pay for this. Get your ass down here now. The truck driver stepped out, head hung low in a creepy, unnatural way. His leg was clearly twisted at a sickening angle, yet he walked toward the man without flinching. No pain at all, just a nightmare-inducing smile plastered on his face. Heh. That laugh sent the man into a frenzy. Holy crap, your leg. Look at your leg. It's snapped in half. But that broken thing just kept shambling closer. Terror took over as he screamed in hopelessness. I'm warning you. One more step and I'm calling the cops. Stay back. Boom. In a split second, the driver mutated into a hulking green monstrosity. It let out a roar that would freeze your blood. Watching through the glass, Naipong was absolutely petrified. Did you maniacs really release a virus on Xiangjiao Island? Chris looked down at the martial artist, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Please, we have more class than that. We simply released 3 deep blue aberrants with teleportation abilities. Cold sweat poured down Naipong's face, his eyes filled with pure dread. Chris continued, his voice chillingly calm. The islanders have been drinking water laced with primal seeds for months. Sure, the dosage was low, but with hundreds of thousands of residents, that's plenty of fodder to evolve those 3 aberrants all the way to Tier 3. Look at that face. Pure evil. Outside, the beast had already slaughtered the driver and was feasting on his energy, absorbing it as a sickly emerald light. The puppet Arthur, controlled by Yang Si, watched the chaos unfold. His mind raced. I have to find a way to stop these psychos. Naipong exploded with rage. Do you have no humanity left? You're sacrificing an entire island just to create a few Tier 3 powerhouses. Pushed past his breaking point by the horror, he roared and flexed his muscles, snapping his restraints into pieces. Go to hell. I'll put my life on the line to stop this madness. With a thunderous shout, he launched a devastating punch straight at Chris. But Chris was too fast. He leaped into the air, dodging the blow, and instantly countered by flinging a mysterious blue projectile. The projectile pierced right through Naipong's arm. Toxins spread instantly, causing agonizing pain. He clutched his wound, gritting his teeth in helpless fury. But the assault wasn't over. Chris fired 3 more of those blue spikes, his voice dripping with menace. From now on, you better stay put and behave. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The spikes slammed into his biceps and chest, slicing through his tendons and crippling him instantly. Naipong collapsed, completely powerless. Chris stared down at him coldly. I've severed the neural link between your brain and your limbs. Just be a good little boy and wait to become Monster Chow. Turning away, he commanded, Uncle Byron, handle things here. I'm going to check on our pet's feeding frenzy. Naipong lay on the floor, trembling in rage and pain. Meanwhile, the puppet Arthur, controlled by Yang, she stood over him, arms crossed. I need to extract those spider silk spikes to restore his neural connections. Yang Si calculated. That's the only way to heal his paralyzed limbs, he thought. Putting on a friendly act, he turned to the guard. Hey, Uncle Byron. This Naipong guy is a famous fighter. Shouldn't we tie him up just to be safe? Byron scoffed. Don't worry. The young master's spider silk crippled him. Unless a Tier 3 psychic heals him, he's not moving. Arthur grabbed a rope anyway, a deceptive smile on his face as he approached the fallen hero. Still, better safe than sorry, right? Naipong felt like a fish on a chopping block. Are you people even human? He screamed. You're just going to watch them slaughter your own kind? Yang Si, acting through Arthur, whispered. What was that? Monster food should have the dignity of monster food, he mocked aloud. But as he lifted the martial artist's arm, he inspected the severed vessels. A subtle smirk played on Arthur's lips. Using his hidden ability, he secretly reconnected the severed nerves and vessels. Naipong's eyes widened in total shock. With the healing done, Arthur faked the knots. He turned back to the guard. All right, Uncle Byron. All tied up. Come take a look at my handiwork. Pong realized what was happening and played dead, lying perfectly still. Byron leaned over to inspect the knots, impressed. Not bad, kid. You actually know how to thud. Suddenly, Byron collapsed. Elsewhere, Green froze in his tracks. Damn it, he stared up at the pitch-black skyscraper, sensing the disturbance. Byron's aura is gone. Suddenly, a swarm of black bats erupted from the shadows, shattering the room's glass walls. The bats swirled together, materializing into Green's physical form. He stared in disbelief at Byron's unconscious body, his mind racing with confusion. These injuries. Pong, he frowned. Impossible. I severed the link between his brain and limbs myself. Green's eyes snapped open, realizing the trap. Humph. He instinctively ducked as a shadow lashed out from behind. Green rolled away just in time, shouting into the darkness. Who's lurking in the shadows? Pong launched a furious punch, but Green's body suddenly dispersed into a cloud of tiny bats, causing the attack to phase right through. Damn it, Green's voice echoed chillingly through the air. I never expected my eyes to deceive me like this. Arthur stood casually in the distance, feigning ignorance. What are you rambling about, big brother? The black shards coalesced, reforming Green with a look of pure disdain. Ha, Vermilion Bird. This is the third time I sense your pathetic spiritual signature. The real Arthur was compromised the moment he set foot on this continent, wasn't he? Rage exploded from him as a sinister pale blue light ignited in his hands. His voice dripped with bloodlust. Perfect timing. The commander was just looking for a way to crush your adjudicator organization. Taking your head will be a massive achievement for me. He launched himself at the puppet like a missile. Inside the puppet, Yang Xi's consciousness calculated rapidly. My main body is already hunting down the 3 deep blue aberrants, so my job here is just to stall Green. He leaped into the air, dodging the deadly strike while simultaneously launching a mental assault on his enemy's psyche. You lay a finger on me, and your little brother is dead meat. Deathly black markings started crawling all over Green's face. The corruption spread fast, taking over his handsome features like a plague. Green grinned like a total psycho. Then that's an honor for him. Boom. A blast of death energy shot straight from his eyes at Yang Xi. But guess who showed up just in time? Vermilion Bird swept in and slapped that attack into nothingness. Pong realized the vibe was getting way too dangerous. He tried to dip to help the others but shouted back before leaving. Yo, Vermilion Bird, handle this spot. I'm gonna go take out the trash outside. Green saw the martial artist trying to bail and screamed, You ain't going nowhere. He twisted his attack mid-air, aiming right for Pong's back. Yang Xi's mind raced. Right now, besides me, Pong is the only heavy hitter on Banana Island who can actually kill these deep blue freaks. He commanded his puppet Arthur to tank the hit with a golden shield. Splat. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Arthur's face was frozen in total shock. That blue death beam meant for Pong buried itself deep into Arthur's body instead. Green let out a twisted laugh, looking totally smug. Gotcha, idiot. That was just bait. You were the target all along. Meanwhile, downtown, a disgusting monster was hunting people down like sport. Some random civilian hiding behind a wall started live-streaming the chaos. Hey everyone, it's your girl Candy here. As you can see, this blue freak is slaughtering everyone on Banana Island. Suddenly, the cam caught a cowboy dude staring down the giant beast. Over 43,000 people tuned in instantly. Candy's voice was shaking. My big bro, Cowboy Pharaoh, is risking his life to fight it. We need a hero. Like, right now. Bang, bang, bang. Pharaoh unloaded his revolver straight at the monster. He thought, just gotta stall until the martial master gets here. Too bad those bullets just made the beast totally pissed off. It roared, dodged the bullets like they were nothing, and rushed him. Pharaoh couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, what the hell? Seeing the monster about to crush her brother, Candy screamed, damn it, then smash. A hideous blue face with razor teeth crashed right into the camera lens. 46,000 people watched the feed cut to black with a desperate scream. No, the monster lunged for the kill. Candy screamed for her life, but suddenly, bam. Mysterious energy blasts came out of nowhere and floored the beast. Candy blinked, totally confused. I'm not dead? A figure stood before her. It was Yang Xi in his Yang Xi transformation. A purple energy ball in his hand vanished, and the monster was engulfed in violet light. Yang Xi knelt down, a small black orb swirling in his palm. The system pinged. New ability acquired. The black orb pulsed with dark power. Deep blue bloodline variant unlocked. Skill 1. Berserk. Skill 2. Teleport. Primitive particles absorbed and refined to grade 5. Yang Xi inspected his new loot carefully. Wonder if I can use this to teleport the spirit body out of the deep blue bloodline. Nah, it's rooted too deep in her spirit. Things are gonna get complicated. He stashed the ability orb away. That rich kid Cheon Bouquet is in a coma at the Cheon estate with the same issue. I'll use him as a guinea pig first. Candy latched onto his leg, sobbing her eyes out. Omeg, big shot. You saved me. Let me follow you. Yang Shi got annoyed and shook his leg. Yo, get off me first. Back at the main fight, Arthur charged in to shield Yang Si. Chris gritted his teeth, furious. Ugh, why do I feel so annoyed right now? Suddenly, a voice boomed from the sky. I shall judge you. Chris Green. Chris flinched. Who's there? Vermilion Bird floated in the air. You have committed the sin of greed. Do you plead guilty? Cold sweat dripped down Chris's face as he panicked. I do. Vermilion Bird unleashed the lightning judgment. Volts of electricity fried him, making him scream like a baby. Arg! It hurts. Chris clenched his jaw. Damn it. If this keeps up, I'll have to ditch this body. Vermilion Bird flew off into the night sky. Reflect on your sins in the lightning, Chris. Chris collapsed next to Arthur. My stupid little brother. He hugged Arthur's puppet body tight. Man, this feels awful. A bat flew out the window, he escaped. Elsewhere, the crowd huddled in fear as the monster let out a sky-shaking roar. Roar! Naipong launched himself into the air and threw a massive punch. Bam! Right on the dome. The force smashed the monster face first into the concrete. The ground shattered on impact. Naipong grabbed its leg and yelled, I can't hold it forever. Run for your lives. But the second he spoke, the beast popped right back up. It countered instantly. Naipong got swatted through a glass window. The monster roared again, declaring itself the winner of that round. Naipong struggled to stand. Guess I have to use that move. One hit to end it. He stood on the hospital roof, aura blazing. He was on fire. The pressure cracked the stones beneath him. With a mighty war cry, he clenched his fist and launched into the sky. Naipong turned his whole body into a human spear. He pierced straight through the monster's chest. The crowd below watched in total awe. That's the 8-armed master's ultimate counter. We're saved. Naipong smirked, thinking he had the win secured. But the celebration was short-lived. His instincts screamed, turn around. Zap! A blue laser shot right through the center of his forehead. It was over. The legendary 8-armed master collapsed in front of everyone. Panic spread like wildfire. Chris walked up and started dragging Naipong's corpse like it was trash. You moron. All that time and you didn't even hit level 3. The monster opened its mouth, surrounded by glowing energy orbs. Chris stood there, arms crossed. He sneered, useless trash. I might as well absorb you instead of wasting energy healing you. The monster opened wide and let out one last roar. Its eyes glowed blue, but suddenly swoosh. Blue energy spikes pierced its skull. The power flowed into Chris's fingertips. Oh yeah, this surge of energy feels amazing. He smirked, looking totally evil. I wonder how close I am to the commander's level now? But then, a voice chilled him from behind. Am I late to the party? Yang Si stood there in his Yang Si form, looking menacing. Oh, you doing this for the Adjudicator's Zodiac Squad? Perfect timing. I needed a guinea pig to test my new powers anyway. But the only reply was dead silence. With a cocky smirk, he taunted, Hey, Yang Si, you gonna make a move or just stand there? I'm letting my body absorb this new energy. What are you waiting for? Yang Si's voice was ice cold. I'm waiting for you to finish powering up, obviously. Crushing a weakling would be boring as hell. Chris forced a smile, though his eyes twitched with suppressed rage. Interesting. To show my gratitude, I'll slice you into 3 neat little pieces. Sound good? A crackling blade of pure energy materialized in his grip. My power just tripled, you little punk. Die. Yang Si didn't even flinch. He let the blade strike his chest, but instead of blood, his body dissolved into shadows. Chris froze, his eyes widening in shock. A shadow clone? What the before he could react. The air around Chris shimmered as hundreds of azure arrows locked onto him. He panic-summoned a barrier. That arrogant look wiped clean off his face. Chris lashed out at Yang Si's real body, teeth gritted. Did he predict my every move? Blue lightning crackled wildly around Yang Si's frame. Looks like stalling is my only play for now. Boom. A barrage of lightning orbs launched straight at the enemy. Damn it. Chris dissolved into a swarm of shadow bats to dodge. Zap, zap. The lightning fried them mid-air, forcing the charred bats to retreat and reform into his human body. Sure, the gap in raw power was massive, but in a real fight, brains beat brawn every time. Even the weak can humble the strong if they play their cards right. Razor-sharp spikes burst from Chris's skin. He sneered. That was a big move, kid. How many of those you got left? But suddenly a presence loomed directly behind him. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, eyes bloodshot with terror. Oh, sht. 2 zodiacs and a 4 symbols guardian? This wasn't a fight anymore. It was an execution. Chris collapsed, totally spent. Yangtze, now rocking the monkey form, stood alongside Vermilion Bird. He managed to break my mental lock and bolt, Yangtze noted. Vermilion Bird nodded. Yeah, but he burned his life force to do it. He coughed up a ton of concentrated origin particles just to corrode the barrier. No time to chase. Both heroes launched into the sky. Priority 1, save the civilians. Later, Yangtze stood with hands clasped behind his back, looking like a total boss. Vermilion Bird briefed him on the fallout. After the Banana Island incident, the adjudicators were the hottest topic in the 4 Seas. Application requests are flooding in, she reported calmly. Everyone wants in. Too bad, the Zodiac roster is locked at 36 seats. Exclusive club only. That means eyes are turning toward the Kian family. Vermilion Bird voiced her suspicion. With all the espers flocking to them, there's bound to be rats and spies in the mix. Yangtze remained chill. The Qian family can handle their own trash. As for me, it's time to head back to Lugang City and see what's popping. He vanished into the distance. Back in Lugang City, under a crystal-clear sky, Yangtze stood atop a skyscraper, stretching his arms and soaking in the vibe. Man, missed this city air. He focused his aura. His metal control ability condensed, swirling into a humming sphere of energy in his palm. It pulsed with a soft azure glow. Yangtze grinned. Perfect chance. Time to level up this S-rank metal control to a legendary double S. He did the math. With 36 subordinates grinding for him, his dark energy reserves were overflowing. The sphere in his hand spun faster, drinking up the power like a black hole. The blue hue darkened into a deep, metallic gray. Ding. Rank up, SS class achieved. The system interface popped up with fresh stats. Metal control range, 30,000 meters. Weight limit, 100 tons. New skill unlocked, divine metal creation. Highly compressed metal with devastating destructive power. Evaluation, SS rank, Tier 3. Touching upon the laws of reality, Yangtze scanned the text, eyes lighting up. Now this is getting interesting. Divine metal creation. Sounds badass. Suddenly, help me. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Yangtze's gaze snapped to the rooftop across the street. A massive three-tailed fox had smashed through the glass facade. It peeked inside, jaws unhinged, displaying rows of razor teeth and a slithering tongue. The girl inside was paralyzed with pure terror. She shook like a leaf. Suddenly, the S-rank beast, the Dark Knight Demon Fox, leaped, sprinting vertically down the glass exterior of the skyscraper. Triple AAHHH. An unfortunate employee slipped and plummeted from the broken window. High-altitude surveillance drones caught the movement instantly. Wee-woo, alarm triggered. Warning, S-rank calamity detected. Requesting all A-rank heroes to Orchid Street immediately. Wham! Out of nowhere, a sheet of metal materialized in midair. It swooped under the falling man, catching him gently. The guy blinked, hyperventilating. Huh? Wait, I'm not a pancake. Screech. A flashy red sports car drifted to a halt at the tower's base. The drifting swordsman and Liu Yuan hopped out, weapons ready. Liu Yuan nodded to his partner. It's showtime. Let's rush it. The swordsman didn't hesitate, dashing straight for the demon fox. Liu Yuan let out a feral roar, triggering his transformation. Muscles ripped through his clothes, gray fur sprouting rapidly. Re-IIP. His white teeth shredded as his face elongated into a snarl, a full werewolf transformation. In the command center, Director Cat watched the livestream, sweat beading on his forehead. An S-rank beast? This wasn't a skirmish. It was a potential massacre. Damn it. S-rank hero Luo Kuang is 2 hours out. He clenched his fists. Can these guys even survive until the cavalry arrives? Back on the street, the Dark Knight Demon Fox opened its maw. A massive sphere of eerie green energy began to charge up. The pressure was suffocating. Boom! A laser of green death blasted toward the swordsman. He barely sidestepped it. Watch out! He screamed, warning Liu Yuan. The beast swiped its claws at the werewolf. But Liu Yuan stood his ground, his enhanced muscles catching the lethal strike. Clang! Blocked. Now, hit it. Liu Yuan roared. The swordsman saw his opening and swung his blade, aiming for the kill. The fox's eyes burned with demonic rage. The blade reflected in the beast's golden red pupils. He was inches away. But the fox was faster, a massive tail whipped around in a blur. Crash! The swordsman was slammed into the concrete wall, seeing stars. Before he could recover, the fox lunged, jaws wide open to swallow him whole. Twip! Out of nowhere, an arrow whistled through the air and buried itself deep in the fox's eye. The beast collapsed, thrashing and screeching as blood sprayed like a fountain. On a nearby roof, a girl with blue hair lowered her bow, trembling slightly as she checked if the monster was down. High above, Yangtze watched the drama unfold. Well, little Zetian has secrets, he mused. That arrow. Her power just spiked to S rank. She skipped 2 whole tiers. Yang Sai's mental scan confirmed it. To jump that high in such a short time, he smirked. Now that is something worth looking into. Interesting. Very interesting. In the livestream room, Director Gay is breaking down the chaotic situation. So far, 0 casualties on Lanhua Street. According to the data, a mysterious figure used spinning metal discs to evacuate everyone. Director G raises a suspicious eyebrow. A heavyweight master of metal manipulation? Could it be that Boss Yang C has returned? The chat screen instantly explodes with hype messages. Boss Yang C, we missed you so much. Yang C, is it really the legendary Yang Shi? Has the big boss finally come back? Back on the battlefield, the sky above Lanhua Street changes. Darkness swallows the light, twisted by jagged streaks of energy. Everyone freezes, looking up in terror. Liu Yuan panics and asks, what in the world is that? Turns out, those black streaks are the Dark Knight crushing pressure skill, unleashed by the Demon Fox. The Dark Knight Demon Fox twists its massive body. It lets out a ferocious growl, its body erupting with violent gray-blue energy. The beast raises its head, emitting a mysterious sonic wave. Li Zixian tenses up. She raises her bow, locking onto the monster, ready to fire. But the Dark Knight Demon Fox leaps onto a skyscraper, putting distance between them to dodge her shot. On the screen, the chat goes wild for Li Zixian. Go. Ice Archery God, our brave goddess Li Zixian, put another arrow in that beast. Don't hesitate. Take it down. Meanwhile, Director G analyzes the situation. The Demon Fox is a master of shadow stealth. It uses the darkness to dodge almost any attack. He strokes his chin, worried. I am afraid it will be hard for Li Zixian to get a clean shot this time. The beast dives from the building, moving erratically to confuse them. Suddenly, Liu Yuan sees an opening and his hairy beast hands move. He grabs the Demon Fox's hind legs, locking it down. He screams desperately at Zixian. Hurry up. Shoot it now. Thwack. The arrow flies from Zixian's hand. A perfect hit. The missile strikes right into the Dark Knight Demon Fox's left eye. Howl. The beast writhes in agony, screaming in pain. It thrashes around, stomping heavily on Liu Yuan, who is still holding its legs. Despair fills the boy's face as tears fall. Liu Yuan trembles, whispering his last words. Foster father, I am sorry. I couldn't make you proud before I died. You filth. A curse word rings out, startling him. Liu Yuan stammers. Who is scolding me? Suddenly, a block of metal smashes into the Demon Fox's head. Yang Si appears under the codename Yang Si, floating above the unconscious beast. Liu Yuan covers his mouth, choking back tears. Foster father. No. My biological dad is here to save me. Boo-hoo. The screen fills with worship. Lord Yang Si is here. The big boss, we missed you. Yang Si casually walks up to Li Zixian and remarks, You must be Li Zixian, right? Not bad. Before she can even respond, Yang Si flies up into the sky, leaving her speechless. Back in the live stream, Director Gi is patting Nai Sui on the shoulder. Little Lin, that scoop about the metal flying discs saving people was crucial today. Nai Sui replies politely, Thank you for the praise, Chief Gay. If there is nothing else, I will head out. But before she can escape, Director G waves her back. Wait a minute, Nai Shui. He continues to shower her with creepy praise. Little Lin, your performance lately is stellar. I believe you will be a main commentator very soon. Nai Shu responds formally, Thank you, Chief Gay. Director G stops beating around the bush. Verbal thanks are not enough. How about we go grab dinner together? Nai Shui hesitates, trying to find an excuse. I am sorry, Before she can finish, Yang Shi appears, wrapping his arm around her waist to save the day. Sorry, that won't work. My girlfriend and I have plans. Nai Shui is stunned, asking with a pout, Why are you here? Yang Shi answers gently, I came to pick you up from work, obviously. Nai Shui's eyes tear up slightly as she whispers, Okay. They walk away together, leaving Director G staring at the sweet display of affection. Nai Shu pouts and scolds him lovingly. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Yang Shi smiles, spoiling her. I wanted it to be a surprise. She looks up at him with eyes full of love. How long can you stay this time? Yang Shi reassures her. Don't worry, I will be staying with you for a while. Nai Shui happily starts planning. Great, let's go to that new Japanese place. I want to keep you all to myself. They chat happily, unaware that a dark shadow is watching them from the roof opposite. That shadow turns out to be Yang Si in his Yang Si identity. He looks down from above, telling himself, Nai Shui, I will have to let my clone keep you company for now. Back at the office, Liu Yuan pushes the door open. Seeing Yang Si, he screams with joy, Foster father, I almost died of missing you. Yang Shi sits calmly, legs crossed. He asks Liu Yuan, "Hey Liu Yuan, want to go explore the West Sea?" Liu Yuan looks confused. West Sea. Yang Shi stands up and walks to the window. He looks into the distance. That is right. The West Sea is where the true high-level experts should live. Yang Sai turns back to him. What do you think, Liu Yuan? Liu Yuan immediately drops to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Thank you, foster father, for raising me. Yang Zi pats his shoulder. No need for that between us, but he voices a concern. However, with your current power level, you will struggle there. He calculates for a moment. Tell you what. I will transfer some of my credit limit to you. It is enough to exchange for an S-rank ability potion at the Kirin Hall. Yang Zi asks, So, Liu Yuan, which S-rank ability do you want? Liu Yuan answers instantly. S-rank werewolf bloodline. He explains his logic fast. I thought about it. Better to dig a deep well than cast a wide net. I want to max out the werewolf stats. Yang Zi praises him. Good choice. I have high hopes for you. Then he asks, besides the potion, do you remember the promise I made you? Liu Yuan thinks to himself, is foster father finally going to officially acknowledge me? But Yang Zi has other plans. He hands Liu Yuan a mask representing a high-ranking position. Haha, yes. The Yang Shi Zodiac seat belongs to you now, Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan takes the mask, his thoughts turning dark and ambitious. Looks like I will only be worthy of being his true son once I completely control the organization. Liu Yuan gripped his arm, placing a hand on the man's shoulder, with a face radiating absolute confidence. Foster father, rest easy. Our day of glory isn't far off. Yang Zi muttered to himself. I am genuinely curious what kind of wiring exists inside this brat's brain. He turned to instruct the boy, Liu Yuan. You belong to the White Tiger Hall now. Prepare to move out. You will accompany Bai Yue Wu to the Western Alliance seas. Once the mission there is complete, follow me to the West Sea. Before the words even settled in the air, Yang Zi vanished into thin air. Liu Yuan stood frozen, blinking as he scanned the empty space. Huh? Where did foster father go? Realization dawned on him. He slid the mask onto his face, slipping into his own dramatic monologue. Ah, it seems the time has finally come. It is time for Liu Yuan to embark on a new legendary crusade. He punched his fist into the empty air, shouting with delirious excitement, Foster father, don't you worry. The organization of judgment will inevitably become a toy in the pockets of us father and son. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Yang Zi was surfing on controlled metal when he suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who's talking about me behind my back? Cutting to a rooftop, Yi Fan was shirtless, sweat glistening as he pushed through a one-armed handstand. 5,554. 5,555. Suddenly, his senses flared. Someone was approaching. Yi Fan's thoughts raced. This aura. It is nearly identical to the leader's. He instantly sprang up, dropping to one knee with clasped hands, bowing respectfully to Yang Zi, who had materialized before him. Greetings, leader. Yang Sai simply asked. Yi Fan, I heard you took first place at the Esper tournament. Have you received the recruitment letter from the Hero Association yet? Yi Fan replied with utmost reverence. Yes, sir. Li Zixian, Ao Chao, and Huan Jiu have also received their invitations to the battlefield. Yang Zi didn't waste time on pleasantries. He looked straight at his subordinate. How well do you know Li Zixian? Yi Fan hid nothing, offering a blunt and honest report. We have shared a meal, but we are not close. Yang Shi narrowed his eyes, digging for details. Does she have any peculiar habits? Although Ye Fan didn't understand the motive, he didn't hesitate for a second. He answered immediately. She usually prefers to sit in meditation. Deep contemplation. Yang Zi repeated the word, suspicion, coloring his tone. Contemplation? Internal gears turned in Yang Zi's mind. Could it be? Did that chaotic fighter stumble upon some method of enlightenment? Yang Zi calculated his next move. I need to investigate this girl personally. Decision made, he summoned his metal to fly. Before departing, he tossed a final order to Ye Fan. I have business to attend to. I'm leaving. Continue your training. Hearing the command, Yi Fan clenched his fist, a look of burning determination etched on his face. Yes. One day, I will become the sharpest weapon in the leader's arsenal. The leader, Yang Zi, hadn't flown far when another sneeze racked his body. What is wrong with me today? Am I catching a cold? Meanwhile, in the dense forest park of Deer Harbor City, Li Zixian sat with eyes shut tight in deep meditation. Around her, thick streams of black aura were being sucked into her body. Hiding in the high branches, Yang Zi watched, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't help but marvel internally. It really is a meditation technique. No wonder she could skyrocket to S rank in such a short time. Sensing a disturbance, Ziqian's eyes snapped open. She instantly drew her bow, aiming at Yang Xi's hiding spot, and shouted, "Come out." Yang Xi hopped down from the branch. He raised both hands in surrender, his voice calm, "Easy now. No bad intentions here. I just want to make a trade." Ziqian didn't lower her guard, her eyes narrowing. "What kind of trade?" Yang Xi looked her dead in the eye. "The secret to making you stronger, quickly." Ziqian flinched, her mind racing. "He knows? Was I exposed?" Yang Xi didn't hesitate, laying out a tempting offer. "In exchange, I can elevate you to a double S rank master. I can also grant you the eternal protection of the Organization of Judgment." He paused, thinking, then threw in one last sweetener. "Or, I can give you enough wealth to last 10 lifetimes." Ziqian asked, confused. "There's a rank above S called double S?" Yang Xi nodded slowly, confirming the hierarchy. "You could also call it the Overlord class." Suspicion still clouded Ziqian's mind. She probed his intentions. "If your organization already has methods to create double S rank espers, why do you care about my secret for getting stronger?" Yang Xi calmly turned his back to her, explaining with the air of a visionary. "Ability potions can only elevate a select few, but raising the overall power level of the entire human race, that is the ultimate goal of our organization." Ziqian stammered, You're telling the truth." Yang Xi turned his head slightly, a confident smirk unseen, naturally. Finally, Ziqian lowered her weapon. She looked down, speaking slowly. "Fine. I accidentally discovered that my soul weapon ability contains a meditation skill. It boosts my rank rapidly." She paused for a second before adding the catch. "But this demon-slaying meditation isn't universal. It only works in sync with my specific ability." A flaming arrow tore through the sky, piercing the gloomy night. It flew straight toward a phoenix, spreading its majestic wings, crying out to the heavens. Cut to the Keelan Hall. Yang Xi's main body was panting, sweat dripping from his brow. "Is this the legendary meditation technique? I didn't expect breaking from F rank to D rank would be this fast." Yang Xi looked at his palm, absorbing streaks of pitch-black energy, but felt a wave of disappointment. "I am already used to digesting massive amounts of dark energy. This meditation technique is too inefficient for me." Switching back to his Yang Xi avatar, he asked Ziqian, "So, it only strengthens a single specific ability?" Ziqian nodded, hesitating slightly. That's correct." Yang Xi scratched his head. "No big deal." Inside, Yang Xi was already plotting. "With the demon-slaying meditation and a copy of Ziqian's ability, I can create an entire army." Seeing him drift off, Ziqian tapped him anxiously. Afraid he would back out, she rushed to speak. "Does the offer still stand?" "I choose the protection of judgment." "Hey, hello." Ziqian shook him hard enough to snap Yang Xi out of his tactical trance. "Of course," he replied. Yang Xi reached out, handing her an object. It was a mask resembling a deer, with a crescent moon emblazoned on the forehead. He told her, "Take this. You are now the moon deer of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Zhang Yue Lu. Lord Vermilion Bird will arrive to save you when the time comes." Ziqian took the moon deer mask, but clarified one last time. "Right, I need to be clear. There is a high chance this meditation only works for me." He replied effortlessly, "We just need to collect enough of your ability factor to create a serum. Once the serum grants others the demon-slaying bow ability, the problem is solved." Ziqian listened to the explanation, a bit lost in the science. She couldn't help but ask, voice trembling with worry, "Does collecting this ability factor hurt my body?" Seeing her panic, Yang Xi waved his hand dismissively. "Absolutely not. It will be over in 2 or 3 minutes." He gestured for her to lie on a nearby boulder, giving final instructions before the procedure began. "Listen closely. Do not fight my will." Li Ziqian barely managed a hum of agreement before Yang Xi announced, "It is finished." She bolted up from the stone slab, eyes wide with shock. "Already? Yeah, finished? That fast?" Yang Xi kept a poker face, but his inner thoughts were screaming. "Hey, phrasing. You make it sound incredibly suspicious." Meanwhile, deep within the Keelan Hall, Yang Xi's true body held a scroll that erupted with blinding radiance. He muttered to the empty air, "Chi, vitality, mana. They are merely different names for the same essence." Suddenly, a figure drawing a bow manifested within the scroll. Yang Xi stared, completely caught off guard. Is this really possible? Over in the Four Seas sector, Yang Xi and Liu Yuan stood atop a skyscraper, gazing into the distance. Yang Xi placed hands on hips, inhaling the crisp air of freedom. Liu Yuan could barely contain his excitement. So many powerhouses gathered here. Is this truly the legendary Four Seas? Yang Xi stood beside him, breaking it down. This is Defense Line 4 of the 7th Island Chain, deep in the Liberty Alliance waters. It is the very stronghold our organization claimed not long ago. With a wave of his hand, Yang Shi unleashed his metal control art, dragging Liu Yuan into the sky. The boy trembled, clinging to him for dear life. Yang Shi sighed, "Get a grip. We are meeting the organization's members." They descended upon the harbor of Defense Line B06. A group was already waiting in formation as Yang Xi and Liu Yuan touched down. Yang Xi's avatar, Bua Wu, stepped forward and bowed with utmost respect. "Greetings, Lord Yang Xi." Yang Xi immediately pulled Liu Yuan forward, presenting him to the crowd. "I have brought Liu Yuan to join us. I entrust this useless adopted son of mine to your care. Do try to whip him into shape." Liu Yuan swallowed his nerves and bowed. "Hello, everyone. I am Liu Yuan. Please look after me." To his surprise, Bua Wu responded with intense warmth. "Welcome to the Four Seas, brother Liu Yuan." The boy froze, then whipped around to whisper to Yang Xi, currently in his Yang Xi persona. "Godfather, is it safe for him to say my real name like that?" Yang Xi placed a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder, his voice low. "Relax. Bua Wu was personally promoted by me. Before you arrived, I already gave him a full dossier on your background." He paused, adding weight to his words. Furthermore, placing Bua Wu in charge of Defense Line 4 was the organization's direct will. Even bringing you here required his agreement. Hearing this, Liu Yuan's imagination ran wild. Wait, does this mean Godfather and Bua Wu are actually enemies? Is this Bua Wu guy getting too big for his britches? Has he grown wings hard enough to reject Godfather's control? He frowned, connecting non-existent dots. That explains it. Godfather rushed me here because his pawn is about to go rogue. A smirk tugged at Liu Yuan's lips. As expected, the only one Godfather can truly trust is me. He turned to Yang Xi, radiating confidence. Rest easy, Godfather. The Yang Xi lineage will regain control. I understand everything. Before Yang Xi could react, the boy sprinted toward Bua Wu, shaking his hand enthusiastically. Yang Xi stood there, dumbfounded. Does he understand? Does he really? Why do I feel even more worried now? But seeing the boy adapt, he shrugged it off. He turned to the patriarch of the Qian family. Elder Qian, we need to talk. Moments later, inside the command center's guest hall, Yang Xi and the old master sat face to face. Yang Xi broke the silence. Elder Qian, the organization is launching a new trial. Does the Qian family have the guts to participate? Elder Qian's expression didn't flicker. Speak your mind. Yang Xi didn't waste time with riddles. He dropped the bomb immediately. Have you ever heard of the meditation law? Elder Qian's mask finally cracked. He stared in disbelief. Your organization possesses a meditation law. Yang Xi leaned forward, testing the waters. So, you are familiar with the concept? Elder Qian didn't hide anything. He nodded gravely. I learned of it from my son, Qian Yuquei. It is a realm that only the absolute apex of humanity can ever hope to comprehend. The old master took a slow sip of tea before continuing. However, the meditation law of humans and the arts of those from other worlds are fundamentally different. The old methods could never be systematized. Yang Xi smiled, cutting through the doubt. Currently, my organization holds the Demon Hunter meditation law. It allows even a normal human to cultivate supernatural abilities. He laid out the grand plan. To maximize efficiency, we will also provide a batch of awakening potions. Elder Qian sat frozen, his mind reeling from the sheer scale of the proposal. This is a blessing for all mankind. The old man's eyes burned with resolve. Tell me, what can this old Qian do for the organization? Seeing the hook was set, Yang Xi didn't hold back. For the first batch, I need 100 young men and women. They must be mentally indestructible, able to endure hell. Elder Qian slammed the table in agreement. Consider it done. I have selected apprentices before. 1 week is all I need. He stroked his beard. Where shall we assemble? Yang Xi calculated for a moment. Banana Island. We meet in 7 days. Meanwhile, at the cloud-top heavenly palace, Yang Xi stood with hands clasped behind his back, listening to Vermilion Bird. I have leads on the bird shooting painting you gave me. Yang Xi smirked, intrigued. Let's hear it. Vermilion Bird remained cold as ice, unleashing a torrent of data. I discovered that visualizing the painting alters your mental frequency. This shift allows the body to forcibly drag dark energy from the atmosphere, she explained rapidly. Through visualization, the dark energy is not just absorbed, it mutates. It gains specific attributes. Think of raw dark energy as solid blocks surrounding a person, but the visualization technique breaks it down, changing its very nature. It turns into a fluid gas, easily absorbed by the core. Let's call it Demon Hunter energy. She continued her lecture. Once this energy breaches the body, it follows a preset meridian path. It boosts the ability, but most of it leaks out, reverting to neutral dark energy. The bird shooting painting is the key. It forces the mind to tune the absorption frequency perfectly. Furthermore, it converts that raw power into the specific fuel needed for the ability. Yang Shi cut her off, eyes gleaming. So the visualization is irreplaceable. He hesitated, a crazy theory forming in his mind. But Li Zixin's mental force, she could replicate the diagram just by visualizing the painting. Yang Shi focused his mental energy, thinking, I gotta simulate a fresh image myself. In the bird archery visualization, a warrior stood locked and loaded, aiming an arrow amidst a majestic forest, slowly fading into view. Yang Shi calculated with confidence, telling Vermilion Bird, drag the test subjects directly into the cloud pavilion space. Wouldn't it be better for them to comprehend this image there? As soon as he spoke, the bird archery painting Yang Shi just visualized floated right in front of the subjects. Pure golden energy pulsed from it, vivid and clear, forcing everyone present to look up in awe. Yang Shi smirked at the scene, totally stoked. This vibe, it's straight out of a legendary ancient training ground. Vermilion Bird asked for a name. This group will be under the Keelan Hall's command. Call them the Demon Hunter Squad. Yang Shi stared at the horizon, answering her without a second thought. A few days later, a crowd gathered early at the cliff. Ma Long scanned them and asked, You guys here to register your ability elements? The crowd eyed him warily, whispering judgments. The killing intent rolling off this heavenly hero star was suffocating, like he just walked out of a bloodbath. Suddenly, two latecomers strolled in. The brunette with the permanent scowl was Yang. He spoke first. You guys all from Judgment? Right behind him was Guang Wen, wearing a mask. He didn't say a word, but his aura alone was enough to make people shiver. The crowd started buzzing. One guy asked, Who the heck is that? Suddenly, a black-haired kid's jaw dropped. Holy crap, his subordinate is wearing the Heavenly Leader Star mask. His words were like a slap in the face, waking everyone from their stupor. The guy next to him chimed in, Isn't that the mask stolen by the Rank S powerhouse, Ni Xiaoguang? Just then, Yang Shi flew in on his sword, landing behind them. Oh, everyone's here. Ma Long frowned, surprised. Yang Shi? Did Judgment send you to collect ability elements again? Yang Shi stayed cool as ice, slowly walking up. Well, if it isn't an old friend. Ma Long, long time no see. Ma Long looked at Yang Xi's chill attitude and couldn't hide his disgust. He huffed, declaring, Humph. I possess the same foundation as you now. One day, I'm gonna leave you in the dust. Yang Xi replied calmly, I'll wait for that day. But inside, he was laughing. Do robots even have that kind of enlightenment? Yang Xi placed a hand on his shoulder. Then let's start collecting ability elements from you. Ma Long flinched. Even with the mask, he couldn't hide his tension. Yang Xi felt it and reassured him, Relax your muscles, dude. Don't fight me with your mental energy. Wu Yang, who was acting all high and mighty before, now stood silent, analyzing Yang Xi's every move. He thought, I gotta figure out the principle behind this element collection. But before Xuan could even blink, Yang Xi let go of Ma Long and casually said, Done. Even Ma Long, the one getting drained, was shocked. That's it? Already? Yang Xi asked, with a hint of sarcasm. What? Did you think collecting a few elements meant I had to skin you alive? Ouyang's face went stiff. He panicked, thinking, what just happened? Wasn't he collecting elements? I didn't feel a freaking thing. He went back to observing silently, swearing to himself, I'll definitely catch it on the next guy. While Ouyang focused hard, Yang Xi lazily waved his hand, calling for the next person. Dusk fell. Yang Xi finally announced, All right, collection mission complete. Before flying off on his sword, he reminded everyone. Once the organization finishes the upgraded ability potions, they'll be sent to you through the Void Realm Vortex. The crowd dispersed after hearing him. Only Guang Wen stood still like a statue, while Ouyang collapsed on his knees, totally crushed and disappointed. He reached out and shouted, Lord Yang Shi. Wait a sec. Xuan looked desperate but respectful. I have a question. I know it's rude, but I want to ask about the data research regarding ability elements. Yang Xi glanced back, flatly refusing. You're the Wind God's kid, right? Sorry, but ability elements are linked to potion crafting tech. Can't tell you. Ouyang didn't give up. He raised a hand to swear. I pledge on the Ouyang family name. If you let me see it, I won't tell a single soul. He stepped closer, whispering a secret deal. Lord Yang Xi, I have top-level classified intel. I can trade it fairly with you. Yang Xi thought for a moment, testing the waters. So, little brother Ouyang, why do you want this data so bad? Ouyang's face lit up. Lord Yang Xi, do you know what all the legends before the sequence rank have in common? He didn't hesitate to spill the beans. They all comprehended something similar to the meditation law. Xuan continued confidently. In the world of top-tier powerhouses, it's called Dao, and every powerhouse's Dao is completely unique. Yang Zi nodded, getting the picture. I see. So you want to use our research to find your own Tao. Yang Shi threw him a bone. If you just want a breakthrough in the meditation law, I can actually help you out a bit. He slung his arm around Xuan's shoulder like they were best buds. We're testing a new method on Banana Island soon. We call it the Demon Hunter Meditation Law. Yang clasped his hands, genuinely grateful. Thanks, big bro Yang Shi. Whatever intel your organization needs, I'll spill it all. No secrets. Yang Shi laughed heartily, guiding him away. Good, good. Little brother Wang, let's find a spot to chat and grab some iced tea. Wang played along smoothly. If Big Bro invites me, how could I refuse? Guang Wen watched the two of them walking away, laughing, and stood there totally confused. He yelled after them, Hey, are you guys seriously not taking me with you? He stood alone on the cliff, watching Yang Xi and Yang disappear into the sunset. Meanwhile, on Banana Island, a boat docked. A pink-haired girl was waking a young man up. Yo, wake up. We finally hit Banana Island. The guy scrambles after the girl, yelling, Hey, hold up a sec. He's practically glued to her heels. Name's Weichin. Seriously, we've been stuck on this boat forever, and I still don't know who you are. She spins around, giving him the death stare. We've been traveling for days, and you wait until we're disembarking to ask? Lame. I'm Chu Yu Yang. And for the record, I might share blood with the legendary Yang Xi. Weichin smirks, clearly not buying the flex. So what? You his ancient great aunt twice removed. Chu laughs, clapping back instantly. Ha. Actually, yeah. I am his aunt. So, what's that make me to you? Come on. Be a good nephew and call me grandma. He just grins, playing along with the game. Deal. But hey, grandmas usually spoil their grandkids with cash. Pay up. Just then, a chill runs down their spines, someone's watching. Weichin sweats bullets, spotting Yang Xi staring them down from the crowd. No way. Dude couldn't possibly hear us from that far, right? Yang Xi looks away like nothing happened. Choya sighs, clutching her chest. Holy crap, I thought we were dead meat for a second. Weichin tries to play it cool. Relax. Even if he heard, we're just joking about the big boss. Not like it matters to the real Yang Xi. Meanwhile, Yang Xi is internally raging, marking them for death. Hey, I won't forget those faces. My so-called aunt and that cocky brat. Clad in pitch black, Yang Xi steps up like a god, voice booming. Do you want to be strong? Do you want to rule? The crowd goes feral, screaming. Hell yeah. Lord Yang Xi. Show us the way. I'd sell my soul just to get a fraction of that power. Yang Xi smirks behind his mask. Boom. He unleashes a mental shockwave that flattens the crowd instantly. Bodies hit the floor like dominoes. Weichin clutches his spinning head. What kind of sick joke is this? He reaches out to Chuyu, who's shaking like a leaf. Chuyu, but she drops like a sack of bricks. Out cold. Only one guy is left, grinding his teeth, fighting the pressure. Didn't think. Yang Xi. Was this twisted? Then, bam. He collapses too. Total wipeout. No one's left standing. Yang Xi orders his minions. Lists the last 18 who fell. Next day, at the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, his smooth voice echoes again. First off, congrats on surviving yesterday's hell. Standing at the summit of enlightenment, the eagle mask hides his expression. You're about to join the wildest experiment in human history. Everyone shuts up, hanging on his every word. You know the deal, awakening powers is usually random luck. Trash RNG. He raises a hand. But now, Yang Xi has the cheat code. Meditation law. We call it the Demon Hunter Meditation Law. Weichin suddenly pipes up, interrupting the monologue. So you're saying even a normie can get powers? Yang Xi shoots back instantly. Bingo. But we need data. To test efficiency, I'm splitting you up. 9 of you get a freebie, an F-ranked Demon Hunter seed injected straight in. The other 9? You start from 0. Grind your way up. Honestly, no clue if it'll even work. So, who's got the guts to try the meditation law? Step up. The crowd hesitates, looking nervous. Then Yang Xi flips the mind control switch. Like puppets, they move. Chuyu and Weichin lead the pack. I accept. For the future of mankind, I choose the grind. Yang Xi grins, pleased with his puppets, music to my ears. Now, sit down and start leveling up. As they meditate, he watches from the shadows. Chi. This adoption rate is trash. The meditation law is too niche right now. I need to pump those numbers up to make a real difference. He plots his next move. Looks like a trip to the occupied islands is mandatory. Maybe even the southern continent. Suddenly, massive monsters breach the water surface. Looks like trouble, just ordered delivery. Yang Xi points forward, taking command. Listen up, maggots. Follow my lead and crush them. Boom. Water explodes everywhere. A stone golem throws a haymaker at Liu Yuan, but my boy catches that fist like a boss. He locks in, flips the beast, and slams it into the ocean. You think you can punch me? Do I look like a pushover to you, Pebbles? Yang Shi watches the chaos, arms crossed. Not bad, but I need to snag myself a decent monster mount. Whack. Out of nowhere, a giant hairy hand slaps him out of the sky. You dare? A sneak attack. He splashes down, staring face to face with a titanic green crocodile. He smirks, realizing the potential. Oh yeah, you're the chosen one. Deep underwater, Anastasia is gliding through the currents with her wings. She's scouting the area, looking for something. She spots the giant croc snoozing away. Hands on hips, she scoffs. Trying to slack off down here? Little does she know, Yang Si is already hacking its brain. Yang Si is hype. Jackpot. I was looking for a pet, but an otherworlder delivered herself right to my doorstep. Heh. Luck stat maxed out. I'll turn her into my puppet first, then we hit the southern continent to steal some techniques. He activates Puppet Mastery. This busted skill can mess with SS rank targets and completely brainwash anyone under S rank. It grants 50 years of absolute loyalty. Plus, he can hijack the puppet's body for 9 hours a day. 3 puppet slots at SS rank tier 3, overpowered. As they say, even a forced outcome can taste sweet if you have the power. Anastasia stomps on the croc's head. Hey, why is this oversized lizard playing dead? You haven't even taken damage yet. Her eyes went wide, clutching her chest in shock. What is your problem? Why are you staring at me? But then boom, the puppet mastery ability kicked in. Her body convulsed violently, pupils shrinking to pinpricks. It wasn't just a stare. Yang Shi had hijacked Anasta's mind, standing in the void of her subconscious, surrounded by floating shards of memory. He began his hunt. Where is it? He scanned the fragments. I need the memory of the meditation law. After sifting through the mental noise, click. He touched a shard. Gotcha. But the second he made contact crack, the memory fragment shattered. A blue star seal ignited on Anasta's forehead. Yang Shi panicked. What the hell is this? A trap. He realized too late. The moment he touched the forbidden knowledge, a hidden curse triggered. To protect the meditation law, the failsafe completely incinerated the girl's original consciousness. Damn it. If he hadn't severed the connection instantly, his mind would have been fried too. Above ground, the mob cheered their hollow victory. We won. The monsters are gone. But deep below, Yang Sai wearing Anasta's skin was already on the move. Perched cross-legged on a massive sphere beast, he cruised forward. He sent a mental ping to his squad. Catch ya later, guys. I'm going solo for a bit. The 9th chain. Red Sun Island. Her small feet crunch over a path paved with skulls. So this is a conquered zone? Yang Si thought. Brutal. The despair was suffocating. The invaders didn't bother rebuilding. They just let the outskirts turn into a playground for monsters. Sure, they built a mercenary guild and a military court in the center. But let's be real, it's just a colony for the big shots on the new free continent. Yang Si's expression turned ice cold. Radiating dangerous energy, he strode toward the mercenary guild. A horned beauty with wild orange hair greeted him. Niu Mei. She flashed a charming smile. Lord Anasta, here to cash out your mission rewards. Yang Si frowned. Damn straight. After confirming the kill, Niu Mei handed over 10 glowing purple stones, 10 gamma rank magic crystals. Enjoy. Yang Si eyed the loot, calculating the power. Nice. That's about 100 units of dark energy. Problem is, I can't drain them yet. How do I even use these things? He pocketed the goods and bounced. No time to waste. Screw it. The Philosopher's Stone comes first. I can feel it calling. With a burst of speed, he launched into the sky. He touched down near a dark cave entrance. Hiss. A massive brown serpent blocked the path, eyes locked on him, tongue flickering. It sized him up like a snack. Yang Si didn't even flinch. He glared, unleashing his killing intent. Piss off. The beast sensed the aura of an apex predator and slithered away. Smart move. Yang Si nodded, his mind racing. If I crack the code on how the Odyssey faction controls these beasts, the war is basically over. He pushed deeper until he hit a reinforced iron gate. Just as I predicted, someone had been squatting here. Master Dai Pang. Why hide in a dump like this? Clang. He threw the door open. Instantly, a glowing maze glyph manifested in midair. Yang Shi blinked. Whoa, what's the gimmick? He watched closely. The floating glyph drifted toward the wall, aligning perfectly with the ancient carvings. Click. Perfect fit. The wall slid open to reveal a simple wooden box. Yang Si stepped closer, suspicion rising. Boom! Yang Si jumped out of his skin. A spectral figure towered over him like a titan. Master Dai Pang had entered the chat. The old ghost boomed. So, you found the hidden surprise in my card? Lucky brat. He squinted. Wait, are you from the Cecil clan? Don't tell me the Odyssey invaders breached the defense line. Did they steal my alchemy card? What a waste. I really thought the Blue Star humans had a fighting chance. Yang Si dropped his disguise, reverting to his true form. Relax, old man. I'm human. I found the card. The sage laughed. Ha ha ha. Slick transformation ability. What's your name, kid? Yang Si didn't miss a beat. He lied through his teeth. Liu Yuan. Somewhere else, the real Liu Yuan sneezed violently. All right, Liu Yuan, the master grinned. Before you grab the stone, let's have a chat. Yang Si twitched. Are you kidding me? You're a hologram. Since when do recordings need a therapy session? But he kept a poker face. Sure. What do you want to talk about? The master's eyes lit up. Tell me everything that's changed on the Blue Star. 1. Agonizing. Hour later. Yang Si was drained. Master, please. The stone, hold your horses. The old man cut him off. I'm getting to it. The Philosopher's Stone is the crystallized miracle of this dimension. My main body left a few tests. He gave a cheesy thumbs up and winked. But hey, I like your vibe. Prepare yourself to witness the ultimate miracle. The wooden box creaked open. Blinding light erupted, bathed in the holy glow. The master's voice turned serious. This stone is alive. It shifts, it teleports. It follows no laws of physics. A brilliant pink gem pulsed in the air. Yang Si held his breath. Slowly, he reached out to claim his destiny. Swish. His hand passed right through it like smoke. Well, the master urged. Stop stalling. Grab it. What the? He swiped again. Nothing. It was like grasping at a hologram. I can't touch it. Dai Pang leaned in, smirking. Look, but don't touch. Maybe the stone thinks you're ugly. Suddenly, Yang Si snapped his head back. Someone's coming. Old man, hide. The master crossed his arms in a dramatic X. Nope. He threw a spectral tantrum. I've been stuck in that box for ages. I am not going back in the dark. No way. Yang Si didn't argue. He slammed the wall mechanism shut. Hey, you ungrateful bra slam. Silence. A voice echoed from the entrance. Miss Anasta? What are you doing down here? At that moment, Yang Si shifted back into Anasta's form, shooting a sharp glare toward the noise. Ji walked down the corridor like he owned the place. This guy was the son of the city lord of Bright City on the new free continent. Seeing her, he frowned and asked, Lady Anasta, what's your deal hanging around here? Yang Zi stared him down, thinking, this dude is just another one of Anasta's stalkers, desperate to marry her just to get his hands on her noble bloodline. Anasta's eyes turned icy, her voice dripping with attitude. None of your business. Ji didn't like her cold vibe one bit, and his voice got all bossy and arrogant. Anasta, I've been way too nice to you. How long are you going to keep faking it? Suddenly, 2 goons stepped out from the shadows behind him. You think I came alone? Just be a good little breeding machine for me. Boom, he transformed, sprouting 2 horns and a long tail. Total creep. Anasta didn't flinch. She floated up and fired a withered arrow straight at him. Damn it. Ji opened his mouth and spat fire, using dragon flame to incinerate her attack. The fire spread like crazy, turning the floor into a massive pit of lava. Jie tried to cut a deal, keeping his cool. Think about it carefully, babe. If you surrender now, I promise I'll go easy on you. But he didn't expect Anasta to be this hardcore. She dove straight into the lava without hesitation. Her voice was rock solid as she fell. I'd rather die than let a scumbag like you win. Jie screamed in total shock. What the hell? Jie couldn't believe his eyes, equal parts angry and confused. Is her brain fried? Jumping in there is straight-up suicide. Jie dove into the lava after her, shouting, I have to save her. A moment later, only Yang Si came back up. He gritted his teeth and yelled at his 2 minions. That stupid girl burned to a crisp. Nothing left. Terrified of the young master's rage, the 2 lackeys quickly made excuses. She had a death wish, boss. Yeah, young master. We can find plenty of other fallen nobles on the new free continent to replace her. Little did these idiots know, the G standing there was actually Yang Si in disguise. He figured stealing G's identity was way smarter than running around as Anasta. He shrugged, acting like he couldn't care less. Whatever. Let's bounce. This was a total waste of time. But then, from deep in the hallway, a creepy laugh echoed, making him pause. Hey, hey, hey. Can't believe the Jie family heir failed to get the girl and forced her to off herself instead. Yang Si didn't flinch. Who are you, and what's it to you? A shadow replied casually, Me. I'm just your average mercenary passing through. Yang Zi scanned Jie's memories. This guy was the wanted criminal twin-blade assassin who lost an arm to Jie's dad. Talk about holding a grudge. The shadow stepped into the light, Twin Blade gripped a cold, sharp knife, his voice dripping with hate. I paid a heavy price for this arm. I swore I'd make you and your old man pay back double the pain I felt. Ma Qiao whispered frantically, "Young master," when the clan leader chased him, he was almost rank 3. He's definitely rank 3 by now. But Twin Blade vanished into thin air. A knife flew straight at Yangtze, but my boy dodged it like a pro. The assassin looked stunned at his speed. "You dodged that?" Yangtze just shoved his hands in his pockets and asked, "Do you even know who you're messing with?" One sentence, and the whole room felt heavy. Not good. Yang Shi sensed something weird and spun around. Ouyang appeared, looking smug. "Haha, this alchemy matrix still works." He winked at Yang Shi, who awkwardly coughed to cover it up. Cough, cough. The assassin hasn't noticed anything wrong. Perfect. A sage stone too? Now I definitely can't let you brats live. The bald goon and Ma Qiao stepped up to protect Jie. "Young master, I'll hold him off. You guys run back and tell the clan leader." Ma Qiao shouted, "Get the young master out of here. I'm not afraid to die. Sister-in-law is waiting for you." That line hit hard. Yangtze's face turned serious. Even the colonists of the Odyssey Plain had their own joys and sorrows. In this world, there was no good or evil, only the strong eating the weak. Ouyang was calculating silently. "This is bad. 2 rank 3 fighters versus 2 rank 2 fighters? We can't escape like this." He put his hands on his hips. "Humph. We need to make this fight messier. I need more chaos to charge the Matrix and make a big scene." Twin Blade bent down to grab the suitcase. "This sage stone is mine." But his hand phased right through the stone, like a ghost. He screamed, shocked and pissed. "What is this sorcery?" Yang Shi crossed his arms and smirked. "Guess you're not the chosen one, pal. That sage stone belongs to the Ji clan. Get him." The 2 minions roared and transformed, ready to throw down. Growl. Battle mode engaged. Twin Blade wasn't playing around, he instantly slashed the bald guy. But Ma Qiao held the line, worried but fighting. Ma Qiao grabbed Twin Blade in a lock. "Now, young master, use your dragon breath to turn him to ash." Seizing the perfect chance, Yang Sai didn't hesitate. He unleashed a massive blast of red-hot fire from his mouth. Whoosh. Damn it. The assassin felt the heat. He jumped away just before getting roasted, stabbing the bodyguard in the process. Suddenly, the ground started shaking violently. The sage stone was sucking in purple energy. Ouyang pointed a finger at the sky. Sky piercer. A beam of light shot through the mountain and into the clouds. It blasted a huge hole in the ceiling, revealing the blue sky. Ouyang looked up, satisfied. "Man, haven't seen a blue sky like that in ages." Ouyang grinned. "Come on. The more greedy humans, the better." Just then, a lightning bird screeched and flew in, crackling with electricity. As the bird flew past the people on the ground, 2 guys flying in the sky noticed the beam. "What the hell? What's that pink pillar of light? It's attracting so many terrifying monsters." The other guy shouted, "That much mana means treasure. Monsters can sniff out loot way better than us." The sage stone floated up, getting right in Yangtze's face. "Listen up, human brat. You better do exactly as I say, or else I'm leaking your secret identity to the whole world." Then, with a pop, he transformed back into his original rock form. Yang Shi looked at it skeptically. He knew that shady guy Ouyang was just a disguise for this ancient stone, definitely playing dirty tricks. So, the legendary sage stone was actually masquerading as an esper named Ouyang. It grumbled at him. "Hey human, be honest. Since when did you figure out who I really was?" Yang Shi didn't flinch. "I can work with you, old man. Just spill it." "What's the real plan here?" The stone smirked metaphorically. "It is simple. I need them to fight. The more people die, the happier I get." Yang Shi wasn't born yesterday. He figured out this scumbag rocks game immediately. He thought to himself, this cursed stone just wants to absorb the energy released from the clash. It is definitely planning a jailbreak amidst the chaos. But hey, that actually works perfectly for my own agenda. Just then, the bald lackey piped up nervously. "Young master, once Lord White Yang Shi gets here, that assassin Twin Blades is toast." Lord White Yang Shi is a near rank 4 powerhouse. Hearing that name, Twin Blades started shaking in his boots and backing up. "Humph, you got lucky today, punks. But as long as I'm breathing, I am coming back for your heads." Talk about a cliché villain line. He turned tail to run before things went south. "I am out of here." But he barely took 3 steps before the sage stone blasted him. Bam! The energy hit him so hard, he face-planted, hair standing up like he licked a power outlet. Ma Qiao was sweating bullets, seeing that. "Oh crap. Young master, should we go over there and stomp on him while he is down?" Yang Shi was confused. Why would the rock fry his own pawn? Wouldn't it make more sense to use him as a tool? He told the bodyguard, "Hold up. Something is fishy. Let's wait and see." Suddenly, The assassin got a massive power-up from the stone. He sprang up, dagger in hand. Whoa! Infinite healing ability? Ha ha ha. Yang Shi glared, but the stone just winked at him like a total troll. Twin Blades screamed like a maniac. I have got infinite healing now. I am invincible. Yang Shi, say your prayers because today is your funeral. Yang Shi wasn't having it. He grabbed his short knife from the wounded guard and launched it. Whoosh. He hurled that blade straight out of the massive crater. Bullseye. The knife tagged an electric bird mid-air. The bird let out a squawk that sounded suspiciously like a curse word, then flew right back to its master. Twin Blades. Twin Blades looked totally lost. He had zero clue what was happening. Instinctively, he looked up through the hole and saw something blue hurtling toward him. It was catching all the lightning from that bird. The guys below started whispering, Yo, can anyone actually survive that? No idea, man. Let's watch. Zap. The assassin took the voltage to the face and didn't even flinch. Sorry, not sorry. I am the king of the hill now. Suddenly, more people flew onto the scene. Leading the pack was the white Yangtze swordmaster himself. Humph. Isn't that my precious nephew, Yangtze? He roared, radiating a threatening aura. Which blind fool dares to bully my nephew? Yangtze decided to play the game and leverage the old man's reputation. Uncle White Yangtze, help. This Twin Blades creep was too scared to fight my dad, so he came after me instead. The old man gripped Yangtze's shoulder. Relax, kid. With your uncle here, nobody touches you. I won't let them harm a single hair. But the assassin wasn't impressed. Immortality gave him a massive ego. He pointed his blade at everyone, one by one. You, and yeah, you too. Come at me. I will take on 10 of you at once. He licked his blade like a psycho. Daddy is about to show you what a real powerhouse looks like. The crowd was fuming at his disrespect. Swordmaster White Yangtze drew his blade. Stand back, boys. I am going to turn this punk into snake food for my White Yangtze sword. He raised his blade high. Let's see how long you can keep running your mouth in front of my blade. The sword glowed and morphed into a massive white serpent. It loomed over the assassin, opening its maw to spew a cloud of toxic purple mist. Twin Blades started sweating buckets. Crap, that purple mist is a mind control toxin. Desperate to stay sane, he tried a crazy move. He stabbed his own thigh, hoping the pain would focus him. But it was useless. How? Why isn't the pain keeping me awake? The white Yangtze coiled around him, squeezing the life out of him. No more trash talk now. Meanwhile, the swordmaster noticed something. Hey nephew, is that pink pillar the legendary sage stone? Yangtze played it safe. I have no clue, uncle. But whatever treasure it is, it definitely belongs to the mighty white Yangtze swordmaster. The old man ate up the flattery and laughed. Ha ha ha, good kid. Don't worry. When I eat the meat, I will leave you a bowl of soup. Yangtze's sweat dropped. Thanks, uncle. Meanwhile, the sage stone was ticked off. This Twin Blades idiot is useless. He is tied up like a pretzel. I gave you infinite healing, and you didn't think to stab yourself a few more times to escape. Ugh, fine. If you want something done right, do it yourself. The stone found an angle and fired 2 beams of light straight into the assassin's eyeballs. Power surged through him. His eyes glowed. Die. With a scream, he shredded the giant snake from the inside out. Twin Blades laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Is that all you got? The swordmaster raised his weapon again. Lucky shot. But now I am going to show you the difference between us. Prepare for my ultimate move. He tossed his sword into the sky. White Yangtze Pagoda. Blinding white light exploded, raining down and turning into a swarm of countless serpents. A bald goon looked up in horror. Holy crap. The swordmaster's AoE attack is way too big. Watch where you are aiming, boss. The snakes slithered toward everyone, friend or foe. The crowd scrambled back in panic. The white Yangtze is everywhere. We are gonna die young. Suddenly, a massive blue whale manifested in the sky, screaming. It opened its mouth and fired a shockwave beam, vaporizing everything in its path. A gold beam tore through the crater, heading straight for the 2 bodyguards. They couldn't dodge in time. One of them just vanished into the light. Yang Shi and the bald bodyguard stared in shock. Ma Chao, damn it. Seeing his buddy get dusted, the bald guard transformed, screaming in rage. I'm gonna kill that beast. Yang Shi grabbed him. Stop, are you suicidal? I promise you, we will kill that blue whale and avenge him today. Hearing that, the guard froze and looked around. Wait, look, the bodies. They are vanishing. A golden alchemy matrix lit up beneath them. The dissolved bodies turned into pink particles. While the dead were gone, the survivors looked on with twisted excitement, finally absorbed enough of that raw energy. This stuff is like pure steroids for my core. Boom, just smashed through the barrier to tier 2. Yang Si read the room and realized this was bad news. Every death was just buffing the survivors. The Sage Stone had turned this place into a twisted goo jar for us to slaughter each other. The white Yang Si sword master slid up to Yang Si like a predator masking its intent. Come here, nephew. It's getting messy. He started spilling the dark secrets of this arena. When a warrior kicks the bucket, their energy boosts everyone else. That means the scrubs at Tier 1 and 2 are getting massive power spikes right now. But here is the kicker. For Tier 3 elites, that boost is barely a drop in the ocean. Meaning if we let the weaklings keep leveling up freely, the power gap between us and them shrinks to nothing. They chatted away, completely clueless that someone was lurking in the shadows, listening to every word. It was a gamble on who would kill who first. The Sage Stone absorbed their words and smirked. Ha! Now you cowards have no excuse not to massacre each other, right? His twisted little plan was working perfectly. Kill, kill, kill. In a flash, White Yang Si decapitated a horned guy with a single, brutal slash. The guy only had time to spit out one hateful word. You. Before hitting the dirt, stone cold dead at the feet of the White Yang Si sword master. Fresh blood dripped from the cold steel of his blade. The crowd in the distance saw the carnage and backed the hell up. No one wanted to be next. Screaming like cowards, they yelled, "Run for it." White Yang Si turned his gaze to Yang Si. Yang Si, stick with me. I promise I will get you out of this hellhole alive. He played the part of the obedient junior perfectly. Uncle White Yang Si knows best. Besides, you were just putting that guy out of his misery, right? I just begged you to kill that animal over there for me. The sword master was surprised. Damn, did not think my nephew Yang Si had the guts for this kind of violence. The G clan actually has a worthy heir. Suddenly, a scream tore through the air. Arg. The twin blade assassin mocked them. Are you guys brain dead? We need to wipe out the tier 1 and 2 trash right now to buff our stats. That is the only way we stand a chance against the big boss. Wait any longer and we will be too weak to even beg for death. He started sucking in energy immediately. The crowd lost it. Hurry up. Move your asses. They want to turn us into XP packs to boost their power, but a massive pink barrier slammed down, blocking the last exit. Panic turned to terror as they pounded on the energy wall, screaming their lungs out. Help me! Let me out of here! Empress, Spiny, and Lord Taro popped up, looking at the terrified sheep with pure disgust. Where do you think you are going? She launched her attack instantly. White Yang Si flashed forward, throwing up a shield. I knew you scumbags would try this. Don't worry, everyone. As long as I breathe, no innocent dies today. Lord Taro sneered at the heroic performance. Oh, please. If you were in our shoes right now, you would be slaughtering them even faster than us. Watching the chaos, Ao Yang, actually the Sage Stone in disguise, laughed his ass off. Bunch of morons doing my dirty work. The more dead, the better. Swiftly, the weak were wiped out and vanished. Lord Taro absorbed the lot. He roared with laughter. White Yang Si, this is survival of the fittest. Once I hit the tier 3 limit, we will see who is the real boss. White Yang Si floated up from the thick pink mist. He squinted, smirked, and whispered. Boom. He slashed the air, and a massive explosion rocked the entire arena. Purple smoke cleared slowly. Taro and Spiny managed to fly out of the blast zone, but they took some serious damage. Taro screamed, Are you out of your mind? What the hell was that? White Yang Si had blown his own arm off, but he looked chillingly calm. It is all part of the plan. The twin blade assassin saw an opening and lunged while the old man was distracted. Die! But White Yang Si was faster, skewering him through the chest. Blood trickled from the assassin's mouth, but he just cackled maniacally. Ha ha! Did you forget? I have infinite regeneration, old man. White Yang Si smiled cold. Oh, really? Suddenly, the assassin realized his flesh wasn't knitting back together. Panic set in. What the? Why am I not healing? In the next second, White Yang Xi's severed arm grew back instantly. Sorry, pal. Looks like the Sage Stone picked me. The truth was right there, but the assassin couldn't handle it. No, impossible. I am the chosen one. Shut up. White Yang Si booted him across the room with a thunderous kick. With the trash taken out, he turned to face Taro's gang alone. Even if our stats are equal, I have infinite health hacks. You can't win. Taro saw the disadvantage and barked an order. Grab the G clan kid. White Yang Si is tight with the GA clan leader. If we snag Yang Si, we have got a hostage. The goons swarmed Yang Si immediately, but instead of shaking in his boots, the kid just sighed. You guys are idiots. I am done playing the weakling. Mask off. He spread his arms wide, and in a blinding flash, Yang Si morphed into the legendary Qinglan Wood Flame Dragon. The goons froze in terror. Lord Taro stammered. That is tier 3 power. The dragon form Yang Si immediately chomped down on a bald thug. Then he clawed the second guy into paste and whipped the ginger-haired punk into mist with his tail. He glanced at a shivering girl and decided she wasn't worth the effort. Yang Shi looked up and groaned. Even trash mobs are hitting tier 3 now. How is a noble bloodline like mine stuck at a measly tier 2? The dead goons turned into pink energy dust. He turned to the sword master. Uncle White Yang Shi, let's team up. We can wipe out these 5 clowns easily. The old man frowned, his mind racing. If the kid can insta-kill 3 freshly ascended tier 3s, he definitely has the firepower to end this. But he wondered, does the kid not know? Killing tier 3 fighters is the fastest way for me to level up, unless he wants to farm them for XP too. Realization hit, and White Yang Shi burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you got a deal, my favorite nephew. Together, we will slaughter the lot of them. Behind the wall, the Sage Stone watched the carnage unfold, totally entertained. This kid Yang Shi is actually kinda interesting. He didn't just fight, he straight up deleted 3 tier 3 experts in a blink. But then, that sneak lord Taro made his move, shooting out these nasty purple threads. He targeted Spiny, wrapping her up tight. She panicked, screaming, "You backstabbing snake. What the hell are you doing?" But it was too late. He squeezed, snapping her neck like a twig. Boom! The corpses detonated, turning into pure experience points for Taro. Even the White Yang Shi swordmaster was shook, thinking, damn, Taro, you're even more twisted than I am. White Yang Shi turned to the main character, desperate. Yang Shi, we gotta take down Taro first. Yang Shi nodded, playing it cool. You got it. Uncle White Yang Shi. Yang Shi studied the guy. Taro was ruthless, a total psycho with ambition to match. Letting a monster like that level up? Yeah, that's a recipe for getting murdered later. The natives on Redbone Island were losing ground, but now, they had 5 peak tier 3 powerhouses ready to rumble. Suddenly, Taro flipped the script. Hey, White Yang Shi, it's 3 versus 3 right now. Why don't we team up and squash those bug-eyed beasts first? Yang Shi had to give him props. Taro was a genius scumbag, thick-skinned, cruel, and smart. You don't survive this long in a dog-eat-dog world on luck alone. White Yang Shi frowned, yelling, "Kid, don't listen to his garbage. Kill him." But Taro ignored the drama and launched himself at the Lado whale. Think fast, idiots. I don't have all day, Taro shouted. The whale saw him coming and blasted a beam of blue light. It was on. Suddenly, the pressure changed. White Yang Shi froze. Tier 4. A Tier 4 monster is here. Taro whipped his head around, completely ignoring the whale trying to kill him. A blinding light ripped through the sky, stopping right at the pink barrier. A bald guy stepped out, draped in a terrifying blue aura. The Light Devourer Saint, Taro and White Yang Shi screamed in terror. A Tier 4 legend from the Alfonso family. They hit the dirt, bowing like terrified servants. Greetings, Your Excellency. The saint stared at the barrier, muttering. Dai Meng didn't lie. The Sage Stone is actually in this backwater dimension. He threw his head back, laughing like a maniac while tears streamed down his face. Haha, I'm finally going to bring you back. My sweet daughter. He wiped his eyes, his expression turning cold. Dai Meng liked this world, but to save my girl, I'll burn this entire dimension to ash if I have to. He reached for the barrier. Inside, the Sage Stone sniffed the air. Hold up. Why does this guy reek of that disgusting Dai Meng? Then it clicked. Oh, I get it. His law of origin comes from the same source as Dai Meng's power. Compatible laws meant the seal Dai Meng built would be easier to crack. The stone watched the saint push energy into the barrier and grinned. A nasty, evil grin. Hee hee. Looks like luck is on my side. If I can force that baldy to go all out, I might just slip through the cracks of the seal. Moments later, the Light Devourer Saint walked right through the barrier. Yang Shi felt a chill down his spine.
So, this
Is the power of a Tier 4. Nobody else could scratch that wall, but he just strolled in. Suddenly, the Sage Stone's voice boomed out, shocking everyone. Listen up, maggots. I'll heal you 3 times. Kill that Tier 4 intruder, or I'm taking back all the power I gave you. The saints stared them down, silent as the grave. White Yang Shi broke the tension. Lord Saint, if you want the stone. He jumped up, pointing his blade. You gotta get past my sword first. The saint floated up, looking at him like he was a bug. You? Stop me. Don't make me laugh. He glanced down. And you trash? Same deal. Yang Shi looked up, grit his teeth. Whatever. I still got an ace up my sleeve. Might as well see what a Tier 4 is really made of. Yang Shi flew up next to the old man. Uncle White Yang Shi, let's bet our lives on this one. Lord Taro summoned a purple orb, grinning like a demon. Count me in. I've been dying to see how strong a saint really is. The saint smirked. Cute. All right, I'll play with you kids. Consider this a warm-up. White Yang Shi gripped his sword, shaking with adrenaline. His aura exploded, manifesting a giant white serpent. The saint sneered. You don't even understand your own power, yet you dare challenge me. He conjured a tiny white sphere. Honestly, your technique is so sloppy it's actually offending me. Flick. The ball shot out, flying straight into the gaping maw of the white serpent. The stupid beast swallowed it whole. The saint whispered one word, perish. Boom. The serpent disintegrated into atoms. White Yang Shi screamed as his arm vanished into thin air. Impossible. How? He tried to regenerate, grinding his teeth. Damn it. But the saint was already locking onto the next victim. Another sphere ripped through the air, blowing Lord Taro's legs clean off. Argar, Taro shrieked in terror. I screwed up. I never should have fought a tier 4. Meanwhile, Yang Si was flying for his life. Crap. What the hell is that light sphere? The pressure is crushing me. The light grazed him, erasing his tail instantly. Watching from below, the Sage Stone muttered. Just a hint of purification law wiped them out. Looks like I need a real tier 4 to push this guy. Only a clash of laws can crack the seal. Up above, White Yang Zi was losing it. Yang Si scales started erupting all over his skin. I don't accept this, he roared, morphing into a snake-human hybrid. Hissing, he unleashed a blinding light. Purple Peak Curse. The saint raised an eyebrow. Oh? You didn't get erased? Interesting. The Sage Stone's eyes lit up. Wait, that idiot is evolving. After firing, White Yang Shi froze. Here it comes. He raised his hand, feeling a massive surge of power tearing through him. This power, it's intoxicating. The white light around him twisted, morphing into massive, writhing serpents. The Sage Stone was hyped. Yes, stronger. Break that seal for me. But the saint's face finally dropped. Not good. He's breaking through. Yang Si, tail gone, reverted to human form. He watched closely, heart pounding. White Yang Shi is leveling up. I can feel the shockwaves from here. The laws of the universe held a secret power, the ability to peel away dragon scales. This got him thinking. What the heck was his Tao supposed to be? He started brainstorming like crazy breakdown, fusion, or just raw energy. Saint Light Devourer didn't have time for philosophy. He summoned arrows of pure light to surround him, screaming like a maniac. The sage's stone is mine. I'm bringing my daughter back to life. Sorry, not sorry to the future generations. You guys just have bad luck. The sage's stone looked totally done with this drama. Damn it, just a little more effort. That weird phenomenon earlier almost cracked the seal. I'm so close. Suddenly, the stone realized what the guy was up to and grinned like a total creep. Heh. That Sneak Light Devourer wants to play dirty? Keep dreaming, buddy. I won't let you get what you want. From above, Light Devourer launched a weapon straight at the White Yang Si Swordmaster. But before those light arrows could hit the target, they slammed into obstacle after obstacle. A pink barrier appeared, layer upon layer of defense blocking the path. The sage's stone laughed like he won the lottery. Ha ha. My barrier ate up 70 to 80% of your power. This last shield is going to stop you cold. Like Devourer sneered. A rock is just a rock. You're so naive. His weapon smashed through the final barrier like a storm, completely undamaged. It pierced right through the White Yang Si Swordmaster. Arg! It hurts. I'm going to die from the pain. Trembling, he raised a hand high, stuttering through the agony. I see my Tao! He frowned, screaming as the realization hit him. So that's how it works. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from nowhere. It was like a holy fire burning up the very fabric of space. Time seemed to fly by. When the smoke finally cleared, White Yang Si's silhouette stood there. His whole body was glowing softly. He actually advanced to a tier 4 powerhouse. Light Devourer saw this and grit his teeth in regret. I was too slow. I actually let you level up. White Yang Si nodded. Yup. Without your humiliation and pressure, I never would have broken through the bottleneck to tier 4. He rubbed his chin, mumbling darkly. Now, how should I pay you back? You made me hurt, so I'll return that pain double. Then he glanced away. But first, I got some trash to take out. Lord Taro, currently missing his legs, saw that look and panicked big time. He tried to scoot away, unaware of the giant maw opening behind him. Crap. White Yang Shi is targeting me. Prey delivered to the door, the White Yang Si wasn't going to say no to a free meal. He turned to Yang Si, speaking softly. Watch closely, my dear nephew. Once I crush Saint Light Devourer, you're getting a piece of this sage's stone too. Yang Si just smirked with total confidence. No rush. Feel that? We've got 2 uninvited guests incoming. White Yang Shi whipped around, worried. 2 massive power signatures were closing in fast. Crashing the party were Commander Deep Blue and number 3, the Wind God, Ouyang. Ouyang smiled. It really is the sage's stone. Seeing that exquisite pink gem, he was very satisfied. With that stone, I can finally become a noble Viscount. Light Devourer quickly pulled out thousands of purple spirit stones. I know you guys are here for the Sage's stone, but this belongs to my Alfonso family. How about this? Give me the Sage's stone, and you keep all this loot. Deal? Commander Deep Blue just laughed in his face at the desperate bribe. Don't make me laugh. The Alfonso family is supposed to be a big deal in Dimension C, and you're stealing treasures from the local dimension. Light Devourer scowled, pissed off. Does the great Alfonso family need permission from insects like you? Yang cut in, tired of the chat. Why are you two talking so much? The Sage's stone definitely belongs to humanity on the Qinglan planet. Meanwhile, the stone looked up, annoyed. These 4 Tier 4 dudes are just yapping. Why aren't they fighting yet? The stone flew up and instigated from behind. Hey, human kid. That guy is from Dimension C. He's gonna wreck your planet. Why haven't you attacked him yet? Yang listened and thought. He has a point. He made up his mind. Time to use my clear wind art to wipe out this potential disaster. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, flying straight at the White Yangtze Swordmaster. Caught off guard, White Yangtze exploded, losing his entire upper body in one hit. Light Devourer couldn't help but gasp. Oh. He immediately fired off a powerful defensive light beam. Holy Light Shield. This move actually helped restore the damage. White Yangtze was shocked. They canceled out. These two energies actually neutralized. He clasped his hands, looking up gratefully. Brother Light, let's call it even. I owe you one. But turning his back on the enemy, that was a fatal mistake. A beam of light pierced him from nowhere. Gah. Commander Deep Blue struck from the shadows. A critical hit that sent White Yangtze crashing to the ground. Yangtze couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? White Yangtze, in agony, used his last breath to warn him. Run. Get out of here. The scene twisted Yangtze's gut. Damn it. We were only uncle and nephew for half a day. I swear, I'll kill Commander Deep Blue and avenge you. The Sage's stone saw its plan work perfectly and laughed maniacally, vibrating like crazy. Wah-ha-ha. Pink light flooded the area as it cackled. Suddenly, a light shined on Yangtze's forehead. He froze. Wait, this reaction. Dai Meng's handwritten letter is glowing. The Sage's stone shot out of its box joyfully. Finally, I'm free from these chains. Instantly, Light Devourer, Deep Blue, and Ouyang all scrambled to catch it. It's mine. Whoever grabs it keeps it. This belongs to the Qinglan planet. Don't force me to hurt you. While they were busy screaming at each other, a voice cut through the noise. Gentlemen, hey. The Judgment Organization will be taking that stone. Yangtze's pig avatar stepped out of the shadows. Holding Dai Meng's letter, he shouted, Sage's stone, get over here. It was like a magnet. The stone was dragged helplessly toward the letter. It screamed, damn you, Dai Meng. You set me up. Yangtze immediately tied it up tight so it couldn't wander off. But then, the 3 powerhouses landed, surrounding him instantly. Light Devourer looked murderous. Who are you? Hand over the stone if you want to live. Commander Deep Blue squinted. A Zodiac member of the Judgment Organization, Ouyang just smiled smoothly. I have a partnership with Judgment. If you agree to share the Sage's stone with me, I'll get you out of here safely. How about it? Yangtze shook his head. Sorry, Lord Wind God. No can do. This stone is way too useful for our organization. Ouyang frowned, his voice dropping an octave. What does Judgment need the stone for anyway? Yangtze sighed, ready to explain. Yo, Lord Wind God, you know the score, right? We're out here hunting the Sage Stone to resurrect the Dragon God. You think this is just some trash rock? Commander Deep Blue dropped some knowledge. This isn't just a stone. It's a dimensional miracle capable of cheating death itself. Guangxi lost his cool, patience hitting 0. Cut the chatter. Hand over the Sage Stone right now if you want to keep breathing. Or I'll wipe your entire pathetic organization off the map. But Deep Blue just smirked, looking like a total schemer. My Deep Blue clan agreed to help the Alfonso family. Besides, we've got major beef with the Judgment Organization. Taking out one of their Zodiacs, that's just a bonus prize. Ouyang stepped up from the shadows. Yangtze was about to fake a friendly shoulder tap, but stopped. This stone belongs to humanity. You really think you can just snatch it? Yangtze swerved, dodging the old man's hand. Appreciate the backup, Lord Wind God, but these 2 Tier 4 scrubs, they can't touch me. He sounded way too confident. The old man was shook. 2 Tier 4 scrubs. Seeing Yangtze's rebellious streak, he just stepped aside and gestured. Be my guest. If you got a master plan, kid, I won't get in your way. Do your thing. Guangxi and Commander Deep Blue locked eyes. It was go time. Yangtze rolled his eyes at the standoff. If you guys don't move, I'm out of here. Boom. Guangxi unleashed a wave of thick, dark purple energy. It hit Yangtze with blinding speed, but 0 damage. He summoned a massive black cube behind him, grinning like a maniac. Not bad for a so-called ultimate art. Too bad it can't even scratch me. He turned to teleport, throwing one last taunt over his shoulder. The Judgment Organization welcomes your visit, and just like that, he vanished into thin air. Ouyang stared at the empty spot. Is that kid dead or what? Deep Blue was just as stumped. Are all Zodiacs this crazy, or is it just this Yang Zi guy? Yang Zi was actually standing right behind them, invisible, shaking with laughter. Don't laugh. Hold it in. Scene change, Commander B-05's mansion. Yang Shi's clone stepped out of the cube and collapsed, got the Sage Stone safely into the Void Dimension. The real Yang Shi started calculating. After all that chaos and all those dead masters, the prize is finally mine. He was practically glowing with greed. Time to squeeze every drop of value out of this rock. Meanwhile, Ouyang saw no reason to stick around. If the Judgment Organization has the stone, I'm out. He flew off, but Guangxi refused to let go. That stone is the only way to save my daughter. I will never give up. Commander Deep Blue smirked. Hey, if you want to raid the West Sea and mess with Judgment, I'm down to help. Guangxi ignored him, turning away. Pass. I hate Judgment, but you Qinglan planet bugs are even more annoying to look at. With a flash of light, he vanished. Deep Blue scoffed, shaking his head. Short-sighted fool. Suddenly, Deep Blue whipped his head around, staring right at Yang Sai. Yang Si's heart stopped. Did he spot me? But the commander just closed his eyes and smirked. Kid, clean up your elder's corpse properly. A Tier 4 master deserves a little respect at the end. He looked at the sky, getting all philosophical. Countless dimensions, yet only a handful ever master the laws and reach Tier 4. Then, swoosh, he was gone. Time passed. We cut to the Mystic Void Hall, where sunlight hit the ancient roof tiles. Yang Si sat on his throne, glaring. Hey, old rock, quit playing dead and answer me. The Sage Stone sat there, totally silent. Yang Si smirked. Oh, playing hard to get? The magical bindings tightened, crushing the stone. It screamed. Ah, stop, uncle. I yield. Loosen up, you're killing me. The stone projected an avatar, looking miserable. Most of my energy went to healing you guys. I only converted a tiny bit into origin power. Yang Si frowned, confused. What the heck is origin power? The stone panted, totally drained. Let me catch my breath first. Once it recovered, the Sage Stone dropped some lore. I'm a miracle stone because I absorb energy and turn it into origin power. Basically, origin power can grant your deepest desires to a limit. The stone whispered temptingly. Kid, reviving someone costs 13 units. It grants god-tier magic talent. I'll give you 13 units for your wish if you let me go. Deal? Yang Zi rubbed his chin. Deal. Listen up, rock. I've got a small wish. The stone stood proud. Lay it on me. Whether it's talent or wisdom, I got you. Yang Shi's face went dead serious. I want to be the strongest existence across all dimensions. The stone froze. You call that small? Yang Shi shrugged. Can't do it. Fine. Then make it so no one from other dimensions can ever enter the Qinglan planet. The stone turned gray. It was easier to just stay silent. No, world peace then. Make Qinglan planet the strongest realm. Hello. Yang Shi to rock. Yang Shi Sihid. Okay. I was just messing with you. But listen, if you screw this next part up, I will grind you into dust and drink you as tea. Later, he took the stone to Yang Feifei. Turn my sister back into a normal human. The stone gave a thumbs up. Wish granted. A red light engulfed her. She screamed, Brother. Yang Si smiled gently. Don't worry. You're just going back to being normal. Power lifted her into the air. Yang Si acted cool, but inside, he was panicking. Please, no mistakes this time. The light faded, and Yang Feifei landed softly. She was back. Blonde hair, green eyes, the transformation was complete. Suddenly, her knees buckled, and she collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Yang Shi rushed forward, catching her in a panic, shouting, What happened? What's wrong with her? The Sage Stone let out a smug chuckle. Chill out, kid. It's just fatigue. Eliminating the deep blue root took a toll on her energy. She'll be fine after a nap. Hearing this, the tension left his shoulders, and he gazed at her with a gentle smile. Feifei, my original wish when I entered the Esper world. It's finally come true. He tucked her into bed, but his expression darkened. The road ahead was still treacherous. The Deep Blue Clan and the Constructors. As long as they existed, humanity would never know peace. The stone frowned, reminding him of their deal. Hey, brat. I used 1/3 of my power to make your sister human again. Isn't it time to let me go? Yang Shi spun around, eyebrows raised in mock skepticism. Did you really use a whole third of your source essence? The stone crossed its arms, offended. I'm different from you lying humans. We stones have integrity. That deep blue root was stubborn. It took my miraculous source essence to purge it. Suddenly, the stone's eyes went wide. Something felt wrong. Yang Zai's hand tightened around its main body, squeezing with terrifying force. Glaring at the sage stone, Yang Xi shouted, "Time for me to comprehend a life-bound ability. Law of scale, stripping, activate." He threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Just as I calculated, you can't resist my will. As the stone's spirit was forcibly dragged back, it screamed in betrayal. You scumbag. You're just like Damon. A greedy pack of dogs. Instantly, Yang Xi's mind drifted into a cosmic void filled with floating stars. Energy from the stone swirled around him like a galaxy. He extended his hand, commanding the universe. Decomposition law. Fusion law. Energy law. The lights obeyed his will. He muttered in awe, "I can feel it. With the support of the source essence, my comprehension of these three paths is jumping from 0 to 5%. Just mastering one path would make me a Tier 4 powerhouse." But he wasn't satisfied. He scowled. "This isn't enough. This isn't what I want," he roared, forcing his body to absorb the energy at breakneck speed. Arg! The sage stone turned translucent, its color fading. Yang Shi unleashed a wave of pink energy and grinned triumphantly. "I got it. I finally understood it. The true path of scale stripping is the law of control." A blinding light flashed, and overwhelmed by the mental strain, he blacked out. Some time later, Fei was sitting by the bed, watching over him. Yang Shi groaned, his eyes fluttering open. She gasped, "Big brother." He sat up, clutching his throbbing head. "Fei, why are you here? Did mom finish making dinner?" Tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, we aren't home." Hearing that, the light in his eyes dimmed. Right. He wasn't the lazy shut-in who slept until dinner anymore. He was the leader of the Judgment Organization. The Tier 4 powerhouse, Yang Xi. He smiled, patting her head. "Silly girl, why are you crying?" "I just dozed off. How do you feel?" "How is it being normal again?" Fei giggled mischievously. "I feel like now that I'm normal, my beauty stat dropped a few points." He flicked her forehead. "You ungrateful little brat. Do you know the item used to turn you human is a treasure that even Tier 4 legends would kill for?" Her eyes went round as saucers. "Does that mean you're a Tier 4 legend now too?" He turned away, coughing awkwardly. "Ahem. Well, technically speaking, not exactly. Scale stripping doesn't have an ability seed. I have to cultivate it to Tier 4 manually." She frowned, confused. "What's the difference between Tier 4 and the lower tiers?" Seeing her interest, he explained, "Think of abilities like computer software. Tier 1. To Tier 3 users just know how to use the software. But a Tier 4 user, they start learning how to code and rewrite the program itself." Yang Zi explained intensely. "Developing moves is like using your understanding of the laws to create a game hack. A Tier 3 player just follows the rules to cast skills. Obviously, they can't beat a Tier 4 hacker." Fei nodded, grinning. "Put it that way, and I totally get it." She pointed to the floor. "Brother, look." That stone turned clear. He turned, sweating nervously, looking at the lifeless sage stone. It spoke in a weak, dying voice. "Yang Zai, you bastard. I have serious business to discuss with you." After Fei left the room, Yang Xi crossed his arms, staring down at the stone. "It's just us now. Spit it out. What is it?" The stone manifested its spirit form, screaming in rage. "Ouch, Yang Xi. You total piece of trash. You sucked me completely dry. Not a drop left. I'll bite you to death." Yang Xi poked its forehead, unfazed. "Listen, old man. If you don't want to disappear, let your consciousness follow the trail to my cloud apex dimension. As long as I live, you won't die." A light flashed from his fingertip. It sucked the stone's consciousness into his mental space. The physical stone floated up, cracked, and then disintegrated into dust, blowing away in the wind. The legendary sage stone was no more. A moment later, Yang Xi projected the old man's spirit. "All right, old-timer. Since I drained your source essence, I'll compensate you with a life of freedom." The old man looked around the empty void. What kind of compensation is this?" Yang Xi pointed to 4 golden pillars behind him. "You can choose one of the seats. Qing Land Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, or Keelan. I'll figure out a way to craft you a physical body so you can adventure across the dimensions." The old man couldn't believe his ears, his voice trembling. "What? Is that true?" Yang Xi tilted his head, smiling confidently. "I am speaking to you now as the leader of Judgment. I don't joke." The old man stammered, frowning. "Leader of Judgment?" The image of the boy suddenly grew massive, radiating majesty and mystery. Seeing this, the old man rubbed his chin in deep thought. This kid is cunning, ruthless, and has endless tricks up his sleeve. His future is blindingly bright. Sticking with him is all profit, no loss. He turned his back, dropping the act of the grieving victim, letting go of past grudges. From now on, the sage stone is gone. He pointed decisively. I choose to become the black tortoise of the north. Yang Zi clasped his hands and bowed slightly. Congratulations on your ascension, Black Tortoise. Instantly, the old man transformed into a complete body, wearing a mask to hide his identity. He couldn't hold back a happy laugh. Ha ha ha. I'm off then. Yang Zi watched him vanish, letting out a long breath. Finally, now I can get to the real work. He arrived at the dimension where the corpse of the White Yang Zi sword master lay. He knelt beside the body on one knee. White Yang Zi sword master. I'm taking your body for scientific research. You won't mind, right? Chatting up a corpse like it's just another Tuesday. Bro, this is totally for the greater good of humanity. Oh, wait, forgot you're an Odyssey goon. But hey, I trust your noble spirit. You definitely agree to this. He paused for dramatic effect. Silence. Huh? I'll take that as an enthusiastic yes then. Time to rip the loot. Activate skill. Scale peeling. Whoa. It condensed into a gray orb with a gene sequence pulsing inside. Is this a Tier 4 ability seed? The energy is off the charts. Suddenly, the orb split in two. Could this be the law of profundity that White Yang Zi mastered? A Tier 4 skill can even separate laws? That is insane. Looking closer, it definitely resembles a DNA sequence. Let's dub it the chain of profundity. Time to absorb this bad boy. Just a sip. Gah. The pain is excruciating. Natural enlightenment usually flows like a river, but jamming a chain of profundity directly into my brain, it's like forcing a square peg into a round hole. Yang Shi clutched his chest, gasping. Creating a Tier 4 powerhouse isn't a walk in the park. Round 2. Let's try a different angle. Maybe I can break it down first. Snap. It shattered into fragments instantly. What the? It didn't turn into energy. It became law fragments. Jackpot. He absorbed the shards into his body. Suddenly, a strange current surged through him. The energy danced through the colored orbs in his core, touching the infinite rules of the world. The feeling was pure ecstasy. He grabbed the Void World ability seed next. His brow furrowed. Thinking back, I used the Yang Zi identity to flex on the Light Saint earlier. I need to legitimize that bluff. This identity needs to be Tier 4. The seed activated, erupting with light. Arching energy crackled like lightning. I've grasped the void profundity. Epiphany struck. His eyes went wide. Wait, I can remodel the void world now. Yang Zi stared at the glowing seed. Time to test the limits of this dimension. Whoosh. He stepped into the void. I can feel the raw power here. Suddenly, the pressure spiked. The dimension itself is trying to tear me apart. It's devouring my life force like a starving beast. No wonder nothing survives in the void. He floated, exhaling sharply. Without the void profundity shield, I'd be dead meat in seconds. He paused, scanning the emptiness. It's way too boring in here. Missing the vibe. Time for some renovation. Telekinesis, activate. Dust settled. Finally finished. A fortress floating in the abyss. He kicked back on the lawn. The ultimate safe house. But then, he sighed. Only I can survive here thanks to the profundity. Anyone else can't even breathe. It's kinda lonely. Wait a minute. A light bulb went off. I can banish enemies into this hellhole. Now that is a god-tier finishing move. A wicked grin spread across his face. Time to find a test subject. Meanwhile, in the chaotic seas, a desolate rocky island. A Tier beast, the North Sea Wave toad, croaked thunderously. Venom shot into the sky, straight towards Star Lord Pei Ning. She blocked it with a shield just in time, but she was running on fumes, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. This beast is a tank. If this drags on, I'm toast. No more thinking. She launched herself forward. I need to end this now. Bam. Her strike connected hard. Croak. But the beast snapped its massive tongue out like a whip. It coiled around her instantly. She struggled, but the grip was iron. Damn it. It dragged her underwater, spinning her like a rag doll. Her vision blurred. Is this the end? The pressure crushed her ribs. She accepted her fate. I just hope someone cool finds my mask. Suddenly, a rumble from the heavens. A pitch-black void vortex tore open the sky. Yang Zi stepped out, transformed into his persona. You did great, kid. I'll take it from here. Her eyes widened. Lord Boar. He casually snapped his fingers. A mini void vortex sliced right through the beast's tongue. The toad shrieked in agony. Pei Ning plummeted towards the water. She reached out desperately. Lord, catch me. Swoosh. He caught her just in time. She looked up, cheeks burning red. Thank you. Lord Boar. He flew her to the shore and set her down. Lord Boar. Aye. Yang Shi cut her off with a nod. All right, enough. Put your mask on and scramble before anyone sees us. You don't want the Four Seas knowing who you really are, do you? His words hit her like cold water. Right. I'm leaving immediately. She took to the skies. Until we meet again, Lord Boar. Yang Xi floated over the lake. The toad was fuming. Something's off, he thought. This wave toad is way more aggressive than the others on the defense line. It wants blood. Almost like it's being mind-controlled. The beast inhaled and fired another venom blast. Yang Xi smirked. He twirled his hand. A void vortex swallowed the poison instantly. Portal opened right behind the beast. Return to sender. Splat. The toad looked confused. Oh, still standing? Yang Xi realized the poison did nothing. I've tested the basic skills. Time for the main event. The toad leaped, jaws wide open. Yang Xi sighed. If you have a death wish, who am I to stop you? Whoosh. The beast vanished into the void world instantly. Some time later, inside the dimension, the toad thrashed, gasping, choking, suffocating. Yang Xi sat on his lawn chair, sipping a drink like he was at the movies. The beast finally stopped moving, crushed by the environment. Yang Xi checked his watch. 3 minutes flat. Void world 1. Tier beast 0. 3 minutes. Done. He stood up and cracked his neck with a sigh. Ugh, flying solo is totally lame. Time to upgrade this shrine. Gotta make it look sick so people actually want to visit. Wait, hold up. A jolt of realization hit him. Crap, he almost forgot the main quest. Finally, the promise he made popped back into his head. He promised Black Tortoise a physical body, so no time to slack off. While he was chilling, the sun had already dipped. Night mode activated. Yi Fan stepped out, scanning the area like a lost puppy. Finally, he spotted Yang Shi waiting for him. He bowed low, showing respect to the boss. Yang Shi flashed a grin. Settling into the Four Seas life yet? Yi Fan scratched his head, all awkward. Yeah, we're good. Huan Jiu and I are staying put. The boss nodded in approval. Cool, I get the picture. Now, where's your girl? I need to borrow her for a sec. Yi Fan's face went blank. Say what? Sweat started dripping down his forehead. Yang Shi waved his hands frantically. Whoa, not like that, you perp. I just need her ability factor. He coughed, trying to clear the awkward air. Chill out, bro. It won't hurt her at all, I swear. Yi Fan finally relaxed and bowed. All right then, I'll go grab her. Moments later, Huan Ju skipped over. Yi Fan, you need me? Then she spotted the stranger. Who's the new guy? Yang Xi stepped up with a charming smile. Hey there, I'm Yi Fan's boss. Nice to meet ya. Her eyes went wide. Boss? Wait, is he the legendary guild master? Yi Fan shook his head. Nope, can't talk about that yet. Yang Xi chuckled, giving him the green light. It's fine, spill it. But let's move somewhere quieter first. He breezed past her, dropping a truth bomb. Since you're Yi Fan's ride or die, you deserve to know the real secrets about him. Curiosity sparked in her eyes. Yi Fan's secret. Suddenly, they were in a pitch-black dimension. Huan Ju stood there, hands on hips, ready for answers. The void realm felt alive now. She leaned in. So, what's the tea? Yi Fan looked guilty as hell. Sorry, Huan. I've been hiding something huge from you. Before he could finish, her imagination went wild. No way. Don't tell me my Yi Fan is actually... She looked between the two guys, eyes sparkling. I get it. You two are totally a couple. Yi Fan's face crumpled. Did this girl seriously just go there? A booming voice interrupted her fan fiction. Welcome to the Void Realm. Yang Xi revealed his true form, leaving her shook. Why you? You're Lord Yang Xi? He smirked and dropped the mic for Yi Fan. The secret is, Yi Fan is actually one of us. An adjudicator. She spun around to face her boyfriend. Babe, you're in the adjudicators? Yi Fan nodded, defeated. Yeah, sorry, Huan. I shouldn't have kept it a secret. Instead of getting mad, her eyes lit up like lasers. That is, so freaking cool. Why didn't you tell me? I'm a massive fangirl of the adjudicators. Yang Xi, looking weird in his disguise, cut in. Actually, we need a favor from you today. She blinked. Oh, what's up? He explained the deal. Your power is top tier. The organization needs to borrow a sample of your ability factor for research. We aren't cheapskates, though. In exchange, you get an upgrade potion. It's strong enough to boost you straight to S rank. Huan Ju's face went deadly serious. She shook her head. Hard pass. Yang Xi blinked. Wait, why? Is S rank not good enough? He frowned internally. If Yi Fan's girl is just a greedy gold digger, this is going to get awkward fast. He braced himself for a crazy demand, but Huan Ju surprised him with a fiery look in her eyes. Big boss Yang, I don't want the potion. I want to join the adjudicators. She grabbed Ye Fan's arm, making him blush. I want to go on missions with my Ye Fan. Yang Si watched the lovey-dovey aura explode around them. Get a room. He shifted back to his true form. Finally kicked out the couple, spreading dog food everywhere. Now, time to test drive this new power. He started manifesting random household items. Her ability is creation. If you know the molecular structure, you can make it real. Suddenly, a blurry book materialized in the air. The cover became clear, and Yang Si panicked. Crap, wrong folder. He hid it instantly, blushing. He refocused and tried to make a gun, but it fell apart. He rubbed his chin. Seems like the more complex and deadly the item, the harder it is to print. Guess I gotta overclock it to level 3. He channeled all his energy and shouted, let's see if I can pull this off. A massive black mass started swirling. It was basically a magical 3D printer. The detail depended entirely on his energy control. The dark energy solidified, molding into the shape of a grown man. Yang Si looked at his masterpiece. Not bad at all. This build definitely suits Black Tortoise's vibe. He tapped a glowing green button on the construct's forehead. Time to sync the spiritual signature so Black Tortoise can download his soul into this shell. Yang Si grinned, looking like a mad scientist. Everything was set. Outside, the sun bathed the golden palace in light. 2 figures stood ready for the moment of truth. Black Tortoise stepped up. All right, let's take this ride for a spin. Yang Si nodded. Do it. The spirit rushed toward the artificial body, laughing maniacally. Bwahaha. Their consciousness synced up instantly. Success. Black Tortoise opened his new eyes. He was so hyped and totally naked that he tried to bear hug Yang Si. Finally, a body of my own. Come here, bro. Yang Si blocked him, face twisted in disgust. Back off, weirdo. Yang Si covered his eyes to save his sanity. Put some damn clothes on first. In a flash, Black Tortoise morphed into a sharp-dressed gentleman. Yang Si peeked out. So, digging the new skin? Tears streamed down the man's face. Whoa, is this what crying feels like? His nose stung with emotion. Yang Si listed the specs. I give you water attributes mixed with the black flame dragon bloodline. It's perfect for combat and fits your style. Black Tortoise clasped his hands. You gave me a second life. Honestly, calling you daddy wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Black Tortoise was barely done celebrating his upgrade when Yang Si killed the vibe. Don't get too hyped just yet, old man. The organization has a totally different game plan for you. The old guy switched back to serious mode instantly. Whatever the org needs, just say the word. Yang Si rubbed his chin, plotting. I know how the Odyssey crew operates. They're a mess internally. I want you to infiltrate and shatter them from the inside out. Yang Si pulled out a sleek mask and tossed it over. We're crashing the party at the 72 Earthly Fiends. Take this cloak too. You need to go fully incognito for this one. Go play the role of the Earthly Leader star in the Chaos Seas for a bit. Make sure everyone knows that name. Spread the legend. A cinematic battle played out in Yang Zi's mind. He smirked, picturing the chaos. An Earthly Leader star wrecking shop in the Chaos Seas? A rank 3 powerhouse causing that much trouble? That's going to make the world question Judgment's power scaling even more. While Black Tortoise skimmed the instruction manual on how to be a menace, 4Cs finally caught on. Wait, so you just want me to go there and start a riot? He asked. Is that a problem? The old turtle's face lit up with pure joy. No problem at all. Consider the mission crushed, boss. I heard the ladies over there are super wild. Meanwhile, the scene cut to something way darker. A hand crushed a guy's throat, turning his face blue. Let me go. Welcome to the Liberty Alliance. Turns out, the Light Eater Saint was busy bullying trash mobs who didn't know their place. Beneath his boots, a literal carpet of corpses. With a dull thud, he tossed the guy onto the pile of bodies. Suddenly, a swarm of beasts erupted from nowhere. Inside the Liberty HQ war room, Yang watched the carnage on the big screen, totally shook. I can't believe it's actually him. From behind, Zhou dropped the bad news. Battlefront A22 has officially fallen. Once those beast hordes hit the survival zones, it's game over for the civilians. The casualty count is going to be catastrophic. But then, Yang realized the enemy's true play. That's a rank 4 elemental saint. Basic abilities can't even touch him. But I think I know what he's actually after. She looked confused. Isn't he targeting the civilians at A22? Yang shook his head. No. His real target is Judgment's defense line B5. Cut to the Cloud Summit, a palace floating in the sky. Yang Shi was chilling, catching some rays, when Vermilion Bird dropped the stats on the Resurrection service. Before a member kicks the bucket, they can trigger a rescue, but it costs 100 grand in points. Yang Shi nodded. Not bad. Keeps the stakes high. Yeah, solid. Any discounts for the VIPs? She swiped to the next slide. If they choose to beam their soul directly to the cloud summit, it's only 90 grand. She pointed at the hologram of Black Tortoise's new vessel. But there's a catch. If they want a full reincarnation like Black Tortoise just got, their spiritual power needs to be at least rank 2. Yangtze didn't even blink. Whatever. The scrubs under rank 2 don't need to stress. They can stay here as little wisp spirits. They can be cute mascots or janitors for the cloud summit. The visual showed the little spirits sweating, scrubbing floors. Totally brutal. Yang Shi ignored the labor violation and kept his cool. Let them reflect on their weakness. I'll figure out a way to buff their souls eventually. Vermilion Bird looked speechless. So, anything else to add to the resurrection service? Yang Shi stood up, hands in pockets, looking like a total boss. One last thing. We need the main event. The activation program to resurrect the Yangtze persona. Cut to Yangtze in his Yangtze disguise, riding a flying carpet deep in thought. To bring Yang Shi back, we need massive hype. I already got the Halen Guild working on the PR. Without wasting a second, he jetted off to Banana Island. This was the Demon Hunter Squad's training ground. The students were grinding hard, sweating it out. Over in the corner, Xu Yu and Wei Chen were locked in deep meditation. Yang Shi watched from the sky, impressed. These two are leveling up fast. Pretty soon, they're going to gap the kids using elemental particles. He summed it up perfectly. That's the difference raw talent makes, I guess. Down below, old man Elder Qian was watering his plants when a voice dropped in. Long time no see, Elder Qian. The old man immediately ushered him away from prying eyes. Lord Yangtze, please, this way. Once they were seated in a private room, he poured tea. What brings a big shot like Lord Yangtze here today? Yangtze didn't beat around the bush. Elder, I'm here to ask you to set the stage for us. Elder Qian took a sip, acting polite. It's no trouble. Just tell me straight up what judgment needs. Yangtze dropped the bomb. The organization is planning to resurrect a zodiac. We're bringing back Yangtze. Elder Qian choked, spraying his tea everywhere. Pfft. Resurrecting the dragon? He screamed, losing his composure. Lord Yangtze, you gotta be trolling. The guy is dead. How do you bring back the dead? Yangtze stayed icy calm. Resurrecting Yangtze has been our core mission lately. Fate has chosen him as the successor. Elder Qian was trembling, terrified by the implications. Is that for real? Resurrecting the dead is actually possible in this world? Yangtze sighed, feigning sympathy. Sigh, I get why you're shook. But the item used to revive him is a one-time consumable, the only one on the entire blue planet. Elder Qian pulled himself together, feeling dumb. I was too greedy. Only someone with massive destiny could pull off something that defies the heavens. He slammed his hand down, determined. Lord Yangtze, don't worry. I will hype this up with everything I've got. Yangtze nodded. Thanks, fam. I appreciate it. Suddenly, the internet exploded with breaking news. Resurrection of Yangtze. The origin of judgment. The 17-year-old super rookie returns. How to join judgment? The comments section was going wild. Bringing back the dead? Seriously. Cap. That's total cap. How is that even possible? Dude, did you see the headlines? Judgment is resurrecting Yangtze. Meanwhile, in a chill cafe, a waitress dropped off a drink. Here is your miracle latte, sir. Enjoy. The light eater took a sip. Tastes magical. Suddenly, panic in the streets. Beasts. The beasts are here. Run for your lives. A monster holding two massive blades, the watermelon slasher roared. It smashed a giant watermelon, sending civilians screaming in every direction. The waitress panicked, realizing she was in deep trouble. Crap, I just drank the transformation potion. I can't run fast with this mermaid tail. She screamed at the customer to bail. Sir, you gotta run now. But he just sat there, stone-faced, not even flinching. Because of her tail, she tripped after 2 steps. Desperate, she started typing her final status update. Sob. This is Bebe's last words. The island is under attack and no one is coming to save me. I'm begging you. If the adjudicator organization can truly resurrect Yangtze in 5 days, then please, you have to bring back poor Bebe too. As her tears fell in waves of grievance, Watermelon Taro materialized right before her eyes. But in a flash of light, Guangxi intercepted, shielding her while glaring down the attacker. The moment she mentioned the adjudicators, that watermelon freak snapped. He smashed a giant melon to pieces. The girl shrieked in terror, but mostly because, hey, from this angle, I can see everything. He scowled, visibly annoyed. You're too loud. With a casual wave of his hand, he struck. The girl froze in shock as the watermelon freak simply melted away into nothingness. His gaze turned grim as he looked back at her. Now, let's finish our conversation. Meanwhile, with Yangtze, he lay lounging on a chair, completely at ease. Just 1 day remained until the grand press conference. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. His senses flared. Why do I sense two rank 4 auras approaching fast? Ouyang. And another presence, even more powerful. High above, three figures stepped out of a spatial rift. But little did they know all three were clones created by Yang Sai himself. The first clone stepped forward with a smile. Welcome, honored guests. You grace us with your presence. Ouyang bowed respectfully. Forgive our intrusion. We came early to offer our congratulations. I hope the organization takes no offense. Standing beside him was the legendary Tong Tian. Yang Si played the part perfectly. Lord Wind God, you are too humble. For a sequence-rank powerhouse to visit, it is the adjudicator's supreme honor. Below, Ye Fan gazed up in awe. Whoa, what a legendary scene. I wonder what Lord Tong Tian and the adjudicator big shots are discussing. Probably catching up on old times, Huangjiu replied casually. But elsewhere, the conversation had caught Ma Long's sharp attention. Ma Long narrowed his eyes. That Yang Zi, chatting so casually with Lord Tong Tian, could his actual power be? Beside him, Lin Er chimed in. The adjudicators are clearly terrifyingly strong, yet they played weak back in Lugong City. She smiled warmly, thinking of him. But Yang Shi is still the sweetest. He chose to sacrifice himself just to save the city. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Thank goodness the organization will resurrect him tomorrow. It sounds impossible, I know, but I truly hope they succeed. Back in the sky, Yang Xi's clone cut to the chase. The resurrection ceremony is tomorrow. May I ask why two esteemed lords have arrived a day early? Wu Yang nodded gravely. Indeed, we have a matter to discuss. You are surely aware of the Light Eater Sage, that rank 4 menace on Red Sun Island. Yang Xi raised an eyebrow. What of him? That madman risked infiltrating the 4 seas to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Wu Yang explained. We have a chance to join forces and eliminate him once and for all. Tong Tian finally spoke, his voice carrying authority. I am willing to lend my aid. But on one condition, I must borrow the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect a certain individual. The 3 clones exchanged subtle glances of disdain. Is this guy here to flex? Is Tong Tian's brain damage acting up? Did these two not coordinate their story before showing up? Yang Shi smoothed his expression and politely declined. The adjudicators have a vital use for the Philosopher's Stone. I apologize, but we cannot agree to those terms. Hearing this, Tong Tian scoffed and turned to fly away. I hope you do not regret this. Meanwhile, at the deep blue base on Moonlight Island, rows of figures stood in eerie silence. The Deep Blue commander's voice boomed. Our plan is a method unique to the Deep Blue clan. To forcefully evolve the human race. We have spent this time stimulating your souls, forging your wills into steel, he declared with a cruel grin. And today is the day of your final trial. You will possess these empty human vessels. Fail, and your soul shall be devoured as a supplement. Then, his expression turned twistedly benevolent. But if you succeed, you will be reborn as deep blue humans with limitless potential. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the captive souls. Chris, Ouyang, Shang Lu, Zhou. Choose your vessels. Begin. At his command, the 3 souls shrieked and shot forward like spectral arrows. Instantly, they drilled into the foreheads of the human hosts. Agonized screams tore through the air. Blinding light erupted from their eyes, noses, and mouths. Silence fell. The 3 figures stood up, placing hands over their hearts in unison. I am Chris. I have not failed the mission. My power has reached the peak of rank 3. I am Ouyang. I am Shang Lu. Our strength has grown significantly, but the soul known as Zhou had been robbed of his chance. The last figure spoke coldly. I am Bruno. Shang Lu sneered. So Zhou lost in the end? Truly useless trash. The Deep Blue commander barked his orders. Take 1 day to adapt to your new flesh. Tomorrow, we march on defense line B05 and crush the adjudicators. Night fell over the city. Elsewhere, Guangxi was sprinting at breakneck speed, carrying the waitress in one arm. She checked the map and shouted over the wind. Wait. Bank right. Just a little more. We're almost at the adjudicator's press conference. He launched into the sky, following her lead. The resurrection venue bathed in gentle sunlight. The host, Qian Duoduo, took the stage with a beaming smile. Ladies and gentlemen, following the explosive success of the Heavenly Stems project, the adjudicators are proud to announce the 72 Earthly Fiends initiative. She quickly outlined the rewards. We are awarding 5 Earthly Fiend masks. Champions of Class B, Class A, the 4 Cs ranking, and the sequence rank will each claim 1. That leaves 1 final mask. No fighting required, just pure luck. Duoduo held up her number plate and shouted. The lucky winner of an Earthly Fiend mask is number 4396. In the crowd, a girl named Emiya shrieked. Me! That's me. I'm 4396. Tears of joy streamed down her face. Big brother Jiang, look, I actually won. On stage, Duo moved the event forward. Now, let the battle for the Class B mask begin. Win 3 consecutive matches or silence all challengers, and the mask is yours. Victoria stepped forward, eyes blazing. I'll take that challenge. The crowd erupted in shock. Whoa, isn't that the eldest miss of the Green family? I heard she only became an Esper thanks to piles of enhancement potions. In the shadows, Shang Lu turned to the cloaked figure beside him. Chris, do you think your little sister has what it takes to win? Bruno glanced back at the silent figure of Chris. That girl is the sister of the original Chris. On the arena floor, a hulking brute scoffed at Victoria. Go home, little princess. You've already lost. She gritted her teeth, fighting back tears. Don't cry. Absolutely do not cry. Victoria, Big Brother isn't here to protect you anymore. You have to be strong. From the darkness, Chris watched her, unmoving. Meanwhile, in the Class A arena, Li Kaiwei crushed her opponent. You were too kind. Yang Si, disguised as the Bai Yue Wu Crow, approached to hand her the mask. Excellent work. Kaiwei's face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered out a shy thank you. He shook her hand with the grace of a gentleman, officially welcoming her into the ranks of judgment. She clenched her fists, eyes burning with determination, promising to give it her all. Li Yu, who had been watching from the shadows like a proud big sister, finally spoke up, admitting her only job now was to support the rookie from behind the scenes. Wu Yang nodded in agreement, declaring that the future belonged to the new generation. But his expression twisted in horror as he whipped his head around. That monster had actually arrived. High above, hovering in a meditative pose, was Tong Tian. The aerial menace made one final attempt to negotiate with judgment. If they handed over the Sage Stone, this self-proclaimed deity would lower himself to assist them. Yang Si shut him down with zero hesitation. He didn't need Lord Tong Tian to distract himself. The Judgment Organization could handle a measly rank 4 scrub on their own. In a flash of blinding speed, Light Eater and his servant materialized on the battlefield. He sneered, throwing down the gauntlet to Pig, daring the Zodiac Warrior to a duel. Yang Shi simply turned to bid farewell to his allies. He announced that since he had been personally targeted, he would take the lead. Yang wasn't about to let the young blood have all the fun, bowing respectfully as he requested to join the fray alongside Yang Zi. He suggested a little contest to see who could reach the enemy first. In the blink of an eye, both warriors vanished and reappeared instantly right in front of Light Eater. Yang Si mocked the villain, reminding him that the battle for the Sage Stone was settled back on Red Island. Chasing them all the way to the Four Seas was a surefire way to book a one-way ticket to the afterlife. But the enemy scowled, his resolve unshaken. To resurrect his daughter, he would burn the world down if he had to. Yang wasted no words, his aura exploding outward as he prepared to strike. You want to fight? Then let's dance. He vowed to spill the blood of a rank 4 today to appease the souls of his fallen comrades. Energy surged from his hands, causing the civilians below to scream in terror as the sky darkened. The clash of titans sent shockwaves through the air. The bystanders groaned, feeling dizzy just from the aftershocks of such overwhelming pressure. Seeing Ouyang go all out, Tong Tian let out a weary sigh. With no other choice, he summoned his sword 1,000 times the size of his own body. The immortal slaughtering sword, a weapon of infinite transformation, usually reserved for efficient mass destruction. But today, it would be used for salvation. With a flick of his wrist, the massive blade shattered into countless fragments, scattering like a rain of steel petals. Even Light Eater had to admit the guy was likely the strongest powerhouse in this entire dimension. The sword shards didn't attack. Instead, they formed a shimmering barrier to shield the fragile humans below. Light Eater scoffed at the display, calling it pathetic that a rank 4 legend would waste energy playing nanny to a bunch of ants. Wu Yang glanced at the floating sword master and sighed, knowing that if Tong Tian actually joined the fight, this war would be over in the time it takes to brew tea. Yang Xi, however, saw the silver lining. He told the Wind God to look at it differently. At least now they could unleash their full power without worrying about collateral damage. It was time to focus on the slaughter. Light Eater refused to be ignored, roaring as he unleashed his magic to purge the so-called sinners. A beam of golden destruction blasted forward from the self-proclaimed saint. Yang Xi, fighting under the guise of Pig, countered with a pitch-black vortex. His fingers traced the air, weaving dark energy. He taunted the enemy, using the villain's own attack against him as 4 black tornadoes manifested around Light Eater. The golden beams ricocheted off the vortexes, blasting straight back at their owner, forcing a curse from his lips. Ouyang watched the exchange, impressed by the technique. He hadn't expected the battlefield to stabilize so quickly. Suddenly, Commander Deep Blue slashed out with azure light, drawing first blood, and causing panic to erupt among the onlookers. The commander gripped his blade, announcing he would lend Light Eater a hand. He leaped into the sky, revealing his simple yet brutal plan: kill Yang Si first, then chop his corpse into pieces. The commander raised an eyebrow, confident as he peered into the metaphysical realm to find the pig's life thread. Yang Si's form turned into a silhouette with a fragile blue line glowing beside him. With a maniacal shout of sever, the commander slashed horizontally across the thread. Oh Yang screamed a warning, but it was too late. Yang Si's body suddenly split cleanly in two. The crowd below erupted in horror. Were they witnessing the fall of another Zodiac executioner? It didn't make sense. The blade hadn't physically touched him. Why was he bisected? Even as his top half separated from his bottom, Yang Si pondered the meaning of the thread that had been cut. His broken form tumbled into the black vortex. Commander Deep Blue threw his head back and laughed, mocking the Judgment Organization for their failure. Yang stood frozen, struck by disbelief. Was the boy truly dead? The villain turned his gaze to the old man, threatening that with the pig's fate unknown, Yang should worry about his own survival. High above, Light Eater recognized the technique. He realized the commander had mastered the esoteric law of the life thread. Meanwhile, Yang Si, now shifting to his Yang Si persona, analyzed the attack calmly. The mystery of the life thread. After that slash, a ripple of laws had appeared around his waist. It seemed the enemy's power could dictate the death of a target through causality. Yang Si smirked, his confidence unshaken. All he had to do was prevent the blade from completing the slash or alter the trajectory of the cut itself. High in the air, the commander gloated. He called out to the Yang Si, claiming Judgment had already lost a rank 4 warrior. He demanded the Sage Stone, threatening to massacre every member of their organization if they refused. Yang Si simply asked if that was a threat. Tong Tian appeared behind him, analyzing the odds, warning Yang Si that he was outmatched and shouldn't force a losing battle. He offered a deal again. Use the stone to revive one person for him, and he would handle the enemies. Yang Si ignored the god-complex weirdo and flew off. He didn't need help dealing with trash. Yang Si hovered in the sky, staring down the two villains. He told them it wasn't too late to beg for forgiveness. Light Eater curled his lip in disgust. Beg? He asked if seeing Yang Si die had frightened the Yang Si into stupidity. The commander cracked his knuckles, disappointed that the legendary name of Judgment belonged to such a delusional fool. He claimed that killing him now wouldn't even be entertaining. Light Eater raised a hand, offering a final ultimatum. He acknowledged that reaching Yang Zi's level wasn't easy, promising safety in exchange for the stone. Yang Zi remained motionless, pulling out a pink gem that pulsed with brilliant light. He held it out calmly, telling them the prize was right there if they had the guts to take it. The sage stone glowed like a miniature sun, the size of a duck egg. Tong Tian broke into a cold sweat, staring at the artifact that could bring back the dead, the key to reviving Aiming. Yang Shi stood shrouded in shadow. He thought to himself, excellent, they all bought the fake. Light Eater lost his composure and lunged forward, screaming for the stone. Yang Shi activated metal creation, summoning a black triangle. The villain charged, scoffing at the attempt. A tier 3 skill? Did this fool not realize that anything below rank 4 was nothing but an insect to him? Commander Deep Blue laughed continuously, mocking Yang Shi for posturing only to use such a weak ability. But beneath the mask of the Yang Shi smiled. It was time for them to experience the true terror of metal creation with 1% control authority unleashed. He pointed 2 fingers downward, signaling the end. The pyramid, cloaked in blinding azure light, crashed straight towards St. Guang. He gasped. What the hell? Commander Tong Tian froze in terror. This guy played the fool, but he strikes like a silent beast. Chi, Yang Si, just what kind of freak are you? Golden radiance exploded from St. Guang to intercept the strike, but Yang Shi just smirked, snapping his fingers to summon the unthinkable. The corpse of Yang Shi stood right behind him like a silent specter. If we're gonna bring Yang Shi back to the living, you can't be missing from the party. Kid. Tong Tian's eyes nearly popped out. No way. I definitely severed his lifeline. The philosopher's stone blazed in Yang Si's grip as he roared, resurrection. Now. A crack splintered across the stone. St. Guang tore himself free from the pyramid, screaming like a maniac. No, that belongs to me. Give me back my stone. But his rage turned to pure horror. He looked down. A gaping hole had been punched right through his chest. The void vortex? Commander Tong Tian launched himself forward, dual blades thirsty for blood. Die, you trash. But Yang Si casually tossed the black pyramid again, drilling a hole straight through the commander's heart. Gah, cough. A shadowy silhouette solidified. He was back. St. Guang wept bitter tears of despair. Was I? One step too late, golden energy erupted from him as he let out a feral roar. Then you can all go to hell. Die, you filthy natives. I'll destroy everything. Wang broke into a cold sweat, realizing the psycho was about to self-destruct. If he blows, only level 4s will survive this mess. Yang leaped toward the golden sphere, shouting, God, sealing sigh. A massive azure avatar materialized behind him. Qinglan and Gold slammed into each other with earth-shattering force. Yang clamped down, weaving blue rings of energy to suffocate that raging golden power. Finally, the chaotic energy dissolved into nothingness. Yang collapsed to the ground, panting like a dog. Ha, I actually pulled it off. Yang stood up slowly, clutching his wounded gut. Doesn't matter now. Saint Guang is finished. He's got zero chance of breaking the Immortal Slayer sword's barrier. On the other side, Yang Shi floated in mid-air, butt naked. Inside his chest, a silent heart began to drum a rhythm of life. Thump thump, thump thump. The other Yang Sai tossed a cloak over him, shouting, Wake the hell up. Yang Sai. His eyes snapped open instantly. Yang Shi looked around, totally dazed. Didn't I kick the bucket? Is this hell? Seeing the two familiar faces, he stammered, completely freaked out. Boss Yang Shi. And other Boss Yang Shi. Are we all here? Did the adjudicator organization get wiped out or something? Yang Shi explained calmly. Listen, kid. You died. Yeah, but this is the 4 Cs, not the underworld. The older Yang Shi scolded. Little Yang Shi, stop playing hero and acting on your own. Do you have any idea how hard it was to bring you back? Down below, Ouyang had Saint Guang pinned. Just give it up, Saint Guang. You're going to face the judgment of humanity's court. We'll give you exactly what you deserve. Guang looked up at the trio of Yang Zis and spoke slowly. You actually used it. You destroyed my only hope. His face twisted into a demonic snarl. If I'm going down, I'm taking all of you with me. Saint Guang shot into the sky, his body radiating blinding light. Ouyang panicked. Crap, he's trying to self-destruct again. Saint Guang laughed maniacally as energy surged into him. No one can stop me now. While Ouyang freaked out, Commander Tong Tian simply summoned his colossal blade with a chill vibe. Then I'll just kill him before he pops. The bystanders saw this insanity unfolding and ran for their lives. Leggett, we're gonna get vaporized if we stay. When titans clash, the bugs get squashed. A guy in the back shouted, Hey, quit pushing, man. But the moment he spoke, Chris drove a blade into his back. The guy spun around in shock. It was the old man and Victoria standing there. Chris smirked at the dying man. Useless trash. Then he turned with a sly grin. Old man, you're still kicking? The old man stammered, Wait, you're Chris. Suddenly, Victoria rushed in and bear-hugged Chris, sobbing. Big brother, you finally came back. Wow, I missed you so much. I'm so tired of this. Chris gently lifted her tear-stained face. Hey now, sure, you haven't got the wrong guy? Victoria smiled with pure bliss. Brother, I'd recognize you anywhere. But then, her eyes bulged in sheer terror. She gasped, choking on blood as his hand pierced her chest. Why? Why? He leaned in close, whispering cruelly, Oh, my naive little Victoria. Remember this, the only person you can ever trust is yourself. She collapsed, life fading. Chris didn't hesitate. He stepped over to the old man and slashed his throat. The old man crumpled to his knees, dead instantly. Victoria, with her last dying breath, stared at Chris in agony. Why? Brother? Meanwhile, a massive avatar manifested behind Saint Guang. Tong Tian's giant sword and the avatar prepared for the final clash. High above, Yang Si analyzed Saint Guang. With the arcane control, I can see it. His blood structure isn't blood at all, it's golden matter. The image burned into his retinas. His eyes were like high-tech electron microscopes. Yang Si could see every particle swirling around Saint Guang. That golden matter has exhausted every trick it has. Yang Shi pointed a finger at the saint. This ends right here. Vroom! A sonic wave rippled out. Saint Guang panicked as the energy flow reversed, forcing his avatar back into his body. He looked at his hands, sweating bullets. I can't self-destruct. Tong Tian watched in awe. Arcane control. Before that kind of mystery, no energy in the world can put up a fight. Saint Guang screamed in fury, Yang Shi, just what kind of monster are you? Yang Shi replied with a shrug, You flatter me. I'm just a normal human being. Then his expression shifted to melancholy, a stark contrast to before. Actually, I take back what I said earlier. If you had managed to escape the Qinglan planet, your legend would have echoed across countless dimensions. Light engulfed Saint Guang completely, but strangely, he began to dissolve. I am no match for you. Wu Yang watched the particles fall, sighing. A powerhouse from the Odyssey dimension. Fallen here on the Qinglan planet. His remains landed on a large flying saucer. Yang Shi had already used his ability extraction to swipe the power seed. He clenched the glowing object tight. A level 4 power seed. I've got to research this bad boy. Suddenly, a heavy hand clapped onto Yang Shi's shoulder. Your Excellency Yang Shi, the corpse of an otherworldly being is priceless for research. Would your organization mind handing it over to us? Yang Shi grinned, replying instantly, sure, sure. I'll let Lord Wind God take the credit for this one. The Free Alliance will owe him a favor. But deep down, Yang Shi had a totally different game plan. I already ripped the ability bead out of him. Who wants a useless corpse anyway? Better to trade it for a favor. Oh Yang, completely clueless, just kept singing his praises. Haha, you really hid your power well, kid. We fought side by side in the trenches, and I'm a bit older, so let's just call each other brothers, yeah. Yang Shi forced a smile. If you insist, brother O Yang, I won't refuse. Then, he strode over to Victoria, who was sprawled out cold on the ground. Moments later, Yang Shi warped back to the Void Temple. He kicked back on his throne, gazing out at his domain with a satisfied look. Bam! Victoria threw the doors open. El Lord Yang Shi. He turned slowly, eyes calm. Awake already? When I found you, you passed out from blood loss. I brought you here to patch you up. He tossed a mask toward her. And while I was operating, I found this hiding inside you. That mask means you're now an external member of Judgment. Victoria froze, the nightmare of Chris flashing through her mind like a horror movie. My brother. Rage and grief crushed her, forcing her to her knees. I saw him murder our grandfather. Lord Yang Shi, please. Capture that monster. Then, to Yang Shi's total shock, she started stripping. I'll pay any price. Tears streamed down her beautiful, desperate face. Do whatever you want with me. Yang Shi panicked, whipping his head away. Hey, put your clothes back on right now. I'm not that kind of guy. Your brother is from the Abyssal clan. Enemies of Judgment. He regained his cool, explaining the harsh truth. The Green family is ruined. You're at rock bottom. Your job is to rebuild your legacy. And Judgment will have your back. Victoria finished dressing, hope returning to her eyes. She smiled, eyes burning with resolve. You can look now, Lord Yang Shi. If you help me rise again, my life belongs to Judgment. They shook hands to seal the deal. Pleasure doing business, Countess. Days later, Yang Feifei's mood had skyrocketed. She was even showering with the others. Suddenly, she slumped down in the water, blushing hard. Damn it. Next time we shower, I'm using my powers to fake a massive chest. I'll crush Big Sister you wrong. ZZZT, the stone on her forehead flashed. Uh-oh. Big Bro is calling. She zoomed back into the room like a rocket. Bro, what's up? She tackled him in a hug. Yang Shi blushed, scolding her gently. Girl, how old are you? Still acting like a clingy koala? No manners. Yang Feifei grinned innocently. I'm not big. Only Sister you wrong is big. He tossed her onto the bed. Yang Feifei, you need a lesson in discipline. Eek! No, I'm sorry, she whined playfully. Yang Shi dropped the act, his voice turning serious. Listen, this is important. I'm giving you some law fragments. Her eyes lit up like stars. Can I finally become a rank 4 powerhouse? He patted her head. This just helps you understand the arcane truths. It's not a 100% guarantee. She puffed her cheeks. Don't look down on me. I can do it. Boom. Lightning tore through the sky outside. Yang Feifei floated up, glowing with power. Moments later, she landed, sticking her tongue out. Whew, success. Hee hee. Yang Shi grinned, proud of his sister. So, Yang Feifei, what arcane truth did you awaken? How strong is it? Arcane recovery, she said simply. Yang Shi nodded in approval. Recovery? Sounds like a top-tier healing ability. Very useful. She pouted, crossing her arms. It's not just healing. I feel like I could punch a mountain apart with this. Yang Shi just nodded along, sweating slightly. Right. Keep training. I need to level up my alt account to rank 4 anyway. Back in the Void Realm, Yang Shi examined the loot from Light Eater. Arcane magnetism. Nice loot. Suddenly, his head snapped to the right. A shockwave rippled out. Blue light flooded the cave entrance. Inside, Chris stood over a pile of corpses. The commander stormed in. Chris, you brat, what have you done? Chris gave him a cold, dead stare. Commander, took you long enough. I was getting bored. Squelch. Disgusting tentacles erupted from his mouth. The commander screamed in horror. The devouring talent. You think that bridges the gap between rank 3 and 4? You fool. Who gave you the guts? Chris roared back. I haven't forgotten a thing. I've been waiting for this moment for years. Fear gripped the old man. Impossible. How can you suppress my magnetic field? Don't eat me. Crunch. Gulp. Gone. Chris retracted his long, grotesque mouth and belched. The bead on his forehead floated out. It mutated. Interesting. Guess I shouldn't use that unless I have to. His eyes glowed crimson, a twisted smile forming. Seems I inherited some interesting memories from that snack. Yang Si surfed in on his energy board. Tong Tian and Yang waved from below. Thought the real Yang Si was coming, but it's just the kid? You really hide your skills well. He landed smoothly. The main body is busy recovering strength. So, what went down here? Yang shrugged casually. We only got here a second before you. Place was already scrubbed clean, no clues. But Tong Tian and I reckon someone broke through to rank 4 here. Yang Si frowned. Can we confirm if it was a human expert? Yang sighed. Isn't it one of your judgment guys? Yang Si played dumb perfectly. Please. We don't even have new rank 3s, let alone a rank 4. Tong Tian scoffed. Humph, who knows? Seeing the tension, Yang pivoted. All right, let's just go inside and look. Maybe we missed something. Meanwhile, at Light City on the new free continent, 4 shadowy figures sat in a war room. The heavy armor mercenary guild leader broke the silence regarding the native army's counterattack plan. Thoughts? He leaned forward, voice grim. Look at the intel. The humans are moving soon. If we don't prep, our hold on the Free Alliance Sea Zone is toast. The purple crystal python beast snorted in derision. Humans, please. My beast army has always crushed them. Even if they throw everything at the Free Alliance, they'll never break our defense line. Over at the Federation of 100 Cities Council, the vibe was tense. Platinum Ocam wasn't buying what they were selling. He turned to the Snake Man. Yo, Lord Amethyst Python. The Free Sea Alliance isn't the weakling it used to be. A top-tier faction has risen up over there. If they join the brawl, their Tier 4 fighters will totally outnumber us. Python whipped his head around. You sure about that? You think that crew called Judgment is actually going to show up? He pointed at the map. Every beast we drop has that berserker seal right between the eyes. Holograms of beasts with glowing red stones flashed up pure nightmare fuel. Under that cursed seal, those monsters go completely savage, attacking anything with a pulse until they literally drop dead. Python sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. An army of beasts like that is invincible. But if you guys are scared of being chased down by the local humans, then maybe you should worry about keeping the blockade tech a secret. Yang Si chimed in, leaking high-tier Civ tech is a rookie mistake from the early days. Ever since the Mercenary Guild slapped that secrecy seal on everyone, leaks have dropped way down. He glanced at Python, scared the snake would bail, so he tossed out a new idea. The real problem is Judgment's next move. How about this? The 4 factions each send 1 Tier 4 fighter. A little dream team, yeah? General Iron Tower of the Bernadotte Empire just grinned and raised his hand. Listen up, boss men. Sirs. The Red Emperor said we're skipping this drama with the Free Alliance. Occam's face went pitch black. What's that supposed to mean, Bernadotte Empire? Python added fuel to the fire. If you guys aren't playing, does that mean I can pack up my beast army and go home? Iron Tower scratched his head and laughed loud. I don't get the politics, bro. You talk to my boss. I just know I'm sitting out today's little chat. Yang Si stared at the big guy, thinking hard. The Red Emperor sent this musclehead Iron Tower on purpose. Looks like dragging the Bernadotte Empire into this mess is a lost cause today. He threw his hands up in defeat. Fine. Quit arguing, you guys. Whether the Empire fights or not, who cares? I've got someone new to introduce. A figure stepped out of the shadows. Sup, name's Chris. Occam tensed up, recognizing the Abyss vibe immediately. Python looked at the Yang Si like he was crazy. Why'd you bring an Abyss clan guy here? I don't want my body snatched. Yang Si waved his hands. Chill out, everyone. Since the Empire bailed, our friend from the Abyss clan is here to fill the empty slot. He gestured to Chris proudly. This Abyss friend is totally legit. He's got a loyalty seal stamped right on his brain. He literally can't betray us. A glowing mark flared up on Chris's forehead. Occam relaxed, a creepy smile spreading across his face. All right. If he's a homie with a loyalty seal, welcome to the big family. Python switched up his attitude instantly, praising the new guy. See, every family has good apples and bad apples. I think little bro Chris here is one of the good ones. But inside, Chris was laughing at them. These idiots, he thought. I can break this seal whenever I feel like it. He put on a sly grin. Guess I'll play along with you guys for now. Yang Zai, totally clueless, clapped his hands. Since nobody objects, let's get down to the real planning. Meanwhile, 2 monster corpses lay on the ground, total carnage. Detective Yang surveyed the scene. We're late, but looking at this mess, it's obvious the game has changed. His voice got serious. It's time for humanity to strike back. If we drag this out any longer, we're gonna lose. A bearded guy shouted back, No way. We need to move troops from Red Phosphor Island to defend Line A. Play it safe. A bald guy shut him down instantly. Wrong. We take Red Phosphor Island and use it to launch a counterattack on those otherworld invaders. The bearded guy wasn't having it. He yelled, "We don't know anything about the enemy. You want to gamble the fate of humanity on a guess." The other guy slammed the table and stood up. "If we just sit here because we're scared of the unknown, we're just waiting to die." Ao Yang sighed, crossing his arms. He cut through the noise. "Let's be real. We don't know the enemy. Are they Tier 4? How many Tier 4s do they have? We're blind." Suddenly, a shadow in the corner spoke up. "Maybe judgment can help." Ao Yang blinked, stunned. "Yang Si, my guy." "Did you say judgment?" Yang Si quickly explained the plan. Judgment is sending Yang Si deep undercover. He's going to infiltrate the enemy and get us the intel. Oh Yang looked like he was about to cry tears of joy. When the chips are down, Judgment always carries the team. Is this what it feels like to have a pro support? I'm finally not fighting solo anymore. Cut to Red Phosphor Island. Yang Shi, disguised as Lothar, stared at the cliffs. He smirked internally. Yang Shi is back in the game, baby. He morphed into a massive dragon and let out a roar. Roa or. Two other dragons heard the call and flew over. Grrr. They all shifted back to human forms. It was Sully and Uncle Not. Not grinned. "Finally found you, brat. I knew a huge talent from the Keith family wouldn't die that easily." Yangtze smiled. "Uncle Not, Sully. You guys came." He flexed a bit. "Uncle, not only am I alive, but I also leveled up to Tier 3. Not's eyes sparkled, laughing. "Oh-ho, not bad. Another Tier 3 powerhouse for the family, that's what I'm talking about." Sully just turned her head away, annoyed. Yangtze ran up to her, teasing, "Sully, looks like your power level is lagging a bit. You gotta grind harder, okay?" Haha, that just made Sully more fired up. "Don't get cocky. I hit Tier 3 way younger than you did." Yang Shi quickly changed the subject. "All right, Yang Shi," Not said, "You've been through hell. Go home and rest up." Realizing something was wrong, Not asked, "Where are the others?" Yang Si put on a sad face. "They didn't make it. Died in the chaos." Not patted his shoulder, comforting him. "They died as heroes of the family. Keep your head up and chest out. You're the heir of the Key family now." The three of them walked off. "Let's go home." As Lothar smiled, Yang Shi was deep in thought. Even though the Odyssey people are slowly getting assimilated by Earth's culture, this war for resources, it's do or die. Winner takes all. Down at the docks, two thugs were chasing a teenager. "Don't let that punk get away," the guy in blue yelled. "Catch him alive." The one in white screamed, totally hyped. "That kid awakened the lightning element." "Ha ha. Looks like I'm getting paid today." Just then, Yang Zi spotted the kid running past Xiao Yan. His eyes narrowed as he calculated. Check out this kid's moves. Awakening his powers is taking forever, and this escape plan. Total bust. Without me, he's just gonna end up slave fodder again. Gotta save this kid. The blue-shirted goon slams him into the dirt. "Think you can run, punk?" The kid can only curse. Damn it all. Boom. Yang Shi unleashes his dragon form. The thug wets himself and drops to his knees. "El Lord, please. How can this lowly trash serve you?" He roars with fury. "Taking this long to catch one brat? You garbage really have the guts to keep this young master waiting?" The thugs beg for mercy. "We deserve death. We'll kill the kid to make it up to you." But with a casual flick of his fingers, bam, they get sent flying, get lost. Yang Si, looming in dragon form, turns his gaze to Xiao Yan. "So kid, wanna die under my claws or survive in the palm of my hand?" Solly starts screeching from the docks. "Yang Si, quit stalling. Just crush him so we can go home." Yang Si soars overhead, a crimson dragon against the sky. His voice is ice cold. "You bossing me around now?" Solly snaps back. "So what? He stinks. Kill him." The dragon claw tightens, making Xiao Yan scream. "Ard." Suddenly, Yang Shi stops. "Change my mind. My elite guard needs a fetch boy. He'll do." Solly is fuming. "Yang Si, you jerk." He ignores her, shifting back to human form. Immediately, fangirls swarm him. "Young Master Yang Si, you're finally back. Did you miss us?" "Whatever." He ignores the noise and points at Xiao Yan. "Hey, you. What's your name?" The kid glares, face dark as night. Yang Zi's expression hardens. "Think fast, kid. Don't throw away your life just to look tough in front of me. Is pride worth dying for? You've got people to save, right?" Sweat pours down the kid's face. "I'm Xiao Yan." Yang Xi steps closer, forcing him back. "Good choice. Serve me well, and maybe just maybe this young master will set you free when he's bored." Suddenly, Butler Humry appears. Young master, the clan head summons you. Inside, Walker is polishing an artifact. Yang Shi reports, Uncle White Yang Shi fell, sworn by Tier 4 elites. He holds out a shimmering silver snake scale. I know he was your brother in arms. Father, I brought this back for you. Walker strokes the scale, grief in his eyes. Back when we met, we were so sure we'd both become Tier 4 legends. He turns sharply. But enough of that. Yang Zi, the priority now is the City Lord's seat of Light City. Walker grips his son's shoulder. The four factions met. The next City Lord won't just rule the city, they'll command the entire new coalition army. That position grants access to every secret strategy. The Keith family must seize it at all costs. Yang Xi smirks internally. Perfect. I need intel, and this ambitious old man is my golden ticket. I'll use him to get everything. Walker suddenly speaks up. Oh, right. Sally says you brought a savage slave home just to piss her off. Yang Xi's face drops. Father, that's a total lie. I just saw the kid's potential. It had nothing to do with her. Walker turns away, uninterested. Whatever. It's just a slave. Just don't upset your sister. Go kill that savage to shut her up. Yang Xi narrows his eyes, a chill running through the room. Understood. Just a slave. He clenches his fist, fighting back his rage. Meanwhile, Sally is lounging on her bed, teasing Reese. Crash. She flushes red, screaming. What the hell? Coming to bully me again? Yang Zi stands there with Xiao Yan and Humry, sword drawn and a creepy smile on his face. My dear little sister, bullying you? Never. Didn't you go crying to daddy? Sally covers herself with a sheet. I just told him the truth. He points his blade right at Xiao Yan's face. The kid flinches. Exactly. Father ordered me to kill this brat to make you happy. See? I'm being a good brother. Her eyes light up with sadistic glee. Yes. Kill him. Do it, and I'll get Uncle to let you off the hook. Yang Xi's playful look vanishes. All right then, princess. Watch closely. Xiao Yan shuts his eyes. I'm dead. Triple, Sally screams. But it's Reese who has a hole in his chest. Yang Xi wipes the blood from his blade, eyes radiating murder. Listen up. You touch my new slave ever again, and it's a slap in my face. And you'll end up just like your boy Toy here. Sally is shaking. You're psycho. You're actually crazy. He grabs her wrist, voice dropping to a whisper. Little sister, lust is a blade that kills. Take it from a pro. Quit playing around and hit tier 3 before you get yourself killed. Walker looks stunned. He really did it? He killed Solly's favorite toy. Butler Humry bows low. More accurately, her lover, sir. Walker frowns, deep in thought. Humry, have you noticed something different about Yang Xi since he returned? Humry hesitates, choosing his words carefully. He seems sharper, more decisive than before. The old young master would have hated it, but he would have just killed the slave like you asked. Walker bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. Exactly what I was thinking. War has finally made a man out of him. You're dismissed. Oh, and find Solly a new plaything. Call it compensation, as you wish. Meanwhile, Yang Xi, occupying the body of Keith, lies back on his massive bed, staring at the ceiling. His handsome face is twisted in thought. The gears are turning. The strategic layout. Only the 4 faction leaders know the details. They're all tier 4 monsters. If I make a move, they'll sense it instantly. Yang Xi closes his eyes, mind racing. For now, my only play is to help the Keith family seize the City Lord's throne. I'll push my father into the commander's seat. Then I can drain every drop of intel I need without anyone suspecting a thing. He sits up, scratching his head in frustration. Damn security seal is going to take forever to crack. If only I had the Odyssey meditation technique, this would be a cakewalk. Knock, knock. Butler Humphrey tapped on the door, his voice dripping with practiced servitude. Young master, dinner is served. Bring it in, Yang Xi replied casually. But a wicked smirk twisted his lips as he thought, this old geezer is practically delivering himself to me on a silver platter. The old butler rolled the cart in, asking if Yang Xi needed extra staff. But before he could finish the sentence, snap. The puppet control skills struck him instantly. Pure shock froze the butler's face right before his consciousness faded to black. He gasped, Young Master Yang Xi, you. With the old man under his thumb, Yang Xi casually scrolled through his memories like a social media feed. Then, bingo. Found it. Finally, the treasure I've been hunting for. Deep in the memory files, Humphrey was kneeling, offering a glowing golden gem to the family head, Walker. Walker looked like he'd just won the lottery. The association sent the Scorching Dragon meditation art to the Keith family. The gem wasn't just jewelry, it was a magic crystal, pulsating with golden light and etched with twisted, arcane alchemy runes. They called it an inheritance stone. Inside lay the blueprint for power visualization routes and meditation stances. It revealed a majestic Qing land flood dragon coiling in the void, along with the secret yoga stances to blast open every chakra in the body. Yang Si frowned. It was too similar to the demon hunter arts he got from Li Ziqian. No breakthrough here. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Is that it? He kept watching the memory tape. Walker pulled out a metal vial, his expression turning solemn. This is the blood essence of the Keith family founder. I grant you 1 drop. Walker tapped the blood onto Humphrey's forehead. Boom. Yang Sai's eyes lit up. That was the missing link. So that's the secret sauce to inheriting the Odyssey techniques. But wait, that blood essence. Yang Shi's brain started connecting the dots at light speed. The Keith ancestor was a peak, level 4 powerhouse. He only condensed 433 drops of essence in his entire life. The math didn't add up. In Humphrey's memories, the number of Keith family warriors who died in battle was way higher than that supply. Yang Si swiped faster through the memories, refusing to give up. There has to be another way to anchor the soul without that blood. Fate favors the bold. Suddenly, he wanted to scream in victory. Gotcha. The magic crystal stimulation method. A vision of a cultivator meditating amidst blue stones popped up. Yang Si instantly grasped the mechanics. He read greedily. First-time cultivation with magic crystals has a chance to mimic the effect of a powerhouse's blood essence. Higher quality crystal means better results. A confident grin spread across Yang Sai's face. If I use an alpha-grade crystal, then locking the reincarnated soul is practically a guaranteed win. 90% success rate. Yang Si pumped his fist. Huge harvest. For the humans of the Blue Star, this was the key to breaking the Odyssey knowledge blockade. He swiped the memories away. A cunning look returned to his face. I can craft these meditation arts and trade them with the 3 big factions. His expression turned dark and ambitious. The day the Adjudicator organization rules, the Blue Star is getting closer. Then, a thought stopped him cold. His face fell. Wait, you can't buy inheritance stones in the new free continent anymore. Crap. Meanwhile, Humphrey was fully rebooted as a loyal puppet. He bowed low. Master. Yang Si waved him off. Act exactly like you did before. Don't blow my cover. As you command, young Master Yang Si. The puppet bowed and marched out without a single glitch. But the second the door clicked shut, Yang Si sensed it. A weird, creepy energy pulsing from Walker's study. Cut to the Clark family banquet. The big shots, Clark, Walker, Hood were laughing it up at the head table. Miss Zoe Clark drifted over to Yang Shi, eyes full of worry. Yang Ji, I heard you barely survived a crazy battle recently. Solly smirked, enjoying the show. Yeah, big bro, tell Sister Zoe all the bloody details. Yang Si felt a cold sweat drop. He put on his best fake smile. It really wasn't a big deal. Boring, actually. Party's over. Walker and Hood stood up. Clark played the perfect host. Let me walk you out. Yang Shi saw his escape route. He nodded politely to Zoe. Looks like we're rolling out. Story time is over. Zoe looked genuinely sad. But it was just getting good. But before Yang Si could flee, Solly, that little demon, latched onto his arm. She was digging him a grave with a smile. Don't worry. Yang Si loves talking to you. We'll come back soon. Zoe's face turned pink, eyes sparkling with affection. Then I'll look forward to your visit. You have to finish the story. Yang Shi could only nod stiffly. Sure. Great. In the car, the smile dropped. Yang Si grabbed Solly by the back of her neck. Solly, are you itching for a beating? Solly glared right back, fierce as a wildcat. Oh yeah? Compare that to you murdering my lover, and this is nothing. Boom. A massive explosion tore through the silence. Black-robed assassins descended from the sky. Walker, today is your funeral. Walker crawled out of the smoke, coughing. Red lightning crackled violently around his body. He wasn't backing down. Who dares attack the Keith family? Roar. Walker didn't just get mad, he transformed into a colossal flame dragon, towering high above, dwarfing a 10-story building. Lord Hood was wreathed in crackling blue lightning. But before unleashing his beast form, he turned back, giving a final command to the Ji siblings, Yang Si, take Chu Li and run. With that, he morphed into a majestic Qinglan dragon and charged. Brother, I'm coming to assist. Yang Si's brow furrowed, his gaze turning sharp. He barked orders at his sister with absolute authority. Father and second uncle can't handle them alone. I'm joining the fray. You go back to the clan and summon reinforcements. Panic flashed across Chu Li's face, but her brother's voice cut through her fear. Oh, okay. I'll go get help, she stammered. But wait, Yang Shi, you. She hesitated, tears welling up in her eyes before she screamed out. You only just advanced 3 ranks. Don't you dare die on me. Though terror gripped her heart, Chu Li forced out a stubborn threat to mask her worry. If you die, I won't be able to avenge you. And worse, the burden of the Ji clan heir will fall on me. Hearing her toothless threat, Yang Si just chuckled softly. He patted her head, his voice gentle yet firm. Rest easy, little sister. I have no intention of dying today. The moment the words left his lips, he transformed into a blazing flame dragon. With golden horns gleaming, he shot toward the battlefield like a piercing arrow. The blue Audi roared to life, speeding away from the danger zone. Inside, Chuli bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Father, second uncle, and that idiot Yang Si. Please, let everyone be safe. Meanwhile, behind Walker, the air shifted. A long sword cut through the sky. Sensing the killing intent, he whipped his head around. But just in time, clang. Yang Si arrived, catching the blade with his dragon claw. Walker watched, eyes wide with shock. Cool as ice, Yang Si spoke. Father, apologies for the delay. But unlike his son's calm demeanor, Walker exploded in fury. Why the hell did you come back? Lord Hood quickly stepped in to mediate. Brother, save the lecture. If Yang Si hadn't stepped in just now, we'd be in a much graver situation. Walker's expression softened, guilt washing over him. It is my fault. I never expected them to be this vicious, this insane. To think they dare attack within the city limits. Yang Si narrowed his eyes, probing for intel. Father, do you know the origin of these assassins? I don't, Walker admitted, but it's likely a rival clan sent them. 4 rank 3 masters. Their background is hidden. Lord Hood chimed in with his own deduction. I suspect the Light City Guard faction. As long as a new city lord isn't selected, the current commander retains control over the Alliance army. But Walker shook his head, unconvinced. Not necessarily. It could be the Murphy clan, the Garricks, or even a traitor within the Clark family selling us out. Otherwise, why strike at this precise moment? While they debated, the air screamed. Metallic projectiles launched straight at Yang Si. Walker roared, "Look out." Just before the steel could pierce his son's scales, Walker unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, melting the weapons into slag. Yang's eyes rage boiled over. You sewer rats. You want my father's life? You'll have to get past my fists first, he roared, his body erupting with blazing orbs of light. Both Hood and Walker froze, witnessing the spectacle. Walker gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Yang Si is on the verge of a breakthrough. Yang Si smirked internally. Force my hand. Looks like I have no choice but to level up. The mysterious leader sensed the danger. Summoning a storm of sharp blades, he aimed for the kill. We cannot let this brat live. Kill him. Instantly, all 4 assassins rushed forward, circling Yang Si like a pack of wolves. The main character's mind raced with excitement. Time to test the new hardware. His face beamed with arrogant confidence. Just you wait. Witness the birth of the Super Flame Dragon technique. A barrage of lethal strikes rained down on Yang Si, but Lord Hood and Walker moved in perfect sync. Sword and fire combined in a wall of destruction. They incinerated the incoming attacks instantly. Walker shouted, desperation in his voice. Yang Si, run. We will hold them off. But Yang Si turned a deaf ear to the order. Fearless, he charged straight into the quartet of assassins. My son, Yang Si, his elders screamed in unison. Without a second thought, they dashed after him. Walker's fear vanished, replaced by a swelling pride. His voice boomed with adrenaline. Yang Si. Today, father and son fight side by side. I refuse to believe we die here. Lord Hood followed, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, brother, Yang Si. Second uncle is here, the assassin leader barked. Don't scatter. Focus fire on Yang Si. Once again, they tightened the net around him. One assassin sneered, declaring his fate. Yang Si, mark this as the day of your death. Suddenly, a colossal halo of light engulfed Yang Si's dragon form. He shouted to his audience. Perfect timing. Father, second uncle, watch closely. Today, Yang Si is invincible. The light expanded, blinding and intense. Terrifying energy detonated from his core, shaking the very earth. The assassins panicked. What in the hell is that? One of them realized too late. It's the Super Flame Dragon art. The leader saw the tide turning against them. Abort. The mission is a failure. We can't kill him now. At least our identities remain compromised. Retreat. But a subordinate protested. If we leave now, what about our reward? The leader shut him down. The GA reinforcements are closing in. It's too risky. Be grateful, the higher-ups won't execute us for failure. Hearing this, the shadows scattered into the night. With the threat gone, the manifestation of the flame dragon faded. Yang Si dropped to one knee, panting heavily. Walker and Lord Hood reverted to human form, rushing toward their exhausted kin. Yang Si's inner thoughts raced. I used the breakthrough as a cover. I have to sell the act. Why did they come back? Tusk. Whatever. Too tired to concoct a lie, he simply face-planted into the dirt. Walker jumped, heart stopping in his chest. Phase 1. Play dead. Phase 2. Avoid interrogation. Lord Hood was on him in a second, pressing 2 fingers to Yang Zi's nose. Confirming a pulse, he turned to comfort his frantic brother. He is alive. It seems the first breakthrough drained his spirit energy. He just needs rest. The moment Yang Zi's eyes fluttered open, a silhouette filled his vision. Father Walker sat by the bed, his face etched with worry. Yang Xi immediately put on a weak act. Father. Seeing his golden boy in one piece, old man Walker finally chilled out. He puffed up his chest, looking at Yang Xi like a prized trophy. That's my boy. A true genius of the Ji clan. Yang Xi put on his best humble hero mask. Just got lucky with a serendipitous encounter, sir. But Walker's face dropped. The mood got heavy real fast. Now that I think about it, you're right. There's a secret I've kept from you and your second uncle. But now, you need to know the score. Walker started spilling the tea on the whole operation. The City of Light. On the surface, it's a brawl between the big clans. But the real players, they're lurking in the shadows. The Mercenary Guild, the Bernadotte Empire, the Beast Alliance, the 100 Cities Federation. He didn't stop there, technically. This is Federation turf. But those 3 giants, they aren't about to let the commander's seat slip through their fingers. Walker narrowed his eyes, dropping his theory. Even the city garrison might make a play for the throne. He looked at Yang Xi, lying in bed, with total, blind faith. Walker didn't hold back. You're the only one I trust in this snake pit, so listen up. The power backing our Jie clan? It's the Mercenary Guild. Yang Zi's eyes went wide. Oscar-worthy performance right here. He frowned, playing the confused innocence card perfectly. The Mercenary Guild? Walker nodded grimly. It's just a temporary deal. They seat me as the city lord, and we pay the price in blood and gold. A shadow crossed Walker's face, twisting into a greedy smirk. This battle for the City of Light? I've got an 80% win rate locked in. Once the handover is done, we'll have the resources to storm back into the Odyssey dimension. Yang Xi turned his back, and the innocent mask shattered. A wicked grin spread across his face. With a superclass spy like yours truly on the job, the ultimate victory belongs to us, Dark Star humans. But when he spun around, total 180. Back to being the obedient little sheep. Father is wise. Under your lead, the Ji clan is unstoppable. Later, the clan's big shots gathered for the War Council. Lord Knot slammed the table, fury exploding from him. I object. You can't go alone. Let me watch your back. Did you forget the assassination attempt? But his warnings, they went in one ear and out the other for Walker. Walker waved him off like a buzzing fly. Chill out, brother. I know my limits. I'm meeting Overseer Platinum. Too many people will just spook him. Yang Xi watched the old man leave, his mind racing. The Mercenary Guild must have given him an artifact. And tonight's the night he uses it. He thinks he's got a 90% shot. 3 hours later, Yang Xi was busy teasing Su Li, pinching her cheeks for fun. Hey, hands off, she shrieked. Yang Xi grinned, eyes crinkling with mischief. Bored out of my mind here. Come on, just one more pinch. She turned away, face burning. You jerk, Yang Xi. I'm not playing your games. But Lord Knot, he was a nervous wreck, pacing the floor like a caged tiger, taking too long. Why is it so quiet? Suddenly, roar. The sound shook the walls, startling the lovebirds. Knot's face went pale as death. Something's wrong. He shot out the door like a bullet leaving a chamber. Not long after, at the city lord's manor, a swarm of dragons descended from the sky, and they brought a grim present, Walker. Alive 3 hours ago. Now, a stiff corpse on the cold ground, eyes wide open in horror. Blood still trickling from his lips. Knot howled in rage. Who? Who did this? If I had just forced my way in. Brother wouldn't be dead. Yang Xi feigned anger, but his mind was cold steel. Walker was a peak Tier 3 powerhouse. To take him out, had to be a squad of Tier Dries. Or a Tier 4 monster. He went to meet Overseer Platinum tonight. That guy is Tier 4. He definitely has the power to erase Walker. As Yang Xi profiled the killer, people from the city lord's manor gathered around. Yang Xi's eyes scanned the crowd. Look at the garrison commander's face. That's shock, not guilt. So the killer is that high and mighty overseer standing up there. Yang Xi locked eyes on Wokam in the distance. If he did it, he would have wiped out the whole Jie clan to bury the evidence. Suddenly, General Red Wind stepped into the chaotic ring. Knot, your brother's death isn't on us. But Knot was blinded by fury. Lies. You were the first ones on the scene. Red Wind snapped back. I told you, we're clean. Knot's eyes darted around wildly. If not you, then it must be him. That overseer. Welcome roared, insolence. The shout wasn't just loud. It was a sonic boom. The shockwave hammered the G clan members, bringing them to their knees. Yang Si stepped forward, voice steady amidst the chaos. My uncle is grieving. His emotions are broken. Please, overseer, show mercy. Welcome pause, the pressure lifting slightly. For Walker's sake, I'll spare this fool's life today. Besides, I didn't kill your father. Yang Si's inner detective kicked in again. Wait, is this connected to the item from the mercenary guild? What would make a Federation overseer risk killing a pawn like Walker? He went silent, deep in thought. Su Li tugged his sleeve, trembling. Yang Si, what do we do now? The clan members looked at him, desperate for a leader. Yang Si, you call the shots. We follow your lead, kid. Yang Si bowed, playing the perfect diplomat. General Red Wind, my family spoke out of turn. We will take my father's body and leave. As Yang Si led the retreat, the crowd buzzed with gossip. Man, what a waste. The G clan almost had it all. That Yang Si kid handled it like a boss, though. But who did it? Mercenaries? The Empire? The Beasts? Everyone's a suspect. Days passed. The G clan buried their patriarch in silence. Lord Not looked broken. Brother, I'm really the last one left now. Su Li sobbed, heart-wrenching tears. Father, you still have Yang Si, Not whispered. He looked at the young man. Your father is gone. It's real. Listen up. The Keith bloodline can't survive a single day without a king on the throne. You're taking the crown, kid. The weight of the entire clan slammed onto Yang Si's shoulder as the heavy hand landed. He hit a quick sidestep. Whoa, hold up, uncle. You're the heavy hitter here. The title belongs to you. But inside, his mind was screaming. I'm losing it. I'm an undercover mole, and now I'm becoming the Don? Is this some twisted joke of destiny? Uncle shook his head. It has to be you. You've got the guts. And you've awakened the legendary Qing Lan Wood Flame Dragon potential. Cornered, Yang Si knew he couldn't back down. He clenched his fist over his heart. All right, uncle. I swear on my life, as long as Yang Si draws breath, the Keith name will rise to the heavens. Lord Not roared with laughter and slammed a fist into his chest. That's the spirit, a true alpha of the pack. But little Su Li was pouting in the corner. Does this mean I have to call him Big Brother Boss now? I'm literally dying of cringe. Hughes interrupted the awkwardness. Move out. It's time to visit the inner sanctum. Deep inside the Keith ancestral hall, Hughes bowed with solemn respect. Since our bloodline began, over 1,000 psychic warriors have bled and died for this house. He made it clear, Yang Si was the chosen one. But this hallowed ground, it was reserved for the souls of Tier 3 warlords or higher. Butler Evan stepped forward, bowing low to the new young master. Lord Not's eyes narrowed. Tell me, who had the guts to slaughter our people? This was Evan, the loyal shadow of the previous chief, and now the guardian of these spirits. Hughes turned to the old butler. You know where the inheritance stone and the warlord blood essence are hidden. We're the last line of defense. I brought Yang Si to secure the legacy before it's too late. The butler's eyes widened. Master, do you sense a storm coming? Hughes dropped the bomb. A massive power has the Keith family in its crosshairs. We need to pop the umbrella before the acid rain hits. Evan turned to the boy. Young Master Yang, behold the ultimate secrets of our clan. Yang Si smirked internally. Jackpot, I just got here and I'm already unlocking the vault. This infiltration mission is going smoother than butter. Evan pushed the heavy doors open. Whoosh! Blinding light flooded the corridor. The holy grail of power lay before them. Evan's voice was hushed. Behold, the inheritance stone and the warlord blood essence. He snapped on a pair of protective gloves. Listen close, kid. Unless you hit Tier 4, do not touch these barehanded. It'll fry you alive. Evan tapped the stone. Flash. Crimson light erupted, forming a roaring fire dragon. This is Form 1. Did you memorize the visualization sequence? Young master, silence. Evan sighed, lifting the glowing vial of blood. Our family's foundation is trash. We're weak, barely surviving. This essence comes from the few legends we actually had. Yang Si's eyes locked onto the vial. So that's the juice. The warlord blood essence. Your coronation happens after the funeral, Evan ordered. Spend this time learning the rules. Don't embarrass us in front of the big shots. Got it. Chill. Cut 2. A downpour at midnight. Yang Si held a black umbrella, annoyed. Why do these other world weirdos love spooky midnight funerals? Uncle Hughes walked up, face like stone. Stay strong. I'm here representing Platinum Overseer Lord Occam to offer our deepest regrets. Hughes's eyes narrowed dangerously. Tell Lord Occam the Keith family appreciates his concern. The rain hammered down. Shadows moved behind the guests. Yang Si trailed them, grinning. Looks like the rats are finally coming out of the sewer. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a party. These guys navigated the mansion better than the heir himself. Sketchy much? Yang Si squinted at a hulking silhouette. Wait, that build. Isn't that General Scarlet Wind? He claimed he was clean on Walker's death. Liar. He's hunting for the artifact. And that other scent? Definitely mercenary guild trash. And the last creeper. Bernadotte Empire. Suddenly, Su Li popped up. Yang Si. He nearly jumped out of his skin. What you doing? Yang Si faked a groan. Bathroom break. Su Li yelled. Liar. The toilet is slap. He clamped his hand over her mouth. Zip it. We've got invaders, he hissed. I'm tracking them. Do, you, copy. She blinked furiously like a broken doll. He let go. Gasping for air, she whispered, Why don't we tell my dad? Let him unleash the squad. Take them down. Yang Si scoffed. Those are 4-peak tier 3 monsters. Your dad would get folded like a lawn chair. He shoved her forward. Your mission is to warn Uncle Hughes. Tell him to gear up. Run. She bolted, looking back with teary eyes. Yang Si, don't die on me. He waved her off. Yeah. Why's this girl gotta make it a soap opera? Out of the way. We're commandeering this vault for the Qinglan Planet Humanity Alliance. Back in the vault, Evan froze as the shadows emerged. Killing intent flooded the room. One intruder sneered. So? You here to clean up your master's mess? Jose stepped out, grinning like a shark. I'm just here for the loot. But you guys? Smells like you're here to bury the truth. That artifact Walker tried to sell to Lord Occam is a ticking time bomb. He rigged the whole area with a self-destruct sequence. I'm snatching it before the trap springs. Back off unless you want to lose that precious cultivation you worked so hard for. Another voice boomed. You think I'm scared? That treasure is mine. Evan stepped up, aura flaring. 3 intruders in the Keith sanctuary. Leave now before the army arrives. The air grew heavy with bloodlust. Evan roared, You dare disrespect this house? ZZZT. Evan's body dissolved into pure living lightning. The masked man spat, Idiot. Jose's eyes widened. Holy. He compressed the lightning element to that density. The lightning avatar smirked, crackling with power. But down below, a blazing inferno was rising to meet him. Boom. Thunder and fire collided, creating a massive sphere of destruction. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the chaos. Yo, 3 against 1 senior citizen. Do you guys have zero shame? Evan shifted back to his human form, bowing his head. Young Master Yang Si. The 4-eyed guy stared, totally confused. What the hell is going on here? Even a genius couldn't power up that fast. Yang Zi ignored the stare, turning to his butler. Evan, I'll handle the trash. You got a job to do. Go secure the life crystal fusion. Now. Evan nodded. Yes, young master. Yang Si faced the masked freaks. Listen up, gentlemen. I don't care what my old man hid. The Keats family comes first. Promise not to touch my people, and I'll open the secret vault myself. Have at it. 4 Eyes laughed, clapping his hands. You got guts, Yang Si. I misjudged you. Yang Si smirked, sowing chaos. 1 treasure. 3 of you inside. General Red Wind outside. That's 4 dogs fighting for 1 bone. Tesk. Imagine the bloodbath. The 3 froze, exchanging glances. The kid had a point. The math didn't add up. In the shadows, Red Wind watched, waiting for a slip-up. Yang Si fueled the greed in the room. Don't stress too much. Find the loot first, then kill each other for it. Deal? 1 masked guy nodded. Kid makes sense. Let's move. Perfect. Follow me. Red Wind stepped out from the darkness. The pack rushed toward the crystal ball display like starving wolves. Chaos erupted instantly. It's mine. Back off. Yang Si watched the circus from the back. Idiots. It's just a glass ball. Odyssey alchemy. Records, sight and sound. Why are they desperate for a glorified camera? 1 touched it. Fake. It's not here. Another checked the shelf. Empty. Rage turned their eyes toward Yang Si. Damn you. You hit it, didn't you? Yang Si glared back, ice in his veins. I opened the vault. I gave you a shot. I did my part, and you dare doubt me? Joss backed off, raising his hands. My bad, young master. Emotions ran high. We came to gamble. If the Keats are broke, we walk. The others nodded. Yeah, waste of time. I'm out. Evan panicked. Sir, they won't actually leave. Yang Si's expression darkened. Power is the only law that matters in this world. Survival is priority 1. He turned to the butler. Evan, be real with me. Where did my dad actually hide it? Evan hesitated. Not the vault. The master was smarter than that. Yang Zai blinked. Is that so? Yang Zai calculated the odds. Those vultures are still circling. Mercenaries exited the study. Dick tailed them like a shadow. Cut to another room. A suit of armor stood silent, clutching the real prize. The crystal ball sat right there in its metal grip. A masked guy spotted it. Bingo! Found it. Joe's caught him red-handed. So, the mercenary guild is pulling the strings. His glare cut deep. Hand it over, Harvey. Or Akam will delete you before sunrise. Harvey sneered, clutching the prize. I hold the leverage now. I'll trade this to Akam for your head. Think he'll say no? Jaws summoned mud demons from the floor. You won't live long enough to ask. Harvey dropped his cloak, bow drawn. Taste my poison first. The arrow shredded the shadow demon like it was made of paper. Harvey laughed like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, black vines snapped around his ankles. What the? The ball slipped. It rolled across the floor, right into a waiting hand. Yang Shi lifted it up. Oops, I'll be taking this. Harvey screamed, you little bastard. Yang Shi stomped his head into the ground. Shut up. Let's see what the fuss is about. The hologram played. Akam holding a blade, stabbing a blue-haired man. Another victim fell. Pure fear in their eyes. Akam dragged the bodies away. Yang Shi felt a chill. Damn. All this chaos, just for a murder tape? White Cloak clapped. Bravo. The Federation manager's family. Slaughtered by his own dog, Platinum manager Akam. The air turned freezing. Humph. Dick looked up, terrified. Lord Akam. Akam floated outside the window, looking like death itself. My apologies to everyone here. His eyes glowed. I'll be taking your lives now. Dick sweated buckets. You're joking, right, boss? I'm your loyal servant. Don't do this. Harvey trembled. Idiot. Dead men keep the best secrets. Akam crossed his arms, amused. Harvey, did the guild do this just for the city lord's seat? Harvey stammered, pale as a ghost. I don't know what you mean. Yang Sai connected the dots. I get it. The guild wanted blackmail material on Akam. Turn him into a puppet. Huge profit. But Whaler died too soon. Plan went sideways. They sent Harvey to clean up the mess. Akam blew a sound whistle. Is that so? Then die. Sonic waves blasted toward Harvey. No, you can't. I work for the heavy hitters. A shield blocked the blast just in time. Yang Si stepped in. Chill, Akam. Harvey lied. The ball is from my guild. I sent Whaler to make the deal. Akam glared. Oh, and? Yang Si asked. Did you kill Whaler? Wind whipped Akam's hair. You think I'm that sloppy? A Tier 4 beast killed him. He held up 3 fingers. Listen up. The list of Tier 4 monsters in Light City is short. If me and my buddy didn't ice him, it's gotta be one of the other 3 suspects. Chris got right in Akam's face. You think I'm the rat? I'm tight with the mercenary guild. I got no beef with Walker. Yang Si, disguised as the Yang Si, thought, why is this clown Chris even here? And since when did he hit Tier 4 power levels? The Grand Yang Si stepped up to Akam with a shady proposal. Chris is clean. He didn't kill Walker. That means the killer has to be Purple Star Yang Si or that brute, Iron Tower. Let's talk about that crystal ball evidence. You want this buried? Become our mole inside the Federation's high command. Deal? Akam was sweating bullets. That price is way too steep. I'll leak critical intel, but that's it. Push me, and we all go down together. Yang Shi smirked. Sold. Whoosh. A massive fist of flame tore through the air, startling Akam. What the hell? It was the Federation manager, Not, and his fist was blazing. Not roared, Akam. I heard you smoke my son. Akam was shaking like a leaf. Manager Not. Wait, I can explain. Tears streamed down the old man's face. I'm sacrificing a Tier 4 bastard for his funeral. My son. Watch from hell. Daddy's gonna make you proud. Not unleashed 4 flame fists. Pay with your life. Bam. The punch gutted Akam instantly. The explosion sent smoke and debris flying everywhere. Akam was on his knees in the smoke. Damn it. Help me. If the 3 of you team up, we can take this guy. Not float above like a vengeful god. The 100 Cities Federation is cleaning house. You mercs want a piece of this? The Grand Yang Si lowered his voice. Look, can't we let Akam slide? You know how hard it is to find a Tier 4 powerhouse. Not's eyes were burning with murder. Get lost, or I'll flatten you too. Manifestations of a water dragon and a giant flame appeared behind them. Yang Si glared. So, you really want to throw hands with me today? Not didn't blink. He dies. Today. Fine then. The Yang Shi scoffed. Let's see your skills. A bystander with hair screamed, holy crap. The Tier 4 bosses are clashing. The bald guy panicked. Run, you fools. We're gonna get squashed. Chomp. The water dragon clamped down on Not's arm. Humph. Not flexed, and the dragon vaporized instantly. Is this the best the mercenary guild has? Not sneered. Too scared to 1 versus 1 me? Huh. Akam clutched his stomach. You're just a high-level bully. I only just reached Tier 4. Meanwhile, Yang Si was eyeing Chris, deep in thought. He's the only Tier 4 not in the mosh pit. His next move decides how this bloodbath ends. Chris just stood there with his eyes closed, acting cool. Occam screamed, "Why aren't you helping? Aren't we allies?" Chris smirked, looking down on him. "Hold your horses, pal. Until the Grand Yang Shi makes a call, I ain't stepping into their mess." Yang Si frowned, crunching the numbers in his head. Intel says Not's presence benefits the G family, but for my own selfish gains. I need to snatch an ultimate art from a dead tier 4. And the guy with the biggest death flag is definitely Occam. Yang Xi's Yang Xi avatar materialized in the shadows behind Not. One sneak attack while he's distracted. That's the play. He fired his sonic wave. Not grunted and threw a fire punch. Damn it. The Grand Yang Si threw up his shield for Occam. Occam laughed like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Is that all you got? Yang Shi decided to spice things up. Let's add some juice to that punch. Suddenly, the fire fist swelled to massive proportions. Not panicked. Wait, what? The power output is off the charts. Did I just level up mid-fight without knowing? Yang Si screamed, "Careful." The energy spiked. Bam! The shield shattered like glass. Dust covered everything. Someone gasped. Look at that. Occam was toast. Eyes rolled back, body smoking. Not stared at his own hand. No. That wasn't me. That felt like an ultimate art controlled that strike. He glanced back at the Yang Si. Did that guy just buff me? What kind of insane universal law was that? The Grand Yang Shi looked at the crispy Occam. Useless. Staying here makes me look like a clown. He grabbed Harvey and flew off into the sky. We're leaving. Chris watched Yang Shi leave. That energy signature. It felt just like Yang Si. I need to chase him down to be sure. Not approached Yang Si. Hey kid, you Walker's boy? Yang Si nodded respectfully. Yes, sir. Not grinned and slapped his shoulder. Not bad. Peak tier 3 at your age. You've got tier 4 potential written all over you. He raised Yang Shi's hand high. Listen up. I declare, Jie Yang Ixi. The new city, Lord of Light City. Yang Shi sat facing the big shots. Grand Yang Shi, Red Emperor, Long Jane, and Lei Ming. Yang Shi smiled. Yang Shi, you've got guts. Gentlemen, fresh blood today. Meet Yang Si, the new Light City Lord. And this sparky fellow is the new Platinum Manager, Venerable Lei Ming. Lei Ming took his seat. Long Jane narrowed his dragon eyes, cut the pleasantries. Let's get to business. Every day we waste, another one of my descendants dies on the front lines. The Grand Yang Si nodded. Fine. Let's compare our troop numbers on the battlefield. Lei Ming announced, the Federation sent 5,000 elite espers. The Mercenary Guild better not be cheaping out on us. Long Jane slammed the table. I refuse. The Beast Alliance has bled enough for a century. We aren't sending more meat for your ambush plans. The argument got heated, voices clashing like thunder. Yang Si sweat dropped. Damn, the otherworld leadership is a mess. So much division. Wu Yang asked, did you see the intel from the Judgment Organization? The Odyssey faction has 4 tier 4s and 30 tier 3s. How do we win this? Wu Yang looked grim. Tong Tian, can the Hero Association send backup? Tong Tian shook his head. The situation at the Hero Sea is a nightmare too. We've given all the help we can spare. Maybe the Iron Blood Army has some reserves left? The old man closed his eyes and walked away. Begging them? I'd rather beg the Judgment Organization. He sighed, analyzing the grim future. If the otherworld invades, the only ones who truly stand with us is the Judgment Organization. Yang Si, in his disguise, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Yang Si rubbed his nose, sneezing like someone was talking smack about him. Fan Zi was already on his knees, trembling. City Lord, Yang Si glared down, ice cold. Get up, old man. Congrats. I'm appointing you as the commerce official. Your job, the slave trade. Yang Si smirked. You know why, right? Fan Zi narrowed his eyes, looking like a total villain. Oh, this subordinate definitely knows. Don't worry, boss. By tomorrow night, the hottest girls will be delivered straight to your mansion. Yang Si broke into a cold sweat. Seriously, just how far has my rep as a pervert spread? Yang Zai snapped. Do I look like I want that? Fan Zi slammed his head on the floor. Mercy. Please spare my life, City Lord. Spare me. Yang Si rolled his eyes. Listen up. Tell those slave traders to chill out. No more torturing or humiliating the locals, or they deal with me. Fan Zi stayed kneeling, eyes shut tight. Consider it done. I'll put a leash on those traders myself, sir. Good. Now get out, Yang Si commanded. And tell the Bureau to drag the resistance leader in here. Fan Zi scrambled away like a rat. Yes, sir. Yang Si stood in the shadows, his expression dark. Even in this other world, humans managed to form a resistance. But is this squad worth my support? Let's find out. The door creaked open. A guard shouted, "Get inside." Lu Yuenuo was shoved into the room. Yang Si looked down from his throne. Name. She gave him the silent treatment, refusing to look at him. He smirked. "Play dumb all you want, Lu Yuenuo." Outside, Fan Zi was eavesdropping. "Tiske tisk. Our lord really likes the feisty ones." Fan Zi whispered to the goon behind him. "Double the offering of beautiful slaves for Lord Yang Zi immediately. If they aren't top-tier goddesses, don't bother bringing them." The goon nodded. "Yes, sir." Inside, Yang Shi leaned back. "Sit down. Your legs are shaking." "Took a beating, huh?" Lu Yuenuo frowned, her eyes burning. "What's your game?" He slid a glass of water across the table. "Drink. I know more than just your name. I know where your resistance base is. I know your elite fighters, your stockpile, everything." Yuenuo slammed her fist on the table. "Bullshit. That's impossible." Yang Si analyzed her reaction. "She's too green. I need to push her, see if her loyalty to the resistance is the real deal." He grinned, looking dangerous. "Nothing is impossible for me. Want the details?" Yang Si started listing facts like a grocery list. "Your Blue Moon squad is hiding in abandoned mine 59, 50 miles outside the City of Light. Total count, 678 people. 1 Tier 3 fighter, 7 Tier 2 warriors. And your supplies." Yuenuo squeezed her eyes shut. "Shut up." She lunged, grabbing him by the collar. "Who sold us out?" Even with her fist at his throat, Yang Shi looked bored. "Your vice leader, Chen Qi? He's been on my payroll for ages. Every time the resistance failed, yeah, that was him." Yuenuo shouted back, desperation in her voice. "You think I believe the lies of an Odyssey scumbag like you?" He shrugged. "Believe what you want." Boom. He unleashed his spirit pressure. She froze, eyes glazing over. Yang Si loomed over her, smiling like a demon. "Test time, Lu Yuenuo. Submit to me or die right now." She screamed, clutching her head in agony. "No, never. I'd rather die than serve you freaks." Then she collapsed, out cold. He caught her before she hit the floor. Not bad. The girl's got an iron will. Time to power level both her and Xiao Yan. His face was hidden in shadow. "I'm heading out for a bit. Clean this room up." Xiao Yan looked nervous. "On it." He scanned the room, spotting a paper on the desk. He picked it up. Top secret report. Behind the wall, Yang Shi watched, arms crossed. Hook, line, and sinker. He thinks he's slick, finding that, but I planted it there. "The real test starts now, kid." Yang Shi stepped out and stopped a guard. "High security prison. No unauthorized entry." Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, in disguise, flashed a gold badge. "Open your eyes. You dare block the G family?" The guard started sweating bullets. "Ooh, Lord of the GF family. What brings you to the East Sector prison?" Xiao Yan shoved past him. "Move. I'm here to pick up a girl for the head of house." "Got a problem with that?" The guard panicked. No, right this way, sir." He pointed at Yuenuo in the cell. "She's a Tier 2 fighter, but her mana is sealed tight, so she's harmless." Xiao Yan glared. "Right. The head specifically ordered me to take the mana seal key too." "Hand it over." The guard hesitated, looking worried. "Sir, if we unseal her, she could rampage. It's dangerous." Xiao Yan got in his face. "You talk too much. You think a Tier 2 scares my master?" The guard folded and handed over the key. "You're right, sir. By the way, how is Gabriel doing? He and our warden go way back." Xiao Yan was too busy unlocking the cell to think. "Gabriel, he's busy. I'll say hi for you." The guard's eyes went wide. "There is no Gabriel in the G family. That's the warden's name, you idiot. Who are you?" Xiao Yan grabbed Yuenuo's hand. "Run," the guard screamed. "Jailbreak." Xiao Yan was sweating. "Follow me. If we hit the secret tunnel, we can lose them." Yuenuo frowned. "Wait, you're not from the GA family?" Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. "No kidding. Save the questions for later, sister. We gotta move." Suddenly, Yuenuo froze. "Wait." A massive shadow blocked the path. Warden Gabriel cracked his knuckles, grinning. "Finally, I needed a workout. Perfect timing to crush some local rats." Yuenuo launched her spirit daggers, but they shattered like glass the second they hit Gabriel's skin. Gabriel laughed. "Pathetic. You're out of your league." Yuenuo pushed Xiao Yan back. "Go. Get out of here." Xiao Yan gave a bitter laugh. "I'm just a Tier 1 scrub. I can't stop him." "You go. Stick to the tunnel. You might actually make it." Yuenuo's face hardened. "Sorry. The resistance never leaves a comrade behind. We fight together." Gabriel clapped slowly. "Aw, how touching. I almost feel bad." His grin widened. "Don't worry. I'll mash you both into the same meatball." Gabriel charged like a tank, roaring. "Die. Yang Si sighed from the shadows. Gabriel stopped, frowning. Who's there? Yang Si just raised a hand, looking totally bored. You guys are way too loud. The void vortex spun up a pitch-black tornado that swallowed Gabriel whole, drowning out his pathetic screams. Blood sprayed across Xiao Yan's stunned face. Lu Yuanyuo whipped around, panic in her eyes. Who the hell are you? Yang Shi didn't say a word. She froze, too terrified to even twitch while his back was turned. If you're gonna play the silent, cool guy act, we're out of here. Yuanyuo gripped her blades tight. Where's the secret tunnel? Which wall do I smash? Xiao Yan pointed a shaky finger. That way, boom. Blades slammed into the wall, kicking up a massive dust cloud. But when the smoke cleared, the wall didn't have a scratch on it. What the hell is going on here? Behind the dust was just solid rock. No tunnel. Xiao Yan's brain short-circuited. He clutched the paper, eyes wide with terror. No way. My memory isn't that trash. This is the spot. The Jia clan map definitely said the tunnel was right here. Lu Yuanyuo kept her cool, dropping a hard truth. Did it ever occur to you the map might be fake, kid? The paper slipped from Xiao Yan's fingers. He looked totally broken. The map was a lie. From the start, it was all a setup, yeah? Everything tonight was way too convenient to be a coincidence. She patted his shoulder, trying to be the cool big sister. Don't beat yourself up. You're just a rookie. Take the L as a lesson. Relax. Even if I have to die, I'm getting you out of this mess. Yang Shi, rocking his high Zhu persona, was deep in thought. I burned a lot of energy setting up this stage just to test Xiao Yan. Spoiler alert, there never was a secret tunnel. A real adjudicator needs guts and acting skills. This kid has potential, but he's still too green. His tactical thinking? Totally weak. Suddenly, Yang Si flickered into existence right behind them. Two massive black vortexes sucked Yuanyuo and Xiao Yan in like a vacuum. Outside the building, the void spit them out, slamming them onto the concrete. Ouch. Xiao Yan sat up, looking dazed. Wait, we actually escaped? Yuanyuo just gritted her teeth, looking down in defeat. Ha ha ha. So what if we escaped? She laughed bitterly. The Qinghui resistance is just a toy for the Lord of Light City. He can delete us whenever he feels like it. She looked up with dead eyes. Without a dream, living is pointless. Suddenly, Yang Shi, still playing the high Zhu character, spoke up. You two done crying yet? She glared at him. Who even are you? Why save us? Yang Si kept it chill. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yang Zi, straight from the 4 Seas. Xiao Yan flinched. 4 Seas? Does that mean we actually won on the front lines? Yang Zi nodded like a boss. That's right. We're finally pushing back. I infiltrated the southern continent to farm some new intel for the counterattack. His voice got serious. So, you guys want to unite every resistance group in the occupied zone. Lu Yuanyuo didn't buy it. She shut him down instantly. Stop talking crazy. That's literally impossible. Yang Si just smirked. What if I told you I have the power to make it happen? She screamed back, save your delusions. Trying to hustle me with that impossible dream? I'm not that naive. Yang Si ignored her tantrum and turned to Xiao Yan. What about you, kid? Want to unite the resistance factions? Want to save your buddies from being slaves forever? Xiao Yan didn't hesitate. If you're for real, I'm in. I don't care if it costs me my life. Yang Si patted the kid's shoulder. Good answer. Relax. My organization, the adjudicators, we always deliver. Both of them gasped. The adjudicators? Hai Zhu held up 3 fingers. 3 days. Just enough time for you to get back to the Qinghui base. Meet me there. Back at the resistance base, tents were scattered inside the walls. 2 figures stood on the ramparts. One of them confirmed the location, watching 2 kids playing marbles in the dirt. Xiao Yan frowned. Those kids look seriously malnourished. Lu Yuanyuo sighed. Hey, having a full stomach is a luxury here. Suddenly, Yang Shi floated up behind them like a ghost. You guys are right on time. Xiao Yan immediately bowed. Respects to Lord Yang Shi. Yuanyuo just stayed silent. Yang Si tossed a vial over. Drink this. Once you hit rank 3, we start the raid. Xiao Yan chugged the nasty stuff, and his power levels spiked instantly. Yang Shi asked, well, how's it feel to be a rank 3 badass? The kid was buzzing with adrenaline. Is this what real power feels like? He took a knee, swearing loyalty. Thank you, Lord Hai Zhu, for the upgrade. Yuanyuo looked at Xiao Yan, biting her lip. She thought, the adjudicators actually have buffs like that? I should have taken the deal. Yang Si handed over a tablet. This list contains every traitor in the Qinghui resistance. My suggestion? His face was shadowed, looking menacing. Kill them all. Lu Yuanyuo held the list, hands trembling. But, these are our people. Yang Shi cut her off coldly. Without these rats selling you out, Would the resistance have dropped to 5% strength in 10 years? Didn't innocent people die? Weren't they your comrades? He tossed two masks at them. Put these on. It's showtime. Lu Yuanyuo and Xiao Yan sprinted down the vertical wall, gravity-defying style, with Yang Shi trailing them. She stabbed a guy instantly, while Xiao Yan summoned purple lightning, blasting another traitor into the air with a scream. Arg. Yang Shi was way simpler. He just pointed a finger. Bam. 3 guys got caught, screaming in terror. Help! Someone help us. Xiao Yan and Yuanyuo stood back to back. He asked, how many rats are left? She replied, just one. A rank 3 esper named Chen Qi. Suddenly, Chen Qi appeared on top of a large tent. You 3 punks think the Qinghui resistance is empty? Vice Commander Chen Qi, wounded but still furious, lunged at them. Pay with your life. Xiao Yan cast lightning shield. Boom. A purple barrier blocked the attack. Suddenly, Chen Qi looked behind him. The old leader let out a grunt and spat a massive fireball straight at Chen Qi. The traitor was engulfed in flames, eyes wide with shock. Why? Why? The leader stroked his beard calmly. I knew you were a snitch years ago. Too bad you got too strong, so I couldn't just take you out. He watched hands clasped as Chen Qi burned to ash. Those 3 only killed your cronies. They didn't touch the innocent. This was a purge, plain and simple. The old leader opened his arms wide. My children, welcome home. Lu Yuanyuo ripped off her mask, tears streaming down her face. Leader. The old man bowed to the trio. You helped us clean out the trash. I truly don't know how to repay you. Yang Shi seized the moment. Simple. Old man. Hand over the position of leader. The crowd went wild with objection. Are you crazy? Our leader is a legend. We only recognize him as the boss of Qinghui. But the old boss, he just laughed like a maniac. Ha ha ha. Fine. I'll hand the throne over to him. Xiao Yan froze, thinking the old man meant him, completely paralyzed by the shock. Nope, not to me, kid. Give it to him. Yang Shi, dropping his cover, barked an order at the guy next to him. Xiao Yan, take that mask off. Right now. Xiao Yan obeyed, but you could tell he was sweating bullets as he peeled it off. The moment his face was revealed, the crowd went absolutely feral with objection. No way. I don't agree to this. I'll fight you to the death before I accept him. The old leader saw the chaos and unleashed his aura. Shut your traps. All of you. The Qinglan Smoke Organization needs a leader with actual power. Someone young and strong. The sheer pressure of his voice silenced the room instantly. Tension filled the air. It's official. From this second onward, Xiao Yan is the boss of the Qinglan Smoke Resistance. And Yue Nuo, you're replacing Chen Qi as the new vice leader. Xiao Yan and Yue Nuo stood there, totally stunned. Meanwhile, Chen Qi, hearing he got demoted, his face turned a sickly shade of green, looking like he just swallowed a fly. The decree was absolute. The crowd had no choice but to bow down and scream in unison, greetings, new boss. Yang Zi ripped open a dimensional portal and smirked. I figure you guys are gonna need some gear. Seeing the crowd standing there like a bunch of statues, he snapped at them. What are you staring at? Move it. Suddenly, loot started pouring out of the portal. The mob rushed forward, grabbing everything they could. It was a frenzy of unboxing. Everyone was losing their minds over the sheer amount of treasure. Once the loot was distributed, Yang Shi walked up to Xiao Yan and gripped his shoulder. Listen up. This is enough food and water to keep the Qinglan Smoke Resistance alive for 3 months. I hope you don't waste it. Xiao Yan looked at him with dead serious eyes. Lord Boar, what's the master plan now? Yang Shi answered with a grin that spelled trouble. We go back to the 4 Seas. We've been prepping for this war long enough. It's showtime. Meanwhile, morning broke at Xiangjiao Island. Elder Qian was inspecting a stone with a magnifying glass, looking like a mad scientist. This alchemy matrix. It's literally perfect. How does this even exist? Yang Shi, back in his disguise, grilled the old man. Well, can you crack the code on that alchemy tech? Elder Qian started sweating. Lord Yang Shi, you overestimate me. I'm not a miracle worker. Elder Qian laid out the brutal truth. Forget about integrating this many alchemy matrices. Just shrinking the matrix down to this size, that's going to take a massive leap in technology. Yang Shi narrowed his eyes. Is there any other way? Suddenly, a sly, cunning look crossed the old man's face. There is one way. We leak the info. Summon every Grandmaster Alchemist in the 4 Seas to crack it together. But, does your organization really want to share these secrets? Yang Shi laughed, his voice booming with confidence. The Judgment Organization doesn't hide in a hole like a frog. Do it. Listen to Elder Qian. Summon every alchemist in the 4 Seas. I don't care who they are. If they have the skills and crave the Odyssey's creations, let them come. He tossed a golden, egg-shaped artifact to the old man. While you're at it, Figure out the tech inside this inheritance stone too. Holding the stone, the old man gasped, totally mesmerized. Incredible. What on earth is this inheritance stone? Yang Si smirked. Lord Boar snatched it from the occupied zone in the south continent. It can transmit the Odyssey civilization's meditation law. Elder Qian screamed, losing his composure. What? The meditation law? Yang Si continued calmly. This stone is the peak of Odyssey alchemy. It's the very thing that separates us from them. Elder Qian was trembling with excitement. And we're going to publish this too. With these two items, we could rule the entire four seas. Yang Si just laughed, utterly fearless. Publish it all. We can't let those three big factions sit around doing nothing while we do all the work. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a grunt rushed into a room with breaking news. Report, new intel from Judgment. And they sent an invitation letter. Yang sat at his desk, skeptical. War is about to start. What is Judgment plotting now? Tong Tian, standing nearby, looked pale as a ghost. I have a bad feeling about this. Something's wrong. Yang started freaking out too. Tong Tian, shut your mouth. Don't jinx us. Without Judgment support, our winning chances dropped to like 30%. He ripped open the letter, and his scream shook the room. Holy cow, Lord Boar is a genius. He was born to be a spy. He actually found the meditation law. Yang was hyped. The Judgment Organization just closed the 100-year gap between us and the Odyssey for the sake of humanity. But Tong Tian stood there like a wet blanket, totally killing the vibe. Don't celebrate yet. You don't have the goods in your hand. What if Judgment is just bluffing to show off? Yang shoved the letter in his face. Look, bro. It says Judgment is inviting the Hero Association, the Merchant Alliance, and the Ironblood Army to negotiate sharing the meditation law. Yang slammed his fist down. See, I told you. Judgment's vision is way beyond ours. Tong Tian's face went white as the realization hit him. I can't believe Judgment is actually willing to share that kind of power. 3 days later, Yang and Tong Tian arrived at the meeting spot. They met Yang Shi, now using the code name Lord Yang Zi. Yang Zi cut to the chase. We're making the Odyssey intel public, but there's a condition. Yang tried to act cool. Make yourself at home. Why so formal? Brother Yang Si, just tell us what you want. Yang Si didn't blink. Our demand is simple. The Judgment Organization wants entry into the Chaotic Sea. Yang started stuttering immediately. Tong Tian jumped in, firing a verbal shot. Judgment has a big appetite. Huh? You just got here and you want a whole sea territory. Yang coughed loudly to stop the fight. Brother Yang Si, the Merchant Alliance can give you 15 islands within 2 weeks. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. What do you two think? A mysterious woman named Jane Yin stepped out of the shadows. She laid down the law. We can hand over control of the Chaotic Sea temporarily, but if Judgment wants to unite the sea, there has to be a time limit. Her expression turned grim. If this drags on for more than 10 years, the loss for humanity on Blue Star will be catastrophic. Yang Shi stared them down and asked, So, what is the time frame, guys? How long are we talking? Tong Tian put on his scary face, throwing out terms like a boss. How about 1 year? Considering that Chaos Sea Lord freak is lurking around, Tai Kui was sweating bullets, thinking uniting the Chaos Sea was way harder than saving humanity. Apparently, that Sea Lord guy just cares about hoarding treasure and hotties for himself. Suddenly, he glanced to the side, dropping some truth bombs. Using his logic, humans cannot beat the Otherworlders anyway. Since he is a rank 4 immortal, he would rather party hard than die trying. Jin Yin scoffed, looking totally disgusted. No cap. The truth is, those guys are actually terrifyingly strong. But because of his obsession with pleasure, the Chaos Sea became the mess it is today. Yang Shi turned to Yang, asking, So, does the clock start ticking right now? The old man replied, Starting now is way too rushed. How about we kick things off after the counterattack war wraps up? Sound good? Hearing that, she threw shade, asking, What if this war drags on forever? Yang Shi just laughed, oozing confidence. 1 year is way too long, bro. My organization only needs 6 months to clean house. Tong Tian saw his swagger and got salty, mocking him. 1 year is 1 year. Let us just start the timer after the rank 4 Great War ends. All right. Jin Yin was way more chill, speaking softly. Whatever. Solving the chaos is one thing, but taking out that lord? That is going to be a pain. Now, let us talk about the loot, shall we? Yang Si pulled out these glowing red beads, telling the trio, Check this out. Strongman blood essence I scored from the southern continent. It is a cheat code for boosting your meditation law training. He dropped another bombshell that made them lose their minds, literally jumping out of their seats. There are 15 drops here. Consider this Strongman blood essence a loaner for your studies. Then Yang Shi split the beads into 3 equal piles and asked, I will even throw in the secret to creating the meditation law. How is that for a deal? Is that enough street cred for you? Seeing the goods, Jin Yin turned to Wu Yang. Hey, Master Wu Yang, did you not want me to lend a hand in the counterattack war earlier? The old man practically screamed with joy. You are in, she nodded, totally. But my condition is, I want some of that strawman blood essence. Hearing her demand, Ouyang's mood crashed. Do not be like that, Jin Yin. I will pay out of my own pocket later. I will get you the latest alchemy makeup kit from Grandmaster Dai. She shut him down cold. Keep that trash to scam those big-chested bimbos with no brains. I only want the strongman blood essence. Tong Tian grabbed the blood essence, grinning like a shark. Hey Ouyang, these drops need to be split up. How about you give me and Commander Zhao 1 drop each from your stash? Call it a service fee for helping out. Deal? Hearing that, Ouyang slammed the table in a rage. Tong Tian, you snake. You are really trying to rob me while I am down. Yang Shi watched silently. But internally he was thinking, look at them fighting over crumbs. Whether it is otherworlders or humans, greed is the same everywhere. Defeated, Ouyang gave in to their demands. He handed over 2 drops, looking totally crushed. Fine, you win. 1 drop for each of you vultures. With the deal sealed, Yang Shi warped to a place that looked like a royal palace. He took off his mask and pulled up his status window. After leveling his psychic covenant to rank 3, he unlocked a new skill called Summon Little Sprite. It lets him take a spirit body from his mental space, morph it into a sprite, and summon it into the real world to throw hands. Reading the description, Yang Shi thought, this skill sounds kind of trash, to be honest. But then it clicked. Wait a sec. Does Vermilion Bird count as a spirit body? Let us bring her out and test this theory. The moment he spoke, Vermilion Bird appeared, asking, You called, Master? Instantaneously, he activated the skill. A system alert popped up. Summon Little Sprite. White smoke exploded around her. When it cleared, Yang Shi was totally shook by the result. Vermilion Bird had turned into a tiny chibi sprite. He was still processing the glitch in the matrix, but dang, in this mini form, she was absolutely adorable. Yang Shi noticed the details and blushed hard. She might be bite-sized, but she has still got all the right curves in the right places. But her powers seem nerfed. Hearing him, Vermilion Bird replied in a squeaky baby voice, I feel like I can transform. Swoosh! She wrapped her tiny body in flames. When the fire vanished, she was back to her adult bombshell form, but totally naked. She purred. Master. Yang Shi whipped his head around, shouting orders. This form drains way too much mental energy. That is enough fan service, turn back. Obediently, Vermilion Bird shrank back into her chibi mode. Face burning red, he scolded himself. Yang Shi. That was just a biological reaction. Keep it together, dude. No dirty thoughts allowed. Then he slapped himself back to reality. The war situation is getting spicy. Gotta go check it out. He shifted focus to the battlefield where explosions were rocking the coastline. Through the lens of binoculars, a half-dragon monster was spewing blue flames. A guy looking like the bold demon king turned to the blue-haired commander. The battle was a total gridlock. The mercenary guild rep asked, Do we really need to keep pushing? The blue-haired guy laughed internally. I am deep undercover behind enemy lines to minimize the Odyssey casualties. Then the blue-haired commander barked orders to the troops in the back. How can we let a single low-rank scrub mess up our entire rhythm? Send the order. The army keeps moving forward at full speed. Turns out, that blue-haired boss was actually Yang Shi in disguise. He added, But if the mercenary guild wants to save their buddies, I will allow you to send a squad of elites for a rescue mission. The bull-nosed guy bowed. Yes, Lord Yang Shi. I will relay the command immediately. As the bull demon walked away, Yang Shi glared at his back, plotting. Go on, you mercenary guild powerhouses. Hurry to Red Rainbow Island and die. I need to wipe out a chunk of these Odyssey colonizer elites. Later, 3 warships cut through the waves. The villain here was the Iron Blood Red Devil. Grand. He sneered, judging the human race. I heard you natives need 3 times the numbers just to match our beasts. You guys are honestly pathetic. Suddenly, a demon with green flame hair appeared. It was the elemental green flame ruler. Baji stood next to him, hyping him up. Once we hit the battlefield, it is going to be an all-you-can-kill buffet. He turned to the demons behind him. Pick up the pace, boys. I am itching to slaughter these locals. The demon horde roared in unison. Yeah. He made a twisted, dangerous face, laughing maniacally. And finally, to Red Rainbow Island. I am gonna use my precious flames to burn a permanent scar right onto his back. Somewhere else, the command table is literally vibrating from the tension. Ouyang screams, Jin Yin. This is my first time acting as commander-in-chief for this counterattack. Don't mess with me. This isn't the Iron Blood Sea. Jin Yin snaps back, totally stressed out. Stop bringing up the past, you're freaking me out. To take Crimson Arc Island, we have to use the Zerg Rush tactic. The old man gets serious with the plan. The Freedom Army splits into 4 streams, surrounding the island from every direction. The Odyssey scum on that island are trapped like rats. Wu Yang glares at Tong Tian and adds, the Hero Association's Spec Ops team is also dropping in. They're landing as an elite squad to start the brawl. Wait, why is he so quiet? Jin Yin spins around and screams, Tong Tian, quit playing dead. Get your butt to Crimson Arc Island and fight. Your rookie squad is about to get wiped out. Meanwhile, this dude is just casually sipping his tea like a boss. Tong Tian finishes his drink and replies, I'm with Wind God on this one. Fighting on Crimson Arc Island is the perfect grind spot for them. She's fuming, but she stays zip. Jin Yin turns to Yang Xi. Yo, brother Yang Xi, are you really okay risking the Judgment Organization's precious toys? He just shrugs. I'm down with it too. Wu Yang bursts out laughing. See, you got owned. That's 3 against 1. Send the elite squad in. Yang Xi walks off, staring out the boat window with a mood. The ship cuts through the waves. He mutters, sounding worried. Still feels sketchy though. I'll probably have to crash the party myself later. 2 hours later, at Crimson Arc Island, a squad moves out, led by some masked edgelord. Liu Yuan is confused from the back. Yo, didn't they say 10 elite squads were joining our Hero Association team? We landed on the west side, but it's a ghost town. Where's everybody? Boom! Just as he says that, they run straight into another crew. The masked guy steps up. We are the Sea Armor Squad from Judgment. The other guy thinks, speak of the devil, and he appears. On the other side, it's our boy Ye Fan. He senses that familiar boss-level aura. He bows with respect. Dark Knight Squad, Hero Association, reporting for duty. By whispers. Word on the street is the heavy hitters here are Tier 3, and even the weakest scrubs are Class A espers. Li Kaiwei asks, Captain, are we taking this route? Masked guy nods. Yeah, there's only 2 or 3 stragglers left, but don't get cocky. But inside, he's thinking, these idiots have no clue a massive Odyssey army is about to flank us. A brutal battle is inevitable. Suddenly, the masked guy signals. Halt! A massive fortress looms ahead of them. He points it out. That's the Mercenary Guild HQ. Battle stations, people. Liu Yuan instantly goes full werewolf mode. Bai draws his blade, steel singing in the air, while Li Kaiwei locks into combat stance. Suddenly, the masked guy tosses his sphere gadget. It pops open, revealing a small pillar inside. Boom. A Raven Man appears. He scoffs. You extras wait outside. My Wolf-Tooth squad will handle this mess. That's Sai from the Merchant Alliance's Wolf-Tooth squad. But the blonde girl next to him snaps. Get lost. Where did this bird brain come from? Watch it, or I'll roast you for dinner. That's the Ice Beam girl from the Iron Blood Army. Sai is instantly triggered. What did you say? Which? Say it to my face. She pulls out a massive cannon. Bring it on, feather face. Come catch this fade. They're about to throw hands right there. I'll kill you. I'll end you. Come and get some then. Their teammates have to physically drag them apart. The 4 commanders watching the feed are totally face-palming. Ouyang fake coughs to break the awkward vibe. Our warriors just have a unique way of bonding. Meanwhile, the masked guy glares at the others. Yo, are you guys going in or what? Or are you gonna run when the aliens show up? Sai and his crew smash through the door, startling a girl inside. She tries to bail in a panic. Sai's arm sprouts feathers and he screams. Think you can run? He grabs her ruff, making her scream her head off. He sneers at her. Relax. I'm not gonna let you die that easily. Suddenly, the roof cracks open with a massive boom. Everyone freezes. The demon Patrick crashes down, raging. Stupid natives. Get your filthy claws off Vivian right now. He lands, menacing as hell. If you don't let go, I, the great Patrick, will burn you to literal ash in the most painful way possible. Sai just asks, fearless. You want her? Come and take her back. Vivian is writhing under his foot. It hurts. I'm dying. Patrick is seeing red. Damn you. Today, I'm going to use your native corpses to vent my rage for Vivian. Sai kicks Vivian aside like trash. She's wrecked. He spins around and charges at Patrick, screaming, natives this, natives that. Where do you alien freaks get this superior attitude? He's about to hit, but Patrick just smirks. Bam. Someone else punches Sai right in the gut. He goes flying. Sai is totally shook. It's Ram. One punch sends Sai plastered into the wall. Ram laughs, mocking him. I barely use any power, bro. Why you flying so far? Ouyang jumps up from his chair, screaming, bad news. The situation on Crimson Arc Island just flipped. The Odyssey crew isn't playing around. Every tier 3 death is a massive loss. Jin Yin stands up. I'm going. Whoosh, she's gone in a flash. Yang Si nods. Impressed. That's a tier 4 powerhouse for you. If she's there, we're good. Patrick looks down on them with pure disgust. Kneel. Natives. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I won't slaughter all of you. Sai roars and blitzes him. Boom. He blows a massive hole right through Patrick's chest. Grant laughs. Patrick, you got owned by a native? Just die already. Patrick stares at the wound, surprised. Huh. You actually have the skills. You're worthy of being eaten by me. Time to end this. I'm gonna kill you for real. He vanishes into thin air. Sai is stunned. What the? They clash. The impact blows the roof off. They take the fight outside, trading blows, but Sai is starting to lose ground. Patrick has Saiji in a death grip. He tells him he's a decent warrior, but warns that sheer grit isn't enough to bridge the massive gap in their power levels. Patrick sneers. Game over, loser. He unhinges his jaw, ready to chomp Saiji's head right off. I'm gonna enjoy this meal. But suddenly, from the distance, boom, Iron Blood blasts, that freak with her divine cannon. She screams, "Get your filthy paws off our Blue Star people, you absolute scumbag." A teammate rushes to the fallen captain, realizing the meta. Physical attacks are trash. We need to spam elemental damage to hurt them. Iron Blood snaps at Saiji. Quit yapping and heal up. Mama's gonna handle this herself. She locks and loads her heavy artillery. Grandma's home, boys. She unleashes a rainbow hellstorm of bullets. Grant screams as he gets swallowed by the explosion and thick smoke. She smirks, finally dead. But then gross. Grant picks his own eyeball off the ground. Iron Blood can't believe what she's seeing. What the heck? He pops that sucker back in his socket like a Lego piece. Close call, he laughs, powering up his aura. Now, I'm gonna wipe every single one of you out. Suddenly, Grant screams in agony. It's the main man, Yi Fan. One punch, and half of Grant's body is vaporized. Then, a dude with a green flame head shows up. Grant got deleted, he scowls. Patrick stands among his goons, fuming. Guess you locals aren't total NPCs after all. Grant died because he got cocky against these noobs. If the rest of you don't shape up, you'll disgrace the Odyssey name. The big hammer dude grimaces, bowing his head. Lord Patrick, I wouldn't dream of staining our honor. Just give the order, boss. Patrick grins like a maniac, satisfied. Excellent. Use our overwhelming stats to crush this native army. Leave no survivors. His lackey shouts, Yes, Lord Patrick. Meanwhile, Iron Blood and the crew start sweating bullets, looking nervous. Someone stammers, They have 9 rank 3 powerhouses. Yang Si stays cool as ice. Time for us to step into the ring. Liu Yuan starts flexing. With Liu Yuan of Judgment here, who wants some? Patrick just sneers. Thought this would be boring, but fresh meat makes it fun. Originally a boring farm fest, but now we have rank 3s to play with. Liu Yuan fires back. Yo, ugly green hair. Watch your tone before I wreck you. Do you even know who my godfather is? Patrick raises an eyebrow. Who? Liu Yuan points a finger. Prepare to pee your pants, loser. Lord Yang Shi of Judgment is my pops. How about that? Shaking in your boots, yet ugly? Patrick doesn't even flinch. Yang Si? Never heard of him. I'm gonna chop that dog head of yours off and grill it for dinner. Liu Yuan rages, exploding with fury. My godfather Yang Si is a top boss of Judgment. A rank 4 powerhouse, you moron. That actually works. Patrick pauses, respecting the power scale. A rank 4? Fine. Out of respect for a master, I'll let you live. For 5 minutes. Liu Yuan goes psycho mode. He plunges his hand into his own chest. I don't need your pity. If I even whimper, I ain't a man. He rips his own beating heart out and shoves it in Patrick's face. Look at this. Young Master Liu has no heart left. I'm heartless and still kicking. Come at me. Patrick looks confused. Is this kid brain dead? Yang Shi facepalms internally. Same old idiocy, Yang Si sighs. Can't let the kid embarrass us further. He launches into the air. He leaves a trail of dazzling light, the Plum Blossom Mystery Step. Patrick panics. Crap, the native beside the rank 4's son is actually legit. Yang Si's fist clashes with a hammer clang. He lands smoothly. Patrick's goon steps up. Lord Patrick, charge your ultimate. I'll buy time. Patrick's grin is gone. He starts charging a nasty green energy ball in his hand. Serious mode activated. Yang Zi shouts, don't let him finish that cast. You, wrong grits or teeth, weaving spells frantically to interrupt him. A magical net constricts Patrick. He blinks, confused. What's this? Some kind of mental debuff. The green energy on his hand swells dangerously. Patrick roars, damn it. I'm done playing around. He pours everything into the spell, forming a massive green lotus. Go, bloom of death. Yu Rong dives straight at it. The energy sears half her face. It looks like it's melting her beauty away. She collapses right into Yang Sai's arms. I got you, he whispers, activating his secret recovery art. The burns vanish instantly. She stares, totally shook. Qin Yin watches from the sidelines. Light element. Judgment has 3 rank 4 monsters. We seriously underestimated this guild. Suddenly, a deafening boom. A figure steps out, a massive, spectral avatar looming behind him. He's glowing with emerald power, the ancient desolate sacred body. Yi Fan stands there, eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. Yang Si smiles internally. Who knew that wandering brat from years ago would level up to this insane tier? Patrick still thinks he has the high ground. Teask, Tesk. If you weren't a dirty native, I'd hire you as my bodyguard. He hurls the green energy forward, screaming in blind rage. Consider this an honor. You'll be the first native trash to be obliterated by my ultimate move. Remember the name Lord Patrick. Yi Fan's veins bulge. Dude, you talk way too much. He kicks off the ground, launching straight into the blast. Kaboom! The base explodes with the force of a thunderclap. Patrick's jaw drops. What? How can a mere native tank that? Desperate, he starts casting again. The azure light pulsed with lethal intensity. He roared like a maniac, fury twisting his face. Just die already. Let's see if your fists can write checks your fate can't cash. Yi Fan threw up his hands to block the impact, gritting his teeth. Damn it. The chaotic energy wasn't just hitting him. It was spiraling wildly toward the girl standing behind him. The shockwaves sent everyone else scrambling for their lives. Somebody help me. Without hesitating, Yi Fan launched himself directly at the energy beam targeting the innocent girl. He snatched up a massive slab of concrete like it was styrofoam. With a savage grunt, Yi Fan hurled the boulder straight at the incoming blast, aiming for the fat guy. Boom! The boulder and the azure energy collided in a violent explosion right in front of the enemy. But Patrick, he just smirked like he was watching a boring movie. Is that it? Using toys to block my flames? He scoffed from his high ground, powering up again. Let's see how many ants you can save before you burn. Beams of destruction rained down, sending the crowd into a frenzy of terror. Run! We're gonna die. Yi Fan watched the carnage, his blood boiling. You absolute piece of trash. Jane Yin watched from the sidelines, her composure cracking. Looks like I can't just sit back and watch the show anymore. Time to get my hands dirty. Yang Si observed Yi Fan with a calculating gaze. So, Yi Fan, how are you going to solve this impossible equation? Don't disappoint me now. Yi Fan's eyes locked onto the target. He shot forward like a bullet. Behind him, Liu Yuan cackled like a maniac. Hell yeah. Just smash that ugly Lotus platform and it's game over. But Yang Zi narrowed his eyes, sensing the trap. Idiot. It's never that simple. His gaze sharpened as he analyzed the battlefield with deadly seriousness. His voice dropped low. That blue lotus looks defenseless, but it's cloaked in dense fire elements. The faster an intruder strikes, the harder the backlash hits. Liu Yuan's jaw dropped as he processed the info. Huh? So you're saying he's basically speedrunning his own funeral? Yang Zi smirked, eyes gleaming. Nope. I trust his gut. Suddenly, azure flames engulfed Yi Fan, swallowing him whole to everyone's horror. Patrick sneered, shaking his head. Stubborn rat. That's why you natives always lose. Zero combat experience. Just simple and stupid. Then, his eyes bulged out of his skull. Wait, what? Yi Fan flexed, and the clinging flames were blasted off his body like dust. A brilliant emerald aura exploded around him. Patrick screamed in pure rage. Damn you. What kind of monster are you? Yi Fan torpedoed straight for the lotus. The fat guy stood his ground, arrogance still intact. You might have the upper hand, kid, but your fists are too short to reach a god like me. Patrick laughed hysterically. You filthy native, what can you crack? The lotus shattered into a million pieces under Yi Fan's godlike velocity, leaving Patrick stunned. Boom! A massive shockwave tore through the roof, kicking up a storm of debris. When the smoke cleared, Patrick was laid out flat on the concrete, right at Yi Fan's feet. Yi Fan stared down at him, eyes colder than ice. Patrick looked up with glassy eyes, wheezing out his final words through broken teeth. Fine. I admit it. You're not just a native. You're the strongest warrior I've ever faced. Losing to you isn't shameful. His gaze drifted to the injured Vivian nearby. I'm sorry, Vivian, he rasped, his voice dripping with genuine regret. In the end, I couldn't repay the debt I owed you. Fate really is a cruel mistress, but Yi Fan didn't care for sentimentalities. He pointed forward and roared, kill. Slaughter every last member of Odyssey. The Odyssey goons didn't back down. They screamed back, kill. We won't be humiliated by these primitive natives. Hold the line. Our army is coming. We can still turn this around. A brunette swordsman slashed wildly at a demon. In every dimension, individuals are just swept up in the grand current of history. Concepts like good and evil, right and wrong, they're just jokes. Change your perspective, and the whole picture flips. Meanwhile, Jane Yin was retreating, her face twisted in annoyance. I don't buy it. There's no way a level 4 Odyssey master would just watch his squad get wiped. Where is that rat hiding? Then, a presence locked onto her. Gotcha. Huh. Didn't expect the native's level 4 powerhouse to be a little girl. Jane Yin snapped her wings open and shot into the sky. Who the hell are you? The Gravity Yang Si smirked, intrigued. Light attribute? Now that is interesting. He snapped his fingers with arrogant flair. Beams of energy erupted from the ground like spears. Jane Yin didn't stand a chance. One beam slammed right into her, knocking the wind out of her lungs. The shockwave blasted everyone back. Blanche hit the dirt hard, letting out a pained cry as she crumpled in agony. Yang Shi was there in an instant, weaving healing magic. Hey, stay with me, Blanche. I've got you. Just breathe. Blanche nodded weakly. Yang Shi stood up and barked orders. Kai Wei, watch over her. I need to find Liu Yuan. He rushed over to where Liu Yuan's disembodied head was chilling. The guy was screaming his head off literally. Yo, give Master Liu a hand here. What the hell just happened? Why can't I feel my legs? Yang Shi looked down, exasperated. How am I supposed to pull you? You don't even have arms yet. Liu Yuan yelled, fine, watch this. Flesh and bone knitted together rapidly until Liu Yuan was whole again. Yang Shi grabbed his arm, grim. We have a problem. An enemy level 4 just ambushed Lady Jane Yin. We need to bail. One wrong move against a monster like that, and we're dead meat. High above, Jane Yin clutched her arm, wincing in pain. Is hiding in the shadows the only trick you rats know? The Gravity Yang Si just laughed. Please, I call it seizing the initiative. If our positions were swapped, I bet you'd be even nastier than me. Jane Yin's eyes flashed with impatience. Cut the crap. What's your name? Zhao Jane Yin doesn't slaughter nobodies. He walked toward her, calm as a still lake. Trying to buy time? Cute. Did you really think I came to this party alone? Whoosh. He suddenly darted sideways. Snap. Another crisp sound echoed, and suddenly, every surviving Odyssey member was encased in protective gravity bubbles. He chuckled, floating away. Catch you later, kiddies. Jane Yin screamed, fury exploding in her chest. Don't let him leave. Stop him. You think you can stop me? He shouted to the void. Hey, you guys gonna help or what? While she was distracted, checking for more enemies, he whisked his team away. He glanced back, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Wow, you natives really are gullible. Enjoy the island. We're letting you borrow it for 3 days. Tick-tock, Jane Yin slammed into the ground, face twisted in pure frustration. Damn it. Played for a fool again. There wasn't another tier 4 at all. Suddenly, Yang Shi's squad materialized right in front of her. You let him slip? One asked, eyes wide. Want us to hunt him down? Wu Yang cut in, voice low and cool. Nah, waste of time. Smells like a trap. Jane Yin looked skeptical. That creep said we get Redbone Island for 3 days. Is that a countdown for the Odyssey invasion or what? Wu Yang shrugged, analyzing the play. Could be a smokescreen to mess with us. Either way, we keep our guard up. Yang Si stepped out from the back, backing him up. Wu Yang's right. Don't let their mind games throw you off. The old man nodded in agreement. Let's clear the battlefield first. Yang Si, looking slick in his black cloak, turned to Liu Yuan. Yo, what happened to your face? Liu Yuan giggled, scratching his head. Friendly fire from a tier 4. Pops, I totally embarrassed you. Yang Shi smiled, voice soft. Getting grazed by a powerhouse isn't shameful. Just keep grinding. I know what you're capable of. Hearing that, the kid's eyes watered up instantly. He tackled Yang Shi in a massive hug. Pops, I swear, I'll put my life on the line for the Yang Si lineage and make the Judgment Organization proud. Yang Shi stayed quiet, his mind drifting elsewhere. I can feel it. My humanity is slipping away, bit by bit, replaced by this cold, godlike divinity. Is this the curse of reaching tier 4? Later, sitting alone by the beach, watching the waves, Yu Rong crept up and whispered, Yang Shi, boss, you awake too? He looked at her, eyes softening. Can't sleep. Just catching a breeze. You too? Yu Rong nodded gently. Yeah, went for a walk. Didn't think I'd find you here. The vibe instantly shifted to something tender. If you hadn't stepped in against that Odyssey fire freak today, we'd be toast. Suddenly, tears started streaming down her face. She let it all out, the guilt spilling over. But I couldn't protect anyone. When Blanche got hit, I should have been fast enough to save her. He reached out, hand heavy on her shoulder. That was a shockwave from a tier 4 clash. Nobody could react to that, not even you. She jumped up, turning away to hide her beet-red face. Right. Sorry, Captain. My clothes are a mess right now. He chuckled. No biggie. Throw them in the wash later. Her cheeks were still burning up, refusing to cool down. Yang Si squinted at her, sensing something off. You good, but you wrong bolted in the other direction. I'm fine. Sorry, Captain. See you tomorrow. He watched her go, totally lost. Then Kai Wei popped up out of nowhere, eyes puffy and brows furrowed in distress. Before he could speak, she turned and ran too. Huh? Her too? Yang Si shook his head, clicking his tongue. Being this handsome is a curse, I swear. A messenger arrived, bowing. Commander, the Tier 4 lords want you at the roof garden. On my way. His eyes narrowed, calculating. Emergency meeting? Must be about that Yang Si guy who just got back. Top floor. 4 figures sat on thrones, radiating pressure. Yang Si walked in, playing the humble servant. Greetings, lords. Yang Si spoke calmly. I took a trip to Redbone Island, got up close and personal with the native Tier 4s. The guy next to him leaned in, curious. So, is Chris's intel legit or trash? Yang Si smirked. Got lucky. Fought a light element user head-on. Their strength? Average at best. Battle experience? Amateur. I watched the other 3 from afar. Better safe than sorry. Yang Si listened, silently judging him. Dude definitely ran away and is trying to sound cool. What a poser. Yang Si continued. But that pig Zodiac wasn't there, just like Chris said. The purple dragon next to him snapped impatiently. Who cares? Even if these natives rise up. They've only had 100 years. Their grasp on the laws can't touch ours. Yang Si nodded in agreement. Exactly. In 2 days, we blitz them. Decapitation strike. We slaughter the native Tier 4s first. Laming laughed, loud and cocky. Perfect. That means plenty of prisoners for us. Chris's eyes went sharp, a nasty grin forming as he plotted. Cut to Yang Si, hovering over the endless ocean. Arms crossed, downloading intel from every single clone. Numbers, tactics, range. I see it all. But looking at the Qinglan planet's odds, it's not pretty. The Odyssey dimension. They've got Tier 5's heaven-rank monsters. His mind raced through the enemy's logic. To them, we aren't real Tier 4s. We lack the basics. We just got lucky tapping into the laws. Tong Tien materialized next to him. You don't look nervous, he continued, voice steady. This isn't going to be a walk in the park. I fought 1,000 battles, but right before the horn blows, I still get the jitters. Yang Si smirked, dismissive. Maybe because I wasn't in those battles. Suddenly, Ouyang bellowed, interrupting the moment. Brother Yang Si, the Judgment Organization really came through this time. Yang Si shrugged it off like it was nothing. Whatever. Fighting for humanity is just part of the job. Ouyang slapped his shoulder, laughing maniacally. If everyone had your mindset, Brother Yang, we'd have this war in the bag. Yang Si stood there, thinking. Ouyang acts like an overexcited teenager. Why is he always so clingy? Below, a massive warship cut through the azure waves, leaving a white wake behind. A lookout lowered his binoculars, groaning. When are those Odyssey scumbags gonna show? This waiting game is killing me. The other crew members on the deck were straight up chilling, yapping away with zero survival instincts or guards up. Talking about hitting the bar after patrol. Please. Suddenly, a massive tentacle snatched one guy up, making him scream like a total banshee. What the hell is that? He shrieked as the creature dragged him away in a panic. Captain, save me. The captain rushed in to play hero, but his face went pale instantly. Standing right under him were 3 nightmare-fuel sea monsters. On top of the giant octopus, some multi-legged freak looked down at him like he was trash. It grumbled, natives are so dumb. Couldn't even see a trap this obvious. A rank 1 ability user? Whatever. Even a mosquito is meat. With a cold glare, he ordered the sea monsters to wreck him. A shark breached the surface, opening its razor-sharp maw to snap the guy in half. The ability user didn't stand a chance, swallowed whole in seconds. Everyone watching was terrified. The freaky monster looked satisfied, sneering, cowardly natives can't even fight back. Just wait your turn to be dinner. But right then, boom. 4 pillars of colored light exploded from underwater. Ouyang roared the command, warriors. Follow my lead and kill. The crew's eyes lit up like it was Christmas. It's the rank 4 bosses. The real war is starting now. With the rank 4 big shots here, who's scared? They've been waiting for this payback. But the sea monsters had brought some traitor ability users too. The 2 sides faced off. Yang Si looked at them with a smug vibe. The Mercenary Guild always loves talent. If you guys join us, your future will definitely be better than guarding this dying race. Lei Ming chimed in too. My 100 Cities Federation is also down to collab. Let's all get rich together. Zhao Jinyin laughed, dripping with sarcasm. That is hilarious. You think we're animals like you? Abandon our own race to be dogs for the enemy. Ouyang pointed right at them, roasting the traitors hard. Didn't think you guys were this stupidly naive. We're already fighting, and you want to talk it out? I'm done wasting breath on you. Today, either you die or we live. Lei Ming raised an eyebrow, totally confused, mumbling the words back. Wait, not us die, then they live? Bro Yang Shi, is that a native idiom? Sounds like we lose either way. Yang Shi sighed, explaining like he was talking to a toddler. He's using it wrong on purpose, to mock us. Lei Ming instantly raged, blasting lightning everywhere. Damn natives! Ouyang blocked the attack easily, not missing a chance to diss him. Playing with electricity? Check your palm. Bet there's a burn mark, right? Zhao Jinyin didn't wait, launching her own attack. Hey you. You slipped away last time, but today this lady is going to test your skills for real. Tong Tian wasn't playing games either. Without a word, he grabbed his weapon and clashed head-on with that purple dragon. Meanwhile, Yang Xi's side was suspiciously quiet. Chris looked at him calmly. Yang Xi, long time no see. But Yang Xi wasn't about to let Chris off the hook, ready to get wrecked by the judges again. Despite the threat, Chris just dropped a bomb. Yang Xi, turn around. An old friend is here. Yang Xi turned and was shook to see the silhouette of Qian Yuqi standing right behind him. He spun around, gasping. Qian Yuqi? Didn't the Abyss Mother Spider turn you into a vegetable? His mind started racing. Duo's dad seems to be controlled by something. I'll use my mental power to probe him. Yang Shi stared straight into Yuke's eyes to hack in. Once inside, pure darkness. Yang Shi was stunned. Is this really his mental world? No. Where the hell is this? In front of him was a slimy, tentacled monstrosity. It let out a surprised sound, its giant eye locking onto him. It spoke slowly, an interesting one. Yang Xi's mind went into chaos. Before he knew it, he was controlled and falling into the abyss. Not good. I can't fall in there. Damn it, damn it. Why did I have a death wish and probe this trash? The creature had Yang Xi completely trapped. He tried to bargain. Power, authority, talent, anything you want, the deep blue consciousness can give you. Back in reality, Yang Xi suddenly froze, unable to move a muscle. His black and white mask clone also glitched out and started shaking. Even the main Yang Xi body stood still like he just disconnected from the server. Seeing this, not panicked big time. Yang Xi. Yang Xi. You okay, kid? No response. He had to yell to the others to cover it up. What are you looking at? Get back to work. The commander is sick from overworking. He needs a break. But deep down, Not was freaking out. No matter what, this battle led by the Ji family can't fail. He turned to Chu-Li. Chu-Li, get your brother to the room to rest. She nodded softly. Okay. On the other side, Liu Yuan was shocked seeing Yang Xi's other body freeze up. He shouted, but got zero response. Bai Yuiwu, what's wrong with this guy? Why is he silent? The enemy seized the chance, swinging a sword at Yang Xi's face. Die. Liu Yuan had no choice but to scream for backup. Blanche, get over here. Yang Xi got hit by a mental attack. Blanche instantly blasted a blinding light, forcing the enemies back. Damn it, form a formation. Protect the captain first. Liu Tong was shaking the Haizu clone, but still nothing. Big bro, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Chris, facing the real Yang Xi, couldn't help but burst out laughing. That idiot Yang Xi actually used his own mental power to probe the deep blue consciousness. Now he's suffering the backlash. Zhao Jinyin screamed at Yuki in fury. Yuki, did you set Yang Xi up? But the guy's face was cold as ice, just like a controlled puppet. Chris raised his weapon, aiming straight for Yang Xi. Who knew the legendary Yang Xi would end his glorious life looking this pathetic? A sudden strike. It lacked raw power, yet it was enough to shatter his focus and force a distraction. Yi Fan was the one who launched that desperate blow. Chris sneered at the audacity, his voice dripping with venom. A mere peak, Tier 3 piece of trash dares to interfere in a battle of Tier 4 gods? Do you not know how to spell the word death? But Yi Fan was not alone. Countless lower-tier warriors flooded the battlefield. A Tier 4 powerhouse is the precious treasure of our human race on the Qinglen star, even if we must gamble our very lives. I will not let you vultures fish in troubled waters and harm Master Yang Xi. Saving Yang Xi is the only way to win the big picture. Charge! For humanity! But Chris showed zero mercy, phasing through them like a phantom. His voice oozed with disdain. Look at all these insects eager to throw their lives away. Just then, Liu Yuan arrived at the scene, launching himself recklessly at the enemy. You savage! How dare you attack my godfather without asking for my permission? But the gap in power was absolute. The moment he got close, Chris sliced his arm clean off. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the agony. Chris lowered his head, suddenly muttering like a madman in a trance. It is scum like you that turned Chris into this monster. He threw his chest out, unleashing dangerous beams of light and the crushing pressure of a true apex predator. I am a magnificent Tier 4 powerhouse. Liu Yuan couldn't resist the pressure. He could only stand there, trembling in defiance. Yi Fan's strength was fading fast, barely keeping his balance in midair. Chris raised his blade once more, pointing it straight at Yang Xi's unconscious form. The curtain falls on this little play. Suddenly, a hand shot out. It grabbed the blade with a grip of steel to stop Chris dead in his tracks. Liu Yuan, despite his grievous injuries, refused to let go. If you want to kill my godfather, you'll have to go through me first. Chris's face darkened, looking at Liu Yuan like an annoying ant. Don't test my patience, brat. You will die a miserable death. Meanwhile, deep within the consciousness of Yu Kuei, Yang Shi was fighting a battle of his own. If the deep blue consciousness catches him, he will become a puppet, a slave to his emotions, just like that puppet Yu Kuei. He muttered softly, struggling to extend his reach while his body was wrapped tight by the deep blue. I will absolutely never submit. Fighting the mental projection of Yu Kuei, he desperately sought a way out. The existence of the deep blue mother spider is too high tier. Only an existence more powerful, more mysterious. Only something that transcends it can help me escape. He cast his mind across the infinite planes. What could possibly be higher than the ultimate laws and principles? Back in reality, Yi Fan and Liu Yuan stood as human shields for Yang Sai. That bastard Chris continued to threaten them. Why gamble your lives on a game you have already lost? Yi Fan didn't flinch. His voice was iron. Whether he escapes or not is Master Yang Shi's business. My only job is to protect him until my heart stops beating. Liu Yuan roared in agreement. Damn right. If you want to touch my godfather, step over Liu Yuan's corpse first. This time, Chris did not wait. He charged straight at Liu Yuan's face. Very well, I will grant your death wish. But suddenly, a sly, treacherous smirk curled on Chris's lips. The attack instantly changed trajectory, aiming straight for Yi Fan. I won't waste time killing someone who can respawn. I'm going to kill the one who stays dead. Liu Yuan slammed his leg up to block the blade. Don't you dare look down on young Master Liu, you bastard. He retreated toward Yi Fan, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it all. Why do I feel so sleepy all of a sudden? Even regeneration has its limits. My energy is pretty much drained. The rest is up to you, man. Yi Fan's hair began to revert to its original color. He spoke with heavy exhaustion. I think I'm at my limit too. Chris laughed maniacally, his arrogance peaking. Your ancient body can't maintain its form any longer. Finally, this pathetic drama is coming to an end. Yet, Yi Fan and Liu Yuan still spread their arms wide, shielding Yang Shi until the bitter end. Chris aimed straight for Yi Fan and swung down, offering a twisted compliment. You are a real man, I'll give you that. But suddenly, his face twisted in confusion. Something Chris never expected had just happened. Yang Shi had awakened, and he delivered a savage kick straight to Chris's gut. Standing before Yi Fan, Yang Shi offered a sincere apology. Sorry, I'm late. But Yi Fan was overwhelmed with joy. Leader Chris couldn't believe his eyes, clutching his stomach while gasping in shock. How is this possible? You. How could you escape the corruption of the deep blue consciousness? Yang Shi didn't answer the question directly. Now that you mention it, I must thank you for holding back. If you hadn't gone easy on me, I might actually be dead. He placed a hand on Yi Fan's shoulder, offering comfort. Heal up well. I owe you a favor for this one. Yang Shi saw the situation unraveling and roared at his subordinate. Chris, what are you waiting for? Destroy him now. Have you not played around enough? But Chris's expression darkened as he delivered the news. I wasn't holding back. His mental power. Chris shrugged, making a blunt declaration. Lord Yang Shi, I fear I am no match for Yang Shi. My cooperation with you ends right here. Yang Shi screamed in disbelief. What? But Chris didn't give a damn. He turned to Yang Shi and spoke calmly. Yang Shi, I am withdrawing from this war. This is good news for humanity, so I assume you won't refuse. Yang Shi was furious at this betrayal. I never expected you to show your foxtail so soon. I actually thought a deep blue parasite like you could pretend to be on our side a little longer. The silencer spread her wings wide, blocking the Yang Shi's path. You damn Odyssey scum. You dare ignore me while we are fighting? Do you take me for useless trash? She closed her eyes, gathering a terrifying light. Light is both a wave and a particle. Today, you will receive the baptism of holy light. A massive pillar of energy blasted from the silencer. Particle-wave dual annihilation. The attack swallowed him whole in a deafening explosion. Dust and smoke choked the air. But when it cleared, the Yangtze was still standing. Half his body destroyed but alive. The silencer looked at him with pure disgust. The vitality of you, Odyssey freaks, is truly like a leech. Yangtze replied with his signature arrogance. A native is just a native. Can you really not see through a trick this simple? Without a sound, he had appeared right behind her. No matter how powerful the technique, it is meaningless if it doesn't hit the target. The silencer gasped in shock. What? She was stunned by his ability. How? I probed with my mental force multiple times, clearly attacked his real body. Yang Si asked her a calm, chilling question. So, do you feel that the me talking to you right now is real or fake? Water can refract light, can it not? The silencer frowned, gathering more spheres of light in her hands. I don't believe in your wicked tricks. Meanwhile, Yang Shi pulled out a mysterious black crystal. Chris, we can be considered acquaintances. Since you were so enthusiastic with me earlier, if I don't return the favor, wouldn't that make me look impolite? This move once heavily injured your leader. Now, let's see how much your strength has actually improved. He launched that crystal shard right at Chris's face. It looked small, but don't get it twisted, that thing was lethal. Chris panicked and threw up layers of iron shields, thinking he was invincible. But joke's on him. The shard shredded through the metal like wet paper and buried itself in his gut. Chris stared in total shock, gasping out, You trash. Yang Shi didn't even blink. He turned to Qian Yukui, cool as ice, and dropped the ultimatum. Hey, Qian Yukui, one last chance. Surrender now, and I might just let you keep your head. Yuku didn't say a word. He just smirked and unleashed some freaky magic. Do it. Suddenly, Jane Yin and Ouyang started shaking uncontrollably. They could only choke out, What the hell is happening? The old man was clueless. His body was totally frozen. Then gross alert weird tentacles burst out of their mouths like some nasty alien virus taking over. Yang Shi laughed, loving the drama. Didn't see that coming, did ya? The Deep Blue clan isn't working with you, they're with him. He turned his creepy gaze to Jane Yin. All right, I'm feeling generous today. I'll send you to the afterlife. Don't worry, my exquisite secret art kills so fast you won't even feel the sting. Some lackey named Chen Qi started hyping him up from the sidelines. Yo, that's Lord Yang Si's hell vortex. Rumor has it, if you get caught in that, you get squashed into literal ground beef. Talk about agony. Another minion chimed in, The Lord is absolutely savage. I can't believe he's using such a brutal move on a pretty lady. Then the guy dropped his voice to a whisper. Bro, are you new? Don't you know the Yang Si gets off on torturing beautiful women to death? I heard he's got issues downstairs, if you know what I mean. Meanwhile, the winged warriors in the back weren't having it. They charged forward, ready to die for their boss. But Jin Yin screamed at them, Get back. Don't come here. Don't throw your lives away for nothing. Yang Si smirked, clapping his hands. Aw, how touching. I really admire a loyal dog. Tell you what, I'll squash these appetizers before I finish the main course. Jin Yin raged, You shameless scumbag. If you got guts, come at me. He just laughed and fired a blast at her crew. Die, you brainless ants. One of the wing ladies froze, face pale, accepting that this was the end. Was this the power of a 4-star master? No way to dodge that. But just as she braced for impact, a dimensional gate ripped open and swallowed the attack whole. The crowd below went wild. It's Lord Yang Si from the Judgment Organization. And there he was, Yang Si, stepping out like a total boss in his main persona. He stared down the Yang Si and scoffed. Bullying the weak? Kind of pathetic for a big shot, don't you think? The bandaged guy squinted at him. Are you the other 4-star powerhouse from Judgment? Yang Si shrugged. Well, unless there's another handsome genius named Yang Si around here, then yeah, that's me. Boom. He opened the gate and fired the Yang Si's own attack right back at him. Yang Si realized he was screwed, running and cursing. Damn you. You think you can humiliate me with my own move? In your dreams. He managed to blast the energy bullet before it hit him. Yang Si grinned, totally full of himself. Witnessed the power of the hell vortex, but he was too slow. Another gate opened behind him, and Yang Si grabbed him by the throat. I thought you were a big deal, Yang Si sighed. But you're actually kind of boring. Poof. Yang Si vanished into thin air. So, that's how you fight. Tricky, I'll give you that. The real Yang Si was floating above in a protective bubble. Yang Si rolled his eyes. Another fake clone. You really are a gutless coward. Yang Si ignored the roast. All right, Qian Yukui. Harvest time. Yuk replied, They aren't fully ripe yet, but fine. Snap. The weird stuff in Ouyang and Jane Yin's mouths broke off. Yukui floated up, sucking in the energy. Yes, infinite power. Meanwhile, that thunder guy, Lei Ming, charged up a massive attack aimed straight at Ouyang. He screamed, It's a shame I can't beat you fair and square, but this is goodbye. Witness the pride of my temple. Ouyang didn't even flinch. He started channeling his own energy. Man, I never thought I'd be caught in a humiliating spot like this. Since I started my rise to glory, this is the first time I've felt this helpless. But then, his aura exploded. I don't care who you are. If you want to fight, then prepare to face my wrath. Bam, bam, bam. Ouyang unleashed a flurry of punches on Lei Ming's face, catching him completely off guard. How is he stronger than before? He was throwing over 100 punches a second. Ouyang roared, "Screw the big picture. Today, I'm gonna beat you to a pulp. I don't care if this destroys my cultivation." Battered and bruised, Lei Ming flew back. I'm not wasting my breath on a dying old man. Once the guy fled, Ouyang turned to the squad. Yang Ji, let's triple team Qian Yuquei and take him out first. Yang Si realized what was happening. The old man was burning his life force. He's burning his very soul for a temporary boost, Yang Shi thought. Hurry up, Ouyang shouted. I don't have much time left, Yang Shi stepped in. Chill out, old man. I've got a plan. He pulled out a glowing green orb. Ouyang looked at it, suddenly acting all shy. Brother Yang Si. That looks super expensive. And, my wallet is kinda empty after funding this whole rebellion. Yang Si snapped, Are you seriously worried about cash right now? We'll talk payment later. Just shove this in your face and fix your leaking life force. Ouyang sat down to cultivate, absorbing the green energy. Yang Si analyzed the battlefield in his head. Ouyang's condition is trash right now. Once the origin is burnt, this just delays the inevitable. But aloud, he said, Hang in there, Ouyang. Let me cook up a strategy. Meanwhile, Tong Tian was going ham. He summoned 3 massive swords around the giant snake, pointed his finger, and commanded, Kill. The blades skewered the beast, making it screech in agony. Yang Shi watched from afar, impressed. Okay, Tong Tian's actually got some skills. He took down a heavy hitter just like that. I need to make sure I loot that clone later. The snake crashed to the ground. Suddenly, zip. Tong Tian teleported right behind Yang Si. The kid asked, So, Lei Ming is definitely the real deal. But that Yang Si guy, he's a fake, isn't he? Yang Shi nodded. Not just maybe. He's 100% a puppet. Tong Tian's expression turned dark and murderous. Fine. Then we kill the traitor first. Qian Yuquei panicked. Hey, I'm the only ally you guys have left. You're really gonna stand there and watch me get smoked? Lei Ming paused. He actually has a point. Yang Si narrowed his eyes. Wait, I feel like we're missing something. But Qian Yuquei just started laughing. Why waste time fighting and killing? You two are better off serving as my batteries. Zhang Jue drained Lei Ming's power just like he did to Ouyang and Jane Yin. Lei Ming screamed like a pig being slaughtered. How is this even possible? Yo, when did you even poison us? Even the fake Zhang Ju got hit by it, but that guy was quick enough to hide behind a giant rock. Ouyang scoffed at the sight. Can't believe that loser found the real body first. But Yang Shi was suspicious. Based on my calculations, the real body shouldn't be in that direction. Did I mess up my guess? The fake Zhang Jue stood on the rock, waving like an idiot. It was confusing as hell to watch. The more I looked, the faker his acting seemed. Qian Yuk smirked, totally arrogant. You stupid Odyssey trash. Trying to compete with the Deep Blue clan? You aren't even on our level. Suddenly, 4 fighters surrounded him instantly. The blonde dude gave the order. Let's get this party started. Everyone rushed in at once. Qian Yuquei sprouted a nasty tail and roared. Die, you brainless natives. But guess what? Yang Shi, Blondie, Tong Tian, and Jane Yin. They sliced his 4 tails into sushi. Tong Tian shouted to Yang Shi, We burned enough energy already. Yang Si, finish off those 2 crippled guys. If Qian Yuquei dies, the other 2 Odyssey cowards will definitely run for their lives. Sounds like a plan. Yang Si agreed. But suddenly, the fake Zhang Ju stabbed Lei Ming right through. Lei Ming raged. What the hell are you doing, you traitor? You think feeding me to them will save your skin? The deep blue bugs won't spare you. While he screamed, his energy started fading away rapidly. Qian Yuquei stayed silent, but his power was spiking like crazy. Zhang Jue just smirked coldly. I've got my own reasons, pal. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for picking the wrong team. Then he screamed at the top of his lungs. Why are you two just watching? Attack now! Iron Tower burst out of the water like a missile. He glared at his ally. Zhang Jue, you trying to drown me down there? Zhang Yin's jaw dropped. No way. Didn't Yang Si kill Chris already? Iron Tower rolled his eyes. You guys are so slow. Chris stepped up to explain. Bro, don't blame Zhang Jue. He did it for the mission. All to serve Lord Femon better. Lei Ming was shaking in his boots. Turns out, Yang Si, your mercenary guild already sold out to the Burn-It-Out Empire ages ago. He sneered back. The 100-City Federation has been overstepping its bounds for years. Once Lord Femon levels up, that guy not won't last 5 seconds. Lei Ming was stunned. Say what? Femon is about to break through. Zhang Jue laid it all out. We sacrifice these Tier 4 souls right here. And Lord Femon ascends to the heavenly rank of Tier 5. He'll be a god. Iron Tower looked super proud. Helping Lord Femon is our greatest honor. Jane Yin gritted her teeth. This situation is changing way too fast. Who the hell is this Femon guy anyway? Yang Shi dropped the lore. Deep in the southern continent, there's the Bernadotte Empire. Femon is their big boss. Wu Wang couldn't believe it. Is there really a skill that steals energy? Can you actually absorb others to buff yourself? He was totally shook. Yang Xi nodded grimly. He probably hacked the laws of the world to absorb soul energy. That's why he targeted us. But in his head, Yang Xi was laughing. Absorbing energy from others? Please. I'm the OG master of that skill. Wang flared his aura. Listen up, everyone. Get ready to blow yourselves up. Better to self-destruct than feed your energy to this monster. The scene cut to Jane Yin. Yang Xi looked at her, annoyed. Why are you burning your life force too? You know the backlash is brutal, right? You know exactly what happens. She screamed right back at him. Quit nagging me. If Wu Yang can do it, so can I. Shut up and fight. Qian Yuquei looked back at Chris, who was finally showing his true colors. If you guys push me, I'll team up with the Blue Star natives. Your plan is going down the drain. Too bad Iron Tower is here. You're all just meat on the chopping block. Chris and Iron Tower launched their attack instantly. I just need to eat you, and I'll control my own destiny. Qian Yuqui realized he was betrayed. He froze, then frantically tried to beg. Humans, hey, humans, I can work with you, goo bam. Before he could finish, he took a massive fist to the face. Keep dreaming, pal, you die first, then the rest of them. Chris was too busy gloating to check his 6. Jane Yin was already behind him. Surprise, scumbag. Looks like we're ganging up on you now. You've made way more enemies than me. What did you say? Jane Yin unleashed a massive blast. Chris didn't even see it coming. Die, you disgusting traitor. Iron Tower roared and summoned a dark shadow. It formed a massive tower instantly, trapping Qian Yuquei and the 2 traitors inside a separate dimension. What the hell is that? Why did it suck in Chris and Qian Yuquei? I think it's a barrier. To keep us out of the fight, everyone was confused. Even Zhang Ju was sweating bullets outside. Not everyone got trapped. There's still one enemy out here. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight all these Tier 4s alone? Meanwhile, inside the tower, Qian Yuke was getting wrecked. Chris lifted him up by the neck casually. Uncle Qian, thanks for gathering all that tasty energy for me. I promise I'll digest it properly. Qian Yuquei was fading fast, but he still tried to speak. So you have the Devourer skill. No wonder. But aren't you scared of the deep blue corruption if you eat me? Chris looked bored. I've got my own tricks. None of your business. Then he barked an order at Iron Tower behind him. Big guy, look away. This is gonna get messy. Iron Tower scoffed. If not for Lord Red Emperor, I would have crushed you into paste myself. He started draining Qian Yuquei's energy immediately. Suddenly, a sharp blade flew out of nowhere. Chris panicked. He dropped Qian Yuquei to dodge the lethal strike. Damn it. Qian Yuquei didn't waste a second. He scrambled out of there like a rat. Chris screamed, Iron Tower, get him. He's escaping. He burst out of the tower, gasping for air. Talk about luck. I lost most of my power, but the deep blue corruption is gone too. Tong Tian saw him and didn't hesitate. He launched a sword straight at Qian Yu's face. Die, monster. But Yang Xi shouted, Stop. Wait a second. Uncle Qian, he seems to have his mind back. Jane Yin froze in shock, but Tong Tian wasn't buying it at all. Wait, did you just say Kyle regained consciousness? Tian, hold your fire immediately. Even if he's awake, he can't simply walk away from the sins he committed. I owe the human warriors an explanation. The blade froze instantly, stopping just inches from Kyle's face. Terror filled his eyes as he stared the cold steel. He pleaded, Listen, we're in the middle of a war. Let me atone for my crimes on the battlefield. If I survive this, I swear I'll accept any punishment the 4C's law demands. Hearing this, Tian reluctantly lowered his weapon. Fine, prove your worth. Having escaped death by a hair's breadth, Kyle's gaze turned dark and serious. With that settled, Tian turned his killing intent toward the real traitor. Chris, today you pay the ultimate price for betraying humanity. Chris, blind to his own weakness, clenched his fist and lunged. Taste this. Let's see how you block a close-range strike with that long sword of yours. But his arrogance was cut short by a scream of agony. Tian's fist had punched clean through Chris's chest. He scoffed coldly, You naive brat. Who told you Tian only knows the way of the sword? The number of enemies I've crushed with my bare hands could fill an entire army. Before Chris could even process the shock, Tian launched his next assault. A devastating blow sent Chris plummeting into the abyss below. Die. Meanwhile, General Iron, wrapped in ominous black aura, clenched his fists in pure rage. Useless Abyss clan. I knew I couldn't rely on trash like them. To fulfill the Red Emperor's mission, I'll have to dirty my own hands. Suddenly, General Iron's massive frame began to compress. He smirked, enjoying the confusion. Surprised? This compressed state is my true combat form. Without warning, he began throwing rapid punches at empty air. He looked at Elder Owen with a chilling calmness. Before, I was merely in defense mode. My attack power then? It was nothing compared to now. Elder Owen, not realizing the danger, mocked him. Punching the air? Have you finally lost your mind? Why put on a show for me? But his mockery died instantly. A split second later, Owen's clothes shredded apart. An invisible force blasted a massive hole through his chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. How? Is this possible? Iron stared him down. I merely applied the Earth Realm's secret technique. It's laughable. You didn't even realize you were standing inside my Earth field. In here, my punches ignore distance and land directly on your body. Iron's eyes shifted, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Next up, let's see what that feisty little girl is made of. Camille boiled with rage. General Iron, have you no shame? Is this how a fourth-rank powerhouse acts? He laughed maniacally, throwing another punch. Dignity? I prefer pleasure. They say light element users have the finest skin. I've never tasted a fourth-rank light user before. Elder Owen screamed in panic. Damn it. Camille, get out of there. Fly away. But Camille just lowered her head in silence. Brother Owen. I may be a woman, but first and foremost, I am a warrior. I represent the Iron Blood Army. She spread her radiant wings wide, her voice steady. The Iron Blood Army never turns its back on an enemy. We've suffered humiliation for too long. Today, we need a legendary victory. Her eyes blazed with determination. Even if I have to burn my own soul, I will not retreat a single step. Humanity will prevail. With a flash, she vanished, leaving only a trail of blinding light in the sky. Tien narrowed his eyes. Wait, why is the light green? Elder Owen looked up, despair washing over him. I saw Kyle fly out too. Damn it. We've lost two fourth-ranked champions in one move. But Dean sensed something else. No, something's off. Why do I still feel Camille's presence? High above, the truth revealed itself. Camille was encased in a protective green sphere, while Kyle hovered outside, exposed to the elements. Dean's eyes widened. It wasn't her. The one burning his soul is Kyle. Up in the sky, Kyle reached out, his voice soft and gentle. Camille, please, live a good life. Meeting you was the greatest joy of my entire existence. He smiled through the tears gathering in his eyes. I'm sorry. I couldn't stay with you until the very end. As the words left his lips, his body dissolved into the wind. Hearing his final goodbye, Camille's heart shattered. You left me behind again. The warrior who never flinched finally broke down in tears. No, don't go. She reached out, grasping at the fading particles of his soul. Too late, she whispered the words she should have said sooner. You idiot. Don't apologize. I just needed you by my side. General Iron watched the tragedy with a look of bored disgust. Camille, fueled by grief, launched herself at him. Kyle, wait for me. Once I slaughter this bastard, I'm coming to find you. Elder Owen stepped forward to join the fray. He turned to Dean one last time. We can't let this continue. I have to help her. Dean, if I fall today, promise me you'll look after little Huen. Dean's reply was cold and sharp. I can't promise that. Take care of your own kin. But then, his voice softened with a hidden meaning. He stepped up beside the old man. Besides, Huyen doesn't look like someone who needs babysitting. Hearing this, pride swelled in Elder Owen's chest. You're damn right. How could the blood of the Owen family need a caretaker? He's destined to protect all of humanity. General Iron suddenly pulled out a strange white artifact. Behold the Berserk Key, a divine alchemy gift from the Red Emperor himself. Using this to crush geniuses like you? Totally worth it. He crushed the artifact and swallowed the essence. Yang Si screamed in panic, General Iron, you fool. What do you think you're doing? The Berserk Key makes you attack friend and foe alike. Dean sighed internally. Why is my luck always this trash? Every time I fight, it's some maniac popping pills to get stronger. Iron's eyes turned blood red as his power skyrocketed. A terrifying aura exploded from him as he roared, Kill! Kill! Dean calmly summoned a massive container, the divine metal Aegis. Iron didn't hesitate, charging like a rabid beast. Boom, one punch obliterated the defense. Dean's eyes widened in shock, but his combat instincts kicked in instantly. He landed and launched himself back into the air with a powerful kick. Dean soared upward, shouting, Die. But Iron was a whirlwind of destruction, screaming, Kill! Kill! As he swung wildly. Then disaster struck. Dean took a direct hit. Time seemed to freeze. Dean's mind raced. What is this power? The impact launched him across the sky like a rag doll. The spectators below gasped in horror. Dean was dominating him just a moment ago. How did he lose in just 3 moves? High above, Dean drifted helplessly in the void. The metallic stench of blood was practically choking the air. Yang Zi hacked up a lung and cursed under his breath. Screw this place. This hellhole is a nightmare, and fighting off enemies while trying to defend? Total drag. Suddenly, a blinding aura burst to life behind Yang Shi. A familiar figure materialized. Fei floated right up to his grill. Yang Shi blinked, actually surprised for once. Fei, you actually showed up? She was freaking out, panic written all over her face. Big bro, you good? Don't scare me like that. You've got a massive hole in your chest. Without wasting a second, her hands glowed with healing light, patching up his battle scars. Yang Shi waved it off like a boss, trying to look cool. Chill out. I know what I'm doing. Even if you didn't drop by, I had my own way out of this mess. Though, having you here is a nice bonus. Meanwhile, Iron Tower went full berserker mode, charging at the dazed Yang Zi clone like a raging bull. Kill. Kill. Panic set in, and the clone tried to shout an order. Hold up, we're on the same team, you idiot. But Iron Tower had lost all his marbles. He didn't hear a word and just slammed a massive fist straight into the Yang Xi's face. Yang Xi's defense shield ripped apart like wet paper. The punch connected with his face, and poof, the guy vanished into thin air like a glitch. Wu Yang watched the scene in horror. Wait, that wasn't his main body? I gotta admit, the guy's slippery as a snake. What a troll. Yang Xi's brain was working overtime nearby. I don't know his cloning technique, but there's definitely a tether between the fake and the real deal. The second that clone got dusted, I felt a ping. He sensed the Yang Xi's true location hiding deep underwater. Yang Xi whipped his head around, locking on. Staring into the abyss of the sea, he smirked. No wonder I felt eyes on me earlier. Thought it was some deep sea monster, but nope, just the Yang Xi cowering in the dark. Yang Xi glanced back over his shoulder. Fei, I'm good. Head back home. I've got a date with an old frenemy. Suddenly, Tong Tian launched an attack straight down from the sky. Chris was totally lost. Iron Tower dodged on instinct, looked up, and roared in pure rage. Chris sensed bad vibes and tried to bolt, but Tong Tian called him out immediately. Yo, why'd you have to poke the bear? Don't you know General Iron Tower is basically a walking nuke right now? You ticked him off, you deal with it. Chris froze mid-step, his brows twitching, eyes wide with terror. Too slow. He couldn't outrun the beast. Iron Tower lunged and delivered a devastating haymaker. Chris's body convulsed in shock. Damn it. Why me? Tong Tian laughed from above, enjoying the show. That beast tracks enemies by scent. Genius. I sliced you up so many times. My scent is all over you. It was a coin toss, really. Blood gushed from Chris's mouth as he wheezed his final words. Tong Tian, you. Absolute psycho. And just like that, his avatar dissolved into nothingness. Meanwhile, deep in the crushing pressure of the ocean, the real Yang Shi sat in meditation, completely unbothered. He let out a heavy sigh. The board has changed again. That loser Chris and the brain-dead Iron Tower. They can't even handle the locals. Guess I have to do everything myself. But lurking in the shadows, sharp metal shards materialized behind him. Yang Xi had arrived to crash the party. Yang Xi scrambled out of his seat, screaming, "Who's there? When did I get exposed?" He looked up to see Yang Xi staring down at him with a mocking grin. You hide pretty well for a coward. Too bad I'm about to crack that shell of yours wide open. Yang Xi didn't hesitate. He launched his assault. A metal element user, huh? Joke's on you. My ethereal armor is the ultimate counter to clumsy meatheads like you. Yang Xi laughed maniacally. We're underwater. This is my turf. Die, you primitive local. Yang Xi just raised his single finger, energy swirling at the tip. One finger. That's all I need to smash your little toy. Yang Xi wasn't scared. He fired back. A native is still just a native. You have no clue about the massive gap between our power levels. You asked for it. This attack hits harder than any metal blade. Yang Xi ignored the trash talk and unleashed his power, meeting force with force. Just as the Yang Xi's blast was about to swallow him, Yang Xi stopped it dead cold with just that fingertip energy. Yang Xi broke into a cold sweat, his jaw hitting the floor. You! What kind of freak are you? What is this demonic art? Yang Xi flashed forward, closing the distance instantly. His finger hovered millimeters from the Yang Xi's nose. Say that again, I dare you. Yang Xi threw his hands up in terror. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Actually, our mercenary guild is super chill with the locals. I mean, with the humans of the Qinglan planet. We're the friendliest faction in the new free continent. We barely ever abuse slaves. Yang Xi's eyes narrowed dangerously. Barely ever, so you still do it. Yang Zi swallowed hard, regained his composure, and bowed. Lord Yang Zi, don't kick a man when he's down. I swear, from now on, I'll make them change their ways. Yang Zi smirked coldly. You want me to spare your pathetic life? Fine. That seal technique of yours isn't half bad. Teach me how to use it. Yang Shi panicked instantly. I can't. The seal art is a top-secret technique of the Odyssey people. If I leak it to an outsider, I'll be the laughingstock of the new free continent. Yang Shi shrugged nonchalantly. Well, if it's that difficult, I'm not the type to force people. Wham! He unleashed a barrage of attacks. Guess you die then. Yang Shi squealed like a stuck pig. Yang Sai dodged clumsily, screaming, Yang Si, you damn it. Can't you just ask me one more time? Yang Sai paused mid-punch, looking genuinely confused. Huh? That works? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Si clutched his chest, a bubble shield forming around him, his face twisted in pain. You have zero patience, you know that. How on earth did you survive to Tier 4 with that temper? Look, the Yang Si Guild has a hot light element healer named Fei. Get her to patch me up. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll teach you the seal art. Yang Si stepped closer, his aura darkening. He scoffed. You want my healer to fix you up? Nah, that's too much hassle. I'll just take what I want. Yang Si laughed nervously. We're both Tier 4 powerhouses. You think you can just rummage through my brain? Yang Si stared him dead in the eye and activated his ability. Extraction. Actually, I can just turn you into a nobody. Instantly, the protective bubble shattered. Yang Shi screamed, arms flailing. You! Wait, aren't you a metal type? How can you erase abilities? How can a filthy local have power like this? Yang Si slapped his hand onto the Yang Si's face. Puppet control activated. I'm the first-generation Esper of the Qinglan planet. My power encompasses everything. How could you barbarian Odyssey punks even comprehend it? Now that you're powerless, I'm done chatting. Yang Sai dove straight into the guy's memories, ripping the information he needed. Check this out. The seal takes the form of a spectral jellyfish, pulsing with raw mental energy inside the user's soul. It's not just blue, it flashes pink and purple like a neon warning sign. Each color is a different leash: slave seal, secrecy seal, ally seal. Different codes for different modes of control. Simple, right? After ripping the info he needed, Yang Shi tossed the judge aside like yesterday's trash. I get how the mechanic works, but crafting one from scratch? Tisk, this guy's memory is useless for that. You're worthless now. The guy blacked out and sank into the abyss. But wait, Yang Shi smirked. Actually, this loser's reputation is worth way more than mine right now. Yoink! He dragged the judge back from the deep and rewrote his script. All right, puppet, it's showtime. They burst from the water like missiles. The judge played his part perfectly, screaming, Yang Si, how did you sniff out my true body? I totally underestimated a brat like you. Yang Shi hit him with the main character energy. I saw through your shady little schemes ages ago. Did you think I was just chilling on the sidelines for my health? Today is your funeral. The brown-haired dude watched in awe. Holy crap, Lord Yang Si wasn't slacking off, he was hunting the judge's main body the whole time. Gray hair nodded, shivering. For real. I almost doubted the boss. If Lord Yang Zi hadn't exposed that glitch in their defense personally, this counterattack would have been an epic fail. Bam. Yang Si launched an attack that blew a hole straight through the judge's right arm. The puppet screamed, Damn you, Yang Si. I admit defeat. Then he turned to the berserk tank nearby. General Iron Tower. It's over unless we team up. Lead the Odyssey troops for one final suicide charge. Wake the hell up, man. The Odyssey citizens begged, Lord Iron Tower, please snap out of it. But the guy was gone. Zero sanity left. He just kept chanting, kill, kill. The judge squeezed out some fake tears and shouted, Fine. The war is lost. Citizens of Odyssey, retreat. I'll take the heat for this mess myself. The crowd was sobbing, totally bought it. Fall back. Go. As their ship scrambled away, Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. So, they're just dipping? Just like that. Leaves us with just one boss monster to slay. Yang Si stepped up. I've downloaded General Iron Tower's attack patterns. I know how to shut him down. He hesitated for a split second. But I need you and Jane Yin on assist. I'll take the aggro and deal the finishing blow. You in? Tong Tian scoffed coolly. Fine. I'll run defense. You just make sure you don't miss. Iron Tower roared like a beast. Kill, kill. He charged in, but Yang Si stood there, stone cold and unbothered. Wu Yang was sweating bullets. Why is he freezing up? Jine Yin analyzed fast. With his void art agility, dodging should be easy. Unless. Just as the beast got close, Yang Zi popped his void realm to swallow him whole. Jane Yin gasped. Is he crazy? That's his plan? That monster's DPS is too high. The Void Realm can't cage him. Suddenly, Tong Tien saw the trap unfold. Iron towers smash out of the void, straight into a wall of blades. 3 swords locked him down, but the guy just punched the steel like it was cardboard. Flash bang. While Tong Tien struggled to tank the damage, Yang Si charged up a weird energy behind him. Jane Yin squinted. What the heck is that move? Never seen Yang Si use that tech before. Yang shook his head. Me neither. And the elemental density is weak. That attack looks like a dud. Iron Tower was still raging, smashing the sword barrier. Die! Timing it perfectly, Tong Tien dodged, causing the brute to stumble forward on his own momentum. Gotcha! Yang Si didn't hesitate. He jammed a finger loaded with mana right into the center of Iron Tower's forehead. System shut down. The giant froze, eyes rolling back into his skull. Seconds later, he plummeted into the ocean like a stone. The ships went wild. Victory. We finally took out the boss. Tong Tien grinned, exhaling. You're a beast, Yang Si. But Yang Si was floating there, swaying. Whoa. Head rush. Why am I spinning? Feels like just yesterday I was powerless, watching my sister suffer in that hospital. He zoned out. Has it really been that short? Yang slapped his back, jolting him awake. Brother Yang Si, if it wasn't for your judgment guild, this old man would have gone down in history as humanity's biggest screw-up. Yang Si kept it humble. Chill, Yang. Don't talk like that. If you hadn't set the stage. Suddenly, Yang Si sensed it. Their aura. It had dropped. Jane Yin nodded grimly. You noticed? Yeah, we aren't tier 4 legends anymore. I'll have to grind to unlock the particle wave mystery again. It's possible. Yang gave a bitter laugh. We only lost our comprehension of the laws. Physically, we're still built different. Even stripped of our powers, we're at the peak of tier 3. He leaned in, whispering like a conspirator. Brother Yang Si, real talk. Since we de-leveled, the trade alliance is leaderless. You want the throne? It's yours. Yang Si shut that down instantly. Hold up, Yang. Don't go headhunting yet. The alliance is about to get a leader they'll actually like. Yang blinked. Who? Yang Si smirked. Your kid. Yang. Meanwhile, Xuan was perched on a rock, channeling energy. The kid stood up, raising his blade to the heavens. Witness the power of the warlord's mystery. Boom. I've hit tier 4. The sky cleared over the drifting ships. Under a rain of confetti, the trio walked like rock stars. The crowd roared, Glory to humanity. Yang clutched his speech notes. He raised the mic, voice steady. My fellow survivors, I am Yang, commander of the Freedom Alliance. In this counterattack, our forces fought with zero fear. He paused, letting the hype wash over him. The crowd was buzzing. Boss Yang Zi is the GOAT. Commander Zhao and Yang are literal heroes. I'm crying right now. They took so much damage for us. I want to go kill some beasts too. Jane Yin nudged Yang. It's time to drop the bomb. Yeah, Yang sighed heavily. Our watches ended. He let the speech paper drift away, his eyes hardening with resolve. Listen up, everyone. I have one final announcement. Due to critical damage to our origin source, Commander Zhao and I have fallen from tier 4 to tier 3. The rookies looked at each other, total panic in their eyes. How did this happen? 2 guardians down? We can't lose a tier 4 legend like this. Yang Si grabbed the mic, stepping up like a boss. Yeah, you heard right. We took a hit in this war. 2 of our guardians are gone. The crowd watching the stream started freaking out. Where is Lord Tong Tien? Is he ghosting us? Shouldn't they hide a tier 4 loss? Why spill the tea now? Won't this crush everyone's vibe? Yang Si kept his cool, voice steady. Our ability civilization has only been grinding for 100 years. But the enemy? They've been playing this game way longer. Their system is fully maxed out. Alchemy, inheritance. We're basically noobs compared to the Odyssey race. He got serious, locking eyes with the camera. So why do I still think we're gonna wreck them? While the crowd exchanged confused looks, Yang Si dropped the truth bomb. It's not just about defending our turf. It's because of you guys backing us up. Humanity is a race that makes miracles happen. His voice boomed with main character energy. Yeah, we lost a tier 4 player. But guess what? Commander Ouyang's son, Ouyang, he just leveled up to tier 4 a few days ago. Our top tier fighters are popping up like crazy. Boom! 3 beams of light shot up from the back. The crowd's jaws hit the floor as Yang Si delivered the finisher. This is why I know we'll crush the Odyssey invaders. The new generation of tier 4s stepped into the spotlight. Yang Xi's clone, Ouyang, and Fei stood ready. The crowd went absolute feral. Humanity for the win. Humanity for the win. Yang Si flew down, soaking in the hype. The squad of 4 struck a pose while the chants echoed. Humanity FTW. Back in the void dimension, The real Yang Si let out a sigh. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The dark energy I've farmed is like an endless ocean now. Can't even process all this monster loot fast enough. The key is mastering the arcane truth. Seeing his sister approach, he turned. Yo, Faye, cover me for a sec. I'm grinding. Faye blinked, curious. Big bro, you unlocking a new armor skin. Yang Si gave a helpless shrug. No choice. Your acting skills are trash, so I gotta carry the show. Your big bro is exhausted carrying this team. She giggled, eyes closing into crescents. Talented people stay busy. Isn't it just because I'm better at being Faye than you? He reached out and pinched her cheeks hard. You annoying little brat. Faye swatted him away. Quit it. Stop pinching. My face is gonna turn into a pizza. Start the upgrade already. Purple lightning crackled across the sky. That's a tier 4 anomaly. Yang Si suited up, rocking a red mask like the Monkey King. Arcane Truth Mastery at 2%. Who knew the flowing gold god demon armor was a soul-type weapon? And it's packing arcane power too? Just like the top-ranked blaster in humanity. He analyzed the stats. Arcane laws are like the rules of the universe. Abilities are just the instruction manual. Same class users might get different skills. Different classes might unlock the same ult. Yang Si closed his eyes, speaking slowly. Power is just a vibe. Like an epiphany, his eyes snapped open. He visualized waves crashing against jagged rocks. A mental image of a desolate sea appeared. Just rocks, clouds, and endless water. Yang Si raised his right fist and punched the empty air. Water currents started spiraling like a vortex. Suddenly, the center of the vortex exploded. A massive blast of pink and white water erupted. Yang Si smirked. What should I name this move? Needs to sound sick. It feels like the sky is falling. Let's call it Heaven's Tilt. Faye cheered. Grats, bro. You're basically invincible now. He shook his head. Not even close. The South Continent has a monster named Bone Emperor. His mastery is at 9.9%. I've only got 5 fragment units from the Iron Tower General Drop. Definitely not enough to boost my arcane mastery to 9.9%. Faye made a face at the name. Bone Emperor. Sounds like an edgelord. Bro, how do we farm more fragments? Yang Si replied, no big wars right now. It's hard to get mass drops like we did in the counterattack. His eyes hardened with determination. Current strat, go to the South Continent and cause absolute chaos. Scene change to the Bernadotte Empire. A man sat on a throne, listening to his minions. The guy with dark purple hair was the Red Emperor, Long Jean. He spoke with respect. Boss, I can't believe Iron Tower failed even with your Berserk Corpse buff. The guy next to him was the Blue Emperor, Dooley. He threw out an idea. Boss, let's just harvest souls from those weaklings in the 100 Cities Federation. Who cares? We're too far away. The Odyssey laws can't touch us here. The man on the throne was the Bone Emperor, Fem. He spoke coldly. We can kill them, but no soul harvesting. The Mercenary Guild is watching us like hawks. If I mess up, even hitting tier 5 won't get me recognition from the clan. Long Jiang smirked, stepping closer with a shady whisper. Boss, I know an exploit. The goody two-shoes won't be able to do a thing. His face twisted with a scheme. We just keep deleting the locals. A sharp spear wrapped in lightning slammed into the ground. A masked figure clutched his stomach, gasping for air. Who are you? Black Tortoise stared him down. Who am I? Doesn't matter. You dare start trouble in the Chaos Sea. Do you have a death wish or are you just illiterate? The enemy smirked, provoking him. I'm a subordinate of the Chaos Lord, the messenger of spring, awakening Fang, and I'm gonna grind you into fertilizer. Yang Si and Vermilion Bird watched the playback intently. Then she spoke softly. This is Black Tortoise's memory right before the kill. Vermilion Bird's eyes were serious. The messenger of spring works for the Chaos Lord. He just wiped out 3 of our guys, Black Tortoise, Wang Pei, and Ning Xiu. Yang Si's face went dark as he listened to the report. Their spirits are waiting in the lobby for a respawn, but they're also waiting for us to get payback. Yang Si frowned, calculating his next move. I wanted to wait before cleaning up the Chaos Sea, but screw it, we're raiding that dungeon right now. Yang Si turned to Zhu Si, needing the deets on the enemy. Yo, that spring messenger trash. What tier is he sitting at? Zhu Si didn't miss a beat. Peak rank 3. Maximum danger. Hearing that, a wicked grin spread across Yang Si's face. Perfect. Just the guinea pig I needed for a test run. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, Black Tortoise floated like he owned the place. But internally, he was freaking out. Damn it, today sucks, he muttered, eyes glued to the mask in his hand. You could practically smell the anxiety radiating off him. I actually wiped out 3 judgment freaks. Seriously? Panic started to set in. If Yang Si brings his squad for payback, can the Lord even handle the heat? Screw it. He tossed the mask aside with a dramatic flair. Whatever. Taking down 3 judgment goons. If this is my last stand, at least I'm going out like a legend. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, freezing him cold. Hey, you half-baked weirdo. You really think you can just kill people and dip? Black Tortoise snapped, veins popping as he whipped around. Who are you calling half-baked? You got a death wish? Boom. Another masked figure stepped out of the shadows. The new guy stood tall, oozing confidence. Sorry, bud. The script says you die on this island today. Black Tortoise frowned, looking totally over it. This judgment organization is insane, he thought. I just dealt with the Earth and Heaven ranks, and now a Zodiac shows up. Can I get 5 minutes to breathe? Still, he kept up the tough guy act, unwilling to lose face. Judgment organization, you guys really love acting like big shots, don't you? You do realize I'm the Spring Messenger, right? The Chaos Sea Lord's top dog? The monkey mask guy didn't flinch. Yeah, I know exactly who you are. Black Tortoise tried to bluff his way out. My lord is a tier 4 powerhouse. You really want to poke the bear and deal with a pissed-off legend? The masked guy's voice was ice cold. Nope, not scared. Seeing the threat fail, Black Tortoise instantly switched to beggar mode. Come on, Lord Monkey. No beef between us, right? Can't you just let a brother slide? The answer was brutal and immediate. Impossible. Cold sweat started dripping down Black Tortoise's face, but his mouth kept running on autopilot. Look, Monkey. I tried being nice, but you're being a total pain. You think I'm scared of you. The monkey mask guy just stared him down with pure mockery. Oh, you're not scared? Cool. I'll just beat you until you are. Snap. The sky lit up with a massive explosion of lightning. Black Tortoise didn't wait, morphing into a giant, roaring monster. Fine. Open your eyes and witness the true power of my beast form. He launched a massive strike straight at the monkey's face. But the masked guy, he didn't even blink. His voice was bored, almost insulting. Is that all you got? In a flash, Yang Si, the guy behind the mask, grabbed the monster's fist, spun him around like a rag doll, and slammed him into the dirt. Black Tortoise shifted back to human form, coughing up blood. Holy crap, he realized. This monkey is definitely tier 4. If I keep fighting, I'm dead meat. Looking down at the beaten loser, the masked guy dropped the hammer. All right, pop quiz. Who told you Judgment was going to war with the Chaos Sea Lord? Black Tortoise's face lit up. He saw an opening. Exactly. With the beast threat right in front of us, humans should stick together. Why are we fighting each other? It makes no sense, right? The monkey mask didn't buy it. He leaned in, voice deadly serious. You got it twisted. The connection between Judgment and your lord won't stop a war. It's going to be a one-sided slaughter. Meanwhile, on a remote island, a weird blue light slammed into a blonde guy's chest. The guy dove into the water, and when his eyes snapped open, pure evil. A twisted grin stretched across his face. Chris, I'm back, baby. The entity inside the kid's body frowned, flexing his hands. Man, transmigrating this far was a pain. Finally, found a decent host. Hope this one lasts longer than the last junker. Damn Yang Sai. Damn Judgment. Suddenly, Shuijia came sprinting through the freezing blizzard, looking terrified. Little brother, run. The Winter Messenger is here. We gotta go. Chris played the fool perfectly. Winter Messenger? Why would a big shot come to this dump? Shuijia paused, looking at him weirdly. Bro, you okay? You're usually sharp. Why are you acting so slow today? She grabbed Chris's hand, her voice trembling. Dad said we have to hide in the valley. When the Winter Messenger comes, he brings a killer storm. Chris's expression darkened. This isn't just snow. The killing intent hidden in this wind. Aside from me, everyone here is dead meat. Suddenly, Shuijia slammed on the brakes and shouted, Akan, put some clothes on your sister. Are you crazy? Little Abu jumped in, shivering. Don't yell at him, sis. He's wearing even less than me. Just get to the shelter. Everyone's already gone. Meanwhile, the Winter Messenger was bullying the villagers. Is this everyone? The village chief was shaking like a leaf. Yes, my lord. Every adult male is here, just like you asked. Smack. The messenger backhanded the old man so hard he flew. Liar. The guy I'm looking for isn't in this pile of trash. The chief, face all bruised, tried to calm him down. I swear, all the adults are here. Maybe you're looking for a kid? None of our kids are big, though. Did you make a mistake? The messenger was losing his patience. I said a large male. I didn't say he had to be an adult. He grabbed the chief by the neck, lifting him up. You useless moron. The villagers screamed in horror. Chief, no. You monster, put him down. Why are you doing this? The Winter Messenger didn't care. He pointed at the crowd. Kill them all. The massive beast charged, and the snowy ground turned into a nightmare. Help us. Chris watched from the shadows, eyes cold. Killing civilians? This winter guy is a total scumbag. Just then, little Abu tugged on Suejia's sleeve, totally oblivious. Hey sis, can we go play on the swings? Shuijia's face went ghost white. She tried to force a smile, but fear choked her voice. Abu, not now. Suddenly, a booming roar crashed down from the sky. The winter messenger had arrived. Found you, little rats. Ah Kun looked up, eyes wide with shock. What the hell? Before he could even blink, ice chains snapped around. Ah Kun binding him tight. The messenger sneered, looking down on him like trash. A body enhancement user, huh? Pledge loyalty to me, and I might just let you live. Deal? Cold sweat poured down Ah Kun's face as panic set in. He screamed back. What did you do to Uncle and the others? The messenger's face was stone cold, a mocking grin twisting his lips. Oh, you mean those guys? I don't know who your uncle is, but he's definitely dead meat. No one leaves this island alive. Ah Kun's brows furrowed, rage boiling over. You fed them to the monsters, just because I saw you use the earth core stalactite. The messenger laughed, arrogant and full of himself. Please, I was just a refugee. If you hadn't caught me, I would have stayed hidden forever. But now, I have to wipe you out. Dead men tell no tales, after all. Watching from the shadows, Chris rolled his eyes. You call that laying low? You're making enough noise to wake the dead, you poser. Think having a tier 4 backer makes you invincible? Chris stepped out, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Hey, only one person walks away from this alive. The messenger blinked, confused. Obviously, and that's M. Suddenly, his face went pale. His instincts screamed danger. His pupils shrank, reflecting only Chris and the deadly gleam of a blade. And that survivor is definitely going to be me. Thud. Chris landed smoothly on the ground, gripping the loot tight. His mind raced. This earth core stalactite can push a tier 3 expert to tier 4. But one bottle isn't enough. I wonder if the Lord of the Chaos Sea has more in his stash. Suejia trembled, her voice barely a whisper. Little brother? Chris's gaze turned icy sharp. He cut her off instantly. I think you figured it out by now. I'm not your little brother. That kid could never dream of power like this. Abu, quick on his feet, rushed over with a desperate plea. Oh, great and powerful Lord, can we serve you? A legend like you surely needs loyal servants, right? Chris paused, considering the offer, his gears returning. I guess having a few lackeys wouldn't hurt. Someone needs to handle the daily chores and prep work for the big plan. Chris barked the order. Fine. You're with me. Suejia asked nervously, Little Lord, where are we going? Whoosh. Chris launched them into the sky instantly. To the Chaos Sea, obviously. The most hyped place around. Meanwhile, the spring messenger had been dealt with. Yangtze, transformed into the Monkey King, roared with dominance. Lord of Chaos Sea, get your ass out here. The Lord frowned, clearly pissed off. You got a death wish, kid. Speaking to me like that? Yangtze didn't back down an inch. Cut the crap. You know exactly why I'm here. The Lord narrowed his eyes, trying to play it cool. My spring messenger killed 3 of yours. You killed him. We're even. End of story, right? Yangtze scoffed, his face grim. Not even close. Your dog killed my people. He paid with his life. But you failed to control him. Death is too easy. How about this? Slap yourself 18 times, and I might let you live. That did it. Murderous intent exploded from the Lord. You arrogant little brat, you dare humiliate me. Yangtze remained unfazed, his expression bored. Brat, beat me first, then you can call me daddy. The Lord hesitated, doubt creeping in. Is this kid actually untouchable? Has it been that long since I fought a real challenge? No, wait. He hasn't even broken through to tier 4 yet. Boom. Yangtze threw a punch that tore through the air. The Lord gasped, shocked. That technique. That arcana. The Lord scrambled to dodge, screaming, Damn it. It is you. You're blasts, aren't you? Cold sweat soaked his back. You promised not to mess with me for 100 years. I can't believe the president of the Hero Association is a dirty liar. Yangtze's eyes flashed dangerously. Open your eyes, old man. I'm not Blast. I am the Monkey King of the Judgment Organization. Remember that name in hell. The Lord's fear vanished, replaced by a twisted smile. So you just copied his laws? Not bad for a wannabe. Tell you what. I'm feeling generous today. Walk away now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Wham. A fist slammed directly into the Lord's face before he could finish. He clutched his nose, snarling. You little piece of trash. A sneak attack. Yangtze laughed, mocking him. Sneak attack? Against a weak chicken like you? Please. The Lord clenched his fists, shaking with rage. I gave you a way out, but you chose death. You think I became the strongest in the Chaos Sea by luck? Witness the power of absolute control. Yang Xi's expression shifted. He actually looked impressed. Whoa, that arcana, you realized? It's actually. Seeing the shock, the Lord gloated. That's right. The vibration arcana. The strongest power in the four seas. If my comprehension wasn't slightly worse than blasts, I wouldn't be stuck rotting in this dump playing Pirate King. He laughed maniacally, confidence exploding. 1,080 shockwaves in a single instant. Even Blast would struggle against this. And a fake like you, you're going to crumble to dust. Yang Xi's face turned serious. I didn't expect you to actually have some skill. The Lord smirked. Victory in his eyes. Regretting your choices yet? I gave you 2 chances. Yang Xi's eyes burned with battle spirit. You idiot. The stronger your arcana is, the more I want to kill you and take it. Yang Xi shrugged, completely unbothered. By the way, I'm just waiting for my cooldowns. What are you waiting for? The Lord froze, his mind racing with suspicion. Damn it. These judgment freaks play way too dirty. Gotta speedrun this fight before things get messy. Immediately, the 2 sides clashed like a total train wreck. Down below, Autumn Envoy and Summer Envoy were just chilling, watching the chaos unfold. Yo, should we go up there and carry the team? Are you stupid? We just be cannon fodder for that Yang Sai. Let's just grab some popcorn. Summer Envoy smirked, ready to spill some tea. Hey, you know why Winter Envoy ghosted us? Autumn Envoy rolled his eyes, totally unbothered. Don't know, and honestly, couldn't care less. Summer Envoy wouldn't shut up though. Well, I know why he bailed. And I definitely know why the boss is raging like a toxic gamer right now. Autumn just gave a bored grunt. But then bam, a voice cut through the air. The Earth Core Elixir. It's actually real. Summer Envoy looked way too pleased with himself. Not only is it real, but I know where the loot is stashed. You got the guts to follow me, bro. They arrive at a massive stone gate. Summer whispered, Hey bro, all we gotta do is smash this thing open, and the treasure inside is ours. Autumn scanned it, eyes narrowing. Whoa. This energy signature, it feels exactly like Lord Chaos from the Chaos Sea. You think the 2 of us can actually crack this? Summer Envoy started charging his aura instantly. Only one way to find out. Let's go. They went full try-hard mode, blasting the gate with everything they had. But the stone didn't even scratch. Autumn sighed, useless. Why isn't this thing budging? Suddenly, the gate clapped back, literally blasting them backwards like ragdolls. Chris spawned in from the shadows, voice smooth as silk. You guys good? Autumn scrambled to bow. Thanks for the save. But who the hell are you? Chris smirked, face totally chill. Wow. I go away from keyboard for a little bit and you guys already forgot my face. Oh right, I swapped skins. Guess I can't blame you. The envoys panicked. Holy crap, Lord Chris. Sorry for being blind idiots. Chris didn't even blink. He summoned a power sword, glowing with OP energy, and slashed the stone gate with one clean strike. Boom. The gate shattered. Inside was a mountain of shiny loot. Chris just stood there, cool as ice, and signaled them to come closer. Checking out the goods, he nodded. Not bad. High tier drops. He turned to the envoys with that fake polite vibe. Is this the treasure you guys were drooling over? Summer Envoy waved his hands frantically. No way, Lord Chris. I was just looking for the Earth Core Elixir. But if you want it, it's all yours, boss. Chris's eyes went dark, a creepy smile playing on his lips. Actually, I've got a better idea. This elixir is trash to me, but for tier 3 noobs like you, it's a game changer. Pledge loyalty, and it's yours. Meanwhile, Lord Chaos was getting wrecked somewhere else. Yang Xi stood tall, looking down at him. Not bad. I thought a pleasure-seeking loser like you would be squishy. Turns out, you're actually stronger than Wind God Ouyang was in his prime. Chaos snapped, eyes blazing with rage. Shut up. Don't compare me to that idiot Ouyang. I've grinded down countless beasts for humanity. So what if I want some girls and luxury? I earned it. Yang Zi's eyes went cold. Survival of the fittest, bullying the weak. You sound exactly like those Odyssey scumbags. That is not how we roll on the Blue Star. Yang Xi was getting fired up, ready to drop some truth bombs. If guys like Ouyang hadn't sacrificed everything for impossible missions, we wouldn't even have a server to play on right now. Chaos spat back. Please, if his son hadn't clutched a tier 4 breakthrough at the last second, the Free Sea Alliance would have kicked Ouyang to the curb ages ago. Yang Xi sighed. You still don't get it. The goal is to wipe out the alien invaders. We need the full power of the 4 seas united. Chaos closed his eyes, finally piecing the puzzle together. So, even if Spring Envoy hadn't screwed up, your judgment crew was going to come for my head anyway, huh? Instantly, his face changed. Maximum power output. Check this out, Elemental Vibration Fist. This ult has a 10-year cooldown on my body, But to delete you from existence, totally worth it. Yang Si froze, calculating the odds. Crap. If I tank this, I'm dead. I'm not using a clone right now, so if I wipe here, I lose a whole rebirth charge. The world went white. Chaos screamed like a maniac, die. But then, Yang Shi's eyes snapped open. He noticed something off. The light faded. Yang Shi stood alone in the night sky. Damn it, that huge attack was just a distraction to run away. What a troll. Meanwhile, Chaos was booking it. Damn it, I can't get a game over here. I still got way too much partying left to do. Gotta grab the Earth Core elixir fast. Should have kept it in my inventory. He reached the gate and saw the two envoys just standing there like NPCs. Seeing them idle, Chaos exploded. What the hell are you two doing? Summer envoy choked, B-boss. Chill, Chaos raged. First, Winter turns traitor. Now you two act like backstabbing snakes too. Unbelievable. We're in a crisis here. The envoys hit the deck, begging. Mercy, boss. Chaos took a breath, trying not to stroke out. Fine, whatever. Just hand over the item and cover me while I heal. Autumn envoy was shaking like a leaf. Boss. We don't have the loot. Chaos lost it. Excuse me, the gate is wide open. You useless trash, don't lie to me. If you don't have the elixir, who does? Your secret girlfriend. Autumn looked like he was about to cry. Boss, I swear on my life, we didn't touch it. Suddenly, a voice from the shadows cut in, making Chaos spin around. I'll be taking that. The Lord of Chaos flinched, sidestepping the ambush with supernatural reflexes. Who goes there? He demanded, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he recognized the silhouette. Wait. Chris? Yangtze emerged from the shadows like a phantom, his voice dripping with mockery. You managed to hijack a new vessel this quickly, you absolute scum. Chris, standing nearby, gritted his teeth in annoyance. If your wretched judgment organization didn't keep destroying my avatars, I wouldn't have to body hop so frequently. The Chaos Lord's expression shifted instantly, masking his rage with a facet of desperation. Yang Si, listen to me. I admit defeat. Your skills are superior. But surely, you can spare a fellow Tier 4 powerhouse? Think about it. If war breaks out, I can be a valuable asset to humanity. Yet, deep within his twisted mind, a viper coiled, plotting venomous revenge. These judgment fools are all the same, just like that idiot Wu Yang, obsessed with saving humanity. Ha! The moment I survive this calamity, I'll flee to the Free Seas Alliance and obliterate the Qian family just to vent my rage. Meanwhile, Yang Si, the pillar of righteousness, was already calculating the loot drop. That mystic lotus he left behind. It could be the key to crafting a new Tier 4 avatar. Or perhaps I should gift it to my loyal subordinate, Yi Fan. Liu Yuan is also a solid candidate for the upgrade. Oblivious to his impending doom, the Chaos Lord forced a wide, ingratiating smile. We have a deal, right? We are both humans, after all. Why must we slaughter our own kind? Yang Si didn't hesitate for a microsecond, his voice cold as the grave. Apologies, but if I let you live, I would be failing every single innocent soul you've butchered over the years. Cornered like a rat, the Chaos Lord abandoned his act and roared. You really want me dead today? Aren't you afraid I'll detonate my core and drag this entire island down to hell with me? Chris threw his head back and laughed, a harsh, mocking sound. That has to be the funniest joke I've heard all day. A majestic Tier 4 human expert, using millions of human lives as hostages just to save his own skin? Is this the so-called pride of the Qinglan planet? Yang Si sighed, looking at the villain with utter contempt. Are you actually serious right now? A demonic grin stretched across the Chaos Lord's face. I would rather betray the heavens than let the heavens betray me. Once I'm dead, why should I care if the world floods? Yang Si remained unmoved, his expression bored. Go ahead then. Self-destruct. You're the one killing them, not me. Why should I lose sleep over it? The Chaos Lord began to panic, his rage choking him. You call yourself Yang Si. Have you no justice? No empathy? Aren't you afraid the world will know of your cruelty? Judgment will be branded as cold-blooded butchers. Yang Si cut him off, his voice flat. If you blow yourself up, who will be left to tell the tale? Suddenly, the Chaos Lord hurled a black sphere into the air, screaming like a banshee. Fine, don't you dare regret this. A holographic screen materialized in the sky, displaying a livestream interface. Welcome to my channel. If we hit 100,000 likes, I'll drop some exclusive benefits. The image of a scantily clad streamer girl vanished instantly, replaced by the grim reality of the 3 standoff participants. The Chaos Lord's terrified face filled the screens, causing the chat to explode. What the hell is this? Where did my pink bikini girl go? Streamer, quit trolling. My pants were already down. Bring back the view. +1 to the guy above. I just opened a fresh box of tissues. Damn it. Wait, is this a movie? That guy in the black robe. Isn't that the Lord of the Chaos Sea? The Chaos Lord smirked at the camera, reveling in the attention. I originally created this account just for kicks, but who knew it would save my life today? Holy crap, this is huge. Is the Chaos Lord actually streaming personally? Guys, wake everyone up. The Lord isn't dead. Is he in the middle of a boss fight? Who is that teenager standing opposite him? His aura is insane. He's no weakling. Is that the backup the Lord called in? This camera angle is trippy. It feels like I'm standing right next to these legends. Yang Si frowned, his patience wearing thin. What is the meaning of this circus? The Chaos Lord projected his voice, shameless and loud. Yang Si, I stand before 10 billion citizens of the four seas. I ask you one last time. Will you let me walk away? Or will you force me to drag every living soul on this island to the afterlife with me? What will judgment choose? The villain sneered. Didn't you say no one would know? Well, now the whole world is watching. I'm live streaming this directly to every screen in the four seas. Yang Shi felt a headache coming on, cursing internally. This guy is unbelievable. He's actually weaponizing the internet to save his wretched life. He's traded his dignity for survival. His face is thicker than a city wall. The Chaos Lord laughed maniacally, basking in his own genius. Survival is the only truth. The method doesn't matter. A famous news streamer quickly jumped on the trend. Breaking news. The Chaos Lord's livestream has just hit 20 million concurrent viewers. This is unprecedented. With this masterstroke, judgment is trapped. If they kill the Chaos Lord now, they are effectively signing the death warrant for millions of islanders. Another top streamer chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. This is a devastating blow to the heroic image Yang Si has built. Public opinion is turning into a weapon. Judgment can no longer escape the label of being cold-blooded executioners. A third commentator hyped up the drama. This shameless villain is using an entire island as a meat shield. He is holding millions hostage to force the legendary Yang Si to back down. The comment section became a battlefield of opinions. He built this island, yet he's willing to sacrifice it. He's worse than a beast. Yang Si, please don't be rash. Think about the innocent lives. Does he really have bombs planted? How can someone be evil enough to use his own territory as a bargaining chip against judgment? Listen to me. If a Tier 4 expert decides to self-destruct, vaporizing an island is child's play. Damn it, he's actually going to win with this dirty trick. It makes me sick. Meanwhile, panic erupted at the Chaos Sea docks. People scrambled like ants. Stop pushing. Do you have a ticket? A young scalper screamed over the noise. Tickets out of here. 40,000 credits. Who wants one? A desperate man raised his hand instantly. I'll take it. The Chaos Lord beamed with triumphant glee. Make your choice, Yang Si. It's not just me asking anymore. It's the entire population of the four seas. Yang Si's expression darkened, his mind racing as he weighed the heavy silence. He had to admit, the Chaos Lord's move was despicable, but incredibly effective. Dark thoughts spiraled out of control. If the Lord of Chaos actually decided to nuke the entire island, taking every civilian down with him in a blaze of glory, then that blood debt would stain the Judgment Organization's legacy forever. The Lord of Chaos beamed, wearing a grin that screamed pure, unadulterated confidence. All right, folks, I've opened a poll in the live stream. Cast your votes. A holographic chart popped up, and the votes to spare him were absolutely crushing the kill him option. Chaos jerked his chin toward Yang Si, smugness dripping from his voice. Hey, Yang Si, the netizens have made their choice. Now, the ball is in your court. Yang Si didn't even blink. He looked dead calm as he shot back. I bet you don't have the guts to blow yourself up. Instantly, Chaos's face twisted in panic. You crazy bastard. Do you not give a damn about Judgment's reputation? He backpedaled hard, his voice cracking with desperation. Okay, look, I never actually planned to self-destruct. It was just a bluff to scare you off. But now you're pushing me to the edge. The livestream chat exploded with a tidal wave of toxic comments. What the fuck? Yang Si. Judgment. Are you guys insane? Give us a way out. You're gonna sacrifice millions of people just to corner one boss. Is killing the Lord of Chaos worth wiping out the entire population? I used to be a Judgment fanboy, but forget this, I'm officially an anti-fan now. Yang Si is too reckless. You can kill the boss anytime, but those millions of lives? Once they're gone, there's no respawn button. Chaos looked like he was about to cry, choking out, damn you. Why won't you just let me go? Yang Si just watched him, eyes cold as ice. You're the one who refused to let yourself go. That snapped the last string of sanity in Chaos. Rage erupted as he screamed, you bet I wouldn't dare. Fine. Watch me blow this whole place to hell. You're all coming with me. Suddenly, a massive spectral hand materialized out of thin air, It crushed Chaos's skull in a vice grip, freezing him in place. His eyes bulged in shock. I'm still alive? No wonder Yangtze was so cocky. Turns out, in front of you monsters, I can't even kill myself if I wanted to. He laughed bitterly. Judgment Organization, you guys are terrifying. Yangtze remained stone-faced. Did you really think Judgment operates on luck? If we weren't 100% sure, we wouldn't gamble with the lives of 10 million people. The livestream comments did an instant 180. Hey, where are all the haters now? Step out and show your faces, cowards. Easy to talk trash, hard to think straight. Worship the fake idols in good times, but trust the real heroes when shit hits the fan. Judgment is always right. The Islanders cheered wildly, relief washing over them. Forget the rest. Where are the dudes who said they'd eat crap if Judgment saved us? Get on your knees. You still there? Send the room link. I'll personally deliver the gift to your house. I promise I won't be stingy. Count me in too. Yang Shi's voice cut through the celebration, cold and final. Time to send you on your way. He turned to the camera, making a grand declaration. The pact between us and the three major powers regarding the Chaos Sea starts now. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow flickered into existence, interrupting him. A choice between a tier 4 and commoners. How amusing. Yang Shi froze, muscles tensing as he asked, "Who are you?" The energy radiating off this guy was insane, way stronger than the Iron Tower general from the Fan Gong battlefield. The shadow chuckled softly. Me? You'll have plenty of time to figure that out. Without warning, a dark energy engulfed Chaos completely. Yang Zi's eyes widened. What the? The shadow spoke with a calm, eerie amusement. This one is interesting. You killed one of my subordinates, so taking him as a replacement seems fair, right? Yang Si roared in anger, lunging forward like a bullet. You piece of trash. But the shadow warped space and vanished instantly. Yang Si clicked his tongue, annoyed. Fast. Too fast. He might have won the battle for the island, but that mystery player snatching the boss away meant he lost the Lotus mystery loot. Whatever. At least the island is ours. He sighed. Too much drama today. Yang Fei-Fi, go work your magic on the crowd. Lin Naishu stepped in front of the camera, voice sweet as honey. Saving lives is Judgment's code. We will do everything to help you recover. She cast light dance, and neon healing particles rained down under the moonlight. The chat went wild again. Sip mode activated. Is this the legendary foundation of Judgment? Why do all the Zodiacs wear masks, though? I don't care about the dudes, but not seeing Goddess Yang Fei-Fi's face is a crime against humanity. Careful, bro. What if she's a total King Kong under that mask? Shut your trap, Goblin. I'll crawl through the internet and end you. Yang Fei-Fi is definitely a top-tier beauty. Meanwhile, back at the Chaos Palace, the staff was scrambling. Yang Shi and Lin Naishu landed softly. A maid slammed her head to the floor, terrified. Spare me, my lord, please. Yang Shi frowned, his voice stern. Stand up. Keep one manager here. Everyone else go rest. A woman in red robes trembled, stuttering. My lord. Any orders? Lin Naishu approached her gently. Don't be scared. What's your name? The woman kept her head down, voice submissive. This servant's name is Hong Lone. Yang Zi looked confused. Do you always talk like you're in a history drama? Hong Lone bowed deeply, explaining, it was the Masters. I mean, Lord Chaos's order. This month's theme is the Tang Dynasty. Everyone on the island has to cosplay and speak in ancient dialect. Yang Si mentally face-palmed. This freaking Lord of Chaos was a hardcore ULR-per, forcing the whole population to roleplay with him. What a weirdo. His eyes hardened. From now on, Judgment runs this place. Those stupid rules are gone. Tell the other girls to compile a list of all the grievances and abuse from the past years. Judgment will hold trials and pay out compensation. Hong Lone teared up, choking with emotion. Yes, thank you, my lord. As she walked away, Lin Naishu nudged Yang Si, teasing him. Hey big bro, heart not fluttering even a little bit. Those girls are stunning. She waited for a reaction, but Yang Si just ignored her. Apart from these poor girls, the island was still crawling with the Chaos Lord's old goons. What was the game plan? Yang Shi's face was stone cold, his voice dropping an octave. Once I've got the dirt on them, I'm taking out the trash. If they're guilty, they're dead meat. The crowd instantly erupted into chaotic noise. The training grounds were packed with summoned ability users. One guy, looking totally freaked out, whispered, the adjudicators aren't gonna wreck us too, right? The dude next to him smirked and shot back. It doesn't matter how badass the organization is, they still need muscle, don't they? Tier 3 elites like us are VIPs on the 4 Cs, so chill out. Yang Si stood like a statue, analyzing every soul in the vicinity with a predator's gaze. Even though the Chaos Lord's army looked like a united front to the outside world, inside, It was split by turf wars. 4 envoys, spring, summer, autumn, winter, each running a hall, with 6 ministries under every hall. Yang Si calculated the odds with a sharp look. Total enemy force, 24 ministries. That was nearly 5,000 awakened freaks on this island. These guys weren't weaklings. Maybe not on the level of the big 3, but definitely enough firepower to lock down the Lord's island. Suddenly, the whole crowd roared in unison, "Hail the new master!" Yang Shi didn't waste a second, signaling Vermilion Bird. Since everyone's here, Vermilion Bird, tag the scum. Dozens of glowing seals instantly burned onto the foreheads of the guilty men, catching them off guard. Why are we getting tagged already? Everyone has this mark. It's just the Vermilion Seal. One guy with a savage face started screaming in protest. What's the meaning of this, new boss? What crime did I commit? Yang Fei cut in with a voice like ice. You know exactly what dirty deeds you've done. The guy froze in fear but kept running his mouth. Don't you dare spit blood on my name. I might be a loser in war, but I won't let anyone frame me. Since I became the hall master of the Spring Hall, I've been nothing but loyal. I never did anything cruel. Yang Si suddenly blitzed right in front of him, jump-scaring the whole crowd. The dude started stuttering like crazy, Master. Yang Si's expression was deadly serious as he lowered his voice. Did you really think that just because you have S-rank tier 3 power, I'd give you special treatment? Did you think I'm like those other desperate leaders who would beg for your cheap loyalty and overlook the disgusting sins you've committed? You thought that just because tier 3 fighters are rare, the adjudicators wouldn't be able to run this island without your help? Yang Xi's eyes pierced through him like daggers, exposing every lie. You gambled on the fact that I wouldn't have the guts to kill you. Yang Xi didn't let up, delivering the final verdict. Since you're technically still human, I'll give you a painless exit. Boar, toss this trash into the void dimension. Order received. Boar appeared out of nowhere, summoning a massive black vortex that sucked the screaming men into oblivion in a heartbeat. The survivors screamed in absolute terror. Those guys just vanished. They're all dead. Yang Xi thought to himself grimly. Out of 5,000 users, only 500 are innocent. Dusting his hands off, Yang Xi announced, "Show's over." Nobody walks out of the void alive. The crowd below instantly exploded into gossip. Hell yeah, good riddance. I hated those guys. They tortured those poor girls on the island until they broke. Yang Xi wasted no time assigning the new hierarchy. All right, listen up. Next topic. You're all being reorganized under the 4 symbols palaces. Each palace gets 2 ministries. The 4 palaces: Qinglan, Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. The 8 ministries: Heaven, Earth, Dark, Yellow, Universe, Aeon, Flood, and Wilderness. The crowd shouted their obedience in sync. Yes, we follow the new master's command. Yang Si headed back, kicking open the doors to the Chaos Lord's palace. But the sight of a maid's body lying in a pool of blood made him gasp. What the hell happened here? Looking at the gruesome scene, Yang Fei couldn't believe her eyes. Aren't these the girls we just saved? Why did they off themselves? She immediately flared her power. Wake up, damn it. The girls gasped, their wounds healing as they woke up. We aren't dead. Is this hell? Yang Fei looked at them with gentle eyes, explaining softly, I use my healing ability. You won't feel any more pain. Suddenly, one girl with tears in her eyes choked out a response. No more pain. How is that possible? Just being alive is torture. As soon as she said it, the girls tried to throw themselves off the balcony again. Yang Fei stood there, totally confused. Big bro, what are they doing? Why are they trying to die? Yang Si replied darkly, Go get Hong Luan. Hong Luan's face was a mask of agony, tears streaming down. Master, please save them. Their minds, they've completely shattered. Yang Fei asked anxiously, What kind of nightmare did they go through? Hong Luan sobbed, gathering her courage to speak. The Lord's hobbies were sick and twisted. These girls took all the abuse and humiliation. Visions of their torture flashed by. They'd been broken for so long, their sanity was gone. Hong Luan's voice was bitter as she finished the story. That's why, even if you save their bodies, they don't have the guts to keep living. Yang Fei finally understood the horror, so even if we save them, they'll just look for a way to die. What do we do? Yang Si, sharp as ever, had a plan. If the memories are the problem, we just delete them. Then they can live. Hong Luan's jaw dropped in shock. Delete them? Master, can you really wipe their minds? Yang Xi's voice was rock steady. Yeah. I'll have Vermilion Bird scrub their memories. The rest is on you. Vermilion Bird cast the spell instantly. You will forget the past and start a new life. The girls' eyes went blank as they woke up. Where is this? Why am I dressed like this? Hong Luan ran over, playing along. You guys really don't remember anything? One girl's face twisted in annoyance. Who are you? Explain this right now. Why are we here? A tear of relief rolled down Hong Luan's cheek. She smiled like a mother. You guys wandered into a forbidden zone and lost some memories. Come on, time to go home. Yang Zi suddenly got serious, asking a heavy question. Yang Feifei, what do you think is the real point of having these powers? Yang Feifei looked lost. The point? She didn't miss a beat, getting dead serious. Our powers exist for one thing only: war. Without them, we'd be nothing but slaves to the Odyssey race. Yang Xi's voice dropped, heavy with emotion. For me, this power isn't just a weapon. It's a second chance, a way to rewrite the tragedies of the past. Lost in his own head, Yang Xi made a silent vow. Just seeing you change for the better. It makes everything worth it. I have zero regrets stepping into this chaotic world. Every scar, every choice that led me here. I own it all. Meanwhile, Lord Chaos, fully healed, put on his best grateful guy act. I owe you my life, bro. Seriously. Consider it a blood debt. Anything you need, just say the word. From the shadows, a menacing figure finally stepped into the light. The name is Ejin Bernadotte, scion of the Bernadotte family from the Odyssey realm, and one of the founding fathers of the Bernadotte Empire on the New Phi continent. Out on the streets, they call me the Red Emperor. He didn't give Chaos a second to breathe. Listen, Lord of the Chaos Sea, I saved your skin. Now, it's time to pay the piper. I don't think I'm asking for too much, right? Chaos looked sketchy, sweat beading on his forehead. Look, my entire empire was hijacked by the Judgment Organization. I'm kind of broke, you get me? The Red Emperor's brow twitched, a wicked grin spreading across his face. I heard rumors. You're sitting on some geocenter stalactite milk. Chaos's expression instantly went pitch black. His eyes turned to daggers. So you're after the milk? Tough luck. That stash is long gone, but the Emperor wasn't buying it. His voice dropped to absolute zero. I bet you've never heard of the source, have you? The geocenter Spirit Spring. The Red Emperor flashed a greedy, sinister smirk. Now that is a god-tier treasure. Cultivating in that spring, it's a cheat code. It perfects your law profundities and boosts your tier instantly. Let me break it down for you. With the spring's help, hitting the heaven rank is guaranteed. He kept yapping, totally obsessed. Since you burned through the stalactite milk and managed to hit 4th tier, that proves your energy is linked to the Spirit Spring somehow. He leaned in closer. My Bernadotte family possesses a secret technique. Learn this art, and that connection becomes a GPS signal. Once you master it, we can hunt that treasure down with pinpoint accuracy. The Red Emperor's face turned stony serious. But your signal is weak trash right now. We need to get physically closer to pick up the trail. We need exact coordinates and depth. He tapped his temple. My intel says the Spirit Spring is hiding in this very sea region. That saves us a ton of grinding time. Chaos played along, acting all hype. Hold up, Emperor. Before we seal this deal, I've got one little condition. The Red Emperor nodded. Spit it out. Chaos put on his creepiest, most lecherous grin. How about we take a joyride to your Bernadotte Empire first? Sound like a plan? I need some top-tier babes by my side to concentrate, you know? Helps me learn the secret technique faster. The Red Emperor sighed, defeated by this guy's shamelessness. Fine, whatever. Let's move. Suddenly, they touched down. Chaos scanned the area like a hungry wolf. Yo, Red Emperor. I thought you said there'd be girls waiting. What gives? Odyssey. The Red Emperor looked at him like he was garbage. But he kept his cool. Chill out, Brother Chaos. I brought us here for a reason. Out of nowhere, Yang Xi stepped out. Red Emperor. The 100 Cities Federation is at war with Bernadotte. Showing your face here. You're throwing me straight into the fire. The Red Emperor didn't even flinch. Ice cold. Doesn't matter. The fact that we're partners was already leaked during the last battle, so why bother hiding it? Then he switched gears. What's the vibe with that old fossil in the mercenary guild? Yang Xi's face darkened. The guild master? He's a wild card. Impossible to read. He shook his head. I think your grandmaster plan is about to hit a brick wall. The Red Emperor scowled, clearly ticked off. That geezer has a death wish. Just wait until my big brother hits the 5th tier. We'll make him suffer. Suddenly, Yang Xi pointed at Chaos. This guy gives off weird vibes. Hey, Red Emperor, aren't you going to introduce us? Because honestly, I have a strong urge to kill him right now. The Red Emperor hesitated, then muttered, he's a 4th tier native, the Lord of Chaos Sea. Yang Xi didn't hold back. Red Emperor, are you insane? You dragged a 4th tier native into Light City? Do you want to riot? Seriously, if this guy decides to go rogue, we can't stop him from nuking the entire city. Chaos's forehead veins popped. Are you blind? Who are you calling a native punk? The Red Emperor quickly jumped in to defuse the bomb. Relax, he's crucial to my plans, and stop with the native slur. Who knows? Maybe he's got what it takes to blend into Odyssey society. Chaos put on that disgusting, lecherous face again. Hey, fitting into Odyssey society? Huh. Step 1. Red Emperor, you gonna hook me up or what? Inside Yang Sai's disguise, Yang Sai rolled his eyes. This guy, still obsessed with the same old trash. He turned around, waving his hand. All right, enough. Follow me. Cut to the city lord's manor. The party was lit. Chaos looked around, a shameless grin plastered on his face, pure satisfaction radiating from him. Red Emperor, I gotta admit, your Odyssey women, they've got some serious flavor. The Red Emperor tried to hide his utter disgust. Low-class energy vampire. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. What a vulgar barbarian. I guess that's what you expect from a native. He's a freak. But out loud, he kept it cool. As long as you're happy. But Chaos wasn't done being a creep. Hey, Red Emperor. Those girls down there? Can I take them for a spin too? The Emperor forced a smile. Whatever floats your boat. Just make sure you focus on the mission once you're done. Chaos rubbed his hands together like a villain. Hey, then I better choose carefully. Yang Si watched from the sidelines, analyzing every move. Is he pushing the Emperor's buttons on purpose? Just to test his limits? For the Red Emperor to swallow that much pride, their scheme must be absolutely massive. Nearby, Karen from the Purple Hair Gala family was chilling, minding her own business. Suddenly, Chaos swooped in, full creep mode activated. I've been watching you. Those legs are top-tier goods. Smack! Karen slapped him so hard it echoed. Get your filthy hands off me. You disgusting native trash. Two men stood up instantly, aura flaring. We represent the Odyssey noble families. It's bad enough we have to eat with a savage, but we will not tolerate him harassing a noble daughter. You damn native. You've got a death wish. Yo, do you have any clue whose turf you're stepping on? Karen barked, fueling the fire. Guards. Restrain this fourth-stage savage immediately. Another lackey stepped up, getting right in Chaos's face with a death threat. On your knees and beg for mercy, or you're not leaving here alive, punk. Chaos just flashed a wicked, twisted grin. Well, Red Emperor, how are you going to handle this mess? The Red Emperor's face went pitch black, jaw clenched tight to keep from exploding. Meanwhile, Yang Shi watched from the sidelines, analyzing every micro-movement. This Chaos Sea Lord had zero chill. It hadn't even been that long, and he was already putting the Red Emperor in a tight spot. Yang Shi couldn't hide the amusement on his face. The honor of a top-tier noble daughter, the loyalty of the elite families, or the dark secrets held by the Chaos Sea Lord. Which one are you going to pick, Red Emperor? Finally, the Emperor snapped, his voice booming like thunder, the audacity. Karen tilted her chin up, smirking with pure arrogance. Hear that, loser? The goon tightened his grip on Chaos's collar, ready to strike. Apologize to me right now, you dirty savage. But suddenly, a blur of motion slammed into the man with the force of a freight train. Karen stumbled back, eyes wide with total shock as she screamed, Lord Red Emperor. The crowd erupted in outrage, shouting, Lord Emperor, are you seriously going to let this filthy savage stain the honor of a noble Odyssey daughter? The Red Emperor's expression turned icy cold. Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? The two loudmouths from before instantly started trembling, stuttering, No, I wouldn't dare. Chaos immediately burst into arrogant, mocking laughter. You hear that, you bunch of cowards who've never seen a real battlefield? Chaos's face twisted into pure evil as he taunted them. Hey, sweet cheeks, I'm the Red Emperor's VIP guest. Keeping a guest from far away entertained is your honor, isn't it? Without waiting for an answer, Chaos snatched Karen up like a doll while she screamed, No, help me, someone save me. Everyone else fell into a deadly silence, too terrified to make a move. Fast forward 3 days later. At Chaos's luxury hideout, voices drifted from inside. Red Emperor, you're here early. The Emperor suppressed his rage and barked an order. If you're done venting your lust, start practicing the secret art. Chaos smirked with overflowing confidence. I'll master this manual in 5 days flat, but while I'm grinding, I want a fresh Odyssey woman every single day. Same top-tier quality as the purple-haired Gala clan. You can handle a small request like that, right? Pure disgust was written all over the Red Emperor's face, but he forced himself to stay cool. 5 days. If you're scamming me, I'm going to lose it. Chaos stretched lazily, looking like he owned the world. Relax, Red Emperor. Yang Si, who had witnessed the whole thing, thought to himself, that Odyssey woman was wicked, but damn, that's a brutal ending. The magic crystal recorded everything. This footage is going to be radioactive. Just wait a few more days, film a few more clips. Knowing Chaos's twisted personality, he won't be satisfied yet. Yang Si silently smirked, sensing a master plan coming together. The Burnout Empire and the 100 Cities Federation weren't technically at war, but if he could drag the Mercenary Guild into this mess, It would be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, in the office of Brad, the patriarch of the purple-haired Gala family, he stared intensely at a mysterious magic crystal. Brad muttered, "A lot of families got these weird crystals today. I can't believe the Gala family got one too. Who dropped this off? And what's on it?" He didn't waste a second and activated the recording. Instantly, Brad's eyes blazed with uncontrollable fury. "Red Emperor, you snake. My clan gave you so much intel and resources for the Bernadotte Empire. And this is how you repay us? I'm going to wash this stain off my family's honor with blood." Brad rallied the other noble heads and marched to the city lord. City Lord, this scandal is massive. It's humiliating to even speak of, and we have no face to stand before you, but to clear our names, we had to come." The city lord frowned, his voice sharp with anger. "I am the Lord of Light City, yet I didn't even know that the Red Emperor was hiding on my turf." Old Brad, smooth as ever, quickly tried to calm him down. "Please quell your anger, my lord. The Bernadotte Empire forced our hand." The 2 geezers behind him chimed in immediately. "That's right, my lord. We were coerced. We had no choice." The city lord's face softened, returning to a calm mask. "Fine. What do you want me to do?" All 3 instantly dropped to their knees, begging desperately. "You have to get justice for us. My poor young daughter. That cruel Red Emperor let a low-class savage defile our children. I can't swallow this rage even if I die." The city lord looked solemn and deep in thought. "Rest assured, gentlemen, I will personally escalate your grievances to the high command of the 100 Cities Federation." Meanwhile, at the Frost Valley outside the city, a massive cave was hidden deep behind a waterfall. Yang Zai, currently in his red dragon form, pierced through the water curtain and entered the cave. He shifted back to human form and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Venerable Storm." Storm looked curious. What intel is so important that the Lord of Light City had to deliver it personally? Yang Shi raised an eyebrow, a scheming look on his face. "My lord, it concerns the Red Emperor." Storm's eyes lit up. "Oh, if it's about that guy, I'm definitely listening. It's about the demands of the purple-haired Gala family." Hearing the details, Storm flew into a rage. "That Red Emperor has no vision. He actually dared to sneak a 4th-stage savage into our territory. If that's the case, I'll personally step in and demand justice for these families." He nodded approvingly. "This threat endangers the very existence of Light City. You did good, kid. I'll make sure your contribution is reported to the top." Back at the hideout, Chaos was looking bored. The women sent over the last 2 days felt too trained, too robotic. Totally bland. The arrogant noble daughters were way more fun. Yang Sai, disguised as the Yang Sai, walked in with Dragon Gold. "Someone get in here and clean this mess up. It smells like a pigsty." Dragon Gold glared at the man in front of him. "Chaos, your 5 days are up. Did you master the secret art or not?" Chaos flashed a sly grin. "I barely managed to live up to the request. But if you want the location of the Earth Core spiritual spring, are you ready to pay the steep price?" Dragon Gold snapped, furious. "A steep price? What exactly do you want?" Chaos whispered. "How about?" Suddenly, a roar of curses erupted from outside. "Red Emperor, get out here and apologize to the families of the girls you killed." Venerable Storm's voice boomed from the sky. "For a member of the Bernadotte family to let a savage trample on the purity of our noble women, you've really crossed the line this time." Long Jane stepped into the fray, his eyes cold and mocking. "I wondered what trash was blocking my path. Turns out, it's just a defeated dog. Did the ancient dragon not break you enough last time? Or do your bones itch for another taste of my necromancy?" One of the lackeys roared, "Red Emperor, the heiress of our noble house, was slaughtered by some filthy native lowlife. You owe us an explanation. Why do you let that trash walk all over us?" The 2 beside him trembled with rage. "Exactly. That savage acts like he owns this dimension. Red Emperor, we aren't targeting you, but we demand his head. Give us justice." Venerable Storm smirked, adding fuel to the fire. "See that, Red Emperor? You've enraged the masses. I have no choice but to discipline you myself." Long Jane's aura exploded, his voice dripping with venom. "Who gave you the balls to speak to me like that?" Venerable Storm sneered. "The mighty Red Emperor of the Bernadotte Empire. So easily triggered? Are you embarrassed because I hit a nerve? You're just 3 stray dogs kicked out by your clans, exiled to this backwater dimension for punishment. How dare you use the Empire's name to stir up trouble here? Go on, make the first move. Give me a valid excuse to wipe you out. Come at me." Long Jane gritted his teeth, mana surging for the kill. Suddenly, a heavy hand clamped onto his shoulder, holding him back. Lord Chaos fumed. "Red Emperor, you're just going to let this clown run his mouth. If your hands are tied, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Consider it repayment for your hospitality these past few days." Venerable Storm floated into the sky, laughing coldly. Look at this trash, taking your own people hostage just to beg for mercy from your enemies. You cling to your pathetic life, yet still dare to bark at me. Lord Chaos roared in fury. Did you just call me a dog? Fine. Then I'll show you some mercy. I'll beat you into a corpse and hang you on the walls of Light City. I'll let you rot in the sun for 49 days until you reach Nirvana. Venerable Storm summoned his strange puppet in his palm. Your primitive techniques are laughable. He activated the thermal expansion golem and shouted, Now, witness the gap in power. The difference between the Odyssey civilization and you savages. Lord Chaos charged forward, bloodlust flaring. Bring it on. The puppet intercepted him, throwing a punch that clashed with Chaos's fist. Suddenly, the puppet froze. A twisted, demonic smile carved across its face. Chaos's eyes widened in horror. Shit, it's a trap. The puppet swelled like a grotesque balloon and detonated. A cloud of white smoke swallowed Lord Chaos whole. When the dust cleared, Chaos was on his knees, blood gushing from his mouth. He clutched his chest, hacking up blood. Venerable Storm sneered. A savage is always a savage. Listen well, if you tell me the reason. Why the Red Emperor would offend the great clans just to protect you. I'll let you live. Long Jane turned sharply. Yang Si, we need to separate them now. You don't want Light City reduced to rubble by these maniacs, do you? If you let them wreck the place, the repair bill is on your head. Venerable Storm glared. Mercenary Guild. Have you lost your way? Are you really siding with the Red Emperor against me right now? Do you think the Northern Federation won't crush your little guild for this? Long Jane looked away, feigning ignorance, refusing to meet Yang Xi's eyes. Yang Si, disguised as the Yang Si, sighed internally. Thank God, I'm just an imposter. Otherwise, this Red Emperor would have given me an aneurysm by now. We're supposed to be allies, but when trouble knocks, my big brother won't even speak up for me. Fine. If you want to play dirty, don't blame me for flipping the table. He stepped forward, voice smooth. Venerable Storm, cool your jets. We're all acquaintances here. Why don't we sit down and talk this out like civilized men? Long Jane snapped, losing patience. Stop babbling. Just attack him already. Yang Shi smirked beneath his mask. Well, if the Red Emperor insists so strongly, I guess I have no choice. Sorry about this, Venerable Storm. He unleashed the Void Domain, plunging the entire area into absolute darkness. Long Jane sensed the shift. Wait, what are you doing? Yang Si laughed playfully. Didn't you tell me to make a move? Red Emperor? Snap. A massive explosion ripped through the darkness, followed by a choking wave of dust and debris. As the smoke cleared, the surrounding area had been leveled to the ground. Venerable Storm stood there, shell-shocked. Yang Si, are you insane? Even if you're helping him, did you have to nuke the whole place? Long Jane hovered above, panic rising in his voice. Yang Si, do you have any idea what you've done? Yang Si emerged, gripping Lord Chaos by the throat. Oh, Red Emperor. If I said my hand slipped, would you believe me? Long Jane's voice turned icy. I can overlook your insolence, but hand over the Lord of Chaos. Now. Yang Si chuckled darkly. Red Emperor, are you acting stupid, or are you actually brain dead? I went through all this trouble to capture the Lord of Chaos myself. Think about it. Why would I do that? He leaned in. You're willing to go to war with the great clans just to protect this piece of trash. There's a secret here. A big one. Since all three major powers are present, why don't we clear the air? Spit it out. He tightened his grip on Chaos's neck, suffocating him. Talk, or I might just accidentally snap your little pet's neck. Long Jane roared, his eyes blazing. You dare. Chaos gasped for air, his face turning purple. What is happening? Yang Shi whispered venomously. Start thinking. What is the deal between you and the Red Emperor? Friendly reminder, the Red Emperor already spilled his guts. I'm just cross-referencing his story. If your version doesn't match his, you'll wish you were dead. Chaos panicked, eyes bulging. Okay, I'll talk. But you have to heal my injuries first. Yang Si squeezed harder, cutting off his air. Negotiating with me? You must have a death wish. I give you 5 seconds. Talk, or I send you straight to the hell of the blue planet. Chaos shrieked in terror. No, I'll talk. It's the Earth Core Spirit Spring, the legendary spring. Long Jane exploded with apocalyptic rage. You shut your mouth. Die. Suddenly, hundreds of ghostly hands erupted from the earth below. Behind him, the avatar of the Crimson Monarch manifested. The summon let out a guttural roar and slammed its scepter into the ground with earth-shattering force. The terrain shattered under the impact. Long Jane glared, his eyes glowing red. I told you. Do not test my patience. Venerable Storm backed away, sweat forming. Red Emperor, don't do anything rash. Only the three of us know this secret. It hasn't reached the point of no return. We can still control this. He waved a hand to cut the tension. Whoa, hold your fire. How about we make a deal instead? Golden Dragon scoffed coldly. Spit it out. What kind of deal? Storm's nerves were pulled as tight as a bowstring. We keep our traps shut about this. In exchange, you spare my subordinates in the City of Light. Deal. Golden Dragon's eyes narrowed with cunning. Talk is cheap. Why should I trust a single word that comes out of your mouth? Yang Shi, currently disguised as the formidable Yang Shi, finally spoke up. Venerable Storm, you must be joking. No matter what happens, I'm taking a cut of that Earth Core Spirit Spring. If you expect me to just stand by and watch, I'd rather let every single soul in the City of Light rot. Storm grimaced, his voice roaring with frustration. This bastard really knows how to pick the worst timing to act up. Golden Dragon cut him off sharply. Actually, the Yangtze has a point. Besides, I don't trust either of you two snakes. You'd really give up the chance to claim the Spirit Spring just for some trash in that city? Storm tried to pivot, desperate to persuade him. Red Emperor, listen to this proposal. Once we find the Earth Core Spirit Spring, you take the first dip. After you ascend to the heavenly rank, the two of us will split whatever is left. How does that sound? Golden Dragon leaped down from his high vantage point, swaggering toward Venerable Storm. Fine. But until we find the prize, nobody splits up. We need to avoid any unexpected surprises. Tish, I never planned on sharing the spring with these losers anyway, but I'll play along to keep them on a leash for now. Keeping this quiet is the only way to win. Meanwhile, Yang Si was running his own four-dimensional chess game. I need to leverage my clone for this. I need to leak this intel to the higher-ups at the Mercenary Guild and the 100 Cities Federation. My Yang Si persona will handle the message to the guild. The other message goes straight to my main body via the City Lord. He smirked like a villain in the shadows. Oh, this is about to get extremely chaotic. Golden Dragon barked an order. Chaos. Stop stalling and activate the technique. Chaos grunted a reluctant, fine, and unleashed his power. Suddenly, the energy swirled up, forming a massive, glowing arrow in the sky. Storm frowned, confused. What the hell is that thing? Golden Dragon smirked. Consider this our compass. It points straight to the location of the Earth Core Spirit Spring. We just follow the lead, and the treasure is ours. He forced Chaos to move the arrow forward. Keep up, boys. Yang Zi drifted alongside Golden Dragon. He asked the Red Emperor, Hey, are you sure this technique isn't a scam? 2 days ago, it pointed one way. Now it's spinning around like a broken compass? Golden Dragon replied with ice in his voice. Read the lore, genius. The Earth Core Spirit Spring constantly shifts its location, specifically to stop people like us from finding it. He scoffed. Don't get your panties in a twist. It just takes a little extra grinding. Meanwhile, over at the City of Bones, the vibe was straight up apocalyptic. 2 guards drove 3 exhausted slaves forward. One guard let out a heavy sigh. Man, if the locals saw this, they'd say we're violating the laws of nature. His partner hissed, Zip it, someone might hear. Back in the sky, Storm stared blankly at the arrow's path. Wait, why is it pointing over there? Golden Dragon couldn't believe his eyes. The Spirit Spring is inside the Benedot Empire. Crap, if my 2 older brothers catch me here, I'll be the laughingstock of the century. I set up that whole scheme for the Bone Emperor's breakthrough. Now I find the real treasure, but I have to play dumb. Storm broke his train of thought. Red Emperor. Isn't the City of Bones just a small silk trading town? Since when did they start importing armies of slaves? A chill ran down Yang Si's spine. Something smells wrong here. Maintaining his Yang Si disguise, he voiced his suspicion. Is there an epidemic? Why do they need to burn so many corpses? Golden Dragon cut him off sharply. That's classified Benedot Empire business. Stay out of it. He barked orders again. Chaos. Trigger the mechanism now. Once your mana drops by half, I'll jump in to assist. He glanced at the others. You two back me up after that. Got it. Yang Shi's mind raced. By now, the Mercenary Guild and the Federation should be in position, if they haven't arrived yet. This whole show is going to be a flop. He gazed into the distance, calculating his next move. Once I secure the spring, I need to sneak into the City of Bones. I need to see what's really going on. Meanwhile, deep within the Benedot Imperial Palace, Blue Emperor Jelly paced anxiously. Third brother has been ghosting us for too long. What is he up to? Bone Emperor Phemos replied calmly. Intel says he popped up in the City of Light. That kid is always goofing off. At a critical time like this, he's still playing games. His expression darkened. I have no idea what that brat is plotting. We just stick to the script, he wrote, step by step. But honestly, it's frustrating that the architect of this plan isn't even here to oversee it. Rai tried to smooth things over. Relax, big brother. I never liked third brother's plan either, but the wheels are already turning. We have to see it through. Otherwise, everything we've done is for nothing. Thought pumped his fist, shouting, "To the city of bones! It's finally harvest time!" A thunderous roar erupted from the troops outside. "Sir, yes, sir." Back at the site, Chaos was sweating bullets, struggling to form the energy sphere. Storm and Golden Dragon were pouring their power in. Yang Si, get over here and help. Yang Si waved them off. Hold your horses. Someone needs to watch our backs, right? I'm staying on guard duty. If we all drain our mana, any random scrub could swoop in and steal the prize. Golden Dragon snapped, veins popping. Quit posing and get over here. If you don't contribute, you don't get a single drop. Yang Sai hesitated. I wanted to stall and let them drain their energy first. Suddenly, a telepathic voice echoed in his mind. Go up there and help them. I'm right behind you. No one will ambush us. Yang Si blinked, looking around in confusion. Guildmaster, is that you? The energy sphere was critically unstable. Golden Dragon screamed. What the hell are you waiting for? Yang Shi snapped out of it. On my way. On my way. The sky turned pitch black as heavy clouds swirled. Bam! A massive pillar of light slammed down from the heavens. Golden Dragon cursed loudly. Damn it. The ancient texts never mentioned a giant beacon of light. Panic flashed in his eyes. This is bad. My brothers are definitely going to see this. Storm squinted at the blinding light. Is that the fruit of the world tree? The light dissolved, revealing a triangular artifact. Inside, a crimson liquid pulsed with power. Golden Dragon grinned maniacally. The Earth Core Spirit Spring. After all this running around, you're finally mine. All right, gentlemen, as per our agreement, I'll be holding onto this for safekeeping. Once I've had my fill, I'll toss the leftovers to you. Barely had the words left his mouth when bam! A blast of energy sent Long Kim flying. The guy only had time to let out a pathetic groan. Storm, looking totally fed up, just shook his head. Red Emperor, stop tripping. You're being totally unreasonable. Taking 30% is plenty to fix your trash body constitution. The remaining 70%, Yang Xi and I split 60, and we tossed the locals a 10% bone. That's what I call fair. Long Kim wasn't having it. Keep running your mouth. Do you want to die right here, right now? Yang Xi jumped in with some ancient wisdom. Treasures belong to those with the virtue to hold them. Let's be real about contribution points here. Your entire Odyssey civilization doesn't even come close to what the mercenary guild has brought to the table. He smirked, looking all high and mighty. Without our logistics support, your precious Odyssey dimension would be nothing but dust today. So just hand it over to the mercenary guild already. We're the only ones who know how to unlock its true potential. Long Kim just sneered. Yang Shi? Seriously, I didn't know someone with that title could be so naive. Why should I care about Odyssey's glory? As long as my Benedot Empire reigns supreme, nothing else matters. Suddenly, a massive pressure dropped. The guildmaster had arrived. That is some absolute garbage coming out of your mouth. Who gave you the guts to say that in front of me? Jackson casually dipped a finger into the Earth Core elixir and took a taste. A look of pure bliss hit his face. Now that is the stuff. The flavor of the Earth Core elixir. Simply divine. Hovering in the air, he stared down Long Kim with a mocking grin. You were asking what right the Yang Zai has to claim this treasure? Well, how about the fact that I am standing right here? Long Kim was fuming. Yang Zi, you backstabbing snake. You swore to keep this quiet, yet you went and snitched to this old fossil. Jackson hugged the massive container like it was his child, chuckling darkly. Looks like this beauty belongs to me now. But out of nowhere, another figure swooped in. Hold it right there. Jackson whipped around, shocked. Noten, what are you doing here? Noten floated there, arms crossed, looking cool as ice. Planning to hog all the loot for yourself? You'll have to prove you've got the skills to back that greed up. Hearing this, Long Kim exploded again. Storm Venerable. Turns out you're just as much of a coward, but you're even worse than the Yang Sai, inviting your own love rival. Noten, are you insane? Storm lost his cool completely. Shut your trap. What are you blabbering about? I'd rather die than leak this intel to Noten. Don't you dare pin this on me. Long Kim was practically vibrating with rage. You two, absolute morons. If you hadn't messed everything up, that elixir would already be in my pocket. Noten, wiping blood from his hand, smirked at Jackson. Make your move. Let's see if you still got it, old man. Jackson's expression darkened, his aura shifting. If you have a death wish, I'll happily grant it. I haven't flexed my muscles in years. It's about time I dusted off the old skills. Whoosh! Jackson vanished instantly. Noten's eyes went wide. Before he could blink, Jackson materialized and crack. A god-tier punch slammed right into Noten's face. The impact sent Noten ragdolling through the air. But Jackson wasn't done. He teleported again. Bam! A knee to the gut made Noten cough up a fountain of blood. Then, grabbing Noten by the leg like a toy. He flew up and slammed him into the earth. Noten couldn't even lift his head before Jackson's boot stomped down on his face. Total domination. Jackson looked down with cold eyes. Youth. That is the only advantage you have. The gap between us might seem small, but it's an ocean you can't cross. Swinging blindly like a brute, you never stood a chance against me. Chuckling, Jackson left Noten in the dirt and flew back to the prize. But suddenly, zip, Jelly appeared, startling him. Hey, old man, you really think you can touch our property without consequences? Jelly stared him down, radiating arrogance. If we were back in the Odyssey dimension, maybe I'd play nice and listen to you. But here on planet Qinglan, the idea that you can hurt me is basically a joke. Jackson didn't even flinch. He just smirked. Listen here, you little brat. You Benedot brothers have zero manners. Keep acting like that around the wrong person, and you're going to get wrecked. Jelly ignored the threat and turned to Long Kim. Red Emperor, is this old fossil the reason you've been ghosting us? Long Kim side-eyed him, trying to dodge the question. None of your business. He placed his hand on the containment prism. But the outcome works for me. The elixir appeared in Benedot territory. So legally, it belongs to us. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he scanned the group. Listen up. The three brothers claim this prize. Unless you have a death wish, I suggest you get lost. Meanwhile, Noten, covered in dust and blood, shakily got back to his feet. He burst into maniacal laughter. Hey, old man. Looks like the rest of the Benedot squad showed up. Let's see you try to snatch the elixir now. Jackson beat him to the punch. Hey, brat. Want to team up? We split it 9-1. I get 9, obviously. Noten instantly recovered his energy to yell, Old geezer, are you insane? That's a scam. 8-2. I take the 8. Suddenly, Jelly cut through their bickering like a knife. Hey, aren't you too curious why my big brother hasn't shown his face yet? Just then, a blinding crimson light tore through the fabric of space. Yang Shi stared at the skull citadel, mind racing. What the hell is going on in there? Jackson flashed a wicked grin at Jelly. Blue Emperor. Care to explain what kind of mess is happening inside? Jelly's face went cold. That involves top-level state secrets of the Benedot Empire. Sorry, but my lips are sealed. Cold sweat trickled down his face. Damn it. This wasn't part of the plan. I told him to wait until we secured the elixir. But no, he just had to rush the harvest. Jackson, losing patience, sneered. If you're too scared to speak, allow me to spill the beans for you. That triggered him. Jelly exploded with blue energy. He charged forward like a missile. Old man, people with big mouths tend to die early. But suddenly, Noten switched sides. He intercepted Jelly midair. Keep talking. Old timer. I'll handle this hothead. Long Kim materialized in a flash of teal light, pointing furiously. Shut your mouths. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and a colossal skeletal hand erupted from the earth. It swiped at Jackson, but he dodged effortlessly, soaring higher. And of course, he kept spilling the tea. I'm saying it. The Bone Emperor wants to break through to the Fifth Order. To do it, he's sacrificing 10 million human lives in a twisted alchemy ritual to ascend to the heavenly rank. Yang Zai's fists clenched so hard they trembled. 10 million people. Slaughtered. Even the Yang Zai couldn't stay silent, cursing in pure disgust. Damn it, you absolute trash. That's 10 million lives we're talking about. Jackson saw the rage but kept his cool, breaking the situation down like a machine. Chill out. They might have the numbers, but they're just human slaves. Cannon fodder. Long Kim cut in, his voice dripping with venom. Even that primitive Tier 4 Chaos Lord isn't as triggered as you. Meanwhile, Yang Si, maintaining his Judicator persona, was running the numbers in his head. Scanning the battlefield, the real heavy hitters here were obvious. The Mercenary Guild President and the Bone Emperor. Both of these monsters have hit 9% law comprehension. They're in a league of their own. A holographic status screen flashed in his mind. Yang Shi crunched the data instantly. Control mastery at 6%. Magnetic field, strength, and void all sitting at 2%. Total comprehension, barely 7%. If I want to secure the bag here, I have to level up. Fast. As the Judicator, he hung back, analyzing the other three players. Between the Chaos Lord, Red Emperor, and Storm Venerable. Who's the easiest mark? Suddenly, Chaos made a dirty move. Bam! He struck Long Kim right in the back. You son of a bitch, I carried you this whole way. He fired a blast straight toward the Earth Core Spirit Spring. Long Kim's face went pale with panic. You dare. Even the Judicator couldn't believe the audacity. Jackson lost it, screaming at the top of his lungs. What the hell are you doing? Crack. The triangular seal shattered. The precious spirit spring exploded outwards, spraying everywhere. Chaos grinned like a maniac. If I can't have it, None of you can. Looking wrecked from the fight, he swooped in to catch a few drops of the liquid. I'm taking 2 shares. Eat dust, you otherworldly morons. That was the opening Yang Si had been waiting for. The spirit spring vanished into the void dimension created by Yang Si. Chaos was too busy celebrating his petty victory to notice the judicator looming behind him. Yang Si reached out, his hand glowing with energy. He manipulated space, stretching a ribbon of power toward the prize. Suddenly, the judicator was dragged into the rift. Talk about Oscar-worthy acting, he faked agonizing pain perfectly. Jackson's face went white with genuine fear. Watch out, Jackson sprinted toward the collapsing void hole. But before he could grab him, poof, gone without a trace. Inside the void dimension, pitch-black darkness surrounded a lonely little house. Yang Shi, still in judicator form, dropped from the rift. Lin Naichu saw him panting and rushed over. Big bro, your aura is all over the place. Yang Si dropped the disguise, revealing his true face. Just a little scrap outside. Didn't expect that old geezer's power to leak in here. He grinned, showing off the loot to Lin Naichu. Check this out. Managed to snag the Earth Core Spirit Spring. He sat down to meditate. Over 18 units of law fragments. Nice haul. If I dumped this into lower tier masteries, I could easily speedrun to tier 5. He floated in the void, running simulations in his mind. But control mastery is broken. It's too OP. Even with all these frags, leveling it up is a nightmare. Suddenly, it clicked. His eyes snapped open. Control. Deconstruction. Energy. Space. Time. He sat at the center of a glowing web of power. My existence is smaller than dust. The laws form a neural network across the universe. It's terrifyingly beautiful. Yang Shi inhaled deeply, absorbing the power. Control mastery. 9%. Lin Naishui shivered. Big bro, your vibe just changed completely. Yang Zi morphed into his Yang Zi persona and walked to the exit. I'm out, Lin Naishui. Got another boss fight to handle. She looked worried. Big bro, won't you rest a bit longer? Back in reality, Yang Si stepped out of the void. He scanned the scene. Looks like the battle royale for the spring ended in 30 minutes. The winners were clear. Jackson held 3 shares. Red Emperor, grinding his teeth, held 1. Long Kim and Storm Venerable, half a share each. Pathetic. Long Kim spotted him and sneered. This native has some guts, showing his face again. You're not escaping this time, rat. Jackson looked confused but tried to act tough. If you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit spring you stole. Do that, and maybe I'll let your little judicator club become a branch of our guild. Deal? Yang Si, behind the Yang Si mask, sighed with total boredom. That milky stuff? I already gave it to my sister for a spa day. If you're thirsty, I can wring out her bathwater for you. Want a sip? Storm Venerable exploded. Insolent, you damn native savage. Yang Si ignored him completely. Old man, I'm not here for you today. I'm here to bury the 3 Bernard brothers. Long Kim laughed, a sound full of mockery. You? Kill us? That's the funniest joke I've heard all day. Like the locals say. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you have any idea what my brother's mastery level is? 9%. He's 1 step away from tier 5, you brain-dead human. Yang Shi looked at him like he was looking at a bug. 9%? What a coincidence. So am I. Flash. A blade of energy severed Long Kim's neck before he could blink. The battlefield went silent. Yang Si held up the severed head, voice cold as ice. That's 1 debt paid in full. Scene change. A silent barrier surrounded a field of bleached bones. Rel stood before the Bone Emperor, Fem, sweating nervously. Big brother, how long until you're back to 100%? That old mercenary guild freak is outside. Third brother won't last long. Fem replied calmly. Just give me a moment. This life alchemy energy is no joke. It's a shame I had to waste it on healing instead of breaking through to tier 5. Despite the danger, Fem was chilling. I didn't rank up, but my base stats have definitely buffed up. Ignore the guild geezer. Once I step out, he's history. Rel wiped the sweat from his forehead. Big bro, about the spirit spring. Let's pretend we don't know. Third brother was hoarding it. He's always been insecure. Can't blame a guy for trying. Femin scoffed, flashing a wicked grin as he agreed. Straight facts. That kid is a total joke. He actually thinks he can snatch the Earth Core spring from us. His expression twisted into a sneer. Too bad for him. I lost some life alchemy energy earlier, so I'm not in a sharing mood. I absolutely need that spring to hit the 5th stage again. It's non-negotiable. Rai forced a smile. Why don't you check out the other loot, Femon? We'll find you something just as shiny so we don't have to fight over it. Actually, maybe I should head over and secure the spring first. With only third brother watching it, things might get messy. Femon waved him off. Go. Rai didn't waste a second, bolting out the door. But halfway there, a minion cut him off. shaking like a leaf. Lord Lan. Lord Hong. He's gone. He's been flatlined. Rai snatched the guy up by his collar, eyes bulging. Say that again. I dare you. The grunt pointed a trembling finger. His corpse is over there. A headless body lay rotting in the dirt. Rai threw himself onto the gory mess that used to be his brother. No, third brother, wake up. Terror paralyzed the minion as a terrifying aura exploded outward. Rai screamed like a psycho. You mess with the Bernadotte family. I swear on my life. He snapped upright, tears streaming down a face twisted by hate. You're gonna pay in blood. Nearby, Yang Si watched his power spike. Yang Si looked bored as Rai charged him. Rushing to your death? How eager. Rai moved at the speed of sound, teeth gritted, ready to rip him apart. Yang Si casually popped his divine metal shield. Rai's attacks bounced off like he was hitting a diamond wall. Total miss. Rai roared, losing it. You think a turtle shell can save you? He unleashed a massive wave of energy, swallowing Yang Si. But the hero just smirked. Rookie mistake. You just invited me inside your defenses. Yang Si activated his spirit transformation. Raw power surged in his hand. I just looted the Red Emperor's ability. Let's see if you brothers share the same DNA. Huh. Rai stared at the crimson glow, his brain short-circuiting. What the hell is that? No way. Are you a dual-element user? Impossible. My sensors must be glitching. Yang Shi didn't let him stay confused for long. He dropped the bomb. So this is the Bernadotte bloodline power? Not bad, honestly. Rai couldn't process the disrespect, screaming in denial. How? Who the hell are you to wield the necro element? Yang Shi's reply was ice cold. I'm the guy who's about to end your subscription to life. Yang Shi blasted Rai with his own stolen power. Break, Rai grimaced, taking the hit. You dirty scumbag. Yang Shi delivered a savage kick to the neck, shutting him down. But suddenly, Rai dissolved into mist, fleeing back to the inner city like a coward. Yang Shi, rocking his Yang Shi persona, rocketed after him. You can't run. Below, Jackson freaked out. Where did this monster spawn from? If that guy levels up any more, we're all doomed. It's a nightmare scenario. He turned to his partner. Norton, get ready to jump in. Norton laughed, cracking his knuckles. Finally using your brain, old man. The Bernadotte brothers are on the ropes. Perfect time to squeeze them for benefits. Jackson shot him a look. I mean, we helped them survive first. He took off, chasing the chaos. Norton yelled after him, confused. Wait, seriously. I was hoping the Savage would wipe out the Bernadotte trio for us. Now we're saving them? Yang Shi touched down in the inner sanctum. He scanned the area, his inner voice grim. Anyone would lose their mind seeing this. Evidence of the massacre was everywhere. He forced himself to breathe. Keep it together. He compared the humans here to the South Continent. These elites lived in paradise for a century while my people lived in hell. He stood before a glowing gate, rage boiling over. Time for you all to burn. Meanwhile, a battered Rai stumbled in to warn Fimon. Big brother. Third brother is dead. That savage, Yang Si. He smoked him. I couldn't even scratch him. Rai was shaking uncontrollably. He's a fourth-stage dual-element user. That's rarer than a heavenly seed. He's a freak of nature. Boss, if you can fight, you need to step up now. Rai was practically begging. Fimon didn't flinch. Calm down. Once I reach peak form, that native is just a bug I'll squash. Suddenly, boom. The whole palace quaked. Yang Shi smashed through the wall like a wrecking ball. Fimon glared. So, you're the trash that killed my brother? Yang Shi didn't back down. And you're the trash that butchered thousands of my people? Fimon still thought he was untouchable. He smirked. Kill yourself now, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Make me get up, and I'll grind you into dust. That just pissed Yang Si off. In a blur, he teleported right behind Rai. Cool story. But first, Emperor Lan dies. Rai tried to ghost away again before Yang Si could grab him. But Yang Si sensed the shift and spun around. Bam! A palm strike to the chest sent Rai screaming. He coughed up buckets of blood. How? How did you read my move? Yang Si clenched his fist. Let's see how many hits you can tank before you pop. Rai looked back at Fimon, desperate. Just hold on until Big Bro is ready. Another fist slammed into his sternum. The pain was blinding. Big brother, help me. Fimon just watched, frowning. Yang Si showed no mercy, raining down haymakers. Rai's teeth shattered, his face a ruin. Brother, Fimon finally cracked. Enough. You win. What do you want? Name your price and let him go. Rai was barely breathing on the floor. Yang Si looked him dead in the eye. You think you can buy off the lives of my people? The only currency I accept is death. He put a blade to Rai's throat. Fimon screamed. No. Out of nowhere, Jackson pulled a pro move. Boom. A massive earth wall rose up, blocking the attack and saving Jerry's sorry hide from the Grim Reaper just in time. The barrier shattered like cheap glass. Yang Si glared at Jackson and asked, "Yo, old man, you really trying to step into my beef with the Bernadotte brothers?" Jackson stood his ground, not flinching one bit. He sneered, "Crazy. Who knew a savage from the boonies could reach this power level so fast?" Realizing a fight would be a total drag, Jackson tried to hustle him instead. "Hey, why not join my mercenary guild? We got perks, you know?" Yang Si looked at him like he was absolute garbage. "You Odyssey punks are all the same, arrogant till the end. Whether you live or die, I don't give a damn. But listen up. For us humans of the Blue Star, dignity is everything. We will never be slaves." Hand-raised, green vortex, spinning metal manipulation online. Amidst the ruins of the wasteland, the surviving human slaves looked up. A swirl of hope ripped through the sky above them. Tears streamed down their faces as they hugged each other tight. "We weren't abandoned. Our people on the other side. They actually came back for us." Another guy screamed, pure hype coursing through his veins. "We own this dimension. We've got top-tier legends too." The roar of the crowd was deafening. The chains that bound humanity for nearly 100 years, they were about to snap. Freedom was calling. High above, Not watch the ants celebrate. "Since when did they get a backbone?" Storm asked from behind, confused. "I thought these guys were just brainless cattle." Scene switch. Fem was struggling, gasping for air as he spoke to Jackson. "Hey, old man, just stall him for a few minutes. I need to recharge to 100%. Yang Shi was running the numbers in his head. "Time for plan B. I can feel the Bone Emperor's aura spiking. It's getting dangerous. If the old guild master teams up with him, I'm toast." But thinking of the survivors celebrating below, losing wasn't an option. This isn't like before. "I need to save mana to warp these guys out." He locked eyes on Knot and Storm, floating like targets in the sky. Among these Tier 4 elites, he's the easiest kill. If I take him out, I snag a law fragment. Easy profit. Finally, Fem admitted the kid had skills, but he couldn't help being condescending. "Your talent is legit, I'll give you that. But here's a lesson, rookie. Don't get cocky until you actually have the power to back it up." Yang Zi vanished into the void instantly. "I hate preachers." Bam! He materialized right behind Storm, scaring the soul out of him. He pointed a finger right at the guy's forehead. Energy beam loaded. Yang Si unleashed a blast that shook the heavens. Clutching the DNA sequence, he waved goodbye. "Catch you later, losers. Next time is the final boss battle. Try not to die before then." Yang Si smirked, his face dark and mocking. "It'd be boring if you did." Fem and Jackson watched him go, seething with pure rage and disgust. That punk runs away but still talks trash. But Jackson realized the play. He didn't just run, he assassinated Storm for a reason. "Wait." Jackson sensed something. "Hold up." His energy signature. "It's nearby." He didn't leave. 5 or 6 void portals ripped open the sky. Yang Shi stepped out, radiating confidence. "I'm a Tier 4 human. Don't panic. I'm getting you out of this hellhole." The crowd went wild. "We're saved. We're actually saved." They formed an orderly line, marching straight into the void portals. "Let's go." Fem and Jackson hovered above, totally confused. Fem's face fell. Why burn such a massive amount of mana? What's his angle? Is he using the slaves for life alchemy? Trying to power level by sacrificing them? Fem shook his head, dismissing it. "Impossible. Savages don't have that tech. Even we used up our only alchemy tool. Unless the main family sends more gear, it's a no-go." But Jackson realized the crazy truth. He burned all that energy just to save them. They floated there, stunned, as the portals winked out of existence one by one. Jackson sighed. Humans. Maybe we need to rethink everything we know about them. Meanwhile, Yang Si stood before a glowing cocoon in the void temple. The light pulsed violently. Energy leaked out, the shell cracked, and there she was, Yang Feifei, curled up inside. Her eyes fluttered open, surrounded by mystical light. Yang Shi grinned. "So this is the power of the Earth Core Spirit Spring. No wonder the Red Emperor was desperate for it. Sis used 1 part, I got 5 parts left." Seeing her bro, Yang Feifei rushed over immediately. "Big brother, is the fight over?" "Halfway there," he said coolly. "But the real game is just starting. Similar challenges are waiting for us." Then he dropped the plan. "I need a squad. I'm gonna share this precious spirit spring to build an elite team." Yang Feifei didn't even hesitate. "I get it. Loot is good, brother, but allies are better." Yang Xi's mind drifted. The final war of the void portals was coming. Beside allies, you meet hearts that are loyal. Meanwhile, the portals opened in a modern city. The refugees stepped out, dazed. Tears flowed freely as they looked around. "Is this the 4 Cs? We finally escaped that nightmare zone. We made it. Thank God. I lived long enough to return to human territory." Two locals watched the scene, whispering to each other. Are those the refugees from the fallen zone? Man, they look absolutely wrecked. The other guy felt bad too. Yeah, look at the kids. They're barely wearing rags. Saying they don't have clothes to cover their shame is an understatement. People pulled out phones, recording the moment. How did they escape? Wait, that portal. Isn't that the power of Lord Yang Si, the judge? Yang Si stepped out of the shadows, dropping his disguise to stand before them as his true self. With a smirk that commanded the room, he announced, Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we need any boring introductions, do we? He split his focus, creating a clone to narrate the hellish journey they had just survived. We took a little trip to the fallen southern continent. Let's just say, it was a total disaster zone. Against all odds, we dragged our surviving brothers and sisters back from the brink of death. Then, Yang Shi's expression hardened as he issued a command disguised as a plea. I'm asking you, no, I'm telling you. Open your hearts to those returning from that living hell. Show them the respect they deserve. We've been cut off for nearly 100 years, but blood is thicker than water. We are still one family. He painted a vivid picture of the nightmare the refugees had endured, sparing no gruesome detail of their suffering. Let me tell you about the atrocities of Skeleton City. His words ignited a fire in the crowd, and the mob roared in agreement, their blood boiling with righteous indignation. Humanity will never be slaves. The chant shook the heavens. High above, Ouyang watched the scene, a rare look of disgust on his face. Those freaks, absolutely heartless. No humanity left in them at all. Inside the VIP room, Tong Tian, Ouyang, and Jane Yin witnessed the spectacle. Ouyang sighed, clutching his chest dramatically. Seeing everyone so fired up, it actually hurts my fragile heart. Jane Yin's face remained cold as ice, cutting through the nonsense. Save the drama. I'm interested in why he summoned the three of us here today. What's the play? Suddenly, space distorted. Yang Shi stepped out of a void vortex, cool as a cucumber. Long time no see. Trio, you guys good? Ouyang didn't wait, tackling him in a bear hug. Brother Yang Shi, I haven't seen you since the counterattack at the Freedom Sea. I've missed you to death, man. Yang Shi wasn't moved, he was suffocating. God, his cologne is strong enough to kill a dragon. Ever since Ouyang quit being the commander of the Freedom Alliance, rumor has it he's now a professional sunscreen applier at the beach. An image of Ouyang oiling up a beauty by the sea flashed through Yang Shi's mind. He awkwardly patted Ouyang's back. I wish I could live the playboy life like you, brother. But the organization keeps piling missions on me. No rest for the wicked. Ouyang raised an eyebrow, impressed. Don't sell yourself short. You wiped out an Odyssey insider single-handedly. I can't compare to that savagery. So, spill the tea. What went down in the fallen southern continent? Yang Si smirked internally. This old fox hasn't changed. Smooth talker, but he's always after something. Well, it started with the Lord of the Chaos Sea. Yang Si began weaving the epic tale, hooking them instantly with the story of a long and brutal campaign. And that's when we found the Earth Core's spiritual spring. Ouyang choked, face turning red. Ahem. Brother Yang Si. Remember when the Judgment Organization was founded? I did a lot of work back then. Surely. You have a little souvenir for your big brother? Tong Tian and Jane Yin rolled their eyes. The audacity of this guy. Shameless. Yang Shi laughed, playing along loudly. You're absolutely right. Ouyang's contributions are legendary. We never forget our debts. We actually have over 2 portions of the spiritual spring left. Why shouldn't I gift one to you? From his palm, a crimson orb of pure energy materialized. It was the Earth Core spiritual spring. Hunger flashed in all their eyes. Ouyang stammered, unable to believe his luck. Brother, are you serious? You're really handing that over to me? Yang Shi shrugged, casual as ever. Of course. Take it. It's yours now. Ouyang waved his hands frantically, feigning modesty. Oh no, that's too precious. The payment I get from Judgment is plenty. Yang Si cut the act and shoved it toward him. Take it. Don't worry about paying me back. This is enough to restore you to your peak power, old man. Hearing peak power, Ouyang clutched his chest, voice trembling with resolve. If you insist, Brother Yang Si, then this old brother accepts your generosity. Jane Yin couldn't hold back anymore. Lord Yang Si, what do you plan to do with the remaining portion? Yang Si locked eyes with her. You want it? Jane Yin didn't blink. I do. Yang Si tossed it like trash. Here, it's just leftovers anyway, all yours. Jane Yin caught it, stunned. That easy? But Yang Shi's expression darkened. The time for games was over. Listen up. We've shared intel on the enemy. I need you all combat ready. The final war isn't coming. It's already at our doorstep. As for me, Yang Shi declared, his aura flaring, I'm crossing the white void to scout the enemy world. Pray for my success. They frowned but nodded in solemn agreement. Tong Tian scoffed and stormed off. Yang laughed nervously. He's just jealous he didn't get any loot. Don't mind him. When it comes to humanity's survival, he'll do his part. Then, Yang's gaze turned razor sharp. But Yang Shi, you're strong, but watch your back. Later, Yang Shi stood before Deer Port, the city where monster corpses were processed. He gazed up at the towering skyscrapers, lost in thought. To think Hien Duo went from hiding under my car to ruling a business empire. Time flies. Suddenly, a gruff voice boomed from behind. Who goes there? Recognizing the voice, Yang Shi turned with a smirk. Duan Shuiliu. Been a while, hasn't it? The old man froze. You, Yang Shi of the Judgment Organization, a Tier 4 powerhouse. What is a monster like you doing on the mainland? Just following orders, Yang Shi replied calmly. I'm here to scout the world beyond the White Void. Duan Shuiliu's eyes widened in horror. You want to enter the Odyssey dimension? Are you insane? That place is a meat grinder. Even a Tier 4 won't make it back alive. Turn around, kid. Now. Yang Shi didn't flinch. I have my reasons, and they weigh heavier than my life. The survival of the human race depends on what I find there. Seeing Yang Shi's resolve, Duan Shuiliu sighed and drew a jagged handsaw. Then I have no choice. My duty is to guard the White Void. I cannot let you pass. Yang Shi's aura exploded. Stand down, or I'll move you myself. If you want to pass, you'll have to kill me. Duan Shuiliu stood firm, a mountain of determination. First, I am the gatekeeper. Second, I won't watch a human hero throw his life away. If my death stops you, then it's a price I'm happy to pay. Yang Shi paused, his heart heavy. The old generation, their loyalty to humanity is absolute. He respected that. But he couldn't stop. The first wave of the beast invasion was a total suicide mission, and nobody was dumb enough to volunteer for a one-way ticket to an unknown dimension. Suddenly, Agent R stepped in like a boss, blocking the path. Hold it. I've got special orders from the top regarding Lord Yang Shi's next move. The guy was clearly hyped. He leaned in, whispering to Duan Shuiliu. Hey, old man, I used a special spirit fruit to fix you up. Consider your chronic pain history. That's my little bonus for you. The white gate cracked open, pulsing with energy, waiting for Yang Shi. He stared into the abyss with eyes deep as the void. The world beyond the white gate called out. Yang Shi didn't hesitate, stepping straight into the blinding light. I'm going in. Back in reality, Duan Shuiliu looked at R, sweating bullets. Be real with me. Can the organization's Tier 4 heavy hitter actually survive this? R replied, cool as ice but with a hint of warmth. Who knows? But even if he doesn't come back, he's a legend we'll never forget. The portal snapped shut, leaving just a tiny spark fading into nothingness. The two men gave a final, solemn salute to the operative known as Yang Shi. Meanwhile, Yang Shi crash-landed through the spatial vortex, hitting a deceptively peaceful forest. He scanned the area, analyzing the vibes. So, this is the world of Odyssey? The mana here feels ancient. Like vintage magic civilization stuff. Yang Shi cracked his neck, stretching out his stiff muscles. Smells kind of funky here. And the gravity? Way heavier than back on the Qinglan star. Better grind a bit to adjust to this pressure. Time to suit up. He activated his transformation, divine dragon armor, engaged. Now that's what I'm talking about. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. A girl named Neifu was sprinting for her life. Help me. Behind her, 3 buff dudes were gaining ground. Miss Neifu, stop being a brat and come back. We need this marriage alliance for the clan. They kept chasing, trying to gaslight her while she fled. The young master is rich, hot, and insanely strong. What exactly is your problem, lady? Another goon chimed in. Yeah, be real, Miss Neifu. You gotta get married eventually, so just pick a guy. Neifu spun around, furious. You morons. Do you even know what love is? I haven't even met this creep and you're selling me off like cattle. The goon shot back cold. Political marriage isn't a choice. It's a duty. Maybe if you had hit Tier 3 strength, the family wouldn't treat you like currency. But you're weak, so you're merchandise. Neifu tripped over a massive root, crashing down hard. It's over, she thought, panic rising. I'm caught. But then, Yang Shi strolled out of the shadows like a protagonist entering the scene. He spoke with total swagger. Yo, cut the crap. Chasing a girl in a pack? Not exactly gentleman behavior, is it? The leader sneered, stepping up. Kid, do you have any idea who we are? We're the Jonik clan. Beat it before you get hurt. Yang Shi didn't even flinch. You want to take this girl? You gotta step over my corpse first. Neifu looked up, eyes sparkling with instant admiration. Oh my god, he's totally gorgeous. She scrambled behind him for cover. Save me, handsome. The leader cracked his knuckles, feeling disrespected. You possess a death wish, punk. I guess you don't know how to spell death, do you? Purple energy swirled around Yang Zai's hand as he smirked. Go ahead. Show me how you plan to kill me. Bam. Pow. The goons didn't stand a chance. Screams filled the air as they got wrecked. Moments later, the leader was on his knees, all his arrogance gone. He bowed his head, trembling. Sir, we were blind. But please, Miss Neifu has to return. Our entire clan's survival hangs in the balance. Please, you have to understand our desperation. Yang Xi took a knee, looking him in the eye. I'm not unreasonable. Spill the tea. What's the drama? I'm listening. The guy gulped, face pale. It started 30 years ago. Miss Neifu's aunt fell for a lowly servant. A forbidden romance. The old patriarch went ballistic, tried to execute the servant. He beat them both and forced the lovers apart. The girl, she didn't survive the heartbreak. She lived in misery, eventually taking her own life just to escape the pain. A total tragedy. Yang Shi crossed his arms, impatient. Sad story, bro. But what does that have to do with selling this girl off today? The goon shouted, because that exiled servant is back. He's a tier 4 monster now, and he's coming for revenge. Yang Xi raised an eyebrow, feigning shock. Wait, really? Does your Jonet clan seriously not have a single warrior who can throw hands with him? The minion grit his teeth. Exactly. If we don't find a match, this island is history. We need the marriage alliance to bring in a powerhouse to save us. Neifu's face fell as the realization hit. So that's why. The leader pressed on, seeing an opening. See, miss, it's literally life or death. Come back. Neifu turned to Yang Shi, eyes pleading. Sir, could you help us? I saw your power. You could save the Jonet clan from destruction. I believe in you. Yang Shi flashed a charming smile. Guess it's fate. All right, take me to your crib. Let's see what's up. The goons cheered, shifting from enemies to fanboys instantly. Yes, with a boss like you, we're saved. We promise to make it worth your while. Yang Zi turned to the girl, shifting to business mode. But first, Miss Neifu, we need to make this official. A hiring contract. Neifu was too busy staring at him, blushing like a schoolgirl with a crush. Yang Xi waved a hand in her face. Earth to Neifu. You in there? She snapped out of it, covering her burning cheeks. Oh, sorry. So embarrassing. Yang Xi smirked gently. You got a coin on you? She fumbled and pulled out a silver piece. I only have a silver coin. Is that okay? Yang Xi chuckled, shaking his head. Typical, rich kid. Only a silver coin? Normal people on Odyssey work months for this kind of cash. He snatched the coin from her hand. This silver coin is my fee. Consider me hired. Naifu's jaw dropped, completely shocked. Just one silver coin? Are you pranking me? Yang Shi looked her dead in the eye, totally serious. I never joke when it comes to business with a lady. The head goon cleared his throat outside. Hey, princess, since this boss-level expert decided to carry us through this crisis, we can't waste time. We gotta bounce. Now. Hearing that, she took charge and led the squad back. Fine. Everyone follow me out of the forest first. Let's move. I can feel Uncle Tool waiting for us. The moment they broke cover, Neifu tackled a man named Tool with a hug. Tool patted her head, sighing, Thank God you finally agreed to leave this forest and come home. That young heir has S-tier noble blood. Your kids would basically be born as legends. Hearing this nonsense, Neifu screamed, shaking her head aggressively with total disgust. I'm not doing some political marriage. Whoever likes him can marry him. She immediately pointed at Yang Zi. This is the pro player I met on the road. With his help, this family crisis is totally going to be a breeze. The head guard whispered the situation to Tool. Look, if we had literally any other choice, we wouldn't have told the young miss about the danger. But this kid, his power level is legit. Tool listened and started sizing him up. Fine. Bring him back for now. He might be useful. He thought, too bad. A rank 3 expert at this age is a genius, sure, but he's trash compared to Neifu's fiancé. Still, he kept it professional and guided Yang Xi, right this way. Welcome to Red Dragon City. He whipped out an exquisitely carved stone bird from his palm. Suddenly, the stone bird spread its wings, defied gravity, and grew into a massive beast. The minions below couldn't help but simp over it. Lord Tool's alchemy flight gear is insane. It even scales based on the party size. Tool tried to act humble. Nah, this concrete bird is mid-tier at best. The Patriarch's gear? Now that's God tier. Let's go. Suddenly, a stone chair materialized right behind Yang Xi. He was low-key impressed. It auto-generates seats based on the user. Pretty smart design. The Odyssey alchemy tech is actually kinda cracked. Yang Xi asked curiously, Uncle Tool, which clan is Neifu being forced to marry? Tool dropped the lore. The Bis clan. Ability. 6 Heart Sword Blueprint. Their leader, Steve, is a rank 4 powerhouse. Naifu looked at him, confused. Why do you even care about that? Yang Si just shrugged, dropping a cool 2-word reply. Just curious. Naifu crossed her arms, stubborn as hell. Whatever. I'm not marrying that guy. Tool sighed. Miss Naifu, your betrothed is the heir to that clan. Briar is a peak rank 3 limit breaker. He's the MVP of the younger generation. As the giant stone bird took flight, Tool's voice faded into the wind. It's a half-day flight to Red Dragon City. If you're tired, just crash for a bit. Arriving at the peaceful city, Yang Shi scanned the area with his analyzer eyes. The architecture in Red Dragon City is unique, definitely has some ancient history vibes. Suddenly, a dude hugged a massive fish and got in his face. Yo, customer. Wanna buy a fish? Yang Si actually jumped. Naifu laughed awkwardly. The fish in Red Dragon City are just built different. He stared at the kaiju-sized fish, thinking, that size isn't normal. Definitely looks like genetic mutation from something inside the city. Tool stepped up to report. Patriarch. Fortunately, we brought the young miss back in one piece. The clan leader of the Jonnet family smiled. Good job. Go take a break. Suddenly, he spotted Yang Si in the back. Who's the random? Naifu rushed forward to cut him off. Father. This is the expert. Yang Si. I met him outside. With him here, our family's little problem is basically nothing. Blomfield nodded, unimpressed. Oh, so it's little brother Yang Shi. Welcome to Red Dragon City. Tool, you handle his stay for the next few days. Don't be rude. Naifu clung to Yang Si's arm, annoyed. Brother Yang Si is my friend. Why is father making Uncle Tool babysit him? Chris was fuming but kept his cool, barking orders at the maids. You lot, take the young miss and clean her up. Look at her face. She's so dirty, she doesn't even look like a Jonnet noble. As the maids dragged her away, she turned back and gave Yang Shi a cheeky wink. Thanks. That wink left Yang Si totally confused. Suddenly, a guy popped up from behind, slapping his shoulder. Hey there, little brother Yang Si. Since it's your first time in the city, this big bro has to show you the ropes. He got right in Yang Si's face with a creepy grin, making things super awkward. But you've been riding that concrete dragon for half a day, you must be beat. Wait until tomorrow when you're recharged, and I'll take you to the hottest strip club in town. A bit later, Yang Shi was shown to his room. He scanned the place. Small, but fancy. Not bad. After checking the perimeter, he sat down with a book. Reading the brief history of the Silk Continent is the meta for learning about a new map. Meanwhile, on the Blue Star Plain, Chris stood at the edge of a cliff, staring down at the raging water, deep in his villain arc. I basically devoured the entire Deep Blue clan on this plane. Managed to raise a few loyal lackeys too. Thanks to the mana farmed from the purple orb, these minions hit rank 3 in no time. Suddenly, 3 figures teleported behind Chris. Lord Chris, we have returned. He didn't even turn around. Did you confirm the intel? A bald guy with a green face reported. Confirmed. Data shows a massive war with the Odyssey experts in the southern continent's lost sector. Rank 4 legends, Red Emperor, Storm Venerable, and Yang Si were all wiped out. The Judgment Organization took 0 casualties. They even saved thousands of humans and snatched a treasure called the Earth Core Spirit Spring. Hearing the bald guy's report, Chris trembled, lost in thought. How is that possible? The Red Emperor was broken. His understanding of the laws was at like 6 or 7%. Yang Si. Just what kind of glitched out boss monster are you? Doubt started to creep in. If the Judgment Organization can actually tank the Odyssey attacks, then what's the point of my entire plan? Abu, one of the scouts, tried to hype him up. Lord Chris, you're creating a backup save file for humanity. If Judgment falls to the 3 major powers, the human soul will keep respawning across countless planes. Chris screamed his master plan to his minions. We can't wait. Force the tree to grow, now. The second it ripens, before its consciousness wakes up, I'm going to devour that great existence and become a god. The villain walked off, leaving his minion kneeling in the dirt, muttering to himself, my plan is absolutely foolproof. Meanwhile, Yang Shi was still up, grinding for intel in his books despite the late hour. He sat there, totally shook by the stats he was reading. The Psi continent, it was massive, like the size of 30 Qingland star worlds smashed together. And get this, the Psi continent was just mid-tier among the 7 Odyssey planes. Yang Si slammed the book shut, his mind completely blown. Don't even get him started on the endless oceans. Compared to this beast of a realm, his homeworld, the Qingland star, was basically a microscopic speck of dust. His mood instantly dipped. Real talk? With mana levels that low, a couple of tier 4 tryhards from here could probably wipe his entire home planet off the map. Suddenly, Naifu parkoured over the balcony in her pajamas. Yang Si nearly jumped out of his skin. She just grinned. Yo, big bro Yang. Good evening. Yang Si turned green, staring at the intruder. Evening, Miss Neifu? She hopped onto his bed, crossing her arms and fuming. My dad is such a loser. A top-tier expert like you deserves a penthouse suite. And no maids to serve you. That is actually criminal. He smirked at her tantrum. If there were maids, you couldn't sneak in to see me, right? Her eyes lit up. Oh, snap. Big brain energy. I didn't think of that. Since it was late, he told her to chill. If you're worried about the enemies showing up in 15 days, don't stress it. I signed the contract, didn't I? I don't ghost people. Suddenly, Naifu got all shy and looked away. Mood swing much? My bad. Big bro dragon god. I brought you home to help, but my dad is being a boomer. He still thinks marrying me off to the Bart family is the only way to survive. Seeing her look so defeated gave him major flashbacks to Feifei. He asked, You really hate this political marriage thing, huh? That triggered her. She literally screamed, Duh. I want a legendary romance like my aunt had, something that hits the soul. She got right in Yang Xi's face, staring him down. Even if I have to pay with my life, I'm chasing that vibe. No regrets. He nodded. Cool. Hope you find it. Let me know if you need backup. But inside, he was thinking, does she think dying for a crush is a flex or something? Suddenly, bam, she pecked him right on the cheek. Naifu turned tomato red after the sneak attack. Big bro Yang. You promised, okay. Wait for my signal. Then she yeeted herself off the balcony and vanished. Yang Si stood there, awkwardly touching his cheek. Girls in this world are built different. Pretty sure she misunderstood something, though. I was just being polite. Fast forward to the morning of day 14. One day before the enemy invasion, everyone gathered in the courtyard. Chris called out, Stiebeck. It's been 20 years since we split at Daisy City. The old man hugged him tight. For real, we need to grab a drink. Then he pointed to a squinty-eyed guy. This is my son, Briar. His talent puts mine to shame. Briar glared at Neifu with his squinty eyes, looking totally condescending. What a creep. She caught the vibe and got angry. Yang Shi watched from the sidelines analyzing stats. Tier 4 with 5% comprehension? Not bad. But the son is only Tier 3. Mid. Stiebeck walked over to Neifu to hype up his son. You must be Neifu. Total stunner. You and Briar would make a power couple. Stronger than me for sure. I bet your future kids would be S-tier warriors. He was laying it on thick. But Neifu wasn't having it. As if. I'm not marrying this fragile sissy. Briar instantly raged. Excuse me? I haven't even rejected a country bumpkin like you yet. He stepped up to threaten her. Your trash family has 0 Tier 4 experts. You guys should be kneeling as our vassals, not dreaming of marriage. You really don't know the difference between heaven and earth. She didn't flinch. She pointed straight at Yang Shi. We don't need your fake charity. Big bro Yang already promised to carry this clan. Briar crossed his arms, sneering at Yang Si. That pretty boy? He's the real sissy here. Yang Si felt a vein pop. That was the first time someone dared call him that. Does this guy have a death wish? Neifu went off. Big bro dragon god is a super expert. You can't even comprehend his level. Your weak body, wasted on partying, couldn't even tank one hit from him. Briar laughed. That makeup-wearing loser? He's Tier 3 max. Even if he grinds till he dies. He turned to his dad. Father, I told you I don't want a girl who keeps a boy toy. Stiebeck turned to Chris. Bro, what is this drama? Chris kept a poker face. Dragon God is just a friend. Neifu is just trying to troll Briar. Don't take it seriously. Boom. A massive noise shook the ground. A dragon made of pure fire roared. You idiots from the Jonnet family. If your backup is here, let's throw hands. Chris yelled back at the beast. Wang Qing, don't get cocky. You ignored my father's kindness back in the day. Fine. I'll fix his mistake and delete you from existence right now. The dragon slammed a claw down, laughing. Delete me? With his trash squad? Stiebeck drew his sword and leaped up. I got you, bro. Let's raid this boss. He charged in like a hero. Briar stood there flexing to Yang Si. Witness the emerald heart mystery of my father. If your will is weak, this move nerfs you to half strength. A scammer like you is probably frozen in fear, right? Yang Shi didn't care. He was analyzing Stiebeck's moves. Actually, that mystery skill is decent. Good support buffs and damage. The dragon screamed at Stiebeck. My Phantom Flame mystery isn't just normal fire, genius. Weak minds get trapped in a nightmare. The dragon clawed again. Suddenly, Neifu's eyes glazed over. She was caught in the illusion. She stood there helpless. Help. Save me. Briar smirked. Total scumbag style. Weak will. Just like I thought. Too easy. Suddenly, a strong hand gripped Neifu's arm. It was Yang Shi. With a single tap of his finger against her forehead, he shattered the mental prison. The illusion broke instantly. Big brother Yang Shi. Tears streamed down her face as she latched onto him like a koala. Yang Xi's face flushed red. Between sobs, she wailed, I thought I was a goner in that illusion. You saved me. Yang Xi patted her awkwardly. Hey, pull yourself together. Meanwhile, Briar watched them, his eyes burning with jealousy at their little romantic scene. Disgusting couple. Just wait until father finishes his fight. I'll chop that pretty boy's head off myself. Above them, Stiebeck halted his aerial duel with the fire dragon. The beast paused, confused. Did his mana run dry, or is something else wrong? Is this a trap? Why isn't he moving? The dragon stopped caring. It let out a roar of laughter and slashed down with massive claws. Is this the best a noble house can do? Pathetic. Illusion flame eclipse. Burn into nothingness. But Stiebeck had been waiting for this exact moment. His eyes flashed with killer intent. I see the opening in your heart. Stiebeck lunged. 6 hearts slash. But the beast didn't fall. Instead, it sneered, calling him dirty. Stiebeck froze as the monster asked, Is that the victory line you wanted to hear? The beast morphed into a human, standing casually on Stiebeck's blade. Too bad. Reality is cruel. Stiebeck realized the danger immediately. I take it back. You were a monster worthy of my respect. However, in this Odyssey plane, only the great families laugh last. You're just a stepping stone. With a flash, Stiebeck sliced the fireman in two. Below, Briar smirked. Behold the 6 hearts sword art. Trash like you can't comprehend our power. He turned to mock Yang Shi, but the spot was empty. What? Where did the rat go? Suddenly, Yang Shi materialized right between Stiebeck and the fireman. He smiled casually. You two have been dancing for a while. Must be exhausting, right? Stiebeck stared in shock. You stand there? Do you want to die in the crossfire? Yang Shi shrugged. Exactly. I was afraid of collateral damage, so I decided to end it first. Before the old man could react, Yang Shi tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. Zap. Stiebeck vanished into an illusion instantly. Seeing his father taken out, Briar lost it. You pretty boy trash. You dare ambush my father? Die. He charged. Yang Shi didn't even blink. He stopped the charging blade with the tip of his single finger. Clang. Nice blade, he noted. The alchemy matrix on this is top tier. Briar's face twisted in humiliation. You're not rank 3. You're a rank 4 master. You hid your power. Yang Shi didn't argue. He slammed his foot into Briar, sending him crashing down hard enough to crack the stone floor. Before Briar could recover, his own sword flew back at him. Thud. The blade pinned Briar to the ground. He was out. The fireman, now recovering, stared at Yang Shi with wide eyes. Just who the hell are you? Yang Shi turned, his gaze cold as ice. Me? Just the Grim Reaper sent for you. Energy began to gather around him. Ancient words fell from his lips. The sky darkened as a massive, demonic cloud formed above, bearing a human face. This was the forbidden art. Desolate rain. Terror seized the fireman. No, wait, you can't kill me. I serve Lord Meredith. If you kill me, you're dead. Meredith? Yang Zi mused. Meanwhile, in a distant, opulent palace, a figure sat on a high throne, watching winged beauties dance. He had long crimson hair and a bare, sculpted chest. He sipped wine with bored arrogance. This was Seraphim Meredith. Suddenly, he sensed it. A soul link snapped. Crack. The wine goblet shattered in his hand. Odington is dead? Didn't that fool say he was visiting relatives? How dare they? His aura flared. Who has the guts to touch my property? Ling Nai. Kamen. Find out who did this. A petite girl with emerald hair and draconic features stepped forward. This was the dragon fairy, Ling Nai. She bowed. Lord Meredith, if I find the culprit, can Ling Nai eat him? Meredith sighed at her appetite. Fine. Do whatever you want. Back at the battlefield, Yang Zi landed next to Chris. Clan leader, tell me about this, Meredith. Chris trembled, wiping sweat from his brow. Lord Yang Zi, you must be new to the Woodyang Ridge region, right? I've roamed the continent, but this is my first stop here. Chris nodded gravely. That explains it. Meredith is a monster. He is the Seraphim family's greatest genius in 1,000 years. A heaven-rank seed. His power is absolute. I see. A heaven-rank candidate from the Seraphim bloodline. Yang Shi stroked his chin. Chris looked nervous, unsure what to say next. What will you do now, my lord? You killed Oddington, but he was targeting my Jonas family. This mess started because of us. If you need help, Yang Shi scoffed internally. His acting is terrible. He's terrified I'll drag him down. Yang Shi smiled. Don't worry, I won't burden you. I'll handle Meredith myself. He turned to the girl. Miss Neifu, the job is done. Our contract ends here. Before she could protest, he vanished into the air. Naifu watched him go, heart sinking. Big brother Yang Si, she cried out to the empty sky. Yang Si landed on a nearby roof. According to the intel, if Meredith wants revenge, this is the only path he'll take. He sat down, relaxing. I'll just wait for the prey to walk into the trap. 7 days passed. Suddenly, Yang Shi's eyes snapped open. Finally here, a massive shadow eclipsed the sun. A dragon descended, crashing down at the Jonas estate gate. Its voice boomed, "Are you the Jonas clan?" Smoke cleared, and the terrifying beast shrank into the form of a cute, petite girl, Ling Nai. She tilted her head and asked, "So, I'm asking you losers, where's the guy who deleted Odington hiding?" This fancy suit guy is the second goon sent by Meredith, the radiant treant, Kamen. He grills Chris, "You're the boss around here, right?" Seeing the vibe, Chris answers nervously, "That's right. You must be the radiant treant, Lord Kamen. I've heard about your legendary rep for a long time." Hearing him hype up Kamen, Ling Nai gets jealous and cuts in, shouting at Chris, "Hey, what about me? Do you have any clue who I am?" Chris sweats buckets and replies, "How could I not know the name of the dragon fairy, Lady Ling Nai? Truly a massive name with huge clout." But deep down, Chris is totally salty, thinking, how did a brat like this reach tier 4? Life is so unfair. It's seriously messed up. Kamen cuts the crap and tells him, "Save the polite trash talk. We know Oddington got wrecked in Red Dragon City, so where's the killer? Drag that guy out here right now." Hearing the threat, Chris starts sweating bullets and stammers, "Lord Kamen, the one who killed Oddington is a tier 4 powerhouse named Yang Si. But he ghosted Red Dragon City a few days ago. We seriously have no clue where he's at." Hearing that excuse, Kamen gets absolutely triggered. "Even though I respect your loyalty to the Jonnet family and not wanting to snitch on your savior, everyone has their own master to serve, so sorry, not sorry." Just like that, he slams his hand down, and it morphs into wood, piercing deep into the earth. Massive roots explode from the ground, grabbing everyone in the clan like a horror movie. They start screaming, "Chief, save us." Kamen attacks while lecturing. "Not much longer, and your whole clan is going to get sucked dry and die. If you don't want to lose them, you better think fast. Where is Yang Si, the guy who killed Odington?" A man screams out, "Lord Kamen, Yang Si really isn't in Red Dragon City." Seeing that begging is useless, the old man charges in a suicide move. "Let my son go. I'm going to drain your blood." But Kamen just casually snaps his fingers, and instantly another sharp tree spike appears, stabbing right through him. Seeing this, Naifu starts bawling her eyes out. But wait, on Uncle Tass's roof, a familiar shadow is standing there, sighing. He looks down and mutters, "Who is that creep sneaking around? Why don't you just come out?" Seeing Kamen freaking out, Ling Nai mocks him, "Kamen, there's nobody there. Why are you being such a chicken?" He uses his body to shield her and snaps, "You're wrong. Didn't you hear that sigh just now?" Over on the side, Yang Si finally steps in and uses his hand to disintegrate the trees, impaling the villagers like it's nothing. After being saved, the chief hits the dirt and begs, "Brother Yang Si, please save my son. I'm begging you." Yang Si tells the old man to chill. "Don't panic. I'm saving your son right now." Yang Si doesn't even need to get close. He just points a finger and the trees vanish into thin air. The roots disappear, dropping Naifu and a clansman safely to the ground. Seeing Yang Si is back, she's absolutely buzzing with joy. "Big brother Yang Si, I knew you'd never ditch me." He replies to Naifu's praise with a smirk. "Consider this a new commission, so you gotta pay extra." Hearing that Yang Si is staying, her eyes light up and she blushes hard, agreeing, "Done. You can add as many zeros to the check as you want." He strolls slowly toward Kamen and Ling Nai and calls out, "Heard you guys were looking for me. Well, I'm here now. Are you satisfied yet? But it's a shame your boss Meredith didn't show up. I'm actually pretty disappointed." Maybe realizing how dangerous Yang Si is, Kamen starts sweating and says, "Don't get too cocky, kid. Dealing with you doesn't require our boss to lift a finger. Me and my colleague here are enough to handle you." In his hand, something that looks like liquid water appears, hovering over Yang Zi's palm. Hearing the threat, Yang Si claps back. "You guys are way too confident. I suggest you don't attack yet, or you won't have any chance to attack later." The water sphere that started oval has now compressed into a perfect circle, with blue and pink rings swirling inside like a galaxy. Sensing the insane danger, Kamen yells at Ling Nai, "Run away." Hearing that, she instantly transforms into a dragon and jets off. Watching them flee, Yang Si just stands there laughing and mocking them. Not totally stupid, but what a waste. Confused about what's happening, Ling Nai clutches Kamen in her claws and asks, "Kamen, we haven't even fought yet. Why are we running like cowards?" "How are we going to explain this to the boss?" He answers, "Stop thinking about that for a second. Can you fly any faster?" I have a seriously bad feeling about this. Suddenly, Yang Si is already standing right in front of them in midair and says, "Why are you two so slow? I've been waiting here for a while." Kamen is stunned by the reality check and screams, "How? How is that even possible?" Ling Nai is a wind element powerhouse. Her speed is second only to Lord Meredith. Seeing him blocking the path, she pulls a U-turn and starts whining through her tears. Faster, faster, gotta go faster. While she's flying and crying, Yang Si is effortlessly chasing them down. He doesn't overtake them, but just flies parallel to Ling Nai. Seeing him cruising next to her, she asks through sobs, "Kamen, check my eyes for me. Am I seeing things? I see that guy right next to me, just floating there like a statue." Kamen realizes the situation is hopeless and tells Ling Nai, "Ling Nai, you go on ahead. Report the situation here to Lord Meredith." Hearing him say that, she's shocked and yells back, "Didn't you say you'd help me explain it to Lord Meredith? I can't handle this mess by myself." Kamen slowly starts transforming into a tree, roots spreading all over his body. Kamen looks at Ling Nai with gentle eyes and says, "As long as there's a chance. I don't want to give up the opportunity to see Lord Meredith one last time." Then he fully morphs into a gigantic tree monster with a terrifying face. Red spheres float menacingly around him. Kamen addresses Yang Si, "Lord Yang Si. Every single one of these radiant sun bombs is enough to wipe out Red Dragon City. Please show me what you've got." Yang Si just laughs, forms water into a weapon, and says, "Ending you with one slash. Consider it the highest respect I can give you." As soon as he speaks, their powers collide, creating an absolutely massive explosion. Ling Nai flies away with tears streaming down her face, swearing, "Kamen, I will avenge you." But Yang Si instantly appears in front of her again and asks, "Yo, you've been flying for ages. Why are you flying backwards?" Ling Nai is flabbergasted that he's in front of her and stutters, Did I really fly in the wrong direction?" Suddenly, Ling Nai bursts into tears. "I've failed Kamen's sacrifice." Seeing this, Yang Shi is confused and asks, "You're crying over that? Is there some misunderstanding here? You're supposed to be a tier 4 elite. Hey, I haven't even done anything yet. Why are you crying?" Seeing him distracted, Ling Nai swipes her claws at him. Trying to crush Yang Si, she rants, "Who said you could bully me? Who said you could scare me? Who said you could kill Kamen? Taste the power of Lady Ling Nai." He blocks Ling Nai's claw with one hand and sighs, bored. Turns out you can't trust pretty girls. Even a beautiful female dragon like this is full of lies. Cold sweat trickled down Ling Nai's spine as her ultimate strike was stopped dead in its tracks. What kind of monster is this guy? Yang Shi hadn't just blocked her. He had completely dominated the exchange. "You've had your fun tossing attacks around," he scoffed, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Now, it's my turn." With a gravity-defying leap, Yang Si unleashed a skull-shattering punch, launching Ling Nai through the air like a ragdoll. Rubbing his fist, he muttered, "She's got a hide like iron. I'll give her that." Moments later, Ling Nai regained consciousness, stripped of her power and bound in human form, writhing helplessly in the dirt. Yang Si ignored her struggle, sitting cross-legged to enter a deep meditative trance. It was time to digest the spiritual harvest he had ripped from that plant hybrid, Cam. With these law fragments, I can finally push my control ability to tier 4. His eyes snapped open, a dark idea forming in his mind. The heart-bewitching mystery skill. This should be fun. He stalked over to the captive dragon girl, a predatory smirk playing on his lips. "Your mental defenses are shattered. You are the perfect guinea pig for my new mind control art." Ling Nai immediately went limp, playing dead. Yang Shi rolled his eyes at the terrible acting. "Drop the act. I know you're awake. Open your eyes, or I'll put you to sleep permanently." Her face flushed crimson as she shrieked in embarrassment. Yang Shi glared. "Keep screaming and I'll knock you out again." Tears welled up in her eyes. "You brute. What do you want from me? Just tell me what you want. If you want a servant, just say so. Stop torturing me with this silence." Yang Si sighed, looking genuinely disappointed. "Do I look that desperate to you? Please, have some class. I have zero interest in a savage beast woman like you." Insulted, Ling Nai wailed like a toddler throwing a tantrum. "I am not savage. I'm adorable. Even Lord Meredith says I'm cute." Yang Si gripped her chin, forcing her gaze to meet his. The heart-bewitching mystery activated instantly. "Look into my eyes. Contact Meredith. It's time we paid your master a little visit." Her pupils dilated, turning glassy and void as the hypnosis took hold. "Yes, master." A hologram flickered to life, revealing Meredith's face. "Ling Nai, report. Is the mission complete?" Yang Si instantly morphed into Cam's appearance, mimicking his voice perfectly. "Lord Meredith. Good news. The target has been successfully eliminated. We are returning now to debrief you on the details." Meredith nodded, looking distracted. "Excellent. Meet me at the Genius Selection Tournament. Head to the Wood Yang Ridge immediately. The venue is right next to the Cecil family estate. The transmission cut dead. Suddenly, Ling Nai, now in her massive dragon form, let out a feral roar behind him. Yang Si casually stopped her with one hand. Easy, girl. Did you forget I'm not actually Cam? He hopped onto her scaly head like a king claiming his throne. Let's fly. Meanwhile, in Yellow Wind City, a servant named Matsuda was barking orders to prepare a special tribute for Meredith. A massive cage was wheeled out, shrouded in a heavy black velvet cloth that concealed its contents from the curious crowd. The cloth was whipped away, revealing two stunning mermaids, one with emerald hair, the other amethyst, their shimmering tails matching their locks perfectly. Matsuda grinned wickedly. Behold, pure-blooded aboriginals from the Raging Wave Plain. No mutations here, these tales are the real deal. Meredith yawned, unimpressed. Just mermaids, hardly a rarity. Matsuda panicked, stepping forward. Wait, please, don't be hasty, my lord. These are royal twins. Once they mature, they hit Tier 3 power naturally. But their true value lies in their secret ability. Without warning, he jammed a spike into the green mermaid's shoulder. Her scream pierced the air, causing her violet-haired sister to sob in terror. As the tears fell, they crystallized midair, clattering to the floor as precious pearls. Matsuda scooped them up, presenting a bowl full of the glistening gems. Fresh mermaid tear pearls, Matsuda whispered. They stay soft for 15 minutes. Dip them in the victim's warm blood, and you have a delicacy fit for the gods. Meredith sampled the gruesome snack, dipping a pearl into the goblet of blood. Exquisite. Just then, Yang Shi and Ling Nai walked in. Meredith waved them over. Perfect timing. Since you two are here, join the feast. He gestured to the macabre spread before them. Go on. Tears dipped in blood. The flavor is to die for. Yang Shi felt his stomach churn with disgust, offering only a cold stare in return. Suddenly, Meredith's tone shifted. Cam, the place you went. Was it Red Dragon City? Yang Shi nodded. It was. Meredith's expression darkened instantly. That confirms my theory, Meredith mused, fingering the prayer beads on his wrist. This Yang Si. I suspect he's an invader, a powerhouse from another dimension. The nearby crowd erupted in laughter. An otherworlder? Please. Those primitives can't compare to the glorious Odyssey bloodline. Meredith raised a hand, silencing them. You are mistaken. A century ago, before I became a seed of heaven, I encountered such a being near Red Dragon City. He gave me this scar, Meredith revealed, though I managed to critically wound him, forcing his retreat. He exposed a jagged, nasty scar running deep into his arm muscle. His name was Blast, a warrior from the Qinglan planet plane. Meredith leaned forward, eyes locking onto Cam. So, knowing that, what are your thoughts? Then, the trap sprung. Tell me, Cam, or should I address you as Yang Si? Yang Shi froze inside. Damn. When did he figure it out? It was the first time his disguise had been pierced. Dropping the illusion, Yang Shi revealed his true form. Impressive, as expected of a heaven seed. You're the first to ever see through my mask, Yang Si admitted. Meredith chuckled softly. See these beads? They're life pearls. They are soul-bound to my trusted men. When a subordinate dies, a pearl shatters. Meredith's gaze shifted to the woman beside Yang Si. But you, Ling Nai, you are the real mystery. What trick did he use to turn you against me? Ling Nai cowered behind Yang Si. The MC grinned. Maybe she just prefers my company over yours. Is that so? Meredith's smile vanished, replaced by pure killing intent. Very well. With a flick of his wrist, a devastating blast of wind magic erupted. Get back. Yang Shi shoved Ling Nai out of the kill zone. Meredith laughed darkly. Touching. I didn't think you had it in you to care for a traitor. A pity, you'll both die here. Yang Shi's aura flared, his eyes blazing. You arrogant prick. Against you. I only need one hand. Boom. An explosion rocked the roof as their powers collided. Amidst the smoke, Meredith called out, Tell me your origin, Yang Si. A warrior of your caliber shouldn't die nameless. Yang Si slid the dragon mask over his face and dropped a cold truth bomb. It's only right you know the name of the guy who's about to delete your existence. Yours truly is Yang Si, one of the 12 Zodiacs from the Judgment Organization on Blue Star. He raised a hand, gathering a massive ball of water energy like a spirit bomb and announced, Today is the day I crush the Odyssey clan's heavenly seed. Meredith sprouted 6 wings from his back and clapped back at the bold declaration, saying, You, dirt-poor native from a trashier dimension. I'm about to show you the despair-inducing gap between our civilizations. He curled up and dive-bombed Yang Si while the energy was still charging. If I just smash that water core, this projection technique, whatever heavenly seed nonsense you're trying to cast will fail. You damn descender, actually summoning a supreme heavenly martial master projection. Maybe the guy talked too much, because Yang Si thought to himself, so that random summoning art I learned is actually called a heavenly projection? Sick. Gotta summon it fast before Meredith busts my water cloud. He successfully condensed the same cloud he used to roast that fire dragon. Seeing this, Meredith freaked out. A supreme heavenly position, a lowly native summoning a supreme projection. That's the first time I've ever seen that. Suddenly, Yang Si put on his coldest face and uttered one word, die. A slash of water energy shot forward like a homing missile. Meredith didn't panic. Instead, he laughed. If your thing is summoning supreme projections, then as an elemental caster, your melee game must be total garbage, right? He teleported right into Yang Si's face, grabbed his collar, and shouted, "Today I'm gonna mince you into 100 pieces." Even while getting grabbed, Yang Si smirked with zero fear. Who said I can't throw hands? Bam. Yang Si punched Meredith right in the chest. The dude shook, coughed up blood, and gasped, "You actually mastered 2 laws, and this vibration. It feels exactly like the explosion attribute." Without wasting breath, Yang Si followed up with another punch, launching him backward. While flying back, Meredith asked, "What kind of monster are you?" Yang Si replied, "I'll tell you after you reach hell." Meredith was basically done for. He crawled on the ground in total humiliation, muttering over and over, "Run. Gotta run. Run away." Yang Zi just formed a water sword and skewered him from behind. One backstab later, Meredith was officially game over. Yang Shi absorbed the body and critiqued the fight. "So this is the destruction law you learned? Looks kinda mid, to be honest. Is the heavenly seed really this weak?" The body vanished, leaving behind a pearl-like object called the heavenly seed. The spectators were absolutely shook by the result. One guy kept asking, "Are our Ouyang Ling heavenly seeds made of glass? They can't even tank one punch like that. Is the selection process for the Overlord families bugged or something?" Another guy replied, "I don't think the seed is the problem. It's just that the dragon god is too overpowered." The 2 mermaids watching chimed in, the green-haired one saying, "Sis, hey sis, you think Lord Yang Si can actually carry us out of here?" The purple-haired one replied, "Can we really go back to the open ocean? To swim freely like before?" Suddenly, a space gate ripped open behind Yang Shi, scaring the soul out of him, and a voice boomed from inside. The audacity. "You dare kill the Gabriel family's Kirin? I'm taking your life." Sensing danger, Yang Shi decided to tactical retreat, using the void vortex to escape, and he grabbed the 2 mermaids to save them too. A man stepped out, a Tier 5 heavenly position master named Bia Bomb, screaming in rage. That was a seed the Gabriel clan spent generations of lives to secure on the Origin battlefield, and it fell to a native. What a disgrace. Suddenly, he pointed at the sky and yelled, "Ingerson, you saw everything. Why didn't you stop him?" He was pointing at a giant cloud man above. That was the Tier 5 master, Ingerson. He laughed and replied, "I ain't the Gabriel family's babysitter. I have zero obligation to step in. If you want to blame someone, blame your own kid for being trash." Bia Bomb glared daggers at him, asking, "You have a death wish?" Ingerson wasn't scared and asked smoothly, "What's up? Losing a heavenly seed wasn't enough for the Gabriel family today. You want to lose a Tier 5 master too." A hooded woman appeared to break up the fight. She said, "All right, stop embarrassing yourselves. Ingerson, if you hadn't just watched him die, Meredith would still be alive." She didn't let Bia Bomb off the hook either, asking, "And you, Gabriel people, letting a dimensional native steal a heavenly seed that belongs to our Odyssey dimension? You better figure out how to clean up this mess later." Bia Bomb, furious, replied, "I know. The Gabriel family will pay any price to get that seed back." Yang Shi heard the whole convo from a distance. The man added, "By the way, even the biggest genius needs 100 years to digest that seed. We have plenty of time to hunt him down." Hearing that, Yang Shi turned pale, thinking, "It takes that long to digest? Man, I gotta figure something out." He opened a portal, dumping the 2 mermaids and Ling Nai out. Ling Nai face-planted and screamed, landing while Yang Si walked out with his mask on. The fish girls were still terrified, hugging each other. He asked them, "You girls, okay? Hey, open your eyes and look where we are." When they opened their eyes, they were totally stunned. The purple-haired mermaid asked, "Lord Yang Si, did you save us just now?" Yang Shi got serious and said, "All right, your highnesses, get settled and rest up. Can you guys survive on land?" The purple-haired girl replied, "Lord Yang Xi, our tribe can go on land, but the Odyssey people put a curse on us. If we transform our legs, we die instantly." Hearing that, he didn't hesitate. He waved his hand, used some mental power, and said, "Easy fix." Once done, he told them, "I've purged the curse from your bodies. If you want, you can transform into human form now." The purple-haired girl was thrilled. "Really? The green-haired one was still skeptical and warned, Lan are you crazy? If the spirit body curse is still there, the only ending is death. The purple-haired girl snapped back at her, I trust Lord Yangtze. If the boss hadn't stepped in, we'd be calamari on an Odyssey platter by now. With that, she swapped her tail for legs, looking absolutely thrilled. While she celebrated her new limbs, Yangtze was shaking like a leaf, and the other guy, total tomato face. The purple-haired girl beamed with pure joy. Hey, see, I told you Lord Yangtze isn't just full of hot air. The blue-haired girl sighed, dropping the reality bomb. Lan you realize you forgot to put on pants, right? Realization hit her like a truck. Crap, I'm exposed, she screamed, covering up. The princess is ruined. Yangtze turned away, grinning shamelessly. Relax, I didn't see a thing. Hearing the chaos, Neifu burst into the room. Big brother Yangtze, she dove straight into his arms, clinging to him like a lifeline. You're back. I thought I lost you. I was worried to death. But suddenly, a chill ran down Yangtze's spine. Something felt very wrong behind him. He turned to see Naifu and the purple-haired mermaid locking eyes. Pure killing intent, he sighed. Why is the aura so heavy? Women are terrifying. Suddenly, a loud growl shattered the tension. It was Ling Nai's stomach. She scratched her head, embarrassed. What? Intense fighting burns calories fast. Later inside, Yangtze didn't sleep. He sat by the window, staring into the darkness. I killed Meredith. The Gabriel clan won't let this slide. It's time to vanish from Red Dragon City. Can't go to the Sin territory. The Gabriels own everything else. He analyzed the map in his mind. And the Bernadotte family? Trash. I have zero interest in them. That leaves the Afonso family or the Lee clan. Lost in strategy, he didn't notice the sun coming up. He stood, eyes burning with resolve. All right. The Afonso family it is. The footsteps woke Naifu. Big brother Yangtze, where are you going? He turned back, rubbing his neck awkwardly. It's a long story. He spilled the beans on why they had to run. Once the truth was out, he looked at them seriously. Make your choice. Come with me, or stay here. They didn't even hesitate. We're going with you. Squad assembled. They disguised themselves as humble monks and made their way to the Holy Court City. Someone tugged on Yangtze's robe. It was Ling Nai. What's up? She pointed at his street stall with sparkling eyes. Master, can I eat that? Yangtze laughed, the doting leader mode activating. Go for it. Buy extra. The other sisters are probably starving too. Thank you, Master. She hugged him and dashed toward the roast chicken, but a creepy guy at the stall saw her and blushed. Well, hello there. Hey, beautiful. If you like the chicken, I can buy you a feast every day. Just one condition. Let's become friends. Yeah. Ling Nai's internal monologue raged. A mere tier 3 trash dares to hit on me. She ran back to Yangtze. Sorry, creep. I'm already married. The old guy glared, then stormed off. But Yangtze narrowed his eyes. That look. Something's off. The killing intent in his eyes wasn't normal. Later that night, Yangtze shot up in bed. That priest from this morning. He's nearby. How the hell did he track Ling Nai's location? He slapped on his mask and floated into the night sky. Operating under the persona Yangtze, he scanned the area. Found you. A blonde kid was talking to the bald creep from earlier. Who's there? The bald guy turned, eyes completely dead. Mind control? Yangtze demanded. Identify yourselves. The kid charged up white energy in his palm. Anyone who stops me from finding mommy dies. Yangtze analyzed the power level instantly. That light element density. It's insane. Even higher than a self-destructing saint. He dodged the blast, getting serious. Listen up, brat. I don't go easy on kids. He teleported behind her. Dark ice strike. Boom. Her body vanished into thin air. But suddenly, a clone appeared right behind him. Stop me from finding mommy. Die. A blast of light slammed into Yangtze's back. Pure agony. He spun around, gritting his teeth. This kid isn't human. Is this some kind of rare mutation or ability? The kid split again. Another clone. Unkillable and self-replicating. Suddenly, a man walked out from the shadows, clicking his tongue. So here you are. Spirit doll. He touched the kid's forehead. Lucky you didn't cause a scene. You're giving me a massive migraine. Instantly, the kid reverted into a lifeless doll. The bald guy snapped out of his trance. He bowed deeply. Lord Dai Pang. Get lost. Yangtze stood there, sweating bullets. That's Grandmaster Dai Pang. He looks nothing like the alchemy books from Earth described. While the old man rambled, Yangtze tossed a crate at him. Hey, old man. Dai Pang screamed when he saw the label. Is that Tsingtao beer? Tears streamed down his face. I never thought I'd taste this again in this lifetime. Are you a guest from the Qinglan planet? Yang Si set up a table with snacks. Lord Dai Pang, please, dig in. I'll grill some meat, beer, and BBQ. That's the taste of home, right? The old man sat down, dazed. Am I dreaming? Realizing he was losing his cool, he straightened up. You're buttering me up pretty hard. I assume you want a favor? Yang Si grinned. Just a few questions about cultivation. Let's chat while we eat. Fine. But first, take off that mask. Yang Shi unmasked without hesitation. Lord Dai Pang, I'll be blunt. Teach me how to refine this seed. Dai Pang grabbed a plate, explaining. Let's talk heaven rank first, even at the lowest tier. Obtaining a heaven rank changes everything. The power shift is earth-shattering. He picked up some food. And the lifespan of a tier 5 powerhouse, it's basically infinite. There's no record of a tier 5 ever dying of old age. He stuffed his face, savoring the flavor. Heaven rank is split into 3. Bronze, silver, and the mysterious supreme heaven rank. As for breaking through from tier 4, there are 5 known methods. Yang Si slapped a fresh grilled chicken leg on the table. The old man grabbed it, grease dripping. Method 1, life alchemy. Brutal stuff. Inhumane. Method 2, refining a plain treasure. Things like the philosopher's stone or the earth core spring. The old man finally revealed the ultimate cheat code for ascending to the heavenly rank. The third method, the celestial seed. This bad boy has the potential to turn anyone into a legendary golden celestial. Yang Si grinned, skepticism written all over his face. So, just how broken is this golden celestial class? The old man admitted he'd never actually seen one. It was basically a myth among legends. Slamming his beer mug down, the old man shouted, All right, listen up. It's time I taught you how to refining this celestial seed. I know you've been dying to hear this part. He boasted to Yang Shi with absolute confidence. Just channel your magic exactly how I show you. And in less than 5 days, that celestial seed will fuse perfectly with your body. Meanwhile, over in the fallen southern continent, inside a gloomy, shadowy room, 4 powerful figures sat at the corners of a table, plotting something big. Bone Emperor Femont broke the silence. The war for the Blue Star has dragged on way too long. It's time to end this game. Let's split up the opponents. My Benedot Empire will handle those tough nutcases in the Chaos Sea realm. Jackson replied with a chill demeanor. Everyone knows the Judgment Organization is a pain in the neck, but their loot drops are insane. Suddenly, a seductive beauty cut them off. Enough talk. Why don't we use the Blue Star natives method and draw lots? Just like that, the 4 terrifying leaders drew 4 prepared lots from the table. She looked at her result with a playful smirk. See. Problem solved. Just like that. The Mercenary Guild takes the Chaos Sea. The Benedot Empire gets the Hero Sea. The Beast Alliance handles the Iron Blood Sea. And the 100 Cities Federation gets the Liberty Alliance Sea. Jackson slammed the table in pure excitement. Haha, ladies and gentlemen, looks like the Chaos Sea belongs to this old man. Bone Emperor Femont stood up, leaning his hands on the table, staring straight into Jackson's soul. If that's settled, then I wish you all a glorious victory. With those cold words, he walked out, leaving Jackson staring blankly. Cut to the bustling harbor of the Lord's Island, aboard a massive, luxury ship. Li Kaiwei gazed into the distance, eyes filled with nostalgia. It felt like a lifetime since she'd been back. A wave of sadness and regret washed over her. Too bad. He probably isn't back yet. Suddenly, Yu Rong came sprinting out, face lighting up with joy. You're finally back. She launched herself at Li Kaiwei for a bear hug. Li Kaiwei thought to herself, seriously, what is this girl eating? Her curves have leveled up way too much. Pulling back, Yu Rong asked urgently, Intel says the big war is about to start. Have you heard anything from the captain of Blue Moon Island? Li Kaiwei sighed, shaking her head. Not even a short text. Are we really that unattractive? The captain must be buried in official business. Suddenly, the red alert sirens screamed across the harbor. All units attention. Monster swarm incoming. A massive horde of ferocious beasts was charging straight for them. Jackson stood on the deck with his arms crossed, staring out at the ocean. His vice president, Richard, was sweating bullets. President, can the 3 of us really take over the Chaos Sea alone? That's the Judgment Organization's headquarters. They definitely have elites, but Jackson remained cool as ice. The locals have a saying, you can't catch the tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. It's exactly because Judgment is so powerful that the Chaos Sea is the most valuable prize on the board. Laughing off Richard's fear, he said casually, Haha, don't wet your pants. Judgment is strong, sure, but they aren't invincible gods. He explained his master plan. Those 2, Not and the Bone Emperor, won't ignore a juicy piece of meat like this. They'll rush to conquer their zones, and then the ace will come for backup. The only idiots here are the Beast Alliance. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the army to move out. One day, that's all I need to reach the Judgment Organization's main base on Lord's Island. Cut to Liu Yuan, staring at the incoming monster wave, muttering a single curse. Motherfucker. He turned to his squad, shouting, "Boys, if I said I wasn't scared, I'd be lying. Even the boss is shaking." But his voice boomed with resolve. "But I am not taking a single step back. We are the first line of defense for the Chaos Sea, the most critical shield. Think about our people that Lord Yang Shi saved and brought back. Think about the hell they went through in the fallen southern continent." Liu Yuan transformed, his head morphing into a savage wolf. The fighting spirit of judgment burned in his eyes. He roared, "If you don't want your children to become slaves and livestock for these monsters, then follow me and slaughter them all." His teammates roared back, charging forward to wipe out the invaders. The two sides crashed into each other in a symphony of violence. Meanwhile, in the desolate lands of the Benedot family, Biabom walked through a wasteland littered with skulls. He had arrived to meet the celestial rank Crimson Devil, Salisbury. Salisbury sneered, "Biabom, shouldn't you be searching the world for that otherworldly powerhouse, Yang Si? Why are you here bothering me?" Biabom's face was deadly serious. "I need to take a trip to the native world that your family purchased." Salisbury laughed mockingly. "Ha, you know the Benedot family paid a fortune for that place. You think you can just walk in because you asked nicely." Biabom shot back instantly. "The Gabriel family doesn't look for freebies. We will pay a price that will make you smile." Hearing that, Salisbury's expression shifted. "Well, if you're speaking the language of money, then we can talk." After a night of drinking, the next morning, Yang Shi donned a demon mask and opened a portal to the holy city. He used a skill to disguise himself as a bald monk. Walking through the streets, Yang Shi scanned his surroundings, his detective instincts tingling. "Since stepping into this holy city, something feels wrong. I thought the anomaly was just Dai Peng's technique." Strange particles drifted down from the sky. He looked up and touched one, but the puzzle pieces weren't fitting yet. Now it looks like this anomaly is exactly why Dai Peng's puppets are glitching out. But what exactly is this energy? Boom! A massive pillar of light erupted from the ground. Floating inside the pillar was a majestic crown. Other monks began levitating, drawn toward it like moths to a flame. Seeing the artifact, the crowd went wild. "Oh my god, it's the Supreme Realm treasure. The Holy Spirit crown." Yang Shi tore open a portal and warped, appearing right next to the crown with a greedy grin. "It's mine." But suddenly, a chilling warning came from behind him. "You better think this through, kid." It was Grandmaster Dai Peng. He warned Yang Si. "If you take that thing, it might just cost you your life." Yang Si didn't even flinch. "Sorry, old man, but I really need this." Seeing Yang Shi's stubbornness, Grandmaster Dai Peng activated his skills, sighing. "You really are a headache. If you want to fight me that badly, then I'll grant your death wish." Beams of light energy pierced through the air. Yang Si struggled to defend himself, analyzing the attack. "It feels like my skin is being purified. Is this the true power of Dai Peng?" Blocking the strikes while preparing his counter, he made a split-second decision. "I have no choice. I have to unleash the martial artist's secret art to survive this. But showing my hand now, that blows my dragon god disguise wide open. And I really don't need a rank 5 monster hunting me down. Weighing the risks? Whatever." Yang Si triggered the dancer's secret art. "Snatch and run? Please, this ain't his first rodeo." A giant face in the clouds, creepy. But Grandmaster Dai Peng just grinned like a maniac. "Found you." Yang Shi didn't chat. He launched a water element blade straight at the guy. Then the old man dropped his voice. "Grab the loot and scramble. Kid, a real monster is breathing down our necks." That caught Yang Si off guard. He purposely missed his shot. "Thanks, old man." He dove for the Holy Spirit crown. Just getting near this thing made the heavenly seed inside him go crazy. It was boiling over. The second his fingers brushed that cold metal, boom! A portal ripped open above him. An ancient guy stepped out, screaming bloody murder. "Yang Si, you destroyed the Gabriel family's seed, and you dare show your face in Alfonso territory?" It was the copper-tier ascetic. He sneered down. "Should I clap for your guts, or just call you a suicidal moron?" The mob below panicked. They hit the dirt instantly. "We greet the Lord Ascetic." The old monster turned to Dai Peng. "Hey, fighter boy. Can't even handle one otherworldly savage. Seriously, you're right, Elder. I'm trash. I need to train harder." Meanwhile, the crown was literally melting into Yang Zi's body. "What the hell?" The crowd below started whispering. "Why isn't he moving? Maybe the elements are clashing." "Nah, his escape tricks won't work in front of the ascetic." "Exactly. He's frozen stiff with fear." But Yang Shi, he was vibing. The crown dissolved into him. It was like throwing gasoline on a fire. His insides were blazing. If he had to describe it, he screamed it out loud. pure ecstasy. The ascetic wasn't impressed. Kid, across all dimensions, your talent is S tier. Hand over the seed and let me brand you as a slave. Do that, and I might let you keep breathing. Well, suddenly, bam. A massive pillar of light erupted from Yangtze, piercing the heavens. The old man lost his cool. You broke through? Copper heavenly tier. Rank 5, that's impossible. Yangtze shifted back to his true form. He raised a finger. Water blade. The slash came fast. The old man barely caught it, struggling to crush the energy. He stared at his hand, stunned. What the? Yangtze used that split second to bail. Scene switch, Lugang City Port. Yo, when's the boss showing up? Who knows? Lord Jabo is rushing from the Sea Alliance. Probably got held up. Standard stuff. One guy turned to his buddy. Our master is a rank 4 heavy hitter. Him leaving. That's a massive L for the human race. Shut it. We're new humanity now. If the humans catch us, we're dead meat. Traitors don't get mercy. They exchanged nervous glances. Are we? Cowards for running. One guy tried to hype himself up. Peeved. You know how OP the Odyssey dimension is? We're not running. We're the spark that saves civilization. The ship docked. They bowed low to Uncle Chris. Welcome, Master. He didn't blink. Jabo, get the squad moving to the White Passage. Duan Shuiliu was guarding the corpse disposal site. Suddenly cold steel against his neck. Uncle Chris whispered a threat. Mr. Duan, don't be a hero. Be smart. Step aside, and you keep your head attached to your shoulders. Duan didn't flinch. He sneered. Oh, look, human traitors, turning into deep blue scum just to survive. I thought the Judgment Organization squashed you bugs. Guess the roaches are still crawling in the dark. Chris frowned. Why make this hard, Duan? We're just passing through. Passing through? You want the White Passage to Odyssey? Chris tried to talk him down. You've got it wrong. We're going there to preserve the human race. But Duan wasn't buying that garbage. Save it. I already broke my code once for the Judgment kids. Never again. You want to pass? Step over my corpse. Chris smirked, cold as ice. Yangtze is already at Odyssey, my nemesis. Judgment is already making moves there. Whack. He knocked Duan out cold. You have no idea how brutal survival is over there, Yangtze. Becoming deep blue is the only way our culture survives. Chris walked away. Leave him alive. Yes, Lord Chris. He opened the White Passage. Let's move. Chris barked his final orders. Listen up. The future of humanity rests on you. A lackey bowed. Lord Chris, please, lead the way. But Chris didn't move. Jabo, you're the leader of the new humanity now. Jabo froze. No way. That's your spot. Only a visionary like you can save us. Chris shoved him into the portal. Go, Lord Chris. My dream is in your hands now. The portal closed. Chris stretched his neck. I made peace with dying here a long time ago. He grinned like a devil. I just want to see the looks on those self-righteous idiots' faces when a traitor like me ends up saving their sorry asses. Cut to Yangtze Void Temple. His eyes snapped open. The heavenly seed energy fully absorbed. But the supreme treasure, the Holy Spirit crown, was half gone. Yangtze finally quit stalling and made a choice. Screw the details. If he could just get his butt back to the Qinglan planet, this century-long colonial war would be history. Game over. Suddenly, his sensors went wild. That energy signature. A black rift? Someone cracked open space-time. Looks like visitors from the homeworld are crashing the party. The grunt at the front barked orders, telling his crew to stay put. Then, like a total try-hard, he leaped out of the rift to play hero. But he froze dead in his tracks. A whole army of heavies was already there, locked and loaded. What the hell? Why was a welcome wagon of death camping outside the Black Rift? Were they camping this spot? The poor guy started sweating bullets. Lord Chris, our master plan is officially screwed before it even started. The enemy boss smirked, dripping with arrogance. I was hoping for a cute native chick, he sneered. But instead, I get a deep blue stink bug. Talk about a buzzkill. Hey, ugly or not, you are tier 4. Good enough for a warm-up. Wings ripped out of his back like a demon. Come on, bug, let's dance. The boss didn't play fair. Bam. A knee straight to the gut while the guy was distracted. He hoisted the poor grunt up like trash, just a deep blue bug playing dress-up. Pow! Another fist smashed into the minion's face. Let's see how much punishment this pathetic meat suit can take before it pops. With the grunt kissing the dirt, the boss kept roasting him. Tier 4 and you still fight like a noob? Tell me, trash, what kind of ultimate art did you even learn? Breathing. The grunt was wrecked, but he wasn't quitting. Can't die here, he grit his teeth. I gotta protect the squad. Bored with his toy, the boss looked at the gate. So, not just one bug, huh? You got a whole nest of deep blue losers hiding in that rift? He shouted into the void, loving the sound of his own voice. Hey, You cockroaches back there. Scram before I lose my temper. If the mana runs out, you'll be drifting in the void forever. Silence. No one moved. He looked back at the beaten guy with a sick grin. Fine, have it your way. His smile vanished. He clenched his fist, charging up to shatter the rift. If they won't come out, you can all go to hell together. Seeing his crew about to get wiped, the guy squeezed his eyes shut. Lord Chris, I messed up big time. Just got to the Odyssey plane and I'm already dead meat. But don't worry, I'll guide the new humanity in the afterlife. Suddenly, whoosh, a shadow rocketed out of the black rift like a missile. The boss blinked, stunned for a split second. Then smash! He punched the newcomer right in the gut. The grunt screamed, "Little sister, your physical body can't take the pressure. You will disintegrate." The villain didn't care. "Your soul is next, sweetheart." He moved for the kill. The brother cried out in pure agony, "No, stop it. Freeze." A massive glacier erupted, locking them both in ice. Yangtze floated above like a god, looking down his nose. "You guys humans or what?" He squinted. "Oh, Deep Blue Clan. I thought you guys went extinct back on the Qinglan planet. Guess some cockroaches survive anything." Yang Shi pointed at the rift. "Yo, tell your friends to come out, unless they want to float in the empty void forever." Their call, the squad piled out, cheering like they won the lottery. Lord Yang Shi from Judgment. Holy crap, the Judgment organization actually saved our butts. Yang Shi rules. Ignoring the fan club, Yang Shi stared down the grunt. "I am Yang Shi. Now spill it. What is your deal with Chris?" Energy crackled in his hand. "Why is the Deep Blue Clan lurking in the Odyssey plane?" He manifested a razor-sharp ice spike, aiming it right between the guy's eyes. "Talk or turn into a popsicle. Choose." Suddenly, the little sister's spirit form rushed over. Lord Yang Si, "Wait, I will tell you everything. Just please, do not ice my brother." Yang Si shrugged. "Fine, start talking." After a long, boring story, she started begging again. "That is the truth. Lord Chris just wanted a backup plan for humanity. Please, be cool and let us go." Yang Shi dissolved the ice spike. "Chris, the guy who raised an army of assassins in the four seas, now he wants to play savior? Like I would buy that." The crowd panicked, dropping to their knees. "Oh God, are we dead?" Lord Yang Shi, "Please, we are too young to die." Yang Shi powered down his aura and turned his back. "Get lost. I never saw you." This conversation never happened. The grunt didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled his team out of there. Yang Si looked up at the sky. "Chris, are you a hero or a villain? Seriously, pick a lane." Suddenly, Dai Peng popped out of nowhere. "Knew I would find you here." Yang Si didn't even flinch. "You sensed the black rift and came running, didn't you?" "Bullseye. The second space warped. I sprinted. Looks like I missed the main event, though." Yang Si raised an eyebrow. "You chased me down just to catch up on old times?" Dai Peng grinned. "Since you asked. I am not gonna lie. I need to know. How the hell did you absorb a heaven-rank sea that fast?" Yang Shi went quiet. That was the million-dollar question. He couldn't spill the beans. That secret was tied to his core abilities. Even though Dai Peng was a bro, some things gotta stay buried. Yang Si put on his poker face. "Sorry, trade secret. But hey, I will owe you 2 favors instead. Take it or leave it." Dai Peng laughed, not even mad. "Deal. 2 favors from a tier 5 powerhouse. That is a steal. I am winning this trade." Yang Shi coughed awkwardly. "Anyway, moving on. You know where the White Rift back to the Qinglan planet is, right?" "I am in a rush." Dai Peng winked. "Of course. I used to sneak in there all the time. Come on, I will be your Uber. Not like I care about the Gabriel family's rules." Cut to another location. A beast was weaving a white rift into existence. 2 creepy dudes watched from the shadows. Skullface broke the silence. "Word on the street is the Holy Spirit crown popped up in Church City. If your family snatches it, that should cover our losses." "Yeah." The gray-haired guy scowled. "We send a team. But it is not really my business. The guys who went are not from my crew." Skullface sighed, shaking his head at the stubborn old man. "Bia bone. Seriously, how many times do I have to spell it out for you? Yo, your clan already sent their goons over there, but don't just sit on your hands. Instead of betting on some local scrub coming back, why don't you get off your butt and steal the glory yourself?" "Shut your trap, Salisbury. I ain't hunting this local trash just for the heaven-rank seed. This is personal. This is total payback for what happened to Meredith." Just then, the beast scout dragged its ugly mug back with the intel. "Listen up. The portal's stabilizing, but it's tight. Only 3 heaven-rank masters can squeeze through at a time. Any more than that, and Baikang is gonna collapse into dust." Hearing the warning, the duo didn't hesitate and dove straight into the zone. 3 slots? That's plenty. Hiding in the bushes like a true predator, he and Dai Peng were ready to crash the party. planning to hijack the expensive portal these suckers paid to fix. Over on the battlefield, the so-called hero Hai Feng looked down from his high horse. If it wasn't for that messy civil war decades ago, this place would already be our colony. Rai stepped up from the shadows, cutting the nostalgia short. Boss, save the history lesson. We need a legit excuse to raid the Chaos Sea, like, right now. That's where the real loot is hiding. Suddenly, a blur ripped through the combat zone. He narrowed his eyes. A rank 4 human? Now things are getting interesting. The human soldiers went absolutely nuts. It's Lord Blast. Our rank 4 powerhouse is finally here. And damn, he lived up to the hype. One punch unleashed absolute devastation. Stepping out of the dust cloud like total bosses were Light Lion, Sky Piercer, and Yi Fan. Blast shot a sharp look at the rookie. Hey kid, watch your back out there. Don't go dying like a moron. You got it, Lord Blast. Huan Ju and the girl nodded, locking and loading for the chaos. Yi Fan bit his lip, guilt eating him up inside. Sorry, boss. You gave me this power, but I feel useless. But Light Lion, he could read the kid like an open book. He dropped the tough guy act for a second. Chill out, brat. You're humanity's future. As long as us old geezers are breathing, nothing's gonna touch you. That pumped Yi Fan right back up. Count on it, Lord Blast. I won't let the team down. Meanwhile, Feimon was losing his patience on the sidelines. He leaped into the fray. I'll take the bald guy. You handle the rest. After morphing into his battle form, he sneered at Light Lion. So, you're the big bad human everyone talks about. Wonder if you're tougher than that Yangtze guy. Light Lion didn't even blink at the taunt. Never fought him. Don't know. Don't care. Talk time was over. They clashed in a shockwave of violence. Light Lion smirked, his aura flaring. Actually, it doesn't matter if you know or not. Because both of us are way out of your league. While Feimon was distracted by the trash talk, Light Lion ghosted behind him. The villain just let out a dry chuckle. A spectral skull manifested behind Feimon, jaws snapping at Light Lion. See ya, nerd. A blast of raw energy slammed straight into the hero's skull. Feimon turned around, shaking his head with fake pity. Such a waste. Good power, but 0 brain cells. But then, the realization hit him like a truck. Light Lion was still standing there, completely unfazed. My bad, bro. I've got a thick skull. Boom. Light Lion buried a fist deep into Feimon's gut. My turn. Cracks started spider webbing across Feimon's armor. What the hell? Cracks? Light Lion looked shocked. Seriously? That didn't punch a hole through you? Meanwhile, over at the Freedom Alliance front, the invaders were sweating bullets. How did these humans level up so fast? If we give them any more time, they'll become monsters. The orange-haired chick scoffed at the display. Oh, the Federation squad is totally useless. I heard other factions are dominating the low-level zones. And here we are, stuck in a stalemate. Embarrassing. The enemy commander lost his cool and charged. Humph. Once I delete this father-son duo, Sea City belongs to the 100 City Federation. The clan head stood his ground, radiating alpha energy. You better worry about making it off the Blue Star planet alive. Humans are gonna kick you colonizer scum out of our home, and on that, I'd bet my life. Not scowled, muttering under his breath. If every human had that kind of guts, we'd be in trouble. Damn it. Why did I get assigned to this hardcore server? The commander clenched his fist, veins popping. Just die already. The old man couldn't block. Bam. He took the full force and coughed up a fountain of blood. Dad. Yang Xuan screamed, eyes burning with rage as he swung his sword at Not. You little punk. Not caught the blade with his bare hands, looking annoyed. Kid, that's the second time you scratched me. Snap. He broke the steel sword like a twig. Got any other toys to break? Yang Xuan froze, cold sweat dripping down his neck. Suddenly, a massive hand stepped in to shield him. You're still green, kid. Sit this one out. Big Uncle stepped up, cracking his knuckles. Hey, ugly, I'll play with you. Need a good warm-up anyway. Chris didn't waste breath. He launched a blitz attack at Not. The commander dodged the main hit, but Not got sloppy. Slash. Big Uncle tagged his left arm. The commander howled like a banshee. Chris laughed icily. Call yourself a man. Scream louder if it hurts. Not shoved him back. Psych. Didn't feel a thing. He turned to the medic. Sis Bernice, heal me up. Chill out, Not. I'm already doing it, she retorted. But Not's grin faded. Something was glitching. The pain wasn't vanishing. What the? My brain still thinks my arm is chopped off. The orange-haired girl's eyes widened. Crap. It's a psychic attack. We can't handle this guy's mental pressure. Big Uncle stood there, arms crossed, looking down on them like ants. Gritting his teeth through the phantom pain, Not barked. Retreat. We're heading to the Chaos Sea. That's the only place worth dying for. She glanced back at their massive warship, hesitating. What about the grunts? If we bail, we lose the whole campaign. Forget the fodder, not roared. As long as we survive, we can build a new army whenever we want. Big Uncle didn't even chase. He turned to the clan head with a smirk. Looks like the Adjudicators are the Odyssey Empire's worst nightmare. No doubt. But that means the Adjudicators are in the crosshairs now. Yang Xuan, panic written all over his face, tried to run after them, but was stopped cold. Dad, you need to heal up first. I'm going to the Chaos Sea. You? Chris scoffed. With your stats? That's suicide. I'll go. I wouldn't miss a show this chaotic for the world. Below them, the human army erupted into a victory roar, chasing down the fleeing Odyssey scum. Charge. Humanity never falls. In the middle of the hype, Victoria stood there, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by the triumph. I knew it, man. I freaking knew it. Big Bro never changes. He's always rushing headfirst into danger. Back at the Sea Region battlefield, Light Lion is absolutely dominating the scene. You want a piece of this? Fimon is shaking in his boots after that last hit. You annoying piece of trash. Just die already. He tucks his tail between his legs and runs, screaming about a rematch later. I've got bigger fish to fry today, loser. I'll deal with you later. Tong Tien watches the coward flee toward the Chaos Sea, too cool to even give chase. He stops to strategize. If the data is right, those creeps are definitely gunning for the Judgment Organization. He turns to Ye Fan with a grim look on his face. Listen up, rookie. You clean up this mess. I'm heading out with Tong Tien to check the real situation. Meanwhile, over at the Iron Blood Sea battlefield, Jean Yin is facing a total nightmare. She's staring down two S-class beasts, the bronze-backed Seaquake ape and the sky-swallowing eagle. They're drooling over her like she's a 5-star meal apparently. Light element users taste delicious. I gotta have a bite of that. Easy now. Don't smash her to pulp or the flavor gets ruined. Jane Yin doesn't waste breath on trash, she just launches an attack. The eagle blocks her strike with a massive wing, smacking its beak. Tisk, tisk. Who knew this barren Iron Blood Sea had such premium snacks just waiting for us? The ape swings a giant staff, sneering at her. Quit wiggling, little girl. You're ruining our dining experience. Fighting back just makes you die tired. Just as things look totally hopeless, a mysterious dude charges onto the battlefield to save the Primal Master. Talk about perfect timing. His hands are shaking, but he catches that giant staff with a death grip. Then, the Primal Master flicks his wrist and tosses the staff back, smashing the two beasts together. The ape's eyes pop out. How is that even possible? Seeing the tide turn, the eagle screams, retreat, run to the Chaos Sea. The old man turns to Jiang Yin, eyes blazing. Don't let them escape. Chase them down. Cut to the Chaos Sea battlefield. Fei Fei is losing her mind right now. Big brother, where the heck are you? Get back here. I can't hold the line much longer. Suddenly, Knot and his crew roll up, looking totally confused. It's been forever since you went over there. You guys seriously haven't thrown down with the Judgment Organization yet? I've got my own plans, okay? The boss frowns, looking annoyed. And where is your 100-City Federation army? Chill out, they're on the way. But lurking behind them, the two beasts and Femon pop up. That local guy is a tough nut to crack, don't let your guard down. On her side, the big uncle and the family head arrive. Brother Ouyang, why are you hanging with Chris? Temporary alliance. The kid helped us out, all right. At the same time, she shows up asking about Yang Shi. Where are the other Zodiacs? Why are you alone? Where's Yang Shi? Is he ghosting us right now? Fei Fei finally spills the tea. Guys, listen. Yang Shi and the crew didn't go into seclusion. They raided the Odyssey secret realm to level up. Jean Yin blinks, confused. Say what now? They aren't here. She keeps her cool to calm everyone down. Yang Shi has already ascended to tier 5. We just need to hold the fort until they get back. Once they return, we'll crush this colonial war for good. Light Lion turns to the guy beside him, ready to make a move. If that's the case, Chris, the bald geezer is yours. I don't care how you do it, just handle it. The Primal Master doesn't wait for a signal, he charges. If you want a war, why did you Odyssey freaks strike first? This is human turf. But the enemy isn't impressed. He catches the furious attack with a single hand, calm as a frozen lake. The old man grins, and suddenly, the tables turn. Here, have your power back. His fist glows with a law ripple that matches the Iron Blood ultimate skill perfectly. How is that possible? The spectators gasp, terrified. Iron Blood can't win. That old monster is just toying with him like a cat with a mouse. Boom! His energy scatters into the wind. What? My power. It's draining away. At this rate, he's going to be a corpse in seconds. But the Primal Master refuses to let go. He grips the enemy's arm tight. The Odyssey fighter panics. No way. I definitely destroyed your life force. Cold sweat drips down the old hero's face. My Iron Blood ultimate lets me fight until the bitter end. Until I have only one drop of blood left in my veins. He's taking this guy to hell with him. A massive pillar of light erupts, signaling the final clash. War. Both sides collide in a frenzy of violence. Feifei hovers in the sky, watching the chaos with terror in her eyes. Big brother, the final war has started. Where the hell are you? Meanwhile, trapped in the black void, Yangtze is scrambling. I gotta move. If I'm late, everything is doomed. Chill out. We're gonna be late no matter what. If your buddies have decent luck, they might not all die. Suddenly, boom. Something blows up from both sides and they plunge into the abyss. What the? We fell into a void within a void? That's basically a death sentence. Hey, does the Alfonso family have a cheat code for this? A shortcut. Dai Peng shakes his head, looking crushed. Shortcuts through the void? Only a silver or bronze rank space user can pull that off. We're sitting ducks here, man, just waiting to die. Yang Sai's eyes snap open. Bronze rank space user? Ha, hold my beer. Let me give that a shot. Back in the real world, Tong Tian is losing patience. He's screaming to go, but Light Lion hesitates. It's too soon. If we wait, more Tier 4 heroes are going to get slaughtered. Screw waiting. We're using the ace in the hole. He ignores the protests. Listen to me. I never counted on the Judgment Organization to save humanity anyway. The only ones who can crush Odyssey are us. Seeing the fire in his eyes, his partner finally caves. Fine. Let's show the world what the Hero Association is made of. The fourth sword. Tong Tian unleashes the plan, the legendary Immortal Executioner Array. Rise. He grinds his teeth, stomping his foot as power surges. If I absorb the Immortal Executioner Array, I can break into Tier 5. But the cost is Tong Tian's life. Light Lion steps into the formation. I won't let your sacrifice be in vain, brother. The Odyssey guys are freaking out. Damn it. A native reaching Tier 5? That's statistically impossible. Why does this garbage always happen to us? Fall back. Get to the white cavity. It's our only chance. But it's too late. Light Lion has already absorbed the array. Die. Light Lion throws a punch that cracks the sky. Two enemies are instantly deleted, leaving only Femon shaking in the dust. No way. I am not checking out yet. A hand snatches him from the black abyss, just in the nick of time. Boom. A massive explosion rocks the scene instantly. Light Lion freezes in his tracks. The vibe just got heavy. Two level 5 Odyssey and bosses just dropped in. They step out, radiating pure arrogance. Listen up, level 5 native. Hand over Yang Shi, and we might let you keep your life. Deal? They sound so full of themselves, it hurts. He snaps, rage flaring up. I don't know where Yang Shi is, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you clowns. Light Lion swings, but the gray-haired guy blocks it like it's nothing. Gray hair smirks, flexing his aura. Not bad, kid. But against my destruction art, you are basically an NPC. His attack triggers a chain of explosions, causing total chaos. Gray hair laughs like a maniac, taunting him. Oops, did I just delete 10% of your population? He keeps trolling, and Light Lion is about to pop a vein. Still quiet. Let's see how many hits you can tank before you break. Feifei feels her HP dropping to 0. Tears start falling. Big bro. I don't think I can wait for you anymore. Suddenly, a hand pats her head. He steps out from the shadows, voice soft. Sorry, sis, I'm late. Meanwhile, Beerbaum and Salisbury launch a combo breaker at Yang Sai. You showed up just to die. A nuke of damage flies straight at Yang Si. Chris frowns, steps in like a boss, and Slash cuts the attack dead. He looks at Yang Sai and sighs. Took your time. But thanks to these level 5 creeps, I finally digested my power. Salisbury is sweating buckets, shouting, no freaking way. The Qinglan planet has 3 bronze heaven ranks now. Is someone smurfing in this server? Salisbury instantly flips the script, acting all nice. Okay, chill. The Bernarda family gifts you this planet. We are cool, right? Yang Shi gives him the death stare. The Qinglan planet belongs to humanity. Since when was it yours to give, alien scum? Salisbury snaps back, refusing to lose face. Don't get cocky just because this is your spawn point. Once we start trying, wiping out the rest of you humans is a cakewalk. Suddenly, Slash. A sword beam cuts Beerbaum and Salisbury in half. Yang Si and Light Lion's eyes pop out. Say what? Light Lion sees the opening and screams. Now, get them. Fast as lightning, he smashes Salisbury's head like a melon. Chris follows up and deletes Beerbaum instantly. At the same time, Yang Si tries to farm their skills with his stripping ability. But then, Dai Peng tightens his grip on Feifei's neck, laughing like a villain. Yang Zi, your sister's memories were real. You really can steal abilities. Feifei turns pale, gasping out. Big, bro. Yang Zi panics. Dai Peng, are you crazy? The silencer looks up, confused. Since when does that scrub have the power to threaten Fei Fei? Wu Yang is sweating bullets. He knows him. He called him Dai Pang. And he just called Dragon Yang Zi. Wait, Yang Zi is the crow from the adjudicators? Dai Pang's eyes glow, his smile dripping with contempt. You bunch of idiots. The masked Yang Shi is Yang Shi. Dragon is him. Crow is him. The whole adjudicator leadership is just him playing with sock puppet accounts. Yang Shi stands still. I am giving you one last chance. Let my sister go. I don't care if you taught us alchemy. Touch her, and I will end you. Dai Pang raises an eyebrow and smirks. Forget the hostage. Even in a fair 1 versus 1, you aren't fit to tie my shoes. You think you three actually killed those 2 trash mobs? Light Lion interrupts, shouting. That mysterious attack, was that you? Dai Pang replies coldly. Duh. Who else has that kind of DPS? Yang Shi is confused. But you are just a peak level 4. How did you mess with level 5 bronze heavens? Suddenly, Dai Pang transforms. Fool. Who said I was level 4? A silver-haired guy appears, looking absolutely majestic. Standing before you is the great silver heaven rank level 5, Robin Anfoso. He looks at them like they are bugs. I hit the level cap using treasures. I had 0 potential left to grow, so I split my soul. I put half of it into a descendant of the Anfoso family. Yang Shi is stunned. Too bad this Dai Pang body was trash with 0 magic talent. An image of the Philosopher's Stone appears. I only taught you monkeys alchemy to farm luck and lure out the Philosopher's Stone. It is called the Philosopher's Stone because it loves sages. I needed to breed more sages to bait it out. Robin's face twists into an evil grin. With this new identity, I can restart and hit S rank. Then I can finally reach the legendary Gold Heaven rank. Yang Xi feels bitter. So you played us all from the start. I actually thought we were friends. Robin chuckles. Yang Xi, we can still be friends. Just hand over your stripping and control abilities. Robin looks serious. Join me. Humanity won't have to hide on this tiny Qinglan planet. The Odyssey dimension will open its doors to you. Chris looks terrified. Don't fall for it. Give him your trump card and we are totally screwed. Feifei's eyes fill with tears. Big bro, don't forget our mission. We have to kick the Odysseyans off our planet. Yang Xi was totally losing it. His voice cracked, trembling like crazy. Young. Feifei. You. Tears streamed down Yang Feifei's face, pure agony. These were her final words. I love you, big bro. Mom and Dad, too. Then, boom, a blinding light exploded, forcing Yang Xi to shield his eyes. Yang Feifei, don't do it. Yang Xi collapsed to his knees, tears falling. His voice shattered. Is my little sister really gone? The person I loved most. Just self-destructed. Then, from the smoke, Robin stepped out like a nightmare. His voice was cold as ice. Didn't expect your sister to have that much guts. But guess what? Not even a scratch on me. Yang Xi snapped. Rage took over. I am going to kill you. Robin didn't even flinch. Silent counterattack. Light speed domain. Bam. The impact sent Yang Xi flying backward instantly. Eyes shut tight. The pain was unspeakable. Shi Guang panicked, shouting to snap him out of it. Wait. His domain is linked to light speed itself. He can move faster than light. If we can't even see him, how are we supposed to hit him? Shi Guang didn't waste time. Yang Xi, give it to me straight. He says you absorb other people's power to level up. Is that true? Yeah. My severing ability and control arts. They drain power to make me stronger. Shi Guang's face relaxed. A trusting smile broke through. You are awesome, kid. With a successor like you, I can finally rest easy. Robin looked amused. A twisted smirk on his face. Are you losers done talking yet? That is right. In this lightspeed domain, I can even warp time. We can take our time playing this game. Snap. He unleashes power. Yang Xi and Shi Guang felt it instantly. Shi Guang squeezed one eye shut, gritting his teeth in rage. Not good. I literally can't see his attacks coming. Robin was soaking it all in, his voice dripping with arrogance. No matter what power you have, nothing beats time. It is an endless abyss between me and you. You 3 spies, you will never cross it. Shi Guang frowned. His eyes went cold. His voice, unshakable. Robin, you are underestimating us. Time might be unstoppable, but there is one thing time can never erode. Shi Guang channeled everything he had. The absolute resolve to restore peace to our blue planet. Then he turned to Yang Xi, a voice full of trust. Absorb my power. Do it. You are so close to the silver heaven rank, the future of humanity. I am leaving it all to you. Yang Xi's eyes fill with gratitude and heartbreak. Blast. Sensing the danger, Robin's face dropped. 2 words escaped his lips. Not good. Chris appeared out of nowhere, blocking Robin's surprise attack. Robin started sweating bullets. Total disbelief. He screamed, "How is that possible? How can you see me across the timeline? You bastard. You let the deep blue consciousness infect you, just to stop me." Robin's face went pitch black, screaming in fury. "You idiot. Do you think this changes anything? For him to break through to Silver Heaven rank, he needs at least 1,000 more years." But right then, Yang Si shattered the limit. Robin gasped in horror. "You." His face twitched out of control. Then came the manic laughter. "I never would have guessed. Your severing ability is actually legit." Yang Si slowly opened his eyes, voice solid as a rock. "Are you ready?" Clearly rattled. Robin kept running his mouth. "You moron. I bet you don't even know how to use your own silver domain yet, do you? I control time by shifting the speed of light. No power exists that can surpass time." Yang Si stood tall, his voice cutting through the noise. "No, you are wrong. There is one thing in this world that won't disappear even after 1,000 years." Robin frowned, fear creeping in. He asked nervously, "What is it?" Yang Si's eyes were sharp, cold. He spoke calmly. "It is emotion. It is love. It is the bond between people. It is the resolve of working together. It is the faith that drives humanity forward." Suddenly, waves of energy began to rise up. All that power converged, condensing into a massive sphere of energy in Yang Si's hand. Robin's face went pale, ghostly white, pure terror. He stammered, This is the power that surpasses time." A blinding light swallowed them both. Robin took the hit, his body totally disintegrated. Yang Si closed his eyes and slowly faded away. The people below watched in disbelief. "Did we win?" A deep, gloomy voice answered softly, "Yes, we won, but we lost too." The cycle turned once more. Everyone was reborn. A peaceful world returned. So, did all the ability user heroes who protected humanity really die? A guy in a black hat appeared, his face shadowed and gloomy. No, he just walked silently into the crowd, in some way. From some angle, that person is still out there, protecting the peace of humanity.